hit by truck, and unexpectedly transported to the world of pirates. He even bound to the Shadow Ninja Corps system. Subai looked at the 3 Shadow Ninjas kneeling on one knee, his eyes widening. Garant, these just the ninja soldiers from Jackie Chan Adventures? A system page popped up. Newbie Task 1. Go to Coco Village and defeat 6 sword-style Shiaoba. Reward 10 ordinary ninjas, 5 giant claw ninjas. Newbie Task 2. Defeat Arlong and devour his soul. Reward 1,000 ninjas, Navy 6 power skill card. Complete the tasks, and you can also draw a devil fruit. Subai was completely dumbfounded. These 4 people are supposed to fight Arlong? Isn't that just asking for death? Arlong is a cadre of the Sun Pirates, having rampaged through the EastSea for so long, killing without blinking. Let's test the waters with Shiaoba first, Subai decided. Just then, a black ship passed by, and he led the ninjas to hijack it, heading straight for Coco Village. In the tavern, the octopus fishman Shiaoba was gnawing on sea king meat. Boss, bring me 2 more plates. They'll take some back for Crocodile. He had 6 arms adorned with swords, a typical 6 sword style appearance, but his simple-minded demeanor made him look a bit foolish. Subai beckoned, and the Shadow Ninjas quietly stood by in the corner. He stepped forward, pointing at the ground. Hey, Shiaoba, you dropped something. Shiaoba looked down and saw that his sword sheath had indeed fallen, quickly picking it up. Thanks, Nyo. At that moment, Subai suddenly shouted, Attack! 2 Shadow Ninjas leaped out from the shadows, their kunai aimed directly at Shiaoba's neck. Shiaoba reacted quickly, drawing his swords with all 6 arms to block the kunai. Nyo? Who are you guys? The ninja soldiers didn't say a word, one distracting Shiaoba, while the other maneuvered behind him, working seamlessly together. Though Shiaoba had 6 swords, the ninjas were as slippery as eels. Not only could they not hit him, but the giant claw ninja also snapped 2 of his swords in half. Damn it! Shiaoba panicked, swinging his remaining swords wildly, but the Shadow Ninjas could slip into the shadows, leaving him in vain. Subai sneered from the side. Fighting close quarters with ninjas? You're still too green. In just a few exchanges, one ninja threw out an iron chain, wrapping around Shiaoba's 6 arms, while the giant claw ninja stepped forward and snapped all his remaining swords. Shiaoba was stunned. Nyo? My swords! A Shadow Ninja punched him in the face, and Shiaoba swayed, collapsing straight down. The fishmen in the tavern were dumbfounded. Who is this kid with such bizarre subordinates? Subai stepped forward, and the system prompt sounded. Task 1 completed. Rewards have been issued. Instantly, 15 Shadow Ninjas appeared beside him, 5 of them wielding giant claws, looking quite formidable. Next up, it's Arlong's turn. Subai's gaze turned cold. Just then, a raucous laughter echoed from outside the tavern. Shiaoba, I heard you got bullied by a little brat. Arlong entered with a group of fishmen, his triangular eyes scanning Subai. Is it you? Dare to touch my people? Subai's heart tightened. Speak of the devil. He quietly signaled the ninjas, and 18 Shadow Ninjas instantly formed a circle around him. Arlong scoffed. This little bit? You dare challenge me? Behind him, Crocodile had already clenched his fists, ready to strike. Subai took a deep breath. 18 against the group. Seems like there might be a chance. But then he suddenly remembered that among Arlong's subordinates, there was Crocodile, a master of fishman karate, and Aki, who could generate electricity. If those 2 teamed up, could the Shadow Ninjas hold their ground? Kid, state your name. I, Arlong, do not kill nameless people. Arlong shouted arrogantly. Subai looked at him and suddenly smiled. You'll find out soon. He now had 18 ninjas. Should he go head-to-head or retreat and wait for 1,000 ninjas to arrive first? The Shadow Ninjas had already taken battle stances, and Arlong's fishman subordinates had drawn their weapons. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly froze, ready to explode. Could Subai really take on Arlong? What about devouring souls? With 1,000 Shadow Ninjas and the Navy 6 powers, could he walk through the EastSea unchallenged? Attack! Arlong gave the first order, and Crocodile charged forward like a cannonball. Subai shouted. Shadow Corps, go! A great battle was about to unfold. As Shiaoba bent down to pick up his sword sheath, the Shadow Ninja in the dim corner swiftly acted, dripping a few drops of something from a small vial onto the remaining Sea King. Meat he hadn't finished. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, and no one noticed. Subai smiled. You're welcome. He turned and left the tavern. He summoned 3 Shadow Ninjas. Watch Shiaoba strike as soon as he leaves the tavern. The ninjas knelt on one knee, merging into the earth like shadows. Shiaoba carried the packed meat, humming a tune as he walked towards the dragon's garden. After walking about a mile, he suddenly turned around. You in the back, come out. 3 Shadow Ninjas sprang out from the bushes, kunai glinting coldly in their hands. Subai also stepped out, grinning mockingly. Shiaoba, we meet again. Just as Shiaoba was about to draw his sword, a sudden pain shot through his stomach, causing him to roll on the ground, dropping all 6 swords. You drug me? Shiaoba clutched his stomach, cold sweat pouring down. Subai snapped his fingers. Attack. The shadow ninjas rushed forward, and in just a few moves, they left the defenseless Shiaoba bloodied on the ground, gasping for breath. Ding! Task 1 completed. Reward 10 ordinary ninjas, 5 giant claw ninjas. The shadows under Subai's feet suddenly expanded, and 15 shadows emerged, 5 of which looked like little tanks with large claws on their arms, looking intimidating. Shiaoba was bewildered. What kind of monsters are these? Subai stepped in front of him, placing a hand on his forehead, and a surge of dark power flowed into him. Shiaoba let out a horrified scream as his body was enveloped in darkness, ultimately becoming still. Ding. Acquired Shiaoba. Reward 6 good rapid swords and 50 craftsmanship. Subai threw the swords to the now standing Shiaoba. Aren't you 6-sword style? Use these. Shiaoba grasped a sword in each of his 6 hands, his expression turning cold. Thank you, young master. He swung a sword to test it, and the sword energy was several times stronger than before. Neo. 6-sword style. Sheath-foot wonder sword. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance. Crocodile had arrived. Shiaoba, why aren't you back yet? Seeing the blood on the ground and the shadow ninjas, he instantly became furious. What did you do to Shiaoba? Subai sneered. Looks like a delivery to death has arrived. The giant claw ninjas clicked their claws ominously, and Shiaoba tightened his grip on his sword. Crocodile was a master of fishman karate, and when he threw a punch, the ground cracked beneath him. Could the shadow ninjas withstand that? Would Subai let Shiaoba take a shot to test out the new sword's power? If Arlong found out Shiaoba had defected, would he come personally? Shiaoba suddenly charged forward, swinging all 6 swords. Neo, take this! Crocodile was stunned. Why was Shiaoba attacking his own people to help an outsider? In the moment he was stunned, the giant claw ninja had already circled behind him and clamped down. On his arm, crack. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Koby let out a painful scream, and Subai had already walked up to him. Next, it's Arlong. Koby glared at him. Lord Arlong won't let you off. Subai smiled. Then let him come and tried to look to Shiaoba. How about turning him into one of us? Shiaoba nodded. NYU. No problem. Koby was so scared that he lost his mind. What do you want to do? Subai ignored him, thinking in his heart with Shiaoba and Koby, wouldn't dealing with Arlong be more secure? The 1,000 ninjas and the Navy's 6 styles would be in hand soon, right? Would the devil fruit in the lucky big will be the natural or animal type? In the distance, towards the Dragon Garden, it seemed someone was looking this way. Are they Arlong's subordinates? Will they go back to report? A bigger battle is coming. NYU. 6-sword waltz. Shadow Shiaoba danced wildly with 6 arms, the spinning blades like a meat grinder, instantly chopping the giant tree that 2 people were hugging into dust. Subai watched with satisfaction. Go to the Dragon Garden and deliver a big gift to Arlong. Shiaoba set off with 5 giant claw ninjas, while Subai turned east. Fishman karate? I want to have a go. In the Fishman Karate Dojo, Koby was showcasing his skills as fists smashed through hundreds of wooden boards, and the fishmen cheered loudly. Truly, a cadre. With this strength, the bounty should be at least 10 million. Bang! The iron door was kicked open, and Subai stood at the entrance with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by 13 shadow ninjas. Who is the waist of Arlong's subordinate? Koby? The fishman exploded. Does this kid want to die? Koby, with a black belt around his waist and a fierce look on his face, shouted. Dare to insult Lord Arlong? Seeking death. A shark fishman roared and charged over. To let you know how powerful we are. Subai spat out a single word. Die. 13 ninjas charged in unison, throwing shurikens like rain, instantly turning the shark fishman and hundreds of fishmen behind him into a beehive. In the arena, only Koby stood alone. 1,000-tile correct punch. Koby roared, swinging his fists with the wind, knocking down 2 shadow ninjas. But the fallen ninjas suddenly threw out smoke bombs, and the white mist spread, carrying paralysis and hallucinatory properties. Koby inhaled a couple of breaths and immediately felt his body go soft. Throwing a punch with all his might, but missing entirely, that he fell back, unable to move. Subai walked over, pressing his hand on his chest. Dark energy surged forth. The sun symbol on Koby's right chest was covered by shadows, and his gaze became hollow. Ding! Reward. Fishman Karate Secrets 10,000-tile correct punch. Shark tile correct punch. Wool-eye spear. Subai raised an eyebrow. Wool-eye spear? That's Jinbai's ultimate technique. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. It was Shiaoba commotion. Young master, all the guards of the Dragon Garden have been dealt with. Shiaoba's voice came from shadows. Koby suddenly spoke. Lord Arlong will kill you. Subai sneered. Now, you go tell him that. Koby accepted the order and walked toward the Dragon Garden. Subai watched his back and said to the ninjas, Coco West Village, it's time for a change of owner. But as he turned around, he saw an orange-haired girl hiding behind a pillar. It was Nami. Nami covered her mouth, her eyes full of terror. She had witnessed the entire process of Koby being controlled. Subai noticed her. Want to run? Nami turned and fled, her speed astonishing. The shadow ninjas were about to chase, but Subai stopped them. No need. She will come back. He looked toward the dragon garden. What expression would Arlong have if he knew all his subordinates had turned against him? Could Shiaoba and Koby together withstand Arlong's initial explosion? Would Nami go to seek help? In the distance, Arlong's roar came from the dragon garden. Shiaoba, Koby, have you both gone mad? Subai's lips curled. UPA, good show has just begun. He touched the system backpack. The Navy 6-style skill cards inside seemed to be burning. Once Arlong was dealt with, these 6 styles would be in hand. Who in the East Blue could stop him then? Nami hid in the shadows, watching Subai's back, clenching her fists. This boy controlling the shadows. Is he friend or foe? Should she notify Luffy? But Luffy hasn't arrived in the East Blue yet. Subai walked toward the dragon garden, his steps light. Arlong, your kingdom. I have taken over. Koby, get up. Shadow Koby immediately got up, bowing respectfully. Young master. Subai tossed the Fishman Karate secret manual to him. Practice it well, and teach me. Especially the Wooleye Spear. Jinbai's move is very interesting. I in the Dragon Park. The kissing fishman Cho was lounging in the fountain. On the bulletin board, Arlong's bounty notice dazzled the eyes. 20 million berries. Shiaoba 7 million. Koby 9 million. Cho 5.5 million. Why hasn't Shiaoba come yet? Arlong rubbed the large saw blade, cutting peak at his waist, feeling something was off. Suddenly, Shadow Shiaoba appeared, followed by 5 giant claw ninjas, his gaze icy. NYU. Cho sprayed him with water cannon, trying to wake him up. The water cannon smashed the stone slab, but Shiaoba showed no reaction, instead spitting out black ink, covering Cho's face. You've been controlled? Arlong instantly understood, drawing his saw blade, seeking death. 6 sword-style octopus canister move. Shiaoba swung all 6 swords, the blade aura forcing Arlong to retreat repeatedly. 6 sword-style new spring draw bad body. Shiaoba seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, 6 fast blades slashing at Arlong. Bang! Arlong blocked hard with his saw blade, sparks flying. Shiaoba attack was easily parried. Is this all you've got? Arlong sneered, the serrated steel teeth creaking, shark on darts. He charged out like a torpedo, the saw blade aimed straight at Shiaoba's chest. Can Shiaoba block it? The giant claw ninjas suddenly moved forward, their claws snapping as they clamped down on Arlong's limbs. Arlong sneered, sweeping his saw blade to push the ninjas back. Trash, don't get in the way. He turned and charged again, this time even faster, forcing Shiaoba to retreat repeatedly, struggling to keep a grip on all 6 swords. Cho finally wiped off the ink from his face, just wanted to help, but was pinned down by the giant claw ninja. Let me go. Cho's water cannon splashed onto the ninja, but it was useless. The shadow troops weren't affected by physical attacks. Arlong was about to pierce Shiaoba when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Subai stood behind him at some point, playing with a shuriken in his hand. Is this all the skill you have for a 20 million bounty criminal? Arlong turned around and roared. It's you again, brat. He abandoned Shiaoba, turning his saw blade towards Subai. Subai smiled. Koby, it's your turn to shine. Shadow Koby charged out from the shadows, fists clenched, 10,000 tile correct punch. His fist, carrying the wind, smashed directly into Arlong's back of the head. Eren reacted quickly, dodging to the side and countering Crocodile with the saw blade. Shiaoba seized the opportunity to counterattack, stabbing 6 blades toward Eren's lower body. Surrounded by enemies, Eren remained unfazed, twirling the saw blade like a windmill. Shark Owen gear. The saw blade spun at high speed, forming an iron wall that deflected all of Shiaoba and Crocodile's attacks. Subai raised an eyebrow. This move had some substance. He snapped his fingers, and more shadows emerged from the ground, surrounding Eren. 1,000 ninjas are almost in hand. Subai fixed his gaze on Eren, like a hunter eyeing his prey. Your soul is mine to claim. Eren, trapped in the center, looked even fiercer. Fishmen are the strongest. You humans and monsters will all die. He suddenly erupted, charging at Subai with the saw blade spinning, moving twice as fast as before. Subai stood still, merely telling the ninjas, enough playing, take him down. The shadows suddenly scattered and then instantly converged, forming a black vortex that sucked Eren in. Eren's screams came from the vortex, growing weaker and weaker. As the vortex dissipated, Eren lay on the ground, battered and bruised, his saw blade broken. Subai walked over and placed his hand on his head. Soul Devouring, commence. Dark power surged in, and Eren's body slowly became transparent. Ding. Task 2 completed. Reward. 1,000 ninjas Navy 6 style skill card. Lucky Roulette activated. Just as Subai was about to draw his prize, he suddenly heard a sharp scream. Nami had appeared out of nowhere, pointing her weather stick at Subai. What did you do to Eren? She clearly hated Eren, yet couldn't bear to see such a bizarre devouring. Subai looked at her and suddenly smiled. Want revenge? I can give you the opportunity to become my person, and Eren's soul will be yours to deal with. Nami was stunned. What did this boy controlling the shadows want? Should she agree? What devil fruit would Subai's lucky roulette draw? With Eren's soul struggling in Subai's hands, it emitted a piercing howl. Subai clenched his fist, and the soul fragments dissipated. Eren was completely gone. The EastSea is about to change. Eren leaped and stabbed, the large saw blade swirling like a speedboat's propeller, gaining speed. 6-sword style ultimate 6-sword waltz. Shiaoba spat ink, taking advantage of Eren's blurred vision. The 6 blades spun and charged forward. Clang! Shiaoba was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he still glared angrily at Eren's sharkling gear. Taking advantage of Shiaoba's injury, Eren leaped and bit down. 5 giant claw ninjas stepped forward to shield Shiaoba, their claws clashing loudly. But Eren was like a cannonball, instantly biting through 3 ninjas, the remaining 2 heavily injured and falling. Yo, isn't this the 20 million bounty, Eren? Subai's voice came from the doorway. Seeing Shiaoba lying in a pool of blood, his gaze turned cold. Crocodile, take Shiaoba up. Crocodile cracked his knuckles and rushed forward. Eren looked confused. Why are you with this kid? Taking advantage of his distraction, Crocodile threw a punch. 1,000-tile straight punch. Bang! Several of Eren's saw teeth were knocked out, blood gushing. Good kid, your empty-handed skills have improved quite a bit. Eren spat out his broken teeth, his crimson eyes fixed on Subai. If I take you down, they'll definitely wake up. Eren gripped the large saw blade peak cutter, charging again. Sharkan darts. Just as he was about to stab Subai suddenly merged into the shadows, vanishing into thin air. Bang! Eren's attack missed. Infuriated, he threw the saw blade aside and pulled out several saw teeth, looking around wildly to why young master is not someone you can just see whenever you want. Crocodile and the newly risen Shiaoba, along with a group of shadow ninjas, surrounded Eren completely. Eren panicked, charging to the left, shark iron tooth technique. He tried to tear through the encirclement with his teeth, but the shadow ninjas surged forward like a tide, throwing shurikens and kunai. Eren charged left and right, his steel teeth biting through many ninjas, but the shadows were endless just as he knocked down a batch. Another batch emerged from the shadows. Damn it, who are these monsters? Eren was covered in wounds, gasping for breath. Subai's voice came from the shadows. Eren, didn't you say fishmen are the strongest? Why do you look like a stray dog now? Eren roared. Come out and fight me, Onionon. Onionon? You're not worthy. Subai sneered. Take him down. Leave him breath. Crocodile punched Eren in the back, while Shiaoba stabbed his legs with 6 blades, causing Eren to stagger and fall. The ninjas rushed in, binding him tightly with iron chains. That moment, chaotic footsteps approached from outside the park. Colonel Mouse arrived with a group of Navy. Master Eren, I'm here to help you. Colonel Mouse called out obsequiously, but upon seeing Eren bound and the shadows all around, he froze instantly. What's going on here? Subai emerged from the shadows, looking at Colonel Mouse. The Navy has come to join the fun. Colonel Mouse's legs went weak as he recognized Crocodile and Shiaoba behind. Weren't these Eren's men? How could they be with this boy? Eren roared, Mouse, kill this kid. He'll pay you. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard, glancing at Subai and then at Eren, unsure of whom to help. Subai smiled. Help him? Are you sure? The shadow ninjas suddenly closed in on the Navy, the glint of the shurikens blinding. Colonel Mouse instantly backed down. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. He tried to run but was blocked by the shadows. Subai stepped in front of him. I heard you colluded with Eren to exploit Cocoa West Village. Colonel Mouse's face went pale. That's not true. I'm just Navy. Subai ignored him and looked at the bound Eren. Are you ready for your soul to be devoured? Eren struggled and howled. You dare? Fishmen will never yield. Colonel Mouse seized the chance to pull out a gun, aiming at Subai. Die. The bullet fired but was knocked away by the shadow ninjas with kunai. Subai's expression turned cold. Looks like you want to join my shadow army too. The shadows instantly wrapped around Colonel Mouse, who screamed in fear. Let me go. I'm a Navy colonel. Eren watched this scene, suddenly panicking. What abilities did this boy have? Even the Navy dared to move against him. He struggled desperately, but the chains tightened further. Subai approached Eren, placing his hand on his head. Devouring begins. Dark powers surged in, and Eren let out a terrible scream. Colonel Mouse watched, horrified. Well, what is he doing? Subai turned to him, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Next, it's you. Can Colonel Mao survive? After Eren is devoured, will he become a member of the Shadow Army? Will Subai successfully acquire his 1,000 ninjas and Navy 6 styles? A dark shadow enveloped Eren's entire body, and he gradually became transparent, ultimately leaving behind an unwilling roar before completely disappearing. Ding. Reward received. Lucky roulette activated. Subai looked at the roulette, where a fruit glowing red was prominently displayed, magma fruit. Just as he was about to spin the wheel, Nami suddenly rushed in, pointing her weather stick at him. What did you do to Eren? Subai stopped his actions and looked at her. Didn't you hate him? I helped you get rid of him. Nami bit her lip. But your method is too strange. Subai chuckled. Strange? This is just the beginning. He spun the lucky roulette, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. Where would it stop? Would it be the magma fruit or something even stronger? Eren, using his serrated steel teeth, unexpectedly broke through the encirclement of Koby and Shiaoba. Subai observed the battlefield, thinking to himself, this Eren has some potential. If I recruit him and train him, he might be comparable to the officers of the Seven Warlords. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly realized someone was missing. Where did the kissing fishman Gio go? Subai slipped into the shadows and found Gio at a ruin, shouting into a snail phone. Colonel Mouse, come help. There's money to be made. On the other end, Colonel Mouse instantly turned sycophantic. For justice. I'm on my way. Remember to prepare the reward. In other words, he was telling Gio to get the benefits ready in advance. What a scumbag. Subai stepped out from the shadows. Just as Gio hung up, he felt a pain in his throat and blood spurted out. Who are you? Subai discarded his dagger. Young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai. He draped the black robe over Gio's head, watching him gasp for breath before turning back to the Dragon Park. Meanwhile, Eren was pinning down Shiaoba and Koby in a fight. Shark Owen gear. Shark hand darts. Shiaoba wanted to unleash the six-sword waltz, but was interrupted. Koby wanted to launch a 1,000-wall punch, but was also interrupted, leaving both of them extremely frustrated. Shadow, grab his legs. Subai commanded. Ninjas sprang out from the shadows and held onto Eren's legs. In those few seconds of distraction, Shiaoba and Koby unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Six-sword flow, ultimate six-sword waltz. 1,000-wall punch. Boom. Bang. Eren was blasted away, crashing through the wall of the Shark Palace. Koby break the last supporting beam. Koby struck with a palm. 1,000-wall punch, flowing water. The 3-meter-thick supporting beam cracked and collapsed, causing the entire palace to come crashing down, nearly 100 tons of debris landing on Eren. By the time the shadows pulled him out, Eren was already on the brink of death. Even a fishman's physique couldn't withstand that blow. Subai walked over and crouched down. Eren, do you want to live? Eren gasped for breath, his crimson eyes glaring at him. What do you want? Become my subordinate, and it'll give you greater power. Subai extended his hand, dark power beginning to surge into Eren's body. Eren screamed in agony, but his body began to change in the darkness. His teeth became sharper, and his skin seemed to be covered in a layer of scales. Ding! Successfully devoured Eren. Reward: 1,000 Shadow Ninjas Navy 6 style skill card. Lucky roulette activated. The roulette spun, stopping on an option. Dragon fruit mythical type Jiao dragon form. Subai's eyes lit up. Mythical type. What incredible luck. Just as he was about to claim it, the distant sound of a warship's horn echoed. Colonel Mouse had arrived with his fleet. Lord Eren, I have come to rescue you. Colonel Mouse shouted from the bow of the ship, his eyes darting around for any potential rewards. Once he saw the situation on the shore, he instantly froze. Eren lay on the ground, covered in shadows, with Shiaoba and Koby standing behind Subai, their expressions icy. You guys? Colonel Mouse's legs went weak. Subai looked at Eren. My newly recruited subordinate is about to get some practice. Eren stood up, his body still transforming, scales shimmering coldly. He looked at the warship with the gaze of a predator. Colonel Mouse screamed, "Fire! Quick, fire!" The cannonballs whistled through the air, and Eren suddenly tilted his head back to roar, unleashing his dragon might, causing the cannonballs to explode midair. What kind of monster is this? Colonel Mouse was completely terrified. Subai fiddled with the 6-style skill card, casually saying, Eren, let him know who the new master of Cocoa Village is. Eren leaped toward the warship, his serrated claws tearing through the sails. Could Colonel Mouse escape? How powerful would Eren become after awakening his Jiao dragon form? If Subai consumed the dragon fruit, would he become the overlord of the EastSea? In the distance, Nami hid behind a tree, watching everything unfold, her grip on the weather stick turning white. Was this Subai an enemy or a friend? Eren's roar was deafening, and the warship was torn apart beneath his claws like a Subai looked up at the sky. A smile creeping onto his face. Changes were coming to the EastSea. Who would be the next target? The mark of the Sun Pirates originally printed on Arlong's left chest, and the mark of the Evil Dragon Pirates on his left forearm were covered by the dark power released by Subai. The current Arlong was no longer the same. With the nourishment of the dark power, his physical injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the third talent from the local area, rewarding the host with a Devil Fruit, Dragon Fruit Mythical Beast Type, Kyo Dragon form. This time, the reward issued by the system was worth far more than the total of the first 2 times. If this Devil Fruit is used properly, it could cultivate a powerhouse at the level of an Emperor or Marine Admiral. The first time, the system rewarded 6 famous swords, Good Fast Blade 50 work, which could be paired with Octopus Little 8. The second time, it rewarded 3 types of Fishman karate manuals, which could be paired with Koby. And this third reward, the Devil Fruit, could it be intended for the Fishman Arlong? Subai looked at Arlong with a somewhat complex expression. Would this Devil Fruit be wasted if given to him? This Devil Fruit was somewhat useless to me. Rather than wasting it on myself, it would be better to use it to enhance my subordinate. It wouldn't be too late to eat a suitable Devil Fruit for myself later. After careful consideration, Subai ultimately decided to give this Devil Fruit to Arlong. Arlong, eat this mythical beast type Kyo Dragon form Devil Fruit, and do not disappoint my good intentions. As always, Subai was generous to his subordinates. When it came to giving a Devil Fruit, he immediately took it out. With a thought, the young lord of the Shadow Legion, Subai, summoned the Devil Fruit from the system package into his hand. A Devil Fruit with a deep blue exterior, resembling dragon scales, and its skin and inner flesh covered in spiral patterns, quietly lay in front of Arlong. Arlong eagerly reached out to take the Devil Fruit, examined it carefully, and then, under the watchful eyes of Subai, Octopus Little 8, and Koby, he opened his mouth filled with serrated teeth and swallowed it whole. The moment Arlong's tongue touched the Devil Fruit, it seemed to transform into a stream of heat, surging into his body, an extreme sourness and a merciless stench. The taste of this Devil Fruit was akin to a combination of foot wraps that had never been washed in a lifetime, rusty iron sheets, and the internal organs of maggots from a dung heap, boiled together for 49 days until they were thoroughly blended. To put simply, it was really disgusting. Now, Arlong had become a Kyo Dragon man after eating the Devil Fruit. Just as Arlong was immersing himself in the sensations of his body's transformation, a Navy fleet under the banner of justice landed on the coast of Cocoa West Village, with the first to disembark being the extremely lewd Colonel Mouse. Chapter 7. Killing Colonel Mouse. Mastering the Marine's 6 styles. The mouse-like Colonel Mouse arrogantly pulled out a cigar the thickness of a thumb from his pocket, lit it, and stuck in his mouth. Why isn't that guy coming yet? With Arlong's strength, what kind of trouble could he encounter? In Colonel Mouse's mind, the troubles caused by the fishmen and their leader, Arlong, should be related to the villagers of Kokoyasi Village. Ever since the Arlong pirates entered the EastSea, Kokoyasi Village and more than 20 surrounding villages have been plunged into a nightmare. Initially, Arlong and his subordinates would rampantly plunder and massacre innocent villagers. But after several crackdowns by the Navy fleet stationed in the EastSea, they became smarter and began to bribe officials within the Navy. Colonel Mouse often accepted bribes from Arlong, which is why he turned a blind eye to the Arlong pirates' rampant behavior in over 20 villages in the EastSea. However, in reality, he couldn't do much. With his strength, Arlong could easily eliminate him with just a finger, if it weren't for the fear that the Navy headquarters might send stronger officials. The Arlong pirates would have long since wiped out the 16th Navy Division stationed in the EastSea. It was likely that they would call us again to capture a few rebellious villagers, just as Colonel Mouse leisurely made his way toward Arlong Park. Subai and his group inside Arlong Park had already begun to engulf the entire Kokoyasi village into the Shadow Kingdom. Inside Arlong Park, the Shadow Legion's young master, Subai, donned in a black cloak, crouched on the ground, pressing his palms against a massive stone buried in the earth. An endless stream of dark power surged from his body and rapidly radiated outward. During Subai's release of dark powers, he must not be interrupted, or all efforts will be in vain. Aaron, stay by my side. Shiaoba and Koby, go check the west side of Evil Dragon Park. A team is approaching us. If they're Navy, bring the leader here, and take care of the others. Upon hearing Subai's orders, Shadow Shiaoba and Shadow Koby instantly vanished into the ground beneath them, heading towards the west side of Evil Dragon Park, where Colonel Mouse and his group were located. As time passed, nearly 2/3 of the vast Cocoa West Village was shrouded in the Shadow Kingdom. The villagers of Cocoa West Village, under the influence of dark powers, were marked with the unique seal of the Shadow Kingdom. and once they were branded, they completely became subjects of the Shadow Kingdom. A dark power was corroding their hearts and souls, subtly guiding them to wholeheartedly obey Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, sharing honor and disgrace. Just as Subai was continuously exerting power, preparing to pull the entire Cocoa West village into the Shadow Kingdom, to the west of Evil Dragon Park. Where Colonel Mouse and his team were, they walked towards Evil Dragon Park as if taking a leisurely stroll, completely unaware that death was imminent. Just as a soldier in a Navy uniform was following Colonel Mouse closely, he suddenly felt something trip him, and then he uncontrollably fell to the ground, tumbling over. The sudden commotion caught the attention of all the Navy soldiers present, as all the Navy soldiers turned their gaze to the fallen soldier. 13 Shadow Ninja soldiers in the nearby jungle aimed their long guns at the Navy's direction and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Dense tongues of fire erupted, and bullets instantly pierced through the bodies of all the Navy soldiers present, claiming the lives of dozens in the blink of an eye. Who are you? I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. Please, don't kill me. The once arrogant and dismissive Colonel Mouse instantly changed his expression, kneeling in terror on the ground, repeatedly banging his head on the floor, even indifferent to the blood streaming from his forehead, hoping that the group of black-clad figures would spare his life. Come with us. Shadow Shiaoba and Shadow Koby exchanged glances of disdain, approached Colonel Mouse from both sides, and slowly sank into the ground, entering the Shadow Kingdom. In an instant, Shadow Shiaoba and Shadow Koby brought the terrified Colonel Mouse before Subai, who had already pulled the entire Cocoa West village into the Shadow Kingdom through dark powers. Subai looked up at the lewd and cowardly face of Colonel Mouse, feeling a wave of disgust. Ding! The host successfully completed the newcomer task 2. System rewards are being distributed. Name: Subai subordinates: Shadow Aaron, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, 13 Shadow Ordinary Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers. Special ability: None items. Navy 6 style skill card buff: None underling forces. Cocoa West Village of EastSea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing newcomer tasks 1 and 2, rewarding the host with 1 chance at the lucky roulette. With the submission and completion of the system's newcomer tasks, the rewards were swiftly distributed, and Subai immediately chose to use the Navy 6 style skill card. With a thought, the Navy 6 style skill card transformed into a beam of azure light and merged into Subai's body. A vast amount of experience and techniques related to the Navy 6 styles flooded into Subai's mind, and in an instant, he completely mastered all the abilities of the Navy 6 styles. Shave, as the simplest technique to learn among the Navy 6 styles. Shave is essentially a technique akin to instant movement that anyone can master with a bit of practice. Subai vanished in place and became a blur, moving at high speed to stand before Colonel Mouse. Finger gun. Looking at the lewd face of Colonel Mouse, an unnamed rage ignited within Subai. Without a trace of pity, he gathered all his strength into his index finger and released a strike with his hardened finger. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, Colonel Mouse's body was pierced through, with countless blood holes gushing forth with blood. Navy 16th Division, Colonel Mouse dead. After easily dealing with the disgraceful Colonel Mouse, Subai disdainfully flicked the dirty blood off his fingers. The entire Cocoa West village has been swallowed into the Shadow Kingdom. Why haven't I seen little thief cat Nami? Just as Subai was puzzled, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out. Chapter 8. Bounty notice issued. Searching for the Alrita pirate crew. Newcomer tasks are being issued again. Newcomer Task 3. Forcefully devour the soul of the future Navy Colonel Koby and develop him as an informant within the Navy. Reward: 50 Troll Legion Ninja Soldiers. Newcomer Task 4. Knock down Alrita, the captain of the Alrita pirate crew, in her fat and ugly state. Reward: 5 treasure maps and 500 Shadow Legion Ordinary Ninja Soldiers. Newcomer Task 5. Kill Navy Axe Hand Monka Colonel. Reward: 10 Night Bat Legion Ninja Soldiers. Note: after completing the above 3 newcomer tasks, the host will be rewarded with 1 chance at the lucky roulette, with a high probability of drawing armament hockey. Looking at the 3 tasks issued by the system. So I thrown it slightly. The whereabouts of the Alrita pirate crew in the EastSea are erratic, and it may not be easy to find her in a short time. Iron Stick Alrita was the first enemy encountered by Monkey D. Luffy from the Pirate King world when he set sail. This arrogant individual highly values beauty and decorates her pirate ship with swan heads and hearts, believing herself to be the most beautiful woman at sea. However, in reality, she has small eyes, a large mouth, a face full of freckles, sharp nails like claws, sagging breasts, a nearly round body, short limbs. Wears a red and white cowboy hat, a shirt, and a pirate coat, with nearly every finger adorned with red and blue gemstone rings, a pistol at her waist, and a thick wolf-tooth iron stick on her shoulder. Known for her violent and fierce personality, often beating and scolding her subordinates. Just standing there, she resembles a meat tank. No wonder Luffy calls her a fierce old lady. It's time to set sail. Let us leave 500 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion and 5 giant claw ninja soldiers to guard Cocoa West Village. I expect that soon. The Navy headquarters will dispatch a powerful naval fleet to replace Colonel Mouse. Just as Subai was planning how to find the Alrita pirate crew in the vast ocean. The life card stored by Colonel Mouse at the 16th Division of the Navy spontaneously turned to ashes, causing panic among all the soldiers in the division, who quickly reported the matter to the Navy headquarters. After learning about the matter, the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters immediately dispatched 2 fleets that were on a mission in the East China Sea to gather intelligence near Kiko-Yashi Village. As a result, during the process of gathering information, the fleets encountered the Shadow Corps, which was about to set sail, upholding the ideals of maintaining justice and eliminating evil. The naval fleet opened fire on the ship fleet where Subai and his companions were located. Ultimately, both naval fleets were sunk by Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, along with Heiying Shiaoba, Heiying alone, and Heiying Kelluobi. As the situation escalated, the naval headquarters placed great importance on the incident at Kiko-Yashi Village and dispatched Brigadier General Barbairi from the 77th Navy Division to lead 5 fleets to capture the pirates. However, Subai and alone from the Shadow Corps had long since left Kiko-Yashi Village, leaving Brigadier General Barbairi empty-handed. Subsequently, the naval headquarters issued a new bounty notice for the evil dragon pirates. The captain of the evil dragon pirates, the Sawtooth Shark Man alone, had his bounty amount raised to 30 million berries. The cadre of the evil dragon pirates, the octopus fishman Shiaoba, had his bounty amount raised to 10 million berries. The cadre of the evil dragon pirates, the soft-boned fishman Kelluobi, had his bounty amount raised to 15 million berries. A suspected new cadre of the evil dragon pirates, a man in a black robe, either human or fishman, had his bounty initially set at 5 million berries. Currently, the Navy is still unaware of Subai's identity and attributes the deaths of Colonel Mouse and all the soldiers from the 2 naval fleets to Captain Alone of the evil dragon pirates and his cadres. However, the admiral who issued the bounty notice was puzzled by the fact that after Brigadier General Barbairi landed in Kiko-Yashi Village, he discovered the corpse of the kissing fishman Gio. Logically, as a member of the evil dragon pirates, no one should have been able to kill him. Afterwards, the naval headquarters attributed the death of the kissing fishman Gio to the internal competition within the evil dragon pirates. The new cadre in the black robe, who rose to power by stepping over Gio's corpse, must have strength exceeding the bounty of 5 million berries. Therefore, Subai's initial bounty amount was set at 5 million berries. The Kiko-Yashi Village incident was defined as a pirate disturbance, and, as time gradually passed, this matter was slowly forgotten by people. In the East China Sea, within the territory of the Goya Kingdom, the turbulent sea, a large ship was slowly sailing on the surface, and the pirate flag on the mast featured a pattern made of hearts and skulls. Captain, we have reached the territorial waters of the Goya Kingdom. A short, round-faced boy with round glasses, a plump physique, and pink hair trembled as he reported the information he had gathered to the stout and muscular female captain before him. Koby, how many times have I told you? Next time, call me the most beautiful Captain Yalida of the sea. Bang! With a loud crash, the fat old woman Yalida angrily swung the spike club in her hand and struck the boy Koby. The young Koby fainted on the spot, and soon after, several pirates came over with buckets of water to wake him up. Cough, cough, you damn fatty, the most beautiful Captain Yalida of the sea. I promise to remember your words. Hearing the flattery from young Koby, the fat old woman Yalida finally calmed down a bit. She lay back in a reclining chair, enjoying herself, and then extended her thick thigh in front of Koby, signaling him to massage her. Koby, hurry up. Do you want to get beaten again? Young Koby's face turned pale. He endured the nauseating feeling that was about to overwhelm him and reluctantly placed his hands on the thick thigh of the fat old woman Yalida, then exerted all his strength to massage her. Koby, haven't you eaten? Your strength is so weak. Bang! In a fit of rage, Yalida picked up the spike club beside her and swung it at Koby, who was massaging her, producing another loud crash. Poor Koby was knocked out again. You guys, come over and splash water. This kid really can't take a beating. He's fainted again. Upon hearing Yalida's command, Several pirates quickly set down what they were doing, grabbed buckets, and came over to splash water on Koby to wake him up again. Woo-woo, I want to go home. Damn fatty Alrita. I will become a navy and send you to impel down. Young Koby's mindset was completely shattered after being beaten by Alrita. He cried out loud, and a seed of revenge, wanting to become a navy, took root in his heart. Chapter 9. The Irritable Alrita. Koby becomes a member of the Shadow Corps. If looks could kill, young Koby might have already killed Alrita countless times by now. Just as Koby reluctantly continued to massage Alrita, a completely black ship was speeding toward the Alrita pirate crew across the vast sea. Captain Spit, the most beautiful Captain Alrita of the sea. There's a pirate ship approaching us. The swordsman on lookout duty for the Alrita pirate crew spotted the Shadow Corps ship in time and immediately reported it to the old fat woman Alrita. Upon hearing this, Alrita widened her mung bean-shaped eyes in surprise and then laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, I want to see which foolish pirate crew dares to provoke the most beautiful Captain Alrita of the sea. Sea Captain, it looks like there are only 4 people on that ship. The swordsman on lookout duty reported everything he saw to Captain Alrita, and upon hearing this news, Alrita laughed even more recklessly. These guys must be small-time thieves. Our slaves are about to increase. The completely black ship of the Shadow Corps was getting closer and closer to the Alrita pirate crew, standing by the ship's railing. The fishman alone bared his serrated steel teeth and cackled with excitement, eagerly anticipating a fight. Young master, leave that fat woman to me later. I guarantee I won't kill her. A fierce battle intent burned in Alone's eyes as he carried the large sawn knife, Chanfeng, on his back, his clenched fists glimmering faintly with a dragon's scale-like sheen. Drifting on the sea for more than 2 weeks, training daily against dummies and sea creatures, Arlong was about to die of boredom. Just then, he encountered a pirate crew, and Arlong couldn't wait to ask the young master Subai for permission to board the opposing pirate crew, hoping to practice his skills and pass the time. Arlong, in front of you is the Alrita pirate crew. They have a pink-haired boy named Koby on their ship. Bring him to me, but don't kill that fat woman Alrita. Just knock her away. Subai had no interest in the fat woman Alrita. He initially intended for Arlong to kill her directly, but considering the specific requirements stated in the system's mission, which was to knock the overweight and ugly Alrita away, he changed his mind. If all went well, the system's arrangement might be related to the slippery fruit. If Alrita could obtain the slippery fruit, Subai might consider recruiting her and giving her a chance to become part of the Shadow Army. Shiaoba, go assist Arlong. Except for Koby and Alrita, everyone else on the Alrita pirate crew should be dealt with and thrown into the sea to feed the sea creatures. Shiaoba immediately complied, kneeling on one knee before slowly merging into the shadows, joining forces with Shadow Arlong as they headed towards the Alrita pirate crew. As the Shadow Army ship made contact with the Alrita pirate crew's ship, the figures of Shiaoba and Shadow Arlong suddenly appeared beside Koby and Alrita. You must be Koby, the one the young master mentioned. Pink hair, short stature, round face, it's definitely you. Shiaoba scrutinized Koby in front of him, and after confirming with certainty, he knocked Koby unconscious with a swift chop and carried him into the darkness, heading towards the location of the Shadow Army's young master Subai. At the same time, the battle between Shadow Arlong and the old fat woman Alrita broke out. Perhaps due to Alrita's significantly inferior strength, Shadow Arlong didn't even take out his large chainsaw from behind, perfectly capable of utilizing his devil fruit powers to spar with this opponent. Shark Dragon on darts. The attack form was the same as always. Fishman Arlong clenched his fists, and scales of a dragon appeared on his fists. He then shot towards the old fat woman Alrita like a torpedo. Boom! With the enhancement of the dragon fruit, the strength of the Fishman Arlong has doubled, and with a simple punch, he smashed the mace in the hands of the old hag Alrita into powder. Damn it, this guy is actually Arlong, the captain of the evil dragon pirates. Why is he here instead of staying in Cocoa Village? Because the News Seagull did not deliver the latest newspaper to Alrita. The old hag is unaware of Arlong and his crew's situation. If she knew that Arlong's bounty had risen to 30 million berries, she wouldn't even dare to confront him directly. Currently, the bounty on old hag Alrita is 5 million berries, which is about the same level as that kissing fishman, Chu, and even less than Chu. After all, Chu is a fishman. His inherent strength is stronger than ordinary people, and with his powerful water cannon attack, normally speaking, Chu's bounty should be around 5 million berries. Old hag, stop resisting, I'm going to send you flying. Shadow Arlong mocked Alrita disdainfully, and just as he was about to utter the words, old hag, an enraged Alrita instantly entered a frenzied state. She picked up her pistol and fired continuously at Arlong, emptying the entire magazine, then pulled out two even larger maces from a corner of the ship's cabin and swung them at Arlong fiercely. Arlong, if you can't speak, then don't. I'm going to tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. Your Lita may have a few more freckles, but even so, I'm the most beautiful woman on the sea. Even Boa Hancock from the Seven Warlords of the Sea can't compare to my beauty. In her frenzied state, Yarlita's eyes turned red, and her immense strength actually forced Arlong, the user of the dragon fruit with a bounty of 30 million berries, to retreat step by step. Koby, go help Arlong, and stop saying irrelevant things. At this moment, Shadow Shiro had already brought Koby to Subai's side, where the young master of the Shadow Corps. Subai coldly stared at the trembling Koby. Koby, you want to be a Marine, right? I will help you achieve that dream. Subai smiled for the first time in a while, grabbing the boy Koby's arm, and then a vast dark power continuously surged from his body, flowing into Koby's body like an unending river. In the blink of an eye, Koby's soul was completely consumed by the dark power, and he had fully become a part of the Shadow Corps. Chapter 10, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Wind God Pterosaur Form. Just as the dark power completely engulfed Koby's soul, the long-lost mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the fourth talent from this local dimension, rewarding the host with a Devil Fruit, Animal Type, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Wind God Pterosaur Form. Good guy. Subai exclaimed. This time the system rewarded him with a Devil Fruit, and it's the Ancient Type, Wind God Pterosaur Form Devil Fruit. Although this Devil Fruit is not as rare as Arlong's mythical beast type, Dragon Fruit, if the user can develop its abilities well, it will be on par with Arlong. It is known that users of similar fruits are not far behind in strength. For example, there are the three disasters under the Emperor Kaido, the Flame Disaster, Ember, with a bounty of 39 billion berries, who consumed the animal type, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Toothless Pterosaur Form. The Plague Disaster, Queen, with a bounty of 32 billion berries, who consumed the animal type, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type Brachiosaurus Form, and the Drought Disaster, Jack, who consumed the animal type, Elephant Fruit, Ancient Type, Mammoth Form with a bounty of 1 billion berries. If I give this Devil Fruit to Koby and let him join the Marines, just the value represented by this Devil Fruit would be enough for Sengoku and Steelbone Kong, Crane, and other high-ups to favor Koby. Thinking of this, Subai decisively took out the Devil Fruit from the system package and had Shadow Koby eat the entire Devil Fruit in front of him. In fact, consuming part of the Devil Fruit can grant the user all of its powers. Subai knew this principle, but still insisted that Koby eat the entire fruit and then describe the taste. As for why he wanted Koby to describe the taste of the Devil Fruit, it was mainly due to Subai's wicked sense of humor. Thank you, young master. Koby gratefully took the Wind God Pterosaur Form Devil Fruit from Subai's hand. The Devil Fruit resembled a dagger, entirely a sandy yellow color, with spiral patterns on the skin and flesh rotating counterclockwise. Eager to increase his strength, Koby held the Devil Fruit with shining eyes and opened his mouth wide to take a big bite. Ugh, this Devil Fruit really tastes, terrible. Subai watched with a wicked smile as Koby struggled to eat the entire Devil Fruit. At this moment, after finishing the Devil Fruit, Koby's face turned pale, even slightly black, and he collapsed to the ground, retching continuously, even sticking his fingers down his throat, trying to vomit the Devil Fruit out. Koby, doesn't it feel particularly wonderful? Quickly describe the taste of this Devil Fruit. Koby, who felt like he wanted to clean out his stomach, looked at the young master Subai with a weird expression and replied aggrievedly, the taste of this Devil Fruit is like 100-year-old fermented herring canned fish mixed with fungus-covered foot skin and then boiled with stinky socks that can squeeze out sweat for 81 days, and finally refined into essence over high heat. The taste is particularly sour and refreshing. I suggest you try it yourself, young master. Just listening to Koby's description made Subai nearly gag, let alone actually tasting it. Just this flowery description of the taste seemed even worse than eating shit. Koby, have you floated away? Are you itching for beating? A mischievous glint flashed in Subai's deep purple eyes as he used the Marine's 6-style Rinrikyaku, instantly moving to Koby's side and then delivered a swift kick. Shadow Koby flew out several dozen meters, coincidentally landing near the dead hag Yarlita. Damn hag, I've tolerated you for long enough. Facing the Yarlita, who had always bullied him, young Koby's eyes were filled with the flames of hatred. He tremblingly picked up the pistol that the pirates had dropped and aimed it in the direction of the dead hag Yarlita, shooting repeatedly. Puff, puff, Puff! As the gunfire rang out, several blood holes instantly appeared on Yarlita's huge body, with crimson blood continuously oozing from the wounds. Little Koby, you dare to betray me. I won't spare you. Yarlita's face twisted in rage. She endured the intense pain in her body, swinging the mace in her hand, ready to smash Koby to death. Fishman Karate Ultimate Technique. Just as the wolf-toothed club in Yarlita's hand was about to touch Kirby's body, at the critical moment, the Shadow Corps.Right arrived in time. He raised his left hand, transforming his fist into a palm in front of him, while his right hand turned from a palm into a fist at his waist, striking a martial arts pose. Facing Yarlita's fierce attack, he directly unleashed a fishman karate move, Shark Wave Fist. Since Koby became a part of the Shadow Corps, his learning comprehension ability, physical strength, power, and speed have all seen a comprehensive and significant improvement. Every day, he trains his body and techniques tirelessly, and now he can perfectly execute the Shark Wave Fist. Koby gathered all his strength in his legs and then used his feet to push off with great force, leaping into the air as his fist came crashing down on Yarlita like a storm. In an instant, Koby had beaten Yarlita to a pulp. Arlong, this guy is up to you. Upon hearing Koby's words, Arlong quickly reacted, his hands transforming into dragon claws. Then his claws morphed into fists, and with a powerful dragon fist, he struck at Yarlita with overwhelming force. Dragon Fist, Ascend. Bang! As Arlong's fist landed solidly on Yarlita's obese body. The overweight Yarlita was sent flying hundreds of meters away, eventually becoming a small black that landed on the mudflats of an unknown small island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Newbie Task 4. System rewards are being distributed. Name: Subai Subordinates, Shadow Arlong, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby. 1513 Ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers. Abilities: Navy 6 Style Special Ability, None Items. 5 Undersea Treasure Maps Buffs, None Subordinate Force. EastSea Coco, West Village. Next, head to Shell's Town to deal with Navy Axe Monka, while also arranging for Koby to go to the Navy base that is currently recruiting. Chapter 11. Roranoa Zoro. EastSea. Shell's Town. In the Navy base's cafeteria, a young man dressed in a purple suit and white leather shoes, wearing a rubber bracelet on his left hand, was wolfing down a luxurious steak topped with premium sturgeon caviar. Boss, put it on credit. My dad is Colonel Monka. This young man was small in stature, with curly yellow short hair, and his hairstyle resembled an inverted enamel bowl, very distinctive. With a cocky smirk and a slightly split chin, he looked just like a spoiled rich kid. This, Colonel Monka. The head chef sighed helplessly. Every time Barumub came to the restaurant to eat, he would order a bunch of top-grade ingredients and then demand to put on credit, and the restaurant owner dared not ask Colonel Monka for payment. So he had to waive his meal costs. Coming out of the restaurant, Barumub held his pet wolf dog Sulu with his left hand and carried a pistol in his right hand, swaggering down the street, followed closely by a group of Navy soldiers who were responsible for his safety. Arrogant Barumub was stealing the spotlight, walking down the street with a proud expression, thoroughly enjoying the fear and avoidance of others. Brew, brew, brew. Just as Barumub was leisurely walking down the street with his pet wolf dog Sulu, a phone bug in the arms of a Navy soldier behind him suddenly rang. The soldier hurriedly answered and learned that Axe-Hand Colonel Monka was summoning them back to the Navy base, as a completely black pirate ship had landed on the coast of Shell's Town. Is there a mission from Dad? You all go ahead. I'll continue strolling around town. Just as Barumub was about to send the Navy soldiers behind him away, his wolf dog, Sulu, suddenly became fierce and menacing. The wolf dog's white fur stood on end, breaking free from Barumub's leash, and it lunged toward a little girl by the street, baring its bloody mouth as if it had gone mad. The little girl was so frightened that she fell to the ground and began to cry. Beast, get lost. Just when the wolf dog's sharp fangs were about to touch the little girl's body, a green-clad swordsman, with 3 swords hanging at his waist, appeared just in time. The 3-sword style swordsman quickly drew the swords from his waist. A cold glint flashed. The sharp swords danced rapidly, and in an instant, he severed the mad wolf dog's head, successfully saving the little girl's life. Just as everyone on the street cheered, the sullen-faced Barumub angrily spoke. Who? How dare you kill my beloved pet Sulu? You all go and capture this guy. Watching his beloved pet turn into a corpse, an enraged Barumub exploded. His eyes looked as if they were about to shoot flames, signaling the Navy soldiers behind him to capture the ungrateful swordsman. Little girl, what is your name? The green-clad swordsman initially wanted to run away, but thinking of the fact that he had killed the wolf dog to protect the little girl, he realized that if he escaped, Barumub would definitely turn on her. So he chose to surrender and allowed the Navy soldiers to bind him. Thank you. My name is Ligia. Big brother, what is your name? Young Ligia, wearing a white headscarf and a purple striped shirt, with brown hair and braids and big, watery black eyes, politely bowed to thank the swordsman. Haha, my name is Rorinoa Zoro. Little Ligia, don't worry about me. Zoro gently reassured little Ligia not to worry, and then he was taken away by the Navy soldiers and imprisoned in the Navy base's jail. Later, Barumab had Zoro tied up in the execution ground of the Navy base and declared that as long as Zoro could endure the wind and sun without food or water for a month, he would be released without charge. During the time Barumab was torturing Zoro on the coast of Shell's Town, Colonel Monka found no one on the pirate ship that had run aground on the mudflats and reluctantly had to lead his team back in disappointment. Young master, is our target that guy? In the shade of the trees, Shadow, Arlong, and Shadow Shiaoba looked solemnly at Axe Hand Monka, unable to believe that this seemingly formidable, yet actually weak guy was the target of their mission. That guy's strength is average. Any one of you could kill him easily. However, our main purpose for coming to Shell's Town is to bring this town under the rule of the Shadow Kingdom. This time, Subai mainly wanted to pull the entire Shell's Town into the Shadow Kingdom and then absorb little Ligia and Barumab to become part of the Shadow Corps. After all, relying solely on Koby would not be enough. By absorbing little Ligia and Barumab, they could become Koby's assistants, helping him rise through the ranks in the Navy. At this point, Zoro should be tied up on the execution ground. Should I just swallow his soul now and make him part of the Shadow Corps? Just as Subai was about to make a move on Zoro, a system prompt echoed in his mind. In the world of One Piece, the souls of the Straw Hat Pirates members cannot be devoured temporarily. Only after the host has consumed 90 of the territory in the current world can they take action against the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at the system's prompt, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, shook his head and abandoned the idea of devouring Zoro's soul. It seems that the plan to devour the main character group in one go cannot be established. Koby, have you gathered enough information about the nearby naval base? Where is Admiral Kizu most likely to appear? In Subai's mind, the only way to ensure that Koby thrives in the Navy and receives strong support from them is to make the Navy's higher-ups notice Koby's value. Coincidentally, Admiral Kizaru is currently on a mission at the Navy base in the East Blue. Subai and the others just need to create a ruckus in Shell's Town, and they won't have to worry about Admiral Kizaru not showing up. By the time Kizaru arrives at Shell's Town at lightning speed, Subai and the others will have already slipped into the Shadow Kingdom, and they won't foolishly let Kizaru catch them. At that moment, during Kizaru's search for pirates, Koby can enlist in the Navy. Knowing the value of Koby's devil fruit ability, Kizaru will surely follow Subai's plan and bring Koby back to headquarters to recommend him to Sengoku, Steelbone, and Akainu. As long as Koby receives the Navy's careful training, Subai's goal will be achieved. Colonel Axe Monka, I'll be borrowing your head first. The sharp purple eyes of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, ignited with a flicker of violent rage. He quietly summoned his subordinates, Shadow Koby and Shadow Shiaoba, instructing them to bring Lilica and Balumabur to him. As for the task given to the fishman Arlong, it was to create chaos in Shell's Town and publicly execute Colonel Axeman Monka, then use his Navy Den Mushi to provoke the Navy headquarters. Chapter 12, Beheading Colonel Axeman Monka, Admiral Kizaru arrives. In Shell's Town, on the main street, Arlong swaggered down the 3rd Main Avenue, his fishman appearance attracting fearful and strange looks from the many civilians on the street. Quick, go tell Colonel Monka that the notorious 30 million berry bounty captain of the Arlong pirates is out on the street. The patrolling Navy soldiers, upon spotting Arlong, immediately pulled out their Den Mushi and dialed Colonel Axeman Monka's number. Brew. The Den Mushi transformed into Monka's fierce visage and spoke. Moses, this is Colonel Monka. Speak quickly. The Navy soldier accurately reported the news of the fishman Arlong to Colonel Monka. Upon hearing that the notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million berry had suddenly appeared in Shell's Town, Monka was astonished and hurriedly donned his Navy uniform and cloak, rushing out with a team of Navy soldiers toward the 3rd Main Avenue. How dare this fishman Arlong come to Shell's Town to cause trouble? He must be tired of living and wants to enter Impel Down. With a fierce expression, Colonel Monka recalled the pain he felt when a pirate captain named Kuro crushed his jaw with a single kickback when he was just a lowly Navy soldier following the fleet on a mission. All pirates must die. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Monka's eyes turned red as he took deep breaths, leading his Navy soldiers to the central position of the 3rd Main Avenue. At that moment, as Colonel Monka arrived at the central position of the 3rd Main Avenue from the west side, Fishman Arlong also stepped into the central position from the east side. Colonel Axeman Monka and Fishman Arlong locked eyes for a long moment, and then the battle was on. All soldiers, fire at the pirate Fishman Arlong. The command rang out, and the soldiers quickly reacted, raising their rifles and aiming at Arlong. With a deafening gunfire, countless bullets flew toward Arlong. Dragon Fist, Steel Tooth Rocket. The shadow Fishman Arlong opened his jagged mouth wide, exerting force in his arms to remove several steel teeth from his mouth. He then formed fists in his hands, putting all his strength into smashing them toward Colonel Monka's fierce face. Arlong's fists were as fast as lightning. Just the wind from his punches sliced open several wounds on Monka's face, blood slowly oozing from the cuts and flowing into his iron jaw. Damn it, Arlong, die. Furious, Colonel Monka's eyes turned crimson. His entire body tensed as he gathered all his strength into the arm wielding the giant axe. Then the axe descended rapidly, the fierce wind of the axe rushing toward Arlong. If it were a small pirate with a bounty of a few 100,000 berry, they would surely not dare to face Colonel Monka's deadly strike head-on. But Arlong was no ordinary pirate. After eating the dragon fruit, his strength had greatly increased. He stood firm, and his previously tense fists suddenly transformed into dragon claws. He then clenched his claws into a three-clawed dragon fist, adopting a martial arts stance learned from Koby, and swung at Monka's descending axe. Bang, bang, bang. The violent collision echoed through the sky, and the fierce battle zone was filled with swirling dust. Colonel Axeman Monka, a key figure in Shell's Town, was sent flying dozens of meters away by Arlong's dragon fist. The Axeman title he had earned shattered at that moment, turning into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. At this moment, Colonel Monka was in a sorry state. His arm was broken, his body covered in blood, and he was no longer the arrogant figure he had been before the battle. Instead, he wore a face of terror as he watched the fishman Arlong approach him step by step. Monka, desperate to save his life, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, hoping Arlong would spare him. Give me your din-din mushi. Upon hearing Arlong's request, Colonel Monka felt as if he had received a reprieve from death. He quickly retrieved the din-din mushi from the ruins of his cloak and respectfully handed it to Arlong. Just as Colonel Monka was about to leave, he suddenly saw Arlong dial the number of the 95th branch of the East Blue, where Admiral Kazuru was currently on a mission. A series of brew sounds rang out as Monka's din-din mushi was answered by a Navy colonel from the 95th branch. At that moment, as the call connected, Fishman Arlong cracked a chilling smile. I am Arlong, captain of the Arlong Pirates. Right now, I am in Shell's Town, alongside the infamous Colonel Axeman Monka. Come and listen to his beautiful cries of despair. In an instant, Fishman Arlong turned into a shadow, moving at lightning speed to Monka's back. Then his three-clawed dragon fist, packed with immense power, pierced through Colonel Monka's chest. The intense pain made Colonel Monka unable to help but scream, causing chaos on the other end of the din-din mushi, followed by silence. Beep, beep, beep. Moses, this is Admiral Kazuru. You're the captain of the Arlong Pirates. Arlong? You are even more arrogant than Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. Good. Following this, Admiral Kazuru hung up the phone, but at that moment, Fishman Arlong knew very well that Admiral Kazuru was rushing toward Shell's Town at the speed of light. Monka, my task is complete. You could die now. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Arlong's eyes as he slowly turned the three-clawed dragon fist embedded in Monka's body, finally touching a warm, beating heart. Puff! Aaron exerted a little force with his hand, causing Colonel Monka's heart to explode. As the heart burst, the renowned Colonel Monka looked at Aaron in fear, and finally he slumped to the ground, completely breathing his last. Meanwhile, during the time Aaron faced off against Colonel Monka, Shadow Shiaoba and Shadow Koby led their Shadow Legion soldiers through the town of Shells, successfully capturing Balumber and Xyligia, and bringing them before Subai. Balumber, your hairstyle is really ugly. Xyligia, I'm a good person, don't be afraid. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, approached Xyligia with an innocent expression, gently took her hand, and transferred dark power to her. In an instant, Xyligia became a member of the Shadow Legion. At the same time, Subai's originally gentle expression dramatically changed as he looked at Balumber with disdain, then firmly pressed his hand on the guy's yellow bowl-cut head and slowly passed dark power to him. Chapter 13. The informant hidden among the Navy. Aaron's bounty increased. As dark power continuously surged out, Balumber finally stopped his futile struggle and completely became a member of the Shadow Legion. After becoming part of the Shadow Legion, The previously arrogant and foolish gleam in his eyes vanished, replaced by endless depth. Now endowed with dark power, he was no longer the naive, arrogant young master he once was. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5th talent from the local dimension. Rewarding the host with 1 devil fruit, superhuman type, culinary fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6th talent from the local dimension. Rewarding the host with 1 devil fruit, natural type, lightning fruit. 2 mechanical voices from the system echoed in Subai's mind, followed by 2 beams of red and yellow light that only he could see, revealing 2 devil fruits wrapped in the system. One was a superhuman type fruit, and the other was a natural type fruit, both different from the animal type fruits given out in the previous 2 instances. In Subai's view, the culinary fruit should be given to Xyligia, while the lightning fruit, which was slightly inferior to the Admiral Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, would be left for Baylumber. In the original One Piece, after growing up, Shiryu works as a waitress in the cafeteria of the Navy's 153rd branch. With her greatly improved cooking skills, she becomes very popular in the Navy. The cooking fruit rewarded by the system is just perfect for her. As for the other Logia-type fruit, the lightning fruit, Subai understands it as a low-tier version of the Goro Goro. Nomi lightning itself is just a discharge phenomenon, meaning that the speed of lightning is the speed of the electrons moving within it. It may be extremely fast, but it definitely cannot compare to the speed of light. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru would take an interest in Bellamy's abilities. In the Navy, those who possess the abilities of natural-type devil fruits are highly valued. When high-ranking Navy officials like Sengoku, Garp, Steelbone Kong, and Crane learned that Bellumember possessed the lightning fruit, they would likely groom him as the second Kizaru. The Admiral Kizaru has long considered retirement, and upon knowing he has a successor, he would be very willing to devote himself to training Bellumember. At that time, Bellumember would undoubtedly thrive in the Navy headquarters, and his rank and status would rise accordingly. Pairing Bellumember with Koby might be a wise choice. As for the culinary fruit user Ligia, in Subai's plan, the Navy, adhering to the principle of making the best use of resources, would likely assign her to the Navy's cafeteria as a chef or even head chef. This way, the daily meals of the Navy would be under the control of the Shadow Brigade. Bellumember, you should eat this devil fruit entirely, and then carefully analyze its specific flavor. The more detailed, the better. Bellumember stood up straight with respect, then cautiously reached out his hands to receive the lightning fruit that Subai had taken out. He examined the lightning fruit in his hands closely and couldn't help but lick his lips, ready to take a bite. This lightning fruit resembled a curved lightning bolt, bright yellow all over, with not very prominent spiral patterns on the skin and flesh. Bellumember excitedly opened his mouth wide and bit into the fruit. In an instant, as the sharp teeth pierced the skin of the lightning fruit, bright yellow juice gushed out like a dam bursting. The moment Bellumember tasted the flavor of the devil fruit, he shed tears of regret, realizing that this first bite shouldn't have been so big, adhering to the idea that short pain is better than long pain. Bellumember gritted his teeth and, enduring the intense discomfort in his stomach, quickly swallowed the entire lightning fruit. Then, with great difficulty, he managed a bitter smile at the young master Subai. Young master, the taste of this devil fruit is hard to describe. It's like a mixture of disinfectant and feces, with a bitter flavor of expired peanut butter and moldy natto inside, and it even bursts when eaten. Subai frowned as he listened to Bellumember's analysis of the devil fruit's flavor, then shifted his gaze to the nearby Ligia. Ligia, this devil fruit is for you. With a gentle expression, Subai conjured a devil fruit that was reddish-brown and shaped like a spatula, with spiral patterns facing down, while the flesh inside was bright red with spiral patterns facing up. Ligia, you don't have to describe the taste, just take a bite. Subai drew a dagger from his waist and quickly cut the culinary fruit into 8 pieces, then handed the central piece of the flesh to Ligia. Thank you, young master. Ligia politely opened her delicate hands to receive the piece of devil fruit flesh that Subai offered. She opened her ruby lips, and her snow-white teeth slowly descended to bite into the flesh. Hiss! A foul odor immediately flooded Ligia's taste buds, and upon tasting the flavor of the devil fruit, her face turned slightly pale. She forced herself to swallow the entire piece despite feeling nauseated. Subai gently patted Ligia's head, then turned serious as he addressed all the officers again. Koby, Ligia, Bellumember, you 3 stay in Shellstown and respond to the Navy's conscription call. Arlong and I will retreat first. Admiral Kizaru is arriving soon. Just as Subai finished speaking, he saw a golden light approaching from the distant horizon. With no time for further discussion, Subai immediately led his Shadow Brigade soldiers and officers into the darkness, swiftly returning to the ship and setting sail. By the time Admiral Kazuru arrived at Shell's Town, Subai and the others had already escaped thousands of nautical miles away, aided by the ocean currents. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing new missions 3 and 5. System rewards are being issued. Name: Subai subordinates: Shadow Arlong, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Legia, Shadow Belly member, 1513 ordinary Shadow Ninja soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninja soldiers, 10 Night Bat Brigade Ninja soldiers, 50 Troll Brigade Ninja soldiers. Abilities: Navy 6 styles special ability, none items, 5 undersea treasure maps buffs, none territory. EastSea Cocoa West Village, Shell's Town. Just a week after Subai's escape, the Navy updated the bounty amount for the evil dragon pirates once again. The captain of the evil dragon pirates, Arlong, was suspected of possessing the devil fruit animal type ability, and his bounty was directly raised to 50 million berries. As for the others under his command, including the black-cloaked Subai, their bounties were not increased. Chapter 14: Dog and Chicken Talismans. The brave sea warrior Usopp. EastSea, West Rob Village. Subai led his Shadow Brigade to land on a deserted coastline, with the goal of infiltrating the home of the wealthy Miss Koya, where the notorious captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, was hiding. Ding! New missions are being issued. New Mission 6. Devour the soul of Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and recruit him under your command. Reward: Conqueror's Haki and Intermediate Observation Haki. New Mission 7. Devour the soul of the hypnotist Zanka and develop him as an undercover agent within the Navy. Reward: 10 imitation pacifists and 1,000 firearms crafted from Sea Prism Stone Note. Completing the above 2 new missions will reward the host with an opportunity to spin the lucky roulette. Upon seeing the lucky roulette mentioned on the system's mission panel, Subai fell into deep thought, having been so busy completing new missions that he forgot he still had 2 chances to use the lucky roulette. System: what can I draw from the lucky roulette? Ding! The lucky roulette contains various abilities and items from the world of One Piece, such as Devil Fruits, Supreme Great Swords, 3-color Haki, Fruit Awakening skill cards, Swordsmanship skill cards, Navigation blueprints, Permanent log poses, and the Hades, as well as items from the Jackie Chan Adventures world, such as the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Master, the abilities of the 8 Great Demons, the masks of the 9 Generals of the Shadow Brigade, Low Pay Scroll, Basara Chang's Jade Prosthetic, Old Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky, the Cup of Life, the Divine Battle Armor, the Bracelet from Shiva Temple, and the Book of Time. After the system's mechanical voice explanation ended, the lucky roulette appeared before Subai, filled with dazzling items arranged in the grid areas of the roulette, overwhelming him with choices. Whether it was the Master's 12 Zodiac Talismans, the Devil Fruit Awakening skill cards, or the abilities of the 8 Great Demons, he wanted almost every item. System: I want to use the lucky roulette. Without further ado, Subai directly requested the system to activate the lucky roulette. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The huge roulette slowly began to spin, gradually increasing in speed until Subai could no longer read the letters on the roulette. At which point the system's prompt sounded. Does the host choose to pause? Subai decisively chose yes. The lucky big will gradually slow down, and a prominent red pointer stood at the top of the wheel. Mouse charm, tiger charm, sheep charm, monkey charm, old man's magic pufferfish, Hanafuda cards, Barka's jade prosthetic. As the speed of the lucky big will slow down, Subai was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. Time passed second by second, and the lucky big wheel finally stopped, with a prominent red pointer landing on the dog charm of the Saint's 12 Zodiac charms. The dog charm represents immortality and eternal youth, and is the most powerful auxiliary charm among the Saint's 12 Zodiac charms. Once possessed, one need not fear the threat of death. As expected of the lucky big wheel, Subai's first draw resulted in such a powerful charm. He decisively took the dog charm from the system package and permanently sealed it in the Shadow Kingdom, within his second shell. Even if Subai's current shell were to be obliterated by enemies, he could quickly emerge from the Shadow Kingdom, possessing the terrifying power of immortality. Just imagine, when the enemies pay an incredibly painful price to obliterate Subai and prepare to celebrate their victory. What expression would they have when the resurrected Subai once again leads all the members of the Shadow Legion out of the Shadow Kingdom? System: strike while the iron is hot. Let me spin the lucky big wheel again. Go, go, go. With Subai's command, the lucky big wheel spun again, and the rotation speed increased. The originally prominent red pointer turned blue, but Subai didn't mind. After a while, he chose to call for a stop. The The lucky big wheel gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt, with a prominent blue pointer pointing at the chicken charm of the Saint's 12 zodiac charms. The chicken charm represents flight and is a decent auxiliary charm among the Saint's 12 zodiac charms. It allows the holder to levitate in the air and control the floating movement of objects, somewhat like a low-tier version of the floating fruit ability possessed by the Lion King Shiki. With a dog charm and a chicken charm, these 2 spins of the lucky big wheel were worth it. He needed to complete the tasks and continue drawing lots. Subai comforted himself while taking the chicken charm from the system package and sealing it in his second shell within the Shadow Kingdom. After sealing it, Subai looked at his palm with indifference. Then he curled his hand, and the ability of the chicken charm quickly manifested, causing him to float in midair. This sudden scene stunned Shiaoba, Arlong, and Koby, who were present. Their young master could fly? After trying out the chicken charm's ability, Subai was in a great mood. He immediately arranged for 500 ordinary shadow ninjas to guard the coast, responsible for protecting the ships. Then he took his subordinates and headed towards Zilabu village. Zilabu village has a large slope at the entrance, specially constructed by the villagers to deal with invading pirates. However, for Subai and his Shadow Legion, it was of no use. Once they successfully entered the small village, Subai coldly surveyed his surroundings. He thought there wouldn't be anyone passing by at the village entrance, but was surprised to see 3 short figures. These 3 short figures were the earliest 3 little followers and subordinates of Sogek and Usopp from the future Straw Hat Pirates. Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head. These 3 kids. Ha! Usopp should be nearby too. As members of Usopp's pirate crew, wherever they are, Usopp is sure to be within a 3-mile radius. Sure enough, as Subai continued into the village, a clay pellet the size of a coin shot out from the tall tree canopy. Seeing this, Subai smiled slightly and easily pinched the small clay pellet with his finger. Truly a brave warrior of the sea. Subai's words of praise made Usopp, who was hiding in the tree canopy, feel great joy and burst into laughter. Chapter 15. Rescue Miss Kaya. Annihilate the Black Cat Pirates. Subai squinted his purple eyes, thoughtfully examining the clay pellet in his hand. Then, he exerted his finger, lightly flicking it, and the small clay pellet instantly transformed into a bullet, flying rapidly towards Usopp in the tree canopy. I'm gonna fall. Usopp was hit in the calf by the clay pellet shot by Subai and cried out in pain. His legs went weak, and he fell from the tree canopy. Bang! With a loud crash, Usopp, wearing a sniper windbreaker and a light brown scarf, with black curly hair and a long nose, landed heavily on the ground. Then Subai signaled, and Arlong and Shiaoba quickly moved, lifting Usopp up from both sides. Young master, this long-nosed guy is here. As he watched Arlong and Shiaoba bring the dazed Usopp in front of him, Subai slightly opened his purple eyes. He took out a yellowed, tattered bounty notice from his pocket and handed it to Usopp. Usopp, this is the bounty notice for Black Cat Pirate Captain Kuro. Take a look if he resembles the butler Clabber from Miss Kaya's family. Arlong and Shiaoba released Usopp, and the first thing Usopp did after regaining his freedom was to cautiously take the yellowed bounty notice from Subai's hand and examine it closely. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The bounty notice showed a bounty of 16 million berries for the former Black Cat Pirate Captain, marked as executed, Kuro, who looked exactly like the butler of Miss Kaya's family. Foreigner, what? What do you want to say? Usopp, worried about Miss Kaya's safety, mustered up the courage to ask the purple-eyed boy Subai before him. The Black Cat Pirates will invade Zilabu village soon. Subai spoke meaningfully, then used the flying ability of the chicken charm to soar into the sky and floated away. Usopp, still at the original spot, watched Subai's departing figure in shock. He thoughtfully summoned his 3 little crew members and began planning to protect Miss Kaya. Zilabu village, in Miss Kaya's home. A golden-haired, fair-skinned Miss Kaya, who looked slightly sickly, lay on a sickbed, staring blankly at the blue ceiling. She couldn't help but reminisce about the beautiful moments of her childhood when her parents were by her side, and tears slowly flowed from her eyes. The sudden loss of her parents had a tremendous impact on her, causing her health to decline day by day. She lay bedridden all day, and her daily living needed assistance from her 2 butlers, Mary and Clabber. Today, Usopp isn't coming either? The frail Miss Kaya sighed, slightly with disappointment, holding her little bear. Looking out the window, the sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, and the leaves rustled in the wind. Miss Kaya, the brave warrior of the sea, has arrived. Hearing Usopp's voice, Miss Kaya smiled knowingly, happily looking toward the tall trees in the courtyard, just in time to see Usopp climbing along the branches toward her. Usopp, be careful, don't fall. Oh no! Before Miss Kaya could finish her sentence, Usopp slipped and fell from the tree, landing in a heap. His comical appearance wiped away Miss Kaya's earlier gloom, replacing it with joy at seeing Usopp come to visit her. Usopp slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and hurried to Miss Kaya's window to share his latest discoveries from his voyages. Miss Kaya's laughter rang like silver bells, her every frown and smile tugging at Usopp's heartstrings, reinforcing his determination to protect her. As the story progressed, it quickly approached its conclusion. Usopp, looking sorrowful, gazed at the beauty before him and ultimately decided to tell Kaya about his encounter with Tsubai. "Kaya, I met a strange guy at the village entrance," Usopp said seriously as he put on his sniper goggles. He recounted his analysis and what Tsubai had told him word for word to Kaya. The more Kaya listened, the more incredulous she became, but then she suddenly remembered a piece of information she had seen in the newspaper 3 years ago. East Blue. The Navy fleet encircled the Black Cat pirates, and after suffering almost total annihilation, the only survivor, Monka, captured the captain of the Black Cat pirates, Kuro, and escorted him to the Navy headquarters for execution. Coincidentally, during the same time 3 years ago when Captain Kuro was executed by the Navy, Clabatel became the second butler for the Kaya family. "Usopp, are you saying that Butler Clabatel is the murderer of my parents?" The frail Kaya looked at Usopp with a complex expression. Clabatel had been exceptionally caring towards her over the past 3 years, even more so than Butler Mary. And the sudden suggestion that he might be the one who killed her parents was hard to believe. Usopp also felt that Butler Clabatel didn't seem like a bad person. But why would Tsubai tell him those things for no reason? Just as they were both puzzled, there was a knock on Miss Kaya's door, and Clabatel's voice rang out. "Miss Kaya, your nap time is over, it's time to rest." Clabatel gently pushed the door open. He was tall and thin, wearing black round-framed glasses, his hair slicked back neatly, dressed in a black suit adorned with patterns resembling golden excrement on each side, the collar rolled up, a black tie, and a white shirt underneath, with striped shoes on his feet, holding a tray with 2 cups of fresh orange juice. He kindly handed the orange juice to Miss Kaya and Usopp outside the window, then gently reminded Miss Kaya to take her nap sooner. And after a brief greeting to Usopp, he exited the room. The moment Clabatel closed the door, his previously gentle gaze instantly turned dark and shadowy. He habitually adjusted his sliding glasses with his palm, and then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It seemed that the plan needed to be executed ahead of schedule. Where could that guy Tsubai be? However, even if he discovered my identity, it wouldn't matter. Miss Kaya wouldn't easily believe these outsiders. With that thought, Clabatel's smile grew smug as he discreetly pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket, dialing the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango, to inform him that he would lead the Black Cat Pirates to invade West Rob Village in 3 days. Brew. Captain Kuro, this is Zango. All right, got it. In 3 days, I will bring all the crew to West Rob Village. Chapter 16. Usopp's 5T Great Hammer. Black Cat Pirates turn on each other. 3 days is neither short nor long, and it passes in the blink of an eye. Outside West Rob Village, at the edge of that great slope, the Black Cat Pirates launched a powerful attack. They had not yet landed when they turned the cannons on their ship to aim at the village and fired several shells. Bang, bang, bang. With the booming sound of cannons, a large area of West Rob Village turned into a sea of fire. This sudden assault caught the hard-working villagers off guard, sending them scattering in fear. Just as the panic was about to spread, the captain of the village's guard quickly realized it was a pirate invasion. He promptly gathered hundreds of strong villagers, armed them with weapons, and rushed towards the great slope, hoping to use the geographical advantage of the slope to keep the pirates out of the village. 3 little rascals, brave sea warriors, it's time to set off. Usopp, along with his 3 little crew members, joined the West Rob Village Guard, which marched vigorously towards the great slope. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious villa in the village, Miss Kaya's home, Captain Kuro, disguised as Butler Clabatel, personally served Miss Kaya a cup of orange juice laced with sleeping pills, softly urging her to take her nap and assuring her that he would return soon. "Miss Kaya, take a good nap, I'll be back shortly. To take your little life." After drinking the specially made orange juice, Kaya looked at Kuro in a panic, unable to believe that this butler who had cared for her so meticulously for 3 whole years in her home was actually the notorious captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Kuro. Kaya wanted to resist, to grab the transponder snail by her bedside for help, but the effects of the drug took hold, and she eventually fainted weakly onto her soft bed. Watching Miss Kaya fall asleep, Captain Kuro's stern face revealed a slight smile. Soon it would be the final moment for him to reap the fruits, the Kaya family's fortune. Next, all he needed to do was deal with the villagers of West Rob Village, and he would be done. Captain Kuro habitually adjusted his sliding glasses with his palm, then quickly transformed his hand into a cat's paw, 10 sharp knives extending like claws, his bloodthirsty nature gradually being unleashed. Cat paw, shadow step. The moment Captain Klo stepped out of the luxurious mansion, he fully unleashed his murderous nature. In the blink of an eye, he easily dealt with the 2 guards at the door and then dashed towards the large slope at the village entrance with super speed. In Zilabu village, at the large slope, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zango, led his crew madly towards the slope. Among them was Siamese Cat Sam, one of the strongest fighters of the Black Cat Pirates. After being hypnotized by Zango, his strength was greatly enhanced, allowing him to forget his pain as he wielded his claws, leaping and dodging the arrows and large stones thrown by the villagers, sprinting up the slope. Just as Sam was racing up the slope at breakneck speed, his partner Tabby Cat Bucci was also hypnotized by Zango. Bucci, who already had decent speed, strength, and jumping ability, reached his peak power after being hypnotized, capable of breaking the boulders rolling down from the slope all by himself. This is bad. The Black Cat Pirates are coming to attack. Everyone run. Realizing they couldn't resist the pirates' invasion, the captain of the guard ordered all villagers to retreat into the village with all their might to escape this calamity. Just when the villagers were giving up resistance and retreating, Usopp, who had been acting as a background figure, stepped forward. His eyes were bright, showing no fear of the fierce pirates. Slingshot galaxy beads. Usopp pulled out a lightweight, green-painted slingshot from his pocket, gripping the handle with his left hand while taking several steel balls from his pouch with his right hand, shooting at the approaching pirates. Bang! Bang! Dozens of beads flew out, and with each shot, a pirate fell to the ground, rolling down the slope. Damn it! Anyone who dares to block the Black Cat Pirates must die. The hypnotist Zango watched as Usopp single-handedly held off his crew at the slope and was furious, fearing that Captain Klo would blame them for their incompetence. He immediately ordered Sam and Bucci to cooperate and quickly ascend the slope to deal with Usopp. Usopp's 5T Smasher. Just as Sam and Bucci were about to climb the slope, long-nosed Usopp, suppressing his inner fear, pretended to be calm and pulled out a large black iron hammer from behind, resting it on his shoulder. Bucci, my god, this guy can lift a 5-ton hammer. Should we avoid him? The hammer Usopp was carrying had a white-painted 5T symbol on it. Upon seeing this symbol, Sam was greatly frightened and hurriedly shouted to Bucci to avoid this terrifying guy. Just as the attack speed of the Black Cat Pirates slowed down, Captain Klo, having just emerged from a mansion, arrived at the village slope. He cast a dark glance at Sam, Bucci, and the other crew members, realizing that so many were intimidated by Usopp. A bunch of useless fools. What good are you? Captain Klo was in a terrible mood. He used his shadowless step to quickly reach Usopp's back and swiftly waved his claws. Got Klo stub. In an instant, Captain Klo completed his move. Usopp, unprepared, screamed in agony and turned back with all his strength. When he saw that it was Butler Crabatail who had ambushed him, he fainted in regret. You useless fools. You can't even make it up the slope. What good are you? After dealing with Usopp, Captain Klo's eyes widened in anger as he stared at the Black Cat Pirates on the slope. Gillo, v. Sam, wanting to explain with a flattering expression, hadn't he finished his sentence when Klo used his shadowless step, wielded his sharp knife, and mercilessly executed him. The tall and burly Bucci, seeing his good partner Sam die, was filled with fear. But upon witnessing Captain Klo's indiscriminate slaughter of his own men, he exploded with rage, grabbing his large cleaver and charging towards Klo. Klo snorted disdainfully and then growled softly. Shovel death. Chapter 17. Slaying the Cat Brothers. Is Klo easily falling? As Captain Klo's strongest move, shovel death is comparable in speed to one of the Navy's 6 forms, shaving, moving 100 meters in less than 4 seconds. However, while this move is powerful, it has a fatal weakness. After using shovel death, Klo has no idea whom he is attacking, whether friend or foe. Anyone near him will be subjected to indiscriminate attacks. Cat kill jump. As a fighter of the Black Cat Pirates, Tabby Cat Bucci knew very well his captain's strength and character. Now that Klo's murderous nature had erupted, if he didn't resist, he would surely meet the same fate as his partner Sam, dying beneath Klo's claws. Oof. Bucci, 3 years have passed, and your strength hasn't improved at all. What use are you? Seeing his subordinate Bucci dare to resist, Captain Klo sneered meaningfully and then, with a wicked smile, adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose, quickly using his shadowless step to charge towards Bucci. Cat kill, giant rock impact. After hearing Captain Klo's taunt, Bucci was instantly furious. His eyes turned red, and his whole body trembled with rage. His strong arms suddenly exerted force, and he lifted a giant rock from the slope, throwing it towards Captain Klo. Bang! 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 The giant rock crashed to the ground, raising yellow dust, and a violent impact echoed through the sky. The chubby tabby cat Bucci anxiously stared at the center of the yellow dust, his fists clenched against his chest. Always on guard against Captain Klo's ambush. Bucci, guess where I am? Just as Bucci was tensely watching ahead, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him, followed by several flashes of bright white light. Captain Klo's sharp blades fell swiftly, cutting through Bucci's carotid artery and trachea at lightning speed. Bucci, Gildo. Tabby cat Bucci clutched his bleeding neck in pain, weakly kneeling on the ground, then struggled to raise his head to look at the arrogant Captain Klo before him. A sense of helplessness and fear enveloped him, ultimately dragging him into the shadow of death. After easily eliminating the two cat brothers, Captain Klo launched Shovel Death again, indiscriminately attacking those nearby. The one-sided slaughter continued for nearly half an hour, with rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the large slope of Zilabu village. Just as Captain Klo leisurely approached the direction of the hypnotist Zango, in the shadows under the trees on the right side of the slope, members of the Shadow Brigade emerged, and soon the young Master Su Bai, accompanied by his three subordinates, Arlong and Shiaoba, floated in the air, flying toward Captain Klo. Butler Krabatel, oh no, I should call you Captain Klo. I am Su Bai, the one Usopp spoke of. After hearing Su Bai's provocative words, Captain Kuro furrowed his brows, cautiously crossing his claws in front of him and adopting a battle stance, wary of a sudden attack from Su Bai and the others. Wait, this guy is Fishman Arlong? As Captain Kuro raised his head to look in the direction of the purple-eyed youth Su Bai, the first thing that caught his attention was the Fishman Arlong, who had blue skin, sharp teeth, and a saw-like long nose. Upon seeing Arlong's figure, Kuro was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. How could the captain of the Arlong pirates suddenly appear in Syrup Village? Why is Arlong bowing to this young man before him? What is the background of this boy? Captain Kuro's complex gaze scanned the Fishman Arlong, who was hovering in midair. Even with his superior intelligence, he never expected that in the East Blue, a sea often hunted by the Navy, where the average bounty for pirates was only 3 million berries. A notorious pirate with a bounty as high as 50 million berries could survive and kneel to a boy. Arlong, with your abilities, aren't you still free to rampage in the East Blue? Why are you bowing down to this young punk? Upon hearing Captain Kuro's question, the Fishman Arlong couldn't help but open his massive mouth in a grin, then threw his head back and let out a creepy laugh. Kuro, you ask me why? Ha! It's simply because of the power I have now, all granted by the young master. Arlong calmly finished speaking, and then he swiftly drew out the extremely sharp and glinting Saw-Blade-Shan foam from behind him, instantly transforming into a shadow and rushing towards Captain Kuro's position. Dragon's Darts. With the activation of the Dragon Fruit's ability, a layer of hard blue dragon scales appeared on Arlong's arms. At this moment, he was filled with power, his muscular arms bulging, and the veins on his hands gripping the Saw-Blade-Shan foam popped out like old tree roots. Roar! Arlong opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, unleashing a terrifying roar. Then with all his strength, he swung the Shan foam, aiming to cleave Kuro in half. Oh no! Shadowless step. Captain Kuro, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, turned pale as he noticed Fishman Arlong charging towards him. He quickly exerted force in his legs and executed the shadowless step, trying to evade Arlong's attack. Kuro, don't even think about running. Just as Captain Kuro dodged Fishman Arlong's attack, two dark figures suddenly flashed behind him. Shadow Shiaoba and Koby arrived just in time to assist Arlong, both launching their signature moves at the still-reacting Captain Kuro's back. Six-sword style, six-sword waltz, Fishman karate, thousand-tile punch. Bang, bang, bang. After being attacked, Captain Kuro was uncontrollably sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through several trees as thick as bowls before finally landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. At this moment, the battlefield was filled only with the rustling sound of wind through the leaves, while the combatants Arlong, Shiaoba, and Koby, along with the hypnotist Zango, who had almost been killed by Kuro, all held their breath and tensed up, staring intently in Kuro's direction. This guy Kuro, he shouldn't be able to withstand our full power attack, right? Shiaoba looked seriously at where Kuro had fallen. The rising yellow dust obscured his view, but he vaguely felt that Captain Kuro, who had a bounty of 16 million berries 3 years ago, wouldn't go down so easily. Chapter 18. devouring Captain Kuro's soul to regain the devil fruit. Sure enough, at the moment when the yellow dust was settling, the downed Captain Kuro struggled to rise from the ground, unsteadily straightening his back and then adjusting his broken glasses with his palm. Being able to roam freely in the East Blue for so many years, the Arlong pirates not only had a powerful captain in Arlong, but you cadre members are also quite capable. Just as Captain Kuro said this, his previously slightly smiling face suddenly fell, replaced by a glint of indifference and ferocity in his eyes. Cat step. As Aaron and Little 8 were in a daze, Captain Kuro, dressed in a black suit, swiftly moved and turned into a shadow. He skillfully used his shadowless steps and brandished 10 sharp long knives, moving over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and suddenly appeared in front of the fishman Little 8. Puff! Little 8's eyes widened in terror. His 3 pairs of strong arms instantly exerted force, gripping the 6 famous knives of Lianquai Dao 50 works tightly, raising his arms to block Captain Kuro's sudden attack. However, Captain Kuro acted quickly. The sharp blades on his claws cut through Little 8's skin and pierced his muscles. A sharp pain swept through Little 8's entire body. He furrowed his brows and let out a painful howl. Then, as Captain Kuro was about to continue his assault after pulling out his knife, Little 8 activated the unique ability of the Shadow Legion, quickly transforming into a shadow and disappearing into the shadow beneath him, then traversing the Shadow Kingdom to emerge beside Subai. Young Master, Captain Kuro, I underestimated his strength. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, calmly glanced at Little 8 beside him. He then extended a pure white arm from his black robe, pressing it against Little 8's bleeding wound, using the vitality generated by the dog talisman to stop the bleeding and heal his injury. In terms of healing, the dog talisman's capability is not as good as the horse talisman, but the vitality it generates can speed up the healing process of the wounded, indirectly accelerating the healing effect. Little 8, you retreat for now. Let me test Kuro's strength. Subai gestured for Little 8 to retreat into the Shadow Kingdom for healing, while he, Aaron, and Koby would deal with Captain Kuro. Little 8, with his trumpet-like mouth and round eyes, turned into shadow form with a guilty expression and obediently slipped into the Shadow Kingdom. My strength is still not enough. Next time, I will definitely surpass my current self. This was a thought that flashed through Little 8's mind the moment he entered the Shadow Kingdom. Back to the main story on the battlefield. As the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai walked slowly to the side of fishmen Aaron and Koby. He activated the Chicken Talisman's ability, took to the air, and then used one of the Navy's 6 styles, shave, rushing towards Captain Kuro. Kuro, I'm here. Where are you looking? Subai, who skillfully mastered the Navy's 6 styles, now had the enhancement of the dog talisman, which made his physique and strength far exceed that of an ordinary Navy lieutenant. With Koby, the fishman karate master, by his side for practice and guidance, Subai's strength even surpassed those pirates with bounties as high as 50 million berries. Even fishman Aaron was not enough in front of him. Captain Kuro, more alert than a cat, felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from the young Subai when facing the young master of the Shadow Legion. This pressure made him feel an illusion of wanting to bow and submit. As the tyrant of the EastSea, Captain Kuro was naturally proud. How could he easily bow his head in submission? Subai, what is your purpose for coming to Xylob village? Captain Kuro asked warily, looking at the young master of the Shadow Legion before him. Upon hearing Kuro's question, Subai raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, My main purpose for coming to Xylob village is to recruit you into my ranks. I will offer you the position of strategist, and together we will overthrow the Navy, eliminate the pirates, and unify this world. How about it? Upon hearing Subai's ideals, Captain Kuro's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the young boy in disbelief, unable to accept that such arrogant words could come from his mouth. Overthrow the Navy, eliminate the pirates. Subai, what makes you think you have the ability to unify the world? With your current strength, you are not even a match for the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals of the Navy. Captain Kuro stood there with a serious expression, questioning the boy in front of him. However, he saw Subai exchange a meaningful glance with Kuro, then burst into laughter and replied, Guess why Arlong came under my command? Upon hearing his name mentioned, the fishman Arlong consciously stepped up to Subai's side, clenched his fists, and demonstrated the powers of the Sauron fruit, showing it to Captain Kuro. He then said, Kuro, I am now a dragon fruit, mythical Zoan-type dragon form user. My devil fruit ability was granted by the young master. After witnessing the blue dragon scales standing upright on the fists and arms of the fishman Arlong, Captain Kuro's eyes widened in shock once again. As someone whose intelligence ranks just below Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates. He naturally understood the value that the dragon fruit could represent. As long as Arlong developed the abilities of the dragon fruit well, he could potentially become a great pirate whose strength rivals that of one of the Yonko, Kaido's commanders. What stunned Captain Kuro the most was Arlong's last statement. The ability of the dragon fruit was granted by this relatively young boy in front of him. Who exactly was this boy? The value of the dragon fruit, which could not be measured in money, was something he could simply give away. What incredible generosity. Subai, what is your background? You understand the value of the dragon fruit even better than I do, and yet you can simply give it away? After hearing Captain Kuro's exclamation, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, laughed heartily once again and disdainfully replied, Kuro, if you join my Shadow Legion, I will also grant you powerful strength. And in the future, endless riches and glory will await you. Subai's words seemed to have a magical effect, repeatedly striking at Kuro's heart. Kuro, I can grant you everything you desire, even infinite lifespan, and the only requirement to obtain these is that you join my Shadow Legion. As the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai possessed a strong hypnotic ability. Even with Captain Kuro's high intelligence, under Subai's manipulation of his inner desires, he ultimately could only succumb. Chapter 19, Cat Fruit, Mythical Beast Type, White Tiger Form. Looking at Captain Kuro, whose eyes were glazed over, Subai woda smagismai. He calmly stepped in front of Kuro, then extended his pale arm from his black robe and gently pressed it against Kuro's chest. A massive dark power surged from Subai's body and slowly flowed into Kuro's body through his arm. Time flew by, and at the moment when all the dark power released by Subai entered Kuro's body, a long-lost mechanical voice of the system echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 7th talent from the local dimension. The host is rewarded with a devil fruit, cat fruit, mythical beast type, white tiger form. The moment the mechanical voice of the system rang out, Subai stood frozen in place. This time, the system had actually rewarded him with the cat fruit. Mythical Zoan type, white tiger form. If Captain Klo were to gain the abilities of this fruit, wouldn't that mean he could soar to new heights? With extraordinary intelligence, combined with formidable strength, wouldn't he be able to pair up with the fishman Arlong, who possesses the dragon fruit, and easily defeat the vice admirals under the 4 emperors? Looking at the system package, the fruit inside appeared pure white, resembling a cat's paw. With its skin and flesh covered in spiral patterns, the white tiger fruit. Subai felt delighted. With a thought, the white tiger fruit materialized in his hand. Gillo, what I have here is the animal type, cat fruit, mythical Zoan type, white tiger form. If you eat it, you can have powerful abilities just like Arlong. Although the white tiger fruit was precious, Subai didn't care. He trusted the loyalty of his cadres, knowing that their significant power boost would also enhance the overall strength of the Shadow Corps. As the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai could use the continuous dark power generated by the Shadow Corps and the Shadow Kingdom to nourish his own strength. With a broader vision, Subai had the system's assistance and could acquire top-tier abilities from the worlds of One Piece and Kung Fu Panda through the big wheel. Why cling to just the ability of a mere devil fruit? As usual, eat this devil fruit and then describe the taste in detail. Klo eagerly extended his hands and took the white tiger fruit from Subai. He suppressed his excitement and carefully examined the snow-white skin of the fruit. During his 3 years of lurking in the Koya household, disguised as a butler, Klo had read countless books, including the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits. The encyclopedia was filled with annotations on various types of devil fruits, including the white tiger fruit, which belongs to the animal type cat fruit. This mythical Zoan white tiger fruit corresponds to the Eastern divine beast, the fierce god of war, and is one of the top 10 devil fruits within the animal type. Thank you for the young master's gift. Looking at the devil fruit in his palm, Klo's eyes showed a desperate thirst for power. As soon as he took a bite of the devil fruit, he would gain all the power contained within it. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, looked sharply at Klo, who was opening his mouth wide to tear into the fruit's flesh. Under Subai's directive, even though the devil fruit was incredibly unpalatable, Klo still devoured it completely, even savoring and licking his fingers clean. Young master, the taste of this white tiger fruit is exaggeratedly worse than what is recorded in the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits, nearly 10,000 times worse. The first bite released a burst of juice in my mouth, and a foul, salty, fishy taste rushed to my head, followed by a hint of sweetness. Before I could even taste that sweetness, my taste buds exploded with an overwhelming rusty flavor mixed with the rotten, sour taste of pickled fish innards, charging violently towards my stomach. Just from a first bite, I was numbed by this strange taste. By the time I reached the last bite, The initial fishy taste had completely vanished, replaced by a bitter and spicy mix, like dragon's breath chili accompanied by bile. Seeing Klo, who was usually so suave, turn pale, Su Bai's malicious curiosity was greatly satisfied. He forcibly suppressed a smile, then patted Klo's shoulder in a comforting manner and said, "Klo, now try to see if you can use the abilities of the devil fruit." After hearing Su Bai's reminder, Klo quickly reacted. He held his breath and focused on the changes within his body, then sank his energy into his dantian, gathering all his strength into his fists. Clang! The black cat paw gloves on Klo's hands shattered, and the 10 sharp blades attached to them fell to the ground, replaced by 10 sharp white claw-like tiger paws. Influenced by the abilities of the devil fruit, Klo could grow sharp tiger claws from his fists at will, and these claws were much harder than the original blades, making it convenient for Klo to attack enemies anytime and anywhere without the hassle of carrying and wearing gloves. Moreover, Klo could clearly feel a powerful force emerging within him, driving him to fight and crave battle. Aaron, spar with Klo and test his current combat strength. The fishman Aaron, standing beside Klo, nodded in agreement and immediately unleashed the power of the dragon fruit. His fists were instantly covered in deep blue dragon scales, and a dragon's roar echoed as he suddenly charged towards Klo, who was not far away. "Gillo, take these." Earlier, during their exchange, Aaron and Klo had been entangled for quite a while without defeating Klo. Now that young Master Su Bai had given them a chance to battle, Aaron wanted to perform well in front of Su Bai. Dragon on darts. Not only did dragon transformation appear on his fists, but deep blue dragon scales also emerged on Aaron's robust arms, with his muscular arms bulging, carrying immense power as they struck towards Klo. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, kicking up dust on the battlefield, obscuring the sky. Aaron wore a wary expression, clearly sensing that despite the fierce assault he had just unleashed, not a single punch had landed on Klo. "Aaron, I'm right here." Shadowless step extreme. In the swirling dust, a pitch-black figure darted back and forth. At this moment, Klo, empowered by the ability of the white tiger fruit, saw his speed surge from 4 seconds per 100 meters to under 3 seconds, and he could even go faster. Chapter 20. Recruiting the Hypnotist Zhang Ao. The new power granted by the system. Watching Klo moving swiftly through the dust, the fishman Arlong's eyes widened in anger. Calmly, he drew out his sharp cleaver, Zhanfeng, from behind and positioned it in front of him, then held his breath, focusing on Klo's figure. "Arlong, if you had observation haki, I might be a bit worried. But right now, you are not my opponent." Klo smirked wickedly as he continued to maneuver through the dust. His originally relaxed, open palm suddenly tightened into a fist. Activating the ability of the white tiger fruit, and 10 sharp, claw-like tiger talons burst forth from his fist. Klo continued to exert force beneath him, hiding in the swirling dust, rapidly executing his shadowless steps, racing towards the fishman Arlong. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Arlong, who had been holding his breath and concentrating, opened his eyes the moment Klo sped towards him. Utilizing his fishman's enhanced perception combined with a significant boost to his senses from the dragon fruit, he quickly reacted just as Klo was about to reach him, swinging Zhanfeng to directly block Klo's attack. "Klo, my dragon fruit is not inferior to yours," Arlong said proudly. He powered his core, stomping down with his legs, and in the blink of an eye, he had stomped down nearly 20 times. Then, using the powerful recoil, he launched himself towards Klo like a cannonball. Dragon bullet. Klo thought to himself that it was bad. He wanted to use his shadowless steps, but realized he didn't have time. So, he decisively abandoned the shadowless steps, crossing his arms to block in front of his chest, with his tiger claws facing outward, hoping to withstand Arlong's attack with the sharpness of the claws and the strength of his current body. With a fierce explosion sound, after taking the impact of Arlong's bullet, Klo was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, uncontrollably spitting out blood, signaling the end of this sparring session. Looking at Klo lying on the ground, Su Bai smiled slightly, using the Marine 6-style shave to quickly reach his side. He then pressed his palm against Klo's forehead, activating the magic ability of the dog talisman. A visible light beam of pale green surged into Klo's body, revitalizing him and healing his injuries. "Gillo, you haven't mastered the ability of the white tiger fruit for long, so it's natural you can't defeat Arlong now. Once you fully grasp the devil fruit's ability, even the Marine Admirals Kazuru and Akainu may not be your match." Su Bai comforted Klo and taught him how to utilize the shadow characteristics step by step. Then he arranged for him to retreat into the Shadow Kingdom to heal. If there was spare time, he could teach fishman Shiaoba some combat strategies. With Klo's figure completely retreating into the Shadow Kingdom, Subai and his group had already achieved half of their purpose for coming to Zilabu village. The final goal was to recruit the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hypnotist Zhang Yao, into the Shadow Legion and arrange for him to join Marines. Arlong, bring me that guy with the heart-shaped glasses, Subai said with sharp eyes, pointing coldly in the direction of the hypnotist Zhang Yao. Fishman Arlong understood instantly and activated the ability of the dragon fruit, his legs sprouting blue dragon scales. Then his muscles bulged as he powered forward towards Zhang Yao. The hypnotist Zhang Yao had been hiding in the cabin of the Black Cat Pirates, quietly observing the duel between Klo and Arlong through the cabin window. However, when he saw Klo kneeling before Subai, he was struck as if by lightning, unable to believe that the proud Klo would choose to surrender. Just as he witnessed Klo consuming a devil fruit, he saw Fishman Arlong racing towards him. Panic-stricken, Zhang Yao hurriedly pulled out his blade ring, hypnosis ring, from his pocket, assuming a combat stance to welcome Fishman Arlong. Hey, guy with the heart-shaped glasses, surrender quickly, or I'll knock your teeth out. Fishman Arlong laughed contemptuously, looking at the slender figure with gray hair, wearing a blue wide-brimmed hat and heart-shaped glasses, dressed in a blue coat and olive green pants, with white gloves on his hands, holding the blade ring, and a striped mushroom handle on his sharp chin. He cracked his knuckles and stepped closer to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's heart raced. He lowered his hat's brim, extending his arms and opening his palms, using fine threads to dangle the blade ring, attempting to hypnotize Fishman Arlong. 1-2. Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao nervously closed his eyes, repeatedly chanting the hypnosis mantra, praying to be able to hypnotize the powerful enemy Arlong before him. Hey, are you kidding me? Just as Zhang Yao nervously performed the hypnosis with his eyes closed, Fishman Arlong suddenly appeared beside him and said ominously. Zhang Yao was startled and trembled in fear. He opened his eyes, looking at Fishman Arlong's sharp teeth and serrated long nose, his legs shaking as he tried to suppress his panic and quickly step back to escape. Unfortunately, his thoughts were immediately seen through by Fishman Arlong. Arlong calmly drew his cleaver Zhanfeng from behind, his murderous intent radiating as he approached Zhang Yao, saying, "As long as you are willing to surrender, I will take you to meet our young master, and you will gain immense power just like Klo." Fishman Arlong's words were highly tempting. Just when the hypnotist Zhang Yao was indecisive, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, used the power of the chicken talisman and swiftly flew into the cabin of the Black Cat Pirates, appearing before Zhang Yao. "Zhang Yao, I see potential in your abilities. Become an officer of my Shadow Legion, and I will grant you great power, just like him, Arlong and Klo." Subai's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The moment he spoke these highly tempting words, Zhang Yao instantly affirmed his inner thoughts. He took off his blue, wide-brimmed hat, bowed gentlemanly before Subai, and respectfully addressed him as young master. "All right, once you bear the mark of our Shadow Legion, you will completely become one of us and possess great power. Those who recognize the times are wise." Subai greatly appreciated the hypnotist Zhang Yao, walking beside him with a satisfied expression, then extending his hands to rest on Zhang Yao's shoulders. A massive dark power surged from Subai's body, flowing down his arms like a gentle stream into Zhang Yao's body. Chapter 21. Mission completed, gaining Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki. As the dark power continued to flow in, a layer of unique tattoos from the Shadow Legion appeared on Zhang Yao's body, the color deepening until it covered his entire skin. Just as the dark power completely consumed the hypnotist Zhang Yao's soul, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8th talent from the local dimension. The host is rewarded with a devil fruit, superhuman type, dance fruit. Another devil fruit has been added to the inventory, and Subai is not surprised by this. He carefully browses the simple information of the dance fruit in the system package. After getting a general understanding, he thinks of it, and a devil fruit covered in spiral patterns suddenly appears in his black robe. Subai's gaze is determined as he calmly pulls out the dance fruit from his black robe and, in front of hypnotist Zhang Yao, hands over this precious devil fruit to him, saying nonchalantly, "Zhang Yao, this is the superhuman type, dance fruit. If you eat it, you will gain powerful abilities just like Kuro and Alone." From the information displayed by the system, it can be inferred that the superhuman type, dance fruit, is somewhat similar to Perona's ghost fruit and Foxy's slow fruit. Their commonality lies in the ability to exert effects on others or objects outside of the user, thereby achieving control or influence over the target state. However, these devil fruit users share the same weakness. The The maintenance of these effects is closely related to the user's own state. If the user is defeated, unconscious, or dead, the abilities applied to other things will become ineffective. Just like the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion, after being defeated by Luffy. The islands floating in the air due to the float fruit ability would fall down. In the Dressrosa Kingdom, Donquixote Doflamingo's family officer Sugar, after being scared unconscious by Usopp, would revert back to her original form due to the hobby fruit ability. This devil fruit is related to dance, which should be just to your liking. Although Zhang Ao prides himself as a hypnotist, his proficiency in dance far exceeds that of hypnosis. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a dancer. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. The excited Zhang Ao trembles as he removes the burgundy heart-shaped glasses from his face, revealing his heart-shaped eyes filled with glistening tears. His heart is a mix of shock and delight, and he very consciously extends his hands, carefully accepting the superhuman type, dance fruit handed to him by the Shadow Corps young master, Subai. Looking at the heavy dance fruit in his hands, Zhang Ao can't help but widen his eyes and closely examine it. The shape of this devil fruit is somewhat similar to a banana, with a burgundy exterior and a surface covered in intricate spiral patterns. Gently cutting the fruit skin with a fruit knife reveals a light pink flesh inside, which even emits a wonderful fragrance. Zhang Ao, according to the old rules of the Shadow Corps, you must eat this devil fruit entirely and then explain the taste in detail. Under the watchful eyes of Subai, Black Shadow alone, Black Shadow Klo, Black Shadow Koby, and others, the hypnotist Zhang Ao excitedly picked up the devil fruit. Then, with all his might, he opened his mouth wide, took a bite, and sank his teeth into the explosive, light pink flesh. The moment Zhang Ao's sharp teeth pierced the fruit skin, a foul smell instantly rushed into his nose and mouth. This smell even had a refreshing effect. Zhang Ao had just taken a bite and hadn't completely swallowed it yet when he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if his intestines were violently rejecting the devil fruit. Cough, cough, this devil fruit is even worse than shit. Tears welling in his eyes. Zhang Ao's face twisted in discomfort as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Pinching his nose with his left hand, he forced himself to chew and swallow the remaining devil fruit in large bites. And within a minute, the enormous dance fruit was completely consumed. Zhang Ao, how does it taste? It must be wonderful, right? Ha ha ha. Subai, wearing a mischievous smile, looked at Zhang Ao with great anticipation. Zhang Ao slowly got up from the ground, coughed a few times while rubbing his throat, then took a deep breath of foul air, looking at the Black Shadow Legion's young master Subai with a strange expression, and pitifully replied, Young master, I used to hear others say that the devil fruit is super disgusting, but I didn't believe it. Now it really feels like falling into a cesspit and being forced to choke on a few bites of shit, then having my mouth mixed with a blend of chili and mustard. It's stinky, fishy, spicy, and incredibly salty. Subai, satisfied with his dark humor, burst into laughter and comfortingly patted Zhang Ao's shoulder. At that moment, the magic of the dog talisman activated, and a faint green energy flowed into Zhang Ao's body, alleviating his discomfort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the newcomer task 6. System rewards are being distributed. Name: Subai subordinates. Black Shadow alone, Black Shadow Shiaoba, Black Shadow Koby, Black Shadow Koby, Black Shadow Legia, Black Shadow Barumber, Black Shadow Klo, Black Shadow Zhang Ao, 1513 Ordinary Black Shadow Ninjas, 5 Black Shadow, Giant Claw Ninjas, 10 Night Bat Ninjas, 50 Troll Ninjas. Abilities: Navy's 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Basic Observation Haki special abilities, Dog Talisman, Chicken Talisman items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps buffs, None Subordinate Forces, EastSea Cocoa West Village, Shellstown, West Rob Village. Successfully completing Newcomer Task 6, Subai received the system rewards of Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, further enhancing his strength. Conqueror's Haki? Let's find some people to practice on. Conqueror's Haki is the rarest among the 3 types of Haki. It is a kingly quality that cannot be learned through training. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki can intimidate, shock, and even feint enemies without lifting a finger, but if not controlled well, it can also affect those around them. Conversely, if the Haki reaches a higher level, it can exert overwhelming pressure. With a thought, Subai summoned over 1,000 Black Shadow ninjas from the Black Shadow Kingdom, then stood alone among the crowd. The effect of Conqueror's Haki activated, and a kingly pressure erupted from his body, spreading outwards. In an instant, the Conqueror's Haki released by Subai enveloped over 1,000 Black Shadow ninjas present. These ninjas, already on high alert, had no time to react before they suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure descending upon them. and then they all rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground in various poses. Fainting. Chapter 22. The Extraordinary Power of Observation Haki. Setting off to Orange Town. Looking at the fallen ninjas, Tsubai laughed heartily, never expecting the power of Conqueror's Haki to be so tyrannical. He simply released his internal pressure, and 1,000 people lost their combat ability. If Conqueror's Haki is so strong, what kind of miraculous effects will Observation Haki produce? Dressed in a black cloak, Tsubai was in a great mood. He reached up to remove his hat, then squinted his purple eyes. With a thought, the sharp Observation Haki rapidly spread outwards. Observation Haki is a powerful ability in the world of One Piece, belonging to one of the 3 types of Haki. Just like the Conqueror's Haki that Tsubai just released. According to the explanation of Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates and known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Haki is a latent power that all humans possess in the world of One Piece. This power is an innate ability, similar to Oran Intimidation, existing like an instinct. However, the vast majority of people cannot realize this power or attempt to exert it, but fail to do so throughout their lives. The power that allows one to strongly perceive the sounds of others is called Observation Haki. Once this power is enhanced, one can read the location, number, and the next actions of enemies outside of their line of sight. Observation Haki is closely related to the mind. It requires calmness to ensure its use, and it cannot be used in situations of emotional agitation or loss of reason. Observation Haki has various functions, significantly enhancing the user's 5 senses, including the ability to perceive attacks, predict the opponent's next move, sense the strength and weakness of living beings, perceive their emotions and thoughts, and sense the location and number of objects outside of their visual range. These are the basic abilities of Observation Haki, with range and strength varying from person to person. In the storyline of the Sky Island Skypiea, Enel, the owner of the Rumble Rumble fruit and who calls himself God, has skillfully mastered the early stages of Observation Haki. With the lightning abilities granted by his Devil Fruit, combined with his mind network, he can extend his abilities to eavesdrop on the conversations and thoughts of everyone on the island. If someone harbors rebellious thoughts, he will swiftly deliver God's judgment and kill those with ill intentions. Observation Haki can even foresee the future, but reaching this level is extremely difficult. Even Rayleigh described it by saying that there are people in the world whose Observation Haki can foresee the future. In the Whole Cake Island arc, Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, is able to see a short period into the future. During his battle with Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy also enhances his Observation Haki to the level where he can see parts of the future. Dodging and predicting attacks are just the basic operations of Observation Haki, rather than truly foreseeing the future. This demonstrates how difficult it is to elevate Observation Haki to the level of foresight. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without achieving such a state, or even getting close to it. Centered around Tsubai, he releases his Observation Haki, which radiates outward and instantly envelopes the entire Sarub village. Every corner of the village is under Tsubai's monitoring, even the water droplets falling from leaves, the worms poking their heads out of the soft soil, and the trembling mice hiding in the weeds. As long as they are within the range of his Observation Haki, Tsubai can clearly perceive their movements and changes. He just needs to acquire Armament Haki to complete the trio of Haki in the world of One Piece. Logically speaking, you should be able to continue spinning the lucky draw wheel now, right? The system's mechanical voice did not sound for a long time, which made Tsubai somewhat puzzled. He had already recruited the hypnotist Zango into the Shadow Corps. So shouldn't he that count as completing Newcomer Task 7? Why hasn't the system issued the reward yet? Just as Tsubai was wondering, the system's mechanical voice finally sounded, kindly explaining. Currently, the hypnotist Zango has not yet joined the Navy. So the Newcomer Task 7 issued by the system has not been completed, and the host is encouraged to continue working hard. Listening to the system's explanation, Tsubai was momentarily stunned, and then he suddenly realized that arranging Zango into the Navy shouldn't be difficult at all. Just with Zango's current superhuman ability, the Dance Fruit, he would surely attract the attention of high-ranking officials in the Navy. Ding! Newcomer Task is being issued again. Newcomer Task 8. Defeat the East Blue Tyrant, the Buggy Pirates, and recruit the Demon Man, Ajin, into the Shadow Corps. Reward. One of the Zodiac charms from Jackie Chan Adventures, the Yin-Yang Balanced Tiger Charm. Newcomer Task 9. Destroy the Buggy Pirates in Orange Town and hand over Buggy the Clown and all his subordinates to the Navy. Reward. Basic Armament Haki. Newcomer Task 10. Defeat the Navy colonel stationed in Rog Town, Smoker, a smoke fruit user, and implant the Shadow Corps mark within him. Reward: one of the Zodiac charms from Jackie Chan Adventures, the incredible Strength Ox charm. Note: completing the above 3 newcomer tasks will reward the host with 2 chances to spin the lucky draw wheel. Newcomer tasks end here. For Subai, the immediate priority is to arrange the hypnotist Zango into the Navy first, and after completing the system's newcomer task 7, he can use the lucky draw wheel to acquire new abilities. He sets sail towards Orange Town, where there is a Navy branch, allowing Zango to respond to the Navy's recruitment himself. After roughly planning the sailing route, Subai concentrated, waved his hand, and the officers and soldiers of the Shadow Corps instantly received the order. Following that, everyone orderly entered the Shadow Kingdom, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared on a large ship flying the flag of the Shadow Corps, leisurely sailing out of Usopp's hometown, Sirub Village, and heading towards Orange Town. The East Blue was rippling with waves, and the surging sea was constantly crashing against the ship that Subai and the others were on. Coupled with the harsh weather and the trials of strong winds and rain, this voyage was much more difficult than previous ones. Because of this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, fervently hoped for an excellent navigator among his subordinates to steer the ship through the waves and sail freely across the sea. He wondered about the abilities of the captain of the East Blue Tyrant Buggy Pirates, the demon man Ajin. Would having him as a navigator lead them off course? Perhaps it would be better to make him a pure combat member of the Shadow Corps. Chapter 23. The Bartai Restaurant. 1 month later, East Blue, the Samba Sea, with a cool breeze and a clear blue sky, the blazing sun shining down, the surging waves crashing against the ship that Subai and his crew were on. Arlong, Koby, steer the ship. Let us head to the Bartai restaurant located nearby for lunch. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, casually said this. His capable aides, Arlong and Koby, quickly took action upon hearing this, controlling the helm and turning the ship's bow at high speed towards the east, the direction where the famous Bartai restaurant was located. In the One Piece manga, Bartai is a famous floating restaurant located in the East Blue Samba Sea, shaped like a giant multi-functional ship with fish-shaped bows at both ends. To prevent battles from damaging the restaurant's interior, large semicircular platforms were built on both sides of the ship, known as the fighting grounds, floating platforms that can be activated from the bottom of the ship to the sides, allowing the entire ship to easily switch to battle mode. As the most famous restaurant in the East Blue, many people come here specifically to taste the delicious dishes made by the owner and chef, Redleg Zeph. Even important figures from the Navy come to dine here. Who has better cooking skills, Zeph or Sanji? Perhaps recruiting Redleg Zeph into my Shadow Corps as a chef would be a good choice. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, styled with a handsome, slick-back hairstyle, wearing a sharp black suit with a pure white shirt and a wine-red bow tie, playfully tugged at the buttons of his cuffs. He then leaned against the ship's railing, straightened his back, raised his head, and gazed meaningfully at the massive sea kings leaping on the horizon. After days of sailing on the sea, Subai personally experienced the taste of torment. 3 days of Sea King barbecue and 5 days of a full Sea King feast. Despite the variety of Sea Kings and cooking methods, the monotonous flavors had made Subai somewhat impatient. Now, Subai desperately needed a top chef to cook for him, so he could leisurely command his subordinates to sail freely on the sea without worrying about what to eat today, tomorrow, and in the future. After a continuous day and night of sailing, the large ship carrying the Shadow Corps finally caught sight of the renowned Bartai restaurant. Koby and Little Eight, you two steer the ship closer. Later, I, along with Klo, Arlong, and Zango, will board Bartai. Let us enjoy a good meal today. The handsome young man Subai softly commanded. Suddenly, a dark circle appeared on the ground beside him, and 2 members of the Shadow Corps emerged from it. It was Klo and Little Eight, who had recovered from their injuries. They respectfully bowed to Subai, and then Little Eight went with Koby to steer the ship, while Klo stood behind Subai like a bodyguard and housekeeper. After summoning Shiaoba and Kailu, Subai's mind shifted, instantly calling forth over 300 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps to stay on the ship. Change into these clothes, and follow me onto the Bartai to meet the renowned Redleg Zep. Looking at his subordinates dressed in various dirty, old clothes, Subai helplessly covered his face. He took out several brand new black suits from his system package, handing them to Kailu, Arlong, Crocodile, Zango, Shiaoba, and others, signaling them to change into the outfits and dress appropriately. Everyone quickly changed, and in an instant, a group of suit-clad ruffians made a grand entrance. Kailu changed his previous appearance, now sporting a slick-back hairstyle similar to Subai's, wearing light-reflecting black-framed glasses, a white collared shirt underneath, a pure black suit over it, a wine-red patterned tie around his neck, and shiny leather shoes, resembling a mafia boss. Arlong, the fishman, looked entirely different from Keilu. He wore a black top hat, pure black sunglasses, and while he also had on a white shirt, the collar buttons were undone, exposing his muscular chest, with rolled-up sleeves, giving him a rebellious look that intimidated others. Among Subai's group, Shiaoba's outfit was the most exaggerated. It seemed he had somehow acquired a gold chain as thick as a thumb, which he wore around his neck, and on his right side, he had a pistol embedded with emeralds, while on the left, he had 6 sharp knives known as Lianquai Dao Wushigong. At that moment, Shiaoba looked just like a wealthy tycoon, which made Subai, Arlong, and the others burst into uncontrollable laughter. Clothes make the man, and with such a flamboyant appearance, they were sure to turn heads. In high spirits, the group swaggered into the Bartai restaurant led by the Shadow Corps young master, Subai. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please follow me this way." Just as Subai and his party stepped over the threshold of the Bartai, a tall and robust chef, over 2 meters tall, with a bushy beard, a pink scarf around his neck, and a white apron hanging from his waist, greeted them with a fawning smile and led them to a large round table. "Gentlemen, let me briefly introduce myself. I am Patty, the chef of the Bartai restaurant. Here is the menu. Please let me know if you need anything." Patty grinned widely and respectfully handed the thick menu to Subai, standing by the table with an eager expression. Subai immediately understood Patty's intentions. He boldly pulled out a thick stack of berries from his pocket and said meaningfully, "Patty, bring me all the specialty dishes and fine wines from your restaurant. The rest will be your tip, and it's best not to let anyone disturb us while we dine." Seeing the thick stack of berries in Subai's hand, Patty was stunned for a few seconds, then he solemnly took all the berries, confidently slapped his sturdy chest, and assured, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will go prepare the ingredients in the kitchen right away." I must say, Patty's efficiency was impressive. After Subai finished ordering, it hadn't been half an hour before the kitchen served all the dishes. There were giant Sea King barbecue from the windless zone, steamed giant squid from the North Sea, exquisite Weinidolus Brugistain, seafood risotto, seafood treasure curry soup, elephant tuna dish, Imus caviar, and Charlotte black pepper steak. A variety of dishes dazzled Subai's group, whetting their appetites, and, as the last dish arrived, they began to feast without caring about their image. Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious food, a gigantic naval warship near the Bartai clashed with a small pirate ship. With cannon fire erupting, a dark cannonball, influenced by unknown factors, smashed into the room where the Barty chef, Red Leg Zep, was located. Ouch! Which bastard did that? It hurts like hell. Chapter 24. The Troublemaker Iron Fist Hoppity. Sanji's furious rebuke. The loud cannon fire caused screams in the Bartai restaurant. Keilu and Arlong were about to get up to check the situation when Subai yanked them back into their seats. "Don't worry. It's just the Navy dealing with a small pirate crew. Let's continue enjoying our meal and not pay attention to that." Since their young master said it was fine, Keilu and the others didn't take it seriously and continued to enjoy the food on the table. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Bartai restaurant, a fully armed squad of Navy soldiers marched in, followed by a stylish couple dressed elegantly. The newcomers were Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy headquarters, known as Iron Fist, and his girlfriend. Under the guidance of Chef Patty, they gracefully sat at a window-side table in the cabin, enjoying exquisite steaks. "Look, sitting there is Lieutenant Hoppity from the Navy headquarters. They really are a handsome couple. So handsome, so elegant." Pretending to be dignified, Hoppity smirked at the compliments from nearby patrons, gazing affectionately at his beautiful companion. He then casually snapped his fingers and loudly called for the waiter. In the kitchen, Sanji, with his blonde hair, quietly took out a bottle of fine red wine, wrapping it in a clean white cloth. With one hand in his pocket and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he leisurely approached Hoppity's table and very gentlemanly poured them both a glass of rich red wine. "Cheers!" Hoppity held the wine glass, gently swirling it a couple of times, then clinked glasses with the beautiful lady before him. Clink! The crisp sound of clinking glasses rang out. Hoppity took a sip of the fine red wine, closing his eyes in enjoyment, exclaiming, "Delicious! This taste, this aroma, must be the fragrance of the land from the northern country, Mikkel, right? A slight sourness with a rich spiciness. This must be the finest red wine, Idolus Brugistain. Am I right, waiter?" Though Hoppity's voice was not loud, all the patrons in the restaurant could hear him. Everyone looked at him in shock, and he proudly glanced at Sanji at the table, hoping for his cooperation. "No, this guest, the soup is getting cold. so please drink it quickly to avoid waste. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, then placed the red wine bottle steadily on the table, unveiling the wine label beneath the white cloth. The label was completely different from what Hoppity expected, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed after preparing his pretentious remarks. Sanji pulled out a silver soup spoon and handed it to Hoppity, reminding him to drink the clear soup on the table promptly, or it would cool down and affect the taste. By the way, I'm not a waiter. I'm the sous chef of this restaurant, Sanji. All the waiters ran away yesterday. After handing the spoon to Hobody, Sanji turned around and walked away without looking back. He walked slowly towards the kitchen, reminding Hobody coolly to drink the soup quickly. Hobody looked at Sanji's back in confusion, while the beauty before him covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her silver, bell-like laughter at that moment felt like sharp steel needles, constantly pricking at Hobody's heart. He had wanted to show off his knowledge in front of everyone, but instead, he made a huge mistake and embarrassed himself publicly, which ignited a surge of unnamed anger within him. Damn it, that guy actually dared to make me look foolish in front of everyone. It's simply unforgivable. Just as Hobody was fuming with a dark expression, a small centipede was wriggling incessantly near his feet under the table. Looking at the wriggling insect, a wicked smile crept onto Hobody's face. He lifted his foot and stepped on the insect, then picked up its corpse and stealthily tossed it into the clear soup before him, then shouted angrily, "Waiter, do you serve soup with bugs in it to your customers?" At that moment, Subai and others sitting in the corner turned their eyes towards Hobody, their gazes filled with meaning. Even a fool could understand that Hobody was slandering and trying to cause trouble for Sanji. Zhang Ao, this guy is a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters. He might cause some trouble later. Just be responsible for saving him and then follow him to the Navy headquarters to respond to the conscription. The hypnotist Zhang Ao understood and focused his gaze on the troublemaking Hobody. "I'm sorry, sir, but I have no expertise in insects." In response to Hobody's question, Sanji wore a mocking and insightful expression, replying meaningfully to the troublemaker in front of him, which caused other diners in the restaurant, including Hobody's girlfriend, to burst into laughter. Hearing the mocking laughter from everyone present, Hobody could no longer control his explosive temper. His eyes widened in fury as he slammed his fist down like an iron claw, instantly shattering the sturdy wooden table into pieces. Bang! The sound of the table breaking echoed, and the soup in the porcelain bowls spilled everywhere. Sanji, squatting on one knee with a pained expression, reached out to pick up the insect's corpse from the soup and said angrily, "Can't you just remove the insect's corpse to drink it?" This soup took 3 days and nights to carefully remove the bitterness. Hearing Sanji's words, Hobody angrily lifted his leg and stomped down hard on the palm Sanji had pressed on the soup, then arrogantly shouted, "I'm a customer, a paying customer. The customer is God, do you understand?" Hobody's beautiful girlfriend wanted to persuade him not to create trouble, but he was too angry to listen, even forcefully shaking her off and throwing her to the ground. "Can money fill your stomach? I'm asking you, can money fill your stomach?" With a dark expression, Sanji spat out the cigarette he was holding, a hint of rage flashing in his eyes. Then he unleashed his powerful leg technique, and in the blink of an eye, he knocked the Navy Lieutenant Hobody unconscious, blood oozing from his body. "Don't waste food on me. Going against a chef at sea is like seeking your own death. Remember that." After saying this, Sanji casually tossed the momentarily unconscious Hobody aside in front of everyone, then very gentlemanly bowed to Hobody's beautiful girlfriend, feeling deeply sorry for scaring such an elegant and beautiful woman. Chapter 25, The Hungry Demon Akin. Just when everyone thought the little incident had ended, the door of the restaurant bar tie was pushed open again, and a soldier in a blue and white Navy uniform rushed in. He hurried over to Hobody and shook him awake. "Lieutenant Hobody, it's bad. We let the pirate Crick's subordinates escape. To track down Crick's gang, we sent out 7 men and barely caught them." After waking from his faint, Navy Lieutenant Hobody's eyes widened in horror upon hearing what his subordinate said, incredulously replying, "How is that possible? When we caught him 3 days ago, he was almost starving, and we didn't give him anything to eat afterward." Hobody's voice wasn't very loud, but all the customers in the restaurant heard it. The customers, terrified, held their heads and trembled, saying, "Crick's gang? Aren't they known as the strongest pirate crew in the EastSea?" Upon hearing the news that the Creek pirates were about to arrive at the floating restaurant bar tie, the customers, who were initially enjoying their meals elegantly, instantly turned into a chaotic crowd. This left Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'm terribly sorry, Lieutenant." Before the Navy soldier could finish speaking, an unexpected guest walked into the restaurant. This guy was wearing a dark green t-shirt, draped with a coat adorned with a red snake pattern, matching pants, and a blue and white striped bandana on his head. He held a cane with a ball-shaped design in his left hand and a double-barreled pistol in his right. A fierce glint flashed in his otherwise dull eyes as he ruthlessly fired several shots at the Navy soldiers standing in front of him. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out, and the restaurant fell silent. Customers covered their mouths in fear, terrified that even the slightest sound would provoke the ferocious pirate in front of them. Anything will do, as long as it's food. I'm about to starve. The one who spoke was Ajin, the battle commander of the Creek pirates. Known as the Demon Man at this moment, he looked disheveled and downcast, holding his growling stomach with his left hand while casually resting his right leg on the dining table, emotionlessly ordering the chef, Patty, who stood beside him with a fawning expression, to quickly bring him something to eat. All the chefs and customers present were terrified upon seeing the fearsome appearance of the ghost mannequin. But only Su Bai and his companions in the corner of the restaurant remained indifferent. They continued to enjoy the delicious food on their table with great elegance, completely ignoring the conflict between Ghost Mannequin and the chefs. Chloe, this guy is our target here at the bar tie. After we finish our meal, you go and bring him to me. Chloe, who was carefully slicing a premium steak, carefully set down his silver knife and fork upon hearing Su Bai's instructions, elegantly picked up the white napkin on the table to wipe the grease from his mouth, and then replied leisurely, "Don't worry, young master. I got this covered." Hearing Chloe's words, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, felt pleased. He inadvertently glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates standing at the entrance of Bartai, and then instructed Shiaoba and Koby to invite Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp over to join them for the meal. Patty, bring me 10 bottles of premium red wine and 10 servings of boneless steak, and also 10 servings of grilled sea king meat, along with some vegetable salad. Patty, who had just knocked the famished and exhausted ghost mannequin to the ground, quickly walked over with a flattering expression upon hearing Su Bai's orders. After swiftly recording the needed dishes, he hurried back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, after receiving the invitation from the fishmen Shiaoba and Koby, approached Su Bai's table with skepticism. After witnessing Su Bai leisurely devour a large piece of medium-rare premium steak, their vigilance dropped to its lowest point. They eagerly scrambled for the delicacies on the table, and before long, they became very close to Su Bai and his group. Although there was tension between Alone and Nami, and between Usopp and Kuro, after a few rounds of drinks, they stopped overthinking it and began to act like brothers, putting their arms around each other's shoulders. Watching the harmony among everyone, Su Bai continued to slowly use his knife and fork to cut into the premium steak in front of him, though a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Among pirates, things were not as scheming as one might imagine. The Straw Hat crew was quite interesting. Just as Su Bai was in a great mood and feeling sentimental, he saw the chef Patty in the restaurant fiercely kicking the demon-akin, while saying, "If you can't pay, then you're not a guest anymore. Our restaurant doesn't allow broke people in. Don't let me see you again. Get out." Patty looked just like a big pirate, which made Navy Lieutenant Hobody tremble in fear, as he muttered to himself in shock, "I've had enough. I don't want to deal with this restaurant anymore. I won't come back." Lieutenant Hobody led his Navy soldiers out of the Bartai restaurant in disgrace. Meanwhile, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, signaled his subordinate, the hypnotist Zhang Ao, to follow Hobody, ready to use his abilities to ensure Hobody safely returned to the Navy headquarters, and then leverage his connections to become a part of the Navy. Su Bai and his group watched Zhang Ao leave the team without feeling sad or melancholic, continuing to enjoy the food on the table. About half an hour later, Su Bai, the refined young master of the Shadow Legion, put down his knife and fork and picked up a white napkin to wipe his greasy mouth. He then raised his head, looked at his subordinates Shiaoba and Koby beside him, and instructed them to leave the restaurant immediately and swim to follow the small boat of demon-akin to the lair of EastSea Overlord Kirok. Shiaoba, Koby, don't alert the snake. After arriving at Kirok's pirate group's lair, send a message back through the Shadow Kingdom. Shiaoba and Koby stood up in unison and quickly walked toward the restaurant door, then jumped into the surging sea with a splash, quietly following Akin's small boat toward a giant python-shaped island. Chapter 26. The Strongest Pirate Fleet, Admiral Kirok. EastSea, Samba's Sea Area, Akmish Island. The current lair of the Kirok pirate group. So was that Chef Sanji saved your life, allowing you to return, right? Akin, now exhausted, stood trembling in front of Captain Kirok, who questioned him without any emotion. Akin was momentarily stunned by the panic, then stammered, "Why yes, but I never expected our main ship to become like this after coming back from the Grand Line. Grateful to Chef Sanji, Akin wanted to explain to Captain Kurok. But thinking of Kurok's ruthless nature, he feared it would harm his savior Sanji, so he decisively abandoned his explanation and cleverly changed the subject. Kurok, with his legs crossed, looked at Akin with amusement, then raised the corners of his mouth meaningfully, anticipating what Akin would say next. Akin lowered his head, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He had been by Kurok's side for several years and knew exactly what Kurok was thinking. Captain Kurok, I'll lead the way to the Bartai restaurant. Seeing his subordinate Akin so perceptive, Kurok subtly lowered the muzzle of the double-barreled gun hidden in his black armor, feigning concern for his subordinate, and laughed heartily. He then waved his hand, signaling all soldiers to board the ship and set sail for the Bartai restaurant. The waves rippled, clouds swirled, and dark clouds loomed overhead. At the edge of the sea, a small black dot appeared hazily. Luffy, who was serving as a waiter in the restaurant, was holding a large pile of miscellaneous items in his arms. With a serious expression, he tilted his head and stared at the sea outside the window, remaining still for a long time, which attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. "Hey, Straw Hat, what did you see? You've been staring for so long." The dining customers jokingly inquired of Luffy. Seeing that Luffy didn't respond, they followed his gaze outside, only to discover a small black dot on the turbulent sea, which seemed to be a pirate ship approaching the direction of Bartai, getting closer and closer. The restaurant fell silent, all customers and chefs holding their breath, intently watching the pirate ship on the sea. At that moment, a female customer's expression changed drastically, and she let out a piercing scream in fear. That ship is from the Krieg pirates, the Don Krieg ship." Instantly, a fearful atmosphere enveloped the entire restaurant. The customers, unable to continue their meals, stood up one after another, shouting to leave Bartai. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't panic. Our Bartai restaurant has complete defense measures." Just as the head chef Zeph and sous chef Sanji were trying to calm the agitated and fearful emotions of the customers, the Don Krieg ship, carrying the crew of the Krieg pirates, approached the floating restaurant Bartai. As soon as they discovered the traces of the Krieg pirates, Bartai had deployed battle platforms on both sides, originally intended for defense, but inadvertently became a landing ramp for the Krieg pirates. Large groups of pirate soldiers jumped off the Don Krieg ship and quickly surrounded the entire floating restaurant Bartai. The chefs on Bartai, each wielding giant knives and forks, stood guard near the restaurant, intending to block the entry of the pirates. "Akin, help me in." The tall, purple-haired leader of the Krieg pirates, wrapped in hard black armor and draped in a mink coat, weakly leaned on his subordinate Akin. Akin struggled to support him as they slowly made their way toward the entrance of Bartai under the watchful eyes of both pirates and chefs. Creak! The thick wooden door of the restaurant emitted a harsh sound as the leader and Akin pushed it open with great difficulty. Breathing heavily, they raised their heads with great effort, looking toward the direction of the chefs, and slowly pleaded, "I'm sorry, can you give me water and food? I have money. I can pay as much as you want. I don't even remember the last time I ate. Please, give me water and food." With the support of Akin, Captain Creek lowered his posture so much that the chefs and customers in the restaurant found it hard to believe that this man, who lacked both charisma and authority, was actually Captain Creek, the notorious pirate admiral who dominated the East Sea with a fleet of 50 pirate ships. Faced with the ridicule and disdain from those nearby, the starving Captain Creek was completely powerless to rebut or teach them a lesson. His vision darkened, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed forward, weak and uncontrollable. This sudden scene frightened his loyal subordinate, Demon Akin. Akin, frantic, widened his eyes and shouted towards the chefs, "Please, please help us save our captain. He is really about to starve to death. He hasn't eaten anything for several days. If this continues, he will die." In response to Akin's desperate pleas, the customers and chefs in the restaurant remained indifferent, and even Chef Patty laughed heartily, replying to Akin in a cheerful tone, "Ah, this is wonderful. Is this the true face of the famous villain, Captain Creek? You still want us to save you? Don't dream. Contact the Navy immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with him in such a weakened state. Don't give him anything to eat. Just capture him." Hearing Chef Patty's cruel words, Akin clenched his fists in anger, and just as he was about to explode, he suddenly heard the cold mockery from nearby customers. Patty is right. If Captain Creek regains his strength, who knows what he might do? He deserves to starve for all the evil he has done. The cold taunts continued for a long time, and Akin, feeling ashamed, lowered his head and helplessly shed tears of regret. At that moment, however, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, signaled to his companion Klo to bring a plate of steak and a bottle of unopened red wine to Akin and Creek. Young master, the blonde-haired sous chef just brought a large portion of seafood fried rice to Creek and them. Should I still deliver the steak? Preparing to take the steak and wine to the fallen Creek, sous chef Sanji emerged from the kitchen, slowly walking out with a mountain of seafood fried rice and a large cup of pure water in his hands, casually holding a burning cigarette in his mouth, and nonchalantly placed the food in front of Creek. Take it, Akin, let him eat. Chapter 27. Defending Baratai. Admiral Creek's ambition. After receiving Sanji's gift, Captain Krieg was moved to tears as he wolfed down the steaming seafood fried rice in front of him. The mountain-high fried rice was nothing to him, who was ravenous, and within 10 minutes, not a single grain of rice was left. I'll come back to life. This is the best seafood fried rice I've ever had. Captain Krieg, with a satisfied expression, stroked his bulging belly, grinning broadly and laughing loudly. Then, with a fierce shout towards everyone, he suddenly punched his savior Sanji, sending him flying. Akin, who witnessed his savior being knocked away, stared in disbelief, his body trembling with anger as he raised his head to question Captain Krieg. Captain Krieg, this is not what we agreed upon. The condition for bringing you here was that you wouldn't touch this restaurant, especially since that man is our savior. Captain Krieg ignored Akin's words, laughing scornfully, but then his expression darkened as he extended a strong arm, gripping Akin's right shoulder like a vice, lifting him off the ground. Akin, are you teaching me how to do things? A surge of power hit Akin's right shoulder, and he instantly lost feeling. He struggled in pain, but Captain Krieg gave him no chance to escape, continuing to grip his shoulder tightly until Akin fainted from the agony. Only then did Captain Krieg casually toss him aside. Thanks for the hospitality. It was delicious. I feel reborn. Captain Krieg looked around with a sinister grin. His fierce appearance frightened the customers in the restaurant, causing them to scream in panic, and they fled the restaurant, leaving their unfinished meals behind. In an instant, the spacious restaurant was left with only Sue by Luffy and their group. All the other customers had vanished. This restaurant is not bad. This ship is now mine. Hearing Krieg's intention to attack Baratai, the knocked-out Sanji struggled to sit up, his face pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with sarcastic anger as he stared at Krieg, saying, "As expected, it is like this. Humph. Our ship has become dilapidated, and we need a new one. After you're done with your work, you'll have to get off my ship." After saying this, Krieg gritted his teeth, raised his arm to point at the ship outside Baratai, the Delhi-Donnet Sabrel, and continued. Right now, I still have about 100 subordinates alive on my ship, all starving and seriously injured. First, prepare 100 portions of water and food for me. Some have already starved to death. Get it here immediately. Krieg's arrogant tone made the chefs listen with displeasure. At that moment, the hot-tempered chef Karn roared angrily in the restaurant. You knew those pirates would attack this ship, and you still want us to help them? I refuse. Facing Karn's refusal, Krieg narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, Refuse? Don't get it wrong. I'm not placing an order. I'm commanding you. No one is allowed to resist me. Hearing this, the violent chef's Potty and Karn's eyes turned darker. In perfect unison, they shouldered their giant forks and knives and led a group of chefs to surround the arrogant Captain Krieg. Just as they were about to launch an attack on Krieg, Chef Potty, wearing a white apron, quickly pulled out a lobster cannon wrapped in white cloth from underneath the front desk and with all his strength hoisted it onto his shoulder, aiming it at Captain Krieg's position and kindly greeted him. Mr. Krieg, have you had enough? How about trying this dessert? The steel dessert is very delicious. Food poisoning cannon, fire. Chef Potty shouted with a hoarse voice, his rough fingers pulling the trigger. A golden beam erupted from the lobster cannon's barrel, shooting towards Captain Krieg's position. Bang, bang, bang. The entire Baratai restaurant was enveloped in golden beams, followed by deafening explosions. Captain Krieg, caught off guard, had no time to react before he was hit by several rounds from the lobster cannon. The powerful impact sent him tumbling backward, crashing into the ruins of the cannon pit. Damn stinking chef. Cough, cough. Smoke filled the restaurant. The neatly arranged wooden tables and heavy doors were reduced to splinters by the cannonballs, and the chefs on the scene cheered, raising their giant forks and knives, celebrating that Chef Potty had defeated the notorious EastSea overlord, Captain Krieg. The notorious overlord of the EastSea, Krieg, is actually no match for Brother Potty. With Brother Potty in the restaurant, it's definitely safe. Listening to the chef's praises from behind, Potty proudly hoisted the lobster cannon, standing tall and grinning, then feigned humility, saying, The EastSea overlord Krieg seems to be nothing much. Oh no, I've broken the restaurant's door and so many tables. The The boss is going to scold me later. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, as the smoke in the restaurant slowly cleared, a sudden voice emerged from the haze. Stupid chef. How dare you serve me such a disgusting dessert? This restaurant is truly terrible. Amidst the ruins, a furious Captain Creek slowly rose from the ground, his head lifted ominously. His fists were clenched, his whole body trembling with rage, and his sturdy chest heaving violently. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with an unstoppable fury, looking like a wild beast ready to devour anyone, staring at all the chefs present. You guys, all of you, go die. Fire coverage. Enraged, Captain Creek ripped off the furry cloak draped over his shoulders, revealing his gleaming black gold armor. Then, dozens of dart gun barrels automatically emerged from the armor, aiming at the chefs in the restaurant and firing at them in a concentrated barrage. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the chefs in the restaurant fell to the ground in pools of blood, crying out in pain. If you don't want to drink a toast to death, quickly call your chef out here and have 100 portions of food and water sent to my ship, or today I will start massacre. Chapter 28. Oren can't stand it. Captain Creek in a dilemma. Captain Creek mockingly glanced at the severely injured people in front of him. He casually took off his black gloves, revealing his diamond-encrusted alloy gauntlets, then shouted with a mix of sarcasm and warning. No one is allowed to resist me. I'm the strongest in the EastSea. I possess a steel arm stronger than anyone else, a super alloy body harder than anyone else's, and diamond fists that can destroy everything, equipped with various weapons all over my body, commanding a fleet of 50 ships and an army of 5,000. To this day, I have never lost a battle. I'm the man most suitable to be called a leader. Hearing the arrogant words of Admiral Creek, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy's expression turned slightly displeased. He cracked his knuckles and was ready to step forward to demonstrate his strength against Admiral Creek. But unexpectedly, he was pushed aside by the restaurant's head chef, Red Footsef, who was carrying an enormous package. Straw Hat Kid, don't block the way. With a cold expression, Red Footsef, wearing an extremely tall white chef's hat, approached Admiral Creek. He casually placed the large package he was carrying on his shoulder onto the ground and slowly said, "There should be enough here for 100 people. Hurry up and move it onto the ship." Upon seeing Red Footsef, who was famous in the East Blue, Admiral Creek's eyes widened in panic. He stammered and cautiously asked, "Why, you are Zeph? The unparalleled pirate who serves as a captain in the guise of a chef? You're still alive." Seeing the shocked expression on Admiral Creek's face, Zeph remained indifferent. He coldly replied, "So what if I'm still alive? It has nothing to do with you. As you can see, I'm currently living as a chef." Admiral Creek looked down at Zeph, and when he saw Zeph's wooden prosthetic right leg, he burst into loud laughter and mocked. "Old man, what you said sounds nice, but seems rather than saying you chose to live as a chef. It's more accurate to say you can only be a chef." Speaking of Red Footsef, he was a pirate who had entered the Grand Line and returned safely after a year. It is said that his footwork is exceptionally skilled, allowing him to fight without using his hands. His powerful legs could easily shatter rocks and leave marks on steel, and the term Red Foot refers to the blood that stains his shoes when he kicks down his enemies. Ha! Red Footsef, you are the man who once entered the Grand Line and returned safely. You should have the logbook documenting that entire year of sailing quickly handed over to me." Unmoved by Admiral Creek's threat, Chef Zeph maintained a serious expression as he stared ahead and said sharply, "That logbook is indeed in my possession, but I cannot give it to you. It represents the pride of all my companions who sailed with me, and handing it over to you would be too heavy a burden." Admiral Creek didn't expect Zeph to refuse him in front of so many people, making him feel embarrassed. "Old man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. What I want has never slipped from my grasp." Just as Admiral Creek warned Red Footsef again, the fishman Arlong, who was beside Sue in the restaurant, could no longer bear it. He glared at Admiral Creek and pulled out 2 rows of sharp serrated teeth from his mouth, ready to teach the arrogant Creek a lesson. "You claim to be the East Blue Overlord, but with your bounty of 17 million berries, you have the audacity to call yourself the Overlord? What a big face you have." Arlong muttered a few words, but Creek, who was sharp-eared, heard everything. He turned his head angrily towards Subai and his group and said through gritted teeth, "Daring to look down on me, you're seeking death." Then, Admiral Creek raised his muscular shoulder, and at the same time, the armor on his shoulder began to rise, revealing several new cannon barrels that aimed at Arlong's position. "Ready to fire. PK, poison gas bomb." Hearing Admiral Creek's words, Arlong instinctively covered his mouth and nose, but to his surprise, this so-called poison gas bomb was just a trick. What really followed was a barrage of gunfire similar to a Gatling gun. with nearly infinite bullets that caught Arlong off guard, leaving him covered in blood. Seeing his partner Arlong in such a miserable state, Kuro, who was beside Subai, cracked his knuckles. Sharp tiger claws emerged from between his knuckles, and he adjusted his slipping glasses, preparing to rush to Arlong's aid. However, just as he was about to move, he was grabbed by Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, who said, "Kuro, don't underestimate Arlong. A bounty of 50 million berries is not just for show." As Subai said, after enduring Admiral Krieg's relentless barrage, Arlong straightened his back in anger and activated the powers of the sea dragon fruit. In the blink of an eye, Arlong transformed into a half-sea dragon form. Sea dragon on darts. Arlong's webbed hands turned into fists, and countless blue dragon scales stood up on his skin. His powerful legs surged with strength as he rushed towards Admiral Krieg. Seeing Arlong charging towards him, Admiral Krieg's expression changed drastically. He prepared to draw his combat gun from his dark armor to block, but unfortunately, Arlong's speed was simply too fast. Before Krieg could even get into a defensive stance, he was sent flying. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the restaurant, Admiral Krieg clumsily got up from the ground. He glared at Arlong with embarrassment and anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "How dare you treat this lord like this?" Seeing Admiral Krieg still stubbornly shouting in front of him, Arlong's eyes grew even fiercer. He slowly drew out his serrated knife, sharp blade, and charged towards Admiral Krieg again. "Krieg, today is your day to die. Go to hell." Dragon on gear. Facing Arlong's fierce assault once more, Admiral Krieg appeared somewhat flustered. He suppressed his inner fear, pulled out the over 2,000-pound battle spear, and positioned it in front of him, ready to meet Arlong's attack. Chapter 29. The Black Ship. The arrival of Hawkeye Mihawk. The fierce battle erupted again. Admiral Krieg, with a tense expression, gripped the battle spear and stood ready, watching Arlong rush towards him. He roared angrily towards the sky, then suddenly exerted force with his strong arms, channeling immense power into the battle spear. The over 2,000-pound spear was easily lifted by him and swung towards Arlong's direction. Black gold explosion battle spear. As the battle spear, filled with gunpowder, made contact with Arlong, a massive explosion occurred, blasting Arlong several dozen meters away and embedding him deeply into the deck of Baratai. "Krieg, how many weapons are you hiding?" Arlong, covered in blood, laughed in rage as he struggled to stand up from the deck, then clenched his fists, fully unleashing the powers of the dragon fruit. Va bonne dragon fist. Filled with rage, Arlong's eyes were filled with killing intent. His steps were swift as he instantly appeared before Admiral Krieg. The Admiral instinctively grabbed the cloak on the ground, hoping to use the spiked cloak to block Arlong's attack. But Arlong dismissed it entirely. He smirked slightly and mocked, "You think this can block my full-strength strike? Krieg, you underestimate me too much." Under the terrified gaze of Admiral Krieg, Aaron's dragon fist fell rapidly, instantly piercing a large hole in Sword Mountain's cloak. And then his fist struck fiercely against Admiral Krieg's black gold armor. Bang, bang, bang. After being struck hard by Aaron, the originally arrogant Admiral Krieg spat blood and uncontrollably flew backward, rolling over 5 or 6 times after crashing through the door of the Baratai restaurant before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, Admiral Krieg lay limp on the semicircular battle platform outside the Baratai restaurant. Seeing this, Aaron walked slowly toward him with a hostile look in his eyes. Just then Ghost Mannequin, who had always been loyal to Krieg, suddenly erupted. "Aaron, if you want to lay a hand on my captain, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Watching Akin's unwavering loyalty, a ruthless glint flashed in Aaron's eyes as he clenched his fists, strands of light yellow dragon energy swirling around his arms. Just as Aaron was about to forcefully kill Admiral Krieg, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, quietly instructed, "Aaron, just teach Krieg a lesson. Now is not the time to kill him." Aaron paused slightly, then walked with a fierce gaze to Ghost Mannequin, simply threw a punch and knocked him out. "Krieg, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might show you mercy and spare your life." Admiral Krieg, horrified, thought he was going to die at Aaron's hands. However, upon hearing Aaron's sarcastic words, he disregarded his so-called dignity and shame, immediately knelt down with a thud, continuously banging his head on the ground while pleading, "Aaron, I was just momentarily confused. Please spare me." Looking at the miserable Admiral Krieg, a trace of disdain flashed in Aaron's eyes. He slowly raised his foot and kicked Krieg in the face while angrily scolding, "Even if I let you go today, don't let me see you again. Get lost." After being thoroughly humiliated by Aaron, Admiral Krieg gritted his teeth and nodded repeatedly, then, bowing and scraping, took the 100 portions of food and water left for him by Redfoot Zeph, along with the unconscious subordinate ghost mannequin, and retreated back to the pirate ship, the Dreadnought Saber. Before leaving, Admiral Krieg cast a resentful glance at Aaron's back, forcibly suppressing his inner rage as he quickly left. Young master, why don't you let me deal with that Krieg guy? With his treacherous and vicious nature, having suffered a great loss today, he will definitely come back for revenge. After the battle, the fishman Aaron casually brushed off the dust from his suit and returned to the restaurant, asking his young master Subai about his intentions. Even if Krieg's pirate crew comes back, they won't have much impact on us. With their strength, they're just right for that straw hat kid next door to practice on. Upon hearing his young master's words, Aaron fell silent. He simply sat back down at the table and picked up a fine red wine, drinking heartily. Just as everyone in the restaurant was celebrating their victory, a sudden violent tremor shook the exterior of the Bartai restaurant, followed by the crisp sound of the outer deck cracking. Creek, what is going on? What hit us? Patty and Karn, go check what is happening. Redfoot Zeph, the chef and owner of the restaurant, instructed his able assistants Patty and Karn, who nodded obediently and strode outside. As they stepped out of the restaurant, they saw the battered Dreadnought Saber crashing into the semicircular battle platform outside the Bartai restaurant, with nearly 100 pirates armed with cannons, rifles, and swords jumping down, struggling to land on the platform. Damn, that Krieg guy, he actually came back for revenge. The panicked chefs Patty and Karn hurried back to the restaurant, informing everyone present about Krieg's return. Upon hearing the news, Redfoot Zeph's face turned furious, his braids sticking straight up like two sharp swords aimed at the restaurant door. This is bad. Luffy, Johnny, and Joseph are still on the ship. We need to go save them. Just as the Straw Hat crew rushed out of the restaurant, a small black coffin-shaped boat was drifting towards them on the turbulent sea, with two candles burning green flames on either side, and a black cross standing in the cabin. Below the cross was a chair, and sitting on it was a swordsman wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur. That guy is known as the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Chapter 30. Swordsman Zoro meets his end at sea, the unbeaten Dracula Mihawk, on a semicircular battle platform outside the Bartai restaurant. The pirates of Krieg's crew looked horrified at the direction of Dracula Mihawk, with Admiral Krieg's face twisted in anger as he growled. That bastard actually chased us from the Grand Line to the EastSea. Is he here to kill us? While Krieg's crew was filled with fear. On the deck of Bartai, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy looked blankly at Dracula Mihawk and asked Zoro beside him, "Who is that guy?" Zoro patiently explained, "That guy is the one I've been looking for, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk." Dracula Mihawk? A sharp glint flashed in Luffy's bewildered eyes as he looked up and carefully examined Mihawk, feeling a sudden desire to challenge him upon seeing Mihawk's calm demeanor. Known as the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk had short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, a chiseled face with a short black beard. Wearing a black coat with white fur trim, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black cloak, white pants, and black boots. The most striking feature was the small cross-shaped dagger hanging from his chest and the black sword, Yuru, on his back. Luffy, that guy is my opponent. The three-sword style, swordsman Zoro's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he fixed his gaze on Dracula Mihawk in the distance, slowly drawing 3 swords from his waist, holding 2 in his hands, while clenching one tightly in his teeth. Mihawk, you destroyed Krieg's fleet of 50 ships, right? Since you're so free now, how about a duel? With a green bandana tied around his head, Zoro looked fiercely at Mihawk, exuding a powerful fighting spirit that caught Mihawk's attention from his coffin ship. Challenge me? How foolish. To contend with a pitiful weakling is simply overestimating oneself. As soon as Mihawk finished speaking, he swiftly moved from the coffin ship to the semicircular combat platform outside the Bartai restaurant. If you're a top-tier swordsman, even without engaging in combat, you should be able to see the gap in strength between us, right? Should I commend your courage for daring to face me with a sword? Or should I say it's ignorance? With the brim of his hat lowered, Mihawk crossed his arms and looked down at Zoro with disdain, feeling no desire to fight. This green-haired guy wasn't even a first-rate swordsman and had no right to challenge him. My ambition drives me to challenge you, along with a promise made to my dear friend. Seeing Zoro insist on battling him, Mihawk's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. Then he took down the small cross-shaped knife hanging on his chest, removed the wooden sheath, and gripped the hilt of the knife, pointing the sharp edge towards Zoro. Unlike those foolish beasts that go all out to hunt rabbits, even though you are a somewhat famous swordsman, this is the East Blue, the weakest sea among the 4 seas. and I can take you down with this small knife." Hearing Mihawk's mocking words, Zoro's expression darkened instantly. He angrily puffed out his chest and shouted, "There should be limits to how much you look down on others. Don't regret it when it's too late." Just as Zoro finished speaking in his fury, noticeable veins bulged on his forehead, and he tightly gripped his sharp, long sword with his iron-like hand. With powerful legs, he exploded forward at great speed, moving right in front of Mihawk, crossing 3 long swords and striking towards Mihawk's chest. Ghost Slash! As Zoro's 3 sharp, long swords were about to hit Mihawk, a hint of pride flickered in his previously shadowed eyes, feeling elated. It seemed this so-called world's greatest swordsman wasn't all that impressive after all. "Too slow. You think you could defeat me with this speed? That's just a dream." Facing Zoro's all-out ultimate move, Mihawk stood coldly in place, raising his right hand slightly. The small cross-shaped knife in his hand precisely blocked the intersection of Zoro's 3 long swords, effortlessly nullifying Zoro's ultimate move. What? My brother's Ghost Slash was actually blocked? That was a move that could definitely send the enemy flying once unleashed. What is going on? Am I dreaming? On the battle platform deck outside the Bartai restaurant, Johnny and Joseph, Zoro's subordinates, were left dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Dracula Mihawk, who held a small, cross-shaped knife. Who exactly was this man in a black top hat? How could he easily block Zoro's ultimate move? He couldn't even move. What had this guy done? No one had ever been able to see through this technique, and now it was being countered by a toy-like small knife. How was that possible? Was there such a huge gap between my strength and the world's greatest swordsman? Even though Zoro put forth all his effort, he couldn't advance an inch. His 3 swords were firmly held back by Mihawk's small dagger, unable to move forward. Unwilling to back down, Zoro quickly dodged and stepped back. He gathered his strength and once again swung his long sword toward Mihawk, overestimating himself. Facing Zoro's frenzied and fierce assault, a trace of disdain flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He let out a mocking snort and then swung his small knife, easily neutralizing all of Zoro's attacks. 3-sword style, hunt. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Zoro's eyes were filled with fury. He gasped for breath, raised his sharp, long sword, and took up a fighting stance, preparing to continue his attack on the renowned swordsman. Dracula Mihawk. "Kid, I told you just now. Your speed is too slow. It's even worse than a snail's." Mihawk's yellow pupils slightly constricted, and in an instant, his small cross knife pierced through Zoro's seemingly fierce offensive and firmly stabbed into Zoro's strong chest. Vivid red blood gushed from the wound, instantly dyeing Zoro's green shirt red. Chapter 31. Encouragement from the world's greatest swordsman. The moment Mihawk's cross-shaped dagger pierced Zoro's chest, time seemed to come to a standstill, and all the onlookers were left in disbelief, their eyes wide open. "Kid, do you want to be pierced straight through the heart? Why not retreat?" Blood continued to seep from the wound, and the excruciating pain made the swordsman Zoro break out in a cold sweat. He raised his head defiantly, gritted his teeth, and trembled as he replied, "Who knows? It feels like if I take even a small step back, many important vows and matters will be destroyed, as if I can never return to this moment." Mihawk was somewhat moved by Zoro's words. He retracted the contempt in his gaze and regarded this brave newcomer with admiration. "You're not wrong, but that's what we call failure." Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Zoro sighed deeply, slowly lowered his head, and then, self-mockingly, broke into a smile. He then fixed his determined gaze on Mihawk's yellow pupils and said resolutely, "Then I definitely want to retreat, even if it costs me my life. I will never take a step back." The astonishing determination to choose death over failure made Mihawk say, "Kid, tell me your name. I will remember you." The admiration in Mihawk's eyes for Zoro grew as he slowly withdrew the cross-shaped dagger from Zoro's chest. Then, out of respect for the swordsmanship, he took off his black top hat, revealing his short black hair, and looked seriously at the unyielding Zoro. Zoro, with his forehead covered in fine sweat, endured the waves of intense pain from his wound, straightened his back with difficulty, and then aligned the handles of the 3 swords in his mouth to form a shape. He then loudly declared his name, "Rorinoa Zoro. It has been a long time since I encountered a strong opponent in the East Blue. I will remember your name, and then I will use the etiquette of a swordsman to resolve you with this world's strongest black sword." Mihawk put his black top hat back on, his eyes shimmering with a strange light. He slowly drew out the black sword Yuru, one of the supreme grade swords, and gripped the intricately patterned hilt with both hands, pointing the sharp blade at Zoro. 3-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Unwilling to be easily defeated by Mihawk, Zoro forced himself to drain all his strength. Enduring the pain from his wound, raised the swords in his hands, and spun them rapidly in a spiral before charging towards Mihawk with all his might. Bang! 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 With a deafening sound of metal clashing, two of Zoro's three swords shattered into pieces during the fierce collision with Mihawk's black sword Yuru. Only the sword in his mouth. One of the 21 supreme grade swords, Wado Ikemanji, escaped unscathed. Realizing his defeat, Zoro decisively discarded the two broken swords, quickly took Wado Ikemanji from his mouth, sheathed it, and self-mockingly said, "I lost. It doesn't matter. I never thought I would lose. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Truly terrifying." Then, under Mihawk's watchful gaze, Zoro, feeling somewhat liberated, opened his arms wide, exposing his blood-stained chest completely to Mihawk's view. The wound on his back was a swordsman's shame. Mihawk's proud and profound eyes shone brilliantly as he calmly gazed at Zoro, lost in thought. This newcomer, so fresh and inexperienced, had such a deep obsession with the swordsmanship. Despite Zoro not even being a first-rate swordsman yet, he possessed the courage far exceeding that of many first-rate swordsmen. Given time, he would surely become a great figure. If I spare his life today, he might grow into a renowned swordsman in the future. If that happens, I would finally have a worthy opponent to spar with. So why not? Thinking of this, Mihawk's lips slightly curled up, perhaps out of a sense of cherishing talent. Or perhaps he wanted to witness Zoro grow step by step into a world-famous swordsman. In any case, when he raised his black sword Yuru, he hesitated and paused for a second, and it was this 1 second pause that gave the near-death Zoro a chance to survive. You're not meant to die yet. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Understand the world, know yourself, and become stronger, Rorinoa Zoro. In the years to come, I will wait for you on the throne of the strongest in the world. Try to surpass this sword with your newfound strength and indomitable spirit. Try to surpass me, Rorinoa Zoro. Originally gravely injured and on the brink of death, Zoro gradually awakened upon hearing Mihawk's encouraging words. He gritted his teeth, and with all his might, shakily raised Wado Ikemanji to prove his unwavering determination to Mihawk. Luffy, I'm so sorry for making you worried. If I can't even become the world's greatest swordsman, it must be difficult for you, right? In the future, I, Rorinoa Zoro, will absolutely never lose again. Before I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, I will never lose again. Ahem, do you have any objections, Pirate King? Zoro struggled to voice his inner ambition, and beside him, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, after hearing these words, immediately grinned widely, revealing his signature smile, and shouted, No objections. As Zoro was being treated and bandaged by Usopp and Nami, Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, slowly sheathed his black blade, Yuru, behind his back, and quickly returned to his coffin ship, ready to leave with the tide. Just then, on the Drayland Nord's Saber Wolf, the reckless Captain Creek mockingly addressed Mihawk, saying, Hey, Hawkeyes, aren't you here to take my head, the head of the East Blue Overlord? Preparing to board his ship, Mihawk coldly turned his head to look at Captain Creek and seriously replied, Did I ever say that? I had a great time today. I'm going back to sleep. Captain Creek's forehead bulged with veins as he glared at Mihawk, angrily shouting provocatively, Don't be so self-righteous. Although you've had your fun, I haven't even made a move yet. So let me give you a taste of death before you leave. Chapter 32. Shadow Troop Young Master versus World's Greatest Swordsman. The reckless Captain Creek flared his torn cape, revealing the long guns and cannons hidden beneath his black armor, and then countless dark gun barrels aimed at Mihawk, all firing in unison. What an unrepentant guy. Mihawk stood coldly in place, drew his black blade, Yuru, from his back again, and casually swung it towards Captain Creek's direction. In an instant, a powerful blade, aura, slashed towards where Captain Creek stood. Oh, run away. Help me. Is anyone there to save me? The blade, aura Mihawk, unleashed instantly destroyed the Drayland Nord's Saber Wolf that Captain Creek was on, and the pirates aboard fell into the sea, struggling desperately in the water. Some fortunate ones clung to debris to survive, while the unfortunate ones, severely injured, were unable to swim and drowned in the turbulent sea. Watching the pitiful state of the Creek pirates, Mihawk's eyes remained cold as he flashed back to his coffin ship. Just as he was about to leave, the young master of the Shadow Troop, Subai, ominously appeared beside him. Who are you? When did you come to my side? I didn't even see you. Facing Mihawk's vigilant inquiry, Subai laughed heartily, then tugged at the collar of his white shirt, leisurely saying, My name is Subai, and I came to test the strength of the world's greatest swordsman. Another reckless guy. Mihawk, annoyed by the continuous provocations, had several veins popping on his forehead. He quickly drew his black blade, Yoru, from his back and swiftly slashed towards Subai's position. Shave, skyward. Observation Haki, faced with Mihawk's somewhat angry slash. Subai did not dare to take it head-on. His strong legs kicked the ground dozens of times, generating powerful rebound force for high-speed movement. When he flashed to Mihawk's side, he unleashed the flying ability of the chicken charm, instantly soaring into the air. Then, he released his observation Haki, enveloping Mihawk entirely within it. Seeing that his slash could not take out Subai, Mihawk's cold gaze gradually turned fierce. He mockingly curled the corner of his mouth and then swung his blade again, sending several sharp blade auras flying towards Subai at high speed. Night Owl, Black Blade, slash. At the moment Mihawk swung his black sword, Subai realized that this move was difficult to evade. Therefore, he activated the ability of the Shadow Legion, and a pitch-black circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the Kingdom of Shadows, and then, through the Kingdom of Shadows, he flashed to Mihawk's back. Several slashes failed to harm Subai in the slightest, and Mihawk's originally fierce gaze gradually calmed down. This guy in front of him could not only fly and evade, but also skillfully mastered observation Haki, making it somewhat tricky to kill him. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, if my evasion speed had been even a second slower, I would have been dead. I willingly concede defeat in this battle. Facing Subai's active show of weakness, Mihawk revealed a hint of a playful smile. He looked curiously at the well-dressed purple-haired boy in front of him, and then asked flatly, "You are a devil fruit user, right? To be able to master observation Haki so well before even leaving the East Blue, your strength is already at a dominating level in the entire East Blue Sea area." In response to Mihawk's praise, Subai humbly bowed and then grinned widely, saying, "It is an honor to receive the praise of the world's greatest swordsman." Seeing Subai smile, Mihawk was momentarily distracted. He recalled the face of the man who had sparked the great age of pirates when he was about to be executed in Rog Town. That same smile. This purple-haired boy named Subai bore a resemblance to that man. "Subai, I will remember you. I will wait for you in the Grand Line. Looking forward to your next challenge," Mihawk said. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled down the small dagger hanging from his chest and casually tossed it to Subai. Then he swiftly returned to his coffin ship and sailed away. "Subai, this small dagger is a gift for you. When you enter the Grand Line, don't forget to come challenge me. Haha." Mihawk, aboard his coffin ship, was in a very good mood. This trip to the East Blue was not in vain. Admiral Creek, who witnessed Mihawk's departure, had a dark expression. He stood on the shattered remains of the deck of the Delhi Daunted Sabrel, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest. Looking at his nearby subordinates, who were wailing, he whispered fiercely, "Brothers, although we've encountered some small troubles, it's nothing serious. It's just that the broken ship we originally planned to abandon has become even more chaotic. That's all. Look at that ridiculous shape of the sea restaurant Bartai. With this ship, we won't have to fear the Grand Line. It's easier to approach enemy ships than pretending to be a Navy ship or a surrender ship. We can launch surprise attacks and strike from the shadows." How great is that? In Admiral Creek's mind, the comical appearance of the sea restaurant Bartai could make enemies let their guard down. Once the enemies relaxed their vigilance, it would be the best moment for their pirate crew to launch a surprise attack. Who would have thought that there were pirates hidden on such a ridiculous ship? However, "Chief, what if we go to the Grand Line and encounter someone like Hawkeye? How about we just stay away from Grand Line? Being the overlord of the East Blue is also pretty good." A small pirate beside Admiral Creek timidly expressed his thoughts, and as soon as he did, he instantly gained the approval of many fellow pirates. "You useless bunch, are you still afraid of that Hawkeye guy? Do you really think someone can slice a large ship in half? That Hawkeye must be a devil fruit user." Listening to Admiral Creek's analysis, the pirates fell silent, their desires being gradually stirred by him, and the fear that had once overshadowed their hearts vanished at that moment. Listen up, everyone. There are still plenty of devil fruit users regarded as legends in the Grand Line. When Hawkeye cut the ship, he must have used some kind of amazing technique. That Straw Hat Kid, once he enters the Grand Line, will be no different from an ordinary pirate. But Redleg Zeph managed to sail the Grand Line for a whole year. I'm sure that old guy has ways to deal with those monsters. If I'm not mistaken, those methods must be in his navigation log, and there might even be information about the great treasure One Piece. Chapter 33, The Bluefin Tuna No. One warship, the return of the Creek Pirates. The desires of the Creek Pirates were completely ignited by Admiral Creek, and they excitedly shouted, each one rubbing their fists and staring intently at the sea restaurant Bartai across the deck. "Morale is high. Everyone, go and seize the restaurant for me. Charge." Seeing his subordinate spirits lifted, Admiral Creek's sinister eyes gleamed with delight as he raised his arm and led the charge, pulling off the black gold armor he wore. Countless dark cannon mouths aimed at the chefs who were stubbornly resisting ahead. He then lifted the over 2,000-pound war spear and charged toward the direction of Bartai. In response to the full-scale invasion of the Creek pirates, the chefs at the Sea Restaurant Bartai were also ready, full of fighting spirit and well-prepared. Patty, Karn, you two go get the weapons from the fish head cabin. After receiving the order from Chief Chef Zeph, Chefs Patty and Karn excitedly ran into the fish head cabin where combat supplies and frozen ingredients were stored. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the fish head decoration on the outside of Bartai magically detached from a ship. Verity's naval battle weapon, Bluefin Tuna No. 1, from the fish mouth of Bluefin Tuna No. 1, 3 30-centimeters caliber cannon barrels slowly emerged. As several black cannonballs were loaded into the cannon, the sound of cannon fire resonated across the sky in an instant. Some pirates trying to approach Bartai were blown to pieces, their blood and flesh becoming the bottom feed of the sea. Admiral Creek, let me show you the power of the sea battle weapon that Bartai prides itself on. Turn you into soup for the sea, die? With fierce expressions, Chefs Patty and Karn piloted the Bluefin Tuna No. 1 warship, charging full speed toward Admiral Creek. Bang! Another deafening explosion rang out. Just when everyone present thought Admiral Creek had been turned into a meat patty by Bluefin Tuna No. 1, as the dust settled, the figure of Admiral Creek, clad in black gold armor, gradually emerged. I am Admiral Creek, the strongest man who swears to conquer all seas. You think this flashy little fish head can defeat me? That's simply wishful thinking. With a blank expression, Admiral Creek stood tall on the deck like a sturdy pine, his strong right hand gripping the war spear, and his muscular left arm extended straight out, easily stopping the full-speed Bluefin Tuna No. 1. No matter how hard Patty and Karn pressed the gas pedal in the cabin, Bluefin Tuna No. 1 could not advance an inch. Why can't Bluefin Tuna No. 1 move anymore? Seeing Admiral Creek easily intercepting Bluefin Tuna No. 1 with one hand, Patty and Karn turned pale with fear. They trembled in terror, cold sweat pouring from their bare foreheads. At this moment, even pressing the gas pedal hard was futile. Admiral Creek's overwhelming strength was simply terrifying. Remember, Admiral Creek, am the strongest overlord of the EastSea, and I don't have time to play games with you stinky chefs. In a fit of rage, Admiral Creek howled at the sky, his whole body tense, and his terrifying strength peaked at that moment. He lifted the ton-heavy Bluefin Tuna No. 1 over his head with one hand, and then aimed it at the direction of the Sea Restaurant Bartai, throwing it fiercely. The ton-heavy Bluefin Tuna No. 1 flew toward the Sea Restaurant Bartai like a cannonball, on the deck of the semicircular battle platform outside the Bartai restaurant. The well-dressed sous chef Sanji took a deep puff of his cigarette and then murmured an apology. If things don't go well, it could affect the restaurant, Patty and Karn. I'm really sorry. Porkhead meat shoot bam, bam, bam. Just as the flying fish one was about to fall, a slight smirk appeared on Sanji's lips. He flicked away the nearly finished cigarette, but from his mouth, and quickly reacted, leaping into the air at high speed, and then kicked fiercely towards the cabin below the flying fish one. In a very short time, Sanji kicked the cabin of the flying fish No. 1 several times in succession, causing the warship to pivot in midair and crash down towards the direction of the Creek pirates. Run! That weird ship is coming down. My legs won't move. Someone help me. The ton-heavy flying fish No. 1 smashed down onto the deck at the outer edge of the Bartai restaurant with a loud bang, sending the Krieg pirates who were trying to climb onto the Bartai fighting platform tumbling back into the sea from the tremendous impact. Damn it, Sanji! Are you trying to kill your own people? We almost lost 2 powerful teammates just now, you idiot. A disheveled Patty and Karn crawled out from the wrecked flying fish No. 1, struggling to make their way back onto the deck of Bartai. And then they angrily shouted at Sanji, who was leisurely smoking at the edge of the deck. At the same time, some of the Krieg pirates had already boarded the Bartai fighting platform, brandishing long guns, cannons, and sharp swords, mockingly taunting the chefs in front of them. You smelly cooks should just go back to land and find a kitchen to cook in. Don't think we're just any ordinary pirates. We're the strongest fleet under the EastSea overlord, the Krieg pirates. Faced with the provocation from the pirates, Patty and Karn, the 2 older brothers angrily picked up giant forks and knives, leading all the chefs towards the fierce pirates. A fierce battle erupted instantly as Patty and Karn joined forces, leading the chefs to give all the invading pirates a good beating, making them too afraid to advance an inch further. This is the power of the sea chefs. You pirates, get out of Bartai. Just as the pirates looked at each other, unsure of what to do, behind them, at the edge of the Bartai fighting platform deck, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Krieg Pirates, Iron Wall Bearer, managed to climb onto the deck. With a cold expression, he scolded, "What are you guys doing? You can't even handle a few stinky cooks. What use are you?" Chapter 34. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Krieg Pirates, Iron Wall Bearer. As the 3rd strongest man in the Krieg Pirates, Iron Wall Bearer prided himself on being the man of absolute defense. He was tall and robust, using a round shield as both armor and weapon, covering most of his body, leaving only his limbs and head exposed for normal movement. His round shield was adorned with many beautiful large pearls, and he wore a pearl on his head, decorated with pink pearl earrings. Because he constantly demonstrated the essence of defense, his joints and the backs of his hands and feet were also covered with round shields and sturdy pearls. Is that the captain of the 2nd Division, Iron Wall Bearer? The pirates, who were already in a predicament, felt as if they saw a glimmer of hope when they saw Iron Wall Bearer arrive. They parted to let him through with faces full of admiration. Bearer, seeing this, smugly curled the corners of his mouth and strutted over to the chef's patty and Karn. Killing punch, pearl gift, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Iron Wall Bearer casually threw 2 heavy punches, sending Patty and Karn flying uncontrollably, and they rolled their eyes back and fainted. I have won all 61 battles without a scratch. In all those battles, I haven't shed a drop of blood. Not shedding blood is proof of strength. I'm Mr. Iron Wall, am the shield man of the Krieg Pirates fleet, and even as a shield man, I am a handsome guy, easily dispatching Patty and Karn. Iron Wall Bearer stood tall and proud, raising his middle finger towards the direction of Redfoot Zeph and Sanji. 2 broken iron plates clamped together, and your defense increases, turning you into an Iron Wall shield man. Calling you a turtle man is more appropriate. Without needing Redfoot Zeph to take action, the sous chef Sanji slowly walked up to Bearer, coldly sizing up the comically dressed Iron Wall Bearer, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, seeing the filthy cook in front of him daring to mock his handsome appearance. Iron Wall Bearer's eyes widened in rage. He angrily raised his iron fist and shouted furiously, "Curly Brow, stop babbling. If you have the ability, defeat me without a scratch. Even a cannon fire from Navy warship has no effect on me, let alone your little kicking technique. Pan-fried thin meat slice. King shoot." Watching Iron Wall Bearer's arrogant demeanor, Sanji took a deep breath of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, then put his hands in his pockets and kicked the shield he was using to block with his foot. Perhaps due to the incredible power of Sanji's kick, Iron Wall Bearer couldn't fully block it. His arm went numb from the tremendous impact, and he was pushed back a considerable distance. Coincidentally, the shield on his arm hit his head, making it buzz loudly. Did this not cause any harm? No, wait. It seems there's a wound. Something is oozing out. Seeing Iron Wall Bearer standing frozen in place, Sanji thought his full force attack hadn't hurt him, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a large gash on Bearer's forehead, with crimson blood slowly seeping out. Is this blood? Iron Wall Bearer felt the warm liquid flowing down his forehead. He reached out to touch it, then looked closely at it in front of him and realized it was indeed bright red blood. Watching his capable subordinate, the captain of the 2nd Division, Iron Wall Bearer, get injured and bleed, Krieg, who was observing nearby, was shocked. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Oh no, Bearer is going to go crazy." Seeing Iron Wall Bearer's increasingly frenzied and irritable mood, the nearby pirates nervously comforted him. "Mr. Bearer, are you okay? It's just a little blood. That cook didn't really hurt you. Please stay calm." Iron Wall Bearer completely ignored the pirate's words, staring blankly at the bright red blood in his hand, drenched in cold sweat. Trembling as he said, "My iron wall has actually been broken. These guys are way too dangerous." Completely falling into a state of madness, Iron Wall Bearer clenched his fists tightly, banging the round shield strapped to his arm, creating a loud noise. He rubbed the large round shield on his body, and under the intense friction, bright flames suddenly erupted. Danger! Danger! Defense mode activated. Flame Iron Wall form. Iron Wall Bearer's entire body was engulfed in blazing flames as he furiously charged towards Sanji and Luffy. The high temperature of the hundreds of degrees on the round shield forced Sanji and Luffy to dodge, not daring to confront the frenzied bearer head-on. Flame Pearl, great special. The raging flames instantly ignited the deck of the Bartai restaurant, with the fire gradually spreading outward from the center of Bartai. Seeing this, the chefs panicked and ran around with their heads in their hands, then rushed to the back kitchen to grab wooden buckets. Hoping to extinguish the fire caused by Bartai, by scooping up seawater. With the flames and the flame shield combined, I am now a super iron wall. Watching the increasingly arrogant iron wall Bartai, which was engulfed in flames, made Sanji, the sous chef of Bartai, very displeased. The sea restaurant was carefully established by him and Redleg Zeph. How could a mere small pirate set it ablaze? Hey, Turtle Man, no random arson allowed. Furious, Sanji's forehead bulged with veins as he exerted force in his legs and leaped into the air, his strong, straight legs whipping like whips against the pearl shield of the iron wall Bartai. With a loud bang, the flaming iron wall Bartai swayed unsteadily from the kick. And just as Sanji prepared to follow up with another kick, Bartai forced himself to steady his footing and roared, "Gift of the flaming pearl." Bartai swung the circular shield, engulfed in flames, towards Sanji's direction. Sanji quickly reacted, performing a backflip to evade effortlessly, then supported himself on the ground with both hands while his legs spun in the air like propellers. Feast banquet kicks set meat under the saddle. Initially, it was thought that Sanji would kick the iron wall Bartai, but unexpectedly, his target was the giant mast directly behind Bartai. After the base of the mast was kicked off, it crashed down right in front, landing solidly on Bairdie's head, turning him into a retracted turtle and completely incapacitating him. Chapter 35. Sanji's Mercy, Sea War, Yendi. Seeing his capable subordinate defeated, Admiral Koby was extremely furious. He pulled out a giant meteor hammer from his black gold armor and swung it at Sanji's direction with great speed. Sanji, who had just defeated the iron wall Bartai, was still immersed in the joy of defeating his enemy and had no idea that a giant meteor hammer was coming towards the back of his waist and head. Shadow Step Scoop Death. Just as the meteor hammer was about to hit Sanji's body, a dark figure quickly flashed across the deck of Bartai, easily disintegrating Admiral Koby's furious strike with a simple claw. Kuro, Arlong, handle this guy. Just don't kill him. Hearing their young master's orders, the battle-hungry Kuro and Arlong exchanged glances, then simultaneously activated their devil fruit powers, quickly completing their half-beast transformations and leisurely stepping towards Admiral Koby. Don't come any closer. My black gold armor is equipped with nearly 100 weapons, and if you get any closer, I won't hold back. After being beaten by Arlong, Admiral Koby was already terrified. As he watched Kuro and Arlong approach, anger surged in his heart. He threw off his sword mount and cloak protecting his sides and activated the infinite firepower mode of his black gold armor, crazily firing cannonballs at Kuro and Arlong. Countless cannonballs poured down like a storm towards Kuro and Arlong. They quickly changed their steps, dodging most of the cannonballs, and then, relying on their powerful beast forms, took a few unavoidable cannonballs head-on. Then, in front of Admiral Koby's shocked gaze, they arrived right in front of him. Claw White Tiger Fist DI. Dragon on darts. Although the black gold armor worn by Admiral Koby was incredibly tough, to Kuro and Arlong, it was just a matter of delivering a few more punches. They concentrated their devil fruit powers into their fists. Kuro formed a tiger claw, and Arlong formed a dragon fist, then rained down punches on Admiral Koby. Under the barrage of fists, Admiral Koby was left with no unscathed part of his body. The black gold armor he relied on was smashed into pieces. Without the protection and assistance of the armor, he was just an ordinary person with brute strength. Please, spare me. I really won't dare to target the Bartai restaurant again. Just as Kuro and Arlong's fists were about to come down again, the beaten Admiral Koby knelt on the ground, tears and snot flowing, pleading with Arlong and Kuro for his life. Spare you? What about the innocent civilians and Navy men you have harmed? Why didn't you spare them? Kuro, with a cold expression, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses that had slid down his nose. A murderous intent ignited in his shadowy eyes. If it weren't for their young master Sue by saying to spare this guy's life, the so-called East Blue Overlord Koby would have long been finished under their fists. TSK, 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 the self-proclaimed Overlord of the East Blue, Koby, ended up in such a pathetic state, which was truly unexpected. Since you want to live, that's not impossible. The victims of this naval battle are the chefs of the Bartai restaurant. So if you want to live, go beg them. Watching Admiral Koby kneel down and plead without regard for his dignity, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was originally considering whether to recruit Admiral Koby into the Shadow Kingdom or at least have him as a combatant, but now he thought better of it. A useless person like him wasn't worthy of joining his corps. After hearing Su Bai's words, Admiral Krieg felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He shamelessly crawled to Sanji's feet, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. not caring even as his head bled profusely. At this moment, he hoped that Sanji would show mercy and forgive him, so that he could leave this terrifying place, return stronger in the future, and take revenge. Your words are completely untrustworthy. Get lost. The farther away from Bartai, the better. Sanji, with his pure nature, despite being extremely angry at this moment, ultimately could not bring himself to kill the pleading Admiral Krieg. He simply kicked him unconscious and then asked the captain of the Krieg pirates, Demon Akin, to take him away, as far as possible, and not to attempt to come back to trouble the Bartai restaurant. We will definitely not come back. We are grateful for Mr. Sanji's mercy. Demon Akin was greatly shocked that Sanji did not kill his captain, Krieg, but then he thought to himself, how could someone who is willing to save even the most vicious pirates be someone who would kill? Akin's face was filled with guilt as he respectfully knelt on the deck, bowing 3 times heavily towards the people of the Bartai restaurant, and then helped the unconscious Admiral Krieg and the severely injured Iron Wall Burra towards the location of the spare boat. Akin, you might not have heard what I just said. I only allowed you to take Admiral Krieg away. I did not permit you to take anyone else. Don't get it wrong. Akin, struggling under the weight of Admiral Krieg and Iron Wall Burra, seemed about to collapse at any moment. When he heard Su Bai's clear voice, he was startled and decisively dropped Iron Wall Burra, carrying Captain Krieg back to the small boat and then paddled hard with the oars. Under the influence of the strong sea wind and surging waves, he gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Young master, didn't you say you wanted to recruit that Demon Akin into our legion? He has already run away by boat. How can we chase him? Seeing Akin and Admiral Krieg vanish from sight, Arlong anxiously asked the young master for his intentions. Subai laughed heartily in response and waved his hand to signal him not to worry. The ambush team on Akmish Island, Shiaoba, and Koby would bring Akin back. Kuro, you are in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. Throw all those pirates into the sea to lure some sea kings and sea beasts over. We will have a seafood feast tonight. Upon hearing Su Bai's orders, the suited thug Kuro immediately rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, clenched his fists, and sharp-boned spikes protruded from his knuckles. The shadowless step was executed to perfection at this moment, and in just 3 to 5 breaths, all the pirates on the Bartai deck were sent flying into the sea. As the smell of blood spread from the pirates, countless sea kings and sea beasts flocked over, only to be caught in one net, ultimately becoming a delicacy at the Bairdie's dinner. Chapter 36, Bug Fruit, Mythical Zoan Hercules Beetle Form. EastSea Region, Akmish Island. Akin returned to the base with the still unconscious Captain Krieg, collapsing awkwardly on the ground, his gaze vacant as he pondered how to rebuild the fleet. Just as he was thinking, Shiaoba and Koby, who had long been lying in ambush in the corner of the lair, slowly emerged. Koby, the young master instructed us to bring this guy, named Akin, back. What should we do with the big idiot beside him who is unconscious? Looking at Admiral Krieg beside Akin, Koby raised his dark eyebrows and coldly replied to Shiaoba, this guy has committed many crimes. Just because the young master said to spare him doesn't mean we will. He has no value, not even the qualifications to join the army. So let's just kill him to eliminate future troubles. Shiaoba nodded upon hearing this. As the first member to join the Shadow Legion, he understood the young master's character and intentions very well. Since setting sail from Evil Dragon Park to the Bartai restaurant, most people they encountered with potential or strength were recruited into the Shadow Legion by the young master. The current Admiral Krieg, covered in blood, had not been marked with the Shadow Legion's seal, indicating how much the young master looked down on him. Such a waste is also qualified to call himself the tyrant of the EastSea. It's really laughable and pathetic for someone who has never seen the world. Just as Koby was about to approach Demon Akin, an oval-shaped dark shadow suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and then Su Bai, along with Crow and Arlong, slowly emerged from it. Akin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard the commotion behind him and quickly turned to look, only to see Su Bai's handsome face. Looking at Su Bai's harmless expression, Akin felt a deep-seated fear arise within him. He trembled, suddenly sprang up from the ground, tightly gripped his double hammers, and took a fighting stance, warily watching Crow and Arlong. What? What do you want? You clearly agreed to spare me and the captain. Seeing Akin's alert demeanor, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Bai's purple eyes. In such a critical moment, Akin was still loyally guarding in front of Captain Krieg, and this loyalty moved Su Bai, intensifying his desire to recruit him. Akin, you have done your utmost. What future do you have by continuing to follow Admiral Krieg? Continue to be his lapdog, robbing innocent civilians and merchant ships? Or continue to use the same tricks, pretending to surrender to the Navy, and then winning through deceit, living day by day in a daze. Subai's words were sharp and to the point. After the incident at the Bartai restaurant, Demon Akin underwent a significant change in character. Perhaps, as Subai said, continuing to follow Admiral Krieg would lead to no success, but right now, he was like a lost dog, unsure of who to rely on. What to do next was still unclear. Akin, good birds choose their trees to perch on. Good ministers choose their masters to serve. I would like to invite you to join my Shadow Legion. Are you willing? As the young master of the Shadow Legion, it would be easy for Subai to recruit Akin. He could forcibly imprint the Shadow Legion's mark on his body, making him unconditionally obedient. However, Subai greatly disliked such coercive control. He preferred the kind of recruitment that involved personal involvement, touching the deepest parts of the other person's soul with words, and then emotionally convincing them to completely submit to him. That was Subai's true intention. In order to recruit Demon Man Akin, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, lowered his posture to such an extent that Akin felt a sense of surprise and excitement upon hearing Subai's words. When he looked up to see Klo and Alone behind Subai, both displaying the same courteous demeanor, Akin's heart warmed, and he immediately accepted Subai's invitation. Seeing that he had successfully achieved his goal, Subai's heart surged with pride, and a hint of joy gleamed in his sharp eyes. With the corners of his mouth curling up in satisfaction, he then calmly stepped forward to Akin, rolled up his suit sleeves, and gently pressed his fair arm against Akin's right chest. As time passed, a massive dark power surged from Subai's body and flowed into Akin's body through his arm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 9th talent from the local dimension. You are rewarded with a devil fruit, Zoan type, insect fruit, mythical type, Hercules beetle. This time, the system rewarded him with another Zoan type devil fruit, which sparked Subai's idea of creating a beast brigade. If there were more Zoan fruit users in the Shadow Brigade, he might be able to form a new brigade composed entirely of Zoan users and compete with Kaido's beast army. With this novel idea, Subai directed his gaze toward the Hercules beetle fruit in the system's package. This devil fruit was unique. Its shape resembled that of a male Hercules beetle, with the developed horns standing upright at the center of the top, the tip of which curved upward and forked into 4 prongs. The fruit was purplish-red and covered in spiral patterns, with 2 green leaves at the bottom for contrast. Produced by the system, it was bound to be a premium product. Subai had initially worried that the ability implanted by the system might not match Akin's image, but when he saw the devil fruit in the system's package, he completely dispelled that concern. This Hercules beetle fruit was simply tailor-made for Akin. Akin, consider this devil fruit as a reward for joining us. Eat it, and you will gain immense power. Akin, who had just joined the Shadow Brigade, watched in astonishment as his young master Subai presented him with a devil fruit out of thin air. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his facial muscles trembled with excitement as he eagerly reached out to take the Hercules beetle fruit. Thank you for your gift, young master. As Akin examined the Hercules beetle fruit in his hand, admiring its exquisite spiral patterns and the sweet aroma emanating from the fruit's flesh, he couldn't help but lick his lips, eagerly opening his mouth to take a bite of the devil fruit. The Hercules beetle fruit was only the size of an apple, and Akin swallowed it in just a few bites. However, as he smacked his lips in aftertaste, a pungent, spicy insect flavor surged from his stomach, rushing straight to his head. Chapter 37. The Lucky Wheel, the ability to heal everything. The foul insect taste, mixed with salty and spicy juices, churned violently in Akin's stomach. With his face turning pale, Akin clawed at his throat, trying to vomit the devil fruit he had just eaten, but unfortunately, the fruit had already fused with him, and inducing vomiting was futile. The taste of the devil fruit was indeed hundreds of times worse than feces. It was as if one had swallowed a sandwich made from sweat-soaked, stinky socks, combined with a 100-year-old rusted anchor, and filled with hundreds of wriggling maggots from a fermented cesspool, an unbearable taste that lingered in his stomach, truly nauseating. The flavor of the insect fruit, Hercules beetle, caused Akin's stomach to spasm painfully. He squatted on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, coughing and gagging for several minutes before he finally managed to recover slightly. Looking at the newly promoted Akin, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. He playfully called over Klo and Alone, signaling them to spar with Akin and help him grasp the power of the devil fruit as soon as possible. Since the young master has spoken, we won't hold back. Akin, get ready. The first to step up was Klo, who possessed the white tiger fruit ability. He gracefully bowed to Akin, then adjusted his black-framed glasses that had slipped down his nose. In the blink of an eye, he transformed his steps and appeared before Akin. White Tiger Claw Strike. Just as Akin was beginning to react, Klo's fist, infused with overwhelming momentum, was already in front of him. At the critical moment, Akin, who had just begun to grasp the power of the devil fruit, instinctively narrowed his pupils, sidestepped, and raised his fist to defend himself. Bang! 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 Klo's rapid punches fell like rain, but Akin managed to block them all. As the sounds of their fierce battle echoed, a slightly fatigued Klo voluntarily withdrew from the fray, his serious gaze turning to Alone with a raised eyebrow. Alone, who had long been prepared for battle, immediately understood. He grinned widely, revealing his jagged teeth, then stuck out his crimson tongue, transforming into his half-beast form using the serpent dragon fruit ability, and walked toward Akin. Facing the fearsome Alone, Akin dared not be careless. He bent slightly, cautiously pulling out a cane from behind his back and crossing it defensively in front of himself, while also attempting to use the devil fruit's power. Power of the Hercules. A massive force erupted from Akin's chest. As a user of the Hercules beetle fruit, he clearly felt a layer of transparent, hard armor covering his body, greatly enhancing his defense. He was no longer afraid of Alone's powerful onslaught. Serpent Dragon on darts. Noticing Akin's unusual state, Alone's lips curled into a slight smirk. The moment he activated his fruit's ability, his legs shot forward like cannonballs aimed at Akin, and with incredible speed, Alone's clenched fist broke through Akin's defenses, sending him flying several dozen meters away. This fierce battle ended with Alone's overwhelming victory. Alone, you've been training well lately. Your current strength is likely worth a bounty of at least 75 million berries, not the 50 million berries you currently have. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, casually praised his capable subordinate. He then used the Navy's 6 styles technique to quickly reach Akin, pulling him up and kindly brushing off the dust from his clothes, encouraging him. Now that you have initially mastered the power of the devil fruit with more practice, you might be able to match Alone or even surpass him. Hearing his young master's encouragement, Akin's determined eyes sparkled with light. He respectfully bowed to Alone and Klo, then instinctively stood behind Subai. Young master, how should we deal with Admiral Click? Just as Klo raised his question, the system in Subai's mind emitted a mechanical sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie tasks 7 and 8. System rewards are being distributed. Name, Subai. Subordinates, Black Shadow Arlong, Black Shadow Shiaoba, Black Shadow Koby, Black Shadow Koby, Black Shadow Lijia, Black Shadow Bei Lumebo, Black Shadow Koluo, Black Shadow Zongao, Black Shadow, Ajin, 15-13 Black Shadow, Ordinary Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Black Shadow, Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers, 10 Night Bat, Core Ninja Soldiers, 50 Troll Core Ninja Soldiers. Abilities, Navy 6 Styles, Conqueror's Hockey, and Basic Observation Hockey. Special abilities, Tiger Charm, Chicken Charm, Dog Charm. Items, 5 Undersea Treasure Maps, 10 Replica Pacifistas, 1,000 Firearms made of Sea Prism Stone. Buffs, none. Faction, EastSea Coco West Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village. Successfully completing newbie tasks 7 and 8, Subai received system rewards, including 10 replica pacifistas, 1,000 firearms made of Sea Prism Stone, and one of the Zodiac charms from Jackie Chan Adventures, the Tiger Charm, which can achieve yin-yang balance, the strength of the Black Shadow Corps. Equipped with replica pacifistas and Sea Prism Stone firearms, will be further enhanced, allowing them to easily handle ordinary Devil Fruit user pirate crews. The Tiger Charm, capable of yin-yang balance, holds great significance for Subai as it can orderly regulate the hidden violent emotions and overwhelming killing intent deep within him. Even in the future, it will play a crucial role. As the power of the Black Shadow Corps continues to expand, killings and violence will frequently occur, making the ability of the Tiger Charm necessary to balance the negative influences within the Corps. After receiving the items from the system reward, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, focused his mind, and the lucky big wheel suddenly appeared before him. A dazzling array of treasures was neatly arranged in the grid areas of the wheel. Even though he had seen it twice before, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing it again. Space Fruit, Time Fruit, Supreme Great Knife, Binding Skill Card, Fruit Awakening Skill Card. Abilities of the 8 Great Demons, Mass of the 9 Generals of the Shadow Legion, Divine Battle Armor, Shiva Temple Bracelet, Book of Years, Hanafuda Cards, Basara Chang's Jade Prosthetic. System, activate the big wheel directly. Chapter 38. Departing for Orange Town, sending the clown buggy pirates into Impel Down. With a command from Subai, the lucky big wheel of the system started to spin. Creak, creak, creak. The lucky big wheel slowly began to operate, initially rotating at a slow speed. As its speed gradually increased, the items in the grid area of the big wheel became increasingly blurred. When Subai could no longer make out the words on the wheel, the system's prompt sound finally rang out. Does the host choose to pause? Looking at the rapidly spinning lucky big wheel, Subai closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, then answered decisively, yes. Stop the lucky big wheel. As soon as Subai spoke these words, the deep green pointer on the lucky big wheel momentarily stuttered, then its rotation gradually slowed down. Rabbit Talisman. The ability of the Mountain Demon Bagong. The ability of the Thunder Demon Zhong Su. Horse Talisman. Terra Mask. Manny Mask. Listening to all things ability card. Dragon Talisman. Time Space Fruit. Hurricane Fruit. Chilin Fruit. Hanafuda cards. As he witnessed the speed of the lucky big wheel slowing down, Subai's heart was tense, and he dare not breathe. Time flowed like a trickling stream, and on the system's lucky big wheel, that straight and prominent deep green pointer finally stopped at the Horse Talisman, one of the 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Lord, which has the ability to heal everything. The Horse Talisman represents healing and restoration, allowing the holder to remove all abnormal influences caused by external forces from their body, while also ensuring that the holder is not eroded by external forces, restoring them to their perfect state. It is considered one of the auxiliary talismans among the 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Lord, second only in power to the Dog Talisman. When used on a person, the Horse Talisman can eliminate all injuries and illnesses from that person. When used on objects, it can restore broken items to their original state. However, strictly speaking, the actual effect of the Horse Talisman on people is to clear away the injuries and illnesses troubling the talisman holder and the recipient, rather than making them permanently immune to injury or illness. This means that some extremely powerful attacks can still kill the holder of the Horse Talisman. But when combined with the Dog Talisman, this flaw can be perfectly compensated. For Subai, this lucky big wheel was simply worth more than its cost. The healing ability of the Horse Talisman was simply against the heavens, coupled with the vitality released by the Dog Talisman. It could even achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life. If the Shadow Legion were to wage war against other pirate crews or navy fleets in the future with the support of the talisman powers, they could completely achieve zero losses in annihilating the enemy forces. The noble horse drives away all external forces, Subai thought, and the Horse Talisman in the system package suddenly appeared in his hand. As he tightly gripped the Horse Talisman, it emitted a faint blue light, and a gentle warm current surged into Subai's body, healing all the dark ailments and injuries he had accumulated during his training. Without the influence of dark ailments, my strength has at least increased by about 10% from the original base. Tasting the sweetness of the reward, Subai decisively summoned all his subordinates, including Koby and Ligia, who were lurking in the Navy, Belumeb, Zango. He looked at the group of subordinates in front of him and waved his hand without saying a word, transferring the healing power of the Horse Talisman and the abundant vitality of the Dog Talisman to everyone in an energetic form. Koby and Belumeb, who had been lurking in the Navy headquarters and were carefully taught by Rear Admiral Karp and Admiral Kazu, had been doing their utmost every day to hone their strength and improve their combat skills, leading to the accumulation of many dark ailments and injuries in their bodies. Now, after receiving the nourishment of the Horse Talisman and Dog Talisman energy, their physical condition directly rejuvenated, becoming extremely light and comfortable, and even their stamina, strength, and limb flexibility saw a slight improvement. Koby, I really didn't expect that the legendary figure in the Navy, the Iron Fist Rear Admiral Karp, would take you as his closed-door disciple. You must not expose your identity. In the future, I will look for the right opportunity to pull your Master Karp into our Shadow Legion, so that you two can reunite. Belumeb, being taken as a closed-door disciple by Admiral Kazuru, whose strength is unfathomable, is an honor for you. Be sure not to expose your identity. In the future, I will also look for a suitable opportunity to pull Admiral Kazuru and all the Navy admirals and rear admirals into our Shadow Legion. Now, you two take care of Ligia and Zango. If their ranks are promoted, it will help you in the future. Subai briefly instructed, then let Koby, Belumeb, Ligia, and Zango quickly return to their respective Navy branches. Otherwise, if they stayed here too long, the Navy might become suspicious. Koby and the others bowed obediently and took their leave, quickly disappearing into the Shadow Kingdom. Then, using the points set up by the Shadow Kingdom at the Navy branch to teleport back to the Navy branch and headquarters. After personally seeing off Koby and the others, Subai turned his attention to his capable subordinates Arlong, Klo, Shiaoba, Koby, and the newly promoted subordinate Ajin, and meaningfully instructed. Our next task is to head to Orange Town, eliminate the clown buggy pirates, and then detour to Low Town to enter the Grand Line. I've heard that Low Town is under the jurisdiction of Navy Colonel Smoker, who is a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against him. Smoker is the opponent I specifically chose for you. Only if everyone on the ship can defeat him will we be qualified to go to the Grand Line. Listening to their young master's words, the newly promoted subordinate, Ajin, instinctively straightened his back and with a serious expression, secretly vowed to improve their overall strength before reaching Low Town, absolutely not to hold everyone back. As a smoke fruit user, Smoker can turn into smoke at any time and can also materialize at will. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against such Logia-type fruit users. Only seawater, sea prism stone, and hockey can cause them harm. Seawater and sea prism stone will render devil fruit users powerless, while hockey can be applied to any part of the user's body surface to increase attack and defense power and can directly hit any form of Logia-type fruit user opponents. Subai's words sparked great interest in Arlong and Klo regarding hockey. Seeing his subordinates so eager, young Master Subai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and continued. Once we eliminate the clown buggy pirates in Orange Town, I will conduct a 3-month training in hockey for you. As for whether you can master hockey in just 3 months, it depends on your diligence. Chapter 39. Akin's Elytra, Easily Resolving Battles. EastSea, Origin Archipelago, Orange Town. Due to the invasion of the buggy pirates, the residents of Orange Town have fled with their families to other places, turning the once bustling town into a deserted paradise for pirates and their base for reckless activities. In the heart of Orange Town, a pure white puppy is sitting obediently at the entrance of the pet food center, wagging its short little tail in boredom, eagerly awaiting the arrival of its owner. Grandpa Hecka, woof woof. While the little puppy, Shio, is amusing itself, a large lion-like creature called Leaky, with crimson eyes, green fur, and purple mane, is swaggering down the street with its tamer, Machi, riding on its back. The streets of Orange Town are spacious, and Leaky has been wandering around with Machi for quite a while. By noon, Leaky's stomach growls with hunger, and they happen to spot a pet food center at the end of the street. Machi urges Leaky to rush over, ready to indulge in a feast inside. Woof woof woof. Seeing the massive figure of Leaky, the little puppy Shio initially steps back in fear. However, recalling that the shop behind it was painstakingly opened by Grandpa Hecka, it cannot help but stop retreating and bravely barks at Leaky. How dare this little dog block my path? Leaky, get rid of it. The tamer Machi looks at the audacious little puppy with disdain, casually scratching his white, plush-like hair, and then commands Leaky to dispose of the arrogant little dog in front of them. Woof, woof woof. Shio bravely swipes its paw and leaps at Leaky, biting down on its foot. However, it only manages to nibble on a few strands of green fur without causing any significant harm. In contrast, Leaky simply swats its paw, sending Shio flying several dozen meters away. Despite this, Shio still refuses to give up, struggling to its feet and returning to Leaky's side, biting at its ankle. Roar, roar. Angered by the bite, Leaky's eyes turn even redder. It angrily roars at the sky and then swiftly swipes its massive paw down, sending the injured Shio crashing into the stone wall outside the pet food center. With a loud bang, dust fills the air, and Shio lies battered in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, unable to support its wounded body. Watching helplessly as Leaky and its tamer Machi swagger into the pet food center. Leaky, we've almost cleaned out this little shop. It's a nuisance to leave it standing. Let's just burn it down. Hearing Machi's suggestion, Leaky excitedly roars a few times, then, with a bag of pet food in its mouth, returns to the entrance of the pet food center with Machi. Miraculously, Machi pulls out 3 burning torches from his pocket, dramatically tossing them into the air, juggling them like a performer, and once satisfied, prepares to throw the torches into the looted pet food center. Hercules' power sheath wings. Just as the torches are about to land in the pet food center, Ajin, an officer from the Shadow Army, appears just in time. He immediately uses the power of his devil fruit, growing wings from his sides, and knocks all the burning torches away. Bullying a puppy is no skill at all. What a ridiculous combination of a stupid big cat and a freak in a plush head. Ajin's words infuriate Leaky and Machi, who glare at him with rage, charging towards Ajin without hesitation. As Leaky, with its foul-smelling, drooling mouth wide open and a crazed Machi riding on its back, charges at him, Ajin remains motionless. He raises his arm, and the transparent sheath wings behind him expand instantly, enveloping him within. Bang! The transparent wings wrap Ajin like a cocoon, and Leaky and Machi, coming in at high speed, crash directly into the wings, leaving them dazed and confused. With your strength, if you encountered Arlong and Brother Clo, you probably wouldn't even get a chance to speak. Rhinoceros beetle, scary horn impact. In the midst of the disarray caused by Lion Leaky and Beast Tamer Monka, who were still recovering from the shock, Akin chose to act decisively. He powerfully stomped his strong legs on the ground 14 times, then leaped into the air, using the reaction force from the ground. As he soared, a dark beetle-like armor materialized around his fists, enveloping him with a might to annihilate the heavens and earth. And he rapidly descended from mid-air, raining down a flurry of punches on a Lion Leaky and Beast Tamer Monka. The chaotic barrage of punches fell like a torrential storm, causing the arrogant Beast Tamer Monka and Lion Leaky to roll their eyes and then faint, their heads buried in the ground. Akin easily dealt with the two cadres of the buggy pirates. With a thought, he summoned hundreds of shadow ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom, then gestured for them to bind the two unconscious individuals tightly and deliver them to young Master Subai. The ninjas sprang into action, first pulling out thick ropes the size of a thumb to tie up Lion Leaky and Beast Tamer Monka like Zongzi, but then feeling a bit uneasy, they pulled out several iron chains to bind their hands and feet, lifted the two of them, and carried them back to the ship docked at the harbor. The strength of these two cadres from the buggy pirates was not impressive either. Akin wondered how Brother Arlong and Brother Kuro were faring. Brother Arlong was battling Captain Buggy, who had the power of the chop-chop fruit, and it was likely to be a fierce battle. After the intense fight, Akin prepared to return to the ship and wait for good news from Arlong and Kuro. Just as he turned to leave, he accidentally caught sight of the little dog, Shushu, lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. Seeing the poor little dog, battered and bruised, Akin felt a pang of compassion, gently picked it up, and then vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, reappearing in front of young Master Subai of the Shadow Legion, pleading for Subai to use his healing powers to save the little guy. Chapter 40. The Comedic Acrobat. One strike to defeat the enemy. In Orange Town back alley, the well-built thug Kuro adjusted his glasses as they slipped down to his nose, leisurely rolled up the white sleeves of his arms, and then gracefully walked towards the buggy pirates' headquarters. In a tavern nestled in a back alley, the mid-built Kabaji, chief of the buggy pirates, had long hair covering his left eye and slick back hair on the right, wearing a blue and white checked scarf. He was without an undershirt, draped in a brown coat with torn sleeves, and had bandages tied around his waist. He wore white pants and white lace-up leather shoes, happily drinking beer. He had placed his unicycle and sword beside the bar for easy access. While he was enjoying his drink, his acrobatic four-man team and the strongman brothers rushed into the tavern, flustered and breathless, reporting to Kabaji, Chief, there's a guy outside who knocked out dozens of our brothers and said he wants to deliver you to the Navy. Hearing the report, Kabaji angrily smashed the glass in his hand, furious as he grabbed his sword and unicycle from the bar, quickly riding out of the tavern straight toward Kuro's location. Our chief is angry. That guy's done for. How dare he provoke the chief? He must not know how to write the word death. Let's go see. The acrobatic team and the strongman brothers excitedly followed Kabaji, believing that he was the second most powerful person in the buggy pirates, right after Captain Buggy. They figured that the guy in the suit who didn't know the height of the sky would definitely be beaten to a pulp when he encountered Kabaji. In the central area of the back street, Kabaji, filled with rage, rode his unicycle to Kuro's front. Seeing his subordinates nearby moaning and clutching their injuries, Kabaji's anger intensified. He pulled out his sharp sword and charged at the suave Kuro. Acrobatics, fire-breathing old man. Just as Kabaji's sword was about to touch Kuro, he suddenly breathed out a flame mixed with alcohol. Kuro quickly dodged, preventing Kabaji from succeeding. You really are as deceitful, despicable, and sinister as the intel said. Thanks for the compliment. Now, take this, acrobatics, steam murder incident. Kabaji, riding his unicycle, laughed dismissively at Kuro's words. He gripped his sword tightly and began to spin it rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust to obscure his figure. What kind of acrobatics is this? Just a cloud of dust? Do you really think I don't know where you're hiding? You're underestimating me. At that moment, as Kuro spoke, Kabaji, hidden within the dust, decisively attacked with a sharp machete aimed at Kuro's chest. Shadow step, Retreat. Anticipating Kabaji's next move, Kuro quickly dodged, his steps agile, easily avoiding the planned lethal strike. Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. To dare come alone against the buggy pirates, should I praise your bravery or say you're seeking death? After several failed attacks that couldn't harm Kuro, Kabaji, the chief of the buggy pirates, was filled with rage and humiliation. His eyes glinted dangerously as he gritted his teeth, stomping on his unicycle and swinging his sharp sword, continuing to charge at Kuro. Let you taste my strongest acrobatics. Catch this. Acrobatics, God Wind 100 Tops Theater. Kabaji was only 3 meters away from Kuro when he pulled out dozens of small spinning tops from his pocket and hurled them at Kuro with great force. These tops were specially made weapons with sharp steel needles at the bottom. If hit, they would cause severe injuries. As dozens of small tops flew toward him, Kuro, with a cold expression, continued to use his unique skill, Shadow Step, deftly changing his steps and easily dodging the planned powerful attack. Watching Kabaji's comical acrobatics, Kuro, who in T used his devil fruit powers, asked with interest, riding a unicycle, "Do you have any other tricks? Hurry up and show me. These are too boring." Hearing Kuro's taunting words, Kabaji completely lost his composure. He howled in anger and began a series of acrobatic performances. Acrobatics, flying eaves, and walking walls. In a furious state, Kabaji rode his unicycle up the side of a tall building in the alley and leaped into the air, rapidly descending toward Kuro. Acrobatics, cooling fireworks. Tired of Kabaji's ridiculous performance, Kuro tugged at the collar of his suit and unleashed his devil fruit ability, sharp bone spikes erupting from his fists. Without much effort, he simply raised his hand, causing Kabaji, who was rapidly falling, to tremble in fear. Single wheel, suspended slash. Bang, 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 with a series of deafening metallic crashes. Kabaji's sharp sword shattered into pieces. He was pierced through the chest by Kuro's bone spikes, losing the ability to continue fighting, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. That was close, I almost killed this guy. Next, let's tie him up and take him back to the ship to hand over to the young master. As for Buggy, I'll leave that to Arlong. Kuro easily dealt with Kabaji, the second strongest in the buggy pirates, a smug smile creeping onto his face. He then summoned over 300 shadow ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom, signaling them to tie up the unconscious Kabaji and deliver him to young Master Subai. The Shadow Ninja soldiers acted swiftly, binding the unconscious Kabaji tightly in just a few breaths, then quickly heading towards the port. There are still some lowly scoundrels around here. Let's take care of them too. Shadow Step, Shovel Death. Chapter 41. The True Broken Clown Buggy. At the Buggy Pirates headquarters, news of Kabaji and the beast tamer Monka, Lion Leaky's consecutive defeats, reached Captain Buggy. Upon hearing the news, his eyes bulged with rage, and he flipped the table. To dare provoke the Buggy Pirates. They truly don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Someone, bring out my buggy cannon. The acrobatic trio of tightrope walkers quickly sprang into action, rushing into the armory and struggling to push out the several tons heavy buggy cannon. Load the cannon, light the fuse, and blow Orange Town to ruins. I will bury all those ungrateful fools in the explosion. The furious clown Buggy glared with gritted teeth, using the power of his split fruit, then waved his hand to order the cannon fire. The lackeys excitedly loaded the buggy shell into the cannon and pulled out matches to ignite the fuse as thick as a thumb. The hemp rope fuse burned quickly, turning to ashes in an instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Fiery lights flashed in various positions on the ground and in the sky, as shells spread outwards like a volcanic eruption, rapidly expanding in all directions around Orange Town. The scorching air currents flattened countless houses, and dust and debris danced in the swirling heat waves, while the thick, acrid smoke enveloped the entire Orange Town. Captain Buggy, Orange Town has turned into ruins. We still have 3 buggy bombs left. Should we continue firing? Watching the once towering town transform into a pile of rubble under his artillery, the clown Buggy felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction rise within him. He touched his big red nose and then casually said to his acrobatic trio of subordinates, "With 3 buggy bombs left, let us not waste them. We've fired so many shells that the entire Orange Town has been flattened, and that ignorant guy is surely buried in there." Hearing their Captain Buggy's words, the pirates of the Buggy Pirate crew cheered excitedly, shouting about holding a celebration party in the evening. Just as all the pirates were immersed in joy, a dark figure flashed out, followed by Arlong's deep, hoarse voice. "You fools, are you so happy just because you've knocked down a few buildings?" Arlong's words were not loud, but they seemed to penetrate, making the clown Buggy furious even from a distance. How dare you look down on my buggy bombs? You're simply seeking death. You guys turn the cannon and fire. With Buggy's command, his underlings quickly sprang into action, aiming the 50 centimeters caliber buggy cannon at Arlong's position, then loading the massive buggy bomb into the cannon, lighting the fuse, and completing the process in one go. Seeing the pirates aiming their cannons at him, Arlong smirked and quickly used his devil fruit ability to transform into a half-beast dragon form, then clenched his fists. Ready to strike. Boom! The buggy cannon erupted with a deafening explosion, and a red buggy bomb shot out of the barrel at high speed. Arlong remained calm, crossing his arms to block in front of his chest, then mockingly said, "With this little cannonball, you think you can defeat me? What a pipe dream. Dragon on darts." Arlong's light blue-webbed hands instantly transformed into claws. His muscular arms bulged, and then he swiftly swung out, effortlessly intercepting the near-supersonic cannonball. As all the pirates gaped in astonishment, Arlong smirked and threw the buggy bomb back towards the buggy pirate crew's position. Not good. This guy threw the buggy bomb back. Run. Seeing the buggy bomb returning, the clown buggy was so scared that he lost his wits, hurriedly calling his subordinates to retreat. Fragmentation, flying knives. It was nearly impossible to retreat completely in such a short time, so the clown buggy was forced to pull out 6 short-handled throwing knives used for tricks. Using the power of the fragmentation fruit, his hands, wearing white gloves, suddenly split from the arms, tightly gripping the throwing knives and throwing them at the buggy bomb. With another loud bang, the buggy bomb, marked with clown graffiti, was pierced by the short knives and exploded in midair, thick smoke billowing up, the rolling heat wave knocking Buggy and his subordinates to the ground. At this moment, only Arlong stood proudly with his hands behind his back on the battlefield. "Damn it, you've angered me, Buggy. I am a fragmentation person who has eaten the fragmentation fruit. Die." The dirty-faced clown Buggy struggled to get up from the ruins, furiously howling to the sky, then continued to use his devil fruit powers, splitting into several pieces and speeding towards Arlong. First, Buggy's hands gripped the short knives tightly, attempting to attack from both sides to inflict damage on Arlong. But Arlong didn't take care, easily dodging Buggy's long-planned attack with a simple somersault. Then, Buggy's feet quietly approached from behind Arlong, quickly kicking towards Arlong's lower back and spine. Only some lowly sneak attacks with such skills. You dare to call yourself a devil fruit user? You should be ashamed to say that. Arlong easily caught Buggy's flying feet and recalled the intelligence information given to him by young Master Su about the clown Buggy's abilities. Considering the limitations of Buggy's fragmentation ability, Arlong decisively pulled out a piece of rope from his pocket and tied Buggy's feet together. With his feet bound, the clown Buggy could not move, looking embarrassed and desperate to snatch his feet back from Arlong's grip. But unfortunately, as soon as his gloved hands reached in front of Arlong, they were captured and tied together as well. Fragmentation headbutt, without hands and feet. Buggy could only attack Arlong with his head, but the power gap between him and Arlong was too great. As soon as his head flew in front of Arlong, it was caught by Arlong with a black bag. Let me go. I can't see." Inside the black bag, the clown Buggy's head was angrily flailing about, while his body lay sprawled in the ruins, resembling a caterpillar wriggling around. This comical performance made Arlong burst into laughter, and he promptly gave Buggy's head a good thump. Chapter 42. The Pet Dog of the Shadow Brigade. Good water does not flow to outside fields. At the port, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, leaned against the railing at the back of the ship, gazing at the shimmering sea surface, the cool sea breeze brushing against his cheeks, his thoughts drifting far away with the wind. Earlier, Ajin had brought back 2 of Buggy's cadres, the lion-like Ricky and the beast tamer Monka, whose abilities were rather mediocre without any standout skills. Subai took a quick look at them and gave up on the idea of including them in the Shadow Brigade. As for the little dog Shushu that Ajin brought back, Subai actually liked it quite a bit. He actively used the horse talisman ability to heal all of Shushu's injuries, and then used the dog talisman ability to imbue Shushu with vibrant energy. With the energy boost from the horse and dog talismans, Shushu's fur became snow white and shiny. It gratefully circled around Subai's pant legs, wagging its short tail vigorously, its pink tongue panting, occasionally rolling on the ground to expose its belly. "Little buddy, join my Shadow Kingdom, and I will take good care of you." The little dog Shushu seemed to understand Subai's words, sitting very obediently in front of him, raising its small head and staring with big watery eyes, eagerly anticipating becoming a member of the Shadow Kingdom. What a well-behaved child. Looking at the gentle appearance of the puppy, Xiao, Subai smiled lightly and then reached out his hand to stroke Xiao's head. He then very gently transferred the dark power to it. Perhaps it was because the puppy Shosho was small in size, or maybe it was because Shosho actively cooperated with Subai to receive the dark power. In any case, this was the fastest time ever for Subai to transfer dark power. In just 3 breaths, he had brought the puppy Shosho into the Shadow Kingdom. Since Subai had brought the puppy Shosho into the Shadow Kingdom rather than the Shadow Legion, the system did not emit the mechanical sound to grant rewards. With the experiences of Shiaoba and Koby as a warning, even if Subai forcibly brought the puppy Shosho into the Shadow Legion, he wouldn't receive any substantial rewards. At most just a few bags of dog food, or items like a puppy collar or a teething stick. Just as Subai picked up the puppy Shosho and held it in his arms, gently stroking it, the dashing Kuro was carrying the unconscious Sarkabaji back onto the ship, moving slowly and respectfully, placing Kabaji on the deck, then politely bowing to Subai. Young master, this is the chief strategist of the buggy pirates, known as Kabaji. Looking at Kabaji, who resembled a spirited young man, Subai kicked him disdainfully on the backside and decisively gave up the idea of bringing him into the Shadow Legion. Although Kabaji was the chief strategist of the buggy pirates, with brains and strength, when compared to Cunning Kroll, he was hardly worth mentioning, not even 1% of Kroll's value. Kroll, you've worked hard, you can take a break now? Gently stroking the puppy Shosho's head, Subai turned and walked towards the railing on the left side of the ship. The Orange Town had now become a ruin, and at this time, Arlong should be bringing back the clown buggy. Sure enough, just as Subai thought of this, a dark figure flashed out from the central ruins of Orange Town. Arlong, using one of the Navy's 6 styles that Subai taught him, carried the clown buggy wrapped in a burlap sack back onto the ship. Seeing Akin and Kroll standing near Subai, Arlong knew he was the last to return from this mission, so he bowed slightly in apology towards young Master Subai, then respectfully brought out the bound clown buggy. You damn guy dare to treat Lord Buggy this way. My bones are gonna fall apart. Where's this? Kabaji, Monka. Licky, why are you all here? The clown buggy shouted shamelessly until he saw his 3 subordinates, who were also bound and bruised, before he wisely shut his mouth. The clown buggy, a user of the chop fruit, a former intern on a Raja pirate ship, and a sworn brother of red-haired Shanks. Very well. If we hand you over to the Navy, how much will our bounty increase? Hearing Subai's words, the bound buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless young man had such a cruel heart and was so knowledgeable about his identity. What are you talking about? What Roger pirates? What red-haired Shanks? I don't know anyone, I don't know anything. Seeing the clown buggy playing dumb, Subai just smiled slightly. He chose not to expose him because, in the face of facts, any lie was just a paper tiger, easily punctured. Ignoring the clown buggy, the Shadow Legion's young master Subai winked at Arlong. Arlong instantly understood, took a few steps to Buggy's front, and knocked him out with a knife-hand strike. He then summoned several shadow ninjas from the Shadow Kingdom and instructed them to handcuff the devil fruit-powered clown buggy with sea prism stone cuffs. Take Buggy and his subordinates and lock them all in the cabin, then head towards the nearby Navy's 32nd branch. The reason Subai chose to go to the Navy's 32nd branch was primarily because recently, Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Kazu jointly requested the Navy headquarters to send their closed-door disciples, Koby and Helmeppo, to the EastSea's Navy branch to serve as officers. They claimed it was to hone their skills, but in reality, they hoped they could capture more pirates and accumulate capital for future promotions. This information was extremely important to Subai. If he sent all the cadres of the buggy pirates over, it would be a substantial promotion capital for Koby and Helmeppo. In any case, he had to send the entire buggy pirates to the Navy base, whether he handed them over to others or his own people. Following the idea of not letting the fat water flow into outsiders' fields, Subai ordered his shadow ninjas to paddle faster and rush towards the Navy's 32nd branch. After a few days of hard work from the shadow ninjas, Subai and his group finally arrived near the Navy's 32nd branch. After landing on the island, they cleverly disguised themselves as bounty hunters and handed over all the members of the buggy pirates, including the captain, to the local Navy branch officer Koby. Chapter 43. Armament Hockey, heading to Rog Town. EastSea, Navy's 32nd branch. The Navy branch officer Koby personally escorted the black rogue bounty hunters out of the Navy base. Just as he and Helmeppo were escorting Subai and his group onto the ship, a mechanical sound from the system echoed in Subai's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the new Mission 9. System rewards are being issued. Name: Subai subordinates: Shadow Arlong, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Kroby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Ligia, Shadow Helmeppo, Shadow Kroll, Shadow Zhongyao, Shadow Akin, 15-13 Ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow, Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers, 10 Night Bat Legion Ninja Soldiers, 50 Troll Legion Ninja Soldiers. Abilities: Navy 6 Styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Beginner Observation Haki, Beginner Armament Haki. Special abilities: Tiger Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman. Items: 5 Underwater Treasure Maps, 10 Imitation Pacifists, 1,000 Firearms made of Sea Prism Stone. Buff: None. Under his influence: EastSea Cocoa Village, Shells Town, Zillabu Village, Akmish Island. Orange Town. Successfully completing New Mission 9. The Shadow Legion's young Master Subai received the system reward of Armament Haki, further enhancing his strength. Armament Haki. It would be best to find a natural-type fruit user to practice on. Wrapped in his black robe, Subai smirked and instructed Helmeppo beside him to immediately use the lightning fruit's power. Although Helmeppo was somewhat confused, he obediently transformed into lightning form. Helmeppo, it's been a while since I hit you. My hands are a bit itchy, so bear with it. Hearing his young master Subai's words, a flicker of fear crossed Helmeppo's dazed eyes. However, he thought to himself that since he was in natural lightning form now, even guns and cannons couldn't hit him, so how could the young master's fists possibly harm him? Young master, you can hit me without worry. I definitely won't dodge. Looking at the smug Barumabur in front of him, Subai decisively unleashed his armament haki. His fists turned pitch black, and then he delivered a powerful punch to Barumabur's head, causing Barumabur to roll his eyes back and faint. He collapsed uncontrollably into Koby's arms. Witnessing their young master's simple punch knocking out Barumabur, who was in his natural lightning form, Koby, Aaron, Klo, Akin, and Shiaoba were all stunned, their mouths agape. They looked at Subai with admiration, and then Klo and Aaron asked in unison, "Young master, was your fist black just now because you unleashed the legendary armament haki? The armament haki that can easily capture the flowing body of a natural-type devil fruit user." After witnessing their young master Subai demonstrate the armament haki they had longed for, Aaron and Akin excitedly surrounded Subai, hoping he would immediately teach them this skill. For Subai, teaching armament haki to Aaron, Klo, and Akin was not a difficult task, but before teaching them, he needed to ensure that everyone clearly understood what armament haki was and what specific abilities it possessed. In the world of One Piece, armament haki is a powerful ability that leans towards strength, alongside Conqueror's haki and observation haki, which are the 3 types of haki. Armament haki significantly enhances an individual's defense, acting like an invisible armor covering the surface of the body. In addition, armament haki can evolve into offensive power, assisting the user in countering devil fruit users, and can even allow them to touch the solid forms of Logia-type devil fruit users while they are in their intangible state. Although armament haki enables the user to contact the physical forms of devil fruit users, it cannot weaken them or prevent them from using their abilities like Sea Prism Stone can. If a Logia-type user wishes to evade an attack from an armament haki user, they can simply transform in advance to avoid it. The strength and capacity of armament haki vary greatly, depending on the individual. Generally, the more haki one possesses, the greater the strength of their armament haki, leading to a wider range of attack and defense, but also a faster consumption rate. As a type of haki that can be learned through training, armament haki is one of the most common types found in the second half of the Grand Line, New World, considered a universal skill. Even some Navy soldiers can master it. Learning armament haki is not easy. You must first master the iron body technique from the 6 styles of the Navy, and then I will specifically teach you how to use armament haki. Listening to their young master's words, Arlong and the others eagerly returned to the cabin to practice. Meanwhile, Koby, who had recently been promoted to a Navy 2nd lieutenant, carried Barumabur on his shoulder. Noticing that there was no one around, he respectfully bowed to Subai and then quietly pleaded, "Young master, I also want to learn armament haki. Captain Garp hasn't taught me this." Seeing Koby's eager expression, Subai laughed heartily, then tapped Koby's head and jokingly scolded, You really are someone who has a treasure mountain but doesn't realize it. Vice Admiral Garp is a hero of the Navy. Since he has taken you as his disciple, how could he not teach you armament haki? The reason he hasn't taught you yet is mainly because your strength is insufficient. You haven't even mastered the 6 styles yet and are already aiming too high. Subai's words made Koby feel deeply ashamed. A determined look flashed in his eyes, and he secretly vowed that after escorting the buggy pirates to the Navy headquarters, he would stay by Master Garp's side and master the 6 styles to perfection. Koby, I have great expectations for you in Barumabur. Next, we will set off for Rog Town and then enter the Grand Line. I hope you and Barumabur can be promoted to the Navy base in the Grand Line soon, and we will meet you there. Hearing their young master's words, Koby was moved to tears. He raised his head, looked at Su-bai with determination, and slowly said, "Young master, Koby will do his utmost to improve his strength and will never hold back our shadow army. You can rest assured." After saying this, Koby respectfully bid farewell to Su-bai and then carried the unconscious Barumabur back to the Navy's 32nd branch. Chapter 44. The Golden Thief, the treasure left behind by unanimous. In the east blue, the wind was rising and the waves were rolling. A pitch-black ship was slowly sailing on the sea, with a thick, long mast standing upright. At the top of the mast was a circular observation platform, and at the very tip hung the flag and signal light representing the Shadow Army. "Young master, it seems there is an island nearby that is buried with all the treasures of the Golden Thief Unanimous." At the bow of the ship, Ghostman Ajin was sitting steadily, intently examining a yellowed treasure map in his hands. This treasure map was a reward for completing a task assigned by the system a while ago. Since he couldn't quite understand the routes and area addresses on the map, Su-bai distributed the maps to his subordinates, asking them to analyze them in their spare time. Coincidentally, while the Shadow Army was sailing in the East Blue, the current sea terrain was remarkably similar to the content of the treasure map in Ajin's hand. Upon making this new discovery, Ajin immediately informed Su-bai, the young master of the Shadow Army. After learning about the situation, Su-bai promptly instructed his ninjas responsible for rowing and steering to navigate the ship towards the island marked on the treasure map, Golden Island. On the treasure map, there were several striking red characters indicating the burial place of the Golden Thief Unanimous. The Golden Thief Unanimous was a legendary pirate known across the seas. It is said that he led his crew to plunder countless ruthless pirates, seizing all the gold from their ships. Before Unanimous died, he buried all the gold he had obtained on Golden Island. It is rumored that the gold buried on Golden Island accounts for about 1/3 of the world's total, which is an enormous and terrifying amount. Set sail for Golden Island. Unanimous treasure belongs to our Shadow Army. Ajin, filled with excitement, activated his devil fruit ability, growing wings from his ribs. The transparent wings quickly spread out, and he flew high above, circling above the Shadow Army's ship several times. Once he calmed his excitement, he finally landed back on the deck. "Young master, you say that the gold buried by Unanimous accounts for about 1/3 of the world. How much could that be? Even 50 Navy ships might not be able to hold it all. If I could have so much gold, I could recruit a large army and create a massive fleet for our Shadow Army, then directly attack the Grand Line and support you to become the Pirate King." Seeing Ajin's eager expression, Su-bai laughed heartily, walked over to him, gently patted his shoulder, and slowly said, "If we really manage to collect all the gold buried by Unanimous, I will form a fleet of 10,000 men and let you, Kuro, and Arlong serve as captains. How does that sound?" Hearing their young master's words, Ajin was so excited that he almost fainted. He respectfully bowed repeatedly and gratefully said, what an honor. To be valued by you, young master, is my utmost glory." Su-bai smiled slightly, raising his arm to signal the ninja in charge of steering to turn the ship's bow, heading rapidly towards the direction of Golden Island. Just as the Shadow Army ship was speeding along, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out about 300 nautical miles southwest of their location, accompanied by a soaring beam of light, causing an immense commotion. This made Su-bai and his subordinates quickly enter a state of alert. Kuro, Arlong, Ajin, Little 8, and Koby be ready for battle at any time. The rest do not interfere and continue sailing. Several days later, the Shadow Army ship arrived in the Bay of Golden Island. Su-bai and his group successively disembarked, stepping onto the soft and muddy land, heading towards the location marked on the treasure map, the Whale, the burial site of Unanimous lifetime treasure. From the southern hills, the Whale faces west, its tail faces east. The place where Su-bai and his group landed was the southern hills, where towering giant trees stood and countless beasts and birds of prey roamed. From deep within the dense forest, the occasional sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys howling could be heard. This might be an unapproachable forbidden zone for ordinary people, but for Su-bai and the Shadow Legion, this dangerous forest was no different from an ordinary one. At most, they just needed to throw a few more punches along the way to deal with some wild beasts. "Go, Shiaoba, hurry up, Koby, don't fall behind." With great enthusiasm, Ajin pulled Shiaoba and Koby ahead to clear the path, while Su-bai, as the leader, walked in the center. Klo and Arlong were positioned slightly behind Su-bai on either side, responsible for ensuring his safety. In the dark and terrifying forest, there were always some reckless beasts that came out smelling human scent, and without exception, they were easily dealt with by Akin and Klo. The southern hills spanned nearly 200 square kilometers, and exhausted, Su Bai and the others walked while eating. No matter if it was something flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, as long as it was edible, Su Bai and his companions devoured them all. Young master, we are almost at the location of the whale, due to the fact that the Shadow Corps could not traverse to places they had never reached. Su Bai and his group leisurely made their way there. After nearly 3 days and 2 nights, they finally arrived at the whale's location marked on the treasure map. Looking at the giant stone-carved whale, with its head facing west and its tail facing east, Akin, who was in a hurry, had not yet assessed the situation before pulling everyone towards the ancient castle to the east. That ancient castle must be the place where Golden Thief Unanimous buried all the gold. I'll use my devil fruit ability to fly over and take a look. As soon as Akin finished speaking, he spread his wings and soared into the air, gliding towards the ancient castle with the help of a strong wind. However, within half an hour of Akin taking off, a golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the direction of the ancient castle east of the whale, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave almost knocked Shiaoba and Klo off their feet. Not good. Akin might be in danger. Klo and Arlong, you two go check it out. Faced with the sudden situation, Su Bai was worried about Akin's safety and immediately ordered his capable subordinates Arlong and Klo to provide support. The two quickly complied and changed their pace, rushing towards Akin's location like a gale. Chapter 45. Injured Akin dare to bully our Shadow Corps members? On Golden Island, in the castle area, Akin, in the form of a Hercules beetle, slowly descended to the entrance of the castle. Just as he was retracting his wings, a swordsman resembling an Indian suddenly appeared in the plains area at the entrance. This swordsman had a sharp machete hanging from his waist. His skin was dark and yellowish. Wearing an eagle feather headdress, and his long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails hanging by his cheeks. He had small eyes, a flat nose, thick lips, and a necklace of canine teeth around his neck. He was dressed in a knee-length robe made of beast fur painted in red and green, with a brown animal skin belt around his waist, exposing his calves, and he wore a pair of green, oversized shoes. Kid, this is the territory of Ederago. We'll let you in. Get out of here. Hearing the swordsman's rude words, Akin was furious. He glared with wide eyes and retorted, What the hell is Ederago? It doesn't matter whose territory this is. Since I've come here, this is the territory of our Shadow Corps. You old hat, get out of here, or I'll teach you a lesson. The swordsman, named Gallus, was a top swordsman hired at a high price by the ultrasound fruit user Ederago. He was currently on a mission, guarding the perimeter of the castle to stop others from entering. Cobra Indian split slash. Seeing Akin refusing to leave, Gallus immediately drew his sword from his waist. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent boiling, and his momentum rising as he swung the sharp machete directly towards Akin. Hercules' power, sheath wings. Akin reacted quickly, using his devil fruit ability to grow wings from his ribs. The transparent sheath wings encapsulated him like a cocoon, easily blocking Gallus's full force strike. Eagle Indian slash. Gallus's eyes ignited with rage as he forcefully stomped on the ground, using the reaction force to leap into the air and executed his sword technique, using the downward momentum to slash at the cocoon formed by Akin's wings. Bang, 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 with a series of intense collisions. Several cracks appeared on the cocoon formed by Akin's transparent sheath wings. Realizing the situation was dire, Akin quickly unfurled his wings, sending Gallus flying several dozen meters away. He then swiftly retracted his wings and utilized one of the 6 styles taught by his young master, Iron Block, enhancing the hardness of his fists significantly. Hercules' power Black Fist. Just as Akin swung his fists with all his might, he once again used his Devil Fruit ability, covering his fists with a layer of transparent and hard-scale armor, making his punches comparable to basic armament hockey, like cannonballs shooting towards Gallus's chest. Clang! A crisp collision sounded as Akin's fist, carrying immense power, slammed into Gallus's chest like a meteorite hitting the ground. Gallus was sent flying backward several dozen meters before crashing into a stone pillar, finally coming to a stop. Cough! You bastard! You're actually an animal-type devil fruit user. Gallus, with blood at the corner of his mouth, flashed a fierce, killing intent in his eyes. He struggled to stand up, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and glared at Akin with resentment, then roared angrily, Fierce Tiger Indian slash. In a frenzied state, Gallus's eyes turned red. He tore the sleeves of his long robe, exposing his strong, muscular arms, then gripped the sharp machete tightly. With powerful legs, he suddenly launched himself forward, changing his steps, and sprinted towards Akin at an incredible speed. Just as the swordsman Gallus was charging towards Akin, a dark-skinned pirate with bright orange hair slowly emerged from the ancient castle behind Akin. This pirate was Edirago, the ultrasound fruit user who had hired Gallus at a high price to assist in finding unanimous treasure. Edirago, a burly figure with wild orange hair, looked like a standing lion at first glance. His skin was dark, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a flat nose, and a mouth full of fangs. His muscular body was clad in golden armor, with a white shirt underneath, the collar of which was open, exposing a hairy chest. A wide green belt was tied around his waist, and a nearly ground-length black cloak was tucked into the belt for fixation. Below, he wore brown-black lantern-style pants, and on his feet were brown-black cloth shoes. Edirago, stepping out of the castle, was extremely frustrated. The whale marked on the treasure map pointed west, with the tail facing east, but the tail pointing west was exactly the location of the castle. However, this empty old castle had nothing in it, leaving him nowhere to search for all the gold buried by the golden thief unanimous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As Edirago just stepped out of the castle door, he saw his hired swordsman Gallus heavily injured, fighting against a stranger. Seeing this situation, Edirago's already volatile emotions instantly ignited. He opened his mouth full of fangs to gather energy, and then a dazzling yellow beam of light burst forth from his foul-smelling mouth, accompanied by a deafening ultrasonic sound. That yellow beam shot out like a cannonball, crashing onto Akin's back. Ultrasound bomb shoot. Caught off guard, Akin was instantly blasted away by the ultrasonic cannonball shot by Edirago, flying hundreds of meters away. As the dazzling beam slowly extinguished Akin, heavily wounded and nearly on the brink of death, rolled on the ground dozens of times before finally stopping. However, he had already lost the ability to continue fighting, unable even to support himself to stand up. Gorith, a nameless pawn, managed to injure you this badly? It seems I need to consider hiring other powerful swordsmen to assist me in finding the treasure. Seeing his heavily paid swordsman in such a sorry state, a look of disdain crossed Edirago's eyes. Just as he was about to completely deal with Akin, Klo and Alone from the Shadow Legion arrived just in time. From a distance, they saw Akin, dirty and bloodied, lying on the ground, barely alive. Who had the audacity to injure a member of their Shadow Legion like this? Is it you, Lionhead? Or you, with that chicken feather? A look of resentment rose in Alone's eyes as he and Klo simultaneously activated their devil fruit powers, swiftly transforming into their half-beast forms, slowly approaching the bewildered Edirago and Gorith. Chapter 46. Edirago, the ultrasonic fruit user. Hearing Alone call him Lionhead, Edirago let out a furious roar, using the powers of the ultrasonic fruit to shoot an ultrasonic cannonball toward Alone and Klo. The golden ultrasonic beam gathered in Edirago's mouth before bursting forth. Alone, the user of the dragon fruit, had a layer of light blue dragon scales appear on his legs, and his muscular legs bulged. He swiftly changed his steps and easily dodged Edirago's furious attack. Is this all you've got? I suggest you use your full strength, or else you'll be beaten so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Hearing Alone's arrogant words, Edirago's furious eyes turned red. He grimaced and ripped open all the buttons on the bottom of his white shirt, then impatiently scratched his messy orange hair. A dark red ultrasonic beam gathered in his toothy mouth, aimed at Alone, and blasted forward, continuing to unleash power to sweep across a wide area, intending to eliminate the boastful Alone. Blue dragon flight riding the clouds. Sharp black horns sprouted from both sides of Alone's forehead, and light blue dragon scales nearly covered his entire body. At that moment, he resembled a true dragon coming into the world. He let out a dragon roar toward Edirago. Then his legs exploded with powerful force, and he soared dozens or even hundreds of meters into the air, easily dodging Edirago's ultrasonic cannonball. Seeing Alone fly into the sky, Edirago was infuriated and turned his attention to Klo, the white tiger fruit user nearby. He looked at Klo's tall and handsome figure and shouted loudly, "Hey kid, your companion has run away. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to die? If so, then I'll take your life." Edirago clearly regarded Klo as a soft target. Klo remained silent, standing calmly in place, then slowly turned his head to look at Edirago, coldly saying, "Since you insist on seeking death, I'll oblige." Klo quickly took off his black suit, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and activated his devil fruit power. His already muscular arms bulged with veins like old tree roots under the enhancement of the devil fruit power. His whole body was cracking with energy, and his upper body revealed a white tiger form, with his strong chest muscles bursting through his white shirt, exposing his solid chest. At this moment, Klo's overall height increased to about 5 meters. His fists transformed into rough and powerful tiger paws, and 10 sharp steel claws suddenly emerged from the inner sides of his paws. He raised his head and let out a series of tiger roars, then, like the wind, became a flash of pure white lightning, charging toward Edrago. Edrago did not expect Klo to also be a devil fruit user. He was shocked and retreated repeatedly. But seeing that he was about to hit the castle wall, he was forced to choose to fight back. With all his strength, he gathered energy throughout his body and condensed a giant light blue energy ball in his toothy mouth. When Klo rushed in front of Edrago, Edrago decisively fired the ultrasonic energy ball from his mouth. This energy ball was a life-saving weapon that Edrago had painstakingly researched. Once it exploded, it could flatten everything within a radius of 3 kilometers, leaving no grass behind. Perhaps sensing the threat from the ultrasonic energy ball, Klo quickly dodged to the side of Edrago, then opened his arms. Arlong, who was in midair, saw this and rapidly flew down, carrying Akin, who was barely alive, up to a height of 100 meters. These guys actually flew into the sky, damn it, just as Edrago launched the energy ball from his mouth. He was surprised to find that Klo and Arlong, along with the nearly dead Akin, had actually stopped in midair, with a deafening explosion. The ultrasonic energy ball fired by Edrago, having not made contact with any person or object, continued to shoot toward the southern hills. About 1 or 2 minutes later, the energy ball landed in the forest of the southern hills, instantly flattening the entire area, with the hills within a 3-kilometer radius turning into flat ground, and a trench over 100 meters deep appearing at the explosion's center. This guy is an ultrasonic fruit user. He needs time to charge his ultrasonic energy ball. The longer the charging time, the greater the destructive power. We must not allow him to accumulate such a giant energy ball again. Otherwise, no one will be able to match him. In Arlong's powerful arms, Klo's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He assessed the ferocious Edrago, who was preparing to charge another ultrasonic energy ball. Seeing that Edrago was about to launch a second attack, Klo quickly asked Arlong to put him down, as he had a way to deal with Edrago. Listening to Klo, Arlong activated the Dragon Fruit's cloud riding ability, quickly descending to the ground and gently placing Klo down. He then took Akin back to the Shadow Kingdom to send ninja troops to treat the heavily wounded Akin. After properly settling Akin, Arlong returned to the battlefield and quickly approached Klo, asking how to defeat the ultrasonic fruit user Edrago. Klo replied, Edrago needs time to charge each ultrasonic energy ball. We can just get close and engage in hand-to-hand combat to interrupt his spellcasting. Ordinary sound wave attacks are no different from tickling for someone with our physical strength. Hearing Klo's analysis, Arlong felt this method was feasible, so he gathered all his strength into his legs and fists, frequently changing his steps, and rapidly reached Edrago's back. Taking advantage of Edrago's moment of inattention, Arlong delivered a powerful punch. Arlong's dragon fist, enhanced by one of the Navy's 6 styles, iron block, had a hardness comparable to steel. When he threw this punch, it directly struck Edrago, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and forcibly interrupting his spellcasting. Edrago, who was blasted away several meters, fell to the ground. The ultrasonic light ball he had painstakingly gathered was extinguished and turned into nothingness, which made him extremely furious. He opened his large mouth full of fangs again, gathering an ultrasonic light ball, preparing to deliver a killing blow to Arlong. Hey, Lionhead, being indecisive on the battlefield is a big taboo. Just as Edrago was gathering the ultrasonic light ball, Klo used the power of the white tiger fruit. He exerted force with his muscular legs and shot directly behind Edrago, then threw a punch, interrupting the spell casting once again. Chapter 47, The Shadow Brigade Master, Ajin versus Edrago. Edrago, once again forcibly interrupted in his spell casting, was extremely enraged. He quickly retreated to Gorith's side with a gloomy expression, then took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Gorith, signaling him to help block Klo and Arlong's close combat for now. Once he finished gathering the energy for his ultrasonic light ball, he would take care of Klo and Arlong to avenge today's humiliation. For the sake of money, Gorith, who had abandoned the dignity of swordsman, gripped his sharp saber tightly, forcing himself to stand his ground, pointing the tip of his sword at Klo. Then, his feet moved rapidly, swinging his large sword towards Klo's neck. Cobra Indian split slash. The bounty on swordsman Gorith was only 4 million berries. With his level of strength, how could he possibly be a match for Klo, who was already famous in the EastSea? seeing the Indian-styled swordsman Gorith charging towards him. Klo glanced seriously at Arlong beside him. Arlong immediately understood and drew his large saw blade jonfing from his back, then leaped into the air to intercept Gorith, who was about to attack Klo. Swordsman, your opponent is me, Fishman Arlong, the user of the sea dragon fruit. Hearing Arlong's self-introduction, swordsman Gorith instantly reacted. He scrutinized Arlong up and down, and then a look of horror shone in his eyes. Who is Fishman Arlong? He is a sea pirate of the EastSea level, and not long ago, the Navy raised his bounty to 50 million berries. No matter how strong his own strength was, it was only at the level of 4 million berries. If he were to fight Arlong, even having 10 lives would not be enough for him to kill. Thinking of this, swordsman Gorith's heart wavered, even though he held a bag of heavy gold coins. It could not bring him peace. If he really had to engage in battle with Arlong, he would undoubtedly lose, and all the gold coins he had painstakingly accumulated would eventually become treasures dug up by others. Between life and money, the timid Gallus ultimately chose life. His previously swift steps slowed down, and he eventually stopped, turning his direction to escape toward the location of the whale. This action by the swordsman Gallus stunned everyone present. Klo and Aaron understood Gallus's intentions with just one glance, while their opponent, Edra, was not so composed. He anxiously called out to Gallus, trying to bring him back, but Gallus remained unfazed by Edra's hoarse shouts, continuing to run wildly, and soon vanished into the jungle. Damn traitor, this is infuriating. Once I deal with these two bastards in front of me, I will definitely kill this traitor to vent my anger. Alone, Edra's eyes filled with vigilance. Taking advantage of the gap before Klo and Aaron got closer, he quickly condensed an ultrasonic energy sphere in his mouth. By the time Klo and Aaron were about to approach, he had finished charging. Ultrasonic bomb machine gun. Edra transformed the condensed ultrasonic energy sphere into hundreds of bullets, leaning against the stone wall outside the castle, aiming at Klo and Aaron and rapidly firing. As the sound of explosions erupted, the ultrasonic bullets shot toward Klo and Aaron like a torrential storm. Aaron utilized the power of the dragon fruit, with a layer of hard dragon scales emerging from his skin, which blocked all the bullets. Meanwhile, Klo transformed into a white tiger, using the tiger's tough physique to withstand all the ultrasonic bullets fired at him. Immune to the ultrasonic bullets, Klo and Aaron got closer to Edra's position. Seeing this, Edra attempted to flee deeper into the castle, but just as he was about to turn, a pitch-black figure flashed by. The leader of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, had arrived. Looking at the incredibly ugly and fearsome Edra, who possessed the ultrasonic fruit ability, Su Bai's eyes emitted a fierce light. His purple pupils slowly contracted, and he coldly hissed, "Dare to touch my Shadow Legion members, and I will make this paramecia sound fruit return to the sea today." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai instantly moved, utilizing the Marine 6 Stylesu, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Edra. In a state of confusion, Edra was directly overwhelmed by the intense conqueror's haki that erupted from Su Bai, causing his legs to buckle, and he knelt to the ground. If the sound fruit is developed well, it could definitely become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. But unexpectedly, you've squandered it and developed it into this pathetic state. Su Bai's voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of disdain, yet it was clear to hear. At that moment, he exuded an aura of authority, akin to a high and mighty emperor looking down upon mere ants. Trembling from the conqueror's haki, Edra was drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to raise his head to look at Su Bai. Gazing at Su Bai's youthful, frosty face, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. At that moment, Edra's vision blurred, and he vaguely saw a reaper in a black and red robe, wielding a giant scythe, slowly approaching him. "Edra, for now, I won't kill you. I want you to fight my subordinate fairly. If you can win this battle, you can take all the gold buried by the Golden Thief unanimous and leave here. But if you lose, the paramecia sound fruit will reappear in the sea." With a thought, Su Bai signaled, and dozens of fully armed ninja soldiers emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, carrying the severely injured Akin. They brought Akin before Su Bai. Looking at the bruised and battered Akin, Su Bai's purple eyes narrowed slightly, a flame of anger burning in them. However, he remained silent, simply extending his arms from his black robe and placing them on Akin's shoulders, transferring the healing energy released by the talisman. In an instant, Akin, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, fully recovered. He stood tall beside Su Bai, full of spirit, ready to fight Edra. "Akin, your Hercules beetle form can definitely suppress this lion-headed guy. Fight with confidence." Chapter 48. Revenge and Redemption. Unanimous final words. Hearing his master's encouragement, Akin felt as if a fierce flame was burning in his chest. At this moment, he desperately wanted to prove himself through battle. Akin, go and showcase your strength. Let me see your recent training progress. If this guy dares to play dirty, we will intervene. Subai's deep purple eyes sparkled like stars, and he looked at Akin with firm expectation, hoping for a satisfactory response. Hercules' power shell. Akin, extremely excited, activated the bug fruit's ability, covering his entire body with a thick layer of transparent armor, then stepped forward to face Edra, expressionless and ready for battle. For the absolute fairness of this fight, Subai quickly moved to Edra's side and used the talisman's magic to heal all of his injuries. The outcome of the battle between the fully revitalized Edra and the energetic Akin remained uncertain. Ultrasonic bomb flame. With his messy orange-red hair, Edra opened his mouth filled with fangs, quickly condensing a small ultrasonic energy sphere. He then took a box of matches from his pocket, lit one, and tossed it into the sphere. He aimed at Akin's general location and threw the energy sphere. The ultrasonic energy sphere, filled with flames, slowly floated toward Akin. Just when it was about 3 to 5 meters away from him, it suddenly exploded, releasing high-density flames in all directions, with intense heat directed at Akin. Seeing the fierce flames approaching, Akin decisively retreated a few steps, then grew wings from his ribs, quickly unfurling his transparent wings to shield himself, blocking all the flames and preventing any harm to his body. Hercules' power insect cannonball. Akin squatted down, his powerful leg muscles instantly showing defined lines. He wrapped himself in the transparent wings that extended from his ribs, then curled up, aiming at Edra not far away. With a powerful push off his legs, he launched himself like a cannonball, speeding toward Edra, who was still condensing the ultrasonic energy sphere. Edra realized the situation and quickly defended himself. He had no time to dodge and was forced to shoot the not fully condensed ultrasonic energy sphere from his mouth. Bang! With a deafening explosion, smoke billowed and dust flew. Just as Adarago thought that Akin would be taken out by his supersonic cannonball, Akin's figure suddenly appeared through the haze, still curled up as he aimed again and shot towards Adarago. This time, Adarago was completely unprepared. His eyes widened in panic as he saw Akin getting closer. The guy was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing directly onto the ground. Because of this, Adarago barely managed to dodge Akin's insect cannon attack. Akin's powerful strike collapsed the outer wall of the castle, and he slowly walked out of the ruins. His eyes filled with fierce intent as he looked at the pale-faced Adarago. Hercules' power iron fist. Seeing Adarago looking somewhat dazed from fear, Akin didn't care about anything else. His fists, covered in beetle armor and the iron block ability from the Navy's 6 powers, moved like lightning, suddenly appearing in front of Adarago and delivering a fierce blow to his jaw. The impact sent Adarago flying several meters into the air. His deeply sunken eye sockets rolled back, his fangs shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth, continuously flowing down the corners. At this moment, Adarago had completely lost the ability to continue fighting, and the duel was declared over with Akin's victory. Akin, remember that the defeated have no dignity or choices. Now it's time to fulfill what I just said and let the Superman-type sound wave fruit resurface on the sea. Akin obediently walked over to the unconscious Adarago. Looking at this notorious sea pirate, Akin felt no pity. His anger erupted at that moment, and with fists reinforced by the incredibly hard beetle armor, he struck down on Adarago's messy orange hair-covered head with a gust of wind. A crisp cracking sound echoed, and Adarago's head burst like a ripe watermelon under the external force, splattering red and white matter everywhere. At that moment, Akin's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Covered in bright red blood, he resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour, and any ordinary person who saw this would undoubtedly be terrified. It was simply horrifying. After easily ending Adragotha's life, Akin, Klo, and Aaron coincidentally arrived in front of Subai. Looking at these 3 capable subordinates, Subai nodded with appreciation and then activated the magic of the horse talisman to heal their injuries one by one. Next, they set out to search for the treasure buried by the golden thief Unanimous. This guy had a bounty of 60 million berries from the Navy during his lifetime, so his strength was definitely not ordinary. While searching for the treasure he left behind, they needed to maintain a sense of reverence. Since Adragoth had not found any signs of gold in the castle, Subai and the others decisively returned to the position of the whale. They noticed a small upward curl at the end of the whale's tail and quickly climbed towards the largest chimney mountain on Gold Island. The chimney mountain towered into the clouds, which might be a bit challenging for ordinary people, but for Subai, Aaron, and Akin, who had specific flying abilities, it was nothing worth mentioning. The three of them carried Klo, Shiaoba, and Koby and flew up the chimney mountain. Then, in a hidden place, they discovered the small courtyard where the golden thief Unanimous once lived. Upon entering Unanimous' small courtyard, the group found it utterly destitute. Apart from a fireplace in the living room, the other rooms were just empty walls. Just as everyone was at a loss, Subai, who released his observation haki, decisively kicked open the fireplace leaning against the wall in the living room, revealing a hidden passageway underneath. Subai led the group into the passage, and after navigating a long corridor, they entered a small room covered in dust. In the center of the room stood a wooden chair, upon which sat a skeletal figure resembling a pirate. It was the skeleton of the golden thief Unanimous himself. After briefly inspecting Unanimous' remains, Subai did not pay much attention to it anymore. He continued to use his observation haki to sense any objects in the cramped space. But no matter how he perceived, he could not detect the presence of gold. Just as Subai was feeling a bit fatigued from using his haki, Akin suddenly pointed at some strange writing on the wall and slowly began to translate. To those who seek gold, my name is Unanimous. I was once known as the Golden Pirate, but now I am just a man waiting for death. I have returned all the gold to its rightful owner. I have fought and realized my childhood ambition, ultimately building this unprecedented mountain of gold. However, facing this gold, I remembered what someone once said: gold does not smile. It is just like a stone. Indeed, what I risked my life to obtain was not gold, but the adventurous journey of seeking gold. There is no gold here, but there are more precious treasures. Perhaps they hold no value for others, but I am now very satisfied. Please do not destroy this place. It is where I buried my lifelong treasures. After reading Unanimous' last words, Subai the Shadow Brigade laughed heartily. He then dispatched several ninjas from the Shadow Brigade, signaling them to give Unanimous' remains a proper burial. As for the gold, it was not that important. This journey for gold had greatly benefited all the cadres of the Shadow Brigade, and that was the greatest harvest. Chapter 49, The City of Beginnings and Ends, Rog Town. In the EastSea, Polaris Islands, Rog Town, known as the place where the pirate king God Roger was born and executed. Rog Town is also referred to as the City of Beginnings and Ends. It gathers a large number of pirates who wish to venture into the Grand Line. It is both a breeding ground for evil and a prosperous city. If it weren't for the White Hunter Smoker guarding and governing it, it would likely be thrown into chaos. At the port of Rog Town, many naval warships and fishing boats from all over the world are docked, among which are hidden some pirate ships. The people coming and going at this port are already used to it. Even some naval soldiers turn a blind eye, walking through the port towards the interior of Rog Town. You can reach Central Street via a main road. Continuing along Central Street leads you to Rog Town Square, the most crowded place in Rog Town. Located in front of a large building resembling a town hall, where the execution platform of the pirate king Roger once stood. In the dense buildings of Rog Town, a dark alley leads directly to the God Roger Tavern. Inside this old and dilapidated tavern, the young master of the Black Shadow Brigade, Subai, along with his subordinates Arlong, Ajin, Klo, Shiaoba, and Koby, are joyfully toasting and drinking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Inside the tavern at the bar, an old man wearing a dark purple knitted hat, small black round glasses, and gold hoop earrings was mixing drinks. The old man's figure was slightly hunched, about half the height of Alone, roughly around 1.3 meters tall. He wore a white robe, a green beaded necklace around his neck, brown-black pants, and dark green cloth shoes. This old man, named Raoul, was a native of Rog Town and had once been a childhood friend of the pirate king God Roger. The two shared an extremely close relationship, and when Roger chose to challenge the Grand Line, they had exchanged words. At that time, Raoul had scoffed at Roger's ambition to conquer the Grand Line, but not long after, when he learned that Roger had succeeded, he was filled with an excitement that belied his age. Subsequently, he renamed the tavern to God Roger Tavern. Boss, let's have 5 more bottles of rum and a bottle of fruit cocktail. Hearing the order from the Black Shadow Brigade's young master, Subai, Raoul slowly stood up from behind the bar and reached for the rum in the cabinet. Meanwhile, a large skull next to the bar caught the attention of the Black Shadow Brigade. Boss, what's the story with that big skull on your bar? And what about those bounty posters of the great pirates on the wall? Can you give us a brief introduction? In response to Subai's request, Raoul hunched over and handed drinks to Alone and the others, then turned serious as he looked at the skull beside the bar and said, This is the end of a guy known as the Giant Slayer, a villain who killed 100 pirates, but Joel D. Roger sent him to his end with just one blow. Roger's attack was like a flash of lightning. This Giant Slayer was originally famous for wielding an enormous knife. But the outcome was decided in an instant. Getting more excited, Raoul picked up the large skull and pointed to a knife scar on its forehead, continuing his introduction to the Black Shadow Brigade. Look, this is the wound left at that time. But this guy was also notorious. Before he died, he said, Roger, I bow to you. May the pirate's legacy last forever. As for the bounty posters on the wall behind me, for example, Eric Dawn, known as the King, with a bounty of 340 million berries. Shiaoba, the world's fastest gunman, with a bounty of 530 million berries. And the great evil Monka's brothers, with a bounty of 290 million berries. They all possess immense power, terrifying like demons. But in front of Joel D. Roger, they were like infants, weak and easily crushed. Listening to Raoul, the Black Shadow Brigade felt their blood boiling and ordered 10 more bottles of rum. After eating and drinking to their fill, Subai and the others bid farewell to Raoul and headed towards the commercial street of Rog Town. The commercial street was bustling and lively, filled with people from all over the world. Upon reaching the street, the Black Shadow Brigade headed straight for a clothing store at the corner, owned by a man named Hang. His tripod hairstyle and distinctive speaking tone were quite memorable, and the clothes displayed in his store were of excellent quality and affordable prices. For this reason, Subai specifically led his subordinates to select hundreds of items, nearly emptying the entire inventory of the clothing store. After all, as the saying goes, people rely on their attire, and Buddha relies on golden adornments. If one day the Black Shadow Brigade found themselves on a bounty poster looking ridiculous and disheveled, it would be too embarrassing. Welcome back. Hang, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears as he respectfully saw Subai and the others out of the clothing store. After leaving the clothing store, Subai had an idea and decided to take Ajin and Alone to browse a nearby weapon shop. After all, both Ajin and Alone relied on weapons to assist in combat. Alone's large, serrated knife, Jean Fong, was merely made by an ordinary blacksmith from regular iron ore, and was even less sturdy than the bone spikes that emerged from closed fists after using his devil fruit powers. Ajin's pair of canes were just ordinary iron rods welded to 2 iron balls, poorly made and sufficient to deal with common small fry pirates and Navy soldiers. But in a major battle, such crude items would be utterly useless against the enemy's famous swords. Having thought this through, Subai signaled to Shiaoba and Kuro, allowing the three to move freely, while he took Ajin and Alone into the weapon store to select weapons that would accompany him in the future. In the center of Rog Town Square, there was a weapon shop with very few customers. Subai led Aaron and Akin into the shop, and the aura they exuded excited the shopkeeper, indicating that business was coming in today. Welcome. My shop has been in business for over 200 years, and we have all kinds of weapons. Please take your time to choose. Seeing the flattering expression of the shopkeeper, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, couldn't help but scrutinize him carefully. Chapter 50. Good Quick Knife 50 Crafts, Killing and Robbing Treasure. The shopkeeper's name was Mai Dao, a bald middle-aged man whose remaining black hair was styled like a hen spreading its wings. He was not tall, with small eyes, a red nose, and a wide mouth. When welcoming Subai and his companions, he wore a blue kimono and blue and white striped shorts, through which leg hair was clearly visible. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Subai felt slightly disdainful. Do you sell canes and large machetes in your weapon shop? Money is not an issue, but I have one requirement. The quality must be guaranteed. Hearing Subai's words, the shopkeeper, Mai Dao, excitedly patted his chest and took Akin and Aaron to a hidden weapon storage area. This storage was filled with various weapons, including the canes and large machetes that Akin and Aaron were skilled at using. Dear customers, you can choose freely from these weapons. If you don't find what you like, I can arrange for the blacksmith master of Rog Town to forge something for you. Mai Dao's attitude was very good. Under his guidance, Akin and Aaron slowly walked into the storage and began carefully selecting weapons suitable for themselves. After about half an hour, Akin pulled out 2 pitch-black canes from a wooden barrel. According to Mai Dao's introduction, these canes were made from a special material as hard as Hailu stone, with intricate carvings on the cane body to increase grip friction, and both ends had round spheres. The 2 ends could also connect to form a long staff with a handle. Akin was very fond of these 2 canes. Seeing this, Subai immediately took out a wad of large denomination berries from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper Mai Dao, directly purchasing the 2 canes as Akin's weapons. As for Aaron, after some selection, he finally unearthed a giant saw blade in a dusty corner. This saw blade had a handle that was 2 meters long, with sharp teeth gleaming coldly. It had been left to gather dust in the corner, not because of poor quality, but because it was made from the densest obsidian iron ore from the inverted mountain, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for anyone to wield it. The giant saw blade was crafted with great care by a famous blacksmith known throughout the EastSea over 7 years. Initially believed to be comparable to the supreme quick knife 12 crafts, but it was found that no one could use it, leading to the blacksmith's death in regret. Only now did Eren take a liking to it and purchase it. Subai decisively paid, then led Akin and Eren out of the weapon storage. Under the guidance of a shopkeeper, Dao, they returned to the weapon shop. Just as Akin and Eren were about to turn and leave, Subai looked seriously at the shopkeeper and slowly said, "Shopkeeper, I heard you have a cursed sword. Can you bring it out for me to take a look? Also, I would like to see your family heirloom." Upon hearing Subai's request, the shopkeeper Dao's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. He walked directly to the area with swords priced at 50,000 berries and pulled out the Sandai Oichi, handing it to Subai. Holding the Sandai Oichi, Subai closed his eyes and focused on the sensations the cursed sword brought him. Perhaps because the sword did not acknowledge Subai, he felt a wave of discomfort while holding the Sandai Oichi. For Subai, he could easily use the power of the Shadow Legion to forcibly suppress the curse within the Sandai Oichi, but he was not skilled with swords. Even if he could suppress the curse, what would be the use? In the end, it would just be a decoration. This cursed sword is not suitable for me. Let's forget it. Someone will come to buy it in a while. As soon as Subai finished speaking, he saw the shopkeeper take out his treasured family heirloom. Perhaps because one of the good quick knife 50 crafts, Snow Walk, had been rewarded to Shiaoba in advance. The heirloom the shopkeeper brought out was not Snow Walk, but another one of the good quick knife 50 crafts gravel. Subai carefully took the gravel from the shopkeeper Dao's hands, then closed his eyes again, gently stroking the blade of gravel as if caressing the skin of a beautiful woman. His fingertips glided over the blade sheath, which was quite exquisite, with a small but carp mouth and reverse eye, adorned with 5 sparkling yellowish gemstones, making it very luxurious in appearance. Looking inside gravel, the blade was long and sharp, with a small curve and no opening, and the shape of the blade pattern was completely different from the swords held by Zoro and Shiaoba, mainly due to different sharpening and grinding techniques, but it was still a folded and forged blade. As for the handle, it was made from the skin of a great sea beast in the Grand Line, wrapped with a special fine red rope from the fur tribe, and the pommel was made from rare minerals from the Eastern Empire. At the point of connection, there are 2 large nails, serving both to fix the blade and handle and for decoration. Shopkeeper, if this treasure sword were treated as a family heirloom, it would truly be a waste. Hearing Subai's words, the shopkeeper Dao's expression fluctuated. He stared complexly into Subai's deep purple eyes and slowly said, "Recently, a pirate swordsman who claimed to be the greatest swordsman of the EastSea came to Rog Town. The sword he wore at his waist was also one of the good quick knife 50 crafts. If you want this gravel in my hand, then trade it for that pirate's sword." The shopkeeper's final line of defense was to exchange goods for goods. Upon learning that another pirate also possessed one of the good quick knife 50 crafts, Subai immediately led his subordinates, Eren and Akin, out of the weapon shop and headed towards the direction of the Rog Town port. From information provided by the weapon shop owner, it is learned that the pirate who boasts of being the first swordsman of the EastSea is named Tychula. He is a pirate swordsman with a bounty of 55 million berries set by the Navy, known for committing numerous crimes in the Origin Islands. He later destroyed 3 Navy ships that came to capture him using his fine blade, one of the 50 masterpieces called Flame Demon, gaining notoriety. This guy dares to claim the title of first swordsman of the EastSea, clearly unaware that there are always stronger people out there. Once we arrive at the port, we will each go find this guy. Whoever finds him will be responsible for dealing with him, and then bring his head back to exchange for the bounty, while his treasured sword will be brought back to me. Chapter 51. Capture, Superhuman Type, Sway Fruit User, Yalata. At the port of Rog Town, there are many ships coming and going, with Navy warships and merchant vessels making up the majority, while pirate ships disguise themselves as legitimate vessels, blending in. Eren and Akin from the Shadow Corps hurried to the port, looking at the ships unloading cargo near the dock. For a moment, they were at a loss as to where to find the self-proclaimed first swordsman of the EastSea, Tychula, among so many ships in Rog Town's port. Dazed, Eren and Akin wandered around the port, inquiring about the pirate swordsman's whereabouts. But they couldn't find him until night fell and the lighthouse emitted bright beams of light. "What should we do, Eren? The port is so large. Where are we supposed to find that guy?" Akin, furrowing his brow in desperation, sought help from Eren. Eren pondered silently for a moment, then had a thought and summoned over 300 ninja soldiers from Shadow Kingdom, instructing them to search for a pirate resembling a swordsman in the night. According to the bounty notice, this guy has short orange-red hair, a cross tattoo on his shoulder, dresses like a samurai, and wears wooden clogs, making him relatively easy to identify in the crowd. As Eren finished giving his orders, the shadow ninjas instantly disappeared into the night, weaving through every ship in the port. Eventually, they discovered the pirate swordsman at a corner in the western part of the port. This guy is the captain of the swordsman pirate crew, with over 50 members, all swordsmen. Upon learning this information, Eren and Akin rushed towards the western part of the port without stopping. After about 10 minutes, they arrived beneath the ship of the swordsman pirate crew, looking at the large ship resembling a sword figurehead. Without a word, Eren jumped onto the deck, followed closely by Akin, who flew up to the deck with his wings. Who are you two, daring to invade our swordsman pirate crew at night? Then be prepared to pay with your lives. On the deck, 3 small pirates responsible for nighttime duty and patrol quickly spotted Eren and Akin. They rushed over with their big knives, threateningly drawing their swords as they approached, ready to make Eren and Akin suffer. Seeing the 3 small henchmen before him, Eren rolled his eyes in disdain. With a thought, several ninja soldiers from Shadow Corps emerged and easily dealt with these small henchmen. After dealing with the minions, Eren and Akin headed straight to Ticula's dormitory. At this moment, the swordsman Ticula was still lost in his dreams, but his instinctive vigilance and sense of danger woke him up instantly. He grabbed the flame demon, one of the good quick swords, and stood behind the door, waiting quietly for Akin and Eren's arrival. Bang! With the sound of a wooden board breaking, Akin kicked the door to pieces. As the moonlight flooded into the room, Akin's sharp eyes caught sight of the ambushing swordsman Ticula. He quickly activated his devil fruit ability, covering his body with a layer of hard beetle armor, and swiftly raised his arm to block. Clang! 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 In a very short time, the swordsman Ticula swung 3 swords at Akin, but they failed to inflict any effective damage. At most, they left a few white marks on Akin's hard armor. It's my turn now. Akin quickly distanced himself from Ticula, then transformed into the Hercules beetle form. He glared fiercely at Ticula, who was on high alert with the flame demon in hand, and then rapidly changed his footwork, aided by his transparent wings, and pounced directly at Ticula. Hercules' power, horn impact. With a deafening crash, the swordsman Ticula was knocked onto the deck by Akin's beetle form. He lay awkwardly on the deck, his internal energy surging, causing him to uncontrollably spit out several mouthfuls of blood, and then he collapsed into a pool of blood, unconscious. Seeing this so-called number 1 swordsman of the EastSea so easily defeated, Akin cursed with this kind of skill. You're not even as good as the swordsman Gorith I met on Golden Island. At least he could deal some damage to me. This guy can't even break through my armor defense, and still dares to call himself the number 1 in the EastSea? More like the number 1 useless swordsman of the EastSea. After easily dealing with the swordsman Ticula, Eren stormed out of the cabin, covered in pirate blood, with his newly bought serrated sword saw edge slung over his shoulder. He walked straight up to Ticula, swiftly beheaded him, retrieved the flame demon, and led a group of pirates to the entrance of the Navy base to exchange for a bounty. After Eren and the others exchanged the bounty, they went to the side of the Shadow Corps young master, Subai, and handed him the retrieved flame demon. Subai examined the flame demon in his hand, lightly stroking the patterns on the sheath, feeling average, then added it to the system's package. He then took Akin and Eren back to the weapon shop. Shopkeeper, I've brought you the flame demon, one of the good quick swords. The weapon shop operates 24 hours, and the shopkeeper, who was selling a sword, rushed out of the store without even putting on his shoes upon hearing Subai's voice. He eagerly took the flame demon from Subai's hand and said excitedly, "This is the personal sword of the number 1 swordsman of the EastSea, Ticula, with a bounty of 55 million berries. I never expected you to defeat him and bring back his sword." The shopkeeper generously praised Subai and his group, and then respectfully welcomed Subai into the store, brewing a treasured tea to serve him. He then took out the gravel, which had been prepared for a long time, from the safe and personally handed it to Subai, before wrapping the flame demon in silk and placing it back in the safe. This sword gives me a comfortable feeling. Its appearance matches my aesthetic very well, and the luxurious accessories suit my temperament as the young master of the Shadow Corps. It's really worth the trade. Thank you, shopkeeper. Subai cherished the gravel, took out a pristine handkerchief from the system package, and carefully wiped the sharp blade. Then, with a cold expression, he he said to Aaron and Akin. Kuro told me that he encountered Yalida in Rog Town. You too, make an effort to bring Yalida to me. Chapter 52. The Fiery Cooking Competition. Beautiful Chef Carmen. At the southernmost part of Rog Town, there is a coastal seafood market. At this moment, Kuro, a cadre of the Shadow Corps, was wandering around the seafood market, where various types of fish were being sold. Besides EastSea fish, fish from 3 other seas were also sold here. Since Rog Town is the closest place to the Grand Line, near Reverse Mountain, fish from other seas often accidentally drift into this area due to the ocean currents, making it common to catch fish from other seas here. Boss, if you sell nearshore fish, the prices shouldn't be high, right? Kuro, who was quite interested in fish, intently examined the freshly caught fish at the stall. He excitedly poked the gills of a nearshore fish with his finger, watching it flail energetically and without hesitation. Took out a wad of berries, signaling the fish vendor to bring him several of each type of fish. The fish vendor, named Shoppy, was a hybrid of a fishman and a human, tall and muscular with impressive strength. According to his own recollection, he once caught a fish weighing over 500 pounds, which would require at least 3 to 5 ordinary adult men to carry. But for Shoppy, it was a piece of cake. Little brother, if you like fish so much, you can come see the rare fish I caught last night. Hearing Shoppy's words, Kuro immediately became interested and followed him onto a fishing boat, which was crowded with onlookers. Seeing this, Kuro quickly used a shadow step to weave through the crowd to the spot closest to the rare fish. No wonder you, Shoppy. You managed to catch a colossal tuna. The colossal tuna is an extremely rare fish. It takes at least 1,000 fishing boats fishing day and night for half a month to catch one, and sometimes it may not even be caught at all. The colossal tuna only lives in the confluence of the South Sea and Reverse Mountains rapids. Its body is spindle-shaped, dark blue on the back and gray-white on the belly, with 7 or 8 small fins behind the dorsal and anal fins, and 2 sharp horns on its head. Above its mouth, there is a trunk-like appendage over half a meter long, primarily used to assist in breathing and capturing faint food scents in the ocean. After enjoying the admiration of the crowd, just as the fish vendor Shoppy was about to have someone move the colossal tuna off the boat, Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, excitedly pleaded from the crowd, "How much is this? Please sell it to me." The fish vendor Shoppy glanced at Sanji and then replied with a smile, No, this one is not for sale. We just decided to use it as a prize." "I'm very sorry." Seeing Sanji's disappointed expression, the fish vendor Shoppy changed his tone and walked up to Sanji, patting his shoulder with a smile. He then said loudly, "Today is the annual cooking competition, and all chefs from EastSea will come to participate. This colossal tuna is the reward for the winner. If you really want this fish, why not come and participate in the cooking competition?" Sanji was completely intrigued when he learned that the prize for the first place in the cooking competition was a rare elephant tuna. As a chef, he was excited not only to compete with other chefs from the EastSea, but also to learn more cooking techniques. Most importantly, he could obtain the rare elephant tuna, achieving 3 goals at once. What's not to love? Just as Sanji was walking towards the registration area for the cooking competition, a beautifully dressed woman stopped him on the street near the fish shop. This woman, named Carmen, was a renowned chef in the EastSea, who prided herself on being the #1 chef of the EastSea. She had defeated countless famous chefs with her exquisite and glamorous culinary skills, and she had come to challenge Sanji because a newspaper had specifically reported that the sous chef of the Sea restaurant was the true #1 chef of the EastSea. Carmen was slender, with delicate features and almond-shaped eyes, exuding a mature charm. She wore heavy blue smoky-eye makeup and had fiery pink hair, tied back with a yellow striped headband. She adorned herself with emerald pendants and necklaces on her ears and neck, held a yellow fan in her hand, and wore a striking red low-cut dress that revealed her ample cleavage. The skirt of her dress was long, nearly touching the ground, with slits that exposed her delicate feet, which were adorned with red high heels. Her elegant demeanor made her captivating and admirable. "My name is Carmen, the #1 chef of the EastSea, the passionate woman, known as Flame Carmen." Next to the beautiful chef Carmen, her 2 disciples poked their heads out, flattering their master while striking poses they thought were cool. They then arrogantly introduced themselves to Sanji. "I am Master Carmen's first disciple, Leo. I'm his second disciple, Jose." Everyone on the street was attracted by the commotion created by the beautiful chef Carmen, and Sanji was no exception. He turned to look at Carmen, and his eyes instantly sparkled with hearts. He knelt on one knee, excitedly saying, "A beauty like you is looking for me. I am truly blessed. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Carmen." Overwhelmed with excitement, Sanji praised her while holding Carmen's delicate hand and moved to kiss the back of her smooth, fair hand. Seeing Sanji's lewd expression, Carmen shouted stop, and promptly took out a frying pan to smash it on Sanji's head. Just as Sanji was dazed, Carmen pulled out a rolled-up newspaper from her long dress and threw it to him, then said leisurely, "This is a special report from when you were at the Bartai restaurant, stating that the sous chef there is the best chef in the East Blue, and that you are definitely not in the same league as him. After that, I searched for you everywhere, scouring every corner of the East Blue for 10 years, actually only 10 days. I want to defeat you in the cooking competition and become the true #1 chef of the East Blue. Let's compete, Sanji." Listening to the beautiful chef Carmen, Sanji looked at her in confusion and coldly replied, "I'm not interested in being the #1 chef in the East Blue. If you want that title, take it." Sanji was not interested in the title of the best chef in the East Blue. What he was most interested in was the prized elephant tuna for the cooking competition at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had never cooked this rare fish and was eager to try it. Chapter 53. The cooking competition comes to a close. Miss Carmen joins the Shadow Brigade. As time passed, the annual festival at the seafood market officially kicked off with the cooking competition. The owner of the fish shop, Shoppy, who was the organizer and prize provider, took on the role of host for this competition. He excitedly stood on the podium and said passionately, "The annual festival and cooking competition is grandly opened. All the famous chefs from the East Blue have gathered here. This year's prize is the elephant tuna, known as the treasure of the ocean, miraculous ingredient. Who will seize the elephant tuna and claim the title of the best chef in the East Blue? Let's find out." As soon as the host Shoppy finished speaking, the venue erupted in warm applause, which he thoroughly enjoyed. He then briefly introduced the judges responsible for tasting the food before raising the microphone and loudly announcing, "The rules of this cooking competition are very simple. First, there will be one-on-one matches, with the contestant receiving the highest total score from the judges winning, and then moving on to the elimination rounds to determine the final champion." After Shoppy briefly explained the rules of the cooking competition, he began to announce the participants of the first round. First, we have the lizard chef from the distant East Blue border, Lizard Shio, competing against our Rog Town representative, Waikali, who will win between the fish cooking specialist Lizard Shio and the grilling expert Waikali. Let's wait and see. While host Shoppy was excitedly explaining, in the audience outside the competition area, Chloe, a member of the Shadow Brigade, was staring intently at the beautiful chef Carmen among the contestants. In Gilo's mind, the culinary skills Carmen displayed were second only to Sanji's, and he could completely recommend her to his young master and bring her into the Shadow Brigade as a chef on their ship. After the cooking competition, he planned to take Carmen back to his young master, and whether she would be accepted into the Shadow Brigade would depend on her fate. Just as Chloe was hesitating whether to recommend Carmen to his young master, in the course of the cooking competition, Sanji and Carmen, both contenders for the championship, advanced through the rounds and finally reached the finals. With victory in sight, the beautiful chef Carmen excitedly swayed her slender waist, showcasing her gorgeous cooking techniques and skills, presenting all the competition dishes to the judges in one fluid motion. After carefully tasting, the judges unanimously scored her a stunning 9, which sent the audience into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Sanji, the former sous chef of the Bartai restaurant, remained unfazed as he continued chopping ingredients, then frying them, reducing the sauce over high heat, thickening it, adding seasonings, and finally plating and garnishing the dish for the judges to taste. The judges eagerly accepted the dishes Sanji offered, then raised their spoons, carefully scooping a small spoonful of sauce to taste. The rich aroma of the sauce enveloped the fresh fish flavor, enhanced by the fragrance of lemon juice, leaving the judges craving more after their first bite. They immediately cut a piece of meat to chew slowly, the juices bursting in their mouths, the delicious aroma stimulating their taste buds, as if they were embraced by the ocean's mother, making it hard to forget. This was simply too delicious. They simply couldn't get enough. Several judges devoured all the dishes Sanji had cooked, leaving nothing on the plates, not even the sauce or the decorative flowers. In the end, the judges looked seriously at Sanji, who was casually smoking a cigarette, and then, with great responsibility, took out markers and unanimously scored him a perfect 10 on the whiteboard, declaring Sanji the champion of this cooking competition. It was beyond doubt that Sanji won the title of champion, and he happily received the exclusive prize, the elephant tuna. Just as he was hugging the elephant tuna for a photo with the judges, the beautiful chef Carmen loudly called out, "Sanji, I can't forgive myself. I have always wanted to compete with you, so I worked hard to hone my culinary skills, hoping to stand on equal footing with you. However, 10 years have passed, and your dream remains unchanged, while I foolishly thought I could win against you. I truly cannot forgive myself for being so stupid. As her emotions deepened, the beautiful chef Carmen secretly shed tears. She looked at Sanji with determination and said firmly, I lost. Your cooking is very delicious. You are the best chef in the East Blue, and I wholeheartedly accept that. Hearing the beautiful chef Carmen's praise, Sanji's eyes sparkled with pink hearts once again, and he was very excited to hug Carmen, but instead, he was knocked dizzy by Carmen's first disciple, Leo, with a frying pan. Sanji, let us end it here for today. Next time we meet, be prepared. I absolutely won to lose again. Looking at Carmen's enchanting face, Sanji raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly, then confidently replied, if it's Miss Carmen challenging me, I would be happy to accept. Let's meet again next time. As Sanji ascended to the throne of champions, the cooking competition held in Rog Town officially came to an end. The contestants and audience members in the arena left in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, CLO, a member of the Shadow Corps, used his shadow step to instantaneously appear beside the beautiful chef Miss Carmen. Without saying a word, he knocked out Carmen and her 2 disciples, hoisted them onto his shoulder, and disappeared into the Shadow Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, CLO returned to the Shadow Corps' ship, placing the unconscious Miss Carmen and her 2 disciples on the deck before heading straight to the cabin, where he knocked on the door and stood before the young master. Subai, young master, I just discovered an exceptionally skilled chef at the cooking competition. Her culinary skills are second only to Sanji, making her the second best chef in the EastSea. Seeing CLO come to him, Subai, who was comfortably seated at his desk, did not stand up. He quietly listened as CLO recounted everything that happened at the cooking competition. After CLO finished, Subai coldly remarked, she is indeed qualified to join the Shadow Corps. But her 2 useless disciples are not fit to be part of the Corps. Let her 2 disciples join the Shadow Kingdom for now. Hearing the words of his young master, CLO's eyes flashed with joy as he respectfully said, young master, we currently have no chef on board. Miss Carmen's arrival perfectly fills the vacancy for a chef, which means we won't have to worry about daily meals anymore. Chapter 54, The Culinary God Encyclopedia. The future world's #1 chef. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the deep purple eyes of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. What CLO had said made sense. Miss Carmen's culinary skills were indeed second only to Sanji. As the second best chef in the EastSea, she was fully qualified to become a member of the Shadow Corps. If Miss Carmen joined the ship, they would no longer have to worry about daily meals. Moreover, Miss Carmen was the most beautiful chef in the EastSea. If she were to join the Shadow Corps, it would be a great pleasure to see such a stunning beauty on board every day. Why not? CLO, where is Miss Carmen now? I want to meet her. Realizing that his young master wanted to meet Miss Carmen, CLO quickly took Subai to the deck, just in time for Miss Carmen and her 2 disciples to regain consciousness. Upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, they were immediately filled with fear. Where's this place? I am the renowned chef of the EastSea, Fiery Carmen. What do you want from us? Looking at Miss Carmen's panicked and helpless expression, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, slowly removed his imposing black cloak. His deep purple eyes gently locked onto Carmen's, and his handsome appearance instantly captured her heart. Seeing Carmen's agitation subside, Subai politely rolled up his white shirt sleeves and softly spoke, Miss Carmen, welcome to the ship of the Shadow Corps. My name is Subai, and I am the young master and captain of the Shadow Corps. I would like to invite you to join our Shadow Corps as the ship's chef. Subai directly threw an olive branch to Miss Carmen, who was taken aback for a moment. She then blushed and shyly lowered her head. After seeming to think of something, she said with some difficulty, Subai, I made a promise to Sanji that when I next see him, I will defeat him with my superb culinary skills. If I come on your ship now, I worry it will affect my continued improvement in cooking. Regarding Miss Carmen's concerns, Subai laughed heartily and then spoke in a slightly magnetic voice. Sanji and the others are about to enter the Grand Line. If Miss Carmen continues to hone her cooking skills in this small area of the EastSea, how could she possibly be Sanji's opponent in the future? The Grand Line has countless ingredients. Don't you want to personally cook with them? Subai's words struck home, and Miss Carmen's heart was stirred. She looked at Subai's handsome face with anticipation, then smiled brightly. Her lips slightly parted as she shyly said, if I can enter the Grand Line, then joining your Shadow Corps is not out of the question. Seeing that he had successfully persuaded the beautiful chef Miss Carmen, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He walked calmly to Carmen, then leisurely extended his fair arm to lightly press against Carmen's ample chest. A surge of immense, dark power flowed from Subai's arms into Carmen's body. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Miss Carmen completely became a part of the Shadow Corps, while her two disciples were elevated to citizens of the Shadow Kingdom, able to freely enter and exit the kitchen to assist Miss Carmen with her ingredients. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10th talent from this local plane. The host is rewarded with a complete set of Culinary God Encyclopedia and a set of exquisite kitchenware produced by the system. The system's reward was not a devil fruit, but rather the Culinary God Encyclopedia, which held significant meaning for the beautiful Chef Carmen. This encyclopedia consists of 108 volumes, each measuring 60 centimeters high, 50 centimeters wide, and 80 centimeters long, fully documenting all ingredients available for cooking in the world of One Piece. Among them, there are over 3,000 pages dedicated to mineral ingredients. Additionally, the encyclopedia records countless cooking techniques, including stir-frying, sot-ing, deep frying, explosive cooking, braising, stewing, baking, smoking, sot-ing, pickling, boiling, simmering, and more. Besides the Culinary God Encyclopedia, the system also rewarded a set of exquisite kitchenware specifically designed for cutting and cooking ingredients. There are more than 10 types of knives, such as a boning knife for separating meat from bones, a bread knife for cutting bread or other hard-on-the-outside, soft-on-the-inside foods, a steak knife for slicing meat smoothly, and a vegetable knife for peeling, cutting, and chopping vegetables, including a yanajiba for preparing sashimi. Even the current culinary gods have never used such luxurious kitchenware. This shows that Miss Carmen's joining the Shadow Corps is an extremely wise choice. With the guidance of the Culinary God Encyclopedia and the assistance of the kitchenware, surpassing Sanji to become the world's #1 chef is only a matter of time. Carmen, consider these as gifts for your new membership. If you can master everything in the encyclopedia, the title of the world's #1 chef will surely belong to you. The newly joined Miss Carmen of the Shadow Corps watched in astonishment as her young master Subai casually waved his hand, conjuring a mountain of books and a full set of exquisite kitchenware out of thin air. She widened her eyes in disbelief, a flush rising on her charming face. And then, trembling with excitement, she reached out to receive the entire set of kitchenware. These kitchenware are simply too beautiful, each one an artwork. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Miss Carmen eagerly pulled out a sharp and exquisite boning knife from the kitchenware. With a flirtatious glance, she signaled her disciples Leo and Jose, who promptly rushed into the kitchen to bring out a skeleton of a sea king. Seeing this, Carmen's lips curled into a slight smile as her slender waist twisted, showcasing her elegant skills in handling ingredients. The boning knife danced in her hands, and within just a few breaths, she had completely separated the meat from the skeleton of the Sea King. The next time I meet Sanji, I will definitely surpass him in culinary skills. Miss Carmen, with a determined gaze, took out a pristine white napkin from her waist and carefully wiped the grease off the bone knife in her hand. Once she finished cleaning, she slowly sheathed the knife and placed the entire set of kitchen utensils on the most prominent table in the back kitchen, beginning to prepare lunch. Watching Miss Carmen's slender waist and her exquisite cooking skills, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, smiled to himself. It was really nice to have a dedicated chef on board. He no longer had to endure the days of sporadic meals and simple fare. Chapter 55. Bounty Hunter Daddy with Kids. Yalita makes her appearance. In the square of Rog Town, the most crowded place, Eren and Akin, officers of the Shadow Corps, mingled among the crowd, looking around to find the slippery fruit user Yalita. Yalita had long since shed her former image as a fat woman. After consuming the slippery fruit, she transformed into a slim and curvaceous beauty due to the effects of the devil fruit. It was completely normal for Eren and Akin not to find her. Close said Yalita appeared in Rog Town, but we have searched most of Rog Town and haven't seen that fat woman. Did she really come to Rog Town? In their quest to find Yalita, Eren and Akin wandered around Rog Town, only to be targeted by the infamous bounty hunter daddy with kids, armed to the teeth. Daddy followed Eren and Akin to the outskirts of Rog Town, where the area was spacious and uninhabited, the perfect place for a battle. The bounty hunter daddy slowly revealed himself, drawing 2 pistols from his waist, aiming them at Eren and Akin, signaling them to surrender and not resist. With a bounty of 50 million berries on the fishman Eren and 10 million on the demon mannequin, if I take your heads to Smoker, I could become rich overnight. The bounty hunter's full name was Daddy Masterson. He was originally a naval lieutenant, always using pistols and carrying 30 of them with him. With his exceptional marksmanship, he had a bright future in the Navy. However, to stay by his daughter's side, he chose to give up his chance for promotion and became an obscure bounty hunter. Known as Daddy with Kids, making a living by capturing small-time pirates for bounties. For a time, Daddy's marksmanship struck fear throughout the EastSea, with many gunslingers coming to challenge him, all of whom met their demise at his hands. Just as his fame was at its peak, Shanks' pirate crew sniper, Yasopp, shattered his undefeated myth. Over the years, Daddy's only defeat was at the hands of Yasopp. At that time, the chief sniper of the red-haired pirates did not kill him, but Daddy suffered a significant psychological scar after the battle, causing him to gradually fade from the public eye and become an unknown bounty hunter. You must be that famous naval lieutenant Daddy from the EastSea, right? I've heard rumors about you, but I never expected to see you here. Daddy, if you want our heads, you probably don't have the strength to take them. Just as the bounty hunter Daddy was about to pull the trigger, Eren and Akin quickly reacted, simultaneously unleashing their devil fruit powers. Eren instantly transformed into a dragon form, his body covered in a layer of tough light blue scales, while Akin transformed into a Hercules beetle form, with a hard, dark outer shell covering his body. They quickly changed into their forms and stared fiercely at Daddy. I didn't expect you both to have mastered the powers of the devil fruits. In that case, the Navy should raise your bounty even further. A fierce light flashed in Daddy's eyes as he faced Eren and Akin, then his index finger quickly pulled the trigger. The loud gunfire rang out as several bullets made of sea prism stone flew towards Eren and Akin. In an instant, Akin's shoulder was pierced by a bullet, blood gushing out, while Eren managed to evade the attack thanks to his foresight. Damn it, you bastard, your bullets are mixed with sea prism stone. Injured, Akin gritted his teeth, glaring at Daddy, then once again unleashed the power of the bug fruit, sprouting wings from his ribs. The transparent wing covers quickly expanded, and Akin soared into the air, skillfully dodging all the bullets fired by Daddy. Hercules' power meteor strike. Hovering in mid-air, Akin locked his gaze on Daddy on the ground. He pulled out 2 canes from his waist and positioned them in front of him, then began to spin rapidly using his wing covers, falling towards Daddy at high speed. Seeing this, Daddy decisively fired several shots, but all were blocked by Akin's canes as he descended rapidly. As Akin easily neutralized Daddy's offensive, Daddy felt a sense of panic. Just as he was at a loss, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind him. Slippery slide charm. At the critical moment, Yalta, the user of the slippery fruit, appeared out of nowhere. She quickly activated her fruit ability, briefly covering herself and Daddy with the slippery fruit's power. Then, a deafening crash echoed as Akin, who was rapidly descending, bizarrely slid off Daddy and crashed headfirst into ground, dazed and covered in dirt as he struggled to get back up. Eren, long time no see. Do you still remember me? The most beautiful woman on the sea, Yalta? I am now a superhuman with the slippery fruit powers. Her silver bell-like voice rang out, and Eren, with a serious expression, looked at Yalta beside Daddy. The current Yalta was slim and enchanting, wearing a red and white tall hat, a bright bikini on her upper body, low-rise red jeans on her lower body, and a purple cloak draped over her shoulders, presenting a sexy and alluring beauty. Thanks to the effects of the superhuman slippery fruit, she looked vastly different from her former self. Men and women who had not seen her original appearance would fall in love at first sight, though those familiar with her could still recognize her by her hairstyle and cowboy hat. You say you're Yalta? From your hairstyle and cowboy hat, you do resemble her a bit. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've changed so much. Eren was shocked upon seeing Yalta. It had been about half a year since their first encounter, when she had a face full of freckles, looking like a tank in flesh. Now, she had transformed into such a sexy beauty, and one had to say, the slippery fruit's effects were indeed too strong. Yalta, what are you talking about? I've only lost some freckles. I haven't changed at all. Even without eating the devil fruit, I am still the most beautiful woman on the sea. Chapter 56. Daddy with Kids joins the Shadow Corps. Eren rolled his eyes in resignation at Yalta's extremely conceited words while in dragon form, then coldly asked, Yalta, as a pirate, how did you end up mixed up with bounty hunters? Looking at the vigilant expressions of Arlong and Ajin, the charming and alluring Yalta burst into loud laughter. Then, with her left hand on her hip and her right index finger extended, she pointed at Arlong and scolded, daring to knock the most beautiful woman in the sea away. How can you be so unappreciative of delicate beauty? Today, I must teach you a good lesson. As for this uncle, I have nothing to do with him. Saving him was just a matter of convenience. After learning that there was no relationship between Yalta and the bounty hunter Daida, Eren felt a slight relief in his tense heartstrings. He exchanged a fierce glance with Akin beside him, and then the two struck again. Eren faced Yalta, while Akin took on Daida, and a fierce battle erupted once more. Hercules' power insect cannon. Akin unleashed the insect cannon again. He suddenly crouched down with his strong legs, and his muscular leg muscles stretched out like threads. The transparent wings extending from his sides quickly enveloped his body, and then he curled up, aiming at Daida, who was standing a short distance away with dual pistols. Then, Ghost Mannequin kicked off the ground powerfully with his legs, shooting towards the prepared bounty hunter Daida like a rocket. Seeing this, bounty hunter Daida quickly pulled the trigger, firing several flaming sea prism stone bullets at Akin's forehead. As the bullets were about to hit him, Akin, leaping in mid-air, showed no hesitation. He decisively drew his cane from his waist and effortlessly deflected all the bullets shot by Daida. Then, he crashed heavily into Daida like a cannonball. Daida, severely injured, was sent flying dozens of meters away, tumbling several times before he gritted his teeth and slowly got up from the ground. He then ripped off his coat, revealing 30 handguns strapped to his chest and waist. You bastard, after mastering the power of the devil fruit, your strength has skyrocketed so much. The Navy headquarters should at least adjust your bounty to 35 million berries, just to barely match your current level. Daida panted slightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly loaded the 2 short guns in his hands and emptied the magazines towards Akin's direction. Then, he pulled out several more guns from his body, continuing to load and empty the magazines repeatedly until all 30 handguns were out of bullets. A rain of bullets. In an instant, countless sea prism stone bullets covered Akin's position at high speed. Akin, seeing this, did not dare to be slack. He quickly spread the transparent wings to protect himself, then kicked off strongly with both legs, leaping into the air in an attempt to dodge the sea prism stone bullets fired by Daida. My bullets are not so easy to dodge. Just as Akin hovered in midair, the sea prism stone bullets shot by bounty hunter Daida bizarrely curved and continued to shoot toward Akin. Caught off guard, Akin had no time to evade, and his left calf was forcefully pierced by a bullet, leaving 3 bloody holes that began to bleed profusely. No wonder he is a renowned marksman in the EastSea. His strength is indeed remarkable, being able to control the trajectory of the bullets after they are fired. Akin's shoulder and calf were severely injured, and it was quite difficult to defeat the capable bounty hunter Daida at this moment. Just as he was worried about Daida, another officer from the Shadow Legion, Klo, quickly arrived at the scene. The suave Klo protected Akin behind him and said eagerly, "The young master is right behind. You go to him to heal. I'll take care of this guy." Seeing Klo come to his aid, the severely injured Akin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He struggled to stand up from the ground and then used the power of the devil fruit again, sprouting wings and soaring towards the direction where the Shadow Legion's young master, Subai, was located. Seeing Akin's blood-soaked appearance, Subai immediately waved his hand to activate the healing ability of the horse talisman. A faint green vitality enveloped Akin, and the wounds that were still bleeding instantly healed, leaving no scars on his skin. After easily healing his subordinate Akin, Subai looked seriously at the fierce battle between Klo and Daida, a desire for talent blossoming in his heart. This renowned marksman in the EastSea might be someone he could recruit into the Legion. Kill this guy. I want to recruit him into our Shadow Legion. After hearing the command from his master Subai, Kuro slightly eased his offensive. At this moment, he used his unique skill, the Shadowless Step, rotating around Daida repeatedly. Following that, the ability of the White Tiger fruit erupted, and Kuro instantly transformed into a fierce white tiger, pouncing towards Daida with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Daida was forcefully knocked down by Kuro in his white tiger form. Just as Daida was about to draw his gun from his waist to counterattack, Kuro in white tiger form gave him no chance. With a heavy tiger paw enveloped in powerful momentum, he struck down hard, directly smashing the intent to counterattack Daida into the ground. The renowned bounty hunter of the East China Sea, Daida, the babysitter, if you don't give me a chance to shoot, how can you win against me? At this moment, Daida had not yet mastered observation hockey, so he naturally couldn't clearly know where Kuro would appear after using the Shadowless Step. You are the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro the Schemer. You actually possess the power of a devil fruit. This bounty amount must at least exceed 50 million berries. Seeing that the bounty hunter Daida still had the strength to speak, a fierce glint flashed in Kuro's eyes. Habitually adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose with his palm, he once again activated his fruit ability, his sturdy fists imbued with killing intent, directly smashing towards Daida's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With several intense impact sounds, Daida, lying in a pool of blood, rolled his eyes back, his hands weakly drooping down. In a short gun, he relied on slipped from his palm. After enduring Kuro's fierce attack, the renowned Daida of the East China Sea completely lost the ability to continue fighting and fainted. Master, this guy's passed out. We can directly incorporate him into the Shadow Army. Seeing this, Subai, the master of the Shadow Army, quickly flashed to Daida's side. He rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and then stretched out his fair, muscular arms to gently stroke Daida's chest. Chapter 57. The Smooth Fruit User. Alrita joins the Shadow Army. As a surge of immense dark power flowed into Daida's body, this once renowned sharpshooter, known as Daida the Babysitter, completely became a part of the Shadow Army. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 11th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with a beginner observation hockey skill card and a sniper rifle sunset with the ability of the animal-type vulture fruit. Just during the clash between Daida and Kuro, if Daida had mastered observation hockey, how could he easily lose to Kuro's shadowless step? Now that the system rewards the observation hockey skill card, Daida's strength will be significantly enhanced. If he were to engage Kuro again, who would win or lose is anyone's guess. In addition to the observation hockey skill card, the system also rewarded a sniper rifle with the ability of the animal-type vulture fruit. This sniper rifle does not require a magazine. As long as the user aims the sight at the enemy's location, the rifle will fiercely attack the enemy according to the user's thoughts. Once the sniper rifle fires, several vultures formed by high-temperature flames will emerge from the barrel and swiftly fly towards the enemy's location. The only way to avoid being hit by the flaming vultures is to destroy them halfway. Otherwise, there is no other way. As a brilliant golden light and a dazzling red light flashed within the system package of Subai, the master of the Shadow Army, lay the observation hockey skill card and the vulture fruit sniper rifle sunset. System, use the observation hockey skill card from the package on Daida, and then manifest that sniper rifle for me. Upon receiving the command from the host Subai, the system quickly reacted, using the skill card from the package on Daida. With a burst of brilliant golden light, a complete set of knowledge about observation hockey appeared in Daida's mind. He closed his eyes, comprehending the observation hockey. After about 10 breaths, the system skill card's effect was implanted, and Daida was able to skillfully grasp the opening and usage of observation hockey. Daida, how does it feel to comprehend observation hockey? Besides that, I have one more thing to give you. A smile appeared on Subai's handsome face as he casually manifested the sniper rifle and slowly handed it to Daida. Seeing this, Daida was greatly moved and immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully extending both hands to carefully receive the sniper rifle handed to him by his master. This sniper rifle is called Sunset, and its greatest feature is its ability to possess the powers of the animal-type vulture fruit. During battle, you just need to aim the sight on the barrel at the enemy, and then think, and the sniper rifle will cause great damage to the enemy based on your true thoughts. Listening to his master explain the functions and usage of the sniper rifle, Daida was greatly shocked. He couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary sniper rifle actually possessed the power of a devil fruit. After taking the sniper rifle, Daida couldn't wait to aim at the flag fluttering on the distant house. With a thought, he immediately heard a series of intense gunshots. 3 fiery vultures shot out from the dark barrel at lightning speed, directly hitting the flag on the house, hitting the target with precision. This accuracy? I didn't even fully aim just now, yet I still managed to hit the flag. This sniper rifle is simply too powerful. Daida caressed the patterns and components on the sniper rifle with great affection, feeling extremely excited at the moment. Without a second thought, he took off the more than 20 short guns he was carrying, keeping only one sniper rifle as his main weapon and 5 or 6 sea stone short guns as secondary weapons. Meanwhile, in his dragon form, Arlong was engaged in a fierce battle with the slippery fruit user, Alrita, blue dragon, flight, soaring clouds. With sharp black horns growing from his forehead, Arlong's expression changed dramatically. He powerfully pushed off with his strong legs, leaping into the air towards Alrita's position. Seeing this, Alrita once again used her devil fruit ability, trying to slide away all of Arlong's attacks with the slippery fruit's characteristics. However, things did not go as planned. As Arlong rapidly descended, his pale blue webbed hands instantly transformed into fists, and then his fists and forearms gradually turned color, covered with a layer of faint black armed color hockey. Dragon on darts, his pitch black fists, carrying immense power, slammed directly into Alrita's abdomen, causing her to spit blood and fly backward dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground, her eyes rolling back, foam at her mouth, and losing consciousness. Seeing Yalita lose her ability to continue fighting, Arlong expressionlessly walked to her side, picked her up, and returned to the side of the Shadow Legion's young master, Subai. As expected of the superhuman slippery fruit, Yalita, who was originally an ugly fat woman, had transformed into a sexy beauty loved by all. Truly a twist of fate. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, walked slowly to the unconscious Yalita while signaling Arlong to set her down. He then extended his fair arm and gently pressed it against Yalita's voluptuous body, continuously transmitting dark power into her. Subai emanated a chilling dark aura, and his originally fair arm became exceptionally dark during the process of transmitting dark power. Although Yalita was in a coma for some reason, the time it took for Subai to devour Yalita's soul this time was far longer than before. Could it be that the superhuman slippery fruit's potential was immense, interfering with the transmission of dark power? What was going on this time? In the past, it took at most several dozen minutes to complete the dark power transmission. But today, after 2 to 3 hours, I still haven't devoured Yalita's soul? Is it because the slippery fruit's ability blocked all the dark power I transmitted? Thinking of this, Subai, slightly out of breath, raised his right arm to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. He then unleashed Conqueror's Haki, firmly suppressing Yalita's soul with his aura. Following this, he intensified the transmission of dark power. As time passed, Yalita's entire body radiated black gas, and eventually, her soul was completely devoured by the dark power, thus fully becoming a part of the Shadow Legion. Chapter 58. Navy White Hunter, Smoke Fruit User Smoker. After completely devouring the soul of the Superman-type slippery fruit user, Arlita, Subai wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with some fatigue. He then unleashed the energy of the horse symbol spell to heal the injuries of Arlita and a long ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 12th talent of this local dimension, rewarding the host with a Wolf's Fawn Club that possesses the ability of the animal-type bullet ant fruit. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, followed by a dazzling red light flashing, and the Wolf's Fawn Club with the ability of the animal-type bullet ant fruit lay in the system's package. Seeing this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, immediately took out the Wolf's Fawn Club without a second thought and waved it at Arlita beside him. Arlita, consider this Wolf's Fawn Club as a gift for your joining us. Its greatest feature is that it possesses the ability of the animal-type bullet ant fruit. If you can fully develop its potential, combined with the ability of the slippery fruit in the future, you will definitely be unstoppable on the battlefield. Hearing her young master's words, Arlita's almond eyes widened slightly. She surprisingly stuck out her pink tongue to lick her seductive red lips, and a blush appeared on her charming face. She then spoke softly, "Young master, you are so considerate. I'm most skilled at using the Wolf's Fawn Club as a weapon, and this one looks really good." The Wolf's Fawn Club in Subai's hand was thick, large, and hard. It was made from the hardest steel in the world, entirely black and without patterns, about 80 centimeters long and weighing 50 kilograms. The head was spindle-shaped iron, covered with spikes, and the handle was wrapped with a small red rope made by the fur tribe for easy grip. A tail drill was embedded at the end for securing the handle and could also be used to attack enemies if necessary. The Wolf's Fawn Club had considerable lethality. It could deliver blunt force damage to enemies and also had the ability to penetrate armor. If encountered with an unsuspecting enemy on the battlefield, a hit would surely cause penetrating and tearing injuries, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal with a single strike. Arlita looked at the Wolf's Fawn Club as if she had found treasure. With a flushed face, she took the Wolf's Fawn Club from Subai's hands and wielded it with delight, feeling that the weight and length were just right. "Thank you for the gift, young master. I really like this Wolf's Fawn Club." Although Arlita had become slender and delicate after consuming the slippery fruit, she still possessed the brute strength to wield the giant Wolf's Fawn Club effortlessly, creating a strong visual contrast for Subai. Perhaps sensing Subai's gaze, a blush rose again on Arlita's beautiful face. She raised her head coquettishly, her enchanting eyes gazing at him, and then her seductive red lips parted slightly as she said softly, "Young master, are we preparing to set off for the Grand Line next?" Hearing Arlita's words, Subai returned to his senses and replied coldly, "There's no rush. We will meet the infamous White Hunter Smoker from the Navy shortly. It will be difficult to set sail for the Grand Line if we don't defeat him." At this moment, the fishman Arlong, who had just mastered the armament Haki, was so excited to hear that his young master Subai was planning to lead the Corps to challenge White Hunter Smoker that he jumped up and down, rubbing his fists together, eager to fly right in front of Smoker and beat him up with his Haki-covered fists. "Arlong," Smoker is a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Now that you've mastered the armament hockey, defeating him shouldn't be too difficult. Just show us your performance later. If you underestimate him and end up defeated, then every member of the Shadow Corps will stay in the EastSea to train for 2.5 years before setting sail for the Grand Line. Subai originally meant for all combat personnel of the Shadow Corps to have the strength to defeat Smoker, but currently, Ajin, Kuro, Shiaoba, and Koby had not yet mastered the armament hockey. If they were to engage Smoker in his smoke form now, they would definitely suffer a great loss, instead of choosing to lose and then work hard to improve their strength for a rematch. It would be better to first complete the new mission 10 issued by the system, then enter the Grand Line and slowly train the strength of these officers. The Grand Line was filled with powerful figures, such as Crocodile, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Das Bones, Mr. 1, Bon Clay, Mr. 2, Galdi, Roger, Wapple, Bellamy, and Enel, who had formidable strength and experience that could elevate the officers of the Shadow Corps by several stages. Moreover, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, could grant them immense power. This, young master, since you say so, I promise I won't underestimate him and will definitely defeat the Navy's White Hunter Smoker to make a name for our Shadow Corps. Listening to the determined words of his capable subordinate, Arlong, Subai nodded with satisfaction. He then waved his hand, leading all the officers into the Shadow Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared in the center of Lowtown Square, making a grand appearance in front of the Navy. Pirate spotted. The fishman Arlong has a bounty of 50 million berries. The octopus fishman Shiaoba has a bounty of 10 million berries. The soft-boned fishman Koby has a bounty of 15 million berries, and Arlita has a bounty of 5 million berries. Quickly report to Colonel Smoker. The group from the Shadow Corps appeared collectively at the entrance of the Navy base, scaring the soldiers stationed there. As they saw Arlong, Kuro, and Ajin, these notorious pirates approaching the gate, the soldiers immediately pulled out their guns and fired at the Shadow Corps. But ordinary bullets had no effect on Arlong and the others. White Fist, just as Arlong and the others were about to step into the Navy base. A loud motorcycle roar sounded, and 2 streams of white smoke rushed toward Arlong's position. Arlong quickly reacted, transforming into his dragon form, and then kicked off with his legs, leaping into the air just in time to evade Smoker's attack. The notorious pirate of the EastSea, former officer of the Sun Pirates, now captain of the evil Dragon Pirates, suspected of being a Zoan-type fruit user, with a bounty of 50 million berries, Arlong, is actually coming right to me. If I don't capture you and throw you in jail, it would be a wasted opportunity. Chapter 59, Smoke Man vs. Arlong. Arlong skillfully uses armament hockey. As the White Hunter Smoker, the official of Lowtown, saw the notorious EastSea pirate Arlong with a bounty of 50 million berries before him. His eyes lit up with excitement. He then solidified his fists in smoke form and drew his weapon, Tinsho, from his waist, positioning it in front of himself. If I can capture all of you, the Navy headquarters will surely promote me to the Grand Line. The Logia-type smoke fruit user Smoker was very confident in capturing the members of the Shadow Corps. Arlong, seeing this, mockingly laughed, "Smoke Man, do you think you can take my head to the Navy headquarters for credit? You'll have to defeat me first." Arlong's words greatly displeased Smoker, who angrily roared to the heavens and then charged forward. He transformed entirely into smoke form and rapidly flew toward Arlong, attempting to bind him with a binding technique. White Snake. In the form of smoke, Smoker's dual arms transformed into a giant python shape and lunged towards Arlong. A fierce glint flashed in Arlong's proud eyes as his muscular legs tensed, quickly trying to dodge Smoker's attack. However, Smoker's move had a tracking feature, and despite Arlong's repeated evasions, he couldn't escape. Deciding to go on the offensive, Arlong grimaced in frustration, gathering all his strength in his right arm, then unleashing his hockey. His fist glistened with a layer of pitch-black sheen before he smashed it down towards Smoker's smoke arm in its python form. Boom! 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 The sounds of intense collisions rang out as Smoker's arms in smoke form took heavy damage. He let out a painful grunt and quickly withdrew his arms, creating distance from Arlong. Seeing an opportunity to pursue, Arlong moved in, but Smoker had a counterattack ready. White Smoke Launcher, Smoke Fist. Just as Arlong charged towards Smoker's position, the smoke fruit user transformed into smoke form. His legs turned into jetting smoke, propelling him towards Arlong at incredible speed. Moreover, his previously injured arms had fully recovered thanks to the smoke's restorative properties. Now his whole body was tense. His left hand clenched into a fist while his right held the weapon 10 hands, embedded with sea stone at the tip. With the assistance of the jetting smoke, he shot towards Arlong like a cannonball. As Smoker closed in on him, A hint of fear flickered in Arlong's fierce gaze. In a split second, he completely transformed into his dragon, human, form, his powerful legs pushing off the ground as he soared into the air. Hovering midair, he transformed his light blue webbed hands into fists, once again shrouded in black hockey, and charged down towards Smoker on the ground like a cannonball. Seeing Arlong launch into the air, Smoker frowned. A murderous intent flashed in his sharp eyes. The pirate fishman Arlong had consumed the Zoan-type dragon fruit. If he let him escape, it would surely become a future threat. He could not allow him to leave Rog Town alive. Smoke Bomb White Dragon. Not satisfied that his previous attack had missed, Smoker unleashed his fruit ability once more. His aura surged powerfully, and the murderous intent escalated. He then transformed into a vast expanse of thick white mist, completely enveloping Arlong. Slightly panicked, Arlong frantically pounded the mist with his hockey-covered fists but found it futile. As Arlong was at a loss for what to do, Smoker conjured a massive white western dragon form from solidified smoke within his mist domain. This white dragon had two curved horns atop its head, eyes as big as copper bells, flared nostrils, and jagged sharp fangs, with a hideous appearance. Its neck was covered in white fur, and it had two small forepaws, broad wings on its back, and strong dragon legs, all covered in white scales. At that moment, it was poised to pounce on Arlong with bared fangs. What kind of monster is this? Why isn't this in the intel? Looking at the terrifying white western dragon before him, Arlong instinctively stepped back a few paces. But the thought of his entire shadow army being stuck in the East Blue for 2.5 years if he lost to Smoker sent a chill down his spine. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, drew his weapon Sawtooth, and charged recklessly at the giant dragon. Dragon on gear. In his dragon form, the fishman Arlong's eyes burned red. He howled to the sky, gripping his large sword Sawtooth tightly in his right hand while his left hand clutched a serrated steel fawn. With all his might, he stomped the ground repeatedly, using the ground's reaction force and the dragon's flying ability to launch himself towards the white smoke dragon's head. The white smoke dragon, under Smoker's control, opened its abyssal maw, intending to swallow Arlong whole, restricting his movement and ultimately crushing him within. But Arlong would not let it have its way. Smoker, do you think this foolish dragon can stop me? A true dragon? That's utterly ridiculous. In the air, the furious Aaron laughed maniacally as he propelled himself, like a torpedo, toward the direction of the smoky dragon. Not only that, but during his airborne thrust, the great saw blade in his hand, saw edge, was spiraling and swinging, churning the surrounding air like the propeller at the rear of a speedboat, causing his speed to increase even further. Smoke White Dragon Devour. Under Smoker's orders, the smoke dragon opened its huge mouth, intending to swallow Arlong, who was in his dragon form, into its belly. Arlong, suspended in mid-air, showed no fear at all. He directly swung his large saw knife, saw edge, and plunged it into the dragon's body. Just as Smoker was about to completely strangle Arlong inside the smoke dragon, something astonishing happened that left him speechless. Arlong, who had been swallowed by the smoke dragon, actually wielded his saw knife saw edge and pierced through the dragon's abdomen, bursting out from the center of its belly. What? How is that possible? How did you get out of the smoke dragon's belly? This is absolutely impossible. Looking at Arlong, who had escaped from the smoke dragon's belly, Smoker showed a surprised expression until he noticed the armament hockey covering Arlong's tightly gripped hands on the saw knife, which made him realize the truth. This guy, Arlong, had actually torn open the smoke dragon's belly with his bare hands and escaped. Chapter 60. The Captured Girl, Navy Chief Petty Officer Dasky. After easily dealing with the smoke dragon that Smoker had put so much effort into creating, Arlong coldly gazed at Smoker, who was holding the weapon 10 hands, and began to approach him step by step. Damn it, this guy has also mastered the ability of armament hockey. I must report your strength to the Navy headquarters. A bounty of 50 million berries is too low for you. It should at least start at 80 million berries. As Arlong approached Smoker's position, the smoke fruit user Smoker's fierce and murderous gaze flashed with a hint of anxiety. In his mind, Arlong's true strength far exceeded his own, and today he feared he would fall at the hands of this notorious pirate. The justice in my heart does not allow me to take a step back. Unless you step over my corpse, I will never let you enter the Grand Line. Looking at the righteous Navy colonel in front of him, Arlong's proud eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, then rested the large saw knife saw edge on his shoulder. Stepping closer to Smoker and then speaking loudly, "What is the justice in your heart? Is it to protect the interests of the nobles and the celestial dragons, or to protect the interests of these ordinary civilians?" If there is a conflict between the two, which side will you choose to uphold? Arlong's question left Smoker momentarily speechless. He looked at Arlong seriously and replied earnestly. In my view, civilians and nobles, celestial dragons are equally important. If I must choose between the two, I will stick to my principles and uphold the side of justice. Smoker's words were powerful, which made Arlong unable to help but look at him with newfound respect. But then he recalled the ideology that his young master Subai had instilled in the members of the Shadow Corps. Most of the Navy was there to uphold the interests of the nobles and celestial dragons, while those innocent civilians were just like ants. If a conflict arose between the civilians and the nobles, even if it was the nobles' fault, the Navy would not hesitate to protect the nobles. Smoker, if you can uphold your inner justice impartially, perhaps we could become close friends. Just as Arlong was conversing with Smoker, Smoker's subordinate, Chief Petty Officer Dasky, rushed onto the battlefield with her sword, Shiu, looking extremely anxious. She cast a nervous glance at the fierce fishman Arlong and his notorious East Blue pirates behind him, including Kuro, Ajin, Yarlita, Koby, and Shiaoba, feeling both fear and anger. Dasky, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you to interfere. Quickly leave and use the Den Mushi to call for help from the Navy's 91st branch. Vice Admiral Harwar D. Sauron and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain are currently on a mission in the East Blue. They will definitely have time to come and assist. Hearing Smoker instruct Dasky to call for help, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, immediately signaled to Kuro beside him. Kuro instantly understood and transformed into his white tiger form, then used a shadowless step to rush towards Dasky's location at lightning speed. Dasky, be careful. That guy is Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Get out of the way. Smoker, worried about his subordinate Dasky being in danger, shouted a warning while using the Smoke Fruit's ability to try to stop Kuro from attacking Dasky. But unfortunately, in front of Smoker stood Arlong, the chief general of the Shadow Corps, who would not just sit idly by and watch Smoker block Kuro's attack. Smoker, don't forget, take this punch. Facing Arlong's fist imbued with armament hockey, Smoker had to be on guard. He was forced to retract the smoke he had released and quickly moved to dodge Arlong's fierce attack. However, Arlong was already prepared to pursue, and Smoker could not evade. He ended up taking several solid punches. In just a few breaths, Smoker was beaten to a pulp by Arlong's fierce fists, while at the same time, Kuro effortlessly captured Smoker's capable subordinate, Dasky. Young master, I brought the person back. Subai the Shadow Corps looked at Dasky, who Kuro had captured, and couldn't help but examine her. At this moment, Dasky, who held the position of Chief Petty Officer in the Navy, had deep brown eyes and chin-length black hair, wearing red-framed, rectangular glasses. Her beauty was striking, with a gentle gaze carrying a hint of heroism. She wore a purple floral shirt embroidered with pink cherry blossoms and a knee-length blue coat with white fur trim, tightly wrapping her curvy figure. Below, she wore relatively tight jeans and black shoes, and in her hand, she held the famous sword Shiyu. Dasky, nice name. I've kept your Den Mushi safe for you. Subai slowly removed the black cloak he was wearing, revealing his handsome face and deep purple eyes, which made the young girl Dasky's heart flutter. But when she remembered that this guy was a pirate, she quickly reined in her emotions and scolded him in a delicate voice. Let me go. I will have all of you arrested and sent to impel down. Dasky, who was somewhat naive, said such fierce words, which made Subai of the Shadow Corps burst into laughter. He quickly moved his hand and pulled a small Den Mushi from Dasky's shirt, casually pinching her developing round figure, which made the young girl Dasky feel both shy and angry, yet helpless, as she could only furiously scold Subai for being a pervert. If you dare to scold me again, I won't be polite. Subai playfully warned the chattering Dasky. Hearing his words, the captured Dasky turned pale with fear and obediently closed her mouth, but the resentment in her heart remained unexpressed. She glared at Subai with her clear eyes, filled with fierce intent. If looks could kill, Subai would have died millions of times by now. Arlong, what kind of skill is it to capture a little girl? If you have the ability, come at me, Smoker. Let Dasky go. After hearing Smoker's words, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, then used the chicken talisman ability to fly in front of Smoker, and leisurely said, if you can defeat Arlong fair and square, then we will release Dasky and guarantee not to go to the Grand Line for 2 years. But if Arlong wins, then I will demand that you join the Shadow Corps. Chapter 61. Capturing the Navy's White Hunter Smoker into Shiji. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Smoker, the smoke fruit user, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. This overwhelming, Overlord-level pressure instinctively compelled him to agree to the request to confront the notorious pirate Arlong. Smoker, I hope you can give it your all and use all your skills. Su Bai's deep purple eyes stared at Smoker, making the already tense Smoker's emotions even more unstable. A faint idea of retreat began to form in his mind. But in order to save his subordinate Tashiji, he had no choice but to engage Arlong. Just as Smoker took up a fighting stance, Su Bai suddenly flashed to his side, and a surge of vitality and healing power rapidly flowed into Smoker's body, curing all the accumulated ailments he had suffered over the years. Now, the battle between you two can begin. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, used the healing ability of the talisman to heal the injuries of both Smoker and Arlong. He then withdrew the Conqueror's haki covering Smoker and quickly flew into the air, overlooking the impending fierce battle. In his peak condition, Smoker felt light and agile, the pain and ailments from previous battles completely gone. He cracked his knuckles, looking defiantly at the restless Arlong, as he saw Arlong unleashing the power of the dragon fruit charging towards him. Smoker calmly transformed into smoke form and shouted loudly, "Smoke, white bear!" Thick white smoke radiated rapidly from Smoker, and as the white smoke enveloped the entire battlefield, several robust white bears, each over 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared. They pounded their strong chests in unison and then charged at Arlong like mad. Here we go again. First the white dragon, now the white bear. In his dragon form, Arlong held his large blade saw edge horizontally in front of him, his feet moving rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the leading white bear, delivering a fierce slash that cleaved the smoke bear in half. Taking advantage of the moment before the smoke bear could recover, he swiftly struck again, his fists covered in armament haki crashing down with overwhelming force, smashing the bear's head into pulp, completely dissipating it. After easily dispatching the leading white bear, Arlong repeated the process, taking down the remaining smoke bears. "Smoker, I found you. Come out." After eliminating the smoke bears, Arlong used one of the 6 powers taught by Su Bai to move rapidly through the fog and finally discovered Smoker, who had taken up a fighting stance in the center of the fog. Smoke bomb machine gun. Choosing to engage in close combat, Smoker transformed back into smoke form, quickly approaching Arlong as a cloud of white mist. The white smoke then solidified into fists, raining down on Arlong's body like a machine gun. Dragon fist, erupt machine gun. Seeing countless fists coming at him, Arlong was undeterred. His pale blue flippers transformed into fists, covered in dark armament haki. He unleashed a rapid series of punches that struck Smoker relentlessly. If mastering armament haki can't solve you, then where do I put my face? Smoker, take this. In a furious state, Arlong drew his large blade saw edge and swung it fiercely at the smoke form of Smoker. In an instant, Smoker was shredded by Arlong's fierce blade skills. As Smoker's body was torn apart, Arlong executed the same technique again, stepping aside and delivering a powerful punch to Smoker's abdomen. Covered in armament haki. Boom! After taking a heavy blow to his abdomen, Smoker flew uncontrollably for dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing into several buildings before landing heavily in the rubble. At this point, all his ribs were shattered, his internal organs crushed, breathing shallowly, severely injured, and on the brink of death. He could perish at any moment. "Captain Smoker, you damn pirates, I will definitely kill all of you." Tashiji, captured by the Shadow Legion, was furious, her delicate face twisted in rage. Seeing this, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, smirked slightly and, in front of her, used the chicken talisman's ability to fly to the barely alive Smoker. He extended his fair arms and pressed them against Smoker's sunken chest, beginning to transmit dark power. At this moment, Su Bai exuded a terrifying dark power, a fierce glint flashing in his purple eyes. A vast surge of dark energy erupted from his body, continuously flowing through his white arms into the body of the smoke fruit user, Smoker. Severely injured and on the verge of death, Smoker was completely unable to resist. He passively accepted the encroaching dark power, and as time passed, his soul was eventually devoured by the dark energy, and he completely became a part of the Shadow Legion. Next, it's Tashiji's turn. Su Bai's voice was not loud, but to the members of the Shadow Legion, it sounded like thunder. Kuro, standing beside Tashiji, quickly reacted, knocking her out with a chop and then lifting her to Su Bai's side, gently placing her down. "Good job, Kuro." Looking at the beautiful Tashiji, Su Bai's deep eyes flashed with appreciation. This little girl had a strong character and was unyielding, if trained well. She would definitely become a world-class swordsman on par with Zoro and Mihawk in the future. Come join our Shadow Legion, and I will grant you endless power. With a serious expression, Tsubai pressed his fair palm against Ashiji's full, curvaceous body, and a vast dark power surged into her body. In the blink of an eye, Tashiji's soul was entirely consumed, and like her superior smoker, she became a member of the Shadow Legion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 13th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with a Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card. Chapter 62, Developing the Smoke Fruit Ability, Famous Sword Gyu. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed, and a radiant golden card flew into Tsubai's system bag. This Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card was of great significance to Smoker, the Smoke Fruit user. Currently, Smoker's development of the Devil Fruit ability was limited to solidifying smoke and transforming his body into smoke, which was basically the most basic ability of a Logia fruit user. Apart from that, he had hardly developed any other aspects of the smoke fruit. This Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card was definitely meant for Smoker to use. As for the level to which Smoker could develop the smoke fruit's ability, it would depend on his own ideas and mastery of the fruit's powers. Under the guidance of the young Master Tsubai of the Shadow Corps, the skill card for developing the ability of the dazzlingly golden devil fruit instantly transformed into a blinding beam of light, rapidly entering Smoker's body. At this moment, Smoker, who had just been healed by Tsubai using the horse talisman, felt countless images surfacing in his mind. Each segment of these images greatly assisted him in developing the abilities of the smoke fruit. Toxicity, compression, clone, enemy detection, restraint, battlefield control, suffocation, invisibility. Smoke originally refers to a mixture of soot and natural fog in the air. In chemistry, smoke generally refers to dust, while fog refers to liquids. If the smoke carries a highly toxic effect, it can eliminate enemies over a wide area on the battlefield. Conversely, if the oxygen within the smoke is compressed, or if high-density smoke is used to expel oxygen, it can achieve the effect of suffocating enemies. This method also counts as a significant weapon on the battlefield. Excited, Smoker sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, deeply perceiving the special segments regarding the development of Devil Fruit abilities that had suddenly emerged in his mind. Each of these segments was invaluable. In just over 10 minutes, Smoker comprehended and mastered 4 crucial abilities: suffocation, toxicity, enemy detection, and cloning. Suffocation and toxicity had just been discussed, so there was no need to elaborate further. As for the ability to detect enemies, as the name implies, being a smoke fruit user allows Smoker to release smoke within a specific area, completely covering it. If an enemy inadvertently enters, every movement they make will be under Smoker's surveillance. Even the sound of their heartbeat can be clearly perceived by him. As for cloning, this ability is somewhat similar to the White Dragon and White Bear Smoker created during battle. After mastering this ability, he can create clones that perfectly resemble his appearance and behavior, allowing the clones to carry out tasks while his main body can attend to other matters, requiring only a small portion of his focus to control the clone's actions. However, the downside of the clones is that their strength is only 80 of the main bodies, and the more clones there are, the weaker each clone becomes. The advantage, however, is that they can share tasks or assist the main body in combat, and the experience gained during battles or training can be transmitted back to the main body, making them a form of training aid. Smoker, how do you like this gift I've given you? Your current strength is absolutely not inferior to those brigadier generals in the Navy headquarters, and you might even surpass some slightly weaker rear admirals. Hearing the words of his young master, Smoker's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly realized that the segments he had just seen in his mind about developing Devil Fruit abilities were the handiwork of young Master Tsubai. Grateful, he knelt on one knee, thanking young Master Tsubai for his gift. Just as Smoker was excitedly kneeling, expressing his gratitude, the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded again, followed by ding. The host has acquired the 14th talent from the local dimension. The host is rewarded with an intermediate swordsmanship skill card and the famous sword Gyu. A dazzling red card flew into Tsubai's system inventory. This intermediate swordsmanship skill card would have a significant impact on Dashki. Currently, Dashki held the position of a chief petty officer within the Navy, and her strength was far inferior to Smoker's. In regular battles, she could handle pirates worth a bounty of only 1 million berries. But if she encountered pirates with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries, it would be quite a stretch. If luck was on her side, she might manage to defeat them. But most of the time, she would be defeated, requiring Smoker to step in. Dashki, it's time for you to improve your strength, otherwise. How can you reclaim the famous swords from those notorious pirates? Listening to her young master Su Bai's criticism, a hint of shyness appeared on Dashki's pretty face. Nervously adjusting her red-framed glasses, she respectfully bowed and firmly promised, "Yes, young master, I will seriously train my swordsmanship and reclaim those famous swords from the notorious pirates." Seeing the shy young girl before him, Su Bai smiled slightly. At his suggestion, a dazzling red beam of light shot out from the system inventory and quickly entered Dashki's body. Immediately, Dashki trembled, and countless memories and experiences related to sword techniques flooded her mind. The transfer of swordsmanship experience lasted for about half an hour, filling Dashki's small head with knowledge about sword techniques. At this moment, her strength had not yet reached that of a top swordsman, but she possessed the experience and memories of swordsmanship. Improving her strength was just a matter of time. How do you feel? If you start diligently training your swordsmanship every day from now on, in less than 2 years, you will become a top swordsman in the world, and you will surely be able to reclaim those famous swords scattered across various places. Hearing her young master's encouragement, Dashki's little face turned red. Nervously adjusting her red-framed glasses, she shyly lowered her head and confidently replied, "Young master, you can rest assured. I will definitely not let you down." Watching Dashki's bashful demeanor, Su Bai laughed heartily, then took out the famous sword Gu Yu from the system inventory. He held Gu Yu tightly with both hands and seriously handed it over to Dashki, reminding her, as a swordsman, you cannot rely on just one famous sword. If it breaks unexpectedly on the battlefield, you need another for self-defense. Remember, Chapter 63, Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device. Listening to her young master's teachings, Dashki nodded her head, carefully accepting the famous sword Gu Yu, and then obediently stood behind Su Bai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Newcomer Task 10. System rewards are being distributed. Name: Su Bai subordinates: Shadow Arlong, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Lijia, Shadow Barumabur, Shadow Klo, Shadow Zango, Shadow Ajin, Shadow Yalata, Shadow Daida, Shadow Carmen, Shadow Smoker, Shadow Dashki, 15-13 Ordinary Shadow Ninjas, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninjas, 10 Nightbat Core Ninjas, 50 Troll Core Ninjas. Abilities: Navy 6 Styles, Conqueror's Hockey, and Beginner Observation Hockey, Beginner Armament Hockey. Special abilities: Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman items. For Undersea Treasure Maps, 10 Peacekeepers, Imitation, 1,000 Firearms made of Sea Prism Stone, the Gravel Sword. 1 to 50 Fine Swords. Buffs: None Territorial Forces, EastSea Cocoa West Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Gold Island, Rog Town. With the cold mechanical voice of the system sounding, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Su Bai, successfully completed all newcomer tasks. Upon completing Newcomer Task 10, the system rewarded him with the Ox Talisman, one of the 12 Zodiac Talismans in the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. After acquiring the power of the Ox Talisman, Su Bai felt boundless brute strength within him. A light stomp could shatter the hard ground, and a casual punch could pulverize tough mountains. The power of the Ox Talisman was indeed formidable. A single punch against a weaker opponent could directly send them flying. After mastering the ability of the Rat Talisman, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Bai's deep purple eyes. He focused his mind, and the system's lucky roulette suddenly appeared before him. Looking at the dazzling array of items on the roulette, Su Bai's eyes revealed a hint of desire. At that moment, he couldn't wait to call out the system, demanding to start the lucky roulette. "System, I want to use the lucky roulette. Hurry up." With a command from Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, the system's lucky roulette started up, and a series of rumbling sounds erupted. The roulette spun faster and faster, and the sections containing the items became increasingly blurred, leaving Su Bai feeling dizzy, just as he concentrated, preparing to keep a close eye on the items in the sections. The mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Does the host wish to pause? Hearing the system's warm prompt, Su Bai closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, then answered firmly, "Lucky roulette, stop immediately." As soon as Su Bai said this, the system's lucky roulette paused for a second, and then the brilliant golden pointer on the roulette gradually slowed down. "Rat Talisman, give me a Rat Talisman. The ability of the Wind Demon Whirlwind is also acceptable. If worst comes to worst, I'll settle for a Devil Fruit." Watching the pointer on the lucky roulette continuously pass over the items he yearned for, fine sweat beaded on Su Bai's forehead. As the pointer was about to stop, he excitedly looked towards the sections of the roulette. Over time, The straight and dazzling golden pointer finally settled on the devil fruit extraction device. As the name suggests, this so-called devil fruit extraction device is primarily used to extract the abilities of devil fruit users from their bodies and convert them back into devil fruits. Warm reminder: if a devil fruit user has their ability extracted and cannot find a new devil fruit to replace it within 24 hours, they will undoubtedly die. If they can find a new devil fruit within 24 hours, it is equivalent to the extractor obtaining a new ability. The item drawn from the lucky roulette this time was of great significance to Tsubai, and, even more so, to the Shadow Legion he led. The ability to extract the abilities of devil fruit users at will. What does that even mean? For instance, if the user of the bomb fruit is Mr. 5, a senior agent of the Baroque Works, his development and use of the bomb fruit are limited to simple attacks like nose bombs and foot bombs. If Tsubai uses the devil fruit extraction device to extract his bomb fruit and arranges for his subordinates to consume it, the level of development and use of the bomb fruit by the Shadow Legion's cadres would absolutely exceed that of Mr. 5. Furthermore, the cadres of the Shadow Legion would have the opportunity to possess the Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card or the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening Skill Card granted by young Master Tsubai, greatly enhancing the Shadow Legion's strength. Imagine if each cadre under Tsubai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, could possess the currently top-tier, most powerful, and most threatening abilities of a small number of devil fruits in the world. What kind of scene would that be? Even the combined forces of past Navy admirals, the Gorosei, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and even the Roger pirates returning would not stand a chance against the Shadow Legion. The Paramecia-type sound wave fruit ability user Dragna that they encountered on Gold Island was quite impressive. If only I could have had this devil fruit extraction device sooner. How great it would be, the sound wave fruit. What a pity. With this thought, a new idea sprouted in Tsubai's mind. There are countless devil fruit users in the Grand Line. He could freely take the abilities of devil fruit users in the Grand Line and enrich and strengthen his Shadow Legion. Once this idea was born, images of several individuals with powerful devil fruit abilities floated into Tsubai's mind. Bruno, the Dordor fruit user from the CP9, Mr. 5. The bomb fruit user from Baroque Works, Foxy. The captain of the Foxy Pirates with the slow fruit, Capone Beach. The captain of the Fire Tank Pirates with the Castle Fruit, and Bondi Wald, a prisoner in the 6th level of Impel Down with the Momo Fruit ability. Chapter 64. The Most Destructive Talisman. Known as the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald is currently imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. As a prisoner, he has a tremendous ambition to overturn the world government and is a man who once struck fear into the world government and the Navy alongside Roger, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Shiki the Golden Lion. With the Paramecia-type Momo fruit ability, Bondi Wald can increase the size and speed of objects he touches by hundreds of times and can also enhance his own movement speed at will. Tsubai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, is very interested in Bondi Wald's Momo fruit ability. If the Momo fruit's ability is developed well, it would greatly benefit his ambition to dominate the world. The Momo fruit of Bondi Wald is something I must obtain. That Foxy S slow fruit is also quite good and can be given to my subordinates. It would be unreasonable for Koby and Little 8, who have followed me for so long, to not have a devil fruit. The idea of hunting devil fruit users took root and rapidly grew in Tsubai's mind. In the future, the Shadow Legion's power would continue to expand, and its members would increase. As the young master of the Shadow Legion, he naturally had to think about his subordinates. There are as many devil fruit users in the Grand Line as there are cows. Casually throwing a brick could knock down a whole bunch of users. If he truly wanted to hunt them down, finding those with devil fruit abilities would be as easy as pie. However, when it comes to hunting users and taking their abilities, Tsubai is not just going to hunt anyone. He has requirements for the users he hunts, such as, among the Zoan-type users, only ancient and mythical species are allowed to be indiscriminately hunted, except in special cases. For Logia-type users, they must be hunted and their abilities seized upon encounter. As for Paramecia-type users, it mainly depends on the strength and development potential of their abilities. If they possess abilities like Obby's Whisper Fruit, Saiku's Color Fruit, or Kelly Funk's Jacket Fruit, which are mediocre and not very helpful in combat, then there's no need to take them. It's time to leave Rog Town and head to the Grand Line. Before setting off for the Grand Line, Tsubai summoned the newly promoted officers Smoker and Tashiji, instructing them to stay in Rog Town and capture more high-bounty pirates to enhance their ranks. If anyone in the Navy obstructed their promotion, they could seek help from fellow Shadow Corps officers Koby and Balumeb, one being a disciple of Vice Admiral Garp and the other of Admiral Kaza, both capable of helping them overcome difficulties. Once their achievements and ranks were up to standard, they were to apply at Navy headquarters to head to the Grand Line, where Subai and the others would be waiting for them. Listening to the orders from their young master, Smoker and Tashigi nodded seriously. They then simultaneously tapped into their dark powers and vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, returning to the Navy base in Rog Town to begin organizing the soldiers for the capture of all pirates in the town. Currently, Rog Town was turbulent, with undercurrents swirling. After instructing Smoker and Tashigi, Subai focused his mind and returned to the system space, having just acquired the Devil Fruit Ability Extraction device. He was eager for more and unhesitatingly commanded the system to restart the Lucky Wheel. Dragon Charm, Pig Charm, Hurricane Fruit, Earth Fruit, Long-Neck Dragon Fruit, Zebra Fruit. The ability of the Moon's Demon Charm, the ability of the Earth Demon Earth King, Raisin Mask, Basha Chang's Jade Prosthetic, Daddy's Magical Pufferfish Jerky. The Cup of Life, an array of enticing items made Subai's mouth water. What he most desired were the Mouse Charm and Dragon Charm, followed by the abilities of the Moon's Demon Charm and Earth Demon Earth King, and lastly, the Nigga Mask and Raisin Mask. System, directly activate the Lucky Wheel for me. I hope to draw the Mouse Charm or the Dragon Charm this time. Upon receiving Subai's command, the system obediently activated the Lucky Wheel. With a series of creaking sounds, the wheel spun faster and faster until the sections holding the items became indistinguishable. The system's mechanical voice then gently reminded him, "Host, would you like to pause the Lucky Wheel?" Hearing the system's mechanical prompt, Subai shouted without hesitation, "Pause immediately." As the wheel slowed down, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, held his breath, his piercing purple eyes fixed on the pointer, which was gliding slowly. The last few seconds felt like hours to him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he panted nervously. Finally, the pointer came to a steady stop, landing on the Dragon Charm that Subai had longed for, as the strongest charm among the 12 zodiac charms owned by the Holy Master. The Dragon Charm could unleash a Dragon Blast, a high-energy explosion capable of causing severe destruction. Embedded in the palm, it could be controlled as a palm energy cannon, powerful enough to rival an armor-piercing explosive when fully released, or used as a laser cutter at reduced power. The exact power could be controlled by the user, and the Dragon Charm was recognized as the most potent charm in battle. With the ability of the Dragon Charm, my strength would rise to a new level. When encountering ordinary pirates, I wouldn't even need to move. One Dragon Blast could send the enemy flying. The items drawn from the Lucky Wheel were immensely beneficial for Subai. The Devil Fruit Ability Extraction device goes without saying, and the Dragon Charm significantly boosted his combat power. Even when facing slightly stronger Devil Fruit users, he could confidently deliver a decisive blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing all new tasks. The system will now release new main and optional side tasks. The details are as follows. Chapter 65, New Main and Side Tasks. Subai initially thought that after completing the new tasks, there would be no further opportunities for rewards, but when he heard the system's mechanical voice mention tasks, his eyes lit up. He immediately perked up, listening intently to the system's words. Ding! Main task distribution in progress. Host, please wait patiently. Main task 1. Go to Alabasta and eliminate the Baroque works. Reward. 1 chance to spin the Lucky Wheel, the Soul Departure Goat Charm from Jackie Chan Adventures, and 2 treasure maps. Main task 2. Gain the trust of the Millennium Dragon Tribe and form a Dragon Knight Legion. Reward. 1 Super Moose Doll, 1 Cow Warrior Mask, and the Electric Eye Pig Charm from Jackie Chan Adventures. Side Task 1. Hunt the Superhuman Eric with the Scythe Fruit. Reward. Basha Chang's Jade Prosthetic for the left foot. Side Task 2. Eliminate Admiral Nelson Roy from the Navy's 8th Division. Reward. Daddy's Magical Puffer Fish Jerky. Listening to the main and side tasks released by the system, Subai accepted all of them without hesitation. Since they were heading to the Battleship Island to find the Millennium Dragon Tribe, they would inevitably enter the waters under Admiral Nelson Roy's jurisdiction. As the governing officer of the Navy's 8th Division, Admiral Nelson Roy had held sway in this area for many years, with ordinary citizens fearing him like a death sentence. Now that the system had issued Side Task 2, it was clear that it wanted Subai to act as an enforcer of justice. Admiral Nelson Roy had a powerful mercenary named Eric under his command, who was a superhuman with the Scythe Fruit ability. They had an improper relationship, with Eric handling matters that the Navy's 8th Division couldn't interfere in, as long as Nelson Roy paid him adequately. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, had a serious expression. He thought Eric was ambitious and sinister, and did not deserve to be part of the Shadow Corps, but his Scythe Fruit ability was worth hunting down. As for who should consume this superhuman scythe fruit, perhaps it was better suited for Koby, who was skilled in fishman karate, rather than Shiaoba, who was solely focused on swordsmanship. If Koby mastered the scythe fruit's powers, he could deal serious damage to enemies by combining his fishman karate techniques with the slashing attacks from the scythe fruit in close combat. Therefore, the superhuman scythe fruit would be temporarily given to Koby for consumption, and they could exchange it later for a rarer devil fruit. After determining the future ownership of the Superman-type scythe fruit, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, waved his hand and immediately summoned hundreds of ninja soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom to assist Smoker in capturing pirates. They were instructed to hand over the captured pirates to the Navy in exchange for bounties, which would then be used to purchase living supplies. The fleet would set sail for Battleship Island 3 days later. The group of ninja soldiers accepted the order with cupped hands, then knelt on one knee and vanished into the shadows. Over the next 3 days, a storm of blood and carnage erupted in Rog Town. Any pirate entering Rog Town, regardless of their bounty amount, was hunted down by the Navy. If a pirate's bounty exceeded 50 million berries and Smoker couldn't handle them, then the Shadow Corps executives like Eren, Kuro, and Akin would take action. If even these Shadow Corps executives couldn't resolve the situation, Subai would ultimately step in. This 3-day sweep resulted in 98 of the pirates in Rog Town being slaughtered or arrested, with the remaining 2 either lucky enough to escape or allowed to live due to Subai's special instructions. As for the Straw Hat crew, they also faced a strong assault from the Navy, but thanks to the secret intervention of Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy and his crew managed to escape unharmed and continue their journey towards the Grand Line. Monkey D. Dragon, what is your purpose in forming the Revolutionary Army? Is it truly, just as you say, to overthrow the world government and establish a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled new world? Long before Colonel Smoker and Captain Tashigi attacked the Straw Hat crew, Subai used his observation haki to locate Monkey D. Dragon hiding in a corner. Subai even had a brief contest of strength with Dragon, and after testing his opponent's abilities, he finally posed the question that had been troubling him for a long time. The world government is merely a puppet of the higher-ups. The higher-ups formed the world government to maintain their rule, and I aim to overthrow it, bringing down all those so-called elites, and then to rebuild a new world of universal harmony. In this new world, there will be no oppression or exploitation, no war or hunger. Everyone will have the freedom and equal rights, and everyone will strive tirelessly for their ideals. Listening to the passionate words of Revolutionary Army Commander Monkey D. Dragon, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, smiled slightly. He didn't want to interrupt Dragon's dream. In Subai's view, this ideal could not be realized overnight. Even if the world government were overthrown, it wouldn't necessarily lead to a world of harmony. Only by incorporating the entire world into the Shadow Kingdom could a true new world be achieved. In that case, let us meet again by fate. After bidding farewell to Monkey D. Dragon, Subai swiftly moved to the Navy base where Smoker was located. Looking at the mountain of pirate bounties piled on Smoker's desk, Subai coldly asked, have these pirates been dealt with or not? The big pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries from the day before yesterday was handled by Eren. Why hasn't the bounty been issued? Hearing his young master's question, Smoker replied bitterly, young master, the bounty notices on the desk are all for pirates that have already been captured or killed. The bounty for that big pirate wasn't issued because we were only given 5 billion berries from the Navy headquarters. And now we've already paid it all out. There's still 1 billion berries in unpaid bounties. And we'll have to wait until this time next month for the Navy headquarters to send more money. Chapter 66. New bounty notices released, departing for Battleship Island. Currently, in a Rog Town Navy base, aside from infrastructure expenses, all remaining funds were spent on paying out pirate bounties. Originally, the Navy headquarters had allocated 5 billion berries for Rog Town, but as soon as Subai issued the order to start a 3-day pirate elimination campaign, all of that 5 billion berries went straight into the Shadow Corps pockets. In addition to these bounties, they also looted nearly 200 million berries during the process of raiding pirate crews. Since that's the case, the remaining 1 billion berries aren't urgent. By the way, has the bounty for our Shadow Corps members in Rog Town increased? The Navy headquarters should know that Eren is a user of the dragon fruit, right? In response to his young master Subai's inquiry, Smoker immediately opened the top drawer of his desk and carefully pulled out a few of the latest bounty notices from the Navy headquarters, handing them to Subai. Young master, this stack is the latest issue of pirate bounties sent by the messenger Seagull this morning. Please take a look. Subai took all the latest pirate bounty notices from Smoker's hands and carefully flipped through them. Eventually, he found the latest bounties for Eren, Kuro, Akin, Shachi, Koby, Yarlita, and himself. Shadow Corps, Purple-Eyed Youth, Subai, suspected rare devil fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 50 million berries. Shadow Corps, Sotuchakman, former captain of the evil dragon pirates. Eren, Zoan type, mythical beast, dragon fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 90 million berries. Shadow Corps, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Hunter plans Kuro, Zoan type, mythical beast, white tiger fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 78 million berries. Shadow Corps, former First Division captain of the Krieg Pirates, Demon Mannequin. Zoan type, insect fruit, mythical beast, Hercules beetle fruit user. Latest bounty increased to 59 million berries. Shadow Corps, former captain of the Yarlita Pirates, Paramecia type, slip fruit user. Yarlita. Latest bounty increased to 12 million berries. Shadow Corps, octopus fishman, former executive of the evil dragon pirates, 6 sword style Shachi. Latest bounty increased to 13 million berries. Shadow Corps, soft-boned fishman, former executive of the evil dragon pirates, fishman karate master, Koby. Latest bounty increased to 20 million berries. Subai looked at his bounty amount, which had risen from the original 5 million berries to now 50 million berries. A flash of brilliance shot from his deep purple eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, to have so thoroughly investigated the devil fruit abilities of Akin, Eren, and Kuro, one must admit that the Navy's intelligence network is indeed very powerful. In Subai's view, the bounty amount set by the Navy is somewhat inaccurate. For Arlong, who possesses the ability of armament hockey and can freely transform into a dragon form, his bounty should at least exceed 100 million berries. As for Kuro, who is slightly inferior to Arlong, his bounty is also around 85 million berries. It's also good to hide some strength to avoid being targeted by those guys at the Navy headquarters. If Aokiji or Akainu were to come and arrest the members of the Shadow Brigade, it would lead to an unnecessary hard battle. Thinking of this, Subai let out a slight sigh of relief. He waved his hand, signaling Smoker to continue leading the Navy to capture pirates, while the members of the Shadow Brigade immediately set off for Naval Island. The members of the Shadow Brigade obeyed the order, set sail, and departed for Naval Island. The ninja soldiers orderly took the helm and turned the ship's head. At this moment, the large ship of the Shadow Brigade was fully powered, heading towards the sea area where Naval Island is located. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a storm was brewing in the waters of the northern Mariana Islands. A large ship painted entirely black was struggling to navigate through the dimly lit sea. The weather in this area changed drastically. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and the waves were gentle, but within a matter of minutes, towering waves surged, and a fierce storm seemed poised to destroy all the vessels in the area. Damn, the closer we get to the Great Channel, the more bizarre the weather becomes. If we sail another 50 nautical miles, we should be able to see the guiding light. The guiding light is a unique marker of the Great Channel. The end of its light signifies the entrance to the Great Channel. As long as we cross the position of the guiding light, it's like having 1 foot in the threshold of the Great Channel. Young Master, if we sail another 50 nautical miles and then head east for 100 nautical miles, we will reach the location of Battleship Island. Listening to the helmsman Shiaoba's report, Subai nodded to indicate he should continue steering, stabilizing the ship amid the storm before heading towards Battleship Island. Just as Shiaoba turned the ship around, preparing to cautiously navigate onward, 5 naval warships suddenly appeared not far in front of the shadowy troop. Naval warships? Are they here specifically to capture us? Or did they inadvertently run into us while on a mission? Logically speaking, no one should know our movements. The young master of the shadowy troop, Subai, frowned deeply, casting a hostile glance at the 5 naval warships nearby. They had just entered the waters governed by the 8th Naval Division, and the naval fleet arrived to capture them immediately? This doesn't seem right. There must be something suspicious. Arlong, Ajin, follow me to see what the Navy is up to. If they really intend to attack us, then we will make sure they come and go without return. With a command from Subai, he immediately activated the chicken talisman spell, flying into the air. Upon receiving the order, Arlong transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the clouds. Seeing that the young master and Arlong were waiting for him in the air, Ajin, not to be outdone, quickly transformed into a rhinoceros beetle form, sprouting transparent wings, and instantly joined Subai and Arlong. The 3 of them rushed towards the naval warships, while the soldiers on the warships were in chaos, completely unaware of Subai and the others' movements. What's going on? The Navy seems to have no intention towards us. Wait, Who was that little girl? Hearing Ajin's surprised words, Subai turned to look at the deck of the naval warship, where a little girl wearing a yellow coat and a dragon tooth pendant was stealthily moving towards the ship's railing while hiding behind an empty wooden barrel. Chapter 67. The Whisper Fruit User, Abizi. Looking at the little girl hiding in the empty wooden barrel, Subai instantly recalled that this girl was Abizi, a devil fruit user who had eaten the Whisper Fruit. Abizi is very closely related to the Millennium Dragon. As long as we save Abizi, we can contact the Millennium Dragon tribe through her. With this in mind, Subai immediately signaled Arlong and Ajin to attack the two warships on the left and the two on the right, drawing all their firepower away, while he would personally handle the central warship where Abizi was located. Dragon Fist Erupt Machine Gun Arlong hovered in the air, clenching his hard fists and diving towards the left naval warship. In an instant, he reached the nearest warship, and as the naval soldiers stared in shock, his fierce punches broke through the warship's deck, then shattered the mast, completely destroying the warship's long-range power facilities in a matter of moments. This is bad. This guy is the fishman along with a bounty of 90 million berries. Quickly send a message to Admiral Nelson Roy using the snail. Just as a soldier hiding in a corner of the warship's deck prepared to pull out a snail to call for help from Admiral Nelson Roy at the 8th Naval Division base. Arlong, who was about to leave, suddenly heard the boo-boo sound from the snail. He instantly reacted, quickly changing his footwork, and punched through the ship's cabin, catching the soldier who had been hiding. Trying to call for help with the snail, the fierce Arlong grabbed the snail from the soldier's hand and, applying a bit of force, crushed the standard snail for the Navy. Watching his last hope shatter, the naval soldier bravely gathered his courage and attempted to strike Arlong down with his knife. Pirate die. Just as the soldier's knife was about to land on Arlong's head, the murderous Arlong shot him a fierce glance, then casually threw a punch, knocking the soldier unconscious. After easily taking care of all the naval soldiers on the first warship, Arlong soared again, heading towards the second warship on the left. Meanwhile, on the right side, Ajin, having transformed into a Hercules beetle, used his transparent wings to effortlessly sever the mast of the naval warship. With the mast cut down, the sails fell, slowing the warship down and causing severe rocking, which sent all the soldiers into a panic. Just as they were in a state of panic, Ajin, in his beetle form, flew above the warship, drawing 2 pistols from his waist, and swiftly took out all the naval soldiers in just a few breaths. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, Arlong in his dragon form and Ajin in his beetle form easily dealt with 4 naval warships. This speed was so fast that the naval soldiers on the central warship didn't even have time to react. And just as the naval soldiers on the central warship began to respond and prepare their long guns and short cannons to counterattack, above their warship, Subai, who was hovering in the air using his chicken talisman ability, had sharp gaze. He rolled up the sleeves of his black robe, then extended his arms and opened his palms to unleash the explosive power of the dragon talisman. Bang, 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 bang. Several golden explosive beams struck the central warship, instantly burning several large holes through the deck. In addition, the sonar chamber and ammunition depot inside the warship suffered severe explosions from the high-temperature attack of the Dragon Blast, with thick smoke billowing from within the ship. Not good. Put out the fire quickly. The warship is going to sink. Hurry and bring out the backup boats. As the warship was about to sink, the Navy soldiers on the central warship were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in a panic. Some carrying water buckets to extinguish the fire, some collapsing on the spot crying, some wanting to pick up weapons to attack Subai, and others preparing to escape on the emergency backup boats. In this moment of chaos, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, rushed to the little girl ABI's side. "We are here to save you. Hold on tight to me. I will take you away from here." Looking at Subai's handsome face, little ABI's eyes sparkled with hope. She believed that this big brother in front of her was a good person. Without hesitation, she dropped the empty wooden bucket and wrapped her arms around Subai's waist, rising into the air with him. As they departed, Subai coldly glanced at the Navy soldiers on the warship who were shooting at him. Fearing that the bullets might hit little ABI's, he unceremoniously unleashed the Dragon Blast ability again, with several blinding flashes of fire. The already unstable warship completely lost its ability to continue sailing and began to sink in place. The soldiers on the warship panicked and jumped into the sea, trying to swim to the backup boats, but there were only a few boats available with limited capacity. As a result, the Navy soldiers who jumped into the sea scrambled towards the boats, while those who fell behind were ruthlessly abandoned. This overly realistic scene made Subai frown, and then he flew away towards his own ship without looking back. "Arlong, Ajin, you two should come back." ABIs, are you hurt? The young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, looked at ABIs with concern. He gently reached out to ruffle her slightly messy blonde hair, then used the Horse Talisman ability. A gentle healing power flowed from Su Bai's hand, instantly healing the injuries on little ABIs and alleviating her tired body and mind. Are you pirates? Initially thinking that her situation would be safer after being rescued by Su Bai, little ABI's face turned pale when she saw the pirate flag hanging on the Shadow Legion ship, feeling as if she had just escaped from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Seeing ABI's nervous expression, the fierce-looking Arlong slowly walked up to her and pretended to be angry, saying, "What? Do we look like bad guys? Why are you so afraid of us? We won't eat you." After saying this, Arlong deliberately opened his mouth full of jagged teeth, almost scaring ABIs to tears. "Arlong, stop teasing her. Look at how scared you've made her." To soothe little ABI's emotions, Su Bai snapped his fingers towards the kitchen, and Miss Carmen, who was cooking in the kitchen, quickly understood and brought out a plate of exquisite desserts for ABIs. Chapter 68 Daily Basic Training. Arriving at Warship Island, little ABIs, who was already hungry, had her fear completely swept away upon seeing the exquisite desserts brought by Miss Carmen. In its place was a longing for the treats and gratitude towards Su Bai and Carmen. "ABIs, why did the Navy want to capture you? Could it be that you are actually a notorious villain?" While dining, little ABIs turned pale upon hearing Arlong's question, then regained her composure, her pink face slightly flushed, and she angrily replied, "Humph. I'm not a villain. I haven't done anything bad. The Navy captured me to find out about Lord Dragon, but I won't tell them." Hearing ABI say this, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Bai's deep purple eyes. He signaled to Yalita beside him to inquire about Lord Dragon. Yalita understood immediately upon seeing Su Bai's gaze and gracefully walked up to little ABIs. "Little ABIs, Lord Dragon is a 1,000-year dragon, right? Where are you from? Where's your home? We are preparing to set off to the Grand Line, and if your home is not too far, we can take you back on the way." Children are easily homesick, and Yalita's words instantly brought out ABI's longing for home. At this moment, little ABI's eyes turned slightly red, with sparkling tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she timidly said, "I live on Warship Island with Lord Dragon, which is near here, at the entrance to the Grand Line." Hearing this, Su Bai, who already had the intention of going to Warship Island, took the opportunity to say, "Since it's on the way, let's set off to Warship Island and restock some supplies." With Su Bai's command, the helmsman Shiaoba and Koby quickly turned the ship's bow towards Warship Island near the entrance of the Grand Line. The sea was turbulent, and the waves sparkled brightly under the dazzling sunlight. At this moment, Ajin, a cadre of the Shadow Legion, was sitting at the bow of the ship, wearing a cool, blue-striped tank top and white shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, holding a specially made long fishing rod, fishing in the sea. "Ajin, if you catch a fish or a sea king or sea beast later, remember to haul it up and send it to the kitchen for dinner tonight." Meanwhile, in the central area of the deck, there were two large orange sunshades opened, under which the curvaceous and sexy Miss Carmen and Yalita were lounging on sun loungers, enjoying fashion magazines. They were both dressed in extremely sexy bikinis, wearing cool black sunglasses, their fair skin glistening with olive oil, and their slender legs lazily resting on the loungers, with each of their petite toes painted with bright red nail polish. At that moment, they were a beautiful sight on the Shadow Legion's large ship, making the men like Koby, Shiaoba, Arlong, Klo, and Dai to feel hot all over, and they frantically worked out in the gym to expend their abundant energy. The Shadow Legion ship continued to sail on the sea, and the members on board were methodically doing their own tasks. At this time, in the spacious captain's cabin, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, was leisurely leaning against the window, looking out at the sea and sky merging with the soaring birds. Su Bai sighed contentedly. If every day could be so enjoyable, how great would that be? After his moment of reflection, Su Bai shifted his gaze back and clenched his fists, then stepped out of the captain's cabin and headed to the gym where everyone was. "Arlong, how many times can you lift the 3,000-pound barbell in one go? Koby, how is your fishman karate training going? Have you mastered the basic techniques I gave you last time? Let's spar later and see how your recent training is. Shiaoba, how's your six-sword style swordsmanship coming along? Can you reach the level of a second-rate swordsman? Once we enter the Grand Line, there will be skilled swordsmen everywhere. If you still look like this, you might as well stay in the EastSea and guard your home instead of going to the Grand Line and embarrassing yourself. Daida, how's your compatibility with the sniper rifle sunset? Later, when we enter Battleship Island, the long-range firepower will be entirely up to you. If the Navy gets within 300 meters, I will hold you responsible. As soon as Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, entered the gym, he immediately scolded his subordinates, Arlong, Shiaoba, Koby, and Daida, who felt ashamed and quickly stopped chatting to continue their training. Seeing his subordinates focused on their training again, Subai walked over to a piece of gym equipment with a satisfied expression. With the immense strength granted by the bull talisman, he easily lifted a 10,000-pound barbell with one hand. Even with the power of the bull talisman, I still need to push my own limits. Regular strength training is essential. With a clear goal in mind, Subai took off his black robe, revealing his bronze-toned, muscular physique. He then gripped the heavy barbell tightly and rapidly performed over 3,000 squats in place, making Arlong, who was lifting a 3,000-pound barbell nearby, feel ashamed and want to find a hole to hide in. After a brief session of strength training that lasted several minutes, Subai went to ask Koby for advice on fishman karate. After that, he took out his famous sword gravel to spar with Shiaoba, and finally, he learned marksmanship from Daida. If I rely too much on the system's power boost, I will definitely suffer in the future. Excellent physical skills and abilities can ensure that I won't be easily defeated in battle, and daily basic training is also indispensable. After completing a full day of basic training, Subai returned to the shower room to wash up. He enjoyed the feeling of hot water cascading over his head, and after shedding the fatigue of the day, he couldn't help but ponder how to capture the superhuman-type scythe fruit user, Eric. This guy's full of tricks, and capturing him won't be easy. If I don't succeed the first time, it will be challenging to catch him later. So I must ensure it is a success. Chapter 69, Feast of Delicacies. The Aging Dragon. In the central waters of the northern Mariana Islands, the shape of Battleship Island appeared before the members of the Shadow Corps. At this moment, the sky was clear and the sea was calm. Ajin, a cadre of the Shadow Corps, managed to catch a completely milky white, 100-meter-long bullhead sea king with all his might. The bullhead sea king opened its stinking, blood-filled mouth, ready to swallow Ajin whole, but before it could touch him, Ajin used his transparent sheath wings to tear it to pieces. Miss Carmen, we can have extra food tonight. Excited, Ajin brought the fresh sea king meat to the kitchen. Hearing Ajin shout, Miss Carmen, who was enjoying the sun, stepped out with her long, curvy legs, put on sexy flip-flops, and casually draped a white shirt over herself before returning to the kitchen to start cooking the sea king meat in preparation for the evening's extra meal. This meat is as delicious as A5 grade Wagyu, and if the cheek meat is fried in oil and made in a tempura, it will definitely leave everyone in awe. In the kitchen, Miss Carmen tied on an apron and casually took out a boning knife, quickly removing the cheek meat from the sea king. She then coated the cheek meat in a special batter and dipped each piece into the hot oil, quickly removing them once the batter became slightly crispy, draining the oil and preparing to plate. The remaining meat would mostly be made into cumin black pepper barbecue, and a portion would be reserved for bone broth. While Miss Carmen continued to prepare the ingredients, the Shadow Corps had successfully arrived at the port of Battleship Island. The residents of Battleship Island picked up weapons, ready to drive away the pirates upon seeing the pirate ship docked. Just as tensions were high, a clear and ringing voice came from the Shadow Corps ship. Little girl ABIs excitedly shouted to her neighbors, "I'm back." Seeing ABIs safely on the pirate ship, the residents of Battleship Island breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Grandpa Bogdan, the village chief, squeezed through the crowd, waved his hand, signaling the residents behind him to lower their weapons, assuring them that these pirates were definitely not bad people. "Good child, I'm so happy that you can return home safely." ABIs jumped down from the Shadow Corps ship, joyfully ran into Grandpa Bogdan's arms. Grandpa Bogdan had always treated ABIs like his own granddaughter, and he affectionately embraced her, gently stroking her head with his somewhat frail hand. He then gratefully addressed Subai and his group, saying, "Thank you so much for bringing ABIs back. I must treat you well." Just as Grandpa Bogdan was about to invite Subai and the others to his home for meat buns, Miss Carmen in the kitchen had already finished cooking all the sea king meat. With a thought, all members of the Shadow Corps received the message to eat. Seeing this, Subai quickly invited Grandpa Bogdan and the residents present to board the ship and enjoy the rare delicacy. "Grandpa Bogdan, the ingredients cooked by Sister Carmen are the most delicious food in the world. You must try it." Initially a bit hesitant, Grandpa Bogdan's heart swayed upon hearing Abiz's words. With Subai and Arlong helping him aboard the Shadow Corps ship, the Feast of Delicacies finally began. On the deck of the Shadow Legion ship, dozens of dining tables covered with white tablecloths were set up, filled with a variety of delicacies and exquisite wines bought from Rog Town. The main dish of seafood was placed in the center of the tables. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, invited Grandpa Boguden and little girl ABIs to dine first, and then they began to feast heartily. This culinary feast continued until midnight, and everyone present was drunk. The slightly tipsy Grandpa Boguden pulled Algin and Subai over to share the legends of Battleship Island. It is said that the residents here are descendants of a lost island that, despite its prosperity thousands of years ago, ultimately sank to the bottom of the sea. On the lost island lived a kind of dragon called the Millennium Dragon. Its bones were known as dragon bones, which people claimed were the elixir of life. The first king of the lost island, Iskandar Bogi, had 3 children. The eldest was named Bogi Hodis, the second was named Bogi Baboko, and the youngest was named Bogi Babab. One day, the king said to them, "Listen well, you 3. Go find the star tree that is said to exist in Dragon Valley." Thus, Bogi Hodis, Bogi Baboko, and Bogi Babab each went to the sea, the mountains, and the forest. Then, by the 317th generation, the child of King Ingelimigus III, Ingeliglamori, had 18 children, respectively. Listening to Grandpa Boguden recount the legends of the Lost Island, Subai and Algin were nearly dozing off. But when they saw little girl ABIs quietly sneaking away with a large bundle of food from the Shadow Legion ship, they might have already begun to snore. "Alon, Gillo, Yalata, come with me. Let's follow ABIs. The rest of you stay on the Shadow Legion ship to keep watch." Lying comfortably and sleeping soundly on the deck, alone, Klo and Yalada quickly sprang into action after hearing their young master's command, grabbing their weapons and following Subai into the forest. In the midnight forest, the sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys howling echoed, and the dark and terrifying scene frightened little girl ABIs, making her face pale and her body tremble uncontrollably. Whenever she stopped in her tracks, she would think of the dragon lord in the cave at the mountaintop who was hungry, which seemed to awaken an inexplicable strength within her, urging her to keep moving forward. "I can't back down. Dragon Lord is still waiting for me. I must be brave and keep going. I'll see Dragon Lord soon." Little girl ABIs suppressed her fear, taking one difficult step after another toward the mountaintop. After more than an hour, she finally reached the entrance of the cave. With all her might, she pushed aside the weeds covering the cave entrance and came to the side of the elderly Dragon Lord with her bundle full of food. Chapter 70, The Revitalized Dragon Lord, Alliance of the Millennium Dragon Clan. Looking at the listless Dragon Lord, little girl ABIs approached and gently stroked its head. Then, using the power of the Whisper Fruit, she leaned close to the Dragon Lord's ear and told it that she had brought very delicious food. If it ate all this food, it would surely regain its strength, and perhaps even remember the location of its clan. "ABIs, I've caused you more trouble. Thank you so much." The elderly Dragon Lord struggled to express its gratitude, and ABIs, who could understand the Dragon Lord's language due to her Whisper Fruit ability, smiled shyly and replied, "It's no trouble at all. I'm the best friend of Dragon Lord. Friends don't find it troublesome. Dragon Lord, please eat all this food." ABIs opened the bundle filled with food and fed it piece by piece into the Dragon Lord's mouth. The elderly Dragon Lord chewed the food with great difficulty, and as time passed, the entire bundle of food was consumed cleanly by the Dragon Lord, which filled little girl ABIs with joy, and a smile spread across her face. "Dragon Lord, let me tell you, a few days ago I met a group of very kind pirates. They rescued me from the Navy and then cooked delicious food for me, Grandpa Boguden, and all the villagers. The food you just ate was cooked by them. Wasn't it particularly delicious?" Just as little girl ABIs and the Dragon Lord were chatting about recent events, 5 Navy ships, propelled by ocean currents and monsoons, slowly sailed into the harbor at the outskirts of Battleship Island. Leading the Navy ships was Colonel Mora, a tall man with bronze skin and a chiseled face adorned with a thick mustache. His gaze was fierce and intimidating, like a sharp knife. "The sinking of those 5 Navy ships a few days ago is a disgrace to our Navy's 8th Division base. Admiral Nelson Roy has ordered us to capture everyone from the Shadow Legion and bring back that little girl ABIs who knows the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon." Hearing Colonel Moore's words, the Navy soldiers behind him tightened their grips on their weapons. Among them were survivors from the last ship sinking incident. And had it not been for Alon, Algin, and Subai from the Shadow Legion causing trouble, they would not have lost so many comrades. They must take revenge on the Shadow Legion. The intelligence reports say that the Shadow Legion has already landed on Battleship Island, and that little girl ABIs, who Admiral Nelson Roy has repeatedly warned about, has also returned to Battleship Island. We have 2 tasks ahead. One is to arrest the members of the Shadow Legion, and the other is to capture ABIs. ABIs must be kept alive. As for the members of the Shadow Legion, they could be killed if necessary. Furious, Colonel Mora's eyes turned red as he gazed at the direction of the village on Battleship Island, and a surge of rage ignited within him. Those damned members of the Shadow Legion should all go to hell. With a command from Colonel Mora, hundreds of armed Navy soldiers surged toward the village on Battleship Island. The moment they stepped onto the sandy beach of Battleship Island, Subai, who had been covering the entire island with his observation hockey, immediately learned of the Navy's attack. He signaled to the members left on the Shadow Legion ship, Shiaoba, Koby, Aljan, and Daida, to head out and deal with these ignorant Navy soldiers. Aljan, if you encounter that superhuman-type scythe fruit user, remember to spare his life. I want to extract his devil fruit ability. Don't kill him. Hearing their young master's message, Aljan and Daida nodded clearly, then grabbed their weapons and headed toward the beach on the outskirts of Battleship Island, thinking that these ignorant Navy soldiers were really asking for trouble. Just as the Shadow Legion and the Navy were about to clash, at the entrance of the cave on the mountaintop of Battleship Island, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, entered the cave with Alone, Klo, and Yalida. Their sudden appearance caught the Dragon Lord and ABIs off guard. Just as the Dragon Lord was about to do everything to protect ABIs, little girl ABIs quickly spoke up. Dragon Lord, they're the kind pirates I was just talking about. They're the ones who rescued me from the Navy. As soon as the elderly Long Yi saw that it was a by-seas benefactor who had come, he relaxed his vigilance and returned to a listless state. His half-dead appearance made Subai feel a bit heartbroken. Subai immediately strode up to Long Yi, stretched out his hands, with his left hand using the dog talisman to bestow vibrant life upon Long Yi, while his right hand employed the horse talisman to heal all of Long Yi's injuries. As the vitality from the dog talisman and the healing power from the horse talisman flowed into Long Yi's body, the once feeble and on the verge of death Long Yi seemed to be rejuvenated, as if he had been granted a second spring. His pale fur turned jet black. His emaciated limbs became full and robust again, and the dull scales and skin shone with luster. At this moment, he appeared just like he did in his prime. I can hardly believe it. I have actually returned to my youthful state. This is my peak condition. The rejuvenated Long Yi excitedly howled to the sky, his bright and spirited eyes carefully examining Subai before he lowered his head and softly roared, expressing his gratitude. Abaisi, please help me tell Long Yi that the Navy surrounding the Battleship Island wants to capture the 1,000-Year Dragon Clan for great profit. And I have come to rescue the 1,000-Year Dragon Clan this time. I hope Long Yi can temporarily assist us in repelling the Navy's attack. After hearing what Subai said, the face of the Whisper Fruit user, Abyss, changed drastically. She relayed Subai's words to Lord Long without missing a single detail. Upon learning that the Navy was plotting against the 1,000-Year Dragon Clan, Lord Long became furious, letting out a roar that echoed through the sky. Afterward, he lowered his head again, indicating for Subai to ride him. Lord Long said he was very angry and wanted to send all those ignorant Navy members into the Calm Belt to feed the Sea Kings. He also expressed hope that the Big Brother could help the 1,000-Year Dragon Clan, promising a great reward once the Navy's offensive was repelled. Chapter 71. Those who dare to anger the Shadow Brigade shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Subai, who already had the intention to cooperate with the 1,000-Year Dragon Clan, felt secretly pleased after hearing Lord Long's plea. On the surface, he solemnly agreed and said with righteous indignation, the Navy wants to harm the entire 1,000-Year Dragon Clan for their own selfish desires. Such a heinous act cannot be tolerated by me, the young master of the Shadow Brigade. Rest assured, Lord Long, even if you hadn't said this, I would lead all members of the Shadow Brigade to repel the Navy forces at the 8th Division base. Subai's words earned him Lord Long's favor. At the peak of his power, Lord Long let out a long, loud roar that lasted for quite some time. After about half an hour, 4 black dots appeared on the sea near Battleship Island. These dots grew larger, ultimately revealing themselves to be 4 large, muscular male 1,000-Year dragons. I've called over 4 good brothers, and the rest of the clan members are on their way to Battleship Island. Let's take care of these Navy forces first, and later we can attack the Navy's 8th Division base and capture that Admiral Nelson Roy to feed the Sea Kings. The little girl Abyss translated Lord Long's words. Lord Long's plan was very organized. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded and immediately issued commands, indicating for his subordinates Arlong, Klo, and Yalida to ride the 1,000-Year dragons and head to the beach of Battleship Island to deal with the invading Navy forces. Lord Long, the incoming Navy forces are not to be feared. With the Shadow Brigade's personnel deployed, we will defeat them in less than an hour, Subai said confidently. Then, with a thought, he summoned one 513 ordinary shadow ninjas, 5 giant claw ninjas, 10 nightbat ninjas, and 50 troll ninjas from the Shadow Brigade, ordering them to head to the beach of Battleship Island to assist Arlong, Ajin, and the other senior cadres in repelling the Navy's offensive. Seeing Su Bai's grand display, Lord Long's large blue vertical pupils flashed with a hint of brilliance. At this moment, he was contemplating whether leading the Thousand-Year Dragon clan to join the Shadow Brigade would grant them protection. Abyss, you sit on Lord Long's back, and let's go check out the beach. The obedient Abyss, with Su Bai's help, climbed onto Lord Long's sturdy back. Once the little girl was settled, Su Bai also mounted another Thousand-Year Dragon, and the two soared into the sky, quickly arriving near the beach of Battleship Island. At this time, on the golden sands of Battleship Island, Navy soldiers armed with excellent equipment formed a combat formation, using the Navy's latest machine guns to fire at the approaching shadow ninjas. Countless dark bullets pierced through the bodies of the ninjas, but they could not stop their advance. What a bunch of foolish guys. The bodies of the ninjas are made of dark power. Even if pierced by bullets, they can instantly recover, unless the destructive force turns their bodies to dust. Even turning them into a sieve won't deal fatal damage. At this moment, Ajin, a cadre of the Shadow Brigade, stood alone on the beach, surrounded by a group of ninjas. His sharp gaze flickered with overwhelming, killing intent, and his cold face was filled with a chilling aura. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a disdainful smirk, and just by standing on the battlefield, he exerted pressure on the opposing navy. That guy is the demon man Ajin, with a bounty of 59 million berries. He is now a senior cadre in the Shadow Brigade. If we take his life, we will surely be promoted by Admiral Nelson Roy when we return to base. Brothers, charge with me. As the Navy's soldiers recklessly charged toward his position, Ajin's eyes flashed with disdain. He spat on the ground at his feet and then activated his devil fruit ability, instantly transforming into the form of a Hercules beetle, sprouting wings and opening transparent elytra that were several meters long, rushing toward the Navy formation at incredible speed. In an instant, the Navy formation was shattered by Ajin in his beetle form. The soldiers who had boasted about taking Ajin's head for accolades now wished they had more legs to escape. Facing the imminent threat of death, they wanted to flee but were too late. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vicious 8th Division Navy soldiers were cleaved in half by Ajin's sharp elytra. Their severed limbs scattered all over the ground, and crimson blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Beach now resembled a scene from hell. The Navy soldiers who had narrowly escaped looked at Ajin with dazed expressions, unable to believe how brutal he was. In just one encounter, he had ruthlessly taken the lives of dozens of Navy soldiers. This terrifying scene made their hearts race, and they hesitated to advance, even forgetting to attack. Damn it, this guy is so strong. The bounty of 59 million berries is still too low for him. His level is at least 70 million berries. Colonel Mora, dressed in a blue and white justice cloak, was filled with resentment. At this moment, he felt the urge to retreat, fully aware that the current strength of the Navy could not handle this formidable pirate. Rather than waiting here to die, it would be better to retreat to the Navy base and seek assistance from Admiral Nelson Roy. Admiral Nelson Roy has a powerful devil fruit user under his command. If he were here, he would definitely defeat Demon Man Ajin and even be able to take Ajin's head and use it as a ball to kick around. With thoughts of retreating, Colonel Mora's face turned extremely ugly. While comforting himself, he waved his hand, signaling his Navy soldiers to retreat toward the ships. With their current strength, they were far from being the Shadow Brigade's opponents. Instead of wasting their lives here, it would be better to return quickly and bring reinforcements to deal with this vicious pirate crew. You can come and go as you please. Do you think the Shadow Brigade is a soft persimmon? If we don't show you some color, do you really think we are the same as those mediocre pirate crews? Just as Colonel Mora was orderly organizing his soldiers to retreat to the ship, Su Bai, with a gloomy face, riding a 1,000-year dragon in the air over Battleship Island, extended his fair arm out of his black robe and aimed at the 3 Navy ships about to set sail, firing 3 dragon blast beams as thick as tree trunks. Chapter 72. The Navy's Revenge, the Superhuman Series, Scythe Fruit User Strikes. The dazzling dragon's explosive beam instantly sank 3 Navy warships. This sudden turn of events frightened Colonel Mora, who was already contemplating retreat, to the point of losing control of his bowels, a foul smell wafting from his pockets. However, at that moment, the terrified Colonel Mora couldn't care less. Please spare us. I promise I won't come back. I won't aid the tyrants, and I won't harm the 1,000-Year Dragon clan. The once arrogant Colonel Mora now resembled a dog wagging its tail for mercy, kneeling on the ground with tears and snot, repeatedly bowing to the deck. hoping that Akin and Subai would spare their lives. Dragon Lord, whether to spare their lives is up to you. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, handed the power of life and death to the Dragon Lord. The dragon, harboring hatred for the Navy, looked at the pitiful Colonel Mora and couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. A glimmer of pity flashed in its large blue vertical pupils, and it then lowly roared, "Forget it, this guy hasn't harmed my kin, so I'll let them go for now. But if they dare to come back, I won't be polite." Subai looked meaningfully at the miserable Colonel Mora. Since the Dragon Lord chose to spare them, he would let these guys have a way out. As for whether they would return for revenge, that was unknown. If they dare to come back, Subai wouldn't mind adding a few more evil lives to his hands. You all get lost. Hearing Subai's words, Colonel Mora and his lackeys felt as if a great amnesty had been bestowed upon them. They hurriedly scrambled back onto the warship, quickly took the helm, changed the direction of the ship, activated the turbocharger, and set sail without any hesitation towards the base of the 8th Navy Division, fearing that if they were slow, Subai might change his mind. As the damaged Navy warship awkwardly disappeared over the horizon, Subai solemnly issued orders to his subordinates. If nothing unexpected happens, the 8th Navy Division will send more troops to Battleship Island, and there may even be a Vice Admiral-level Navy officer. Everyone must be cautious in battle and ensure the safety of the Thousand-Year Dragon clan and the residents of Battleship Island. After the earlier events, the Dragon Lord's favorability towards Subai had reached its peak, although they had only known each other for less than 2 days. Subai's willingness to do everything to protect the Thousand-Year Dragon clan earned the Dragon Lord's unconditional trust. Dragon Lord, your kin should be arriving at Battleship Island from all over the world soon, right? It's not sustainable for the Thousand-Year Dragon clan to live in fear of hunters every day. Therefore, I hope we can form an alliance, with the entire Thousand-Year Dragon clan joining my Shadow Kingdom. I will lead the powerful Shadow Corps to protect the entire Thousand-Year Dragon clan and guarantee that no Thousand-Year Dragon will be harmed in the future. Looking into Subai's sincere purple eyes, the Dragon Lord's heart wavered. It completely trusted the words of the young man before it. However, the matter of the alliance was significant, and as a solitary dragon, it couldn't make decisions for the entire clan, so it politely declined Subai's request, stating, "This matter needs to wait until the other kin have gathered before we can discuss and decide. Please give us some time to consider." Subai had anticipated this, so he stopped persuading and walked over to the quiet fruit user ABIs, softly asking her if she wanted to protect the Thousand-Year Dragon clan for a lifetime. ABIs was slightly taken aback by Subai's question, but then answered with determination, "I've decided to use my life to protect the Thousand-Year Dragon clan. Even if I die, I will instruct my descendants to continue protecting them." Hearing Abis's passionate words, Subai felt greatly relieved. He gently extended his fair arm and lightly rubbed Abis's small head, then softly said, "Little ABIs, if you don't have powerful strength, how will you protect the Dragon Lord and the Thousand-Year Dragon clan?" ABIs was rendered speechless by Subai's question, just as she didn't know how to respond. Subai spoke again. "I can grant you powerful strength to protect and safeguard the Thousand-Year Dragon clan, and the price of gaining that power is to join my Shadow Kingdom and wholeheartedly support me as the King of Darkness." Without any hesitation, ABIs replied, "I am willing to become a citizen of the Shadow Kingdom, as long as I can have the power to protect the Thousand-Year Dragon clan. I would not hesitate to walk through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire." Little Abis's heartfelt declaration moved the Dragon Lord immensely. Tears shimmered in its large blue vertical pupils. Just as it was about to shed tears, a pitch-black cannonball flew from the sea, striking its massive head directly. Boom, boom, boom. Several more pitch-black cannonballs fell, hitting the other Thousand-Year Dragons. This sudden change caused little ABIs to turn pale with fear, instinctively hiding behind Subai. I didn't expect the Navy to arrive so quickly. At this moment, the Dragon Lord and 4 other Thousand-Year Dragons were severely injured by the Navy's cannonballs. However, these injuries were nothing for Subai, who possessed the healing power of the Horse Talisman. He quickly walked over to the Dragon Lord, casually reached out, and transferred the healing power into its body. Following that, he replicated the process, transferring the healing power into the other 4,000-year dragons. In an instant, all 5,000-year dragons, including the Dragon Lord, fully recovered from their injuries and even became stronger than before, just as the 1,000-year dragons were astonished. More pitch-black cannonballs were shot from the Navy warships on the sea. These seemingly aggressive cannonballs were nothing to the already prepared members of the Shadow Corps, a mere trifle. Kuro, Koby, Shiaoba, Daida, Yalita, handle these incoming cannonballs. Arlong and Ajin, come with me to the warship. I want to see who dares to act recklessly against our Shadow Corps. just as Su-bai, Arlong, and Ajin flew into the air. A transparent air scythe attacked Su-bai's chest. Chapter 73. Navy Female, Second Lieutenant. Zoan type, poison butterfly fruit user. While flying, Su-bai suddenly sensed a killing intent. A chilling gleam shot from his sharp purple pupils, and he activated his armament haki, covering his upper body with the dark haki. Clang! Clang! The transparent air scythe struck forcefully against Su-bai's chest, but for the powerful Su-bai, this attack was child's play and couldn't harm him at all. Moreover, he possessed the healing ability of the horse talisman and the immortality of the dog talisman. Finally here, Zoan type, scythe fruit user Eric. At this moment, Su-bai's eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm, his lips slightly curled up. He then led his capable subordinates, Arlong and Ajin, to charge towards the Navy warships. Ajin, the warship on the left is yours. There might be a naval vice admiral or other devil fruit users transferred from the Navy headquarters on board, so you must fight cautiously. If you can't handle it, send a message to Daida and Shiaoba to come assist you. Arlong, you are in charge of the warship on the right. I want to say much more. No matter what methods you use, you must destroy and sink these warships. After receiving the orders from their young master Su-bai, Ajin and Arlong were excited and eager to fight, their flying speed increasing rapidly. They then crashed onto the deck of the Navy warship, like meteors from the sky. The battles on both sides erupted, and Ajin and Arlong first encountered thousands of well-equipped Navy soldiers, who formed orderly formations, raising their rifles and cannons to cover fire towards Ajin and Arlong's position. With this level of firepower, you think you can defeat me, Ghostman Ajin? You must be dreaming. In a fit of rage, Ajin unleashed the ability of the Hercules beetle devil fruit, quickly transforming into the beetle form. His entire body was covered with a pitch-black and hard exoskeleton, and then several meters long transparent elytra grew from his sides. He charged into the dense crowd of Navy soldiers like a cannonball. Hercules' power meteor strike. With a deafening explosion, most of the Navy soldiers were knocked down like bowling pins, lying in pools of blood, barely alive. At this moment, the beetle form Ajin had a fierce look on his face. He retracted his transparent elytra and angrily surveyed his surroundings, seeing the fearless Navy soldiers nearby, which made his anger rise. Not afraid of death, huh? If that's the case, I'll send you all flying. In a furious state, Ajin's eyes turned bloodshot, and a hard, sharp horn grew from his forehead, resembling a drawn sword. With agile movements, he took down dozens of oblivious Navy soldiers in the blink of an eye. While Ajin was fiercely battling on the right side of the Navy fleet, Arlong, transformed into dragon form, was wreaking havoc. His fists were covered in enemy blood, and even though a single punch could take down several Navy soldiers, there were still other soldiers charging at him fearlessly, as if he were a demon emerging from hell. Why aren't these guys afraid? Logically, they should dare not charge forward anymore. Something seems off. Just as Arlong was puzzled, his young master Su-bai shouted from above, Arlong, there are 2 devil fruit users on your warship. The reason these Navy soldiers are so fearless should be related to these 2 devil fruit abilities. Similarly, on the Navy warship where Ajin was located on the left side, Su-bai also discovered the presence of a devil fruit user. But there was only one on this warship, making it somewhat easier to deal with in a long situation. There are 2 devil fruit users hiding on my warship. Although I can handle 1 against 2, it's still a waste of time. Let me summon some help. While Arlong was rampaging, he let out a loud dragon roar that echoed through the sky, and then another senior member of the Black Shadow Corps, Kuro, who possessed the White Tiger Devil Fruit ability, instantly appeared before him. Newbie, you need me to deal with some Navy soldiers? I sensed the presence of a Devil Fruit user on this warship. Kuro adjusted his black-framed glasses that had slipped down his nose. His brow furrowed as he quickly transformed into the White Tiger form, vigilantly watching the direction of the ship's cabin. Arlong, there's a devil fruit user hiding in the ship's cabin, and there's also one hiding in the internal control room of the warship. Which one do you want to deal with? Using his observation haki, Kuro easily located the hiding spot of the devil fruit user. He and Arlong quickly assigned their targets and rushed towards the control room and ship's cabin. Arlong in dragon form was responsible for dealing with the devil fruit user in the cabin, while Kuro in White Tiger form was tasked with handling the devil fruit user in the control room. A great battle was about to begin. On the deck of the warship, in his dragon form, Arlong charged forward, sending the naval soldiers flying in all directions. He forcefully broke through a path and stormed directly into the ship's cabin. Just as he pushed open the cabin door, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared. Arlong quickly reacted, raising his arm to block, barely managing to fend off the unexpected attack. What kind of skill is sneak attacking? As Arlong steadied himself and looked ahead, he discovered that his opponent was a female officer dispatched from the Navy headquarters. Judging by her justice cloak, she was likely a strong lieutenant. "Nice to meet you. I am Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Yajia Loli, a user of the animal fruit, poison powder butterfly. I am here today to arrest you and the other members of the Shadow Brigade." Arlong looked at the naval lieutenant with vigilance. Just as he clenched his fist to prepare for an attack, he suddenly felt a chill in his arm, followed by a sharp pain. This made him instinctively look at his arm. To his shock, the arm he had used to block Yajia Loli's attack was now showing a purple-red color, indicating poisoning, accompanied by a persistent dull ache. Chapter 74. User of the superhuman fruit, copper block. Arlong's heart sank as he realized he was poisoned. He quickly distanced himself from the poison powder butterfly user Yajia Loli and tore a piece of cloth from his body to tightly bind the poisoned arm, slowing the spread of the toxin. Anxiously, after binding his arm, Arlong drew out his large chainsaw sword, saw edge, and gripped it tightly, charging towards Navy Lieutenant Yajia Loli. Dragon form on darts. In his dragon form, Arlong's combat power, speed, defense, and reaction time were all significantly enhanced. He placed a sharp saw edge in front of him and crouched down, using his strong legs to stomp the ground multiple times. With the force transmitted from the ground, he shot into the air like a cannonball, spinning rapidly and aiming at Yajia Loli. Poison butterfly mist infection. Yajia Loli, with her attractive figure and curvaceous form, suddenly sprouted a pair of enormous butterfly wings from her back. As Arlong's attack was about to land, she quickly reacted, flapping her giant poison butterfly wings to release countless tiny poison particles. These particles, propelled by the strong wind from her wings, surged toward Arlong. Arlong, moving at high speed, revealed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead, and just as he was about to enter the area covered by the poison particles, he held his breath, summoned tremendous strength in his arm, and swung his sword down on Yajia Loli's wings. Boom, boom, boom. As a seasoned lieutenant in the Navy, Yajia Loli skillfully utilized the armament hockey ability. In that critical moment, she covered her wings with the dark armament hockey, and at the cost of injuring her wings, she barely blocked Arlong's full-force strike. With a bounty of 90 million berries from the Navy headquarters, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, today you are up against me. Prepare to lose your life. Yajia Loli disdainfully removed her cloak, then calmly assumed a fighting stance, gathering her strength in her legs. In an instant, she transformed into a purple whirlwind, propelled by her wings, charging directly at a long poisoned butterfly form. Barefoot butterfly shadow. Yajia Loli, moving at high speed, agilely turned and leaped, shattering the warship's deck beneath her feet. Using the reaction force, she leaped into the air and raised her leg to smash down on Arlong's head. Arlong, feeling the effects of the poison, had bloodshot eyes. In a moment of urgency, he raised his large chainsaw, sword saw edge, grounded himself, and braced himself for Yajia Loli's incoming attack. Clang! With a deafening explosion, Arlong in dragon form was sent flying out of the cabin by Navy Lieutenant Yajia Loli. He fell onto the warship's deck like a kite with a broken string, landing awkwardly and feeling a tightness in his chest. He then raised his neck and coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood. Arlong, I'll deal with you first before going after your partner, the user of the animal fruit, mythical beast type white tiger fruit, Hunter Tricks Glow. I wonder whose abilities will be more interesting compared to yours. Just as Yajia Loli prepared to finish Arlong off, Subai swooped in from the central warship, easily blocking her deadly strike. He then used the healing power of the horse talisman to heal all of Arlong's injuries and covered his body with a layer of healing power lasting for 12 hours. Arlong, go all out. For the next 12 hours, you will not be affected by any toxins. After saying this, the young master of the Shadow Brigade vanished back into the central warship. Now fully revitalized, Arlong twisted his stiff arms and neck, glaring with eyes as large as copper bells, filled with a raging murderous intent. Infuriated, he took determined steps towards Yajia Loli. Without the assistance of toxins, what will you use to fight me? Yajia Loli, prepare to take this. Dragon fist. Erupt, machine gun. Arlong roared to the sky in his dragon form. He exuded a terrifying killing aura, his light blue flippers transforming into fists, then covered with dark armament hockey. He unleashed a rapid barrage of punches towards Navy Lieutenant Yajia Loli. Boom! Caught off guard by Arlong's fierce punches, Yajia Loli was unable to react in time. Arlong ruthlessly struck her, causing her to spit blood as she flew uncontrollably several dozen meters away, crashing into the warship's mast before falling heavily into the ruins below. As Yajia Loli prepared to get up from the deck, the broken mast of the warship crashed down directly onto her delicate body, knocking her unconscious under the weight of several hundred pounds, rendering her unable to continue fighting. I wonder how Kuro is doing. First, let's tie this one up. With a thought, Arlong summoned dozens of burly ninjas from the Shadow Brigade, who emerged from the dark corners of the deck, each equipped with binding tools to securely tie up the unconscious Yaji Aloli and take her back to the Shadow Kingdom. As Arlong finished the battle and prepared to head to the control room of the warship where Kuro was, he saw Ghost Mane Jean, armed with a cane, struggling against two Navy headquarters rear admirals in a fierce fight on the large warship to the left. You two against one, what kind of skill is that? Watch me bring in reinforcements right now. Akin, who was caught in a fierce battle, suddenly sent a thought, and the four members of the Shadow Brigade, Yalida, Daida, Little Eight, and Koby, immediately received the distress signal and flashed onto the deck of Akin's warship to fight alongside him. The bounty of 59 million berries for the demon mannequin, 12 million berries for the slippery fruit user Yalida, 13 million berries for the six-sword-style fishman Little Eight, 20 million berries for the fishman karate master Koby, and the bounty hunter Daida with a child? Why are you here? Rear Admiral Hans Hillrockwell of the Navy headquarters, who had eaten the superhuman copper block fruit and transformed into a copper block man, looked at the notorious sharpshooter Daida Masterson with a puzzled expression. Why are you mingling with the Shadow Brigade? Have you joined them? Chapter 75, Sharpshooter versus Copper Block Man, One-Sided Victory. Daida Masterson, a senior officer of the Shadow Brigade, did not respond to the inquiry from his former colleague, Hans Hillrockwell. He stood solemnly behind Akin, holding his sniper rifle Sunset, firmly declaring his position, which caused immense heartache for Hans as a rear admiral. Daida Masterson, once a fearsome Navy sharpshooter in the EastSea, had now fallen to the point of associating with pirates. After 3 years apart, it was truly unexpected that they would face off today, for the sake of absolute justice. I, Hans Hillrockwell, vow to personally send you to Impel Down. Hearing Beckhan's grandiose words, Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, showed a look of anger. He raised his sniper rifle without hesitation and aimed at Beckhan's head, firing several shots in quick succession. Bang, 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 as a series of dense gunfire erupted. Smoke filled the air, and dust flew everywhere. The copper block man Hans Hillrockwell stood proudly amidst the smoke, his figure gradually becoming clear, with white marks on his bronze skin, the traces left by Daida's bullets. I'm a copper block man who has eaten the superhuman copper block fruit. Your bullets hitting me feel like a tickle. They're completely harmless. Listening to Hans Hillrockwell's arrogant words, Akin, in his rhinoceros beetle form, felt a surge of anger. His eyes widened, and a murderous aura emanated from him, rising in intensity, a terrifying pressure like a vengeful spirit crawling out of the 18th layer of hell, overwhelming Hans. I am a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Do you think a small pirate with a bounty of only 59 million berries can threaten me? It's simply ridiculous. Seeing Akin provoking him, an infuriated Hans had veins popping on his forehead. A chilling light flashed in his sharp eyes as he activated the power of the copper block fruit, his skin turning a greenish blue like copper. And then his bones and muscle density increased, transforming him into a copper block man. While his body became hard, he also skillfully executed the Navy's 6 forms, charging towards Akin in his rhinoceros beetle form. Copper block, super 10,000-ton critical hit. Just as he was about to collide with the demon mannequin in his rhinoceros beetle form, Hans suddenly kicked off the ground, his body plummeting like a meteor about to break through the atmosphere, smashing down towards Akin. Akin could not dodge in time and was forced to open his transparent wing shields in front of him. As a result of being hit by Beckhan's 10,000-ton critical hit, his transparent wing shields shattered and were rendered unusable for a short time, leaving Akin in despair. You damn bastard, die. Just as Akin, blinded by rage, prepared to confront Hans, Daida, standing behind him, once again raised his sniper rifle Sunset, murmuring quietly before quickly pulling the trigger. Several flaming vultures burst from the barrel and flew straight toward Hans. Seeing this, Hans in his copper block form attempted to dodge, but the flaming vultures had tracking capabilities. No matter where he hid, they would follow him and attack, ultimately turning into scattered sparks. Daida Masterson, after years apart, your strength has significantly increased. How about we settle this in a duel between the two of us today? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If you lose, you will obediently return with me to the Navy headquarters, and I will personally send you to the searing hell of Impel Down. Hearing Beckhan's heavily provocative words, Yalida, the slippery fruit user, gently advised Daida, hoping he wouldn't act impulsively and create unnecessary trouble. However, Daida paid no attention to Yalida's kind advice. The unique pride of a sharpshooter supported him as he accepted Beckhan's challenge. Otherwise, his marksmanship would stagnate and be trapped at a bottleneck, unable to break through. Beckhans, you have never defeated me in the all-Navy martial arts competition held in Marineford back in the day. Even now, after eating the superhuman copper block fruit, you are still no match for me. You are still far from enough. Daida said this with a look of disdain, which infuriated the always proud Beckhans Hillrockwell. He disregarded his status as a rear admiral of the Navy and directly cursed, threatening to break Daida's hands so that he could no longer hold a gun. Enough talk. Daida Masterson, take this. In a fit of rage, Beckhans Hillrockwell's body became even harder. He raised his hard fists, charging at Daida like a wild bear. Prepared. Daida quickly activated his observation hockey, then rapidly changed his footwork, using his lighter body to evade Beckhan's attacks while firing flaming vultures for tracking attacks. The two sides battled fiercely, with Beckhans relentlessly pursuing, while Daida did everything he could to escape. Just when the spectators thought they would remain in a stalemate, Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, pulled dozens of sea prism stone bullets from his waist bag and, in a flash, loaded them into his two handguns. Flaming Vulture, Dark Attack. Daida quickly pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle, and several large flaming vultures soared out of the barrel, covering Beckhans. Just as the flaming vultures blocked Beckhan's line of sight, Daida took the opportunity to pull out his two handguns and rapidly fired, emptying dozens of sea prism stone bullets from the handguns in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, a series of dense and piercing gunshots rang out, just as Beckhans, who had just taken the damage from the flaming vultures, was about to breathe a sigh of relief. He was unexpectedly showered with sea prism stone bullets. Dozens of sea prism stone bullets completely ignored the powers of his devil fruit and instantly pierced his body, leaving him covered in wounds, with blood flowing from multiple holes, and his vitality diminishing with the loss of blood. Chapter 76. The future Vice Admiral of the Navy, Mozambia, Daida, who easily won the battle, expressionlessly lifted the sniper rifle Sunset in his hands and quickly pulled the trigger, preparing to deliver the final deadly blow to Beckhans. But just at that critical moment, a dark figure suddenly flashed past behind the severely injured Beckhans. The shadow swiftly pulled Beckhans aside, and then a sharp gleam appeared as several flying flame vultures were sliced into powder by a samurai sword covered in armed color, turning into beautiful fireworks in midair. Nice to meet you. I am Mozambique, a 17th term recruit of the Navy headquarters, currently serving as the acting officer in charge of the G3 branch with the rank of Rear Admiral. After receiving a distress signal from the Navy's 8th branch base, I came here for support. I never expected that the renowned Daida Masterson in the Navy would now collude with pirates, even attempting to kill a former colleague. This is simply unforgivable. Mozambique is a dark-skinned man with deep gray short hair and a scar about 10 centimeters long on his left cheek, a remnant from his early years of service in the Navy. At this moment, he is wearing a brown suit with a blue shirt and tie, a standard naval coat draped over his shoulders, a caskin belt around his waist, with a sharp samurai sword hanging on the left side, white jeans below, and shiny crocodile leather shoes on his feet. Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, looked seriously at the Navy Rear Admiral Mozambique, clearly sensing that Mozambique was a pure martial arts master and not a devil fruit user. A martial arts master? I seem to have heard of your name back then. I didn't expect you to become a Rear Admiral in the Navy now. If you had stayed at the Navy headquarters, you would probably be a Rear Admiral like me by now. It's a pity that you have chosen a path of no return. Mozambique's observation hockey is stronger than Daida's, and he scoffed at Daida's cautious probing. Since you want to test my strength, let's see the truth in battle. I have to say, defeating Beckhans Hyrocquir, who ate the copper block fruit, has given me some respect for you, but that's all it is. It won't be enough to deal with me. Beckhans Hyrocquir was recently promoted to Rear Admiral, and his strength is still far from that of the veteran Rear Admiral Mozambique. Losing to Daida due to underestimating him is not embarrassing. If he is willing to diligently train at the Navy headquarters, he will surely be able to defeat the current Daida in the future. Mozambique tore off his naval coat, placing his left hand on the sword sheath and gripping the sword handle tightly with his right hand. His body slightly crouched, and in the blink of an eye, he executed the Navy's 6 styles technique su, drawing his samurai sword and slashing towards Daida's position. Daida, be careful. Just as Mozambique's sharp samurai sword was about to make contact with Daida's body, the fishman Shiaoba and Koby appeared just in time, standing in front of Daida and shielding him. Shiaoba unleashed the 6 sword-style secret technique, while Koby executed the fishman karate secret technique, jointly blocking Mozambique's powerful attack. 6 sword-style new spring open sheath break. Fishman karate secret technique, 10,000 coins correct fist. The octopus fishman Shiaoba, with his pink skin and trumpet-shaped mouth, took a deep breath, forcing air into his abdomen, and then shot a pitch-black round water bubble towards Mozambique. Just as Mozambique was about to slash at the black water cannon with his samurai sword, Shiaoba, wielding 6 famous swords, changed his footwork rapidly, swinging the 6 swords in a dense formation, and then spiraled towards Mozambique. At the same time, Koby, dressed in a karate outfit and wearing a black belt, also refused to back down. He clenched his left hand into a fist at his waist and raised his right hand in a vertical palm in front of him, standing in a stable horse stance, preparing for martial arts postures. Then, with all his strength, he unleashed a flowing series of karate moves, instantly dashing towards Mozambique. The two figures were rapidly closing in on Mozambique, and in an instant, Mozambique was attacked by the combined efforts of Shiaoba and Koby. Bang! Bang! Clang! A resounding collision echoed through the sky. Rear Admiral Mozambique was sent flying after being hit by Shiaoba and Koby's combined attack, crashing against the wall of the ship's cabin before finally stabilizing himself. The combined full-force strike of 6 sword-style Shiaoba and fishman karate master Koby. Is this all you can do? If that's the case, then I won't hold back. You all can die. Being knocked back was just Mozambique testing Shiaoba and Koby's strength. Now that he has finished testing, he began his fierce counterattack. Armed color hockey black blade, samurai, swift tiger. Mozambique's eyes radiated chilling, killing intent as he unleashed powerful armed color hockey, enveloping on the samurai sword and his bulging forearm. Charging towards fishman karate master black belt Koby like a cannonball. Flame vulture dark attack. Keeping Daida protected behind him, Daida decisively pulled the trigger, and several flame vultures, formed from high-temperature flames, shot out of the barrel at near supersonic speed towards Mozambique. A mere trick, break for me. Seeing the flame vultures flying towards him, the veteran Rear Admiral Mozambique raised the corner of his mouth disdainfully, skillfully spinning his samurai sword, and in the blink of an eye, he sliced the flame vultures into pieces before continuing to move rapidly towards Koby. This is bad. Koby is in danger. Facing Mozambique's fierce assault, fishman karate master Koby once again assumed a martial arts stance. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the direction of Mozambique's blade as it was about to fall. Just when the samurai sword was only 10 centimeters away from Koby's body, a powerful armed color hockey erupted from Koby's body. Immediately after, in full firepower mode, Koby quickly executed the fishman karate secret technique War Eye Pass, striking towards Mozambique's chest with overwhelming force. Chapter 77, Devil Fruit Star Rating. Faced with the powerful move from fishman karate master Koby, Rear Admiral Mozambique did not dare to take it head-on. He was forced to retreat and quickly sidestep to avoid Koby's strategy of trading injury for injury. What a bunch of lunatics. I need to return to the Navy headquarters and upload information about your shadow army to the Marshal. At this moment, Mozambique's face was filled with coldness. He angrily sheathed his samurai sword and then hoisted the copper block fruit user Bekon's Hiraquir onto his shoulder, executing the Navy's 6 styles technique moonwalk to step through the air, escaping several hundred meters away in an instant. Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, wanted to shoot at the fleeing Mozambique but was stopped by the Shadow Army's young master. Subai, on the central warship. Koby, you were able to break through in battle and master the ability of armament hockey, which is very impressive and deserves praise. I hope you will continue to work hard. Subai first briefly praised Koby. Then he issued an order for Yarlita and Akin to head to the central warship immediately. He then signaled Daida, Shiaoba, and Koby to ride the Millennium Dragon to the Navy's 8th branch base and bring back Admiral Nelson Roy's head. The 5 officers who received the order quickly set off. Yarlita, with Akin's help, successfully arrived at the central warship, while Daida, Koby, and Shiaoba rode the Millennium Dragon towards the Navy's 8th branch base. With the strength of the 3 high-ranking members of the Shadow Troop, dealing with a small Navy base was a piece of cake. Subai just needed to wait for their good news to arrive. I will gladly accept the power of the superhuman-type Scythe Fruit. On the deck of the central warship, Subai, dressed in a black robe, revealed his fair arms from within the robe. He continuously unleashed the Dragon Blast ability towards the direction where Eric was located, leaving Eric unable to dodge and covered in injuries. Just as Eric was beginning to understand the trajectory of Subai's Dragon Blast attacks, he suddenly saw Subai unleash the Conqueror's Haki, a tremendous pressure causing him to kneel on the ground, unable to stand again. Looking at the lewd-looking Scythe Fruit user Eric before him, Subai walked coldly to his front and casually drew his famous sword gravel. With a simple slash, Eric's carotid artery burst, and bright red blood gushed out like a high-pressure water gun. Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device. Come forth. With a thought, the young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, summoned the Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device from within the system package into his palm. Just as Eric's life was about to slip away, Subai activated the extraction device in time. As a blinding beam of light flashed from within the device, the superhuman scythe fruit that originally belonged to Eric gradually solidified inside the glass dome of the device. As time passed, the superhuman scythe fruit, which was entirely purple and covered in spiral patterns, successfully appeared within the Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device. Is this the superhuman scythe fruit? It looks no different from an ordinary devil fruit. Just as Subai was carefully examining the scythe fruit in his palm, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once again. Superhuman scythe fruit, rarity level, 2 stars. Hearing the system's report, Subai asked in confusion, what does rarity level mean? Does a rarity level of 2 stars for the scythe fruit mean it's a bad devil fruit? The system promptly explained. The rarity level of a devil fruit is mainly divided into 16-star levels. Among them, 1 star represents a useless fruit with no combat ability. 2 stars represent a fruit with combat ability, but is relatively mediocre. 3 stars represent a slightly precious fruit with combat and support abilities significantly higher than 1 star and 2-star devil fruits. 4 stars represent a treasure-type fruit with great potential for development in combat and support abilities. 5 stars represent a rare fruit that, once consumed, grants the user powerful abilities capable of causing world upheaval. 6 stars represent a unique fruit that surpasses all devil fruits. A legendary fruit that grants the user the power to destroy the world at will. Looking at the system's detailed introduction, Subai instinctively asked if that's the case. Then what about Arlong's dragon fruit, Klo's white tiger fruit, Ajin's Hercules beetle fruit, Koby's pteranodon fruit, Barumab's lightning fruit, Zango's dance fruit, and Yalata's slippery fruit, as well as the bullet ant fruit from her wolf fawn club and Daida's vulture fruit from his sniper rifle? What rarity levels are they? In response to Subai's inquiry, the system paused for a second, then its database quickly operated and a flash appeared on the panel, followed by a dense display of text as follows. Arlong, Zoan-type mythical beast dragon fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Klo, Zoan-type mythical beast white tiger fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Ajin, Zoan-type mythical beast Hercules beetle fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Koby, Zoan-type ancient species pteranodon fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Legia, superhuman-type culinary fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Barumab, Logia-type lightning fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Zango, superhuman-type dance fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Yalata, superhuman-type slippery fruit, rarity level, 3 stars. Yalata's exclusive wolf fawn club, Zoan-type bullet ant fruit, rarity level, 3 stars. Daida's exclusive sniper rifle sunset, Zoan-type vulture fruit, rarity level, 3 stars. ABZ, superhuman-type whisper fruit, rarity level, 1 star. Looking at the long list of star rating information on the system page, Subai read it carefully with a complex expression, finally asking in confusion, even a mythical beast-type devil fruit only has a rating of 4 stars. What kind of devil fruit can reach 5 stars? Can Akainu's magma fruit, Whitebeard's quake fruit, and Blackbeard's dark fruit reach 5 stars? In response to Subai's question, the system slightly lagged for a few seconds before rapidly processing the relevant data regarding Admiral Akainu Sakazuki's magma fruit, the Yonko Whitebeard Edward Newgate's quake fruit, and the future dark fruit of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, and neatly listed the information as follows. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Logia-type magma fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Yonko Whitebeard Edward Newgate, superhuman-type quake fruit, rarity level, 5 stars. Logia-type dark fruit, rarity level, 4 stars. Looking at the data provided by the system, Subai widened his eyes in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, a high-ranking force of the Navy, possessed incredible destructive power with the magma fruit, yet it was rated only 4 stars. Furthermore, the quake fruit, wielded by Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, has terrifying abilities capable of overturning and destroying the world, and the system rated it as 5 stars, which Subai found to be quite reasonable. As for Blackbeard's dark fruit, the system rated it as 4 stars, which puzzled Subai. Just as he was about to ask, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed once more. The devil fruit star rating is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower for each star level. For example, Whitebeard Edward Newgate's quake fruit is a lower-grade 5-star devil fruit, while Admiral Akainu Sakazuki's magma fruit is an upper-grade 4-star devil fruit. Although there is a gap between the two, it does not mean that high-star Devil Fruit users can completely crush low-star opponents. Considering multiple negative factors such as injuries, age, poisoning, paralysis, and ambush, low-star Devil Fruit users also have a probability of defeating high-star Devil Fruit users. The Devil Fruit star rating data provided by this system is for reference only. The host does not need to pay too much attention to it. The star rating only represents the development potential of the Devil Fruit, not the strength of the user. The host is advised to remember not to overly rely on the abilities of the Devil Fruit while neglecting the development of physical techniques, swordsmanship, and hockey abilities. After listening to the system's detailed explanation, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, had a glint of cold light in his eyes as he meaningfully examined the scythe fruit in his hand. With a thought, the scythe fruit entered his system bag. When Koby returned, this Devil Fruit would be given to him as a means to enhance his combat power. Koby primarily practiced fishman karate, and the scythe fruit would only serve as an auxiliary tool for him. After easily dealing with the scythe fruit user, Eric, Su Bai slowly withdrew his emitted conqueror's haki. A trace of killing intent ignited in his deep purple pupils. Through the extensive perception of his observation haki, he sensed that inside the cockpit of the naval warship on the right, Kuro was being forcefully overwhelmed by another Devil Fruit user from the Navy. This news infuriated Su Bai. He immediately waved his hand, signaling Arlong and Akin, as well as Yalita, to go support Kuro. If they couldn't defeat that naval officer together, they must transmit a message back and not act recklessly. Inside the cockpit of the warship, Kuro, transformed into his white tiger form, was currently bent over awkwardly, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. He was covered in wounds and blood, glaring angrily at the naval rear admiral, Dalmatia, in his dog fruit, spotted dog form. The mythical beast, white tiger fruit, was indeed a waste on him. It would be better to return it to the sea. In Dalmatia's spotted dog form, a fierce light ignited in his eyes. His originally indifferent face suddenly twisted into a grimace as he slightly flexed his muscular arms. All of his power gathered at his index finger, which now had the force of a bullet, and he thrust his hardened finger at Crow's chest at high speed. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Crow couldn't dodge in time. He could only watch helplessly as Dalmatia's finger spear approached his chest. My life is over. Just before dying, Crow, exhausted of energy, was forced to revert from his beast form. Facing the impending attack, he chose to close his eyes and give up resisting. However, just as he closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive, he noticed that Dalmatia's finger spear had yet to hit him. Crow, what are you waiting for with your eyes closed? Hurry and dodge to the side. Don't interfere with our battle. At that critical moment, Arlong rushed into the cockpit from the deck, using all his strength to block Dalmatia's finger spear. In his dragon form, Arlong wielded the large blade saw edge, forcefully deflecting Dalmatia's attack, giving Crow a chance to escape. Quickly go find the young master, heal your injuries, and come back to help. Listening to his colleague and comrade Arlong, Crow took difficult steps out of the spacious cockpit, heading toward the location of his young master. Meanwhile, he encountered Yalita and Akin, who were also rushing to provide support. After a brief exchange, Akin hurried to Arlong's side. Oh, looks like reinforcements have arrived. Arlong, Akin, Yalita, and just now Crow. The senior officers of the Shadow Legion are almost all here, so let me catch you all in one net. Upon seeing the Shadow Legion members, Dalmatia's sharp eyes flashed with a fierce light. He immediately activated his armed color haki, covering both arms with pitch-black armed color haki, then fully opening his observation haki. He used the Navy's 6-style shave to rush towards Arlong. Seeing Dalmatia charging at him at high speed, Arlong also activated his armed color haki, covering his arms and tightly gripping the handle of saw edge, swinging it fiercely towards Dalmatia. Arlong, don't underestimate me. My strength is comparable to a Navy vice admiral, so you should surrender quickly. Dalmatia, in his spotted dog form, was incredibly fast. Before Arlong could react, he felt Dalmatia's flurry of punches land on the surface of saw edge. Chapter 79. Dalmatia forced to retreat. Devouring the poison powder butterfly fruit user, the powerful impact caused Arlong's arm, gripping saw edge, to go numb. Seeing Dalmatia ready to attack again, an enraged Arlong quickly bit down on the sawtooth steel teeth in his mouth, transforming them into a claw, and with all his might, he struck at Dalmatia's cheek. Bang! Bang! Because Dalmatia was close to Arlong, Arlong's sudden attack struck his cheek. The sharp sawtooth steel teeth ripped through his flesh, causing bright red blood to flow down his face, sending Dalmatia in his spotted dog form into a frenzy. You dare to injure me? You really have some guts. With a face full of blood, Dalmatia widened his bloodshot eyes and roared angrily at the sky. Then, with his fist covered in armed color hockey, he struck at Arlong's abdomen like a cannonball. The tremendous force sent Arlong flying backward uncontrollably, his robust frame resembling a kite with a broken string as he crashed into the hard wall of the cockpit. It was only after hitting the wall that he managed to stabilize himself and stand firm, thanks to the healing ability granted by the young master. He wouldn't lose his combat ability from one punch by this guy. As his injuries healed instantly, Arlong clutched his stomach and struggled to rise from the ground. Although his wounds could heal, the pain was real. Now, sweating from the pain, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, charging at Dalmatia again. Seeing Arlong daring to attack again, Dalmatia in his spotted dog form laughed in anger. A murderous intent flashed in his sharp eyes as he swiftly drew a sharp machete from his waist, covering its blade with pitch-black armed color hockey. He then gathered all his strength in his arm and swung the blade at the rapidly moving Arlong. "Arlong, be careful," sliding misdodge. Just at that critical moment, Yalita, who was watching the battle nearby, worried about Arlong and decisively activated her sliding fruit ability, with a series of pink circles enhancing Arlong. Dalmatia's full-force slash bizarrely slid off Arlong. Hercules' power meteor crash. Just as Dalmatia was momentarily distracted by confusion, Akin in his rhinoceros beetle form used his devil fruit ability. He curled his body into a ball. Then with his muscular legs, he kicked off the ground, charging at Dalmatia like a runaway wild horse at high speed. Bang! 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 Caught off guard, Dalmatia was knocked away by Akin, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful thud. Just as he prepared to get back up and continue fighting, his transponder snail suddenly rang. "Brew, brew, brew. This is Vice Admiral Squirrel. I am currently on the island of Footvalton in the Grand Line, and we urgently need reinforcements to combat the invasion of the Whitebeard pirates. Please, any naval personnel who receive this message, come to our aid immediately." The sound of the phone bug was incredibly loud, and everyone present could hear the powerful voice of General Squirrel. At that moment, Dalmatia, after listening to the message released by General Squirrel, had a complex and hesitant gleam in his bright eyes. Injured, he staggered to his feet, then exuded a formidable aura of intimidation. He casually sheathed his large machete and made a move to leave the cockpit. During this time, Akin in his stag beetle form tried to stop him, but was pulled back by Alron and Yalida. "Akin, let him go. Even if the three of us work together, we might not be able to deal with him. It's better to return to the young master as soon as possible and settle the spoils of war." Akin, feeling disgruntled, pouted and put away his cane behind him, glaring fiercely at Dalmatia's receding figure. With Dalmatia's departure, the naval battle at sea came to an end. On the warship to the left, under Akin's command, Rear Admiral Becon's Hiliquel, who possessed the ability of the copper block fruit, was rescued by the veteran Rear Admiral Mozambia. This left Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, feeling somewhat regretful. The Paramecia-type copper block fruit was a high-quality fruit rated at 3 stars, much stronger than Akeley's scythe fruit. If he could extract the ability of the copper block fruit, Subai wouldn't have chosen to give the scythe fruit to Koby to eat. After all, with a more powerful devil fruit in hand, who would choose those mediocre ones? As for the warship on the right, under Alron's command, Navy Ensign Yagia Loli, who possessed the Zoan-type poison powder butterfly fruit, was captured after defeat and bound by the ninjas of the Shadow Legion, taken to the Shadow Kingdom. Her devil fruit was rated at 3 stars, a medium quality level, which was somewhat lackluster for Subai. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. He decided to take her into the Shadow Kingdom. Later, while lurking in the Navy headquarters, she could indirectly help Kruby, Balumur, Zango, and Lika, and perhaps even yield unexpected gains. With this in mind, Subai decisively summoned his ninjas, instructing them to bring Yagia Loli, who was imprisoned in the Shadow Kingdom, to him. In an instant, a group of ninjas escorted the Navy Ensign, Yagia Loli, to Subai, looking at the curvaceous Navy Ensign before him. A flicker of imperceptible brilliance crossed Subai's indifferent eyes as he unceremoniously extended his fair arm and pressed it against Yagia Loli's ample chest. As waves of overwhelming dark power surged into Yagia Loli's body, her soul gradually became engulfed in darkness, ultimately becoming a member of the Shadow Kingdom. Subai chose not to incorporate her into the Shadow Legion mainly because her devil fruit's potential for development was too low, and her strength was not particularly formidable, even inferior to Yalida and Little 8 in terms of physical skills. Yagia Loli's ability, the Zoan-type poison powder butterfly fruit, was quite standard. She relied too heavily on her devil fruit ability, resulting in poor physical and swordsmanship skills, as well as weak hockey. If she continued like this, it wouldn't work. This time returning to Marin Vondo, he should communicate with Koby, Baloomer, and the others about their training experiences. If he saw her again next time, and she was still at this low level, he couldn't be blamed for being rude. Chapter 80. Alliance of the Millennial Dragon Clan, Electrifying Ice Pig Talisman. After Su Bai dealt with the attacking warships and the Scythe Fruit user Ike, he led the Millennial Dragon Clan and his senior officers, ninjas, back to the warship island. Next, they would wait for Koby and the others to bring back Admiral Nelson Roy's head. Watching Su Bai's calm demeanor, Long Yi, Abisi, Ulron, Akin, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the crisis concerning the Millennial Dragon Clan had been temporarily resolved. Just now, Koby sent me a message. He died, and Little 8 successfully annihilated the Navy's 8th Division base, and that notorious Admiral Nelson Roy is now dead. The crisis of the Millennial Dragon Clan is resolved. Hearing the good news from Su Bai, Long Yi excitedly howled to the sky. His resounding dragon roar echoed like a guiding light through the thick fog, soon attracting hundreds of millennial dragons from all over the world. Watching their kin arrive at the warship island after enduring hardships, the emotional Long Yi immediately flapped his wings, carrying the benefactor Su Bai on his back, soaring into the air to meet other millennial dragons. Brother Su Bai, don't worry about communication issues. I will convey everything to you without missing a word. At this moment, Abisi was sitting on another robust millennial dragon, kindly helping Su Bai, which eased his previous worries about potential communication barriers. Long Yi carried the young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, before several esteemed elders of the Millennial Dragon Clan. It embellished the story of the Navy's intention to slaughter the Millennial Dragon Clan, which enraged the elders, who immediately clamored to counterattack the Navy's 8th Division. Just as the Millennial Dragons were fuming, 3 black dots suddenly emerged on the rippling sea. These dots gradually enlarged, and soon the figures of Daida, Little 8, and Koby appeared before Su Bai and the Millennial Dragons. Young Master, this bag contains the head of Admiral Nelson Roy. Koby lightly tugged at his blood-stained black karate uniform and then handed the blood-soaked bag to his young master, Su Bai. After receiving the bag, Su Bai casually handed it to Long Yi, indicating that Admiral Nelson Roy was dead and it was time to discuss the alliance with the Shadow Legion. Long Yi stared at the head of Admiral Nelson Roy inside the bag with his copper bell-like blue vertical pupils. After confirming it was indeed him, he roared, "Brothers, the jurisdiction officer of the Navy's 8th Division, that Admiral Nelson Roy who tried to harm our clan, his head is now in this bag. He was killed by the senior officers of the Shadow Legion, and this young friend on my back is the young master of the Shadow Legion. Without his protection, our clan would have faced devastating blows from the Navy." Hearing Long Ye's words, the elders of the Millennial Dragon Clan cast grateful glances at Su Bai. At that moment, an elderly dragon with silvery white fur flew over, looking friendly as he whispered, which was quickly translated by the whispering fruit user Abisi. "Young friend, thank you very much for saving our Millennial Dragon Clan. If we ever face difficulties in the future, we will certainly not hesitate to assist you." Regarding the words of the elderly Millennium Dragon Elder, Su Bai expressed disdain in his heart. Anyone can speak such polite words. However, as time passes, whether they will wholeheartedly help the Shadow Brigade in the future remains to be seen. Rather than ending the topic in such a half-hearted manner, it would be better to propose the idea of an alliance now and bind the Shadow Brigade and the Millennium Dragon Clan to the same war chariot. This maritime battle ended with the Navy's defeat, and more troops will surely be dispatched from Marin Fanduo to capture our Shadow Brigade, while also slaughtering the Millennium Dragon Clan. In my opinion, we can form an allied army. Once one side is suppressed by the Navy, the other side must come to help. How about that? Listening to Su Bai's words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the elderly Millennium Dragon Elder's large vertical pupils. Having offended the Navy, they will certainly deploy more troops to deal with the Millennium Dragon Clan and the Shadow Brigade. The Millennium Dragon Clan is usually scattered around the world and can easily be picked off one by the Navy. If they do not ally with the Shadow Brigade, the Millennium Dragon Clan is likely to be completely annihilated by the Navy in the future. However, if they ally with the Shadow Brigade now, with the powerful strength of the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Brigade, they can ensure that the Millennium Dragon Clan will not be destroyed and even possibly make the Millennium Dragon Clan even stronger. What you said, young friend, is not without reason. If that's the case, an alliance is not impossible. Today I announce that the Millennium Dragon Clan officially forms an alliance with the Shadow Brigade, sharing weal and woe, advancing and retreating together. If either side violates this, may they be struck by lightning and fall in the dragon's hell. never to rise again. With the elderly Millennium Dragon Clan leader's words, the main quest 2 was successfully completed in the system page of the Shadow Brigade's young master, Subai, and the quest rewards were issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest 2. System rewards are being issued. Name: Subai subordinates: Shadow Arlong, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Lija, Shadow Lumaibai, Shadow Kalu, Shadow Zhongao, Shadow Ajin, Shadow Yalata, Shadow Dida, Shadow Cayman, Shadow Smog, Shadow Dasky, 1513 Ordinary Shadow Ninja Soldiers, and 5 Shadow Giant Claw Ninja Soldiers, 10 Night Bat Brigade Ninja Soldiers, 50 Troll Brigade Ninja Soldiers. The above are the cadres and soldiers of the Shadow Brigade. Characters from the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities: Navy's 6 styles, Conqueror's Hockey, and Primary Observation Hockey. Primary Armament Hockey. Special abilities: Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device. For treasure maps from the seabed, 10 Peacekeeper replicas, 1,000 firearms made of sea prism stone, the gravel from the Good Quick Knife, 50 craftsmanship, a Super Moose doll, and a Bull Warrior's mask. Buffs: none. Influence: EastSea, Coco, West Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town, Battleship Island. Allies: Millennium Dragon Clan. Chapter 81. Departing for Spring Island, new side quest. After completing the mainline task 2 released by the system, the host Subai heard the cold mechanical voice again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side tasks 1 and 2 released by the system. The current rewards have been distributed. Please check them in a timely manner. Looking at the items in the system package, the left foot prosthetic of Barsa Chong and the magic pufferfish jerky from Old Dad, Subai was slightly stunned. He was not yet clear about the functions of these 2 items for him, so he decided to leave them in the system package for now. The system detected that the host had completed all the side tasks released, and new side tasks are currently being issued. Please check them in a timely manner and prepare to choose or abandon them. Side Task 1. Obtain the Diamond Clock on Clock Island Reward. Bracelet of Shiva Temple Side Task 2. Destroy the Poker Pirate Crew Reward. Old Dad's Magic Octopus Foot looking at the newly released side tasks. The host Subai clearly realized that it was time to set off for Clock Island. As for the plan to go to Upside Down Mountain, it would need to be delayed for about half a month. System: I choose to accept both of the side tasks released this time. Can you give me a permanent compass to Clock Island? In response to Subai's request, the system clearly stated that it would not issue a compass to the location of Clock Island. However, among the rewards previously given to him, there was a treasure map that recorded detailed information about Clock Island, including the length of the coastline, island area, topography, etc. The diamond clock on Clock Island could be brought back as a decoration for the Shadow Brigade ship. And as for the Poker Pirate Crew, it could be dealt with easily. Just as Subai was dismissing the Poker Pirate Crew, a flash of inspiration seemed to strike him, and he summoned a ninja soldier, ordering his subordinates to bring back information regarding the Poker Pirate Crew and their latest bounty notice. I vaguely remember that among the Poker Pirate Crew, there are 2 Devil Fruit users. Their captain seems to be called King Bear, a Paramecia-type Steel Fruit user, and there is a female character named Sweetheart Queen, a Paramecia-type Sticky Fruit user. Among these 2 Devil Fruit users, Sweetheart Queen can be recruited into the Shadow Kingdom, while that guy called King Bear can have his Devil Fruit ability extracted and discarded. During Subai's contemplation, the ninja soldiers of the Shadow Brigade respectfully presented all the information and bounty notices regarding the Poker Pirate Crew. Captain of the Poker Pirate Crew, King Bear. Paramecia-type Steel Fruit user, bounty amount 11. 6 million berries crew member, the only female, Sweetheart Queen, Paramecia-type Sticky Fruit user, bounty amount 7. 8 million berries crew member. Skunk number 1, nickname Skunk, bounty amount 6 million berries crew member, Clown, bounty amount 9. 9 million berries crew member, Pig Jacks, bounty amount 3. 2 million berries after carefully examining all the information and bounty notices regarding the Poker Pirate Crew, Subai scoffed. The strongest among them, King Bear, only had a bounty of 11. 6 million berries. At this level, how could he compete with Arlong and the others? Is it just because of his steel body or his iron when getting beaten? By the way, the Navy should issue a bounty notice about Dida after learning that he joined the Shadow Brigade. I wonder what his first bounty amount will be. Can it break the 10 million berry mark? Just as Subai was pondering how much the Navy would set Dida's initial bounty at, his high-ranking officer, Alrita, excitedly barged into the captain's cabin, holding an ancient and worn treasure map, signaling Subai to take a closer look at it, as it contained a priceless treasure. This treasure map should be the map of Clock Island. If it claims to have a priceless treasure, then the diamond clock should count. Looking at Alrita's flushed face from excitement, Subai chuckled and then ordered her to go to the cockpit and inform the helmsman Koby and Little 8 to set sail towards Clock Island in the south. Hearing the command from her young master, Alrita quickly set off. She hurried to the cockpit, handed the treasure map to Koby, who was steering the ship, and then excitedly said, "Young master just gave the order. We are setting off for Clock Island to seize the priceless treasure, the diamond clock." Although Koby, who was at the helm, did not speak, he obediently changed the direction of the Shadow Brigade ship, sailing towards Clock Island as indicated on the treasure map. According to the treasure map, we are about 300 nautical miles away from Clock Island. If we sail faster, we should be able to arrive in a day and a night. If we encounter ocean currents and monsoons, it might take about 2 days. I will do my best to navigate the Shadow Brigade ship, filled with endless longing for the diamond clock on Clock Island. Alrita excitedly hugged Koby and then walked away with a cheerful stride towards her cabin, leaving Koby in a state of confusion in the cockpit. While Koby was diligently steering the Shadow Brigade ship, Miss Carmen, who was sunbathing on the deck, was carefully reading the latest newspaper delivered by the Seagull and the latest bounty notice from the Navy. Alabasta has not seen rain for 2.5 years, and the people are suffering. The citizens led by Kosa have formed a rebel army, declaring rebellion and vowing to overthrow the royal family's rule. The current emperor of Amazon Lily Kingdom on Nine Snake Island, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, has had her bounty raised to 130 million berries. Navy Rear Admiral Mozambia Dalmatia has been promoted to the rank of Navy Vice Admiral and is assigned to the Grand Line. Former Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Bounty Hunter Dida, with a child, Dottie Masterson, has joined the Shadow Brigade with a current bounty amount of 30 million berries. After Carmen finished reading the thick stack of newspapers in her hand, she let out a long sigh and then called Dida, who was aiming at the Seagull, signaling him to take a look at the latest bounty notice from the Navy. His name, Dottie Masterson, was prominently featured in this issue's bounty notice. I had long anticipated being on the Navy's bounty notice. I just didn't expect that for the first time, the bounty amount would reach 30 million berries. It seems my head is quite valuable. Chapter 82, Poker Pirate Crew, Assigning Opponents. Dida carelessly tucked the bounty notice in his pocket and then continued to raise his sniper rifle Sunset, aiming at the Seagull, soaring in the air 100 meters away, just as Dida pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. The Shadow Brigade ship finally broke through a patch of white sea mist, and the towering, screw-shaped Clock Island suddenly appeared before everyone. At this moment, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai, gave an order, and helmsman Koby and Little 8 drove the big ship, full speed ahead, climbing up the spiral slope of Clock Island. Being able to shoot down a seabird soaring over 500 meters away, Dida, your marksmanship has improved significantly. The member of the Poker Pirate crew, nicknamed Skunk Number 1, will be your responsibility to deal with later. Listening to the praise from his own young master, Dida quickly put away his sniper rifle Sunset, then nodded humbly, indicating he would guarantee the completion of the task. A mere bounty of 6 million berries for a small thief was something he could easily handle. All right, you continue your training. I'm going to find Aaron and Chloe and Akin. After leaving Dida, Subai strode towards the gym on the ship. As he pushed open the gym's large door, he saw the gym filled with mist, with Aaron, bare-chested, panting as he lifted a 5-ton barbell, performing squats. 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. Seeing Aaron deeply focused on his training, Subai didn't want to disturb him, so he turned to look at Akin nearby. At that moment, Akin was also fully concentrated on practicing his staff techniques, completely unaware of Subai's arrival, which made Subai, who wanted to call out to Akin, choose to give up once again. With Aaron and Akin training, Chloe should be fine. Subai leaned his head to search for Chloe's whereabouts and found him on a treadmill in a corner, carrying a 1.5-ton bag, sweating profusely as he ran at high speed. A 100-meter sprint in 3 seconds was completely insufficient for Chloe now. He knew very well that if he didn't hurry to improve his strength, the gap between him and Aaron, Akin, would only grow wider. All 3 of these guys are training. Maybe I should go find Yalida to chat. Subai cautiously walked out of the gym and headed towards the deck, where he coincidentally ran into Koby, who was changing shifts. He called Koby over and said leisurely, "Koby, how's the scythe fruit working out for you? If it's not suitable, how about I get you a more powerful devil fruit?" We're about to arrive at Clockwork Island, which is occupied by the notorious poker pirates. The captain of the poker pirates, King Bear, is a paramecia-type steel fruit user. making his body as hard as steel. If you're not adapting to the scythe fruit's abilities, I can extract King Bear's steel fruit abilities for you. What do you think? A hint of hesitation flashed in Koby's eyes, who had initially grasped the scythe fruit's abilities. Before he replied, "Young master, I've already mastered Busashoka Haki. While King Bear's steel fruit is indeed powerful, it is somewhat redundant for me. Although the development potential of the scythe fruit is limited, it suits me quite well for now." Hearing Koby say this, Tsubai thought for a moment and nodded, softly telling him, "What you said makes sense. King Bear's steel fruit is indeed somewhat redundant for you, who has mastered Busashoka Haki. In that case, just adapt to the scythe fruit's abilities for now. If you find a more suitable devil fruit in the future, we can exchange it for the scythe fruit." Looking at the humble Koby, Tsubai continued in a loud voice, "You can take care of Pig Jacks from the Poker Pirates, right? That shouldn't be a problem?" Hearing his young master's command, Koby immediately recalled the bounty poster of Pig Jacks from the Poker Pirates, who had a bounty of only 2 million berries. Such a small fry could be easily dealt with. For a bounty under 10 million berries, Koby, can easily make him find his teeth all over the ground. "Don't worry, young master. I guarantee I will complete the task." With Koby's assurance, Tsubai felt relieved. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Koby and then continued towards the deck. "Yalita, what are you doing? Do you want me to help you apply sunscreen?" Yalita, who was enjoying a sunbath, quickly sat up from her lounge chair upon hearing her young master's voice. She casually put on a thin sunscreen cover-up, slipped on sexy flip-flops, and walked straight to Tsubai's side. "Young master, is there something you need? If you want to help me with sunscreen, that's fine too." Yalita smiled charmingly, stretching her long, fair legs, and then pretended to untie the strings of her bikini from behind. This action made Tsubai's face turn red, and he hurriedly waved her off, saying he wouldn't help. "Yalita, we're about to arrive at Clockwork Island soon. Have you heard of the Poker Pirates occupying it? My idea is for you to deal with the sweetheart queen among the Poker Pirates. She's the only woman in the Poker Pirates and one of only 2 devil fruit users. Do you have confidence in taking her down?" Seeing her young master blush, Yalita laughed heartily, then straightened her back and patted her proud chest, saying, "Young master, I know about the sweetheart queen from the Poker Pirates. She's a Paramecia-type sticky fruit user with a bounty of 8 million berries. For someone like her, I could take her down with just one swing of my Wolf Fawn Club. You can trust me to handle her." Watching Yalita confidently promise, Tsubai smiled knowingly, very satisfied, and nodded. He then quickly changed his pace and dashed to the cockpit, where he found the fishman Shiaoba steering the ship. "Shiaoba, we're about to arrive at Clockwork Island. You should know about the Poker Pirates there, right? I plan to have you deal with the high-ranking officer of the Poker Pirates. That clown with a bounty of 9 million berries. What do you think? Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Chapter 83. The Power of Laser Eyes. The battle is about to erupt. Listening to his young master Tsubai's words, Shiaoba pondered for a moment before puffing up his trumpet-shaped mouth and declaring, "Young master, I know about the Poker Pirates. That clown has a bounty of only 9 million berries. A small fry like him, I can definitely handle. You can rest assured." Tsubai nodded in satisfaction, reaching out his fair arm to pat Shiaoba's sturdy shoulder, then strode back towards the gym. After a big round, all 4 high-ranking officers of the Poker Pirates had been assigned opponents, and next it was time to deal with their captain, the Paramecia-type steel fruit user, King Bear. When on Naval Island, Koby had lost to the animal-type dog fruit, Dalmatia, in its spotted dog form. Embarrassed, he had been working hard to hone his strength since then. This time against the Poker Pirates, he would handle King Bear. Tsubai pushed open the gym door again, just as Koby, Akin, and Aaron were finishing their training. Upon seeing their young master's figure, the 3 quickly approached Tsubai and respectfully bowed to greet him. "Koby, how was your training just now? Can you break the 100-meter record in 5 seconds? I have a task for you to complete. Come with me." Aaron and Akin, "You two can just do your own thing." Kuro obediently followed Tsubai out of the gym, putting on a brand new suit and instinctively adjusting his black glasses. He then steadied himself and stood tall, listening to Tsubai's task instructions. "Our Shadow Brigade ship is about to arrive at Clockwork Island. On Clockwork Island, there's a pirate crew called the Poker Pirates, which you should have heard of. I plan to send you to deal with their captain, the man known as King Bear, who has the power of the superhuman steel fruit. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? If you think you can't win against him, I can send Arlong and Akin instead. But consider why I chose you first and give me an answer." Crow had a very high IQ and emotional intelligence. Upon hearing that the young master planned to send him to confront King Bear, he immediately thought of the time he lost to Dalmatia on Battleship Island not long ago. Losing to Dalmatia, who is now a rear admiral in the Navy, was a disgrace for him. For this reason, he exerted himself to the utmost training tirelessly to gain strength, hoping to one day wash away that shame. Young master, rest assured that I will defeat King Bear, the scoundrel with the superhuman steel fruit ability. Even if I have to use all my strength, I will defeat him. Or I will have no face to see my comrades in the Shadow Brigade again. Although King Bear, the captain of the poker pirates, currently had a bounty of only 6 million berries, he had ruled over Clockwork Island for many years, spending time training his physical fitness and occasionally leaving the island to rob other pirate crews. He fought almost every day, and his strength had likely surpassed the 50 million berry level, especially with his development of the steel fruit ability. It would be quite difficult for Crow to defeat him. Crow, you're a Zoan-type white tiger fruit user, which puts you at a disadvantage against his steel fruit ability. Before the battle, I will grant you an additional layer of healing power, so you can fight him boldly without worrying about getting hurt. With Su Bai's words as reassurance, Crow had nothing to fear. He immediately patted his chest and vowed that he would definitely defeat King Bear, and then remove the diamond clock on Clockwork Island to add a beautiful and grand decoration to the Shadow Brigade ship. Seeing Crow's resolute demeanor, Su Bai smiled. He then used the power of the chicken charm spell to fly into the air, circling Clockwork Island 2.5 times. After getting a rough idea of the poker pirate's location, he returned to the deck of the Shadow Brigade ship. After circling the spiral ramp 2.5 times, we will enter Clockwork Island. There will definitely be many minions blocking our way, so everyone should prepare for battle. After saying this, Su Bai leisurely returned to the captain's room, leaving all enemy tasks to the senior officers. Once Crow dealt with King Bear, he could simply retrieve the steel fruit ability with the devil fruit ability extraction device. The pitch-black Shadow Brigade ship, under Shiaoba's steering, accelerated and swiftly ascended the spiral ramp. After circling 2.5 times, a steel gate suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking all outsiders trying to enter Clockwork Island and all natives attempting to escape. A steel gate? It looks like it weighs hundreds of tons. Just perfect for testing the electric eye pig charm ability. Dressed in a black robe, Su Bai used the Navy 6 style shave to quickly flash from the captain's room to the railing on the right side of the Shadow Brigade ship. He looked up at the heavily fortified steel gate, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his deep purple eyes. As the ship approached within 100 meters of the gate, he swiftly unleashed the pig charm ability. Boom, boom, boom. 2 scorching lasers shot from his eyes, hitting the steel gate without mercy. The steel gate, with a melting point of around 1,500 degrees Celsius, melted instantly into a pool of molten iron. The Dark Shadow Brigade ship then slowly entered Clockwork Island amidst the stunned expressions of the poker pirates' minions. Not good, not good. Enemies are invading. Hurry and report to Captain Jakes and Skunk Number 1 and Sweetheart Queen. Seeing the Shadow Brigade ship getting further away, the anxious minions immediately took out the poker pirates' exclusive transponder snail and reported everything at the entrance of Clockwork Island to King Bear. In a furious state, King Bear immediately dispatched 3 of his capable subordinates, Jakes, Skunk Number 1, and Sweetheart Queen, to deal with the audacious invaders. Daring to wreak havoc on my territory, I will personally execute them. After receiving the orders from Captain King Bear, Jakes, Skunk Number 1, and Sweetheart Queen quickly descended the mountain in a hot air balloon and hurried toward the entrance of Clockwork Island. Clockwork Island is completely enclosed. The Navy shouldn't enter here without reason. I suspect the invaders are well prepared. After all, anyone who can easily breach the steel gate must possess considerable strength. We are likely to face a tough battle ahead. Chapter 84. Fishman Karate Secret Technique, Martial Arts, and Flaming Vulture. It must be said that Sweetheart Queen's analysis was indeed very accurate, as the 3 of them led thousands of minions searching for the invaders. The Shadow Brigade team had already docked their ship and disembarked, using their observation hockey to sense the location of the poker pirates trio. Yalda, you head towards the north side of the forest. In about 10 minutes, you'll encounter Sweetheart Queen by a small stream. Koby, that Jakes, is east of the forest, and he has over 300 minions with him. Daida, your opponent Skunk Number 1, is nearby. Stay put for about 5 minutes, and you should run into him. Crow actively released his observation hockey, quickly covering the not-so-large forest. He clearly sensed the whereabouts of the 3 poker pirates cadres and informed his companions Daida, Koby, and Yalta. After learning about her opponent's intel, Yalta took the lead with her bullet ant war hammer, heading north into the forest. Seeing this, the Fishman Karate Master Koby quickly used the power of the scythe fruit, transforming into a transparent air weasel, and rushed towards the eastern edge of the forest. As for Daida Masterson, who was holding the sniper rifle Sunset, he remained in place, closing his eyes to rest, focusing on the rustling sound of the trees, swaying in the wind, and the faint footsteps from ground. Daida, we'll head out first. If you encounter any difficulties, just let us know. The young master has granted us healing powers, so dealing with the poker pirate's little scallywags shouldn't be a problem. Transforming into his white tiger beastman form, Klo continued toward the highest peak of Clockwork Island, and just as they stepped out of the forest, intense battles erupted at the location where Daida and Koby were. In Koby, he encountered Jax the pig from the poker pirate crew. Upon spotting Koby, Jax immediately transformed into a massive spiky meatball and rolled towards him without hesitation. Fishman Karate Secret Technique, Uri Kan. Facing the fierce impact of Jack's meatball, Koby remained completely calm. He clenched his left fist, extended his right hand into a vertical palm, and steadied himself in a martial arts stance. He then unleashed a series of fluid karate moves, with water gathering in his hands, enveloping his fist with an incredibly powerful force capable of splitting mountains and shaking the earth, and suddenly struck the meatball formed by Jax. Bang! Bang! After being attacked by Koby's powerful karate punch, Pig Jax was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. His massive body crashed into a pile of minions before he managed to stabilize himself. At that moment, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth as he glared angrily at Koby. You dare to hit me? You really don't know what's good for you." In a state of rage, Pig Jax looked ferocious. He pulled out several spiked balls the size of cannonballs from his waist pouch, and then gathered all his strength in his arms. With the tremendous power behind him, the spiked balls shot towards Koby's head, arms, and knees at a tricky angle, like cannonballs fired from a cannon. Fishman Karate, Thousand Wave Punch, Scythe Gale. As the spiked balls flew towards him, Koby remained unfazed. He struck a martial arts pose again and used the ability of the scythe fruit to enhance his fists with sharp air scythes. Then he unleashed the Thousand Wave Punch, a technique commonly used by masters of Fishman Karate. The Thousand Wave Punch poured down on the spiked balls like a torrential storm, instantly turning several of them into powder. Koby easily dismantled Pig Jack's trump card technique. Do you have any other moves? Hurry up and use them all. If you have no more tricks, then let's see what Fishman Karate feels like. Seeing his trump card easily resolved by Koby, Pig Jax trembled in fear, his whole body shaking. As he watched Koby approach him step by step, he immediately gestured for his minions to stop Koby's advance, while he strategically retreated to seek help from Captain Bear King. Try to run won't be that easy. Scythe Gale, Fishman Water Flow Punch. Observing Pig Jack's pitiful expression, Koby smirked slightly. He covered his fists and arms with dark hockey and transformed into a high-speed scythe, charging directly at Pig Jax. Terrified, Pig Jax collapsed to the ground, crying and begging for mercy, hoping Koby would spare his life. Koby didn't want to hear a word of his pleas. Maybe in your next life. As a sharp scythe cut through the carotid artery in Pig Jack's neck, this despicable pirate, who had tyrannized Clockwork Island for many years, met a gruesome end. After defeating Pig Jax, Koby turned his attention to the nearby minions, who had committed many misdeeds alongside Pig Jax. Not a single one could be spared. Fishman Karate Secret Technique, Fishman Feast. The fierce punches fell like a torrential storm, and Fishman Karate Master Koby easily dealt with a group of minions. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his tall and robust body standing among the pile of corpses, resembling a hellish demon, terrifying to the extreme. Next, he needed to head to the summit of Clockwork Island to meet up with Kuro and the others. At the same time, in the central area of the forest, where Daida was stationed, the battle between him and Skunk Number 1 had just come to an end. The lewd-looking Skunk Number 1, upon discovering Daida's presence, cackled as he opened the gas canister on his back, attempting to incapacitate Daida with poisonous gas and win without a fight. Unfortunately for him, Daida saw through this little trick. Flame Vulture. Daida raised his sniper rifle Sunset and fired several flame vultures at the position of Skunk Number 1. When the flames made contact with the gas, a powerful explosion occurred. Skunk Number 1, who was at the center of the explosion, had no time to evade and was instantly incinerated to ashes. I thought this guy would be strong, but he turned out to be so weak. With him dealt with, it was time to head to the mountaintop to meet up with the others. Chapter 85. One-sided slaughter, the destruction of the playing card pirate crew. The bounty of 30 million berries on Dottie Masterson. After easily taking down the high-ranking officer Skunk Number 1 of the playing card pirate crew, raised his sniper rifle Sunset and strode confidently toward the summit of Clockwork Island. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the forest by the stream, the superhuman-type slippery fruit user Arlita was engaged in battle with the superhuman-type sticky fruit user, Sweetheart Queen. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries was indeed formidable. But if this was all she had, she wouldn't be able to deal with me. Sweetheart Queen utilized the power of the sticky fruit, instantly shedding all her clothes and transforming into a puddle of pink slime, skillfully dodging the bullet ant wolf tooth club attacks from Arlita. That annoying brat keeps running away. Let us see how I catch you. Arlita's frustration gradually built up. She exerted her immense strength, raising the bullet ant wolf tooth club high above her head, and then unleashed a powerful shockwave toward the sticky form of Sweetheart Queen. In an instant, the bullet ant wolf tooth club, carrying an earth-shattering pressure, smashed into Sweetheart Queen's slimy form, seemingly causing her significant harm. However, Arlita knew very well that Sweetheart Queen could revert to her human form at any time. Without sea stone or armament hockey, it was impossible to inflict damage on her true self. Since brute force wouldn't work, I would have to outsmart her. Arlita calmed her agitated emotions. A flash of inspiration struck her mind. She remembered that during her time on the Shadow Brigade ship, young Master Subai had taught her how to deal with Sweetheart Queen. Once she transformed into a slime form, she could be trapped in a sealed container. Once Sweetheart Queen was inside a small container, she wouldn't be able to revert to her human form, effectively capturing her. As for the container, the ninja soldiers could find one. Now, how to get Sweetheart Queen inside? Just as Arlita was pondering, she spotted a sunken ship near the rocky shore by the stream. This severely damaged wreck had many sharp iron pipes, which provided Arlita with a solution for capturing Sweetheart Queen. If she likes to turn into slime, let us see if she can fit into these iron pipes. Arlita whispered, and hundreds of ninja soldiers from the Shadow Brigade were ordered to each take a jar, ready to capture Sweetheart Queen at any moment. Sweetheart Queen, let's see how you handle this. Looking at the naked Sweetheart Queen, Arlita pretended to be furious, raising the bullet ant wolf tooth club high above her head, and casually smashed it toward the nearby wreck. The wreck shattered upon impact with the club, sending dozens of sharp iron pipes flying towards Sweetheart Queen. Seeing the iron pipes flying her way, Sweetheart Queen raised an eyebrow in disdain and transformed into slime, easily dodging the incoming pipes. However, just as she relaxed her guard, a pipe as thick as an arm shot toward her backside at an awkward angle. Just as the pipe was about to make contact with Sweetheart Queen, she quickly transformed into slime, shrinking her body and easily hiding inside the rapidly moving pipe. But just as she was about to exit the pipe, she realized that both ends were tightly sealed with glass jars. Caught off guard, she plunged headfirst into the glass jar, where she was swiftly captured by the quick-reacting ninja soldiers. Sweetheart Queen, if it weren't for the young master's orders to bring you back, I would have buried you at the bottom of this stream, so you could never escape from the jar. After capturing Sweetheart Queen, Arlita instructed her ninja soldiers to take the captured Sweetheart Queen back to the Shadow Brigade ship, escorting the slime-formed Sweetheart Queen to the young master. After giving instructions to the ninja soldiers, the tall and proud Arlita straightened her impressive chest. She raised her head and looked toward the peak of Clockwork Island, where the highest point, the Diamond Bell, shone particularly brilliantly in the sunlight. Just a moment ago, loud explosions erupted from the east and south of the forest, indicating that Dida and Koby had likely dealt with their opponents. I should also follow in their footsteps and head toward the peak of Clockwork Island. Just as Dida, Arlita, and Koby rushed toward the peak of Clockwork Island, the six-sword-style swordsman, Shiaoba, encountered his opponent halfway up the mountain, the senior officer of the poker pirate crew, the clown. A little thief with a bounty of only 9 million berries dared to block my path. No need for more words. Let us see the true skill. Gazing at the ugly clown, Shiaoba immediately drew the 6 famous swords hanging at his waist. He decisively executed one of the Navy's 6 forms, shave, using his powerful legs to push off the ground repeatedly. With the reaction force from the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball, wielding the 6 swords and spinning in the air as he charged at the clown. With such a small technique, a trivial skill, watch my flying needle attack. Facing Shiaoba's sharp offense, the clown showed no signs of fear. He quickly drew his sword from his waist and then pulled out dozens of sharp steel needles he had prepared, tossing them toward Shiaoba's trajectory. The sharp steel needles whistled through the air. Seeing this, Shiaoba swiftly brought the 6 swords together and danced them in a way that formed an impenetrable barrier, blocking all the steel needles. Clang! The needles fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The clown's expression turned grim at this sight. Trembling, he gripped his sword tightly, and as Shiaoba's attack was about to strike, he fearfully closed his eyes and swung his sword forward with all his might, trying to block Shiaoba's move. Do you really think you can block my full force strike? You underestimate me, Shiaoba. With a fierce expression, Shiaoba spun rapidly, gathering all his strength in the arm gripping the sword. A tremendous killing intent erupted from his body, and then the 6 sharp swords pierced through the clown's body in unison. The senior officer of the poker pirate crew, the clown, has fallen. Chapter 86, Paramecia Type, Steel Fruit. After easily defeating the high-ranking officer Joker of the poker pirates, the 6-sword style swordsman Shiaoba sheathed his famous sword with a cold look in his eyes as he gazed at the highest peak, then stepped forward towards the mountain summit. At this moment, at the summit of Clock Island, the captain of the poker pirates, King Bear, had received continuous reports of his subordinates' defeats, which filled him with rage. He immediately summoned all his minion soldiers, preparing to launch an attack against the Shadow Army. Just as King Bear and his minions were gearing up, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the ancient castle where the poker pirates were stationed, drawing everyone's attention. The Steel Fruit user King Bear turned to look at the castle entrance and saw Klo, now transformed into his white tiger form, arrogantly sitting on the threshold, his sharp gaze locking onto King Bear's. Big Bear, you must be the Steel Fruit user with a bounty of 11.6 million berries, right? My name is Klo, and I'm here to take your life. Without further ado, Klo unleashed his shadowless step, his feet moving rapidly, breaking the speed of 100 meters in 2.5 seconds as he lunged towards King Bear. Seeing Klo's aggressive approach, King Bear immediately activated his Steel Fruit ability, hardening his entire body. As Klo charged at him without hesitation, King Bear swung his fist towards Klo. Do you really think I'll clash with you head-on? Just as King Bear's steel fist was about to make contact with Klo, Klo skillfully dodged to the side, then unleashed a powerful punch laced with sharp bone spikes, striking King Bear's ribs beneath his back. Bang! Bang! Klo's punch caught King Bear off guard, but fortunately, as a steel-bodied warrior, King Bear managed to withstand Klo's full-strength blow. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, he found that Klo had mysteriously vanished. Where did that guy go? How did he just disappear? Just as King Bear turned around in confusion, he was horrified to see hundreds of his minions lying dead in pools of blood, devoid of any breath. Before he could react again, the fast-moving Klo suddenly appeared in front of him, launching a white tiger fist, special scorching bowling ball. Faced with Klo's sudden attack, King Bear quickly responded, his steel fist becoming scalding hot, and he charged at Klo's white tiger fist with a devastating momentum. Another intense collision echoed, yet Klo's white tiger fist proved superior, sending the steel-bodied King Bear flying several meters. He crashed into a stone pillar before finally stabilizing himself. How dare you insult me like this? I will kill you. In a fit of rage, King Bear realized he couldn't match Klo in a direct confrontation. So he decisively abandoned the idea of a close-quarters brawl and quickly ran to the cockpit of the prepared clock Iron Giant cannon, adjusting the basic settings to aim the cannon at Klo's position. Die, you damn fool. Sitting in the cockpit, King Bear decisively pressed the button to fire the cannon, producing a deafening blast as a 30 centimeters diameter black cannonball shot towards Klo. Holy crap, a cannonball is coming at me. Seeing the massive cannonball flying towards him, Klo instinctively shouted, and at the critical moment, he used his shadowless step to narrowly dodge the clock cannonball's attack. But before he could celebrate, a second and third cannonball followed closely behind, forcing Klo to dodge again. In the midst of evading, he noticed that the base of the clock giant cannon couldn't move, and a plan formed in his mind. He dashed to the bottom of the cannon barrel to hide. Inside the cockpit, King Bear couldn't see Klo's figure and rotated the cannon barrel back and forth, still unable to locate him. Just as he leaned out in confusion, Klo, in his white tiger form, clenched his fists and smashed down on King Bear's head. Clang! King Bear's steel head took a heavy blow, and he looked dazedly at Klo. Unexpectedly, Klo yanked him out of the cockpit and took his place inside. How does it feel to fire the cannon? Let me give it a try. Take this. Turning the tables, Klo swiftly operated the basic settings, redirected the cannon barrel to aim at King Bear's massive body, and then fired the cannonball, hitting its mark. The captain of the poker pirates, the Steel Fruit user King Bear, was directly blasted away by the very weapon he had developed, the clock giant cannon shell, crashing through the walls of the ancient castle before uncontrollably flying into the sky and ultimately landing in the raging sea. After dealing with King Bear, Klo immediately transmitted a message to the young master. Upon learning that King Bear had fallen into the sea, the young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, quickly summoned 1,000 ninja soldiers, instructing them to bring sea prison stone handcuffs to retrieve King Bear. Over 1,000 ninja soldiers worked to fish out the nearly drowned King Bear, finally bringing him to Subai's side. Looking at the ugly and fierce King Bear before him, Su-Bai's deep purple eyes showed no mercy. He activated the Devil Fruit ability extraction device from his system package, and as a dazzling beam of light flashed from the device, the superhuman steel fruit that originally belonged to Captain King Bear began to solidify inside the glass dome of the device. As time passed, the superhuman steel fruit, with its steel gray color and spiral patterns, successfully appeared in the Devil Fruit ability extraction device. Without hesitation, Su-Bai took the steel fruit out and examined it in his palm. The steel fruit was steel gray, shaped like a square piece of steel with sharp edges and several pointed spikes, and the spiral patterns on the skin and flesh rotated in a counterclockwise direction. Since Klo didn't need this steel fruit, it would be given to Shiaoba. Chapter 87. Devouring the Sweetheart Queen, completing the side quest. The young master of the Shadow Army, Su-Bai, stored the superhuman steel fruit in his system package, then activated the chicken talisman spell, soaring into the air towards the peak of Clock Island. During the flight, he looked down at the land and sea from above, gazing at the vast land and the raging sea below, and an idea suddenly arose in his mind to incorporate the entire Northern Mariana Island Sea area into the Shadow Kingdom. Simply occupying a few villages was too limited for the Shadow Kingdom. This Northern Mariana Island's sea area seemed quite good, although the sea area was large. The total land area of the islands was not extensive, and the population and strong individuals were not many, making it relatively easy to control. With this thought, Su-Bai immediately focused his mind, and thousands of ninjas from the Shadow Corps began preparing to bring Clockwork Island and the entire Northern Mariana Island Sea area into the Shadow Kingdom. The Northern Mariana Island Sea area consists of a total of 32 islands, with the largest island having a population of about 10 million and the smallest island having a population of around 800,000. Regardless of which island it was, the population and area were not comparable to Rog Town. It was indeed somewhat difficult to incorporate the entire Northern Mariana Island Sea area into the Shadow Kingdom in a short time. Therefore, Su-Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, immediately summoned senior officials such as Arlong, Ajin, Klo, Yalata, Koby, and Shiaoba to his side, instructing them to lead the ninjas of the Shadow Corps to occupy at least 8 islands in the Northern Mariana Island Sea area within a week. Upon receiving Su-Bai's orders, the senior officials immediately led the ninjas of the Shadow Corps toward the island with the smallest population. Meanwhile, Yalata, the user of the slippery fruit ability, handed over a glass jar containing the superhuman-type sticky fruit user, Sweetheart Queen, to young Master Su-Bai before setting off. Looking at the Sweetheart Queen in the glass jar, Su-Bai's expression was cold. He exerted a bit of force in his hand and easily crushed the glass jar. The sticky form of the Sweetheart Queen quickly freed itself from the jar, transformed into human form, quickly changed into beautiful clothes, and then looked at Su-Bai with a wary expression. Let me briefly introduce myself. I am Su-Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. Yalata captured you at my behest because I value your abilities and want to recruit you into the Shadow Corps. Hearing Su-Bai's words, the Sweetheart Queen frowned. She had been doing well in the poker pirate crew, but when the Shadow Corps arrived at Clockwork Island, they wiped out their pirate crew. Now, they were saying they wanted to recruit her. What kind of recruitment was this? One second they killed her captain and companions, and the next second they wanted to recruit her. What did they take her, the Sweetheart Queen, for? She refused to cooperate and said goodbye. After saying this, the Sweetheart Queen quickly transformed into her sticky form, wanting to escape from Su-Bai. However, just as she transformed, she felt a terrifying sense of oppression descending upon her, as heavy as 100,000 mountains, nearly suffocating her. Sweetheart Queen, I released you from the jar, so I'm not worried about you escaping. Do you really think what I just said was a negotiation? If you refuse my invitation, then I won't be polite. Su-Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, looked coldly at the Sweetheart Queen, who was slumped on the ground, dressed in a black robe. He stepped forward and extended his pale arms out of the long sleeves of his robe, forcefully pressing down on the Sweetheart Queen's proud chest. If you were willing, you wouldn't have to endure the torment of your soul. A surge of immense dark power flowed into the Sweetheart Queen's body through Su-Bai's pale arms. At this moment, her soul was struggling against the dark power, but how could the overwhelming dark force be blocked by the weak power of her soul? In the body of the Sweetheart Queen, dark powers ran rampant, constantly tearing at her soul. As time passed, the power of Sweetheart Queen's soul grew weaker and was ultimately devoured by Su-Bai's dark power. Thus, the superhuman-type sticky fruit user, Sweetheart Queen, became a member of the Shadow Corps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 15th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with 3 000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps, and 500 ninja soldiers from the Nightbat Corps, 500 ninja soldiers from the Troll Corps, as well as a skill card for developing devil fruit abilities. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded, and then a card shining with brilliant golden light flew into Su Bai's system package. This devil fruit ability development skill card was significant for the weakly offensive sticky fruit user, Sweetheart Queen. The system was indeed quite humanized. The resources rewarded for acquiring talent from the local dimension were all used to strengthen the Shadow Corps, with the last Devil Fruit ability development skill card being specifically for Sweetheart Queen. It seemed the system was very supportive of my plan to devour the waters of the Northern Mariana Islands. After the Shadow Corps received fresh blood input, as the young master, Su Bai immediately ordered the newly joined ninja soldiers to go in batches to assist senior officers Arlong, Klo, Ajin, and Eureka in occupying the 32 islands in the Northern Mariana Islands. Upon receiving Su Bai's orders, the ninja soldiers quickly reacted and orderly made their way to the islands where the senior officers were located. During the transfer, 500 Nightbat Corps ninja soldiers simultaneously flew into the sky, creating a spectacular scene that left young Master Su Bai in awe. If we deploy Nightbat Corps ninja soldiers to gain air superiority in battle, how would you respond? Watching the figures of his ninja soldiers gradually move further away, Su Bai withdrew his gaze and once again activated the chicken talisman ability. He then pushed off the ground with great force, propelling himself at high speed towards the peak of Clockwork Island. In an instant, Su Bai arrived at the highest point of Clockwork Island, effortlessly taking down the dazzling diamond clock and placing it into his system package. Just as he stored the diamond clock, the system's cold mechanical voice rang out again. The tasks of defeating the Poker Card Pirate Group and obtaining the diamond clock from Clockwork Island have been successfully completed. I wonder what new side quests will be released next. Chapter 88. The plan to form the Giant Corps, new side quest. Su Bai held his breath in anticipation, very curious about what kind of side quest the system would issue next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing side quest 1 and side quest 2 issued by the system. The current rewards have been distributed. Please check them in a timely manner. Looking at the Shiva Temple bracelet and the old man's magical octopus leg in the system package, Su Bai asked the system with confusion. System, what exactly is the function of the Shiva Temple bracelet? Can you give a brief introduction? Also, what use do the old man's magical octopus leg and magical pufferfish have in the world of One Piece? Hearing Su Bai's inquiries, the system's cold mechanical voice responded again. Regarding the Shiva Temple bracelet, it explained, this is a pair of bracelets preserved on a statue in the Shiva Temple. Wearing this bracelet allows the user to grow 2 additional arms. The name is derived from the deity Shiva, or Shakti, in Indian mythology. As for the function of the old man's magical octopus leg and magical pufferfish, the system replied, these items have no effect in the world of One Piece and can be collected for the host's use. If the host can gather all the magical tools used by the old man, this system will present the host with a beautiful gift package. Hearing the system's words, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Su Bai, was intrigued. This Shiva Temple bracelet was a good item. Being able to grow 2 extra arms meant the user's strength could be further enhanced. Gathering all the magical tools used by the old man to receive the system's beautiful gift package made Su Bai wonder what was inside. If I could get a small pistol from Sheriff Black or True's oversized suspenders, then there would be no need to go through the trouble of collecting items. After learning about the host Su Bai's thoughts, the system immediately spoke up to assure him. Rest assured, the items distributed in the exquisite gift package are definitely good things that can enhance your strength. As for Troll's oversized overalls, Parker's mask, the Little Snake's bodysuit, and Sheriff Blake's small pistol, these useless items will be distributed as in other tasks. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bai felt slightly relieved, and then, with a thought, signaled the system to distribute the upcoming side quests. Side quest distribution in progress. Please wait patiently, host. Side quest 1. Cross the upside-down mountain and bring the whale Labuna into the Shadow Kingdom. Reward, Dad's magical lizard jerky. Side quest 2. Go to the little garden and defeat the 2 captains of the giant warrior pirates, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy. Reward, gems from the Bhutan Temple. Looking at the side quests released by the system, Su Bai frowned slightly. The duel between Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy in the little garden has not been resolved for over 100 years. These 2 are giant warriors from Elbaf and are among the original captains of the giant warrior pirates, boasting formidable strength. A century ago, their bounty was as high as 100 million berries, and after 100 years of fierce battle, their strength must have reached an even higher level. If Arlong, Crocodile, and the other senior members were to face Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy, they would probably be defeated within 100 rounds under the hands of these seasoned pirates. If Arlong and the others can't defeat Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy, then I'll take care of them myself and recruit them into the Shadow Corps. The original captains of the giant warrior pirates. With a bounty of 100 million berries a century ago, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy have the strength to qualify for the Shadow Corps under Subai. Currently, there are no giant warriors under my command. If I can recruit these two, the overall strength of the Shadow Corps will be greatly enhanced. With this in mind, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, conceived the idea of forming a giant warrior unit. Currently, Dory and Broggy, along with the guard from Judicial Island, Casey and Oimo, as well as the events in Dressrosa involving Heldin and his shipwright Stanson, Navigator Rod, Chef Goldbug, Ship Dr. Gertz, and the Marine Headquarters Giant Unit, including Vice Admirals John Jando, Lacroix, and Longs, and a legendary ancient giant Oars the Continent along with Little Oars Jr., one of the captains under the Whitebeard Pirates. Once all these giant warriors are recruited into the Shadow Corps, the comprehensive strength of the Shadow Corps will soar. And even if the 4 emperors come, young Master Subai will not be afraid to take action. This ends the situation on Clockwork Island. Once Arlong and the others have completely absorbed the entire Northern Mariana Islands into the Shadow Kingdom, it's time to head to the Grand Line. The Upside Down Mountain, which flows upstream, could be a place to explore, and bringing the whale Labuna into the Shadow Kingdom might also be a good decision for the future. With this thought, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, immediately sent a message to inquire about the situation of the island absorption from his senior members Arlong, Jean, Yarlita, Crocodile, Little 8, Koby, Sweetheart Queen, and Dida. Arlong, who was secretly carrying out the absorption plan, was the first to receive the message. He immediately put down his current tasks and quickly replied to young Master Subai. Report, young Master, Arlong has already absorbed 1 island with a population of 800,000 and 2 islands with a population of 3 million. Currently, we are absorbing Kouradak Island on the eastern side of the Northern Mariana Islands, which has a population of up to 4 million. The entire absorption task is expected to be completed in 3 days. Listening to the news from his trusted subordinate Arlong, Subai's previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He was very satisfied with Arlong's efficiency. At the current speed, it wouldn't take half a month to absorb the entire Northern Mariana Islands into the Shadow Kingdom. By then, the influence of the Shadow Kingdom will expand nearly 100-fold on the existing foundation, and correspondingly, Subai, as the young master of the Shadow Corps, will receive a steady stream of dark power generated from the Shadow Kingdom. With the support of immense dark power, Subai's strength will be significantly enhanced. Once the amount of dark power Subai can withstand reaches a certain threshold, the excess dark power can be shared with his senior members. If there is still surplus, it can be distributed to other ninjas in the Shadow Corps, thus allowing the entire Shadow Corps to grow stronger. Chapter 89, Heading to the Upside Down Mountain. Strengthening the Shadow Corps. 3 weeks later, the Northern Mariana Islands have completely fallen under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. As the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai receives a wave of immense dark power every day. As more and more of the population on the islands is eroded by dark power, the strength feedback from the Shadow Kingdom also increases, gradually forming a virtuous cycle. System, I want to check my personal information panel. Hearing the host Subai's request, the system immediately responded and reorganized the data report based on Subai's current strength and the number of personnel in the Shadow Corps. Name, Subai subordinates Shadow Arlong, Shadow Little 8, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Lija, Shadow Barumber, Shadow Crocodile, Shadow Zango, Shadow Jean, Shadow Yarlita, Shadow Dida, Shadow Carmen, Shadow Smog, Shadow Dasky, Shadow Sweetheart Queen. For 513 ordinary Shadow Ninjas and 5 Giant Claw Ninjas, 510 Nightbat Corps Ninjas, 550 Troll Corps Ninjas. The above are the personnel of the Shadow Corps. Figures from the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities: Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Hockey, and Basic Observation Hockey, Basic Armament Hockey, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Fishman Karate, Basic Marksmanship, Basic Navigation. Special abilities: Cow Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 3 Undersea Treasure Maps, 10 Peacekeeper's Imitation, 1000 firearms made of sea prism stone, the Gravelgood Knife, 1 to 50 Craftsman, a Super Moose plush toy, a Bull Warrior mask, Dad's Magical Octopus Leg, Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky, a Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card, Bai Sichang's jade prosthetic left foot, the bracelet from Shiva Temple, the diamond clock from Clockwork Island, and the superhuman steel fruit. Buffs, none. Territory: EastSea, Cocoa Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town. Northern Mariana Islands, including Clockwork Island and Warship Island. Allies: Millennium Dragon Clan. Looking at the data displayed by the system, Su Bai's mood improved as he relaxed his brows. Since the Northern Mariana Islands have been completely absorbed, it's time to set off for the Grand Line. The majestic Red Land and the upside-down mountain await the Shadow Corps. For now, I will leave 3,000 ordinary ninjas and 500 Nightbat Corps ninjas in the Northern Mariana Islands. All remaining personnel, including senior members, will follow me to the Grand Line. Listening to the orders of young Master Su Bai, the senior officers Arlong, Ajin, Koby, and Shiaoba excitedly raised their arms and shouted. Koby and Shiaoba, who were responsible for steering, quickly returned to the cockpit and drove the Shadow Brigade towards the entrance of the Grand Line. The pitch-black Shadow Brigade sailed through the waves, swaggering past the guiding lighthouse, getting closer and closer to the red Earth continent. The weather and magnetic fields became chaotic, and dense white sea fog obscured everyone's vision, which made Koby and Shiaoba, who were temporarily acting as navigators, a bit distressed. Young Master, according to the marked position on the sea chart, Upside Down Mountain seems to be nearby, but with the thick fog, we can't find the entrance to Upside Down Mountain. If we continue forward, we might hit a reef. Shiaoba and Koby reported their concerns. Hearing their worries, Su Bai's deep eyes sparkled with inspiration. He suddenly had an idea to test whether the power of the Dragon Charm and the Pig Charm could shatter the hard rock walls of the Red Earth continent. Call Yalida, Arlong, and Ajin to the bow of the ship. I want to test the hardness of the Red Earth continent. Shiaoba, you and Koby turn the ship around and look for the entrance to Upside Down Mountain along the edge of the Red Earth continent. After giving his orders, Su Bai strode out of the cockpit, leading Yalida, Ajin, and Arlong to stand at the bow area. Through the swirling fog, they gazed at the towering Red Earth continent, and a fiery flame ignited in Su Bai's eyes. Yalida, use the power of the slippery fruit to cover our Shadow Brigade with a layer of impact-resistant film. As for Ajin and Arlong, try out your newly developed abilities on the rock walls of the Red Earth continent. Hearing their young master's command, Yalida slightly pursed her sexy red lips. She extended her fair hands and used the ability of the slippery fruit to cover the entire surface of the Shadow Brigade with a slippery film. This way, even if Shiaoba and Koby pushed the ship to its limits, the Shadow Brigade wouldn't have to worry about crashing into a reef and being damaged. Dragon God Terror Destruction, Hercules' violent machine gun. Just as the Shadow Brigade was about to crash into the Red Earth continent, Arlong, standing at the bow, quickly transformed into a dragon form. He soared in the air, opened his terrifying maw, and unleashed a dragon roar blast at the hard rock wall. The force of the blast was immense, directly shattering a large section of the rock wall, successfully averting the crisis for the Shadow Brigade. Seeing Arlong showing off, Ajin, unwilling to be outdone, transformed into a Hercules beetle form. His transparent elytra spread from his sides, and he leaped into the air, hovering in midair. Then, with his transparent elytra creating a series of fierce whirlwinds, he charged towards the rock wall of the Red Earth continent. Next, Ajin's fists were enveloped in armament hockey, and he aimed at a broken section of the rock wall. His punches, like a machine gun in firing mode, smashed down on the rock wall, instantly shattering the hard surface, with several loosened boulders turning to dust under his fists. Not bad, not bad, as expected of my right and left arms. In the future, any enemies we encounter in the Grand Line will be left to you to handle. I have no worries. In a good mood, Su Bai laughed heartily. In front of the senior officers, he activated the chicken charm, soaring into the air. Then, with his hands outstretched, he quickly activated the dragon charm. The ultra-high-temperature dragon blast beam struck the hard rock wall of the Red Earth continent. In the blink of an eye, the area attacked by the dragon blast turned black, and after being gently blown by the sea breeze, the nearly 1,000-meter-long and 50-meter-deep section of the rock wall was completely reduced to dust. Truly the strongest charm in the hands of a lord, the power of this dragon blast is simply terrifying. Chapter 90, Swallowed by the Whale, the Guardian of Gemini Cape. After that, Su Bai retracted the dragon charm's ability. His bright eyes focused on the highest peak of the Red Earth continent, and the pig charm's ability quickly activated. Two scorching lasers shot out from his eyes, striking the hard peak. In an instant, the towering peak was flattened by the lasers, and countless pieces of hard boulders fell, all destroyed into dust by Subai's scorching lasers. The dust, blown by the sea breeze, eventually fell into the ocean. If it weren't for the vastness of the Red Earth continent, I would definitely have to carve out a new route into the Grand Line. Just as Subai was thinking this, his senior officers Arlong, Ajin, and Yalida were left speechless, clearly shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. Their young master's current strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? This was the peak of the Red Earth continent, incredibly hard, yet it was easily destroyed, not even leaving behind slightly larger debris. While Arlong, Ajin, and Yalida were still in shock, Koby, who was steering the Shadow Brigade in the cockpit, communicated with everyone. If we continue to sail forward for another 300 meters, we will reach the foot of Upside Down Mountain. The upstream current is a bit dangerous, and there might be some turbulence, so please hold on tight. With the help of a favorable wind, the Shadow Brigade reached the foot of Upside Down Mountain in just a few breaths. Looking at the narrow water passage, Koby took a deep breath, positioned the ship's wheel correctly, and steered the ship straight towards the water passage of Upside Down Mountain. The upstream current and the whirlpools hidden in the ocean currents caused the Shadow Brigade to sway all over the place, nearly colliding with the rock walls on both sides of the passage several times. Fortunately, with Yalita's slippery fruit ability assisting, the Shadow Brigade was spared from serious damage. Next, we need to charge up. Everyone hold on tight. 3, 2, 1. Charge. With the rushing current propelling them, Koby turned off all the devices that accelerated their sailing speed and activated the backup landing gear. When the Shadow Legion reached the summit of the Upside Down Mountain, the backup landing gear deployed, and a giant parachute appeared, perfectly controlling the descent speed of the Shadow Legion. If all went well, a whale named Labu would block their path ahead of Twin Cape. According to the side quest requirements, they needed to incorporate it into the Shadow Kingdom, so they couldn't let Eren and the others kill it. Subai had a thought and immediately ordered his senior officers that no matter what they saw later, they should not be surprised or act rashly. The Shadow Legion rushed down the mountain along the torrent, and before everyone, a pitch-black oval peak suddenly appeared. Just as Eren and Akin were about to unleash their devil fruit abilities to smash the peak, Yalida timely stopped them, reminding them of the order given by the young master. Had they forgotten it? Hearing Yalida's words, Eren and Akin, who had already transformed into beastman forms, broke into a cold sweat, nearly violating the young master's order. Phew! Luckily, Yalida spoke in time. Otherwise, they would have made a mistake. Just as Eren and Akin were celebrating their narrow escape, their young master Subai stood alone at the bow of the ship, gazing at the massive body of the whale Labu before them. He immediately ordered the helmsman Koby to turn the ship, helping the Shadow Legion to pass by the side of this peak. He then signaled Yalida to use her slippery fruit ability to prevent the Shadow Legion from crashing into this peak. Slippery ornate dodge. Under the dual operation of Koby and Yalida, the Shadow Legion perfectly slipped past the side of the whale Labu's body. Just as everyone was excitedly celebrating their escape from the giant peak, Yalida suddenly spotted a gigantic eye from the side of the peak, which was staring directly at them. Is this an eye? Young master, this is not a peak. It's a giant island whale. Yalida's scream attracted everyone's attention on the ship. When Eren, Akin, Koby, Daida, and others saw the enormous whale eye, they were all startled and drew their weapons, readying themselves for battle. They awaited the young master Subai's command to attack the island whale. What are you afraid of? Even giant sea kings are not scary. Why would we fear such an island whale? Our goal is to incorporate this island whale into the Shadow Kingdom. Hearing their young master Subai's command, all the senior officers present were somewhat surprised, but they didn't ask any further questions. Since the young master had given the order, it was their responsibility to execute it. As for how to incorporate this giant island whale into the Shadow Legion, that was a tricky problem. This island whale is probably larger than a small island, and since it would resist, we likely couldn't consume its soul in less than half a month. Regarding the concerns of his subordinates, Subai pursed his lips slightly, and with a thought, he signaled Koby to steer the Shadow Legion to the whale Labu's mouth. Through Labu's swallowing, they could enter its body and meet the Twin Cape's guardian, Kalokas. Daida, shoot a few rounds at this whale's eye to completely anger it. Otherwise, it won't open its mouth to swallow us. After receiving Subai's command, Daida quickly raised his sniper rifle Sunset, aimed at the whale Labu's enormous eye, and fired several flaming vultures. The high-temperature flaming vultures, upon contact with the whale Labu's eye, made it bleed from the pain. Roar! The furious whale Labu opened its massive mouth wide and swallowed the entire Shadow Legion in one gulp. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, used the abilities of the Bull Talisman and Chicken Talisman to stabilize the Shadow Legion. preventing it from capsizing in Labu's stomach. There is gastric fluid everywhere. Can people really live inside a whale's belly? Akin looked around in confusion, and Yalita, seeing his foolish expression, immediately pulled out her bullet ant wolf tooth stick and hit him hard on the head, teaching him a lesson for daring to question their great young master's decision. Ouch! 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 Yalita, why did you hit me with a wolf tooth stick? Just as Akin angrily questioned Yalita, the Shadow Legion entered a space of blue sea and sky, where a small island suddenly appeared before everyone. Chapter 91. Competing in medical skills, the Bull Talisman is simply cheating. This small island covers an area of only 500 square meters, with a small wooden house in the center. 2 tall coconut trees are planted at the edges of the house, with 3 or 4 ripe coconuts hanging from the tops. And a deck chair is placed in the shade. Young Master, there's an old guy sleeping on the island ahead. The Shadow Legion, under Koby's control, docked steadily next to the small island. At this moment, Yalita and the others spotted the Twin Capes Guardian, Coloca's, snoring away, and quickly relayed the news to their young master Subai. Upon hearing the message from his subordinates, Subai raised his hand to signal everyone not to act rashly. This old guy was not easy to deal with, and they needed his help to escape the whale's belly smoothly. Akin, Koby, and Aaron, you 3 come with me off the ship. The rest of you stay on the ship and stand by. Hearing their young master's instructions, Akin, Koby, and Aaron quickly reacted, each grabbing their weapons and following Subai off the ship, while Yalita, Shiaoba, Sweetheart Queen, Daida, and Koby obediently stayed on the ship to prevent any sea kings or sea beasts from suddenly attacking the Shadow Legion. There is gastric fluid everywhere. There shouldn't be any ferocious sea kings appearing, right? It feels like the young master's concerns are a bit excessive. Just as Sweetheart Queen murmured, a giant king squid emerged from the thick green sea of gastric fluid about 10 meters from the Shadow Legion. It had a fierce appearance, covered in blue ring stripes, and several thick tentacles with suckers quickly attacked the Shadow Legion's hull. Flaming vultures. Daida, who was guarding the stern, quickly reacted upon spotting the giant king squid, raised his sniper rifle Sunset, aimed at the squid's tentacles, and fired several flaming vultures in quick succession. The vultures soared in the air before crashing down onto the squid's tentacles. Howl! The tentacles, struck by the flaming vultures, were severed, and the giant king squid let out a painful wail, its once fierce gaze now filled with fear and grievance as it looked at Daida's grim face. In panic, it flailed its remaining body, trying to dive back into the sea of gastric fluid to escape. Daida, don't let this big guy get away. It's a rare species of the West Sea, the blue-ringed octopus. Its flesh is delicious and firm. Hurry and catch it. We can have a feast tonight. Listening to Miss Carmen, Daida's mouth slightly curled up, and his deep gaze instantly turned sharp as he raised the sniper rifle Sunset again, aiming at the back and head of the giant blue-ringed octopus. Several shots from a flame vulture were fired, with the deafening sound of explosions. The giant blue-ringed octopus let out a reluctant wail, its eyes rolling back as it completely lost its vitality, its massive body sinking slowly into the ocean of gastric juices. The helmsman Koby quickly operated the fishing device to retrieve the corpse of the giant blue-ringed octopus, which was then cut by the swordsman Shiaoba and sent to the kitchen for Miss Carmen to wash and cook. Tonight's additional meal will be handled by Miss Carmen. Just as the crew members responsible for guarding the Black Shadow Corps ship were celebrating the extra meal for the evening on a small island, Subai led Klo, Ajin, and along to the side of the Twin Capes warden, Kurokas, the warden of Twin Cape, the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, Kurokas. I believe I am not mistaken. Kurokas, who was pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide when he heard the young man next to him clearly state his identity, sitting up from the reclining chair with a serious expression as he looked at the young man in the black robe. You are the recently famous young master of the Black Shadow Corps. At such a young age, your bounty has reached 50 million berries, and you have the ability to recruit notorious EastSea pirates like Arlong and Klo under your banner. I must say, impressive for your age. Hearing Kuroka's praise, Subai's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he spoke softly. To become a ship's doctor for Pirate King Roger, I believe your medical skills must be quite remarkable. I wonder how they compare with my healing abilities? Seeing that Subai wanted to compare medical skills with him, Kuroka smiled lightly, and then quickly walked into the wooden house, changed into a clean white coat, picked up a fully prepared medical kit and some medicines, and then led Subai and his group on a small sailing boat to the internal organ area of the severely injured whale Labu. This is the spleen area in the abdominal cavity of whale Labu. Since you want to compare medical skills with me, let us see who can bandage more wounds and achieve better healing results. Klo, Ajin, and Arlong couldn't help but laugh when they heard Kuroka's confident words. Looking at the whole world, their young master's healing abilities are quite explosive. Not only is the healing speed fast, but the effects are also excellent, even alleviating fatigue and repairing hidden ailments. Even the strongest doctor in the world should bow down in comparison. Just based on you. An old man in your 60s or 70s, pretending to wear a clean white coat, with a mask and gloves, carrying a medical bag. Thinking you can defeat our young master in medical skills? Isn't that just ridiculous? Kuroka's, let us get started. I'll warm up, and you treat Labo first. Hearing Subai's words, Kuroka's nodded, put on his white gloves, then donned a mask, took out bandages and medicines from the medical kit, and began to carefully treat the wounds of Whale Labu. Watching Kuroka's meticulously handle the wounds, Subai, the young master of the Black Shadow Corps, smiled without saying a word. It must be said that being chosen by Pirate King Roger to serve as the ship's doctor, his medical skills are among the best in the world. Kuroka's medical skills are indeed superb, being able to clean the wounds so thoroughly. But unfortunately, he encountered me, so it seems I should show a bit of my prowess. Subai pretended to put on a white coat, and when Kuroka's had completely bandaged one wound, he slowly walked to a vein that was oozing blood, gently pressing his fair palm there. The ability of the horse charm spell activated, and the healing power instantly entered the wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound was completely healed, and not even a trace of damage could be seen. Chapter 92 Whale Labu joins the Black Shadow Kingdom. Subai proudly showed the healed wound to Kuroka's, who was left speechless, staring in astonishment at the vein in Labo's spleen area that had been oozing blood just moments ago. How did it stop bleeding in the blink of an eye? You are a devil fruit user? A surgery fruit or a healing fruit? That shouldn't be. I can't sense any devil fruit fluctuations coming from your body. What is this astonishing healing ability? Looking at Kuroka's bewildered expression, Subai laughed heartily and pressed his fair hand back on Whale Labo's spleen area, activating the healing power of the horse charm spell once more. With a flash of pale green light, all the injured areas within Whale Labu's spleen were healed at that moment. Kuroka's, who has better medical skills, you or me? Ha ha. Kuroka's was once again shocked into a reddened face, looking at Subai's young and handsome face with a complicated expression. If Captain Roger were still alive, this boy should be able to cure the captain's ailments and hidden diseases. Unfortunately, time has changed, and Captain Roger has been gone for many years. I admit your medical skills are far superior to mine. The blue is deeper than the blue. This old man, should be eliminated by the times. Kuroka's said sadly as he took off the white coat he was wearing, just as he was about to put all the medicines back into the medical kit. Whale Labu began to go mad again, repeatedly ramming its head against the red earth continent. The strong tremors caused everyone present to sway back and forth, and Ajin almost fell into the ocean of gastric juices. Labu has started again. I've told it countless times that Captain Yuchi and the others will not return. Hearing Kuroka's mention Captain Yuchi, Subai, the young master of the Black Shadow Corps, stepped forward with a complex expression and asked, Captain Yuchi, is he the captain of the Rumba Pirates, who loves music? What do you mean they won't come back? Could it be they passed away in the Grand Line? Mentioning old friends, Kuroka's expression became slightly dejected. He nodded and then replied in a low voice. Back when the Rumba Pirates entered the Grand Line, their ship was damaged after crashing into a reef when they came down from Reverse Mountain. They docked near Twin Cape for over a month. It was during that time that I, as the warden of Twin Cape, became good friends with all of them. Afterward, they repaired their ship and prepared to continue their journey into the Grand Line. At that time, Captain Yuchi entrusted the young Whale Labu to me, saying that when they completed a round and returned here, they would take Labu with them. But decades have passed, and the Rumba Pirates have been silent. It wasn't until I became the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates and searched for information about them that I learned that Captain Yuchi and his crew had succumbed to a plague and perished in the Grand Line. When I returned to Twin Cape and told this news to Whale Labu, couldn't accept it, so every once in a while, it would go mad and ram its head against the red earth continent, wanting to return to their homeland. Listening to Kuroka's story, Subai from the Black Shadow Corps fell silent. He raised his hand to signal Arlong, Klo, and Ajin to follow him, first leading the Black Shadow Corps ship away from Whale Labu's belly, and then finding a way to stop its madness. That up there is the exit. You can walk straight out along the exit to leave Labu's body. Forget it, I'll take you out. With Kuroka's as their guide, the Shadow Legion soon emerged from Labu's body. They arrived near Twin Cape and saw Labu madly ramming his head against the red line, not stopping despite his head being bloodied and scarred. Labu, stop ramming. You can't break the red line. The Rumbar Pirates have perished in the Grand Line. Captain Yorkie and the others died from a plague. Labu, being sensible, paused slightly upon hearing Kuroka's words. His enormous eyes filled with tears. Unwilling to accept the news of the Rumbar pirate's demise, he once again exerted all his strength to ram against the red line, again and again. Even as his skull became exposed, he did not stop. Seeing the pitiful state of the whale Laboon, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, flew directly on Laboon's head without a word. He extended his fair hand and pressed it against Laboon's head, using the power of the horse charm to heal him. Instantly, all of Laboon's injuries were healed. Feeling the changes in his body, Laboon let out a loud roar, as if to thank Su Bai for his help. After roaring, Laboon continued to ram his head against the red line. Su Bai was not angry. He continued to use the horse charm to heal Laboon's wounds. Thus, Laboon kept ramming against the red line, while Su Bai continuously healed his injuries. As time passed, Laboon became exhausted, but could not make a dent in the hard red line. Laboon, you are exhausted and cannot break the red line. Instead of wasting time here, why not join my Shadow Kingdom? If you are willing to join, I will take you to the Grand Line to find the Rumbar pirates and Captain Yorkie. What do you say? Hearing Su Bai's invitation, the whale Laboon hesitated for a moment. He looked at Kuroka's, the keeper of Twin Cape, who nodded with a smile, indicating support for him to join the Shadow Kingdom. Thus, Laboon no longer hesitated and swam to the front of the Shadow Legion ship, affectionately calling out to Su Bai. Seeing that Laboon did not reject him, Su Bai activated the chicken charm, flew onto Laboon's head, and then extended his fair hand once more, channeling the immense dark power through his arms into Laboon's body. Waves of dark energy surged into Laboon's body, and Laboon offered no resistance, calmly feeling the changes in his body, ultimately becoming a complete part of the Shadow Kingdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side Quest 1 issued by the system. Current rewards have been distributed. Please check in a timely manner. Looking at the Dad's Magic Lizard Jerky in the system package, Su Bai paused for a moment, then regained his focus. He turned and flew in front of Kuroka's, extending his arm to activate the horse charm and dog charm, healing all the ailments in Kuroka's body, and then infused him with the vitality generated by the dog charm. Chapter 93. Whiskey Peak, All Bounty Hunters. A powerful healing force surged into Kuroka's aging body. He quietly felt the changes in his body as the ailments accumulated over the years and common diseases of the elderly disappeared. Healed by the energies of the horse charm and dog charm, Kuroka's found his physical condition even better than that of a man in his 30s. I feel like I've become decades younger. I seem to be no different from my peak period. An excited Kuroka's ran into the wooden cabin, took out his usual steel fork, and waved it around casually. Normally, after just a few minutes of wielding the steel fork, he would be out of breath. But now he could swing it for over 10 minutes without losing his breath. It's incredible, simply incredible. If Captain Roger had met you earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been captured by the Navy. Watching Kuroka's excited demeanor, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, laughed heartily. He then walked up to Kuroka's and said seriously, Kuroka's, I want to invite you to join my Shadow Kingdom. Is that okay? In the future, I will lead the Shadow Legion to rule this world, and I hope you can watch me step by step ascend to the throne of the world. Emotionally stirred, Kuroka's was stunned in place upon hearing Su Bai's bold declaration. Was this young man's ambition too terrifying? Wanted to rule the world meant he would face not only the Navy, but also the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, various nations, and all the pirates on the sea. I am willing to join your Shadow Kingdom, but have you really thought this through? This path will mean making enemies of the whole world. The world government and the Gorosei will surely hunt your Shadow Legion down at all costs. You must think carefully. Once you draw your bow, there is no turning back. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, smiled slightly, showing no signs of speaking. But Kuroka's could see his determination in his expression. Since Su Bai was so resolute, Kuroka's felt he should not say more. Kuroka's, welcome to the Shadow Kingdom. Clad in a black robe, Su Bai extended his fair arms, gently placing his palms on Kuroka's shoulders. Waves of immense dark power surged from his body, and in an instant, these dark forces completely assimilated Kuroka's soul. Thus, the former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, the guardian of Laboon, and the keeper of Twin Cape, Kuroka's became a complete part of the Shadow Kingdom. After successfully incorporating Kuroka's into the Shadow Kingdom, Su Bai began preparing to set sail. Following the direction indicated by the record pointer, he would continue to sail north to reach Whiskey Peak. Located at the entrance of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak appears to be a welcoming town for pirates on the surface, but in reality, it is a gathering place for bounty hunters. A large group of bounty hunters from the other 4 seas congregate here to behead rookie pirates who have just entered the Grand Line to earn their bounties. It is also a subordinate branch of the secret criminal organization Baroque Works. I remember that the captain of the Alabasta Guard, aka Lem, seems to be the mayor of this town. He is loyal to the Alabasta Kingdom and is indeed qualified to be included in the Shadow Kingdom. Then there are the agent members of Baroque Works, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday, who, although not very strong, are willing to risk their lives for their friend Princess Vivi, and thus seem to qualify for inclusion in the Shadow Kingdom as well. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, closed his eyes to rest, trying to recall the storyline about Whiskey Peak. He vaguely remembered that after the Straw Hat crew was drunkenly incapacitated by the bounty hunters disguised as townsfolk, Zoro, pretending to be asleep, defeated Princess Vivi, codenamed Miss Wednesday, and aka Lem, codenamed Mr. 8, as well as Mr. 9, who wore a crown, and the muscular Miss Monday. Following that, the storyline continued with Mr. Zero, Crocodile Crocodile from Baroque Works, learning about Princess Vivi's undercover identity. He sent his subordinates, Miss Valentine, a superhuman with the Float fruit ability, and Mr. 5, who has the Bomb fruit ability, to capture Princess Vivi. However, they were indirectly defeated in the duel between Luffy and Zoro. This means that next, I will encounter Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom and Captain aka Lem, as well as agents Mr. 9 and Miss Monday at Whiskey Peak, followed by the Devil Fruit users Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. Among these 6, Vivi, aka Lem, Mr. 9, and Miss Monday can be included in the Shadow Kingdom, while Mr. 5's Bomb fruit will be reclaimed. As for Miss Valentine, she will be temporarily included in the Shadow Corps. If her potential for development is not high, it won't be too late to demote her to the Shadow Kingdom later. After thinking everything through, the young master of the Black Shadow Corps, Subai, made a decision. He ordered the helmsman, Koby, to pilot the ship at full throttle and increase speed towards the direction indicated by the recording pointer to Whiskey Peak. Upon receiving the young master's multiple orders, helmsman Koby decisively engaged all acceleration gears, activated the backup turbocharger, and raised the 3 sails meant for speed, pushing the ship forward at an incredible pace towards Whiskey Peak. The Black Shadow Corps ship traveled at full speed for 2 days and nights before finally arriving at Whiskey Peak. It seemed that another pirate crew had arrived at the port, and it looked like it was the recently infamous Black Shadow Corps. The Black Shadow Corps? That fishman Arlong, 100 Plans Croc, Ghost Mannequin, Yerlita, and Sharpshooter Dida. All notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. If we capture this group and hand them over to the Navy for the bounty, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. At the port of Whiskey Peak, a large number of bounty hunters gathered, disguising themselves as humble townsfolk, cheering and waving to welcome the arrival of the Shadow Brigade, including the senior officers Yalida, Akin, and Queen Sweetheart. Upon seeing this, they too excitedly waved back, completely unaware of any oddities. Young master, I just saw several famous bounty hunters at the port, including the notorious moving prison Laba Zibulu, the former naval rear admiral One-Eyed Werewolf Crotobians, and the so-called most ruthless bounty hunter in the South China Sea, Sicilian Cristini. These guys are all disguised as townsfolk, and I suspect they have ill intentions. Chapter 94. Using their own tactics against them, Princess Vivi in a dilemma. Listening to the reminder from his senior officer Dida Masterson, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, Subai had a glint in his deep eyes. He already knew that the townsfolk in Whiskey Peak were all disguised bounty hunters, but had remained silent to see if his officers would notice. Do you know why they are so excited to welcome us? Upon hearing Dida's words, the slippery fruit user Yalida quickly reacted and answered her young master. These guys are all disguised bounty hunters. The reason they're so excited to welcome us to the town is mainly because our heads are worth a lot of money, with none of us having a bounty lower than 10 million. To them, it's like a juicy piece of meat delivered right to their mouths, just waiting to be bitten into. Subai nodded with satisfaction and then whispered, since these guys want to capture us, let's turn the tables. We'll feast at the banquet later, then pretend to be drunk. When the boss behind the scenes shows up, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. The senior officials of the Shadow Legion present were extremely excited after hearing the strategy proposed by their young master. This cunning plan was much better than directly confronting all the bounty hunters in the town. Not only could they enjoy the pleasures of the banquet, but they could also catch all their enemies in one fell swoop. How wonderful! With the plan initially set, the Shadow Legion ship docked at the inner harbor of Whiskey Peak Town. The young master, Subai, along with several officials, disembarked from the ship. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, the town mayor, Icolum, approached Subai with a sincere expression. He warmly expressed his blessings for the Shadow Legion's visit to Whiskey Town and then invited them to attend a banquet hosted by the townspeople. Captain Subai, tonight we will hold a banquet in the Grand Hall at the center of the town. Please make sure to attend. All the most beautiful girls in town will be there, and there will be precious drinks and delicious dishes from all over the seas. Upon hearing Ikolum's invitation, Subai pretended to be flattered. He excitedly grasped Ikolum's hands and replied gratefully, "It's an honor. We will definitely come to the banquet tonight. Let us not miss each other." Hearing Subai's words, Ikolum achieved his goal. He also put on a feigned smile and pretended to say polite words, calling Subai little brother to try to build a closer relationship. "Little brother Subai, I tell you, the girls in our town have absolutely stunning figures, and the food and wine are plentiful. Just don't overeat tonight, ha ha ha." In this way, Mayor Ikolum led Subai and his group around the town for a few rounds, briefly introducing the nearby Cactus Peak and the town's commercial street, and then brought them to a hotel specifically for guests. The Shadow Legion members took a short nap in the hotel for a few hours, and when it began to get dark, they headed to the Grand Hall to attend the banquet as promised. As the sound of salute cannons echoed, the dazzling neon lights flickered continuously, and the atmosphere of the banquet gradually heated up. Shiaoba, Kuro, Bai, Arlong, and Ajin were shoulder to shoulder, continuously toasting with nearby residents. Kuro and Dita enjoyed the steak on the table with grace and occasionally clinked glasses with nearby people. The three beauties, Sweetheart Queen, Miss Carmen, and Yalita, were pursued by a large group of men with hearts in their eyes, laughing and toasting as they mingled. "Little brother Subai, let us toast." Mayor Ikolum proactively approached Subai, holding a bottle of rich, high-alcohol content wine, and generously filled Subai's empty glass. He then poured himself a glass, and the two clinked glasses and drank it all in one go. "Good drinker, let us have more." Ikolum intended to get Subai drunk, so he kept pouring wine for him. Subai was well aware of his intentions, but played along and accepted every drink. As the alcohol entered his stomach, the healing ability of the magic talisman instantly broke down the alcohol. After drinking nearly 2 large barrels of wine, Subai noticed that Ikolum was visibly drunk and about to collapse. He quickly pretended to be dizzy and then, with a bang, fell asleep on the table. This action made Ikolum very happy, and he hurriedly signaled the nearby residents to help the guest rest. Meanwhile, senior members of the Shadow Corps, including Kuro, Ajin, Little 8, Koby, Yarlita, Miss Carmen, Queen Sweetheart, Arlong, and Dida, also pretended to be drunk and collapsed on the table. Finally, they had managed to get these pirates drunk. If they kept drinking, Subai would have been sick. Mayor Ikolum rubbed his bulging belly and gritted his teeth as he approached Arlong, who had the highest bounty, intending to draw his gun and shoot him first. But just when it was critical, Miss Wednesday, who was of a higher rank than him, forcefully pushed open the hall's door and rushed to Ikolum with a worried expression, saying, "Ikolum, Arlong cannot be killed, and neither can the members of the Shadow Corps. Mr. Zoro has issued an urgent order after learning that the Shadow Corps has entered Whiskey Peak, requiring us to take these guys to Alabasta. Perhaps we can obtain important information about Crocodile through them." Hearing Princess Vivi's words, Ikolum gritted his teeth and put his gun back in his waist, which relieved the pretending Arlong. Just as Ikolum was about to shoot, Arlong had been ready to use the abilities of the Sea King fruit to resist. "Mr. Zero wants us to escort the Shadow Corps to Alabasta. He wouldn't have found out our identities, would he? Princess, if you go back to Alabasta, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. We absolutely cannot go back." Princess Vivi's face looked a bit pale. She knew very well that returning to Alabasta would mean being captured by Crocodile and his senior staff. However, Crocodile specifically ordered Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8 to escort the members of the Shadow Corps to Alabasta, and if they disobeyed, their identities would undoubtedly be exposed. Whether they win or not, their identities would be revealed. What should they do? Just now, Mr. 9 and Miss Monday told me that the giant island whale Laboon, which had been blocking the exit of Reverse Mountain, has disappeared, and then the Straw Hat Pirates from the East Blue enter the Grand Line. So we need to prepare an ambush for the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 95, Massacre, the Sorrow of Bounty Hunters. Hearing this news from Princess Vivi, Ikolum's expression changed dramatically. Initially, their plan was to capture the island whale Laboon and use it as a food reserve in Whiskey Peak. The whale's body was huge, and if used as food, it could feed all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak for 2 to 3 years. The Straw Hat Pirates, with a captain whose bounty is as high as 30 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy, since they have come to find them. How could they let such a juicy piece of meat slip away? Let's call all the bounty hunters in the town and hold another welcome banquet, resuming our old ways to capture these pirates in one fell swoop. Ikolum's idea was very simple. They weren't afraid of the high-ranking fishman Arlong from the Shadow Corps, whose bounty was almost breaking 100 million berries. How strong could a kid with a bounty of only 30 million berries like the Straw Hat be? First, let's tie up the members of the Shadow Corps and hide them in the cellar. Then we will organize the personnel to hold another welcome banquet, using the same method to capture the incoming Straw Hat crew. Princess Vivi approved of Ikelim's plan and then took the initiative to find Mr. Nine and Miss Monday, asking them to disguise themselves as residents of the small town, hiding among the crowd and preparing to welcome the Straw Hat pirates at the port. Mr. Nine, I heard that the Straw Hat Kid is a devil fruit user. Can our plan go smoothly? Miss Monday, disguised as a nun, expressed her worries. Mr. Nine beside her casually replied, Humph, who says a high bounty means strong power? That Arlong has a fierce face, and without guessing, you know he must have blood on his hands from countless innocent civilians. Maybe he was given such a high bounty because he slaughtered the people of several islands. The nun-dressed Miss Monday's eyes flashed with a glimmer of realization. What Mr. Nine said seemed to make sense. If the members of the Shadow Corps were indeed strong, how could they have been easily drunk and tied up? These guys were probably just like the other pirates who came to Whiskey Peak, and their strength probably wasn't that high. After dispelling his inner doubts, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday hid among the crowd, preparing to welcome the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, in the basement of the grand auditorium at the center of the town, the drunken Subai woke up the senior officials beside him. Just moments ago, he had covered the entire town with his observation hockey. And now all the bounty hunters in the town had gathered at the port. It was time for them to take action. Each of them would find their own targets. Crocodile was responsible for capturing Mr. Nine, who wore a crown and held a baseball bat. Akin was to capture the muscular woman, Miss Monday, and then Aaron and Yalida would join me to capture Mayor Ikelim, Sweetheart Queen, and Dida. Koby would take care of Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi. The rest, without assigned tasks, could directly create havoc at the port. Any bounty hunters daring to capture us would be dealt with. None would be spared. Dressed in a black cloak, Subai unleashed the power of the bull talisman, easily breaking the iron chains binding him. He then drew his famous sword, Gravel, and made a few simple gestures towards his senior officials, causing the chains and ropes binding them to snap. After assigning the tasks, they forcefully broke through the iron door of the basement and rushed towards the port. Subai directly used the chicken talisman, flying towards the port with Aaron and Yalida. In just a few breaths, the three of them arrived in midair above the port. Looking down at the densely packed crowd below, Subai's lips curled slightly, and a fierce gleam flickered in his deep-set eyes. Those who dared to capture members of the Shadow Brigade would soon experience the power of Dragon Blast and Pig Laser. Suspended in midair, Subai gently set Aaron and Yalida down. Without any restraints, he unleashed the powers of the Dragon Talisman and Pig Talisman, sending two scorching and dazzling beams of light shooting from his fair palms, striking the port in an instant. Shortly after, two ultra-high-temperature lasers shot down, catching the bounty hunters off guard and causing heavy casualties. What is happening? That guy floating in midair is Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade. How did he get out of the basement? Run! The lasers are coming again. Some sharp-eyed bounty hunters realized the situation and looked at Subai's imposing figure in terror, with Dragon Blast and Pig Laser about to strike again. The famed bounty hunters could hardly think about welcoming the arriving Straw Hat Pirates. They wished they could have two more legs to escape, but they couldn't even run. Just as the bounty hunters at the port prepared to flee towards the streets, the senior officials of the Shadow Brigade, Crocodile, Akin, Little Eight, Koby, Dida, and Sweetheart Queen, stood at the street corner, coldly waiting for the bounty hunters' arrival. Hello. Thanks for the hospitality. Now it's our turn to treat you. Akin smiled wickedly and decisively activated his devil fruit power, transforming into a Hercules beetle form, spreading his wings and rushing towards a large group of bounty hunters. Meanwhile, Crocodile also did not hold back, transforming into a white tiger form and charging towards the bounty hunters on the right. Then, Little Eight drew 6 sharp famous knives from his waist and rushed into the crowd of bounty hunters. Koby, possessing the scythe fruit ability, firmly planted his feet and used the long-range attack ability of the weasel to slaughter enemies attempting to attack him. Dida raised his sniper rifle, Sunset, aimed, and pulled the trigger, unleashing several fiery vultures from the barrel that instantly pierced the foreheads of a large group of bounty hunters. Sweetheart Queen transformed into a gooey form, surrounding many enemies and restricting their movements, turning the immobilized ones into live targets for Dida, who swiftly eliminated them. The Shadow Brigade was simply too terrifying. Run to the port, and don't even think about escaping back to the town. The bounty hunters were slaughtered by the senior officials of the Shadow Brigade, losing their morale. At this point, they had no intention of resisting, only wanting to escape from these killing gods. Chapter 96. Princess Vivi joins the Shadow Kingdom. The bounty hunters were slaughtered by the senior officials of the Shadow Brigade, losing their morale. At this point, they had no intention of resisting, only wanting to escape from these killing gods. Seeing their fellow bounty hunters fleeing in panic, the Baroque works agents, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday, quickly stepped forward. Armed with their weapons, they rallied a group of fearless bounty hunters, attempting to resist the officials of the Shadow Brigade. The muscular woman with dark skin? She was Akin's target, while the skinny guy next to her, wearing a crown and holding 2 iron baseball bats, was Crocodile's target. We will take care of the other bounty hunters. A great battle was about to break out. The white tiger form of Crocodile charged towards Mr. Nine, who quickly raised his 2 baseball bats, preparing to block. Shadow Fist, right in Tiger Mountain. Crocodile moved at high speed, charging towards Mr. Nine like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was at Mr. Nine's side, his dark armament hockey covering his fist, and he slammed it fiercely into Mr. Nine's waist. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, Crocodile unleashed dozens of punches that landed powerfully on Mr. Nine's lower back, stacking up the force like cannonballs. Mr. Nine was sent flying uncontrollably backward, crashing into the ruins, leaving him unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Oh no, I didn't T-hold back. This guy shouldn't T-die so easily, right? Just as Crocodile hurriedly approached the ruins to check on Mr. Nine's injuries. Akin in his beetle form was already engaged in battle with a muscular woman, Miss Monday. Miss Monday's muscles were taut, with veins bulging like old tree roots, and the intimidation she exuded made Akin retract his mocking smile. Your muscles are impressive. I'm quite looking forward to your strength. Here it comes. Hercules' power meteor strike. In his beetle form, Akin sprouted wings, rapidly unfolding his transparent wing covers. He soared into the air, skillfully dodging all of Miss Monday's attacks. Then, hovering in midair, the demon mannequin fixed his fierce gaze on Miss Monday below, quickly pulling out 2 staffs to guard himself, then spinning rapidly with the wing covers, plummeting towards her at high speed. Seeing Akin about to fall, Miss Monday reacted quickly, channeling her strength into her arms and hurling debris from the ruins beside her at Akin. Akin quickly swung his 2 staffs, effortlessly shattering the debris into dust. You think you can hurt me with that? You must be overestimating your strength. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening crash, Akin fell directly onto Miss Monday, the tremendous impact causing her eyes to roll back, completely incapacitating her for further combat. Our mission with Kuro was accomplished. Now it was time to check on the young master. Akin dragged the seemingly lifeless Miss Monday to Kuro's side, who was also pulling the unconscious Mr. Nine. They exchanged a glance and then very tacitly headed towards where their young master, Subai, was located. Just as Akin and Kuro's battle had just concluded, the high-ranking officers of the Shadow Army, Sweetheart Queen and Daida, along with Koby, timely blocked the escaping Princess Vivi. Wanna run? Where do you think you're going? Realizing escape was futile, the code-named Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, gritted her teeth, angrily pulled out her peacock necklace, and then rapidly spun the rope connected to it, charging towards Daida. Note, the peacock chain, made from the most precious peacock feathers, can extend indefinitely to form various attacks, and the feathers can regenerate. Vivi's primary weapon is a mobile knife controlled by a thread tied to her pinky ring, shaped like the feathers of a peacock's tail, usually hidden in her sleeve for easy access. Do you think I'm an easy target? If that's the case, then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Watching Princess Vivi charging towards him, Daida revealed a meaningful smile, raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the peacock necklace in her hand, and pulled the trigger. Several flaming vultures shot out of the barrel, soaring and crashing into the peacock necklace. Clang! With a crisp sound, Princess Vivi's weapon, the sharp peacock necklace, shattered into pieces. Damn it! You destroyed my weapon. Without her weapon, Princess Vivi knew she was no match for Daida, so she quickly placed her fingers to her lips and whistled, calling her mount Karu. Seeing Daida, Koby, and Sweetheart Queen's predatory gazes, she wasted no time in mounting Karu and attempted to break through the blockade. Stop struggling, you can't escape. Sweetheart Queen transformed into a gooey form, firmly attaching herself to Princess Vivi and Karu, greatly slowing their movement speed. Then, Koby unleashed the abilities of the scythe fruit, executing a fishman karate move. The sharp air scythe, enhanced by punch speed, directly struck Princess Vivi and Karu. In an instant, Princess Vivi and Karu fainted, losing their ability to move. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Army's young master Subai's location, Eren easily dealt with the town mayor, Ikarim. Kuro, Akin, Koby, take care of all the bounty hunters in town first. Then come to me. Hearing their young master's command, the high-ranking officers of the Shadow Army quickly reacted, dispersing to search for the remaining bounty hunters. About half an hour later, the high-ranking officers returned to Subai, bringing along the still unconscious Mr. Nine, Miss Monday, and Princess Vivi. Young master, everyone you wanted is here. Subai nodded in satisfaction, expressionless as he approached Princess Vivi, extending his fair arms and pressing them on her proud chest. A torrent of dark power flowed into Princess Vivi's body like a stream, and after several minutes, she became part of the Shadow Kingdom. Following that, Subai did the same with Miss Monday and Mr. Nine, incorporating Ikaram into the Shadow Kingdom. Chapter 97, Saving the Alabasta Kingdom, Encountering the Straw Hat Crew again. Looking at the four people before him exuding a dark aura, Subai waved for them to come closer, then asked loudly, Princess Vivi, I imagine your time undercover in the Baroque works hasn't been pleasant? Living in constant fear, I just heard that your boss, Mr. Zero Crocodile, specifically requested that you and Ikaram escort all of us from the Shadow Army to the Alabasta Kingdom, right? Subai's observation hockey covered the entire Cactus Island, and he could hear every conversation in Whiskey Peak Town clearly, naturally knowing the secret between Princess Vivi and Ikaram. Yes, young master. The Alabasta Kingdom has been in a state of no rain, and the people are suffering. The rebels have risen up, and all the blame points to Baroque works. I, along with Ikaram, infiltrated to gather evidence of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile's conspiracy to overthrow the kingdom, and then seek help from the world government. Listening to what Princess Vivi said, the young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to Princess Vivi's method of infiltrating Baroque works, even if she gathered evidence proving that Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, intended to overthrow the entire Alabasta Kingdom, would the world government really extend a helping hand? Perhaps they would aid Crocodile in secret, eliminating Princess Vivi and her royal family. Mr. Zero asked you two to escort everyone from the Shadow Army to the Alabasta Kingdom. What are your thoughts on that? If we fail to resist successfully, will you escort us, or will you refuse this order? Subai's inquiry caused a shadow to fall over Princess Vivi's beautiful face. For Mr. Zero Crocodile's strange request, the final decision between her and Ikaram was to verbally agree and then delay as much as possible, taking longer to reach the Alabasta Kingdom to gather more intelligence on Baroque works. In response, Subai laughed loudly, believing that delaying was not a good strategy. Based on the original story's plot, Crocodile already knew the true identities of Princess Vivi and Ikaram, the Princess of Alabasta and the Captain of the Royal Guards. And having the audacity to infiltrate Baroque works was indeed very bold. In my opinion, Crocodile must know your true identities, and the reason he wants you to escort all members of the Shadow Army to the Alabasta Kingdom is likely his twisted amusement. If you refuse his order, then it's highly probable that higher-ranking officers have already arrived at Cactus Island. If you agree to his command, then no matter how much you delay, you are simply walking into a trap. After hearing their young master's analysis, Princess Vivi and Ikaram's expressions shifted between various emotions, and finally, they looked up in confusion, gazing at Subai with earnest eyes. Young master, the Alabasta Kingdom is currently in turmoil, and the people's lives are unbearable. As the Princess of Alabasta, I should stand up to protect the citizens of the kingdom, but Crocodile and Baroque works are just too powerful. We have no means to resist, and can only beseech you for help. Subai's deep gaze flashed with a shrewd light. He had already contemplated the idea of devouring the entire Alabasta Kingdom, but leading the Shadow Corps recklessly there might attract the attention of the world government. Just as Princess Vivi of Alabasta Kingdom actively sought help, their infamous Shadow Corps could easily go under the pretense of saving the kingdom to drive away Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and his Baroque works. Vivi, since you have become a part of the Shadow Kingdom, your matters are now our matters. Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, cannot stir up much trouble in front of me. Let's set off for Alabasta Kingdom immediately. Hearing that her master was willing to help save Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi was so excited that she cried tears of joy. She wiped her tears and, at Subai's gesture, led Ikaram, Mr. Nine, and Miss Monday into the Shadow Kingdom. Arlong, mark this island we are currently on and remember to include it in the Shadow Kingdom's sphere of influence. As for the rest, come with me to the port to welcome our old friends, the Straw Hat Pirates. The senior officials of the Shadow Corps obediently followed Subai to the port, where the traces of battle and the bodies of bounty hunters had already been cleaned up. Now, as the Straw Hat Pirates landed, they sensed nothing amiss. As they entered the first stop of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, Cactus Island, Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, murmured in confusion. Why is there not a single shadow here? At that moment, Zoro, the swordsman, suddenly widened his eyes. His keen sense of smell picked up a faint smell of blood in the air. If nothing went wrong, a great battle had just taken place here. and the absence of people on this island should be related to that battle. Perhaps all those people had already perished. Long time no see, my old friends. Our Shadow Corps just arrived on this island not long ago. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing the Straw Hat crew land on the island, Subai, the master of the Shadow Corps, was in high spirits. He opened his arms and rushed to give Luffy a big hug. Soon after, Ghostman Jean quickly approached his benefactor Sanji to greet him. As for Usopp, Nami, and Zoro, they were welcomed by Daida, Yalita, Shiaoba, Kuro, and Queen Sweetheart. Brother Subai, long time no see. It's only been half a year since we last parted at the Bartai restaurant, and your Shadow Corps overall bounty has skyrocketed. Arlong is even close to 100 million. You guys are really terrifying. Hearing Luffy's envious praise, Subai smiled slightly, and then put his arm around Luffy's shoulder, saying enticingly, Luffy, when we were at Twin Cape, we accidentally caught a giant blue-ringed octopus. If Sanji and Miss Carmen cook it into a dish, the taste will be simply wonderful. To celebrate our reunion, let's hold a feast tonight. Chapter 98, Arrival at Little Garden, Blue Demon Dory, and Red Demon Broggy. Sanji, who was talking with Ghostman Jean, ran excitedly to Subai upon hearing the news about the giant blue-ringed octopus. He then bowed very gentlemanly and said loudly, Please let me handle this giant blue-ringed octopus. Looking at Sanji's earnest eyes, Subai waved his hand and handed over the cooking rights of the octopus to him, then signaled Miss Carmen to assist Sanji, ensuring that several delicious dishes were prepared for the evening's feast. Miss Carmen, it's truly an honor to cook with you. Sanji's eyes sparkled with love when he saw Miss Carmen and her Cheongsam. He wanted to kiss her delicate little hand, but was met with a hit from her two apprentices wielding a frying pan and a shoehorn. Sanji, we meet again. This time, cooking the giant blue-ringed octopus can be considered a competition between us. Miss Carmen, dressed in a bright red Cheongsam, led her two apprentices back to the kitchen proudly. Sanji still had a lovesick expression on his face, and soon after, a cooking contest erupted. The giant blue-ringed octopus was cut into several large pieces, each prepared into different flavors. Sanji mainly cooked the octopus into tempura, sashimi, and grilled meat, while Miss Carmen prepared the octopus in various styles such as pan-fried, deep-fried, baked, roasted, smoked, and stewed, creating dishes like cumin black pepper pan-fried octopus tentacles, garlic oil-fried octopus, French-baked octopus pieces, Dicalaro wood-smoked octopus slices, and tea tree mushroom stewed octopus soup. At night, the Straw Hat crew and the Shadow Corps gathered together, and all sorts of dishes were served on the dining table. Luffy, holding a silver knife and fork, looked forward, drooling. He loved the braised octopus blocks cooked by Sanji the most. As soon as this dish was served, before anyone could pick up their chopsticks, he stuffed it into his mouth. Munch, munch, hey, why aren't you eating? This is really delicious. Hurry up and eat. Seeing Luffy's gluttonous appearance, Subai smiled, and then calmly cut the cumin black pepper pan-fried octopus tentacles on his plate, as this dish cooked by Miss Carmen suited his taste. Throughout the following banquet, aside from everyone toasting and chatting wildly, Subai almost exclusively enjoyed this dish. The banquet continued deep into the night, and both Subai, the master of the Shadow Corps, and Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with everyone present, drank to the point of drunkenness. Sleeping until noon the next day, Luffy, you finally woke up. We are preparing to go to Alabasta Kingdom. Do you want to join us? The record pointer storing the magnetic force here will take about 3 days. The Shadow Corps has 2 record pointers and can give you one. Just after waking up, Subai wanted to invite Luffy and the others to join him, but Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, politely declined Subai's invitation, citing that she hadn't finished drawing the local nautical charts, since the Straw Hat crew was unwilling to accompany him. Subai did not insist but smiled and waved his hand, bidding them farewell. Then we'll set off first. We'll meet again next time. After bidding farewell to the Straw Hat crew, Subai led the Shadow Corps aboard the Shadow Corps ship, heading towards the next island, Little Garden. Little Garden, also known as Island of the Ancient, is an island located in the Grand Line. Due to the difficult navigation in the Grand Line, there is almost no communication between the islands, leading each island to develop its own unique civilization. Some islands possess highly advanced civilizations, while others have remained unchanged for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The chaotic and harsh climate of the Grand Line makes all sorts of unbelievable things possible. This island still resembles the dinosaur era, with not only giant dinosaurs but also various large ferocious beasts. Whether it is animals, plants, or insects, everything is enormous, resembling a giant's garden, which is how it got the name Little Garden. Above the small garden, there are the blue Demon Donli and red Demon Brokey from the warrior village of Velbafin, the New World. The two of them have fought a long battle for a century for the honor and dignity of being warriors. Our goal this time is to defeat them and then recruit them into the Shadow Corps. As for who will deal with the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey, does anyone volunteer? In response to the inquiry of our young master Subai, the one with the highest bounty, Arlong, stepped forward first. His target is the blue demon Dongli. Meanwhile, the Corps members Klo and Ajin also stepped forward, choosing to target the red demon Brokey. Looking at the three loyal subordinates before him, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He agreed to Arlong's request and then turned his gaze to Klo and Ajin and said loudly, "Let Ajin deal with the red demon Brokey. Gillo, I have other tasks for you to handle, and Shiaoba and Koby also have other tasks to attend to." Listening to their young master Subai's arrangements, Shiaoba, Koby, and Klo obediently raised their heads, since they do not need to deal with the two giants in the small garden. What kind of tasks will the young master assign to them next? According to my recent investigation, the senior cadres of the Baroque Works, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, were originally preparing to land on Whiskey Peak. However, upon learning that we have eliminated all the bounty hunters, they regrouped with two other senior cadres from Baroque Works, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, planning to ambush us in the small garden. Therefore, I plan to have Klo deal with the superhuman type wax fruit user Mr. 3. And Koby will be responsible for the superhuman type bomb fruit user Mr. 5. As for Miss Valentine, they'll be handled by Shiaoba, and I will personally deal with Miss Golden Week. How does that sound? Any questions? If you feel you can't handle it, feel free to speak up now. Regarding young Master Subai's arrangements, no one present expressed any unwillingness. They all agreed in unison and then returned to their respective posts, preparing to land on the small garden. The waves rolled and the sky and water merged into one as the Shadow Corps ship sailed through the waves. The lush, small garden island gradually appeared before everyone. As the mist dissipated, the cadres of the Shadow Corps successfully landed on the beach at the outskirts of the small garden. Chapter 99, The Battle Between the Giant Warriors. Baroque Works in action looking at the ancient island before them. The towering primitive forest, ancient dragonflies the size of a calf, and long-necked dinosaurs nearly 100 meters high. Everything dazzled the members of the Shadow Corps. There are many giant dinosaurs and ferocious beasts in the small garden. Our targets are the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey, so let us not waste too much time on other aspects. We must resolve this quickly and remember to be cautious of Baroque Works ambushes. With a wave of his hand, young Master Subai signaled for the senior cadres to disperse. Those with tasks should execute them promptly, while those not assigned to tasks can hunt large beasts in the small garden to replenish the supplies in the ship's cold storage. I heard that the meat of Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops is the most delicious on this island, so you can hunt more of them. If we have plenty of ingredients, it would be nice to have a campfire cookout here tonight. The ship's chef, Miss Carmen, had a gleam in her eyes upon hearing young Master Subai's words. She immediately led her two apprentices into the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by her colleagues Dida and Sweetheart Queen. There should be the ingredients I want on this ancient island. Our ship's coffee beans and black pepper are nearly used up, so we can collect some while we're at it. Just as Miss Carmen and her team continued deeper into the forest, in another part of the forest, where the fishman Arlong, the user of the dragon fruit, was located, he had just entered the forest when he was attacked by several large Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Do you take me for a soft persimmon? If you dare to set your sights on me, then die. Arlong, with a fierce look, drew out the large knife saw edge from his back, quickly transformed into his dragon form, and charged with bloodshot eyes toward the Tyrannosaurus leader. Not far in front of Aaron, the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader had its muscles tensed, with several horrifying scars on its massive body. It opened its foul-smelling, drooling mouth and roared towards the sky, then used its powerful legs to push hard against the ground, propelling itself towards Aaron at an incredible speed. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader make the first move, Aaron, in his dragon form, remained completely calm. He covered his arms with armament hockey and then suddenly exerted force with his legs, quickly circling behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader. With a swift motion, his sharp chainsaw blade came down, mercilessly severing the leader's muscular leg. A sharp pain surged through the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader as it fell uncontrollably to the ground. Aaron then swung his chainsaw blade again, and with a flash of cold light, its massive head was effortlessly severed. The other Tyrannosaurs, witnessing their leader being easily killed, were filled with terror and turned to flee. But in his bloodlust, Aaron would not let them escape. Using pure speed, he quickly blocked the way of the fleeing Tyrannosaurs, a slight smirk on his lips as he spun the sharp chainsaw blade. In just a few breaths, the entire group of Tyrannosaurs was annihilated. With so much Tyrannosaurus meat, it should be enough for half a year, right? Standing in the pool of crimson blood, Eren took out a white towel he carried with him and carefully wiped his chainsaw blade. Then, with a thought, hundreds of ordinary ninja soldiers appeared, diligently transporting the ingredients. I'll leave this to you for now. I'm going to find Chingue Dongli. After briefly explaining the task of transporting ingredients, Eren set off again on the road to find the blue demon, Dongli. Meanwhile, Akin, who was responsible for dealing with the red demon, Brokey, encountered a group of Triceratops along the way. The sight of him made the Triceratops charge at him, as if they had seen a sworn enemy, their bloodshot eyes wide with rage. However, Akin easily dealt with them, turning them into ingredients. According to the young master's instructions, the red demon Brokey seemed to reside near a cave not far ahead. Defeating the sea pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries would likely be quite difficult. I need to think carefully about my strategy. As Akin pondered, he continued walking and soon passed through the primitive forest, arriving near the cave where the red demon Brokey was located. This giant lying in a deep sleep must be the red demon Brokey mentioned by the young master. Truly a giant of the giant race. I feel as small as an insect in front of him. The red demon Brokey stood at 3 meters tall, with a prominent nose, a large mouth, small eyes, and a beard that flared out like a brush. He was dressed in Viking warrior attire, complete with a golden belt, a fur-edged cloak, knee-length pants, and a horn helmet, to be ready to fight the blue demon Dongli at any moment. He even slept with a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right. If I were to wake him, he would probably be furious and crush me. If the red demon Brokey didn't have his sharp bruiser battle axe, perhaps his combat power would decrease significantly. Just as Akin was anxiously contemplating how to deal with the giant warrior red demon Brokey, Eren, in his dragon form, stood before the sleeping blue demon Dongli, equally troubled. The blue demon Dongli was 6 meters tall, had a long beard, usually wore Viking warrior attire, a purple cloak, and a helmet, wielding a massive longsword in his right hand and a round shield in his left. Are all giant warriors this tall? This is terrifying. Looking at the blue demon Dongli, who was sound asleep, Eren's expression turned grim, unsure of how to approach. If he couldn't defeat him in one blow, he would surely face the blue demon Dongli's wrath. Just as Akin and Eren were at a loss, a loud rumbling erupted from the volcanic peak in the center of the small garden, awakening the two giant warriors. The blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey opened their eyes excitedly, grabbing their weapons and charging toward a clearing near the forest. In just a few breaths, the two were engaged in battle once again. This was our 466th encounter. I will definitely defeat you, and the honor of the Elbaf warrior village will shine upon me. Hearing Brokey's words, Dongli snorted coldly, swinging his massive longsword toward Brokey's body, saying while fighting, "You think you can have the honor of the Elbaf warrior village? Don't dream here, I, Dongli, will thoroughly defeat you, and then enjoy the honor of the Elbaf warrior village alone." This novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https://t. MeFQ tool, Chapter 100. The giant warrior is ambushed. Akin appears to assist. The battle between the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brokey erupted instantly, with the giant longsword striking the round shield, producing a series of metallic clangs, followed by the bruiser battle axe slicing through the purple cloak, landing on Dongli's shield. "Dongli, why won't you admit defeat? You can never be my match. Just give up." The red demon Brokey panted heavily, trying to widen his small eyes to intimidate the blue demon Dongli in front of him. But Dongli paid no mind, instead increasing his strength, forcing Brokey to retreat repeatedly, narrowly avoiding being struck by the massive longsword. The fierce battle continued for several hours, with both Dongli and Brokey evenly matched, until they were exhausted and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. This is a good opportunity. These two are worn out. If we make our move now, we can definitely defeat them. Just as Akin and Eren prepare to strike, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, high-ranking members of Baroque Works, emerged from their hiding spot next to the red demon Brokey. They looked excitedly at the sleeping giant warriors, then said, "Blue demon Dongli, bounty of 100 million berries. Red demon Brokey, also a bounty of 100 million berries. If we take them down, we can easily collect 200 million berries in bounty. How great." The explosion fruit user approached the blue demon Dongli, sticking his pinky finger up his nose and then pulling out some disgusting boogers to throw at Dongli. Booger bombs. Several boogers exploded upon contact with Dongli's body, unleashing a huge impact akin to powerful explosives, causing the sleeping Dongli to be disoriented, covered in wounds, and bleeding profusely. Cough, cough. What's going on? Who are you? Brokey, don't sleep so deeply. We have enemies coming. The red demon, Brokey, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Dongli's shout, only to see Miss Valentine, holding a parasol, elegantly standing in front of him. Light as a feather. Miss Valentine used the ability of the light as a feather fruit, leaping gracefully and then adjusting her body weight to a staggering 10,000 kilograms, smashing down onto the red demon Brokey's back, causing him to spit blood and nearly lose consciousness. Damn it, they actually took the opportunity to ambush us. I will make you pay. Furious, Dongli and Brokey struggled to stand up, rearming themselves and charging toward Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. The explosion fruit user, Mr. Five, remained unfazed, pulling out more disgusting boogers to throw at Dongli's massive longsword, which broke apart upon contact with the boogers due to the violent explosion. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine skillfully utilized the ability of the light as a feather fruit, her body becoming extremely light, easily dodging the sharp bruiser battle axe in Brokey's hand, then adjusting her weight to several tons and smashing down toward Brokey again. Bang, 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 with a deafening sound. The red demon Brokey was once again knocked to the ground by Miss Valentine, a great humiliation for someone of his height of 3 meters. Die, all of you. You will all die. The red demon Brokey was completely consumed by madness, his eyes blood red, trembling with anger. He raised his round shield and bruiser battle axe high, then aimed at the area where Miss Valentine was located and brought them crashing down. Your attacks are completely useless to me. What's the point of wasting your energy? It's simply ridiculous. Just as Miss Valentine was mocking the red demon Brokey, Akin, who had been lurking nearby, could no longer hold back. He quickly transformed into the Hercules beetle form, unfurled his transparent wings, and flew at high speed towards Miss Valentine. The pitch-black armed color hockey enveloped his arms, and he shot towards Miss Valentine like a cannonball, striking her unprepared body directly. Miss Valentine, caught off guard, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, rolling on the ground several times before finally stabilizing herself. You are? A senior officer of the Shadow Troop, the former combat captain of the EastSea Creek pirate crew. Demon Mannequin, why are you here in the flower garden? Weren't you supposed to be captured by Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday? Seeing Akin before her, Miss Valentine widened her eyes in shock, but then she thought that Mr. 8, Ikaram, and Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi, must have known about the exposure of their identities. Otherwise, how could they have let a member of the Shadow Troop go? I don't care how you got here, but those two have already been targeted by our Baroque works. If you aren't afraid of our boss Mr. Zero's revenge, feel free to come. Miss Valentine coldly threatened Akin. Hearing this, Akin burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He stared seriously into Miss Valentine's eyes and then said word by word, "Our young master has given the order. The blue demon Tori and the red demon Brokey will become members of the Shadow Troop. Since I am here, I will not sit idly by. If you two retreat now, you might save your lives. But if you wait until our young master arrives, your lives will be forfeit." Listening to Akin's words, Miss Valentine felt no fear at all. She covered her mouth and let out a bell-like laugh, then replied loudly, "A mere little pirate worth 50 million berries dares to be called a young master? He can't compare to my boss Mr. Zero at all. Akin, go die. I will take your head to the Navy for a bounty." After saying this, Miss Valentine put her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Then she activated the powers of the float fruit, making her weight light, and flew up into the sky, rapidly targeting Akin, her weight suddenly increasing to several tons as she descended at high speed. Hercules' strength shield. Akin wrapped his body in transparent sheath wings, then covered them with a layer of armed color hockey. He steadied himself, gathering strength in his legs and shoulders, ready to receive Miss Valentine's heavy impact. Boom, boom, boom. The several tons heavy Miss Valentine fell rapidly from the sky and crashed into Akin. He felt a painful jolt to his internal organs, but still managed to withstand her full force attack. Is this your limit? If so, let me show you the taste of my fists. Chapter 101. The explosive fruit user, changing hands. After withstanding Miss Valentine's full force strike, Akin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his forearm, then coldly snorted with a fierce gaze, tightly clenching his fists, ready to strike. Hercules' violent machine gun. Akin's fists, covered in armed color hockey, aimed at the area where Miss Valentine was located. The transparent sheath wings rapidly spread out, blocking her path. And then his fierce barrage of punches rained down on her like a machine gun in full fire. This is bad, there's no escape. Miss Valentine's float fruit allowed her to freely adjust her weight, but it couldn't enhance her defensive capabilities. As Akin surrounded her with his transparent wings, she felt a jolt of panic and thought to herself that it was bad. As Akin's sharp punches came, she was forced to open her parasol for defense. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with Akin's all-out barrage, Miss Valentine's parasol was utterly ineffective. The moment the punches landed, the parasol was torn to shreds, and Miss Valentine's small frame was struck hard. With a series of deafening impacts, Miss Valentine flew backward like a kite with a cut string, soaring several hundred meters away. The reason it was several hundred meters was that she tried to reduce her weight to minimize damage. Unfortunately, her plan was mistaken and had no substantial effect. Instead, being sent flying several hundred meters caused her to crash hard into the ground, nearly losing her life. This guy is the one the young master said to capture. He can't be killed yet. I wonder how Arlong and the others are doing. Akin spat out a mouthful of blood and walked over to the barely conscious Miss Valentine. With a thought, dozens of ordinary soldiers from the Shadow Troop quickly appeared, binding the defeated Miss Valentine and taking her back to the Shadow Kingdom. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, looking at the severely injured blue demon Tori, the dragon form of Arlong stood resolutely in front of him, glaring fiercely at the explosive fruit user Mr. 5. Without saying a word, he drew the large saw blade from his back and charged at Mr. 5. Where did this little calamity come from, daring to obstruct me? Wait, you're a senior officer of the Shadow Troop, an animal system, mythical beast type, dragon fruit user, fishman Arlong? How did you end up in the flower garden? Weren't you captured back at Whiskey Peak? Seeing Arlong before him, Mr. 5's eyes showed a glimmer of disbelief. He reached out and slowly took off his sunglasses, carefully examining Arlong. After confirming that he was the fishman Arlong with a bounty of 90 million berries, he unhesitatingly picked his nose and threw a few booger bombs at Arlong. Booger bombs. As a few black, slimy boogers flew towards him, Arlong quickly dodged with a look of disgust. Relying on pure strength and speed, he reached Mr. 5's side, then gathered all his energy and, with lightning speed, punched Mr. 5 in the waist. An explosion erupted. With no time to evade, Mr. 5 simply decided to go all out, using the power of the explosion fruit to transform into an explosive man, showing no fear of Arlong's attack. Boom, boom, boom. When Arlong's fist made contact with Mr. 5's body, a violent explosion occurred, and the powerful shockwave instantly blasted the unsuspecting Arlong away. At the same time, Mr. 5, who had taken Arlong's punch head-on, felt immense pain in his waist, as if his kidney had been taken out. Damn, Arlong, that hurt like hell. I'm going to turn you into fragments under this explosion. Die for me. Furious, Mr. 5 glared at the battered Arlong. Gathering a large amount of thick green phlegm, then channeling all his strength to his mouth, he aimed at Arlong's position and spat out several blobs of spit. Can you not be so disgusting? Either boogers or phlegm. Can't you come up with a normal move? Despite the intense pain coursing through his body, Arlong quickly changed his footwork, skillfully using the Navy's 6 styles techniques to dodge the attack of the explosive phlegm. The phlegm landed on the ground, causing a massive explosion, smoke billowing up and a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Arlong was frightened by the scene before him. If he had taken that hit, he would have probably been smashed to bits by now. The power of the Paramecia-type explosion fruit is simply too strong. But for a guy like you to have it is such a waste. Gasping for breath, Arlong glared at Mr. 5, wanting to rush in and beat him up. But this guy was a walking bomb. Even brushing against the hair on his body would send him flying from the explosive force. Arlong was at a loss for what to do. Arlong, let me handle this guy. You go assist the others. Just as Arlong was in despair, Kuro in his white tiger form slowly walked out from the nearby forest. Kuro's original task was to deal with the Paramecia-type wax fruit user, Mr. 3, while Crocodile's task was to handle the explosive fruit user, Mr. 5. Unfortunately, plans changed. Mr. 3 had yet to appear, and Crocodile was blocked by a group of rampaging giraffes, unable to come over. The young master sent you to find the wax fruit user, Mr. 3. Crocodile probably needs your support. Those rampaging giraffes might have been controlled by Miss Golden Week with paint. As far as I know, Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3 are partners, and since Miss Golden Week has shown herself, Mr. 3 must be nearby. Listening to Kuro, Arlong nodded, briefly relayed some instructions, and then turned to dash into the dense forest towards the group of giraffes. The senior officer of Baroque Works, the Paramecia-type explosion fruit user, Mr. 5, will be dealt with by me. Looking at Kuro, who had a bounty lower than Arlong's, Mr. 5 couldn't help but burst out laughing, mockingly saying, Arlong has a bounty of 90 million berries. he's already been defeated by me. You, with a bounty of 75 million berries, think you're qualified to be my opponent? I suggest you take a look at yourself. Hearing Mr. Five's taunts, Kuro maintained a calm smile. Lowering his head and habitually adjusting his black-rimmed glasses that had slipped down his nose. At this moment, his gaze towards Mr. Five showed no emotional fluctuation, as if he were looking at a corpse. Chapter 102. The power of the explosion fruit changes hands. Seeing that his taunts had no effect on Kuro, Mr. Five became enraged and immediately picked his nose, flicking some boogers in Kuro's direction. Booger bombs. As the boogers flew towards him, Kuro frowned slightly and used the shadowless step to quickly dodge Mr. Five's explosive attack, then transformed into his white tiger form, with sharp bone spikes protruding from his knuckles, stabbing towards Mr. Five's waist. You guys, why do you all like targeting my kidneys? Mr. Five cursed as he stepped back, his left hand in his pocket while his right hand pulled out a pistol from his waist, aiming at Kuro's trajectory for a kill shot. White tiger, rapidly stab. Kuro moved swiftly, skillfully dodging the bullet's path, then flashed behind Mr. Five, his tightly clenched fist carrying immense power, smashing into Mr. Five's left waist. Mr. Five, hit critically, was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing through two primitive trees before barely stabilizing himself. He struggled to get up from the ground, coughed up some blood, and then glared at Kuro with hatred. This is what you forced me to do. Die for me. In a fit of rage, Mr. Five disregarded his injuries and charged at Kuro at top speed. When he reached Kuro, he leaped into the air, his powerful right leg swinging down like a giant axe towards Kuro's head. Foot explosion, destruction. Facing Mr. Five's all-out strike, Kuro quickly reacted, crossing his strong arms in front of him. After forcefully blocking Mr. Five's kick, he swiftly activated his armament hockey and, using the shockwave from the explosion, retreated several meters, creating distance from Mr. Five. Is this your level? You can only injure Arlong, that fool, because of the explosion fruit's power. A murderous intent flashed in Kuro's shadowy eyes as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, using pure speed to reach behind Mr. Five. The sharp bone spikes instantly pierced through his back, severely wounding him in the blink of an eye. I'll leave you a breath. Hurry and take him to the young master, or I'll get in trouble if he dies. Seeing Mr. Five, the explosion fruit user, on the verge of death, Kuro summoned dozens of ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Army, instructing them to take this nearly dead guy to the young master. The ninja soldiers obediently helped Mr. Five up, quickly vanishing into the Shadow Kingdom, and soon arrived before the young master, Subai. Subai looked at Mr. Five with a cold expression, saying icily, "It's such a waste to have the Paramecia-type explosion fruit in your hands. If you could develop the power of this devil fruit to level 25, I might have considered bringing you into the Shadow Army." Subai shook his head helplessly. He took out the devil fruit ability extraction device from his system package and quickly activated it, as a blinding beam of light flashed from inside the device. The Paramecia-type bomb fruit, originally possessed by the high-ranking officer Mr. Five of the Baroque Works, gradually solidified inside the glass dome of the device. As time passed, the bomb fruit became more and more solid, and eventually, the devil fruit ability extraction device completely finished extracting the power of the bomb fruit. The fruit was deep purple, apple-shaped with spiral patterns on its skin and a string resembling a fuse at the top. This Paramecia-type bomb fruit appeared prominently in the transparent glass dome of the devil fruit ability extraction device. Looking at the bomb fruit in the glass dome, Subai said nothing and directly reached out to take it, carefully examining it in his palm. "System, check the star rating of the bomb fruit for me." Upon hearing the command from the host Subai, the system quickly responded, its database operating at high speed. A dark purple flash appeared on the panel. Paramecia-type bomb fruit. Rarity level, 4 stars. Just as Subai had anticipated, the bomb fruit was indeed a very powerful existence. But it was unfortunate that it had been consumed by the useless Mr. Five, turning a tremendously powerful devil fruit into something akin to garbage. There are no garbage devil fruits, only garbage users. Who will be the best person to receive this devil fruit? I should first ask Shiaoba and Koby for their thoughts. If that doesn't work, I could give it to Chingue Dongli or Hongue Broki. After examining the explosive fruit, Subai put it into the systems package. Just now, the ninja soldiers had escorted the superhuman-type floaty fruit user, Miss Valentine, into the Shadow Kingdom. Since that was the case, he would first devour her soul and then deal with Miss Golden Week and Mr. Three, who were hiding in the deep forest. Comparing the superhuman-type floaty fruit to the ton-pressure fruit user, Mahabai's, under Doflamingo, which one would be better? First, bring this guy into the Shadow Corps. If the strength increases too slowly, he would be demoted to the Shadow Kingdom. A group of ordinary ninja soldiers brought the unconscious Miss Valentine before Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. Subai looked coldly at Miss Valentine, who was wearing a yellow skirt, extended his fair arm, and pressed it against her proud chest. Then an overwhelming dark power began to pour in. As time passed, more and more dark power surged into Miss Valentine's body, ultimately consuming her soul entirely, making her a complete part of the Shadow Corps. Subai's command to the system was to make her a provisional member of the Shadow Corps, meaning that this time, he did not receive any rewards for recruiting a talent from the local dimension. System, check the star rating of the floaty fruit. The system database operated at high speed in response to Subai's command, and soon displayed the complete star rating data. Superhuman-type floaty fruit, also known as the light and heavy fruit, rarity level, 3 stars. Looking at the data displayed by the system, Subai shook his head in disappointment. As far as he knew, Miss Valentine's mastery of this fruit's ability seemed to be controlled between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. He did not know if this data was the limit of the devil fruit or Miss Valentine's limit. He would cultivate Miss Valentine first, and when he encountered the ton pressure fruit user, he could take the ton pressure fruit for her to consume. As for the relatively low star floaty fruit, he would give it to someone fated for it later. Chapter 103. The Feigned Defeat of Arlong, the Proud Wax Fruit User. After incorporating Miss Valentine into the Shadow Corps, Subai lowered his head and began to contemplate how to lure out all the other high-ranking officials of the Baroque works. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was outstanding in both strength and intelligence. Such a talent must be brought into the Shadow Corps. As for the remaining members of the 7 warlords of the sea, he needed to find ways to recruit them as well. Whenever he mentioned the 7 warlords of the sea, the figures of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, and the pirate Empress Boa Hancock appeared in Subai's mind. During their time at the floating restaurant, he had made an agreement with Mihawk that there would definitely be a great battle in the future. As for Boa Hancock of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Subai was simply infatuated with her beauty. First, he needed to find the high-ranking officials Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3 of Baroque Works. The Blue Demon, Don Krieg, and the Red Demon, Broggy, were seriously injured. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be powerless. After dealing with Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3, he could return to handle them. With a command from Subai, all members of the Shadow Corps in the small garden quickly gathered, and the high-ranking officials led hundreds of ninja soldiers to conduct a carpet search in the dense forest. As time passed, the entire small garden was enveloped in dark power. With Subai's observation haki, he finally discovered a house made of candles on the eastern side of the forest. After receiving Subai's orders, Arlong, and Klo quickly rushed toward the eastern side of the forest. Within just a few breaths, the fastest Klo arrived there, followed by Shiaoba, and Arlong. Superhuman-type wax fruit, used by Galdi, Nox, allows the user to create candles with their body, shaping the candles into any form or making various items from them at will. However, wax products are afraid of fire, so the user is also afraid of heat. Their physical condition weakens in hot environments. Characteristics. Items made of wax can be harder than steel and have high plasticity, allowing for the creation of any tool from wax, such as wax figures, keys for unlocking, and other tools. The young master told them that this guy's weakness was fire. His candles were as hard as steel, and only fire attacks could restrain his candles. Listening to Klo's words, Arlong and Arlong exchanged glances and then whispered, "Fire attack? Who among us is good at fire attacks? How about we two hold him back, while Klo and Shiaoba ignite the fire and block his escape?" Gillo, dressed in a suit, habitually adjusted his sliding glasses with his palm. A sharp glint flashed in his deep gaze. Since the division of labor was clear, they could execute it directly. The urgent matter was to quickly capture the wax fruit user Galdi, Nox and his partner, Miss Golden Week. "Let's split up. Arlong and Arlong will go to hold Galdi, Nox back to prevent him from escaping in the chaos, while I and Shiaoba will start a fire nearby. When a fire spreads completely, I will send you a signal. At that time, retreat directly, leaving Galdi, Nox trapped in the fire circle, and we can easily capture him and hand over to the young master." Arlong and Arlong nodded in satisfaction, and they cooperatively rushed toward the eastern side of the forest. Soon, they discovered a house made of candles. This house was square and as hard as iron. Even when Arlong and Arlong attacked together, they could only break through one wall. Candle wax figure house multiple clones. Galdi, Nox was leisurely lying in the candle house, savoring Darjeeling tea, when a sudden change startled him. Upon seeing the figures of Arlong and Arlong from the Shadow Corps, he quickly reacted. transforming into a candle form and creating dozens of puppets that were identical to himself. Want to deal with me? Then find me first. Galdi. Nox laughed arrogantly and then blended into the many candle puppets. Ajin and Arlong looked at the candle puppets before them, dazzled and unsure of where to start. Since you can't find me, don't blame me for being rude. Hidden among the candle puppets, Galdi. Nox raised the corner of his mouth with a sinister smile. A gleam of triumph flashed in his cunning eyes, while Ajin and Arlong were continuously trying to find his figure. He once again used the abilities of the wax fruit to create several sharp harpoons and arrows, attacking Arlong and the others from tricky angles. Candle Armory Slime Sculpture. The sharp harpoons and arrows shot toward Arlong's back. Just as Arlong was about to be caught off guard, his partner, Ajin, quickly reacted, decisively spreading his transparent wings and blocking all the hidden weapons. Arlong, don't look for him. This guy is hiding here. Listening to Akin's words, Galdino, the wax fruit user, thought to himself that it was bad. Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, he simply stopped hiding and retracted all his candle puppets. He then used his fruit ability again, wrapping himself in hard wax, except for his head, transforming into a giant of wax armor. Candle Champion Cup, Mr. 3. Covered in hard wax armor, Galdino proudly roared to the sky, looking arrogantly at Eren and Akin in front of him, and then mocked loudly. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. This armor is my most outstanding masterpiece, and to die by its hand is a supreme honor for you. After saying this, Galdino quickly changed his footing and rushed towards Akin's direction. Seeing this, Akin quickly transformed into his Hercules beetle form, spread his transparent elytra, leaped into the air, and narrowly dodged the powerful attack of the wax armor giant. Seeing Akin fleeing in embarrassment from his scare, Galdino was in a great mood, letting out a strange laugh, and then quickly turned direction, charging towards the nearby Eren. Champion's Fist Plowing Fist. In the state of the wax armor giant, Galdino unleashed a series of punches, making it difficult for Eren to defend, and sent him flying. Is this the strength of a pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries? This is too weak. The Navy must be blind to give such trash such a high bounty. Chapter 104. A surrender persuasion from Galdino. Akin's cold retort. Listening to the mockery of Galdino, the wax fruit user, Eren, who was knocked to the ground, revealed a hint of killing intent in his cunning eyes. The reason he pretended to be so weak was mainly to cooperate with Klo and Shiaoba, who were setting fires nearby. After all, Galdino's wax had extremely high defensive power, and if their attacks couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, it would definitely make the Waxman hesitant, leading to the failure of their capture plan. Damn Waxman, watch me smash you. Floating in the air, Akin's eyes glinted with ferocity as he bared his teeth and roared angrily. He then drew 2 hard metal canes from his waist and dove straight down, aiming for Galdino's position. Extra large service wax wall. Facing Akin's fierce attack like a storm, Galdino disdainfully curled his lips. A large puddle of wax melted from his legs, and then the liquid transformed into the shape of a wall, suddenly blocking in front of him. Do you think a wall made of wax can block my attack? You underestimate me too much. As Akin fell rapidly through the air, he let out a roar, channeling all his strength into his arms. His bronze-colored arm muscles bulged prominently, veins rising like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He resembled a cannonball, swinging his metal cane with all his might, striking the candle wall with a tremendous force. With a thunderous boom that echoed through the sky, the candle wall created by Galdino shattered into pieces upon the impact, successfully fulfilling the task of blocking Akin's advance. To be able to break my candle wall, I must say, you're stronger than Arlong. Why not join our Baroque works? Our boss, Mr. Zero, will definitely cultivate you. Hearing Galdino, the wax fruit user, Akin couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke is that? How could Mr. Zero Crocodile compare to our young master? Can Crocodile casually bestow rare, mythical, Zoan devil fruits upon himself? There is no comparison at all. What is Crocodile anyway? What right does he have to be compared to our young master? If I were you, staying with Baroque works would be a waste of talent. It would be better for you to switch sides and voluntarily join our Shadow Army, as you will eventually join us anyway. Galdino found Akin's words amusing. He was unaware of the strength of the Shadow Army's young master, Subai, and naturally thought that Mr. Zero Crocodile was the strongest. Rather than follow the relatively unknown Subai, it would be better to follow Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. To be honest, do you know about the Alabasta Kingdom? It's currently in turmoil, and it won't be long before our boss becomes the king. Then, we senior officials will receive corresponding positions based on our ranks. If you join Baroque Works now, I can recommend you to the boss and make you Mr. 4. Akin smiled slightly, retracting the metal cane to his waist, cracking his knuckles, and then walked towards Galdino, saying, Galdino, those who know how to adapt are wise. You should know my background. I was just the combat captain of the East Blue Creek Pirates, and, at that time, I hadn't eaten a devil fruit and was as weak as mud. But then I was recognized by the young Master Su by the Shadow Army, joined the Shadow Army, and the young master generously bestowed upon me the mythical Zoan Hercules beetle fruit. You should know better than I how rare this devil fruit is. Not only did I receive the young master's gift, but the fishman Arlong also got a rare devil fruit, mythical Zoan dragon fruit. Koby received the Paramecia scythe fruit, and Little 8 received the Paramecia steel fruit, to be able to easily hand out devil fruits to his subordinates. Does Crocodile have that kind of courage? Galdino was rendered speechless by Akin's words, his eyes wide in disbelief as he tried to read any signs of deception in Akin's expression. But Akin was speaking the truth, and there was not a hint of falsehood in his words, causing Galdino's heart to waver. Impossible. I want to believe your one-sided words. How could the young master of the Shadow Army, Su Bai, have such boldness to casually bestow rare devil fruits? Akin, stop the nonsense, and if you refuse to join our Baroque works, then die. In a fit of rage, Galdino melted into a puddle of wax, from which a giant tower resembling a decorative cake rose. At the top of this tower, a large Halloween pumpkin slowly rotated, dripping wax mist that would gradually turn opponents into wax figures. A grand wax banquet. The white wax mist gradually enveloped Galdino and Akin. In the forest where Arlong was, he didn't care about it, swiftly drawing his large blade saw edge, and with a powerful push of his legs, he shot towards Galdino like a startled rabbit. However, when his body came into contact with the white wax mist, the parts of his body touching the mist were bizarrely covered and immobilized by wax. As the area covered by the wax mist increased, Arlong's speed was severely restricted, and he ultimately turned into a wax sculpture. Arlong, damn Galdino, what have you done to him? Galdino's expression was icy as he snorted coldly and said, Akin, in 3 minutes, your comrade Arlong will suffocate to death. If you can't save him in 3 minutes, then I'm very sorry. Listening to Galdino's taunting words, Akin's anger flared. He lowered his head in resentment, and with a thought, he inquired about Kuro and Little 8's progress in starting the fire nearby. After receiving their reply that the fire was set, Akin smiled widely, then activated the Hercules beetle fruit's ability, wrapping his body in transparent elytra. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself towards Galdino like a cannonball. Strength shield. With the transparent elytra serving as a shield, Akin easily blocked the wax mist outside his body. He covered his arms and fists with black hockey, then flew at high speed, raining down punches like a storm on Galdino, the wax fruit user. The once incredibly hard wax armor shattered in a powder under Akin's relentless barrage of punches and cane strikes, leaving Galdino, protected by the armor, battered and bruised. Chapter 105, Color Trap, Mississippi Golden Week. After defeating Galdino, Akin's muscular legs pushed forcefully against the ground, using the reaction force to leap into the air. Avoiding the encroaching wax mist, he swung his hard metal cane, instantly smashing the grand wax banquet in half. Just as the grand wax banquet collapsed, a raging fire ignited in the nearby forest. With Akin's transparent elytra flapping wildly, the flames grew stronger, consuming both the wax fruit user and Arlong, who was covered in wax. Damn it, it's fire. You crafty bunch. In the midst of the raging flames, Galdino, the user of the wax fruit, was eroded by the intense heat waves. He was forced to use the powers of his devil fruit, covering his body with a layer of heat-resistant wax armor, which was continuously melting and wouldn't last long, but it ensured he wouldn't die immediately. Meanwhile, Arlong, who had been covered in wax and turned into a wax statue, found that the candles on him were gradually melting into liquid due to the high temperature. As time passed, Arlong regained his ability to move. Facing the overwhelming heat waves, he quickly used his devil fruit powers to transform into a dragon form, then kicked off the ground and soared into the sky, effortlessly escaping the sea of fire. At this moment, only Galdino remained in the sea of fire. He continued to use the wax fruit's powers to cover his body with heat-resistant wax armor while slowly walking toward the edge of the flames. When he finally managed to reach the edge of the fire, Arlong, along with senior members of the Shadow Legion, including Kuro, Akin, and Shiaoba, had been waiting for a long time. Galdino, what does the taste of fire feel? Arlong asked coldly, his face like frost. With a thought, he summoned dozens of tall and sturdy troll ninja soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom. With a command, these troll ninjas, armed with sea prism stone chains, moved toward the heavily burned Galdino. Galdino struggled to stand up, wanting to activate the powers of the wax fruit, but Arlong didn't give him a chance. With a close-range Rising Dragon fist, he knocked Galdino to the ground, and then dozens of troll ninja soldiers quickly approached, pulling out thick sea prism stone chains and directly binding him tightly. After being bound by the sea tower stone iron chains, Galdino felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. Arlong, Akin, Crocodile, and Shiaoba, seeing this, called for the troll ninja soldiers to carry him and take him directly to their young master. The wax fruit user Galdino has already been dealt with by us, but his partner Miss Golden Week seems to have hidden away somewhere. Crocodile, use your observation hockey to try to find her. Listening to Arlong's words, Crocodile nodded, held his breath, and focused, gradually radiating his observation hockey outward. Soon after, he discovered the figure of Miss Golden Week in a small room made of wax candles. After spotting Mississippi Golden Week, Crocodile called out to Alone, Akin, and Shiaoba, and they headed deep into the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived outside the candle house. At this moment, Mississippi Golden Week was still inside, savoring Darjeeling tea, completely unaware that danger had quietly approached. Why was Mr. 3 taking so long to complete his task? Normally, he would already be enjoying tea at this hour, and the freshly poured Darjeeling tea was about to cool down. Just as Mississippi Golden Week was mumbling to herself, Alone and Akin, senior members of the Shadow Corps, kicked open the candle house door, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed a fierce gaze on Mississippi Golden Week beside the coffee table. They then declared loudly, "You must be the senior member of the Baroque Works, Mississippi Golden Week. Your partner, Mr. 3, has already been dealt with by us. I advise you to surrender quickly to avoid physical suffering." Seeing the fierce demeanor of Alone and Akin, the little girl, Mississippi Golden Week, who was eating sanbei and drinking green tea, was startled. She slowly stood up from the coffee table, her voice trembling, which surprised Alone and Akin. Just as they were distracted, Mississippi Golden Week quickly pulled out a palette from behind her and dipped her brush into the paint, directing it towards Alone. Crazy laughing yellow. Caught off guard, Alone was splashed with yellow dye. Just as he was about to wipe it off with his arm, he uncontrollably burst into laughter, much to the astonishment of Akin and Crocodile nearby. Meanwhile, Mississippi Golden Week waved her brush again and painted a red mark on Akin's back. Fighting Bull Red. Anyone who came into contact with the yellow dye would uncontrollably attack the red target drawn by Mississippi Golden Week, leading to a chaotic scene where the laughing Alone charged at Akin, who was forced to retaliate, and they soon became entangled in a fight. Your ability is so bizarre. Are you a devil fruit user? No, I don't sense the aura of a devil fruit. How are you affecting them? Seeing Alone and Akin grappling with each other, Crocodile furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, but Mississippi Golden Week merely sneered and didn't answer. Dreamy, seven-colored rainbow. Using her oil painting brush, Mississippi Golden Week drew circle after circle of rainbows in the sky. Anyone or anything that saw the rainbow would transform into their dream form. Caught off guard, Crocodile's eyes gradually became vacant upon seeing the rainbow, and he began to emit a strange laugh, fantasizing about possessing all the treasures in the world. There's only one left. I'll deal with you using green paint. Mississippi Golden Week looked at Shiaoba, the six-sword-style swordsman by the door. She smiled slightly and, using her oil painting brush, painted a green mark on the day's Shiaoba. Calm green. This was a color produced by mixing crazy laughing yellow with sad blue. Anyone who came into contact with a green dye would feel a calm desire to drink tea. Watching his companions Alone, Akin, and Crocodile fall into a strange state, Shiaoba, anxious to help, tried to move forward, but after being marked with the green dye, his body uncontrollably walked over to the coffee table, poured himself a cup of Darjeeling tea, and leisurely began to enjoy it. To be able to defeat my partner Mr. 3, it seems these guys have some skills. But unfortunately, they ran into me. Since I've dealt with them, I'll call the boss and have him send other members to collect their heads. Chapter 106. Demon of Thunder, Subai. Just as Mississippi Golden Week took out her phone bug to dial Crocodile's direct line, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai pushed open the candle house door. He looked at Crocodile, Akin, Shiaoba, and Alone, who were trapped in a negative state, and waved his hand. A healing power from the horse talisman enveloped them, instantly bringing them out of their hypnotic state to be able to control my 4 senior members. Your ability far surpasses Mr. 3 and Mr. 5. Would you consider joining my Shadow Corps? Mississippi Golden Week scoffed at Su Bai's invitation, disdainfully pursing her lips. She quickly hung up the phone bug, pulled out her palette, and pretended to take out her brush to graffiti Su Bai. Seeing Mississippi Golden Week being so ungrateful, Su Bai wasn't angry. He let out a loud laugh, then slightly bent his fingers, summoning thousands of ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps, signaling them to bind the little girl before him and bring her into the Shadow Kingdom. Thousands of ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps densely filled the candle house. Pushing from the inside to the outside, their fierce gazes fixated on Mississippi Golden Week, which scared the young girl so much that she nearly cried out. Take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Dizziness is normal, take a deep breath. Su Bai comforted Mississippi Golden Week while extending his fair arm to rest on her head, pouring a torrent of dark power into her body. Over time, Mississippi Golden Week completely became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. After that, Su Bai ordered the common soldiers of Shadow Corps to drag Mr. 3, the Wax Fruit user, out from the Shadow Kingdom. He intended to recruit this guy into the Shadow Corps. The potential of the Wax Fruit is actually quite good. Mr. 3 has developed the ability of this devil fruit to its current level, showing his dedication, and he is qualified to join Shadow Corps. Looking at Mr. 3 being escorted before him by a group of ninjas, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, displayed a hint of appreciation in his cold gaze. He again extended his fair arm, gently resting it on Mr. 3's shoulder. Then a massive torrent of dark power surged into his body like a roaring sea, continuously devouring his soul. Mr. 3, the Wax Fruit user, cried out in agony, his soul constantly fighting against the encroaching dark power. Unfortunately, the dark power was too strong. An ordinary soul power could not resist it. After about 10 minutes, Mr. 3's soul was completely consumed by the dark power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 16th talent from the local dimension, rewarding the host with a chance at the lucky spin and a devil fruit ability development skill card. Hearing the cold, mechanical reminder from the system, Su Bai's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Mr. 3 with an extremely gentle gaze. After a long time, he could finally spin the lucky wheel again. In a great mood, Su Bai focused, and the lucky wheel suddenly appeared before him, with a dazzling array of treasures neatly arranged in the slots of the wheel. Even after seeing it several times, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The Monkey King puppet from the Upper Purity, Magic Face Cream, the Book of Time, the Rikta Sutra, Nameless Magic Paper, the Eye of Aurora, the Gloves of the Greenbeard Pirate, the Power of the Thunder Demon Zhong Su, the Mask of General Cabo from the Hunting Claw Ninja Group, the Mask of General Manny from the Mandus Ninja Group, Hurricane Fruit, Time Fruit, Space-Time Fruit, the unique skill dominion of the Giant Race, the Power of the Mountain Demon Baga. Looking at the dazzling treasures, Su Bai ordered without hesitation. System. Activate the Lucky Spin Wheel. Upon hearing the command given by the host Su Bai, the system quickly reacted, and the Lucky Spin Wheel began to spin. Initially, the speed was slow, but as time passed, it spun faster and faster until the treasures in the sections of the Lucky Spin Wheel became indistinguishable, at which point the rotation speed stabilized. Ding! Does the host choose to pause? Hearing the system's inquiry, Su Bai did not respond immediately. He held his breath and concentrated for a while, then secretly prayed in his heart, and then replied loudly, System, I choose to pause the Lucky Spin Wheel. After receiving the instruction from the host Su Bai, the system immediately slowed down and paused the Lucky Spin Wheel. The originally fast-spinning Lucky Spin Wheel suddenly stuttered for a moment, and then the spinning speed gradually slowed down, with the pointer on the wheel briefly stopping at each section for a second, which made Su Bai very nervous. Please don't give me my father's magic monkey hair. I will really be grateful. Watching the pointer on the Lucky Spin Wheel slowly move, Su Bai was sweating nervously. He wasn't even this tense when facing a Vice Admiral of the Navy. The Gloves of the Greenbeard Pirate, Rabbit Charm, the Power of the Thunder Demon Zhong Su, Mouse Charm, the Mask of General Cabo from the Hunting Claw Ninja Group, Hurricane Fruit, Chilin Fruit, the Mask of General Manny from the Mandus Ninja Group, Phoenix Fruit, Gluttonous Fruit, the ability of the Mountain Demon Baga. Time flowed like a babbling brook, and, on the system's Lucky Spin Wheel, the straight and striking deep red pointer finally stopped on the Power of the Thunder Demon Zhong Su. The Thunder Demon, also known as the Lightning Demon, corresponds to the Zhun in the 8 trigrams runes. The immortal deity that subdued it is the uncle of the Chao Kingdom. The deity's token is a clapper. Zhong Su ranks 4th among the 8 demons. He is the 3rd brother of the Holy Lord, and also the 3rd uncle of the Little Dragon, possessing the power of thunder and lightning and the ability to manipulate lightning to fly. At the same time, he has great strength. Zhong Su can release electric balls and other attacks, and can also turn lightning into electric rods to attack enemies. I'm a thunder demon Zhong Su. Who has awakened me? A faint blue phantom appeared from the system's lucky spin wheel, and soon this phantom became slightly more solid. The thunder demon Zhong Su asked Subai in a voice like thunder. The thunder demon Zhong Su's image features blue skin, resembling a demon with a hippopotamus head, a humanoid body, blue protruding spikes on his head, 5 fingers on each hand, 2 toes on each foot, wearing armor similar to ancient Roman style, with abdominal muscles and bright red eyes. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, had a strange light flashing in his deep eyes. He carefully examined the image of the thunder demon Zhong Su and then calmly said, "The one who awakened you is me, the young master of the Shadow Legion." Subai, thunder demon Zhong Su, I need your power to dominate this world. As long as you give me all your strength, I will become the master of this world, and I will surely let you be reborn. Chapter 107. Mastering the Power of Thunder, single-handedly challenging the giant race warrior. The phantom form of the thunder demon Zhong Su stared with his copper bell-sized red eyes, looking disdainfully at Subai. His arrogant demeanor made the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, very uncomfortable. Subai suppressed his inner anger and forced a smile, hoping that the thunder demon Zhong Su would be sensible and willingly give up all his power. Kid, what virtue or ability do you have to be the current young master of the Shadow Legion? You think I would hand over my lightning power just because of a few words? You really have a big face. Seeing the thunder demon Zhong Su being so ungrateful, Subai smiled in anger. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his dark power, and an overwhelming wave of darkness swept toward Zhong Su's phantom, instantly enveloping it. The thunder demon Zhong Su was bound by the overwhelming dark power and could not move, glaring at Subai with fierce eyes, threatening, "You brat, let me go quickly, or once I break free, I will make you a slave crawling at my feet." Seeing that the demon Zhong Su remained obstinate, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, had a frosty expression. The corners of his mouth curled up in a contemptuous arc, and his pale, slender fingers slightly curled. The overwhelming dark power erupted again, devouring the phantom soul of the thunder demon Zhong Su like a festering wound. "Ah, damn it, stop it. I won't spare you," Subai sneered, casually beckoning with his finger, and the speed of the dark power's devouring increased again. The thunder demon Zhong Su, seeing this, became terrified and quickly changed his attitude, going from arrogant and dismissive to pleading for his life. "I gave you a chance, you didn't seize it. Now it's too late to beg for mercy." The dark power covered the soul of the thunder demon Zhong Su like a towering wave. He felt excruciating pain at all times, and seeing that Subai was unwilling to let him go, he became frantic, his face twisted, and he wailed, "My brothers will definitely avenge me. You wait." After finishing his last words, the thunder demon Zhong Su was completely engulfed by the dark power, and then a pure lightning power feedback flowed into Subai's body. This lightning power was wild and rampant, but felt gentle like a babbling brook within Subai's body, cleansing impurities from his meridians and stimulating the strengthening of his muscle power. Just having the lightning power of Zhong Su elevated my strength to a new level. If I could gather the powers of all 8 demons, could I directly become the ruler of this world? The powers of the earth demon Dequai and the moon demon Zhou Lan seem quite interesting. I wonder when I will be able to master them. Subai casually snapped his fingers, and a brilliant blue electric current burst forth from his fingertips. Under his intentional control, the blue electric current accurately struck a nearby boulder, instantly reducing the boulder to powder, dissipating in the wind. I wonder how the power of the lightning magic compares to Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit ability, which is stronger. Thinking of this, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in Subai's deep eyes. He couldn't wait to go to the Sky Island and challenge the Rumble Rumble fruit user Enel. First, I will complete the side quest issued by the system, bringing the blue demon Dong Li and the red demon Buloki into the Shadow Legion, and then set sail for the next island. Subai retracted the domineering lightning power. With a thought, he recalled all the senior cadres who were hunting for food in the small garden forest, and then hurried toward the location of the giant race warriors. Blue demon Dong Li and red demon Buloki. These 2 guys were severely injured after being attacked by the explosion fruit user Mr. 5, with only a fraction of their strength remaining. If I let Arlong and Kuro deal with them now, the odds would definitely be high. But taking advantage of someone's misfortune is not Subai's style. For these 2 giant race warriors, Subai only wanted to conquer them with strength, making them willingly submit to him, The blue demon Doli and the red demon Brogy, captains of the giant pirate crew, are notorious pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries from 100 years ago. They have been locked in a duel on this ancient island for a century without a victor. I wonder if the two of you can defeat me together? Severely injured, Doli and Brogy were furious upon hearing Su Bai's words. They gritted their teeth against the excruciating pain from their wounds and wanted to pick up their weapons to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Are the warriors of the giant race this fierce? I came here to recruit you both into my Shadow Corps, so I hope you don't take my offer lightly. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Doli and Brogy burst into laughter as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. They mocked in unison. You little guy think you can defeat the two of us? Even if we are severely injured and our strength is diminished. The honor of the giant warriors is not something you could trample on. Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, was not angry. He simply smiled wryly and waved his hand. A faint green beam enveloped Doli and Brogy, activating the healing ability of the horse talisman, and their injuries healed in an instant. I don't want you to use your injuries as an excuse to deny your defeat later. Prepare to fight. A flash of faint blue lightning flickered in Su Bai's deep purple eyes as he activated the chicken talisman. He levitated in the air, raised his hands high, and the power of the lightning demon erupted. Thunder roared, dark clouds gathered, and several bolts of domineering purple lightning shot down towards Doli and Brogy. Seeing the impending danger, Doli and Brogy tried to evade, but how could their running speed surpass the speed of light? In less than a second, they were struck by the powerful purple lightning. Their bodies charred, and they collapsed to the ground, completely unable to continue fighting. Doli, Brogy, are you convinced? Su Bai, using the chicken talisman's power, appeared in front of the two giant warriors. He looked at the charred duo and flicked his fingers, sending a pure healing force into their bodies. Their charred torsos quickly grew flesh, healing at a visible speed, and even the scars from past battles vanished without a trace. You are a devil fruit user? No, you possess so many special abilities. You cannot possibly be a devil fruit user. We warriors of Elbaf would rather die than submit. Chapter 108, Side Quest, Snake Talisman and Lucky Wheel Lottery. Seeing Doli and Brogy's lack of recognition, Su Bai felt a bit angry inside. He waved his hand again, using the horse talisman's healing power to completely heal their injuries. In his anger, he activated the dragon talisman, and the ultra-high temperature dragon blast instantly pierced through Doli and Brogy's chests. Are you convinced now? Doli and Brogy struggled to stand up, painfully clutching their hollow chests, glaring with wide eyes, and shouted with all their might, "Warriors of Elbaf, we swear we will never submit." Seeing that these two stubborn ones still refused to yield, Su Bai laughed in anger. He used his healing power again to restore the severely injured Doli and Brogy, then employed the pig talisman's laser eyes to inflict heavy injuries on them once more. After that, Su Bai healed them with the horse talisman's power, and subsequently used the cow talisman, Conqueror's Haki, and Armament Haki, along with the strength of the ninjas of Shadow Corps, repeatedly pressing these two stubborn mules into the ground until their proud spirits were completely ground down. Only then did he stop. Are you convinced? If not, I have ways to deal with you. Hearing Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Doli and Brogy embraced and wept. They dare not say they were unconvinced anymore. If they dared to utter another no, this guy in front of them would continue to use his strange abilities to beat them up. They would rather be killed by Su Bai than endure the cycle of being injured, healed, and injured again. Since you're convinced, then join my side. Su Bai flew over to Doli's forehead, extending his fair arms to gently press against his shiny forehead. Then, a surge of dark power flowed into Doli's massive body like a raging tide. Seeing this, Brogy wanted to pick up his weapon to resist, but Su Bai frowned slightly. Unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, a domineering kingly aura erupted from his body, completely enveloping Brogy. The intense pressure frightened Brogy so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. After holding out for 3 to 5 seconds, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a large amount of dark power was released, and the soul of the defenseless Doli was completely devoured, thus becoming a member of the Shadow Corps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 17th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host. After incorporating Doli into the Shadow Corps, Su Bai quickly flew to Brogy's side, extending his fair arms again to press down on Brogy's body. The overwhelming dark power flowed into the unconscious Brogy's body through his white arms. As time passed, Brogy's soul became smaller and more transparent under the overwhelming devouring of the dark power, ultimately forming a small and being completely consumed by the dark power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 18th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host. Just as the cold mechanical voice of the system rang out, a dazzling yellow beam entered the system's task panel, followed by ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Side Quest 1 and Side Quest 2. Current rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. A new side quest is being released. Please wait. Looking at the gem from the Bhutan Temple and adds magical lizard jerky in the system package, Subai's expression slightly improved. He proudly raised the corners of his mouth and asked aloud, "System, what exactly is the function of this gem from the Bhutan Temple? Explain it to me." In response to Subai's inquiry, the system patiently explained, "This gem is stored in a temple in Bhutan and has gained special abilities due to the power of ancient Buddhas over 1,000 years. If this gem is fixed to the arm, it can transform into a hand cannon or hand hammer, inflicting considerable damage on enemies." Hearing the system's explanation, Subai's eyes lit up. This gem from the Bhutan Temple was indeed a good treasure, perfectly suitable for non-devil fruit users to wield. It could fully unleash the gem's power and also protect the user's life. This gem from the Bhutan Temple was tailor-made for Daski, who was not a devil fruit user and was still in the stage of steadily increasing her strength. If she encountered a powerful swordsman who knocked her famous sword from her hand, this gem could protect her from serious injury or death. Looking at the dazzling and brilliant gems in the system package, Subai felt in high spirits. He couldn't help but think of Daski and Smog. He wondered when these two guys would enter the Grand Line. According to the normal plot development, it wouldn't be long before he would encounter them in Alabasta. The bracelet from Shiva Temple could be given to the fishman karate master Koby or to the gun expert Daida, while the gem from the Bhutan Temple would be reserved for Daski. As for the specific ownership of the bracelet from Shiva Temple, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, was still contemplating. If Koby had an extra pair of arms, would he be even stronger when executing fishman karate moves? If Daida grew an extra pair of arms, he could hide them in his trench coat and take down his opponents with a surprise shot when they were unprepared. After thinking it over, Subai ultimately decided to give the bracelet from Shiva Temple to Daida for use. For him, a gunslinger skilled in firearms, having an extra pair of arms would be equivalent to wielding 2 additional shotguns, allowing him to use the sniper rifle Sunset while simultaneously shooting with 2 shotguns. Just as Subai finalized the ownership of the bracelet from Shiva Temple, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out. Side quest announcement. Host, please review carefully. Side quest 1, Devour Drum Island Reward. One of the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Holy Lord. The Snake Talisman Side quest 2, obtain the Paramecia type Gulp Gulp fruit owned by Pirate Wapple Reward. 1 chance to spin the lucky big wheel. Looking at the side quests released by the system, Subai, who had been frowning, relaxed slightly. He hadn't acquired any other talismans for a long time, and he was determined to obtain the Snake Talisman and the chance to spin the lucky big wheel from these side quests. Chapter 109, Departing for Drum Island. Looking forward to meeting Blackbeard. After browsing through the side quest messages released by the system, the host, Subai, focused his mind and signaled the system to display the specific reward messages for the 2 local talents he had just recruited. Upon receiving the host command, the system quickly responded. The specific information regarding the rewards for recruiting the Blue Demon Dongli and the Red Demon Brokey into the Shadow Legion is as follows. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 17th local talent, Blue Demon Dongli. This system rewards the host with 2,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 1,000 Troll Legion ninja soldiers, and an exclusive honor cross pendant from Elbaf. Looking at the first message displayed by the system, the host, Subai, nodded in satisfaction. This time, bringing Blue Demon Dongli into the Shadow Legion significantly increased the number of personnel in the Legion. The total number of ordinary ninja soldiers in the Shadow Legion has now reached 6513, and it won't be long before it surpasses 10,000. As for the system's reward of the Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant, this item has significant benefits for Blue Demon Dongli. As a member of the Elbaf Kingdom, Dongli has always believed that fighting with all his might is the highest honor of a warrior, and he firmly believes that the gods of Elbaf bless the victors. The Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant awarded by the system enhances Dongli's stamina by 25 and combat power by 30 during battle. Although this boost effect may seem average, in battles where both sides are evenly matched, even a slight enhancement can change the entire situation. The enhancement effect of the Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant is quite good. After wearing this pendant, Blue Demon Dongli's strength can at least increase by 40. His bounty 100 years ago was as high as 100 million berries, and today's bounty should have surpassed 3 billion. making him a top-tier general in the Shadow Legion. The host, Subai, was very satisfied with the items awarded by the system. He then signaled the system to announce the reward information for recruiting Red Demon Brokey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 18th local talent, Red Demon Brokey. This system rewards the host with 1,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 1,000 Hunters Legion ninja soldiers, 500 alien ninja soldiers, and an Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant. Hearing the cold, mechanical voice of the system, Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. The rewards issued this time by the system were not particularly special. The Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant should be given to both Red Demon Brokey and Blue Demon Dongli. As for the ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion and the Special Legion's ninja soldiers, they should be considered as the system's reward to Subai. Now, the number of high-ranking officials in the Shadow Legion is increasing, and the total number of ninja soldiers has surpassed 10,000. It is time to devour some large islands as nutrients for the Shadow Kingdom to draw dark power. System, I want to check my personal information panel. Upon hearing the host Subai's request, the system immediately responded. It reorganized a data report based on Subai's current strength and the number of high-ranking officials in the Shadow Legion. Name, Subai subordinates, Shadow Aaron, Shadow Shiaoba, Shadow Koby, Shadow Koby, Shadow Lija, Shadow Barumaber, Shadow Klo, Shadow Zhengyao, Shadow Akin, Shadow Yalida, Shadow Dida, Shadow Carmen, Shadow Smog, Shadow Dasky, Shadow Sweetheart Queen, Shadow Galdinu, Shadow Miss Valentine, Valentine's Day, 7,513 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Legion, 510 ninja soldiers from the Nightbat Legion, 1,010 ninja soldiers from the Troll Legion, 1,005 ninja soldiers from the Hunter Legion, and 500 ninja soldiers from the Alien Ninja Legion. The above are the officers and soldiers of the Shadow Legion. Characters from the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities: Marine 6 forms, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Armament Haki, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Intermediate Fishman Karate, Intermediate Marksmanship, Intermediate Navigation. Special abilities: Cow Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman, and all the magic power of the Lightning Demon Su. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 3 Underwater Treasure Maps, 10 Imitation Pacifists, 1,000 Firearms made of Sea Prism Stone, a fine knife known as Gravel, a Super Moose plush toy, a Bull Warrior Mask, Grandpa's Magical Octopus Leg, Grandpa's Magical Pufferfish Jerky, a Jade Prosthetic Left Foot of Basa Chong, a Bracelet from Shiva Temple, a Diamond Clock from Clockwork Island, a Superhuman Steel Fruit, Grandpa's Magical Lizard Jerky, and gems from the Bhutan Temple. Buffs: Nun Subordinate Forces, Cocoa Village in the EastSea, Shells Town, Zillabu Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town, the waters of the Northern Mariana Islands, including Clockwork Island and Battleship Island, Whiskey Peak Little Garden. Allies: Millennium Dragon Clan. Looking at the data displayed by the system, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, felt pleased as he relaxed his brow. It was time to set off for Drum Island, the snowy country and hometown of Tony Chopper, where the superhuman Wapple, the user of the Munch fruit, resides. The Shadow Legion is coming. Dongli and Brokey, you two stay on Ancient Island for now and familiarize yourself with the power granted by the Elbaf exclusive honor cross pendant. When I need you, I will naturally send a message. After briefly explaining the mission of the 2 giant warriors, the young lord of the Shadow Legion, Subai, waved his hand and summoned all the senior officers on board. He then signaled Koby and Little 8 to take the helm and set off for Drum Island. During this time, he wondered if they would encounter Blackbeard and his crew, who had destroyed the Drum Kingdom. If they happened to cross paths, he might as well seize the Dark Fruit now, as its abilities would be more fitting for him to master. Subai stood alone at the railing at the back of the Shadow Legion ship, gazing at the turbulent sea and the soaring seagulls, his inner ambitions stirring and taking root, as the Shadow Legion sailed out of the bay of Ancient Island towards Drum Island. A supersized island-eating goldfish unexpectedly emerged from the turbulent waters, opening its enormous mouth in an attempt to swallow the entire crew of the Shadow Legion. Perfect. Let us try out my newly mastered lightning power on this beast. Chapter 110. Furious slaughter of the island-eating goldfish, arriving at the waters of Drum Island. Suspended in midair, Subai's black cloak billowed in the strong sea breeze, and a fierce light shot from his deep-set eyes. His fair arm extended from his cloak, fingers slightly curled, as a vast surge of lightning power gathered in his palm, crackling with a pale blue light, as the giant island-eating goldfish prepared to engulf the Shadow Legion ship. A contemptuous smile crept across Subai's lips. With a thought, he pushed his fair palm forward, unleashing the tremendous lightning power. The heavens roared, thunder rumbled, and the originally clear sky was swiftly covered by dark clouds, as if the end of the world was approaching. Thunder destruction. The overwhelming lightning power struck the giant island-eating goldfish, and with a deafening wail, the fish, comparable in size to a medium island, was reduced to a charred form. Its massive body floated on the surface of the sea, faintly emitting the aroma of roasted meat. Arlong, Koby, Ajin, cut this big guy up and send it to the kitchen for Miss Carmen to cook. We'll hold a banquet tonight. Upon hearing the news of the banquet, all the senior officers on the ship brightened up and eagerly participated in the task of cutting up the super-sized island-eating goldfish. Due to the fish's enormous size, Koby and the others spent 5 to 6 hours just to cut off the delicious fish belly and fins, while the remaining entrails and other parts were left for the ninja soldiers of the Shadow Legion to handle. A large quantity of fish meat was sent to the kitchen, where Miss Carmen was working so hard that sparks were flying from her spatula. With the help of the Shadow Ninja soldiers, the cooking continued for more than 2 hours, and the dishes for the banquet were finally prepared. Exquisite delicacies and fine wine were presented on the table, and all the senior officers gathered to celebrate the successful conclusion of their voyage from Ancient Island. The banquet lasted for a long time, until the red sun began to rise, and the pale blue sky was dotted with a few remaining stars. The dawn light dispersed the darkness of the early morning, and the turbulent sea regained its brilliant blue hue. Only then did the members of the Shadow Legion drunkenly finish their celebration and start to clean up the messy tables. Little 8 and Koby, the next task of steering the ship will be up to you two. We will first set off for Drum Island, swallow the Drum Kingdom into the Shadow Kingdom, and then head to Alabasta. The helmsmen, Little 8 and Koby, immediately patted their chests, indicating to Lord Subai that he could rest assured. With the guidance of the permanent log pose, the route to Drum Island and Alabasta would definitely be correct. They just needed to take turns controlling the helm and hoisting the sails, which wouldn't be too hard. Satisfied, Subai nodded and waved his hand casually, a pure healing power pouring into Little 8 and Koby's bodies, instantly healing the injuries they had sustained from recent battles and the hidden ailments that had arisen from their training. Then, he sent a stream of extremely pure, dark power into their bodies, gently nourishing their hangover-afflicted nerves and blocked meridians. At that moment, Little 8 and Koby felt completely at ease. The itching and stinging sensations that had previously appeared on their bodies vanished entirely. Even under the nourishment of the dark power, their strength slightly increased, and Little 8 even broke through his limitations, initially mastering the ability of observation hockey. I've actually mastered the ability of observation hockey. Thank you for your grace, young lord. Little 8 could clearly sense the changes in the surrounding environment, and he excitedly knelt on one knee, striking a pose unique to the fishman to express his loyalty to Subai. Koby, watching Little 8 master observation hockey, felt envious. He held his breath and focused on sensing the changes in his body. The dark power continuously nourished his muscles and bones, slowly enhancing his physique, which was extremely important for Koby, who relied on his strong physicality as his weapon. Thank you for your grace, young lord. Koby also struck a pose unique to the fishman to express his loyalty to Subai. Satisfied, Subai nodded, then strode out of the cabin towards the deck. If nothing unexpected happens, those women should be sunbathing. Sure enough, on the deck of the ship, Yarlita, Sweetheart Queen, Miss Carmen, and Miss Valentine were leisurely enjoying the sunlight, dressed in various sexy bikinis, their smooth, white long legs lazily draped over the edges of their lounge chairs as they lay back, wearing dark sunglasses and carefully browsing the latest fashion magazines. Young lord, you're here. Miss Golden Week was sketching at the edge of the deck and politely greeted Subai. He affectionately pinched her cute face and then gestured for her to continue painting. You lot really are living the good life, huh? Lying around sunbathing, sipping fresh orange juice, and flipping through fashion magazines. Such a lifestyle is probably something many royal families wouldn't even enjoy. As soon as Subai said this, the lazy female crew members quickly sat up, playfully removing their sunglasses, and then sweetly pouted towards Subai. This made Subai, who had initially wanted to punish them with intensive training, feel overwhelmed and hurriedly escape to the gym. In the gym of the Shadow Legion ship, Aaron was performing heavy barbell bench presses. For him, tons of weight were merely a trivial matter, as he repeated the same motion hundreds of times across numerous sets. This was his daily training routine. Nearby, Chloe was on the treadmill, and Akin was practicing stick techniques, both sweating profusely. Seeing this, Subai chose not to disturb them. In a corner of the gym, Galdinu, a new member of the Shadow Legion, was leisurely sipping Darjeeling tea while pointing and commenting on Daida, who was practicing shooting nearby. Dare to point fingers at Daida? Looks like your shooting skills are superior. How about calling him over to switch to seafloor stone bullets? And you two can have a competition? As soon as Subai said this, Galdinu, who was drinking tea, was startled and sprayed tea everywhere. He awkwardly sat up from the sofa and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Young master, I know a bit about shooting, but competing with Brother Daida is probably a bad idea. My level is only good for some casual bragging." Just as Subai was reprimanding Galdinu, the crew members Shiaoba and Kuro returned with news that the Shadow Legion ship had entered the waters of Magnetic Drum Island and would soon be able to dock at Magnetic Drum Port. Chapter 111. Missing Blackbeard, Devouring the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Magnetic Drum Island is a winter island along the Grand Line, known for its advanced medical facilities. However, under the dictatorial rule of King Wapol, he gathered the top 20 doctors in the country to serve himself and the royal family, while other doctors faced oppression, arrest, and exclusion from the military. Wapol's actions showed no regard for the lives of the people under his rule, depriving them of sufficient medical resources and leading to widespread grievances. "Young master, Magnetic Drum Port is just ahead. We should prepare to disembark." At the top of the mast of the Shadow Legion ship, Aaron, holding a telescope, spotted a snow-white island on the turbulent sea. The island was a vast expanse of white, with several flat-topped mountains resembling chimneys standing among it. According to the information displayed by the record pointer, the permanent pointer, and the nautical chart, there was no doubt that this island was Magnet Drum Island. Under the high-speed maneuvering of helmsman Shiaoba and Koby, the Black Shadow Corps ship powered full speed towards Drum Island, arriving at the temporarily deserted port in just over 10 minutes. The young master of the Black Shadow Corps, Subai, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. With a wave of his hand, he summoned over 3,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Black Shadow Corps, ordering them to hide near the port to guard the ship, while the remaining senior officials followed him off the ship. This side mission wasn't particularly difficult, however. The main purpose of this trip to Drum Island was to capture that guy, Blackbeard. Blackbeard had been with the Whitebeard pirates for decades and committed the crime of killing his comrade, Thatch, in order to obtain the dark fruit, which led to him being wanted by all members of the Whitebeard pirates and hunted by the 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace. Thinking of this, a gleam flashed in the deep purple eyes of Subai. He arranged for Yalita and Sweetheart Queen to disguise themselves as commoners to gather intelligence about the Drum Kingdom and Wapol in the town, and then sent Kuro, Galdinu, and Arlong, along with 300 Nightbat ninja soldiers, to the ancient castle at the top of Drum Island's peak to check if the Paramecia user, Wapol, was still there. The remaining personnel were responsible for assisting in the consumption of Drum Island. With a command from Subai, all the senior officials and ninja soldiers present straightened their backs, obediently contributing their share of strength. A tremendous dark power radiated and spread out from under Subai's feet. At the current speed, completely consuming Drum Island would take about a week, and if no one came to interrupt, it might be even faster. Just as Subai wholeheartedly released his dark power to consume Drum Island, Yalita and Sweetheart Queen, disguised as outsiders, mingled in the bustling town and successfully gathered information about the Drum Kingdom. The former king of the Drum Kingdom had passed away, and the throne was inherited by Wapol. As soon as he took office, he imposed heavy taxes, lived extravagantly, and implemented dictatorial policies across the nation. Under the oppressive policies, the common people suffered greatly and were forced to rise up, leading to countless rebel armies. However, just when the king's army met the rebels for the first time, all the rebel forces were annihilated by Wapol, who had eaten the munch fruit, along with his underlings, the corrupt official Kermalaman and his advisor Jess. After eliminating the national uprising forces, Wapol's dictatorial policies became increasingly severe. To demonstrate the king's supreme authority, he even ordered his royal army to arrest the top 20 doctors in the country and bring them to the palace, forming the Dr. 20 organization. Subsequently, he commanded his troops to expel, arrest, and massacre the remaining doctors nationwide, showcasing the difference between the king and the common people. Shortly after Wapol took the throne, he imprisoned his garrison captain, Doriton, and intended to secretly execute him. However, before he could act, the entire Drum Kingdom was invaded by an external pirate crew led by the notorious Blackbeard, who rampaged through the kingdom, destroying, plundering, and slaughtering. The atrocities committed by Blackbeard and his crew were unspeakable, which frightened Wapol greatly. He abandoned all the kingdom's citizens overnight and led a few trusted aides to escape to the sea to avoid Blackbeard's crew. Later, Wapol formed the White Iron Pirate crew, and Doriton, the former garrison captain, was temporarily appointed to handle the king's affairs by popular vote. At that moment, Tsubai, who was unleashing dark powers to engulf Drum Island, felt a twinge of regret when he heard the reports from Yalata and the Sweetheart Queen. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It's a pity I came too late. I couldn't catch Blackbeard. Now I don't know where that guy has run off to." Seeing his main mission fail, Tsubai felt dejected and quickened the release of dark powers while ordering Eren, Akin, and others to find Wapol quickly to arrest him and bring back his subordinate, the mushroom fruit user Chromolimon, while eliminating the rest of the insignificant fish. Just as Tsubai was feeling disheartened while releasing dark powers, Doriton, the garrison captain of Drum Island, happened to lead the militia nearby. Upon discovering the presence of the hostile Shadow Ninja, Doriton immediately led his militia to launch an attack. The sudden turn of events left Tsubai somewhat at a loss. But when he learned that the attacker was Doriton, he smiled. Doriton was a human buffalo hybrid who had consumed the Zoan-type bulbul fruit, and his strength was relatively decent. Tsubai smiled mainly because he appreciated Doriton's ability and his care for the people. In the original story, after the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Wapol's White Iron Pirate crew, Doriton was recommended by the people to become the king of Drum Island, later renaming it the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. "Since you have voluntarily come to me, I will reluctantly include you in the Shadow Kingdom, with Drum Kingdom and the future Alabasta as cover. The Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Troops won't face early attacks from the world government and navy." While unleashing dark powers, Tsubai directly ended his current task. He unleashed powerful Conqueror's Haki, and the terrifying pressure immediately forced Doriton and his militia to kneel, drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 112. Zoan-type bulbul fruit buffalo form. King Doriton, seeing the future king of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom prostrated at his feet, Tsubai, the young master of the Shadow Troops, smiled wickedly. He extended his fair hand, fingers slightly bent, as a mighty current surged in his palm. "Zoan-type bulbul fruit buffalo form. I want to test your strength to see if you qualify to be the king of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom." Tsubai removed the Conqueror's Haki, covering Doriton. The garrison captain, who was forced to kneel, finally felt relieved and struggled to get up from the snow, brushing off the snow from his body, glaring fiercely at Tsubai's direction. We do not allow pirates in our kingdom. Get out." In a furious state, Doriton's eyes turned red as he roared to the sky. He quickly activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into buffalo form, his muscles bulging and tightening. His horns pointed forward like blades, and he kicked off the ground, sending soft dirt flying as he charged at Tsubai like a cannonball. Facing Doriton's aggressive attack, Tsubai waved dismissively, signaling his senior aides and ninja troops not to intervene. "You all stay back. I will handle him personally." As Doriton in buffalo form approached closer, Tsubai's previously dejected emotions gradually lifted. He smiled, a hint of mockery in his deep purple eyes. "Dark thunder, thousand feather of birds." Tsubai pushed his palm filled with violent thunder into the sky, breaking through the dense clouds above and summoning the heavenly thunder. Then, several thin purple lightning bolts fell like bird feathers, landing near Doriton. The magnetic force generated by the lightning paralyzed Doriton, who was moving at high speed, causing him to uncontrollably tumble forward. After rolling several times, he finally steadied himself, struggling to get up from the snow, covered in dirt and in a sorry state. Doriton's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he pulled out an oversized iron shovel from his back sheath. He quickly activated his devil fruit ability again, kicking off the ground with his powerful legs and charging at Tsubai once more. Seeing Doriton daring to attack him again, Tsubai's purple eyes filled with admiration. He withdrew the thunder power and instead used the Dragon Talisman's Dragon Blast ability, shooting several high-temperature beams under his deliberate control. Doriton, who was moving rapidly, quickly dodged to the side upon seeing the beams. Although his body was large, his steps were surprisingly agile. All the beams shot from Tsubai's Dragon Blast ability were easily avoided by him. You can increase your speed to 6 seconds per 100 meters. You must have put in a lot of effort to develop this devil fruit ability. Tsubai quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Doriton, then retracted the Dragon Talisman ability and switched to the Pig Talisman's Laser Eye, shooting again toward Doriton's direction. Breathing heavily in buffalo form, Doriton saw 2 lasers shooting toward him and quickly rolled forward to evade the laser attack before swiftly getting up to continue charging at Tsubai. "Rushing toward you." I must say, Doriton's determination to fight against evil, and his tenacity moved Subai. Standing in his black robe, Subai activated his armament haki, hardening his entire body like iron. Doriton swung the oversized iron shovel at Subai's head. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal breaking, the oversized iron shovel in Doriton's hand shattered into two pieces upon hitting Subai's head, leaving Doriton astonished. He stood frozen in place, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the two broken halves of the shovel on the ground. This is impossible. Are you a devil fruit user? Absolutely. You can control thunder and shoot out powerful lasers. You must be a Paramecia or Logia devil fruit user. Watching the terrified expression on Durton's face, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, smiled knowingly. He shook his head, then extended his hand outward. A powerful force of thunder surged forth, directly pulling Durton towards him. Damn pirate, let Durton go. We will fight you. Hundreds of armed militiamen nearby, seeing Durton in trouble, gritted their teeth and, suppressing their inner fear, charged towards the direction of the Shadow Legion. Subai coldly snorted at the sight and casually threw a thunderball behind him. The thunderball seemed to have eyes, landing right in front of the militiamen, instantly creating a storm of thunder and lightning. These militiamen were directly paralyzed by the overwhelming thunder force, unable to continue moving, and all fell backward, slipping into a brief coma. What? What did you do to them? I will kill you. Durton, witnessing the militiamen collapse, was furious. He struggled with all his might to resist, but was still firmly suppressed by Subai, unable to move. Join my Shadow Kingdom, and I will grant you supreme glory. Subai emanated a majestic dark power, his pale hand gripping Durton's neck like a vice. Then, pure dark energy surged into Durton's body through his arms. Durton, filled with terror, desperately struggled against the encroaching darkness, his soul fighting with all its might. However, as time passed, Durton's soul weakened under the dark power's assault, eventually being completely devoured by the overwhelming darkness. Thus, the Zoan-type Bulbul fruit user, Durton, the future king of the Sakura Kingdom and current captain of the defense team, became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Subai's iron grip loosened slightly, allowing Durton to gasp for air. After recovering, he respectfully approached Subai and greeted him. Tell me about the recent events on Drum Island. You must know about the Blackbeard pirates, right? Why did he come to Drum Island? Do you know the specific reason? Listening to his young master Subai's inquiry, Durton transformed back from his bull form, speaking candidly. Blackbeard lost his father at a young age and lived with his mother and two sisters. Later, for some unknown reason, his mother and sisters disappeared. After that, he joined Whitebeard Edward Newgate's pirate crew. Recently, it seems he returned to Drum Kingdom to seek revenge on the Wapol, the user of the Munch Munch fruit, because he gained the power of the Dark fruit. But Wapol managed to escape, and after destroying Drum Kingdom, he left. Chapter 113, Smoker's Scheme. The Navy walking into the tiger's mouth. Hearing Durton's analysis, Subai's deep eyes shot out a laser-like glint. Perhaps the secrets within Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's body are related to his two missing sisters. Has there been a guy with an orange cowboy hat named A's come to Drum Island recently? In response to Subai's question, Durton pondered for a moment before answering loudly. Young master, are you talking about Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? He came to Drum Island a while ago, looking for Marshal D. Teach, but left empty-handed. Subai sighed regretfully. This trip to Drum Island truly felt like a waste of time. He had initially hoped to absorb the powers of the dark fruit, only to find out that Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had long since fled, not to mention missing the chance to see the Straw Hat Kid Luffy's brother, Fire Fist Ace. Young master, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach destroyed Drum Kingdom, causing significant negative repercussions. Several kingdoms have jointly requested the Navy to dispatch forces to capture him. I estimate that during this time, the world government will send people to search for Blackbeard's whereabouts. Listening to Durton's words, Subai's brows furrowed. He did not want to encounter the Navy on Drum Island. Otherwise, it would lead to a fierce battle. We need to speed up. Let's quickly find and kill Wapol, the user of the Munch Munch fruit, and then support you in taking the throne as the king of this country. After that, we will incorporate all of Drum Island into the territory of the Shadow Kingdom. Just as Subai was about to issue orders for his ninja soldiers and senior officials to accelerate the absorption of Drum Island, 5 large Navy warships slowly entered a major port on the eastern side of Drum Island. The lead ship had a figure standing at the bow, smoking a cigar. This person was Smoker, who had recently been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and was a user of the smoke fruit. Smoker worked hard to hunt pirates in Rog Town to accumulate merit. Recently, He collaborated with the Navy base in the North Sea to capture a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, which made him famous. He was directly promoted to Rear Admiral by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and dispatched into the Grand Line to investigate the destruction of Drum Kingdom. On this mission to Drum Island, Rear Admiral Smoker brought along his personal aide, Tashiji. Additionally, the other 4 warships accompanying him carried other Rear Admirals, T-Bone and Brand New, as well as Colonels Cabin, Shiro, and Dane. The world government was very concerned about the destruction of Drum Kingdom. Originally, they planned to send Admiral Borsellino to carry out this investigation, but coincidentally, he was on leave, and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki was busy fighting pirates and the Mafia in the North Sea, while Admiral Akiji was leading the Navy in battle against the Kaido pirates and couldn't be spared. Thus, the heavy burden of investigating the destruction of Drum Kingdom fell on Rear Admiral Smoker's shoulders, for which he was extremely grateful, vowing to accomplish the mission perfectly. According to the intelligence, the mastermind behind the destruction of Drum Kingdom was Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, whose strength should not be underestimated. We should proceed with caution. Standing at the bow, Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar, casting a complicated gaze at the snow-covered Drum Island. Feeling a mix of emotions, joy from his recent promotion to Rear Admiral and the opportunity to see his young master, and worry that the power of the 5 warships might not be enough to deal with Blackbeard. The young master is on Drum Island. I need to find a suitable opportunity for him to bring T-Bone, Brand New, Cabin, Shiro, and Dane into the Shadow Kingdom, which will better erode the Navy's power. A fierce glint flashed in Smoker's deep eyes as he looked at T-Bone and Brand New on the deck without a hint of guilt. Their abilities were relatively outstanding within the Navy and fully qualified to join Shadow Kingdom. If the young master knew that he had brought him several Navy Rear Admirals and Colonels, he would surely grant him powerful abilities. Smoker, we're preparing to land. Hearing his subordinate's words, Smoker nodded thoughtfully. Using the power of his devil fruit, he quickly transformed into smoke and jumped off the warship, flying towards the port of Drum Island. The moment Smoker set foot on Drum Island, he clearly sensed a faint dark power emanating from the ground, which attracted the dark power within him. It wouldn't be long before Drum Island became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Smoker was deeply moved as he led Tashiji and a group of soldiers towards a small town. Meanwhile, Pin and Brand New also set off with their respective teams towards other towns. Just as they split up, Smoker had a thought and communicated with his master, Subai, informing him that this time the Navy was landing on Drum Island, and he had specifically brought several powerful brigadiers and colonels with influence within the Navy. Upon hearing this, Subai, who was currently releasing dark powers, was momentarily taken aback. A faint smile crept on his lips, and he nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a thought, a pure dark energy was transmitted to Smoker's body as a reward. You did very well. Later, I'll have Alone and Akin intercept them. Just pretend you don't know what's going on and leave the rest to us. Subai withdrew from his current tasks and ordered his trusted aides, Alone and Akin, to head to the port and bring the naval brigadier Pin and Brand New. He also commanded Daida, Galdino, and Kruby to arrest the colonel-ranked Keban, Gorilla, and Big Silver. After receiving the orders, the senior officials reacted quickly and rushed towards the location of the naval officers. At that moment, Naval Brigadier Pin, Brand New, and Colonel Keban, Gorilla, and Big Silver were completely unaware that danger was approaching, as they were busy arranging patrols for their soldiers and gathering intelligence about Blackbeard from the public. As time passed, the dark power released by Subai had already engulfed more than half of Drum Island. Meanwhile, on the turbulent sea, a pirate ship resembling a submarine was quietly entering the waters of Drum Island. Crow, the Paramecia type, Much Fruit User Wapple is here. You along with Little 8, your Lita, and Sweetheart Queen, get ready to head to the port and bring this guy and the Mushroom Fruit User Chromalaman to me. Chapter 114. Devouring the Naval Brigadier and Colonel. At the port of Drum Island, 5 naval warships were docked, with Naval Colonel Gorilla leading 300 armed soldiers guarding the area. Just as he began to relax, Daida, a senior cadre of the Shadow Corps, raised his sniper rifle Sunset and aimed at Gorilla's head, firing a shot. The drowsy Gorilla colonel was suddenly jolted awake from his slumber. He quickly rolled to the side, using his extraordinary reflexes to narrowly evade the fierce impact of the Flame Vulture. Just as he was secretly relieved, he saw the floating Flame Vulture coming back towards him. Forced to draw his sword from his waist, Gorilla quickly stepped back, gripping the hilt tightly, and swung with all his might at the Flame Vulture. Several Flame Vultures were cleaved in half, turning into scattered stars that fell in the air. Who dares to ambush this colonel? In a furious state, Gorilla's body was covered in sweat, his eyes bulging like copper bells, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. This made Daida, who was hiding nearby, furrow his brows. Without saying a word, he hoisted his sniper rifle and began shooting at Gorilla's location. In the blink of an eye, several more flame vultures flew out, directly targeting Gorilla's position. They moved at high speed and then violently crashed into Gorilla's back. "Damn it, where are you hiding? Come out if you have guts." Gorilla, suffering a heavy blow to his back, wailed in agony, his eyes filled with rage. Daida, holding the sniper rifle Sunset, laughed out loud upon seeing this, then leisurely walked out from the corner. "Little Gorilla, I didn't expect you to have risen to the rank of naval colonel. Do you remember me?" The highly sensitive Gorilla colonel looked back in surprise upon hearing this. "You are Daida Masterson?" Upon hearing Gorilla's inquiry, Daida smiled without speaking, his eyes shining with a shrewd light. He said loudly, "I never thought I would meet you again on Drum Island. It's a pity that times have changed, and everything has changed." Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Gorilla's expression was complex. He never imagined that a former comrade in arms would now become a pirate. As a naval colonel, he absolutely could not betray justice due to personal feelings. "You're a pirate, I am the Navy, and when we meet, we can only clash swords. Daida, surrender, and you might get a lighter sentence." Hearing Gorilla's persuasion, Daida smirked mockingly, his gaze sizing up Gorilla. He then replied loudly, "You want me to surrender? I was hoping you would join our Shadow Corps. There's no need for more words. Let us see who is stronger." After finishing his speech, Daida quickly stepped back, creating distance from Gorilla, then raised his sniper rifle Sunset and began shooting at Gorilla's position. The sniper rifle instantly fired several blue flame vultures, which were far more damaging and faster than the red flame vultures. They flew towards Gorilla's right shoulder, left thigh, and the hand holding the sword. Seeing this, Gorilla drew his sword to counterattack. Unfortunately, the blue flame vultures were extremely fast, easily dodging Gorilla's slash, and then crashed into his shoulder, thigh, and hand. With no time to dodge, Gorilla could only watch helplessly as the blue-flamed vultures slammed into him. His face twisted in pain as he howled to the sky, trying to distract himself from the burning sensation. "Gorilla, stop your futile resistance and join our Shadow Corps." Daida, with a cold expression, walked to Gorilla's side. He squatted down expressionlessly and then delivered a hand chop that knocked the painfully howling Gorilla out cold. He then hoisted him onto his shoulder, slipped into the Shadow Kingdom, and instantly appeared before his master, Subai. Upon seeing Daida and the unconscious Gorilla colonel on his shoulder, Subai smiled in satisfaction and waved his hand to grant Daida a pure dark power. This dark power was enhancing Daida's perception and physical qualities, resulting in a slight overall boost to his strength. Feeling the change within him, Daida was overjoyed. He quickly placed the unconscious Gorilla colonel down gently, then cupped his hands in farewell and slipped into the Shadow Kingdom to stabilize and comprehend his current strength. Subai looked at the still unconscious Gorilla and, with a cold expression, walked to his side. He then bent down, extending his pale arm from his black robe to press on Gorilla's chest. A surge of immense dark power erupted from Subai's body and flowed like a gentle stream into Gorilla's body. As time passed, Gorilla's soul grew weaker and weaker, ultimately being completely devoured by the dark power. Thus, the colonel-ranked Gorilla became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Looking at the still unconscious Gorilla, Subai sighed with disdain and activated the power of the horse talisman, a gentle healing force slowly flowing out, repairing Gorilla's injured body. Cough, cough, cough. "Thank you, master." The Gorilla general, now part of the Shadow Kingdom, gradually awakened, feeling the changes in his body. All the hidden ailments accumulated from training and the aftereffects of past injuries had vanished without a trace, making him extremely excited as he quickly thanked the young master. "Subai, all right, you can withdraw for now. Take care of your soldiers and do not expose the identity of Shadow Kingdom members." Hearing the order from his young master, Subai, the Gorilla general, obediently nodded and then slipped back into the Shadow Kingdom, returning to the warship. He immediately took control of all his soldiers, bringing them into the Shadow Kingdom, and then quietly waited for Smoker and the others to return. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Chimney Mountain on Magnet Drum Island, Galdi, No and Crocodile were engaged in fierce combat with Navy Colonels Gib and Silver, facing the powerful attacks from the two Devil Fruit users. Silver was the first to falter, forced to retreat, while Gib, fighting two opponents, couldn't he last 50 rounds before being knocked down by a single punch, falling unconscious to the ground. Looking at the helpless Gib and Silver, Galdi, No and Crocodile exchanged a smile, then swiftly delivered powerful chops that knocked them both out, carrying them on their shoulders and bringing them to their young master, Subai. In an instant, Galdi, No and Crocodile stood before the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, carrying the unconscious Navy colonels Gib and Silver. They respectfully set down the two unconscious men, and upon seeing this, Subai was very satisfied. He snapped his fingers, and two streams of pure dark power erupted from his fingertips, quickly rushing into Galdi, No and Crocodile's bodies. After receiving the dark power granted by young Master Subai, Galdi, No, the wax fruit user, experienced a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. His once weak and soft muscles became firm and robust. Thank you for your grace, young master. Galde no respectfully bomet. Then slipped into the Shadow Kingdom to digest this powerful dark energy. Meanwhile, the fishman karate master Crocodile, after receiving the dark power from Subai, saw the color of his haki deepen, and its hardness surpassed that of before. This was of great significance for him, who excelled in martial arts and boxing. After gaining new powers, Kruby's aura soared, and he bowed in gratitude, then bid farewell to Subai and returned to the Shadow Kingdom to assimilate this power. After watching his two senior aides leave, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, cast a sharp gaze at the unconscious Navy colonels Gibbons and Dajin lying on the ground. He stepped forward to Gibbons, then extended his fair arms and placed them on Gibbons' head. Join the family of the Shadow Kingdom. A massive dark power erupted from Subai's body, surging like rolling waves into Gibbons' body. His frail soul was instantly torn apart, and within just a few minutes, Navy Colonel Gibbons became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. After dealing with Gibbons, Subai retracted his fair arms and turned to face Colonel Dayan, who was beside him. He stretched out his hand again and pressed it on Dayan's head. A surging dark power, like a floodgate opening, surged in with an unstoppable momentum, entering Dayan's body. Colonel Dayan's soul didn't have time to react before being devoured by the dark power. As time gradually passed, Dayan's soul was completely engulfed and overshadowed by the dark aura. Thus, another naval colonel became a member of the Shadow Kingdom. After incorporating Dayan and Ji-Bean into the Shadow Kingdom, Subai, cloaked in black robes, had a terrifying gleam shoot from his deep purple eyes. With a wave of his hand, he activated the power of the Horse Talisman, and a gentle healing force flowed into the bodies of the two Navy colonels, completely eliminating all their negative states. Additionally, young Master Subai drew out two pure dark powers from himself, which could significantly enhance Dayan and Ji-Bean's strength. Once they fully absorbed the dark powers, being promoted to the rank of Navy Brigadier General would definitely not be a problem, and with diligent training, they could even reach the rank of Major General. Since they had joined the Shadow Kingdom, he would not treat them poorly. These two dark powers were gifts for them. After waking from their stupor, Ji-Bean and Dayan were overjoyed the moment they became full members of the Shadow Kingdom. A wealth of information about the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Corps appeared in their minds, making them aware of how precious the dark powers bestowed by young Master Subai were. Thank you for your grace, young master. We will do our utmost to enhance our strength and strive to be promoted to Navy Brigadier General in the shortest time possible. Hearing their solemn vows, Subai of the Shadow Corps nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand, signaling the two to return to the warship, while waiting for Smoker to finish investigating the reasons behind the destruction of Drum Kingdom, after which they would return to the Navy headquarters to assist Koby and Barumabur in recruiting other Navy members to join the Shadow Kingdom. It had been a long time since he had seen Smoker. He wondered how strong he had become. He felt an itch to find someone to spar with, and since Smoker was on Drum Island, he decided to choose him as a sparring partner. At the same time that Subai was preparing to quickly find Smoker, Arlong, a senior officer of the Shadow Corps, was engaged in a fierce battle with Navy Brigadier General Tien. Tien was originally a knight from a certain kingdom who later joined the Navy. In the original story, he was a vice admiral at Navy headquarters, but in the current timeline, he was still at the rank of Brigadier General, a designated candidate for Major General. Nicknamed the ship-slicing hero Tien, he was an exceptional swordsman capable of slicing pirate ships as easily as cutting through steak. Although he looked terrifying, he had a very kind heart, loved helping others, and his motto was do 100 good deeds every day. The gaunt Tien had a cold expression but often spoke gentle words in a terrifying manner. He cared deeply for his subordinates and would not hesitate to tear off a piece of his own coat to bandage their wounds whenever he saw them bleeding, exemplifying the ideal of treating his soldiers like his own children. Because of this, Brigadier General T. Pien was highly respected and beloved by his subordinates. Moreover, as a brigadier general, T. Pien was filled with a sense of justice, willing to fight recklessly for the safety of civilians, even against enemies many times stronger than himself. Without a hint of retreat. Is this the strength of a Navy brigadier general? Your swordsmanship is truly impressive. Arlong, a senior officer of the Shadow Corps, drew the large saw blade edge from his back. His bloodshot eyes widened, and a murderous intent surged through him. He then activated his armed haki, making his arms hard and dark, while his strong legs bent slightly to gather powerful strength. Boom! 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 A thunderous sound erupted as Arlong's powerful legs kicked the ground, causing the hard surface to shatter. A terrifying spiderweb pattern appeared on the ground, and Arlong, transformed into a dragon, shot towards T. Pien like a cannonball. Arlong's crimson eyes, terrifying saw-like teeth, and the faint blue dragon aura surrounding him instantly intimidated Brigadier General T. Pien. Dragon on darts. Seeing Arlong shooting towards him, Brigadier General T. Pien's expression turned serious. He gripped his straight sword and unleashed several powerful sword energies to block Arlong's killing move. Chapter 116. The Unyielding T. Pien. As Arlong moved rapidly through the air, a contemptuous smile crept across his lips. He swung the large saw blade edge in circles, effortlessly shredding any obstacles in front of him, be they fierce sword energies or flying rocks, into pieces, leaving Brigadier General T. Pien with a look of embarrassment. As Arlong drew closer, fear began to creep into Brigadier General T. Pien's eyes. He suppressed his fear, gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the sword, stepped forward, and positioned the sword horizontally in front of him, intending to block Arlong's ferocious attack. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. I need to report the latest intelligence to Navy headquarters. The bounty on the sawfishman Arlong is far too low. With a deafening explosion, Brigadier General T. Pien was sent flying backward like a kite with a severed string, soaring several dozen meters before rolling over a dozen times and barely stabilizing himself. His helmet shattered into pieces. The abdominal armor revealed spiderweb-like cracks. His sharp sword broke into two, falling nearby, and he was covered in blood, battered and gasping for breath, refusing to fall down or surrender even without weapons. I respect you as a man. Come join our Shadow Corps. The image of the ship-slicing hero T. Pien is as follows. T. Pien wears a helmet adorned with a long red feather on top. He has curly black long hair and a gaunt face with a missing upper tooth. His skin has a grayish hue reminiscent of a zombie. He wears blue abdominal armor with a Navy emblem on it, over which he wears golden soft armor, draped with a cloak bearing the emblem of justice. A rope is tied around his waist, and he wears green trousers with black leather boots. Hearing Arlong's words, Brigadier General T. Pien showed a hint of disgust on his face. He spat on the ground in disdain and said with great difficulty, "You want me to join pirates? Dream on. Even if you threaten me with death, I will never yield." Seeing Brigadier General T. Pien's strong will, Arlong, in his dragon form, burst into laughter. He knew very well the methods of his young master. No matter how hard the bone, once the dark power was unleashed, it would become part of the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Corps. Joining the Shadow Corps is not something you can decide. To be honest, the smoker who led the warship to Drum Island to investigate the destruction of Drum Kingdom is already one of us in the Shadow Corps, and has been lurking within the Navy under the young master's orders, just to find the opportunity to devour the elites of the entire Navy headquarters. Ha ha. After hearing Arlong's words, the severely injured Brigadier General T. Pien widened his eyes in disbelief. The smoker who led the warship to Drum Island to investigate the destruction of Drum Kingdom had actually joined the pirate crew? This news is too important. I must take it back to report to the Marshal. I dare to tell you this information because I am not worried that you will inform others at Navy headquarters. You should think carefully about the real purpose of Smoker bringing you to Drum Island. Brigadier General T. Pong was complexly speculating on Arlong's implied meaning. This time, Smoker led them to Drum Island. Wasn't it to investigate the destruction of the Drum Kingdom? A current of electricity flashed through Brigadier General T. Peng's mind, and he seemed to remember something. His expression suddenly became terrified, and then he said tremulously, from the captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, to the captain of the Black Cat pirates, Kuro, and then to the commander of the Creek pirates, Ajin, and the officer in charge of Rog Town, Smoker. Being able to gather these unruly characters together, your Shadow Brigade's young master, Subai, must have the ability to control people. Smoker brought us to Drum Island. It should be at your young master's behest, right? To control us brigadiers and colonels of the Navy headquarters, and then erode the Navy's power to dominate the world? After hearing Brigadier General T. Peng's analysis, Arlong's crimson eyes sparkled with surprise. This guy could serve as a brigadier general in the Navy headquarters and was about to be promoted to major general. It seemed he wasn't just relying on brute force to get there. It seems you are quite clever. Come join our Shadow Brigade. The young master will grant you powerful strength, far beyond your current might. Upon hearing Arlong's persuasion, Brigadier General T. Peng's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hatred, and he then said loudly, "Join the pirates? I'd rather die." Unarmed, Brigadier General T. Peng's eyes showed determination to die. His leg muscles tensed, and he performed the Navy's six forms technique shattering the ground beneath his feet as he shot towards the broken sword like a cannonball. In an instant, he grasped the broken sword in his hand. Seeing Arlong's terrified expression as he wanted to intervene, Brigadier General T. Peng smiled as if freed, and then plunged the sharp broken sword into his own chest. Justice will never be extinguished. Let me die rather than serve pirates. A smile spread across Brigadier General T. Peng's face as his vision gradually blurred, his strength continuously draining until he finally fell helplessly to the ground. Arlong, in his dragon form, sighed regretfully. Why did Brigadier General T. Peng have to do this? As long as he had a breath left, his young master could bring him back to life. Even if he committed suicide, could it change the fact that he would become a member of the Shadow Brigade? Arlong thought, this guy indeed has guts and is fully qualified to join our Shadow Brigade. Just as Brigadier General T. Peng's pupils were about to lose focus, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, suddenly appeared beside him. With a fair hand, he gently stroked, and a powerful healing force descended. The fatal injury on Brigadier General T. Peng's chest instantly healed, and he was forcibly pulled back from the brink of death by Subai. Cough, didn't I just die? The pale-faced Brigadier General T. Peng struggled to get up from the ground. His dazed eyes slowly became clear, and when he saw Subai's figure, he instinctively froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and tried to step back to distance himself from Subai. I have granted you a second life. Where do you think you're going? Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, smiled slightly. He extended his fair hand, lightning power dancing on his fingertips, and in an instant, it flew towards Brigadier General T. Peng. Chapter 117. Natural Type Nirvana Fire Fruit, Invincible Immortality. Seeing the pale blue lightning power shooting towards him, Navy Brigadier General T. Peng's expression changed drastically. He endured the discomfort in his body and struggled to move his stiff legs, trying to evade Subai's attack. Brigadier General T. Peng, stop these futile struggles and join our Shadow Brigade family. I will grant you supreme power to protect the people from the oppression of evil forces. After hearing Subai's words, the struggling Brigadier General T. Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. In that moment of hesitation, the powerful lightning force struck him, directly entering his body, leaving him paralyzed and collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Brigadier General T. Peng, I know you are a kind person, but your power is simply too weak. The world is so big, and there are so many people. How much can you protect? Join my Shadow Brigade, and you will gain powerful strength to better protect others and punish evil. After being shocked by the lightning, Brigadier General T. Peng, with his teeth clenched and eyes reddened, struggled to speak. For the people, what if I join the pirates? Please grant me powerful strength. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, smiled in satisfaction and then saw his deep purple eyes covered by dark power. He emanated a terrifying aura that made the paralyzed Brigadier General T. Peng feel as if he were in an ice cave, extremely uncomfortable. T. Peng, the family of the Shadow Brigade welcomes you. A bright light shot from Subai's dark eyes as he bent down, extending his black-robed white arm, gently pressing it against T. Peng's chest. Streams of pure dark power flowed into T. Peng's body through his arm. As time passed, Brigadier General T. Peng's soul power weakened, and the dark power within him increased. With a cracking sound, his weakened soul was completely devoured, and he thus became a part of the Shadow Brigade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 19th talent of this native dimension. The system rewards the host with 1 natural type Nirvana Fire Fruit, 1,000 Night Bat Brigade Ninja Soldiers, and 500 Troll Brigade Ninja Soldiers. Just as Brigadier General T. Peng completely became a member of the Shadow Brigade, Subai's system emitted a cold, mechanical voice. The content of this mechanical voice shocked Subai greatly. System, what is the natural type Nirvana fire fruit? What is its star rating? Does Nirvana mean it can be reborn like a phoenix, allowing for infinite resurrection? After a moment's hesitation at the host Subai's inquiry, the system's database began to operate wildly, and the relevant data for the natural type Nirvana fruit was presented. Natural type Nirvana fire fruit introduction. Nirvana fire, also known as the fire of life, is the life fire of the Phoenix clan. When a phoenix faces irresistible damage or is about to die of old age, it ignites Nirvana fire all over its body, burning away everything from this life, and then being reborn in Nirvana. Each time a phoenix undergoes Nirvana, it becomes stronger, but it will not easily choose Nirvana unless absolutely necessary, as Nirvana is not guaranteed to succeed. The user of this devil fruit can, like the phoenix, undergo Nirvana to be reborn in the second, third, or even 10th, 100th life. As long as they are lucky enough to succeed in Nirvana, they can remain immortal, and their strength will become even more powerful. Encountering Sea Prism Stone will prevent Nirvana, and being hit in a vital spot will still result in death. The same goes for seawater. Looking at the system's detailed explanation, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, looked at T. Peng with a changed expression. The ability of this natural type Nirvana fire fruit was simply too outrageous. Before long, the name of Navy Brigadier General T. Peng would resound throughout this world. The reason is simple. The reborn in Nirvana is akin to immortality. T. Peng, eat this devil fruit and then describe its taste in detail. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Brigade, was not stingy with his subordinates. With a thought, the natural type Nirvana fire fruit wrapped in the system appeared in his hand. The nature system Nirvana fire fruit has the shape of a phoenix about to take flight, with a deep red color throughout. The surface of the fruit is covered with scales resembling fish scales, and when peeled, one can see the soft, juicy flesh inside, adorned with light pink spiral patterns, which are unique to this type of devil fruit. Subai has long been accustomed to such sights, watching his subordinate conjure a cool-looking devil fruit out of thin air. T. Pen's eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped slightly, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. Thank you for the gift, master. This devil fruit is truly precious. T. Pen treasured the nature system Nirvana fire fruit as he took it from Subai's hand. He cradled the fruit with one hand while gently stroking the rough surface and the textured spiral patterns with the other. The juicy, pink flesh made his fingers itch, and he couldn't help but want to take a bite. Master, I'm going to eat it. Looking at the invaluable devil fruit in his hand, T. Pen's eyes revealed extreme desire. He slowly opened his mouth, his sharp teeth touching the tender fruit flesh, and then quickly bit down. A large chunk of the pink flesh was bitten off, and the rich juice burst onto T. Pen's tongue. He initially thought the taste of this devil fruit would be as wonderful as its juicy flesh, but as the juice flowed over his taste buds, T. Pen's previously enjoying expression suddenly changed dramatically. His pale face turned an ashen gray, and he uncontrollably bent over, gagging, even trying to stick his fingers down his throat to force out the devil fruit he had just eaten. Don't stop. Eat the rest of the devil fruit, and then tell me how it tastes. Hearing his master's command, T. Pen's face turned from ashen to waxy yellow. He looked at Subai with a face full of grievance, then helplessly lowered his head again, closed his eyes tightly, held his breath, and began to tear into and swallow the remaining flesh of the devil fruit. The fist-sized Nirvana fire fruit was completely consumed by T. Pen, who then clutched his stomach in pain, gagging, and even vomited up some stomach acid, yet there was no trace of the pink flesh to be seen. After about half an hour, T. Pen's complexion finally regained a bit of color. No longer feeling nauseous, he held his stomach and looked helplessly at his master, Subai, and then slowly said, Master, the taste of this devil fruit is truly hard to describe. At first, I thought the pink, juicy flesh would have a very fragrant and delicious flavor, but after taking a big bite, I realized my assumption was wrong. The taste of this devil fruit is like a mixture of rotten peaches and mangoes that have fermented for more than half a month, then mixed with an excessive amount of salt and chili. First, it is unbearably sweet, then it becomes unbearably salty, and finally it turns into an excruciating spiciness. Furthermore, after the spiciness fades, a foul smell rushes into my nostrils, then plunges down into my internal organs, giving me the illusion that I am about to ascend to the heavens. And in the end, this feeling disappears, and I couldn't help but throw up. Hearing T. Pen's detailed account of the taste of the devil fruit, Bai, the master of the Shadow Legion, burst into laughter, his dark sense of humor satisfied. He then snapped his fingers, and a plump dark seed shot into Pen's body. This plump dark seed was formed from massive amounts of dark energy. And under Bai's directive, it was planted in Pen's dantian, continuously releasing dark power to nourish and enhance Pen's physical and spiritual qualities. Feeling the energy released by the dark seed in his dantian and the changes in his physical qualities and mental strength, Pen's eyes widened in surprise. He covered his lower abdomen and then excitedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your grace, Master. I'm endlessly grateful." Bai was very pleased with Pen's attitude. He waved his hand casually and instructed, "After consuming the nature system Nirvana Fire fruit, minor injuries will be healed by the Nirvana Fire. If you encounter a fatal injury that could lead to your death, you will enter the Nirvana moment. During this time, you must send us messages. I will personally go to protect you or send along Ajin, Koby, Barumabur, and others to safeguard you." Hearing his master's words, Pen was moved to tears. He understood the power of the Nirvana Fire fruit very well. If he were harmed by a powerful enemy, he would enter the Nirvana moment. And with his master's personal protection during that time, he would surely be able to succeed in his Nirvana. According to the fruit's properties, each successful Nirvana would greatly enhance his strength, and through this cycle, he would eventually become a top figure in the world. As for the magnetic drum kingdom destruction incident, you can investigate casually and then place all the blame on Blackbeard, saying that after he obtained the nature system dark fruit, his strength surged, increasing the threat level to the world. You can even suspect that he was once devoured by the ability user Wapple of the Goma fruit, and that his two missing sisters exist within his body. He may appear to be one person, but in reality, he is three, capable of simultaneously wielding the powers of three devil fruits. Coupled with the characteristics of the dark fruit, other powerful devil fruit users should be wary. Hearing his master's orders, Pen's heart was filled with dread. If what his master analyzed was true, and Blackbeard could wield the powers of three devil fruits, would he come to seize his Nirvana Fire fruit if he found out about it? Pen, I know what you're worried about. Your Nirvana Fire fruit is a top-tier fruit of 4 stars, equivalent to Admiral Akainu Sakazuki's level. If Blackbeard learns that this devil fruit has the ability of Nirvana rebirth, he will definitely come to seize it at all costs. However, only you and I know about the information of this devil fruit. If we do not spread this information, others will not know. Just say you accidentally acquired a flame fruit. After all, the Nirvana characteristic requires death to trigger. With your strength and rank, there are in team many who would dare to kill you. After listening to his master Bai's words, Pen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He expelled a breath of turbid air, nodded his head, and then took the initiative to take his leave, heading towards the warship docked at the Magnetic Drum Island port. Watching Pen's departing figure, Bai, the master of the Shadow Legion, had a flash of brilliance in his deep purple eyes. More and more naval officers were joining the Shadow Legion, and it was time to find an opportunity to promote Koby, Barumabur, Xyligia, Zango, Smoker, Dasky Penjibin, Din, and Xingxing to higher ranks. Only with higher ranks would they have greater voice and influence in the Navy. Once they have greater voice and influence, they can sway the decisions of the admirals and marshals, and even influence the decisions of the world government. I wonder if the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr has formed the Inyo Navy. This guy has always been my target. If he leads the Inyo Navy to join the Shadow Legion, the overall strength of the Shadow Legion will soar like a rocket. Zephyr, the former highest combat power of the world government, Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and commander of the Inyo Navy, known as Blackarm Zephyr, due to his powerful armament hockey, has battled countless pirates throughout his life, but has never killed any enemies, earning him the title of the non-lethal former Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After learning that the pirate who killed many of his students joined the Navy and became one of the warlords of the sea, he developed an immense hatred for pirates and thus established the Inyo Navy. He was willing to take the explosive rock to destroy the world, but ultimately died on the battlefield due to the interference of the Straw Hat crew and the full-force assault of the Navy. Note, Zepha's disciples include the current 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, Kazura Borsellino, as well as Colonel Blackfoot Hinata and Rear Admiral White Hunter Smoker. According to the current timeline, Blackarm Zepha should still be serving as an instructor at the Navy headquarters, and his beloved students should not have been attacked by Edward Weevil yet. Edward Weevil killed his beloved students and severely injured his right arm, and in the end, He joined the Navy and became one of the warlords of the sea. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept such an ending. At this thought, a scene emerged in Subai's mind. If he saved those Navy students who were about to be harmed by Edward Weevil, and then healed Zifa's right arm when he established the Neo Navy, with both kindness and authority, he should be able to make him willingly join the Shadow Army. Chapter 118. Hunt Weevil. Support Doriton to ascend the throne. For now, setting aside the idea of incorporating Black Arm Zifa into the Shadow Army, the young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, returned to his senses with a cold gaze. Next, he needed to complete the task issued by the system, eliminating the gluttony fruit user Wapple and devouring the entire Drum Island. I wonder if Akin has dealt with the other Rear Admiral Branu. This guy mainly excels in negotiations and investigating pirates' misdeeds and strengths, and his combat power should not be as strong as Akin's. Just as Subai was thinking of Akin, who had just dealt with Branu near the port of Drum Island, suddenly sneezed, puzzled as he rubbed his nose. He then grabbed the collar of the unconscious Branu and brought him before his young master Subai. Subai was just about to set off for the top of the chimney mountain when a dark figure flashed before him. Akin, who had just finished fighting, appeared directly from the Shadow Kingdom, holding Rear Admiral Branu's collar and standing before his young master. Young master, this green-haired monster is the newly promoted Rear Admiral of the Navy, Branu. Looking at the green-haired and slightly curly-haired Rear Admiral Branu before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Subai's deep purple eyes. If this guy joined the Shadow Kingdom, it would be like installing a camera among the high-ranking officials of the Navy, allowing him to easily receive first-hand intelligence and internal secrets. A concentrated dark power leaped to Subai's fingertips. He flicked it casually, and the dark power shot into Akin's Dantian. You return to the Shadow Kingdom first. Refine this dark power, and come out when I summon you. Subai granted his trusted subordinate Akin a pure dark power. Akin enjoyed the warm sensation in his Dantian, feeling his muscles relax, and the impurities in his meridians and blood vessels being washed and expelled bit by bit. After hearing his young master's command, he immediately cupped his hands in farewell and slowly disappeared into the Shadow Kingdom. As he watched his trusted subordinate Akin retreat into the Shadow Kingdom, Subai turned his penetrating gaze toward the unconscious Branu. This guy was an intellectual figure in the Navy headquarters, although he was only a Rear Admiral at present. According to the original work, it wouldn't be long before he was promoted to Vice Admiral. Being able to join the Shadow Kingdom is your honor. Welcome to our big family. The young master of the Shadow Army, Subai, raised the corners of his mouth in a smile, which contained a hint of pride. He slowly extended his fair arms from the wide sleeves of his black robe, then pressed his palms against Branu's chest, fingers slightly bent. A torrent of overwhelming dark power surged from his arms into Branu's body. The dark aura instantly enveloped Branu's entire body. In his unconscious state, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his originally relaxed brows gradually furrowed into a knot. He let out painful groans as the soul within his body desperately struggled to resist the erosion of the dark power. Unfortunately, Branu's spiritual power was limited. While he might resist for a few minutes, the dark power released by Subai seemed inexhaustible, continuously tearing at his pure soul. As time passed, every second that ticked by made Branu's soul weaker. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the strong erosion of the dark power and was completely devoured, becoming a part of the Shadow Kingdom. After incorporating Branu into the Shadow Kingdom, a spark of battle intent flashed in Subai's bright purple eyes. Next, he needed to find the Paramecia-type gluttony fruit, user Wapple, and his subordinate Smoker. Finding and eliminating Wapple was to complete the system's task, while finding his subordinate Smoker was mainly to assign him some tasks and check on his recent training. Akin, Arlong, Crocodile, and Galdi, Nero were still in a state of enlightenment, so I will personally go to find and execute the gluttony fruit user Wapple, the young master of the Shadow Army. Subai radiated overwhelming dark power, and soon his observation haki expanded outward from him, enveloping the entire Drum Island in just a few minutes. Under the cover of observation haki, Subai could clearly sense everything on Magnet Drum Island, from every flower and tree to every stone and insect, even a fly feeding. Was that guy Wapple heading towards Chimney Mountain, returning to the castle, opening the armory, and then re-establishing his rule over the Magnet Drum Kingdom? Ridiculous. With your meager skills, you might barely handle some ordinary people, but in front of me, you're no better than bean sprouts. Through observation haki, Subai had clearly gathered information about Wapple and his group's next movements. A glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes as he smirked, thinking to himself, If I were to kill Wapol with one punch, it would probably lessen the fun and wouldn't be beneficial for me to support Dalton in ascending to the throne. In Subai's thoughts, he planned to first let Wapol run amok in the town, and when public resentment reached its peak, he would secretly assist Doriton in getting rid of the villain Wapol. In this way, Doriton would become the hero who saved Drum Island, and it would be much easier to support him in ascending to the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Without noticing, Wapol had already entered the town, and the people were likely to suffer. A murderous intent flashed in Subai's eyes. He laughed in anger and immediately activated the chicken talisman spell, quickly flying toward Wapol and his group. At the same time, in a medium-sized town near Chimney Mountain to the east of Drum Island's port, the White Iron Pirates were rampantly burning, killing, and looting. Wapol, with the assistance of his trusted subordinate Cromali Mon, had devoured several wooden houses as an afternoon snack. Just as Wapol was about to continue consuming more houses, a ragged little girl, crying, ran out of a dilapidated wooden house he was about to devour. She was covered in dirt, had messy hair, wore very thin clothing, and was barefoot, her small feet turning blue and purple from the cold. The little girl knelt before Wapol, crying and pleading, lifting her head with tear-filled, crystal-clear eyes, looking at Wapol and the fierce-looking Cromali Mon beside him. She was terrified, and tears streamed down her face. "Lord Wapol, please don't destroy the house of my grandfather and me. My grandfather is old and sick. If we don't have a house to shelter us from the cold, he might not survive this winter." The little girl cried uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing her head to Wapol. Even when her forehead was scraped and bleeding, she didn't take care. As long as Wapol could spare her and her grandfather, this little injury was nothing to her. Seeing the small figure continuously bowing before him, Wapol burped, then slowly squatted down, lifting the little girl's chin with his right hand, examining her with a playful expression. He then disdainfully said, "Since you are begging me like this, I will show mercy and make an exception to not devour your house. Cromali Mon, you handle it." Upon hearing Wapol's words, a glimmer of joy flashed in the little girl's tear-filled eyes. She was excited to express her gratitude, but before she could speak, Cromali Mon, with a treacherous look, waved his hand, and several pirates behind him brought forward cannons, loaded and fired, instantly blowing the little girl and her grandfather's wooden house to smithereens. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" The little girl, witnessing her house being destroyed, fell to the ground in pain, crying out to the sky. Then, her beautiful eyes filled with endless rage. Realizing that her beloved grandfather had died at the hands of these people, she wanted revenge. She wanted to avenge her grandfather. "You all deserve to die." The little girl picked up a wooden stick and charged toward Cromali Mon. Seeing this, Wapol laughed heartily and specifically instructed, "Cromali Mon, don't kill this little one. This is really too interesting." Hearing Captain Wapol's command, Cromali Mon slightly reduced his strength. He looked disdainfully at the charging commoner and then threw a punch, directly sending the little girl flying several dozen meters, knocking her unconscious. The tragic scene of the little girl and her grandfather was witnessed by all the townspeople present. They gritted their teeth in anger, but helpless against Wapol's tyranny, they dared not act out and could only endure. "This is so boring. Forget it. I'll just continue eating my snacks." The crowd present changed their expressions drastically after hearing what Wapol said. Each one of them clenched their fists in anger, watching helplessly as their houses were devoured. If only someone could kill this guy. A man who watched his house being consumed by Wapol mumbled softly, and was heard by Wapol, who was eating. Without saying a word, Wapol opened his enormous mouth and swallowed the man whole, then used his devil fruit ability to merge him with the house, transforming him into a monstrosity. How interesting. I didn't expect it could be played like this. Now you can stay with your house forever. Just as Wapol laughed loudly at his own wicked amusement, the shadowy figure of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, arrived late and unleashed his armament hockey. His arms turned pitch black, and with the powerful enhancement of the Ox Talisman, he crashed down on the unsuspecting Wapol's head like a meteor. The terrifying force sent Wapol crashing into the ground, causing the originally solid ground to crack like a spider web under Subai's immense power. Wapol's head was driven deep into his body from the impact of the punch. Cough! Damn it! Who dares to ambush this king? I will eat you. Logically speaking, a normal person would have died instantly from Subai's punch. But Wapol was different. Thanks to his Munch fruit ability, he could transform into a barrel shape at any time to evade and weaken powerful attacks. When he was struck by Subai, he immediately transformed into barrel form, using all his strength to reduce nearly 70% of the force. but the remaining 30% nearly cost him his life. Restoring his human form, Wapol glared furiously at Subai, and in his rage, he opened his massive mouth, ready to swallow this ignorant guy whole. Slim Wapol. The formerly bloated Wapol transformed again into barrel form, swallowed his own body, then altered his skeletal structure before spitting himself out, now appearing tall and slim, with greatly enhanced agility. Munch Wapol's house. The tall and slim Wapol had a furious gaze as if flames were about to shoot out. He proudly curled his lips, and then his internal organs began to churn rapidly, merging the house, cannonballs, and metal he had previously consumed. Wapol transformed his hands into cannons, his head into a chimney, and his body into a house, becoming a walking tank charging towards Subai's position, firing cannonballs from his hands and head during the charge. Boom, boom, boom. Several black cannonballs shot out from Wapol's hands and head. Seeing this, Subai let out a cold snort, then slowly raised his arms, opened his palms, and the explosive power generated by the dragon talisman erupted, easily destroying all the cannonballs aimed at him. Is that all you've got? You can go die. Wapol's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he was intimidated by Subai's explosive power. He quickly transformed into barrel form, decisively abandoned Jess and Chromalion, and fled alone. Watching their captain abandon them, Jess and Chromalion exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth, stepping forward to try to delay Subai and buy time for Captain Wapol to escape. Statique fut bas l'explosion. Chromalion took out several fist-sized furballs from the explosive head and quickly rubbed them, charging each furball with static electricity before tossing them toward Subai. Meanwhile, Jess, standing beside Chromalion, drew a flaming arrow from the quiver on his back, aimed at the furballs flying toward Subai, and shot several sharp arrows that ignited the furballs, propelling them toward Subai. Is this the best trick you can come up with? You all deserve to die. The young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, sneered, his deep eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Then, his entire aura erupted, and a murderous intent as terrifying as 18 levels of hell surged, causing Chromalion and Jess to be so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, losing control of their bowels. Chapter 119. Paramecia munch fruit and Logia mushroom fruit. In front of everyone, Chromalion and Jess knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging their heads and begging Subai to spare their lives. Looking at the two shameless guys kneeling on the ground, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He kicked Chromalion and Jess, who were crawling at his feet, several meters away. Then, he waved his hand and called the little girl who had just been bullied to his side. He then gently asked, "Little girl, how do you think we should deal with these two?" The little girl's grandfather had been brutally killed by the white iron pirate crew, and she wished nothing more than to tear Chromalion and Jess into pieces. Now that Subai had given her the power of life and death, she coldly replied without mercy, "Big brother, I only know that blood debts should be repaid in blood. These inhumane guys not only killed my grandfather, but also harmed many innocent people. I think they should be handed over to the people for execution to quell their anger." Hearing the girl's words, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He used the power of the ox talisman and easily crushed Jess's limbs, then threw him to the crowd that was eagerly watching. When the crowd saw the mutilated Jess being tossed over like a dead dog, they rushed at him like demons crawling out of hell, roaring as they tore him to pieces. Watching the frenzied crowd, Subai's eyes revealed a hint of pity. The white iron pirate crew had committed numerous wrongdoings, and the people had suffered from them for a long time. Given the current situation, it was entirely understandable. Chromalion, do you have any last words? I'll give you a chance to speak your final words. If you dare to insult me, I will make you wish you were dead. Chromalion trembled and slumped to the ground, fearfully staring at Subai. He slowly said, "Kneeling here, I can only blame myself for being outmatched. Please give me a quick end. I don't want to end up like Jess, torn to pieces by a mob." Subai listened to Chromalion's words and couldn't help but chuckle. He then materialized the device for extracting the devil fruit, placing his fair hand on Chromalion's head. A surge of dark power descended, and the mushroom fruit that Chromalion possessed was extracted into a transparent glass dome. "All right, your value is gone. As for giving you a quick end, sorry, I can't do that." After extracting the value from Chromalion, a fierce glint shot from Subai's deep purple eyes. He stepped forward and crushed Chromalion's arms, then broke his legs, and finally drew out the famous sword gravel, swinging it simply to cut off a small caterpillar beneath him. Excruciating pain engulfed Chromalion's entire body. At that moment, he was pale and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Subai quickly used the healing power of the talisman to restore some of his stamina, then called over the frenzied crowd. This guy is yours to deal with. Think of your family members harmed at home. Don't let this guy die easily. That would be too merciful for him. Hearing Su Bai's words, the crowd, momentarily flickering with clarity, was soon filled with anger and murderous intent. They all pounced on Cromallomong, tearing at him wildly, venting their inner rage and hatred. Cromallomong's wails echoed throughout Drum Island. Wapol, who was fleeing for his life, trembled in fear upon hearing such a miserable sound, then desperately ran towards the port. In his mind, as long as he reached the port and boarded the White Iron King, he would surely escape from Su Bai's grasp. Doriton, you can make your move now. Wapol is yours to handle. I will assist you from the shadows. After receiving the transmission from his young master Su Bai, Doriton, who had been guarding the port, quickly activated the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into a buffalo form. With sharp horns pointing forward and muscular thighs bulging like intertwined roots of an old tree, Doriton's strength had significantly increased after refining dark powers, far beyond his previous level. My young master has transmitted to me, which means Wapol, that crazy guy, is rushing towards the port. Just as Doriton's thoughts became clearer, at the foot of the snowy Chimney Mountain, a disheveled Wapol was anxiously making his way to the port. Just as he was about to reach the port, he saw Doriton in buffalo form blocking his path with his massive body. Doriton, what are you doing here? Don't block my way. Get out of my way. Wapol glared at Doriton, who was once the captain of his guard, without showing any joy. This guy had dared to defy him and was imprisoned. Just as he was about to execute him, that damned Blackbeard destroyed the Drum Kingdom, forcing him to flee the island without caring about Doriton's fate. If you don't want to die, get out of the way quickly, or I will make sure you end up in pieces. Hearing Wapol's threat, Doriton in buffalo form couldn't help but chuckle, a playful smile appearing on his face. Then he said loudly, "What's going on? Our king of Drum Kingdom is abandoning his subordinates to run away again? Last time, Blackbeard destroyed the Drum Kingdom, and you abandoned the people to escape with the high-ranking officials to the sea. This time, you are abandoning the loyal Cromallomong and Jess, wanting to escape back to the sea alone. The people of Wapol, how pitiful you are. You have ruled for so many years, indulging in debauchery, harming the loyal, implementing tyranny, and slaughtering doctors. Today I, Doriton, will carry out justice and eliminate you, the damned tyrant." Enraged, Doriton's strong legs slightly bent as he began to gather immense power. He roared skyward, then stomped down hard, causing the ground to erupt with a thunderous sound. The hard, icy surface exploding, terrifying spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the ground. Doriton shot forward like a cannonball. Boom! 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 With crimson eyes and surrounded by terrifying dark energy, he momentarily stunned Wapol. "Wapol, die! Come at me!" As Doriton's attack drew closer, Wapol reacted swiftly, merging the cannonball and steel in his abdomen to form a powerful cannon, aiming at Doriton and firing. Unfortunately, Doriton was not afraid of the cannonball's attack at all. The sharp horns on his head, empowered by the dark powers given by his young master Su Bai, were unstoppable, easily shredding the cannonballs Wapol fired. No matter if it was cannonballs, bullets, or blades, Doriton in high-speed motion showed no fear. "Why you don't come near?" After exhausting all his means, Wapol realized he could do nothing against Doriton and panicked, trying to transform into a barrel form to withstand Doriton's full-force attack. Boom! 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 With a deafening explosion, Doriton, moving at high speed, curled up like a cannonball, his powerful body directly crashing into Wapol's barrel form, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Wapol uncontrollably flew backward, crashing against the hard snowy rock wall before finally stabilizing himself. Cough cough. "Doriton, I will never let you go." Wapol's eyes gradually turned red. He was now determined to die. He opened his gaping mouth, voraciously devouring nearby rocks and trees, converting them into energy for his body. Then the metals in his abdomen fused together, forming a shape memory alloy called Wapol Alloy. With the Wapol Alloy, Wapol's murderous intent surged. He molded the alloy into a hard-spiked cloak, protecting himself, then transformed it into a house shape, aiming his hands at Doriton and firing black cannonballs. "This is my strongest move. If I can't defeat you, then I will surely die." Just as Wapol said this, a bolt of electricity flashed through his mind. He recalled that in the castle atop Chimney Mountain, there was a weapons cache of the Drum Kingdom filled with a massive amount of weapons. If he could devour all the weapons from a cache, he could combine them into a weapon man and would surely defeat Doriton easily. Even killing that young man in the black cloak would not be a problem. After firing several cannonballs, Wapol in house form transformed into a jet plane. his arms becoming wings. He stomped hard on the ground, using the inertia from the ground to leap into the air, then flying towards the top of Chimney Mountain with the energy accumulated in his abdomen. Doraton, easily dodging several cannonball attacks, burned with anger upon seeing Wapple's retreating figure. He quickly transmitted to his young master, "The plan has changed. Wapple is heading towards Chimney Mountain." After finishing the transmission, Doraton focused his thoughts and gradually merged into the ground, entering the Shadow Kingdom. Then, using a shortcut within the Shadow Kingdom, he appeared at the top of Chimney Mountain, waiting for Wapple's arrival. Doraton, Wapple is likely trying to devour the weapons cache in the castle to combine into a weapon man to deal with us. You must stop him, forced Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. It wasn't a big deal even if Wapple devoured all the weapons and formed a weapon man. With his mediocre strength, even if all the guns and cannons were fused into his body, they wouldn't cause much harm to Subai. The main reason Subai asked Durton to stop Wapple from consuming the weapons was that the weapons in the armory were meant to equip the National Army. If Wapple consumed them all, the already impoverished Magnetic Drum Kingdom would have no weapons for self-defense and could very likely attract the attention of other pirate forces. Standing alone at the top of Chimney Mountain, Durton understood his young master's thoughts, and a gleam of admiration flashed in his bright eyes. At that moment, Wapple, in his jet plane form, had already landed on a flat area at the top of Chimney Mountain. After the perfect landing, Wapple couldn't wait to rush into the castle and devour all the weapons in the armory. "Wapple, where do you think you're running to?" Doraton's voice was powerful, startling Wapple, who was lost in his fantasies. As Wapple turned to look back, Doraton, in his buffalo form, launched a charge, and with his sharp horns moving at high speed, easily pierced through Wapple's tin defense, stabbing directly into his lower back. Feeling the intense pain in his kidneys, Wapple felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. He struggled to turn and look at the wound, only to find 2 gaping holes bleeding profusely. "Doraton, you scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Damn it." Severely injured, Wapple transformed into a tin can form, hopping and jumping toward the castle's main gate. Doraton laughed heartily at the sight, and then used his devil fruit ability again. His muscular legs bulged, and then he stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, crashing down like a meteorite onto Wapple's tin can form. The originally tin can form of Wapple was crushed into a tin burger state under Doraton's heavy pressure, nearly costing him his life. Forced to revert from the tin can form due to his injuries, Wapple's massive body was covered in bloodstains, and angry tears of blood flowed from his crimson eyes before he collapsed to the ground, fainting from lack of energy. Having easily dealt with Wapple, Doraton laughed loudly, his aura restrained, and then he strode over to Wapple, grabbing him by the collar and bringing him into the Shadow Kingdom, soon appearing in front of the Shadow Corps young master. Upon seeing Wapple, who looked like a dead dog, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, showed no pity in his deep purple eyes. He activated the Devil Fruit extraction device, and, as a dazzling beam of light flashed from within the device, the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, the Belly Fruit, originally owned by Wapple, the captain of the White Iron Pirates and king of the Drum Kingdom, began to solidify inside the glass dome of the device. As time slowly passed, within the transparent glass dome of the Devil Fruit extraction device, a deep purple, oval-shaped fruit resembling a saw with spiral patterns successfully appeared. Chapter 120. The Demon of the Mountain, Bagong. Looking at the solidified Paramecia-type Belly Fruit in the transparent glass dome, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, took it out without hesitation and examined it carefully in his palm. The rough spiral patterns, deep purple skin, an oval saw-like shape classified this Paramecia-type Belly Fruit as a 4-star premium quality item, with developmental potential comparable to Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. What qualifications does this waste Wapple have to deserve such a powerful devil fruit? Innocent men suffer for having treasures. It is only reasonable for me to reclaim the Belly Fruit. With a thought, the Paramecia-type Belly Fruit instantly vanished from his palm and entered the system's inventory. Currently, Subai's system inventory contained the Paramecia-type Belly Fruit and the natural-type Mushroom Fruit, which were rated 4-star and 3-star, respectively. This trip to Drum Island has been very fruitful. He first recruited the 2 Marine Headquarters Commodores, T, Penn, and Bran, as well as the 3 powerful Marine Colonels, Gibeon, Dean, and Xiongxing, into his ranks, and then incorporated Doraton, the future king of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, into the Shadow Kingdom, indirectly ruling over this nation. Additionally, he acquired 2 Devil Fruits, with the Belly Fruit having great developmental potential. If a suitable user is found for it, The overall strength of the Shadow Corps will be significantly enhanced. After roughly counting the gains from this trip to Drum Island, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, was all smiles. His previously furrowed brows completely relaxed, and a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, while joyful glimmers occasionally flashed in his deep purple pupils. Next, he planned to wrap things up and fully incorporate Drum Island into the Shadow Kingdom. Currently, Subai and his group had already completed 3/4 of the absorption of Drum Island, and it wouldn't be long before the remaining quarter was finished. Once Drum Island was entirely under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom, they could head towards the direction of Alabasta Kingdom. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, had quite good abilities with both brains and strength. If he teamed up with Crocodile, the sparks that would fly between these two high IQ members will be interesting. Thinking of this, Subai exerted himself even more to unleash dark powers, and the speed of absorbing Drum Island increased. With the assistance of all the officers in the Shadow Corps, it took 5 hours to successfully incorporate the entire Drum Island into the Shadow Kingdom. A surge of pure, powerful energy feedback flowed into Subai's body, instantly replenishing the physical weakness caused by his use of dark powers. With his strength once again enhanced, Subai casually flicked his fingers to unleash a dark power that could shatter a sizable peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest issued by the system. Current rewards have been distributed. Please check promptly. 2 brilliant rays of light shot into Subai's system inventory, and one of the snake talismans from the 12 zodiac signs of the Lord lay prominently among them. Subai looked at the emerald green snake on the talisman, feeling quite pleased. With a thought, the snake talisman appeared in his palm. The invisibility ability of the snake talisman might not work against those who mastered observation hockey, right? System, please introduce the capabilities of the snake talisman. Snake talisman introduction. When used on a person or object, it can create an invisibility effect. There's a saying that the invisibility effect of the snake talisman must be contingent upon physical contact, which is why when Lasso put the snake talisman into a car's cassette player, only the car became invisible while the cargo and people inside remained visible. The snake talisman cannot truly make an object disappear, so it can be countered by colored substances like paint. However, considering the limited abilities of the snake talisman, the system has slightly enhanced it, such as countered by colored substances, footprints appearing when stepping on dust, being detected by observation hockey, and being locked onto by electronic devices and magnetic fields. All of these potential issues will gradually disappear as the host's strength increases. Listening to the system's patient explanation, Subai, as the host, suddenly understood. He widened his eyes in surprise, initially thinking that the snake talisman would be quite useless. However, now that it had been enhanced by the system, it would become a powerful tool in Subai's hands. In future confrontations with strong enemies, once Subai used the snake talisman's ability, the enemy's eyes would become ineffective, leaving them only to be beaten. The snake talisman's ability is indeed formidable, but it seems that its shortcomings will only be resolved as my strength increases. How strong do I need to be to use the snake talisman confidently? Hearing Subai's inquiry, the system fell silent for a moment, before the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Only when the host becomes the ruler of this world can the snake talisman be flawless. The system's enhancement of the snake talisman is intended to allow the host to have the ability to fight against the strongest enemies in the world, rather than to let the host reach the pinnacle in one step. A hint of regret flashed in Subai's deep eyes. Analyzing the system's current statements, the snake talisman's effect on him was not significant. It was impossible to unify this world solely with the snake talisman and his current strength. Forget it. Having the ability to make oneself invisible is quite good too. System, open the lucky roulette for me. Upon hearing the host Subai's command, the system quickly responded, its database operating rapidly, and soon the lucky roulette appeared before Subai, dazzling him with a plethora of items. How wonderful it would be if I could have all these treasures. What is the point of them being displayed in these slots? They might as well be in my system inventory. History Tome, Rick Tager's Aurora's Eye, Greenbeard Pirate's Gloves, The Power of the Mountain Demon Bagong. The Mask of General Cabo from a Ninja Hunter Corps, the Mask of General Manny from the Mantis Ninja Corps, Xuanwu Fruit, Devil Fruit Ability Development Skill Card, Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Card, Gluttonous Fruit, The Power of the Moon Demon Julon, The Power of the Sky Demon Shimu. Looking at the items in the grid area before him, Subai's face flushed with excitement. He patiently closed his eyes, held his breath, and silently prayed. After finishing his prayer, he suddenly opened his eyes and firmly commanded, System, Activate the lucky roulette for me. The system, always prepared, reacted immediately upon receiving the command from Subai. A sharp mechanical sound echoed, and the lucky roulette began to operate slowly. As time passed by, the spinning speed of the lucky roulette increased, and the yellow pointer in the center spun counterclockwise like a streak of light. Subai tried hard to widen his eyes, wanting to see clearly which area his desired item was in among the fast-spinning lucky roulette. Ding! Does the host choose to pause? Ignoring the system's gentle reminder, Subai stared nervously at the direction of the spinning pointer of the lucky roulette. After a simple prediction, he decisively signaled the system to pause. With Subai's command, the system promptly controlled the lucky roulette to slow down and stop. The once rapidly spinning lucky roulette suddenly stuttered, and then its rotation gradually slowed. The pointer on the roulette briefly paused at each grid area for a second, causing Subai's already excited mood to become extremely complex. System, I beg you, please don't let anything weird happen. The chance to draw from the lucky roulette is very rare. Please don't mess things up. Watching the yellow pointer on the lucky roulette slowly bounce, the young master of the Shadow Corps, Subai, broke out in a fine sweat on his forehead, feeling more nervous than when facing a Navy admiral. Rabbit Talisman, Greenbeard Pirate's Gloves, Gluttonous Fruit, the Power of the Moon Demon Julan, Dad's Magical Monkey Hair, Dad's Magical Hair Strands, 10. 000, Ordinary Ninja Soldier, Summoning Card from the Shadow Corps, Navy Humanoid Weapon White Bear, PX, 0, Bartholomew Kuma, Light Fruit, Werewolf Fruit, Conqueror's Hockey Skill Development Card. Time flowed like a babbling brook, and on the system's lucky roulette, the straight and striking yellow pointer finally stopped on the power of the Mountain Demon Bagong. The Mountain Demon Bagong corresponds to the Jinn in the 8 trigrams runes, and was one of the 8 great demons that once ruled the earth. The immortal deity that subdued her was Zhongguolao. The deity's token is a drum. Bagong ranks second among the 8 demons. She is both the elder sister of the Lord and the aunt of the little demon dragon, possessing the ability to consume anything and quickly convert the quality of food into her own mass and combat power. I'm so hungry. Stupid servants. Remember to put more salt in my food, or I'll kill you all. A giant, dark green phantom emerged from the system's lucky roulette, and soon it became slightly more solid. The mountain demon Bagong bared its fangs and claws, angrily questioning Subai in front of it. The characteristics of the mountain demon Bagong included dark green skin, a Japanese hairstyle, long eyelashes, scarlet little eyes, dazzling flame-red lips, and a massive body made of mountains. From a distance, it looked like a bare green hill embedded with a few giant rocks, with a huge, fat body covered in yellow lumps, short legs and arms, and an incredibly ugly appearance. Ranking at the bottom of the 8 great demons in terms of looks, Bagong represented vast mountains, and her appearance was indeed very fitting for the title of Mountain Demon. As the eldest sister among the 8 great demons, she was recognized as the most dangerous demon, possessing the terrifying power to smash the water demon Basha into a puddle with a single claw. Moreover, Bagong had the horrifying ability to gorge herself, turning everything she swallowed into her own power. The larger the volume, the higher the damage. She could consume all things in the universe, exert immense pressure, move mountains, possess infinite strength, have tough skin and flesh, exceptional defense, and a gigantic form. The more she ate, the larger and more destructive she became. Looking at the massive body and ugly appearance of the mountain demon Bagong, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, revealed a hint of a playful smile, his deep purple eyes sparkling with unusual light. If he could devour the magic power of this being, how terrifying would his own strength become? Subai activated the flight ability of the chicken talisman and flew in front of the mountain demon Bagong, then politely said, "The one who awakened you is me. Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. Mountain demon Bagong, I now need your magic power to dominate this world. As long as you are willing to give me all your power, once I become the master of this world, I will surely allow you to be reborn and ensure you have enough to eat every day." The extremely hungry mountain demon Bagong extended her scarlet tongue, licking her flame-red lips. She glared with her crimson eyes, opened her foul-smelling mouth wide, and laughed loudly, then contemptuously retorted, "Dirty lowlife. Just because you are the young master of the Shadow Legion, do you think I'll give you all my power? Even if you are the reincarnation of the Holy Lord, you are not worthy to talk to me face to face. Get lost." Seeing that the mountain demon Bagong was so ungrateful, Subai helplessly shook his head, then snapped his fingers. A powerful thunder force appeared at his fingertips, and in an instant, The heavens roared, dark clouds gathered overhead, and with overwhelming dark power, it enveloped the location of the phantom form of the mountain demon Bagong. The light blue thunder force and the immense dark tide surged towards Bagong. Upon sensing the aura of her brother, the thunder demon Zhong Su, Bagong was shocked and stammered in fear. This. How do you possess Zhong Su's thunder power? Zhong Su is compromised with you? Absolutely impossible. He doesn't even give me face. He would never submit to a dirty lowlife. A chilling, killing intent shot out from Su Bai's deep eyes. He momentarily controlled the thunder and dark powers, then lightly said, I forgot to mention, the last time I awakened the thunder demon Zhong Su, I said the same thing, hoping he would willingly give me all his power. But unfortunately, that guy didn't appreciate it and even tried to attack me, resulting in him being effortlessly obliterated, leaving not even a remnant of his soul. Listening to the words of this little guy in front of her, the mountain demon Bagong widened her eyes in disbelief. She couldn't believe it was true that Zhong Su, ranked fourth among the 8 great demons, had actually died at the hands of this dirty lowlife. And even the thunder power he possessed had been plundered, becoming someone else's wedding dress. You. Absolutely impossible. Zhong Su's strength is something I wouldn't dare underestimate. How could you, a little brat, possibly kill him? Dirty lowlife, stop spewing nonsense here. I advise you to quickly release me. Otherwise, I will swallow you. Chapter 121. The Power of Mountains and Rivers, the Deterrent Force from General Huang Yuan. Seeing that the mountain demon Bagong remained obstinately stubborn, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, couldn't help but feel amused by her stupidity. The 8 great demons were truly a family. Bagong was just like the previous thunder demon Zhong Su, facing death yet still stubbornly holding on. Since you don't believe me, don't blame me for being impolite, haha. Mountain demon Bagong, give me all your power. With a frosty expression, Su Bai curled the corners of his mouth into a disdainful arc. He extended his fair arm again, his distinctly knuckled fingers slightly bending, as the rolling thunder raged like an enraged beast, surrounded by dark, deathly energy, charging towards the location of the mountain demon Bagong. As the thunder force shot towards her, the phantom form of Bagong opened her foul, gluttonous mouth, wanting to retaliate. Unfortunately, her counterattack was insignificant in the face of Su Bai's dark power. The thunder dragon roamed, the heavens roared, tearing apart the clouds and breaking free from the thick fog. Enveloped in a devastating momentum, flying towards Bagong's gluttonous mouth. In an instant, it paralyzed her entire being, while the dark, deathly energy, like maggots on a corpse, continuously devoured Bagong's phantom soul. As her soul was torn and consumed, Bagong howled in agony, her massive body writhing like a bloated maggot. As time passed, the pain became unbearable, and she humbly pleaded, expressing her willingness to offer all her power to Su Bai, hoping he would stop devouring her soul. I will give you all my power. Please spare me. I, the mountain demon Bagong, have never begged anyone. You are the first. Please spare my life. Hearing the mountain demon Bagong's plea, which was humbling to the core, Su Bai laughed loudly, looking down at Bagong's hideous face with disdain. Watching her grimace in pain, Su Bai laughed again, and then, with killing intent fully revealed, his knuckled fingers slightly curled, a powerful dark tide surged again towards Bagong. The dark tide quickly enveloped Bagong's mountainous body, then continuously contracted and absorbed nutrients, feeding back all the power stored within Bagong's body to Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. As time passed, the size of the dark tide shrank, and correspondingly, the body of the mountain demon Bagong also became smaller. Eventually, her power was entirely consumed by the dark power released by Su Bai, and then a pure power of mountains and rivers was fed back into Su Bai's body. This power of mountains and rivers was as solid as a rock, continuously nourishing his organs and bones after entering his body. Feeling the changes from his bones and organs, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. He clearly sensed the changes in his body. He was currently feeling extremely hungry, requiring a large amount of food to gain and accumulate power. The mountain demon Bagong gorged herself, converting the quality of the food she consumed into her body mass and battle power. However, unlike her, I could perfectly absorb all the nutrients from the food without needing to consume vast amounts to achieve power accumulation and enhancement. With the aid of the dark power's devouring ability, I could always maintain my peak state. After the young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, absorbed the power of the mountain demon Pogan, he used the flying ability of the chicken talisman to quickly land at the foot of a towering chimney mountain in the central area of Magnetic Drum Island. Eager to try out his newly acquired power, Subai clenched his right fist, gathering all his strength at the tip of his fist. He aimed at the center of the chimney mountain and then swung with all his might. This simple punch, carrying a devastating momentum, shattered the towering chimney mountain, which was nearly 1,000 meters high. Not only that, but after the destruction of the chimney mountain, Subai's punch continued forward, forcibly creating a trench nearly 1,000 feet deep and wide near the waters of Magnetic Drum Island. Countless giant sea kings and sea beasts living in the abyss were innocently caught in the attack of this punch. Their massive bodies instantly turned to mush, followed by a surge of crimson blood rising from the sea floor to the surface, dyeing the entire area of Magnetic Drum Island red. I never expected the power of the mountain demon Pogan to be so formidable. I'm increasingly looking forward to the abilities of the other 6 demons. I wonder how the wind demon, Alfing, can affect the climate and the world's weather. Just as Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, was lost in his fantasies, a figure in orange beach shorts suddenly appeared before him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the uncle, Subai felt a strong sense of danger and quickly retracted all his strength, pretending to be an ordinary person in an attempt to slip away from the side of the yellow monkey. "Hey, handsome guy, what just happened here? Please tell me the details." Upon hearing the inquiry from Admiral Kazu, Subai's expression fluctuated between light and dark. He forced a smile and pointed to the bloody sea, slowly saying, "There was an extremely strong earthquake just now, and a trench suddenly appeared here, with countless sea kings' corpses floating to the surface. I just came to take a look out of curiosity. I'm not really sure what happened." Subai didn't want to get into big trouble right now, so he restrained all his power and conversed with Admiral Kizaru as an ordinary person. Kizaru pondered for a moment, seeming to recall something, then transformed into a beam of light and quickly flew toward the direction of the resort island. "I almost forgot. I haven't had my afternoon tea yet. As for whether the earthquake was natural or man-made, who cares?" Watching Admiral Kizaru turn into a beam of light and fly away, Subai let out a sigh of relief. If it were purely a matter of strength, he could easily wrestle with Kizaru. But if Kizaru knew his true strength, life of the Shadow Legion would become difficult. If his power was exposed, his bounty would likely be raised directly to 500 million berries, and other senior officers would undoubtedly rise in rank as well. This would certainly lead to the Navy headquarters launching a full-scale siege, making it impossible to develop in stealth and expand the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. As Subai was grateful for his cleverness, he summoned the senior officers of the Shadow Legion. Since they had already incorporated Magnetic Drum Island into the Shadow Kingdom, there was no reason to linger here. It was time to head to Alabasta, where the Warlord Crocodile was located. Before leaving, should he pay a visit to Tony, Chopper's mentor, Dr. Correja? This guy is highly skilled in medicine. Although I have the healing ability of the horse talisman and don't need a ship's doctor, someone of his caliber could certainly be brought into the Shadow Kingdom. Thinking of this, Subai immediately led his senior officers to the top of the Chimney Mountain, which was the former castle of Wapple. At this moment, Dr. Correja was busy developing a new type of medicine with her assistant Chopper and completely unaware of the visitors knocking at the door. "Young master, since no one is responding to our knock, let's just break in." Hearing the suggestion from his trusted aide Aaron, Subai did not adopt this idea. He quickly summoned Dalyutin and signaled him to knock on the door again to call Dr. Correja and Chopper out. Perhaps because of Dalyutin's loud voice or his familiarity with Dr. Correja, it didn't take long after he knocked for Chopper to open the castle door, looking frightened as he welcomed the fierce-looking Aaron and the others inside. "Thank you very much for opening the door, little Chopper. Here, as a tasty treat for you." Subai pulled a fresh orange from his pocket and handed it to Chopper, praising him as well. This made Chopper extremely excited, and while saying, "I'm not happy at all," he couldn't help but wiggle his little body. After briefly dealing with Chopper, Subai and Doroton walked straight to Dr. Correja's research room. They politely knocked a few times on the door and patiently waited for Dr. Correja to come out. "Has Doroton come? Are you bringing a friend here?" Dr. Correja, wearing a white lab coat, walked out of the research room with her hands on her hips. Seeing Doroton's respectful demeanor, she waved her hand to indicate that there was no need to be so formal, then turned her sharp gaze toward Subai. "This young man looks a bit unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a resident of our Drum Island, right? I wonder what brings you here. Is it that a family member or friend is ill? My consultation fees are quite high." Listening to Dr. Correja's words, Subai smiled slightly and got straight to the point. "The main reason for my visit is to invite you to join my Shadow Kingdom. I've heard you're already 139 years old, and yet you still maintain a youthful figure. Truly impressive. To be honest, I possess a power that can make you nearly 80 years younger, but in exchange, you would need to join the Shadow Kingdom. How about it? Upon hearing the words of this young man, Dr. Kureha couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having practiced medicine for nearly 100 years, she had never heard of anyone being able to turn back time. Encountering someone who boasted without any script was indeed laughable. Ha ha, Dr. Kureha, I naturally know you won't believe me. So, I will first make you 50 years younger, and then we can see if you are willing to join the Shadow Kingdom. After saying this, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, extended his fair arm from the loose sleeve of his black robe and quickly activated the healing ability of the horse talisman, eliminating the ailments accumulated in Dr. Kureha's body due to overwork and common ailments associated with aging. Moreover, Subai also used his healing power to remove the wrinkles from Dr. Kureha's face. Under the influence of a wave of light green healing power, Dr. Kureha transformed directly into a woman over 50 years younger, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Her once withered chest, which had sagged due to age, gradually became fuller, and her already fair skin became smooth and delicate. The gaunt cheeks that had once been dry gradually turned rosy and glossy. Looking at her transformation in the mirror, Dr. Kureha couldn't believe her eyes, touching herself everywhere in disbelief. She could hardly accept that the scene before her was real. At 139 years old, she had now reverted to her 40s, the most mature and charming period of her life. This was simply incredible. Could it be that you are a devil fruit user? Someone with the ability to reverse age? In response to Dr. Kureha's inquiry, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Army, smiled faintly and explained, I'm not a devil fruit user. Your youthful beauty is simply a result of advanced healing techniques. Upon hearing that her rejuvenation was due to medical skill, Dr. Kureha's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to learn this technique from Subai. In response, Subai smiled proudly and suggested that Dr. Kureha join the Shadow Kingdom, stating that only by becoming family could the secret of this rejuvenation ability be revealed. Driven by an immense desire to be young again, Dr. Kureha did not hesitate at all and immediately declared her willingness to join the Shadow Kingdom. Seeing the radiant eyes of Dr. Kureha, Subai extended his fair hand, and a powerful dark force flowed through his arms, like a gentle stream entering her body. As time passed, the renowned doctor of Magnetic Drum Island, Dr. Kureha, completely became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. The moment Dr. Kureha became a part of the Shadow Kingdom, Subai fulfilled his promise and used the power of the horse talisman to make Dr. Kureha 30 years younger, going from 139 years old to 59. Coupled with her beauty-preserving techniques, she looked far from 59. Instead, she resembled a mature woman in her early 30s. Chapter 122, New Side Quest, The Golden Horn of the Chilean Lion King. After successfully incorporating Dr. Kulahana into the Shadow Kingdom, the purpose of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, was smoothly accomplished. Next, they were set to depart for the Alabasta Kingdom. Before setting sail, Subai focused his mind and inquired about the upcoming side missions from the system. Hearing the host Subai's inquiry, the system quickly responded, with several brilliant lights flickering back and forth in the database. Soon, a crisp mechanical voice announced, Side mission distribution in progress. Host, please review carefully. Side mission 1. Obtain the animal type mole fruit and the animal type sausage dog fruit. Reward, 10,000 ordinary ninjas of the Shadow Corps. Side mission 2. Obtain the golden horn of the Chilean lion from Rare Beast Island. Reward, one of the 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Lord, the Monkey Talisman. Side mission 3. Incorporate the entire Alabasta Kingdom into the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. Reward, one chance to spin the lucky big wheel. Looking at the 3 side missions issued by the system, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, slightly relaxed his furrowed brows. As long as he incorporated the entire Alabasta Kingdom into the Shadow Kingdom, he could gain another chance to spin the lucky big wheel. Currently, he still needed the Rat Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Goat Talisman, and Monkey Talisman from the Holy Lord's 12 Zodiac Talismans. If he completed the side mission from Rare Beast Island this time, he would be able to obtain the Monkey Talisman. With that in mind, he decided to head to Rare Beast Island, which was closer, to get the golden horn of the Chilean lion, and then proceed to the Alabasta Kingdom to annihilate Crocodile's Baroque works. After clarifying his next goal, Subai waved his hand and led his senior officers back to the Shadow Corps ship. He then ordered Shiaoba and Koby to take the helm and set sail immediately. After receiving the order from their young master, Shiaoba and Koby quickly took control of the ship's wheel. The Shadow Corps ship slowly started and swiftly sailed out of the port of Magnetic Drum Island, heading towards the nearby Rare Beast Island. Subai stood alone on the deck of the Shadow Corps ship, gazing at the rippling blue sea and the thunderous sky. A flash of brilliance erupted from his deep-set eyes, and then the ability of the pig talisman activated, firing two ultra-high-temperature lasers that instantly sliced the body of a giant sea king lurking beneath the ship into several segments. The Grand Line was indeed fraught with danger, diseases, weather, and sea kings had caused countless sailors to meet their demise. Looking at the several giant sea kings' corpses floating on the sea, Subai extended his pale arm from his black robe and waved his hand. The ability of the chicken talisman quickly activated, causing the floating chunks of meat to levitate in mid-air, and then they steadily landed in the kitchen of the Shadow Corps ship. Miss Carmen, please cook these ingredients. There are quite a lot this time, so it may be a big workload. Thank you for your hard work. Miss Carmen, who was enjoying a sunbath, immediately grabbed an apron upon hearing her young master's instruction. She then brought along her 2 apprentices and a dozen skillful ninja chefs into the kitchen. After the brief interlude, Subai, still standing on the deck, focused his thoughts and inquired about his current strength status from the system. Ding! Data report being compiled. Host, please wait. The database of the system flashed with dazzling lights, and soon the data report regarding Subai's strength was as follows. Name, Subai subordinates. Arlong, Shiaoba, Koby, Koby, Lika, Belumeb, Kuro, Zango, Ajin, Urita, Dida, Carmen, Smoker, Dasky, Sweetheart Queen, Galdino, T. Pin, Donli, Brokey 7, 513 Ordinary Ninjas of the Shadow Corps 1. 510 Nightbat Corps Ninjas 1, 510 Troll Corps Ninjas 100, 500 Claw Corps Ninjas, 500 Alien Ninja Corps Ninjas. The above are the cadres and soldiers of the Shadow Corps. Characters of the Shadow Kingdom are not included here. Abilities: Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Armament Haki, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Fishman Karate, Basic Marksmanship, Basic Navigation Skills. Special abilities: Cow Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Snake Talisman, Horse Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dog Talisman, Pig Talisman, all magical powers of Su from the Devil of Thunder, all magical powers of Bagong from the Devil of Mountains. Items: Devil Fruit Ability Extraction Device, 2 treasure maps from the seabed, 10 copies of the Imitation Pacifist, 1,000 firearms made of sea prism stone, gravel from the Excellent Knife Collection, 1 Super Moose Doll, Bull Warrior's Mask, Dad's Magical Octopus Foot, Dad's Magical Pufferfish Jerky, Barsa Chang's Jade Prosthetic Left Foot, Shiva Temple's Bracelet belonging to Dida, Diamond Clock from Clock Island, Superhuman Type Steel Fruit, Dad's Magical Lizard Jerky, Gems from the Bhutan Temple belonging to Dasky, Superhuman Type Explosion Fruit, Superhuman Type Swallow Fruit, Natural Type Mushroom Fruit. Buffs: None Influence, EastSea Cocoa West Village, Shells Town, West Rob Village, Akmish Island, Orange Town, Golden Island, Rog Town, North Mariana Islands, including Clock Island and Battleship Island, Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Magnetic Drum Island. Allies: Millennium Dragon Clan. Just as the system displayed the data report, the Shadow Corps ship, under the control of helmsman Shiaoba and Koby, sailed smoothly into the waters near Rare Beast Island. Seeing the specific strength data report on the system page, Subai smiled with satisfaction. He then opened his bright and piercing eyes, casting a sharp gaze toward the direction of Rare Beast Island. Rare Beast Island. The island is shaped like a disc, with lush forests covering a large area. Just as helmsman Shiaoba and Koby carefully navigated the Shadow Corps ship to avoid the numerous reefs in the waters, a long-dormant underwater volcano suddenly erupted near Rare Beast Island, creating a powerful airflow that stirred the turbulent seawater, forming an imposing circular wall of seawater that blocked the Shadow Corps ship outside. Seeing that the Shadow Corps ship was about to crash into the water wall, Shiaoba and Koby, responsible for steering, hurriedly manipulated the ship's wheel to try to stop the rushing Shadow Corps ship. At that moment, however, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, looked steadfastly at the water wall and gave the command, "Don't worry about that water wall. Full speed ahead. It won't stop us." Shiaoba and Koby, sweating nervously, felt a little relieved after hearing their young master's command. They quickly took control of the steering wheel, driving the Shadow Corps ship at full power toward the water wall. The seemingly indestructible water wall cracked open the moment the Shadow Corps collided with it, allowing the Shadow Corps ship and everyone on board to easily pass through the water wall and continue heading toward Rare Beast Island. As time passed, the distance between the Shadow Corps ship and Rare Beast Island grew shorter. After sailing for about half an hour, the Shadow Corps ship successfully arrived at a hidden bay within Rare Beast Island. After Shiaoba and Koby docked the Shadow Corps ship near the bay, Subai waved his hand and led everyone on board to disembark onto Rare Beast Island. Looking at the lush forest in front of him, a glimmer of brilliance emerged from Subai's deep eyes. He quickly activated his observation haki, which instantly enveloped the entire Beast Island with its overwhelming power. Every movement of the animals was under Subai's control. The direction of the Chilean lion indicated that it seemed to be nearing its end, so there was no rush to find it. The priority was to incorporate the entire Beast Island into the Shadow Kingdom. With this in mind, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, immediately issued orders to his senior officials to unleash their dark powers and accelerate the consumption of Beast Island. After everyone present received the order given by the young master Subai, they quickly reacted, each leading a portion of ninja soldiers to disperse in various directions on Beast Treasure Island, unleashing dark powers. It seemed that there were other humans on this island, perhaps a pirate crew coveting the golden horn of the Chilean lion. That could be interesting. It would be worth seeing what these people would come up with. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, had a deep purple gaze that shot out a gleam of light, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He then slowly vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, reappearing in the cave where the Chilean lion was located. The cave where the Chilean lion resided was not large, slightly damp inside, but there was dry grass covering the ground as bedding, making it relatively comfortable for an animal. Looking at the elderly Chilean lion lying weakly on the dry grass, the glint in Subai's eyes gradually turned fierce. As long as he took the golden horn from its head, he could complete the side quest issued by the system. And the purpose of this trip to Beast Treasure Island would come to an end. First, he would remove the golden horn from the Chilean lion's head. As for the pirates on Beast Treasure Island, he would let Kuro, Arlong, and Ajin deal with them, and then have Pinjin and Smoker come and capture them. Having thought this through, Subai walked straight to the side of the elderly Chilean lion. Although the aging Chilean lion sensed Subai's presence, it was too weak to open its eyes and could only endure the pain of having its golden horn taken away. To keep the golden horn viable, Subai chose not to kill the Chilean lion, but instead used the healing abilities of the horse talisman and the vitality of the dog talisman to painlessly remove the horn from the Chilean lion's head. Additionally, Subai infused a sufficient amount of dog talisman vitality and horse talisman healing power into the body of the soon-to-die Chilean lion. As the vast life force entered the Chilean lion's body, its originally aging cells gradually became active, and soon its cloudy lion eyes slowly regained brightness, while its previously lifeless body burst forth with unprecedented vitality. Revitalized, the Chilean lion felt an endless energy within its body. Excited, it leaped down from the pile of grass, moved its stiff body, and then roared towards the sky. The powerful lion's roar echoed continuously, resonating throughout the entire Beast Treasure Island. The long-lost lion's roar spread across the island, and the animals on the island, upon hearing the Chilean lion's voice, were initially stunned, then quickly set aside what they were doing and rushed towards the direction of the Chilean lion's cave. What does that sound? Rabid Dog and President Snake. You two follow these restless animals to investigate the situation. I will stay here and consume these horns one by one to see if I can gain the legendary power. The shadowy eyes of Count Badula flashed with brilliance as he wildly devoured animal horns. He waved his hand, signaling his two subordinates to go gather information. Upon hearing their captain's order, Rabid Dog and President Snake quickly reacted and set off rapidly towards the location of the Chilean lion's cave. In the cave of the Chilean lion king, restored to its prime, glared at the black-robed human before it with terrifying eyes the size of copper bells. It was already in its twilight years, nearing the end of its life, when a young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, casually waved a beam of emerald green light, rejuvenating it by nearly 30 or 40 years. Such a miraculous act had never been witnessed by the Chilean Lion King, despite living for nearly a century. You humans, what do you want on our rare beast island? Hurry up and return my golden horn. Or don't blame me for being rude. Hearing the roar of the Chilean Lion King, Subai smiled slightly. With a thawed ABIs, a user of the Whisper Fruit ability from Warship Island was instantly transported to this location. Under Subai's instruction, little ABIs took on the responsibility of translation. ABIs, tell it that I have taken the Chilean Lion King's golden horn, but in exchange, I have forcibly extended its life by 30 years. I hope it knows what's good for it, or I won't hesitate to kill. Subai spoke the fiercest words with the gentlest smile, causing little ABIs to shiver in fear after hearing them. She then translated everything word for word to the Chilean Lion King beside her. Upon hearing Abiz's translation, A hint of anger flickered in the Chilean Lion King's copper bell-like eyes. It was about to erupt when it saw Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Legion. Strike first. Thunder, dark dragon, devour everything. Su Bai extended his fair arm from beneath the black robe, and then his clearly defined fingers slightly bent, causing a small, agile thunder dragon to leap onto his fingertips. Under Su Bai's control, the thunder dragon grew larger, transforming from light blue to deep black, its body faintly exuding a sucking force as if it wanted to draw on the nearby rocks. Chapter 123, Devouring Rare Beast Island, the ferocious horned beast tribe. The Chilean Lion King, with a fierce expression, was filled with fear upon seeing the Black Thunder Dragon controlled by Su Bai. The Black Thunder Dragon moved freely under Su Bai's command, growing larger as it absorbed massive amounts of rocks, nearly filling the entire cave, which put tremendous pressure on the arrogant Chilean Lion King. Little ABIs, relay my message to it. Tell it that a group of animals will soon arrive in the cave. If the Chilean Lion King still refuses to submit, this cave will likely turn into a river of blood. I hope it doesn't act ungratefully for the sake of the other animals. Listening to her young master's orders, little ABIs faithfully translated the message to the Chilean Lion King. After hearing Su Bai's threatening words, a spark of anger ignited in the beast's eyes, but it soon dimmed into a resigned glow. Now, without its golden horn, it was no different from an ordinary lion. Faced with Su Bai's threats, it was powerless to resist. Rather than stubbornly fighting back and watching its companions get killed, it was better to submit early. Perhaps it could regain powerful strength. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the words of the Chilean Lion King, a trace of joy appeared on little Abby's cute face. She first soothed the Chilean Lion King's emotions, then quickly turned and relayed all the information she had heard to her young master, Su Bai. After learning that the Chilean Lion King was willing to submit, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, curled the corners of his mouth upwards, feeling very pleased. He extended his fair arm and lightly pressed it against the body of the Chilean Lion King. And then a tremendous dark power surged into the Chilean Lion King's body along his arm. As time passed, the Chilean Lion King's soul was completely devoured by the dark power, and from then on, he became a part of the Shadow Kingdom. Looking at the Chilean Lion King before him, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand, causing the golden horn to reappear on the Chilean Lion King's head. Just as the Chilean Lion King was astonished, he heard Su Bai say, "Just as I need a mount, you shall be my mount. This golden horn is of no use to me, so I might as well return it to you." With the golden horn returned to its rightful owner, the Chilean Lion King was overjoyed. The resentment he had towards Su Bai vanished. He neither lost the golden horn nor did he suffer, but instead gained several decades of life by simply becoming Su Bai's mount. What was there to be unhappy about? Seeing that Su Bai was still young, yet possessed earth-shattering power, the Chilean Lion King was genuinely willing to be Su Bai's mount. Later, when your group of animals arrives, explain things to them properly. I will go deal with those pirates on the island. After finishing this statement, Su Bai vanished into the Shadow Kingdom and reappeared beside Arlong, Klo, and a Jean. Looking at his three senior officials, a gleam shot from Su Bai's deep eyes. With a thought, he summoned hundreds of troll ninja soldiers, instructing them to search for Count Badula, the Rabid Dog, and President Snake. These three had long been entrenched on Beast Treasure Island. Arlong would handle the Rabid Dog, Klo would deal with President Snake, and a Jean would be responsible for Count Badula. Upon hearing their young master's orders, Arlong and the others immediately set off, disappearing into the Shadow Kingdom. Following the clues provided by the troll ninjas, they quickly arrived before the Rabid Dog and President Snake, launching a fierce attack on the unsuspecting duo. Not having yet found Count Badula's whereabouts, a Jean decided to observe the battle between the two and the Snake Dog duo. If they couldn't handle it, remember to call me for help. A Jean consciously retreated to the perimeter of the battle circle to watch, while Arlong and Klo transformed into their beast forms, both swinging their fists covered in dark armored might towards the Rabid Dog and President Snake. Facing Arlong's sudden attack, the Rabid Dog quickly reacted, leaning back just in time to evade Arlong's left hook. He then sprang up from the ground and executed a powerful kick aimed at Arlong's face. "I am the strongest man in the world. What do you think you are, daring to sneak attack me? You're just asking for death." Hearing the Rabid Dog's shameless words, Arlong's dark eyes ignited with anger. He disdainfully curled his lips, and his aura began to rise dramatically, a terrifying killing intent erupting, causing the Rabid Dog to shudder in fear. "If you can become the strongest man in the world, then I am the strongest in the entire universe. Fat Dog, prepare to lose your life." In a fit of rage, Arlong clenched his fists tightly, his leg muscles bulging as he rapidly stomped down on the ground multiple times, causing the hard surface to crack in a spiderweb pattern. Then, Arlong transformed into a dragon, opening his massive jaws and, using the reaction force from the ground, charged towards the direction of the rabid dog. Seeing Arlong in dragon form, the rabid dog was initially startled, but then quickly steadied himself, his powerful leg muscles gathering strength as he prepared to block Arlong's aggressive attack with his best kicking technique. With your pathetic skills, you think you can block my attack? Ridiculous. As the rabid dog extended his strong legs to block, Arlong coldly snorted, drawing out a large saw-like knife from behind him. In a flash, he effortlessly severed the rabid dog's legs with a sharp blade. With a heart-wrenching scream, the rabid dog's knees erupted with warm, crimson blood. Arlong, reverting from dragon form, turned to look at him. With a thought, the ninja soldiers nearby quickly reacted, using ropes and iron chains to stop the bleeding of the rabid dog, then binding him tightly. Gillo, I'm done there. It's your turn. Arlong dragged the rabid dog, now resembling a dead dog, to a Jin's side. Hearing Arlong's meaningful taunt, Klo, who was fiercely battling in the circle, quickened his attacks. The already weary President Snake was forced to take the hits, ending up covered in wounds and helplessly kneeling, begging for mercy. You really have no backbone. I was going to play a little longer. Looking at the humbled President Snake, Klo in his white tiger form showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He shifted back from tiger form, adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose, and then stepped forward to deliver a powerful kick. Next, Klo instructed his troll ninja soldiers to tie up the man who called himself the most handsome man in the world and send him to young Master Subai. Ajin, our tasks are complete. Now it's your turn. Hearing Arlong and Klo speak in unison, Ajin, who was at the perimeter of the battle circle, was momentarily stunned, then smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to explain, news about Count Badula came back from his troll ninja soldiers. According to the intelligence relayed by the ninjas, Count Badula was currently at the far west of Beast Treasure Island, where he was feeding a large group of red-eyed horned beasts, completely unaware that danger was about to descend. After learning about Count Badula's situation, Akin quickly activated the abilities of the Hercules beetle fruit. He spread his transparent elytra, bent his powerful legs slightly, and then forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself into the air, heading towards the west coast of Beast Island, where Count Badula was located. His colleagues, Klo and Alone, worried about Akin's safety. After handing over the snake president and the rabid dog to the ninjas under their command, they hurriedly followed Akin's lead towards the west coast of Beast Island. Akin and his companions moved very fast, taking only about 5 minutes to travel from the easternmost point of Beast Island to the westernmost point. When Akin landed effortlessly on the grass and saw the captive herd of horned beasts, a look of confusion and surprise appeared in his eyes. Why were these sheep-like animals, which clearly ate grass, called horned beasts? Just as Akin was puzzled, a large, leader-like horned beast among the herd raised its head and spotted the unexpected guest, Akin. Akin and the leader horned beast locked eyes, and then the leader horned beast let out an angry roar, causing the horned beasts around it to turn and glare at Akin with their crimson eyes. Seeing that the horned beasts had noticed him, Akin felt a bit nervous. He decisively used his devil fruit ability, quickly spreading his transparent elytra and flying into the air, soaring over the agitated horned beast herd, heading towards Count Badula's location. Count Badula, who was feeding the horned beasts, hurriedly pulled out a flute from his pocket upon noticing Akin's silhouette in the air. He put it to his lips and blew, the melodious flute sound reaching the ears of the horned beasts and inciting them into a frenzy. Horned beasts, come teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Suspended in the air, Akin snorted coldly. He smirked, then drew 2 canes from his waist, flapping his transparent elytra wildly and diving down swiftly. He knocked 2 aggressive horned beasts dead with the canes, and then repeated the process, causing dozens of horned beasts to perish at his hands. Watching his captive horned beasts being killed by Akin, Count Badula was furious. His eyes turned red with rage as he desperately played the flute, commanding the horned beasts to leap and attack the suspended Akin. You damn guy, if you have the guts, come down. Count Badula, will definitely take your head and use it as a night pot. While Akin was busy slaughtering the horned beasts, he couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Count Badula's shameless words. Then, flapping his transparent elytra with lightning speed, he flew behind Count Badula. So you want me to come down? Well, I'm coming down now. What are you going to do about it? Akin appeared like a ghost behind Count Badula, who was playing the flute, scaring him to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly drew his gun to try to shoot Akin. But Akin didn't give him a chance to pull out the gun. A simple flap of his transparent elytra sent the pale-faced Count Badula tumbling to the ground. Count Badula quickly scrambled to his feet, turned around, and climbed onto the back of the leader horned beast, commanding the herd to charge towards Akin. Damn guy, do you have the guts to face the entire horned beast herd? I guarantee the horned beast will trample you into meat paste. Akin, in his beetle form, looked slightly grim. His aura surged as he covered his shoulders, arms, and thighs with a pitch-black hockey. Looking at the charging horned beast herd, Akin's eyes burned with fierce anger. He exerted force with his powerful legs, stabilized his stance, and grabbed the leader horned beast horn with his muscular hands, exerting all his strength to wrestle with it. You should know, the Hercules beetle not only can fly, but its strength is also the strongest in the world. As Akin struggled with the leader horned beast, he turned red in the face from exertion. He opened his mouth and roared in anger, then gathered all his strength in his arms, crushing the leader horned beast's horn in a powder with his tiger claw-like hands. Without its horn, the leader horned beast's crimson eyes flashed with fear. It panicked and tried to retreat, but Count Badula, who was riding on its back, didn't care about its life or death and continued to try to control it to move forward. Roar! The agitated leader horned beast thrashed its massive body, throwing Count Badula off its back. Then it glanced at Akin with a terrified expression and led its fellow horned beasts to flee in a hurry. Without the horned beast herd and the rabid dog, Count Badula, who had been assisted by the snake president, was now left alone and in a dire situation. Struggling, he managed to get up from the ground, but as he saw the fierce Akin approaching him step by step, he was already scared out of his wits. He decisively abandoned all dignity and knelt down with a thud, desperately knocking his head on the ground, hoping that Lord Akin would show mercy and spare his life. Whether you live or die is not for me to decide. When you meet my young master later, I hope you still have the courage to beg for mercy. Akin, releasing his Hercules beetle form, laughed heartily. He put the canes back at his waist and then knocked Count Badula unconscious with a chop of his hand. He then ordered the ninjas under his command to take this guy to young Master Su Bai. Chapter 124. Monkey Talisman, Su Bai's Terrifying Power. Having easily dealt with the rabid dog, the snake president, and Count Badula, Akin and his group returned to the side of Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps. Su Bai looked at the three wretched guys before him, raised an eyebrow, and with a thought, sent a message through the Shadow Kingdom to T, Pin, and Smoker at the Navy headquarters. T, Pin, Smoker, come to Beast Island in the Grand Line. There are 3 ignorant pirates here. Come and capture them. While T, Pin, and Smoker were training at the Navy headquarters, upon hearing their young master's command, they immediately set off, leading over 3,000 well-equipped Navy soldiers aboard 2 large warships, braving the wind and waves towards Beast Island. As the Navy rushed towards Beast Island at full speed, on the island, Su Bai unleashed a powerful dark force, engulfing the entire Beast Island in a magnificent aura, completely bringing this island under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. Seeing that Side Quest 2 was completed and Beast Island was now within the Shadow Kingdom's territory, Su Bai, as the young master of the Shadow Corps, decided not to stay on the island any longer. He bound the wretched rabid dog, the snake president, and Count Badula to a large tree on the main path into the island. Then, he led his senior officers aboard the Shadow Corps ship, heading towards the Alabasta Kingdom, where Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was located. 3 days after the Shadow Legion ship departed from Beast Island, the warship led by T, Pin, and Smoker forcefully broke through the water wall and landed in the bay of Beast Island. As soon as they disembarked, they saw the 3 individuals, Crazy Dog Hot Dog, President Snake, and Count Badula, tied to a tree, gasping for breath. The smoky form of Smoker exchanged a glance with T, Pin, and then they both skillfully put sea stone handcuffs and leg shackles on the 3 of them, escorting them into the ship's prison to be transported back to Navy headquarters for justice. These 3 were all pirates with bounties in the millions of berries, and capturing them would add a notable achievement to their records, bringing them one step closer to the next promotion. Standing on the deck of the warship, Smoker and T, Pin gazed at the turbulent waves, feeling a mix of emotions. Pirates with bounties reaching millions, tens of millions, or even over 100 million, seemed like nothing more than common animals in front of their young master. They wondered when they would become as powerful as he was. They resolved to train hard, and if that didn't work, they could always seek help from Koby and Balumabur. With their connections, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazoo, along with Teacher Zephyr, would surely be willing to teach them. Listening to T, Pin's words, Smoker took a deep drag on his cigar, then exhaled a puff of smoke with satisfaction, responding loudly. Now that we're back at Navy headquarters, I'll recommend you to Teacher Zephyr. You'll definitely receive his nurturing. As Smoker and T. Penn conversed, the warship sailed further away from Beast Island and closer to Navy headquarters. Just as their ship arrived at Navy headquarters, the Shadow Legion ship happened to stop for a break on an unnamed island near Beast Island. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, had just stepped onto the sandy beach of the unnamed island when he heard the cold mechanical voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission 2. The Monkey Talismans, one of the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Lord, are being distributed. Please check your system package in a timely manner. A brilliant light shot into Subai's system package, revealing the Monkey Talisman lying within. With a thought, the Monkey Talisman instantly appeared in his palm. Looking at the small monkey pattern on the talisman, Subai nodded in satisfaction. With the Monkey Talisman obtained from this mission, he still needed the Rat Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, and Goat Talisman. Completing the main mission Destroy the Baroque Works would grant him the Goat Talisman, while the remaining Rat and Rabbit Talismans would depend on the tasks the system would issue next. Monkey Talisman Introduction. Its purpose is to transform the target into an animal, but cannot be used on anything else. First, decide what animal the target should become, regardless of whether you know what that animal looks like. Then point the front of the Monkey Talisman's rune stone at the target and cast the spell. If the target is hit by the spell, excluding excessively large targets like the ground, it'll transform into the animal you envisioned. To revert back, simply think about transforming the target back to its original form and repeat the steps. Cautions. If the holder uses the Monkey Talisman to transform, they must ensure they can retrieve it or keep it with them. If the talisman is stolen or lost, they will be unable to revert back and will remain an animal for life. Looking at the Monkey Talisman in his palm, Subai tightened his grip slightly, and its power activated rapidly. Under Subai's intentional control, he transformed into the form of the Chilean lion, which startled the Chilean lion that served as his mount. This Monkey Talisman is quite interesting. It can be used not only on oneself, but also on others, restoring to his human form. Subai aimed the Monkey Talisman S ability at his trusted subordinate, Arlong. The talisman shot out a beam of white light, and in an instant, Arlong transformed into a silly sea turtle. Seeing Arlong turn into a goofy turtle, Kuro and Ajin, who were resting nearby, burst into laughter, almost gasping for air. Kuro, Ajin, what's got you so happy? Let me join on the fun. Seeing Kuro and Ajin laughing heartily, a gleam flashed in Subai's eyes. He activated the Monkey Talisman again to turn Arlong back to his original form, then aimed at Kuro and Ajin, transforming them into a silly donkey and a wild boar, respectively. In no time, the sounds of a braying donkey and a squealing pig echoed throughout the unnamed island. Arlong, who had just returned to his human form, couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing Kuro and Ajin in their new forms. He quickly called over Shiaoba, Koby, and Yarlita to join in the laughter. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, finally used the Monkey Talisman's magic to turn Kuro and Ajin back into their human forms. They looked at Arlong, recalling their earlier transformations, and all burst into joyful laughter, showing no resentment whatsoever. All right, it's time for us to set off for Alabasta. The president of Baroque Works, Crocodile, is a tough opponent. I doubt you all can handle him. So, I'll deal with Crocodile along. You take on his top commander, Mr. 1. Ajin will handle Mr. 1's partner, the Thornfruit user, Bora. As for Kuro, Galdino, and Koby, you'll take on Mr. 2 and Mr. 4 along with their partner, Dori. The rest will deal with the Million Elder, 10 Million Elder, and 100 Million Elder, as well as other members of Baroque Works. Upon hearing the command issued by their young master Subai, the members of the Shadow Brigade quickly returned to the Shadow Brigade ship to intensify their training and preparation for the upcoming battle in the Alabasta Kingdom. Shiaoba and Koby, who were in charge of steering, returned to the cockpit, controlling the ship's helm and driving the Shadow Brigade ship at full speed, heading swiftly towards the Alabasta Kingdom, following the direction recorded by the permanent pointer. The pitch-black Shadow Brigade ship sailed over the Azure Sea, while Subai leaned alone against the side of the ship's bow, gazing at the rolling waves and the occasional leaping fish, lost in thought. This trip to the Alabasta Kingdom would undoubtedly lead to a clash with Crocodile's forces. If they managed to defeat Crocodile smoothly, the Navy headquarters would surely adjust the bounty amount again. The higher the bounty, the greater the threat to the world, which would also make it easier for the Navy to hunt them down. After weighing the pros and cons, a sharp light burst from Subai's deep purple pupils. This operation in the Alabasta Kingdom must be swift, so quick that before the Navy could react, the Shadow Brigade would already have set sail to the next island. Currently, the number of weak members in the Shadow Brigade was too high. Once they completely devoured the Alabasta Kingdom, they would streamline the weaker members to remain in the kingdom as aides for Cobra, while the stronger members, such as Crocodile, Arlong, Kuro, Akin, Galdio, Koby, and Shiaoba, would continue to sail with him. Just as Su-Bai was considering how many people to select to assist Cobra, the Shadow Brigade ship, which was sailing rapidly on the sea, suddenly shook violently as a giant sea cat emerged from the water. This sea cat resembled a lucky cat, opening its massive mouth, attempting to swallow the Shadow Brigade ship whole. A sea cat? I wonder what it tastes like. Arlong, handle it. Hearing his young master's command while fishing by the railing, Arlong quickly put down his fishing rod. His muscular legs bulged with dark-armed hockey, and he shot towards the giant sea cat like a cannonball. During his high-speed movement, Arlong transformed into a dragon form, his crimson eyes wide open, and he punched the giant sea cat on the head. The powerful force caused the giant sea cat's head to cave in, red and white matter splattering everywhere, attracting countless sea kings that were eager to engage. Arlong, I told you to deal with it, not to attract other sea kings. Su-Bai, dressed in a black cloak, scratched his head helplessly as he watched sea kings gathering from all directions, including giant sea kings from the depths of the ocean, stirring restlessly. Su-Bai released his Conqueror's Haki, which swiftly covered a 100-mile radius. The immense pressure frightened countless sea kings into fleeing, not daring to linger, fearing they might lose their lives with one misstep. The giant and supergiant sea kings fled in fear, while the smaller and medium-sized sea kings were not so fortunate. Upon sensing Su-Bai's Conqueror's Haki pressure, they didn't have time to escape and immediately rolled their eyes and floated belly up on the surface of the sea, powerless, becoming easy prey for the members of the Shadow Brigade. After easily collecting a batch of fresh ingredients, Su-Bai instructed Miss Carmen to head to the kitchen to prepare a feast and then arrange for Shiaoba and Koby to accelerate the ship's speed, ensuring they would reach the Alabasta Kingdom before nightfall. As time passed, night gradually fell, and all the dishes cooked by Miss Carmen were served on the dining table. All the senior members of the Shadow Brigade gathered together, toasting and enjoying their meal. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill deep into the night, the Shadow Brigade ship arrived at a sea area just over 50 nautical miles from the Alabasta Kingdom. In the pitch-black sea night, the oil lamp hanging from the mast of the Black Shadow Corps emitted a blazing light, like a guiding beacon calling the wandering souls home. While this facilitated the helmsman Shiaoba and Koby to navigate better, it also attracted nearby pirate ships from the Baroque works, millions of elder pirates. These pirate ships were like cats that smelled fish, and upon discovering the Black Shadow Corps whereabouts, they all lit their dazzling incandescent lights, immediately directing the blinding beams toward the Black Shadow Corps. We found a bunch of pirates. We can earn a bounty. Brothers, rush in, first come, first served. Don't let the other elder fleets get there first. The voice of the captain of the first division of the Million Elder Pirates was exceptionally loud and piercing in the quiet night. His words reached the ears of other division captains, inciting them to order their ships to approach the Black Shadow Corps, determined to be the first to claim the bounty. Seeing dozens of pirate ships swarming toward his location, Su-Bai, the young master of the Black Shadow Corps, snorted coldly, curling his lips into a disdainful arc. He then extended his fair arm from his black robe, aiming his left palm at the pirate ship on the right and his right palm at the pirate ship on the left. His eyes fixed on the two approaching pirate ships. Let us see how effective the Pig Talisman, Dragon Talisman, and Thunder Power are on you. Standing alone on the deck, Su-Bai unleashed the power of the Chicken Talisman, causing himself to float in mid-air, releasing terrifying and domineering Conqueror's Haki outward. His deep purple eyes gradually turned crimson, and two beams of laser shot out from his eyes, instantly destroying the 200-man pirate ships. Next, a devastating thunder power erupted from Su-Bai's left palm, as a light blue thunder dragon roamed freely in mid-air, seeking its target and quickly flying toward it, destroying 13 million elder pirate ships in the blink of an eye. Additionally, the explosive power of the Dragon Talisman instantly activated from his right palm, and the terrifying heat crashed onto the 10 million elder pirate ships, reducing them to ashes, with not even a trace left behind. In an instant, with the dragon explosion and thunder power falling, the turbulent sea saw the complete annihilation of the million elder and 10 million elder pirate fleets, turning them into wreckage, sinking to the seabed. Hundreds of ferocious pirates now resembled drowned rats, begging Su-Bai and his crew for mercy. Subai felt no pity for the lives of these blood-stained pirates. He urged his helmsman Shiaoba and Koby to speed up their navigation. Upon hearing their young master's command, the two pulled the control levers hard, and the dark black Shadow Corps immediately accelerated, shaking off the disheveled pirates and heading toward the port of the Alabasta Kingdom. As the Black Shadow Corps disappeared from the pirates' sight, the drenched pirates erupted in anger, cursing loudly. But what awaited them was the gigantic mouth of a sea king. The Black Shadow Corps was sailing rapidly through the sea, and as time passed, the golden land of the desert Kingdom Alabasta appeared before everyone's eyes. Speed up. Continue heading toward the Alabasta Kingdom. As they were about to reach the Alabasta Kingdom, Subai, the young master of the Black Shadow Corps, showed a hint of excitement. He thought to send a message to Rear Admiral Smoker and T. Pone via the Black Shadow Kingdom, ordering them to come to the Alabasta Kingdom, where they would capture a large number of pirates and enhance their achievements. Just a few days after arriving at the Navy headquarters, Rear Admiral Smoker and T. Pone were thrilled upon receiving Subai's command. They immediately shared the news with their colleagues Koby, Zhangao, Balumeb, Shanks, Kijin, and Daz, who were equally excited and promptly applied to the headquarters for permission to head to Alabasta for the mission. With Rear Admiral Branu's internal cooperation, the applications submitted by Koby and Balumeb were quickly approved. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kizuru were eager, reminding them repeatedly to be cautious of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile Crocodile, who was a user of the Logia type sand fruit. In the desert-filled Alabasta Kingdom, he was like a fish in water. Upon hearing their master's admonitions, Koby and the others displayed vigilant, fierce looks. This trip to Alabasta was fraught with danger and opportunity. As long as they assisted King Cobra in repelling the covetous pirates and sand thieves, they would surely gain the Navy headquarters recognition and rewards, with promotions and rewards being a sure thing. With their young master Subai backing them, they were not afraid of the so-called warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Smoker, T. Pone, Koby, Balumeb, and others were busily gathering their soldiers to set off for the Alabasta Kingdom. At the same time, the Black Shadow Corps, originally sailing at sea, had already entered the port city of canola flour under the jurisdiction of the Alabasta Kingdom. As the port city of Alabasta, canola flour was famous for producing perfumes, and the scent of perfume permeated the streets, restaurants, opera houses, and markets. The city was bustling with people, each trying to escape the scorching sun by wearing the Alabasta Kingdom's unique long robes and sun hats. The Black Shadow Corps, visiting for the first time, stood out in their attire, drawing many curious glances. This sun is making my skin crack. Let us hurry up and change into the local robes, or I'll turn into dried fish. Arlong's words were echoed by the fishmen Shiaoba and Koby. Seeing the cracked skin of Shiaoba and the others, Subai waved his hand, indicating for Yalita and Sweetheart Queen to go to a clothing store on the street to buy some clothes. As for the others, they would follow him to hunt the local sand thieves, the Luli sand thieves. Arlong, just hold on a bit longer. Yalita and the others will be back with the clothes soon. Listening to their young master's words, Arlong and the others nodded happily. And then everyone followed Subai's lead, heading north of the port city canola flour, where a strong group of sand thieves was lurking. Sand thieves, as the name suggests, are pirate groups that roam the desert, sailing on specially made ships, plundering caravans or tourists passing by. There are about 11 or 12 bandit groups in the desert nearby, among which the Lililai bandit group is the most notorious and has the farthest-reaching reputation for violence. They have stained their hands with the blood of countless innocent people. Ordinary bandit groups mainly focus on robbery and rarely kill, but the Lililai bandit group is different. They primarily aim to kill, with robbery and plundering as secondary goals. They engage in arson, murder, pillaging, sexual violence, human trafficking, forced prostitution, and all kinds of evil deeds. Initially, when the royal family of the Arabastan Kingdom learned of the atrocities committed by the Lililai bandit group, King Cobra immediately dispatched an army of 50,000 into the desert to eliminate them. However, this allowed the bandits to unite for mutual protection. Each time the royal army came to attack, they would use the reasoning of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold to ally with other nearby bandit groups, forming a massive force to counter the royal army's campaign. Additionally, the local desert climate is exceptionally dry and scorching, leading to a great demand for water. Whenever the royal army arrived in the desert, they could not find any trace of the Lililai bandit group for a long time. By the time they finally located the bandits, they often had to retreat due to a lack of water and food. The The Lililai bandit group has been able to hold out in this desert for so long, not only because they know how to band together and take advantage of the local climate, but also because they are very familiar with the routes within the desert and have discovered an oasis. By utilizing the water provided by the oasis and secretly purchasing weapons from other countries, they dared to confront the royal army. When Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, entered the Alabasta kingdom, he immediately sent his chief general, Mr. One, to recruit the Baroque Works member, Ruri Deko. To show his sincerity, Crocodile specially spent a large sum of money to purchase a Zoan-type devil fruit, the desert lizard fruit, and gifted it to Ruri Deko, the leader of the Baroque Works. After seeing Crocodile's sincerity and strength, Ruri Deko was convinced and led his pirate crew of 30,000 to join Crocodile, becoming part of the billionaires team, responsible for guarding the northern desert of the port city, Canola Flower. The main purpose was to delay the 50,000 royal army soldiers of the Alabasta kingdom, reducing the pressure on other Baroque Works cadres. The Alabasta Kingdom pirate, Ruri Deko, a Zoan-type desert lizard fruit user, has a bounty of 83 million berries, with an additional reward of 5 million berries for capturing him alive. The primary target of the Shadow Corps upon arriving in Alabasta was this notorious pirate group, and this high-priced target of 83 million berries was accepted by the Shadow Corps. Ajin, Arlong, fly up into the sky with me to find the lair of the Baroque Works. As for the others, stay put for now. If we find the pirate crew's hideout, we will notify you. Listening to their young master's words, the senior cadres dispersed, each attending to their own tasks, leaving only Ajin, Arlong, and Su Bai, who could fly at the spot. A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Bai's deep eyes as he activated the chicken charm ability, floating in midair. Seeing their young master take action, Arlong and Ajin quickly followed suit, using their devil fruit powers. One transformed into a dragon, soaring through the sky, while the other turned into a rhinoceros beetle, spreading its wings and flying high. Suspended in midair, Su Bai released a powerful observation haki, his perception covering the entire Canola Flower City, even reaching parts of the nearby desert. The Baroque Works pirate crew always acted in units of 100, and at this moment, they were ambushed on the route between the desert and Canola Flower, caught right in Su Bai's observation haki. Since the location of the target had been determined, Ajin, Arlong, and Su Bai no longer hovered in the air. The three quickly flew toward the location of the Baroque Works pirate crew, arriving above them in just 2.5 minutes. Looking down at the band of thieves hiding in the yellow sand, the young master of the Shadow Corps snorted coldly and said softly, "Since you like hiding in the sand so much, then stay here forever." A hint of ferocity flashed in Su Bai's deep eyes as he extended his fair right hand, fingers slightly curled, instantly summoning the power of thunder. Then a thunderous sound echoed, and several terrifying bolts of lightning struck down directly toward the pirate crew, instantly turning over 100 fierce pirates into charred remains. With the blowing of the sand wind, these guys were forever buried in the endless desert. After easily taking care of a group of sand bandits, Su Bai let out a slight sigh of relief. He continued to release his observation haki, weaving back and forth in the desert with Ajin and Arlong behind him. The blazing sun made them feel parched, and Arlong was showing slight signs of dehydration. Seeing this, Su Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. He increased the intensity of his observation haki, covering the entire desert area with his perception. The lair of the Luli bandit group appeared distinctly in his senses, and at the same time, the location of an oasis also emerged in his perception. Arlong, hang in there a bit longer. I've found the oasis. Let's go. With a thought from Su Bai, the senior officials in the city heard their young master's command and quickly set aside their tasks, rapidly entering the Shadow Kingdom, and then appearing beside Su Bai, Ajin, and Arlong. At this moment, Su Bai, Ajin, and Arlong had reached the oasis area in the desert. This oasis wasn't very large, but the water source was extremely abundant, which was no wonder it could support the survival of tens of thousands of people from the Luli bandit group. Looking at the senior officials who had arrived instantly, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said loudly, "These bandits are heinous criminals. Your current task is to showcase your abilities and wipe out these bandits. As for the bandit leader, Luli Deko, let Ajin and Daida handle him." Upon hearing their young master's orders, Ajin and Daida quickly cupped their hands in acknowledgement and then turned to dash towards the oasis. The bandits, who were currently indulging in food and drink, had no idea that a death crisis was about to descend upon them. As Daida, holding a sniper rifle, stepped into the oasis area, he raised his eyes and saw skeletons and dried corpses buried in the yellow sand. Walking further, the bodies he encountered showed signs of more recent deaths, until he reached the vicinity where the bandits were active, only to see a group of deranged bandits torturing innocent civilians. Looking at the bloodied, barely alive innocent civilians and the maniacally laughing bandits, Daida's eyes instantly turned crimson. He gritted his teeth in anger, silently raised his sniper rifle, and aimed at all the visible bandits. Then, suppressing his fury, he declared firmly, "Flame Vulture Destruction World." From the barrel of the sniper rifle, dozens of flame vultures shot out at high speed, directly charging towards the foreheads of the bandits. In an instant, the flame vultures struck the bandits' foreheads. These heinous bandits didn't have time to react before their eyes widened, pupils dilating, and they all fell backward, taking their last breath. After easily dispatching a large number of minion soldiers, an enraged Daida continued deeper into the oasis. The further he went, the angrier he felt. This sacred oasis in the desert had turned into a hell on earth under the management of these heinous bandits, with blood everywhere and pale corpses scattered around. The deaths of a large number of minion soldiers caught the attention of the fourth and third leaders of the bandit group. They exchanged glances and then led over 500 tall and robust bandits towards the outskirts of the oasis. After only a few minutes of walking, they encountered the lone wolf Daida. Seeing Daida in a trench coat, holding a long-barreled sniper rifle, the fourth leader Su Shuoya and the third leader Busaya both glared with wide eyes. They each picked up their weapons, roared to the sky, and then ordered their 500 minion soldiers to kill the oblivious Daida. The 500 minion soldiers quickly moved, wielding various weapons as they charged towards Daida. The lone wolf Daida looked on with a disdainful smile, casually raised his sniper rifle, and fired rapidly, with the sound of gunfire. Countless blazing flame vultures surged from the dark barrel of the sniper rifle, soaring into the sky. They seemed to have a mind of their own, flying towards the direction of the more than 500 bandits in front of Daida. When the bandits saw the incoming flame vultures, they laughed derisively and opened fire, trying to eliminate all the flame vultures. Unfortunately, these flame vultures had no physical form, and even when pierced by bullets, they continued to soar undeterred. Realizing that bullets couldn't cause them any substantial harm, the bandits were shocked and then wielded their machetes, morning stars, and hammers to attack the flame vultures again. Facing the onslaught of hundreds, the flame vultures used their flying and agility to easily evade the bandits' attacks, then charged at the bandits' faces with all their might. Thud, thud, thud. Countless blazing flame vultures struck the bandits' faces, extinguishing into dazzling sparks, disappearing from this world, while also taking the lives of those heinous bandits. In an instant, only about 70 or 80 of the more than 500 bandits were left barely hanging on, seeing their minions almost wiped out in just a few encounters. The fourth and third leaders of the bandit group looked at each other warily, then simultaneously raised their weapons, pushing off the ground with their muscular legs like cannonballs, charging towards Daida at high speed from both sides. Noticing the two reckless bandit leaders charging at him, Daida revealed a wicked smile on his gloomy face. Due to wearing the Shiva Temple bracelet, he had 2 extra arms hidden beneath his wide brown trench coat. Overconfident fools, all of you will die. As the 2 bandit leaders approached, Daida roared angrily, tearing off his brown trench coat to reveal 4 muscular arms. 2 of his arms held the sniper rifle Sunset, aimed at the forehead of the fourth leader Su Shuoya, and he mercilessly fired a shot. At the same time, Daida's other 2 arms held short-barreled shotguns loaded with C4 stone bullets. The high-speed moving third leader Busaya Bo, upon seeing the 2 dark gun barrels, hurriedly tried to stop, but it was too late. With 2 piercing gunshots, 2 C4 stone bullets struck the foreheads and hearts of the third leader Busaya Bo at high speed. As thick crimson blood slowly flowed from the wounds, Busaya Bo, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, tried to lower his head, but before he could act, he felt a heavy weight on his body. His vision went dark, and he lost all senses, collapsing into a pool of blood dead. Having easily dealt with the third and fourth leaders and over 500 minion soldiers, Daida let out a slight breath of relief. He bent down to pick up the trench coat from the ground, then took a clean handkerchief from his pant pocket, carefully wiping down his sniper rifle and short-barreled shotgun. After cleaning the dirt off the gun, Daida's eyes shone brightly as he strode towards the deepest part of the oasis. At the same time, in the nearby desert, the ghost mannequin, transformed into a rhinoceros beetle form, was locked in fierce battle with the second-in-command of a band of sand raiders. The second-in-command, named Wolfily Ji, had a bounty of 30 million berries on his head, was skilled in dual wielding, and was a well-known swordsman. With countless blood on his hands, He would massacre innocent civilians to satisfy his perverse desires. When Ji and his group of 300 sand raiders went out to rob a merchant convoy, they happened to encounter the lone ghost mannequin, whose reputation as a top enforcer of the Shadow Corps echoed throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Upon seeing Akin, Ji immediately recognized him, and his eyes lit up with greedy desire. To him, Akin was a walking fortune, an opportunity too good to pass up. This guy, a senior officer of the Shadow Corps, known as Ghostman, had a bounty of 59 million berries. If they could take him down, they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Boys, let's go. Bring me this guy's head. Listening to their leader's command, the Sand Raiders were all excited, their eyes burning red as they gripped their weapons and charged towards Akin, ready to tear him apart. Seeing the reckless Sand Raiders before him, Akin shook his head helplessly. He quickly transformed into his rhinoceros beetle form, then spread his wings and unleashed his transparent elytra from his back. With a powerful push off the ground, the soft sand immediately sank into a large hole, and Akin shot towards a group of raiders like a rocket. Moving at high speed, Akin spread his sharp, knife-like transparent wings, weaving through the raiders, creating a storm of bloodshed wherever he went. The once arrogant sand raiders were all cut down in half, collapsing into pools of blood, groaning in pain, eventually losing consciousness and dying in the desert, becoming part of it. Hundreds of sand raiders failed to withstand Akin's onslaught for even 10 minutes before he slaughtered them all. Upon seeing this, Ji lost all rationality. His eyes turned red with rage, exuding a terrifying killing intent as he approached Akin menacingly, wielding two sharp blades. Covered in the blood of his enemies, Akin lightly landed on the ground, and as he saw the second-in-command of the raiders approaching him, a playful smile appeared on his cold face. He took out two canes from his waist, and his bronze muscles bulged with the power of armament hockey. With his full momentum, Akin resembled an unyielding war god, spreading his wings wide, floating in midair while looking down at Ji. Then, Akin's killing intent erupted, and he charged toward Ji at breakneck speed. Ji was taken aback and quickly used his agility to dodge Akin's attack. Unfortunately, Akin had already locked onto his position. No matter how many times he jumped around, it was futile. Meteor, fall, blast, annihilation. As Akin closed the distance, Ji braced himself, holding his sharp dual blades in front of him to block Akin's full-force strike. You think these broken blades can block my full attack? How ridiculous. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, Ji was sent flying dozens of meters away by Akin's strike, rolling on the golden sand for several rounds before finally coming to a stop. Damn it, sand on my mouth, I will never let you go. Ji, covered in wounds, struggled to get up and glared at Akin with rage and hatred. If looks could kill, Akin would have been dead a billion times over. You can still stand up? Looks like you have some skill, but not enough. I can easily take you down. Akin, seeing Ji's vengeful gaze, smiled disdainfully. He knew very well that this guy couldn't be left alive. Only by dying would he not seek revenge. Herculean lightning bolt. Akin erupted with terrifying momentum, and endless killing intent continued to rise. Ji, who had been in the desert all this time, had never seen such a scene. He trembled with fear, his face pale. Initially, he wanted to continue resisting, but upon seeing Akin's faint red killing intent, he shamelessly knelt down, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, begging Akin for mercy. Master Jean, please spare my life. I, Ji, promise to repent and do good deeds for the rest of my life to atone for my sins. Akin looked at the kneeling Ji, his eyes shining with contempt. He approached Ji with a half-smile and said loudly, "If I had known today would come, why did you act like this back then? Those innocent civilians must have knelt before you, begging for their lives, right? But even when they bled, you still didn't spare them, and even enjoyed torturing defenseless civilians. People like you have no right to live. Go die." Akin, in his rhinoceros beetle form, raised his claw-like hand and slapped Ji on the head. With a surge of terrifying strength, Ji's head burst like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Akin easily dealt with the second-in-command of the Sand Raiders, wiping his blood-stained hands on Ji's clothing in disgust, then reinserted the canes back into his waist. After cleaning all the blood off, he swaggered towards the oasis. Meanwhile, within the desert oasis, the news of the deaths of the fourth and third-in-command, as well as the second-in-command, reached the leader, Riladaco. Listening to the reports from his underlings, Riladaco's fierce gaze flickered unpredictably. Long before the Shadow Corps landed in the port city of Canola Flour, ruler Ladako had already received intelligence. However, due to Crocodile's intimidation and his unwillingness to abandon the oasis he had worked hard to manage for years, he foolishly chose not to lead his raiders to escape to the capital immediately. The members of the Shadow Brigade have arrived and have killed the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd commanders in succession. This has caused immense pain to Lulu Ladako, the leader, as his right-hand men have been continuously harmed. Now, he is left alone without any strong subordinates to command, and as he faces the impending attack from the Shadow Brigade, he has no choice but to fight himself. Damn it, if I had known the Shadow Brigade was this powerful, I should have fled directly and sought refuge with Crocodile. Thinking of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the sand pirate leader, Lulu Ladako quickly took out his transponder snail from his pocket and dialed Crocodile's contact, wanting to inform him about the attack from the Shadow Brigade and request reinforcements. Brew, this is Mr. Zero. Lulu Ladako, what do you have to report? Hurry up. Hearing Crocodile's deep and hoarse voice from the transponder snail, Lulu Ladako felt an unprecedented sense of security. He hurriedly relayed the situation about the Shadow Brigade's attack. Upon hearing the news, Crocodile, who was in the capital of Alabasta, became enraged, his veins bulging. Are you saying that the members of the Shadow Brigade are preparing to annihilate your pirate crew? I understand. I will send Mr. 4 and his partner to support you shortly. Before the reinforcements arrive, I hope you can hold on as best as you can. Hearing Crocodile's words, Lulu Ladako's eyes lit up with joy. He eagerly nodded and then vowed to hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the transponder snail being hung up echoed. Lulu Ladako's eyes were filled with flames of anger. With the knowledge that reinforcements would be coming soon, his fears were swept away, replaced by a surge of rage. The reinforcements would be Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas. With their help, they would surely be able to defeat the Shadow Brigade. The pirate leader, Lulu Ladako's eyes burned with fierce flames as he cracked his knuckles and hoisted his large machete onto his shoulder, leading the remaining lackeys of the oasis toward the exit. Just as Lulu Ladako was gathering his forces and preparing to set off, he saw the lone Daida blocking the exit of the oasis with a sniper rifle. With a sharp gaze, he surveyed all the sand pirates present and then said loudly, "In 1 minute, those who surrender and lay down their arms will have a chance to live. Those who resist will have no bones left." The countdown begins. Chapter 127, Zoan Type, Desert Lizard Fruit, Terrifying Skeleton Vulture. As the countdown began, many of the small pirate lackeys in the Lulu Ladako crew trembled. They glanced at Daida and then at their leader, unsure of what choice to make. If they chose to surrender now, although they might survive with a severed limb, they would likely be executed by their leader. If they chose to resist, while they might not be executed by the leader, as cannon fodder, they would definitely be turned into a sieve by Daida's sniper rifle and buried in the desert. With no remains. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The 1-minute countdown reached 0, and seeing that no one chose to sever a limb to live, Daida sneered contemptuously, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he removed the trench coat he was wearing, revealing 4 arms hidden beneath. As they saw Daida with 4 arms, the sand pirate lackeys and Lulu Ladako all widened their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a normal person could have 4 arms, and while they were astonished, they also felt a sense of fear, repeatedly cursing Daida as a monster. "You monster! How can you have 4 arms?" Hearing the insult from the pirates, Daida remained unfazed. He coldly scanned everyone present, then slowly raised his sniper rifle, firing hundreds of powerful flaming vultures into the sky. Meanwhile, his other 2 arms each held a short-barreled shotgun loaded with special sea stone bullets, aiming at the direction of sand pirate leader Lulu Ladako to shoot. Hundreds of flaming vultures spiraled rapidly in the air, dazzling like brilliant fireworks. They soared with a remarkable agility for a moment, then quickly found their targets, charging toward the faces of the sand pirate lackeys at lightning speed. In an instant, waves of sand pirate lackeys fell, blood gushing from the holes that appeared in their foreheads, and white brain matter occasionally leaking out, a gruesome sight. The sea stone bullets that were fired were as fast as shooting stars, and dozens of specially made bullets erupted with a sound of breaking air. Caught off guard, Lulu Ladako was directly hit in the ribs and calves. Lulu Ladako was a devil fruit user, and sea stone was his nemesis. Now that Daida's sea stone bullets had pierced his body, his attack power was greatly diminished, leaving him looking like a stray dog. "Damn it, you dare to ambush me. I will make you pay." Severely injured, Lulu Ladako was filled with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his expression became grotesque as he quickly activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a desert lizard. His disgusting long tongue flicked back and forth, his powerful leg muscles bulged, and his entire body was covered with a layer of hard scales. His hands transformed into sharp claws, and his eyes changed to slits. Seeing Lulululidako change form, Daida put away his contemptuous attitude and quickly executed the Navy's six-styles technique called Suru, retreating at high speed for dozens of meters, creating a significant distance between himself and Lulululidako. He then steadied his stance, continuously firing. Countless bullets flew toward Lulululidako. Naturally, Lulululidako, in his desert lizard form, would not sit idly by. He nimbly dodged all the sea stone bullets. However, facing the pursuit of the flaming vultures, he appeared somewhat flustered and was hit multiple times, sustaining further injuries. As Lulululidako approached closer to Daida's position, the lone wolf Daida's eyes revealed a resentful glint. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he rapidly changed his footing, maintaining a distance of over 15 meters from Lulululidako. Unable to get closer to Daida drove Lulululidako to a state of fury. His eyes turned red, and he fell into a frenzied state, willing to pay any price, even exchanging injuries for speed, just to catch Daida. I have to say, your strength is indeed impressive. If you hadn't committed so many murders, perhaps the young master would have considered recruiting you into the Shadow Kingdom. It's a pity. Your hands are stained with blood, and you deserve to die. Hearing Daida's words, Lulululidako was initially stunned, then burst into laughter, retorting disdainfully. If I were to go solo, my level in the Baroque works would be about that of Mr. Six. The so-called young master you speak of would need to see if I'm willing to join. Not just anyone is worthy of my loyalty. Daida couldn't help but chuckle at Lululidako's arrogant words. He looked at Lululidako with a gaze that seemed to regard him as a fool, and then said meaningfully, "You should know Mr. Five from the Baroque works. The guy with the explosive fruit ability, right? With his strength, he couldn't possibly catch our young master's eye, ultimately losing his life in the small garden." When the sand pirate leader Lululidako heard the news of Mr. Five's death, he was struck as if by lightning, his crimson eyes wide open, more so than copper bells, unable to believe that what Daida said was true. To be honest, the Paramecia-type exploding fruit is in our young master's hands, and soon your desert lizard fruit will also become our young master's possession. Daida dared to tell these words to the sand pirate leader Lululidako, so naturally, he was not worried about him having the opportunity to relay this information to others. Vulture poisoned death from the barrel of the sniper rifle in Daida's hands. 3 pitch-black vultures flew out, emanating a foul stench. Their inky black bodily fluids dripped onto the desert, instantly creating a sizzling sound as they burned. The sand bandit leader, Lululidako, was taken aback, quickly recognizing that these 3 vultures were covered in deadly poison. If they touched him, he would surely meet a gruesome end. Lizard scale armor, sandstorm tornado. Lululidako's body glowed with a brilliant white light, making his already hard scales even tougher. Ordinary fire vultures couldn't harm him at all, and even the venom from the venomous vultures couldn't corrode his scales. Moreover, as Lululidako activated his devil fruit ability, his powerful lizard tail whipped the ground, creating fierce winds and generating small sandstorm tornadoes that rushed toward Daida's position. In an instant, dust flew and yellow sand filled the air. The sandstorm tornado charged fiercely toward Daida, blinding him with the swirling sand. He struggled to open his eyes, raising his sniper rifle and firing off a dozen flame vultures in an attempt to break Lululidako's sandstorm tornado. With just a few firebirds, do you think you can destroy the sandstorm tornado I created? That's utterly laughable. I advise you to surrender quickly. Perhaps I will show mercy and leave you a whole corpse. The gravel in the sandstorm tornado spun rapidly due to the fierce winds, cutting into Daida's body and causing numerous small wounds, from which blood flowed. However, Daida paid no mind to it. As the sandstorm tornado approached, he furrowed his brow, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He then looked up at Lululidako, whose arrogant demeanor made Daida clench his teeth, as if making a difficult decision. Carrion vulture, absorb, death. As soon as Daida spoke, a large hairless skeletal vulture emerged from the dark barrel of his sniper rifle. Unlike the previous flame vultures and venomous vultures, this skeletal vulture radiated a terrifying killing intent. With ghostly green flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets and its bony wings wrapped in a chilling aura. Upon being released by Daida, the skeletal vulture opened its beak filled with sharp teeth and let out a cackling laugh. then flapped its bony wings, soaring high in the air, unafraid of the sandstorm tornado's harm. What the hell is this thing? It looks like a skeleton, but it seems alive, capable of flying and making strange noises. The skeletal vulture circled high above and cackled again, its sharp eyes locking onto the wounds on Ruluruladako's body. It then dove down rapidly, pecking at Ruluruladako's wound at an incredible speed, instantly tearing off a large chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. Having tasted blood, the skeletal vulture let out a satisfied screech and quickly soared above Daida's head, its sharp eyes once again targeting Ruluruladako's wound, preparing for a second dive attack. If all you can do is dive, then I'll crush your bony frame into dust next. The skeletal vulture understood Ruluruladako's words and was thoroughly enraged. Its beak, filled with sharp teeth, extended a crimson, straw-like tongue that could flexibly lengthen and shorten. In a fit of rage, the skeletal vulture dove down again, this time not using its beak to peck at Ruluruladako's wound, but extending its sharp tongue to about 3 meters, wrapping it around Ruluruladako's back and then piercing it into his soft flesh, greedily sucking in fresh blood. Fresh blood flowed through the straw-like tongue into the skeletal vulture's body, causing its skeletal form to develop a hint of pink flesh. As the amount of blood absorbed increased, the skeletal vulture became more and more like a normal vulture. Cough. This vulture can even suck blood. If I don't find a way to break free, I'll be drained dry. Ruluruladako's skin became shriveled, and his face changed dramatically, turning a weak grayish white. Daida, standing nearby, immediately noticed his weakened state and without hesitation, drew his gun to fire continuously, each shot hitting the wounds. The specially made sea prism stone bullets exploded 2 seconds after entering Ruluruladako's body, causing intense pain that nearly suffocated him. He was forced to roll on the ground to alleviate the pain. Watching the disheveled Ruluruladaco, Daida smirked disdainfully and waved his hand, signaling the skeletal vulture to stop sucking blood and deal with the nearby henchman first. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal vulture quickly reacted, retracting its crimson tongue from Ruluruladako's body and soaring high into the air, aiming at the nearby sand bandit henchmen, attacking them without hesitation. When the nearby henchmen saw the skeletal vulture flying toward them, they panicked, hastily pulling out their guns to shoot while retreating toward the oasis. Ordinary gunfire could not deal with the skeletal vulture. They might as well find a good place to be buried. Daida bent down to pick up his trench coat, casually brushing off the sand, while coldly mocking the henchmen's futile struggles. As time passed, all the henchmen were drained into dry corpses by the skeletal vulture. Just as the skeletal vulture was about to finish off Ruluruladaco, Daida waved his hand, signaling it to spare Ruluruladaco's life for now. This guy possessed a devil fruit ability and needed to be taken to his young master first. After the young master stripped him of his devil fruit ability, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Hearing Daida's orders, the skeletal vulture excitedly let out its cackling laugh, then transformed into a streak of black light, darting back into the barrel of Daida's sniper rifle, falling into a brief slumber, seeing the nearly lifeless sand pirate leader Ruluruladaco in front of him. Daida coldly walked up to him, raised his leg high, and kicked him in the face. After venting his inner frustration, Daida summoned over 30 troll ninja soldiers, instructing them to bind this seemingly dead dog of a man with sea stone iron chains and take him to his young master. The troll ninja soldiers were very obedient. They approached Ruluruladaco with fierce expressions, quickly tied him up in a variety of ways, and then disappeared into the Shadow Kingdom. Arriving before the young master of the Shadow Legion, Tsubai, upon seeing Ruluruladaco tightly bound, Tsubai was momentarily taken aback. He then extended his fair arm from his black robe, pressed his palm against Ruluruladaco's skull, and activated the Devil Fruit Power Extraction device. With a thought, the device appeared, and a powerful suction began to consume Ruluruladaco's soul. Chapter 128, Waiting for the Rabbit, brutally beating Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas. The Devil Fruit Power Extraction device continuously drained the energy from Ruluruladaco's soul, causing intense pain that shot through his head like a knife. He screamed in agony, hoping that Tsubai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, would spare him. This guy had committed numerous atrocities. If he had known it would end like this, why did he not change his ways earlier? His hands were stained with the blood of innocent civilians, and countless souls had perished under his blade. How could Tsubai, upholding the banner of justice, let this demon go? Would he aid evil and allow him to continue his misdeeds unpunished? Taking a deep breath, feeling dizzy was normal. Just hold on a little longer, it would be over soon. Tsubai controlled the extraction device to drain energy at full speed. Ruluruladaco, who possessed the desert lizard fruit ability, had already fainted from the pain. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, and just as he passed out, Subai woke him up again to continue enduring the torment. Evil people have their own ways of being punished. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a brilliant yellowish-brown light burst forth from the transparent glass dome of the extraction device. Then, at a visible speed, a yellowish-brown devil fruit materialized within the dome. As the owner of the desert lizard fruit, Rulurladako lay on the ground, as if relieved after being drained of his value, gasping for breath without regard for his image. Subai glanced at him with a cold gaze, then flicked his fingers, sending a pale blue lightning bolt from his fingertips, which crackled and instantly struck Rulurladako's body. In less than 2 seconds, the leader of the Sand Pirate group, who had dominated the canola flower desert, died in frustration. After easily dealing with this nuisance, Subai casually stored Rulurladako's corpse in his system package, planning to hand it over to T, Pinch, and Smoker later for bounty collection and merit accumulation. The ability of this devil fruit was not particularly strong and somewhat useless. He wasn't sure who to give it to, so he decided to keep it for now. Looking at the desert lizard fruit that had materialized in the transparent glass dome, the young master of the Shadow Legion waved his hand and effortlessly took the devil fruit into his palm. The palm-sized desert lizard fruit was entirely yellowish-brown, resembling a plump desert giant lizard with 4 limbs, a head, and a tail. Even its toes and claws were clearly defined. And there was an extremely thin layer of skin on its surface, similar to cling film, which had not yet shed. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to distinguish this devil fruit from an actual desert lizard. With the Sand Pirate group completely annihilated, the next step was to wait for Mr. 4 and his partner to come to them, making it easy to complete another side quest issued by the system. How wonderful! Subai extended his fair arm from his black robe, casually waved his hand, and stored the animal-type desert lizard fruit into his system package. Then, with a thought, he summoned all the senior officials under him to his side. Looking at the Alabasta Kingdom's unique attire purchased by Yalida and the others, Subai said nothing and directly chose a piece he liked to change into. With his black robe removed and dressed in new clothes, he transformed from the sinister and cold villain into a sunny and cheerful young man. Seeing their young master change into new clothes, all the senior officials present eagerly chose outfits they liked to wear. Among them, Yalita and the Sweetheart Queen donned the local unique diva costumes, with sexy light purple corsets. Covered by extremely soft and thin scarlet silk, their swaying skirts gently rising and falling, resembling the burning clouds in the sky, cinched at the waist with exquisite tassel belts, perfectly outlining their delicate figures. The two of them were so sexy and beautiful that the men present could hardly bear it. Soon Mr. 4 from Baroque Works and his partner would arrive here, who would deal with them. Hearing their young master's inquiry, Koby and the small 8 exchanged glances, and then volunteered. Subai was very satisfied with their performance, immediately waving his hand to grant them each a healing ability with a horse talisman, then instructed them to be sure to bring back Mr. 4 and his partner alive. The rest of you, follow me across this desert to the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Erebana. In the mind of Subai, the young master of the Shadow Legion, the Baroque Works, led by the warlord Crocodile, is mainly composed of numeric members and the million elders, 10 million elders, and billion elders. Among these, the numeric members are the strongest. The smaller the number, the higher the rank and corresponding strength, starting from the Baroque Works boss Mr. 0 down to Mr. 13. Following them are the billion elders, 10 million elders, and million elders. As for the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, they are external members of the Baroque Works and are the weakest. Now, the Shadow Legion has eliminated all external members of the Baroque Works at Whiskey Peak, as well as the million and 10 million elder fleets guarding the waters near the Alabasta Kingdom and the billion elder Sand Pirate group ambushed in the desert. Under the offensive of the Shadow Troop, the Baroque Works established by Crocodile has been destroyed by more than half. Even the numerical members Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Mr. 8, Mr. 9, and their partners have fallen to the hands of the Shadow Troop. Currently, the remaining fighting force of Baroque Works consists of the behind-the-scenes boss Mr. 0 Crocodile, his top commander Mr. 1, and the yet-to-appear Mr. 2, along with Mr. 4, who is about to arrive at the Canola Flower Desert. Mr. 4 from Baroque Works is not a major concern. The main fighting power lies with Mr. 0, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Mr. 3 is already one of my subordinates, and the next step is to defeat and devour Mr. 0, Mr. 1, and Mr. 2 to complete the main mission. The young master of the Shadow Troop, Subai, has a pensive look in his deep eyes, wondering if Crocodile and Shiaoba are lying in wait for the Mr. 4 duo. In the canola flower desert, the golden sand is heated by the blazing sun. The fishmen Crocodile and Shiaoba are hiding under a giant cactus to escape the heat. Each of them is holding sweet and delicious coconut juice, reclining comfortably on lounge chairs in the oasis, waiting for the arrival of the Mr. 4 duo. According to the intelligence provided by the young master, Mr. 4 has a pet that is a gun in the form of an animal-type dog fruit, sausage dog. Our main goal is to defeat Mr. 4 and then bring this gun back. Additionally, we must be cautious of Miss Christmas, the mole fruit user, who is adept at burrowing and is hard to deal with. As Crocodile carefully analyzes the strength of Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas, Shiaoba suddenly notices a slight tremor in the ground beneath him, as if something is moving underground. Alert! Crocodile quickly activates his observation hockey upon seeing Shiaoba's condition, wanting to investigate further. Shiaoba, prepare for battle. The one underground is Miss Christmas, who has eaten the animal-type mole fruit. I'll handle her, and you deal with Mr. 4 and his gun. Hearing Crocodile's words, Shiaoba obediently nodded, quickly drawing 6 famous blade from his waist and assuming a combat stance, his fierce gaze fixed on the entrance of the oasis. Meanwhile, Crocodile, with a cold expression, ties his karate robe belt, grounding himself and adopting a martial arts posture, continuously releasing his observation hockey to sense Miss Christmas's movements underground. Miss Christmas, who is digging furiously, remains unaware that she has already revealed her position. She is excitedly trying to tunnel out, intending to launch a surprise attack on Shiaoba and Crocodile above. Get ready. That guy underground is about to come up. With his observation hockey clearly sensing the situation underground, just as Miss Christmas is about to break the surface. Crocodile swiftly uses the fishman karate secret technique, water stream, conjuring a flow of water that then forms a water sphere covering his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Crocodile, without hesitation, unleashes a full set of punches. His fists strike the ground like a torrential storm, and this sudden heavy blow is akin to a whack-a-mole game, completely stunning Miss Christmas underground. As Miss Christmas's head pops up, her ugly face receives 3 consecutive punches from Crocodile, sending her into a daze, her eyes filled with stars. Feeling the pain, she quickly uses her mole fruit ability to burrow back underground, trying to create distance from Crocodile. Scythe Weasel, Air Burst / Fist. Just as Miss Christmas disappears underground, Crocodile reacts swiftly. His muscular arms swell, veins bulging like old tree roots. Then he tightly clenches his fists and unleashes the power of the scythe fruit, launching a flurry of powerful punches down onto the ground. The sharp airwaves cut through the soft sand, directly striking Miss Christmas's back underground. Miss Christmas, who is preparing to escape, is heavily injured and finds it hard to control the blood that surges from her mouth. She grits her teeth against the pain in her back and continues to burrow deeper underground, fully aware that only by going deeper can she barely evade Crocodile's air slashes. Damn it! How does he know my exact location? This shouldn't be possible. No one besides the boss should know my whereabouts underground. He's the first. Miss Christmas, lacking mastery over observation hockey, knows little about it and cannot understand why Crocodile can clearly sense her movements underground. While Miss Christmas is engaged in a fierce battle with Crocodile, at the entrance of the oasis, the overweight Mr. 4, holding his pet sausage dog gun, Lasso, casually approaches Shiaoba, who is in a combat stance. Seeing Shiaoba's pose, Mr. 4 furrows his brows and, with a serious expression, pulls out the 4 baseball bats strapped to his back and orders Lasso to fire. Hearing his master's command, Lasso excitedly barks a few times, then opens its mouth like a cannon, aiming at Shiaoba's location and shooting out a pitch-black cannonball. Mr. 4 glares ominously at Shiaoba and raises his 4 baseball bats, swiftly striking the cannonball that Lasso has spat out. The black cannonball, boosted by the strength of 400 pounds, flies rapidly toward Shiaoba. As the cannonball approaches, Shiaoba quickly swings his 6 famous blades, unleashing 6 incredibly sharp sword intents from his body. Under the scorching sun, 6 blinding rays of sword light suddenly erupt, containing an extremely fierce aura, as if they were going to tear the sky apart, slicing toward the cannonball. The powerful sword energy instantly obliterates the black cannonball and then strikes toward Mr. 4 and Lasso. The terrifying aura quickly envelopes Mr. 4 and Lasso. They try to retreat, but it all happens too fast. They have no chance to escape and are directly hit by the fierce sword energy. In an instant, blood blossoms fly, and wails echo through the heavens. Mr. 4, with his right shoulder heavily wounded, kneels on the ground in pain. staring with bloodshot eyes at his blood-soaked shoulder, trembling uncontrollably from the intense pain, and cold sweat pours out from his skin. Severely injured, Mr. Four gasps for breath, while La Su rushes to his side, wagging its tail desperately, then bares its teeth at Shiaoba, threatening him not to come closer. This gun is really interesting, quite protective of its master. Shiaoba sheathes his 6 famous blades, looking coldly at the kneeling Mr. Four, then mockingly says, "Mr. Four Baroque works. Is this really your level? It seems your boss Mr. Zero's judgment isn't that great." Listening to his boss being insulted, Mr. Four, who was already red-eyed, instantly became bloodshot with anger. He roared towards the sky, then gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his shoulder and slowly stood up from the ground, holding the 4-ton baseball bat in his left hand, glaring fiercely at Little Eight. Reizu, artillery form, fire continuously. Upon hearing his master's command, the sausage dog gun Reizu quickly transformed into a firearm shape, resembling a gun muzzle, and continuously spat out dozens of black cannonballs the size of goose eggs. Mr. Four swung the 4-ton baseball bat with one hand, knocking all the cannonballs away. Dozens of black cannonballs shot towards Little Eight's direction. Just as Little Eight sheathed his knife, a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. With all 6 of his arms working together, he swiftly drew out 6 famous blades from his waist and slashed forward. Endless sword energy converged into a white wave, sweeping towards Mr. Four and the sausage dog gun Reizu. In an instant, the dozens of black cannonballs were cleaved into fragments by the fierce sword energy unleashed by Little Eight. Exploding in midair, severely injured, Mr. Four and his pet sausage dog gun Reizu frowned, momentarily unsure what to do. Miss Christmas had not arrived to provide support, leaving Mr. Four, who was considering retreating, in a dilemma. This guy's swordsmanship is too strong. Our cannonballs are completely ineffective against him. If Miss Christmas were here, she could attack him from underground. Seeing the menacing Little Eight in front of him, the plump Mr. Four's eyes flickered with fear. He helplessly glanced at his pet sausage dog gun Reizu, then signaled with his eyes. Reizu immediately understood, and with a fierce expression, began barking wildly at Little Eight. Woof! Woof woof woof! Hearing Reizu's frantic barking, Little Eight shifted his gaze from Mr. Four to Reizu. This sausage dog gun that had consumed the sausage dog fruit was the target of his young master. Since it was so protective of its master, he decided to take it down first before dealing with Mr. Four. Little Eight's eyes instantly turned terrifying, his aura soaring, and a towering killing intent ignited in his cold eyes. His muscular arms bulged to their peak, his trumpet-shaped mouth gathering water cannonballs, while his iron claw-like hands firmly gripped the famous blades. Then he aggressively moved towards Mr. Four. Unlimited firepower, smoke bomb. Knowing he couldn't defeat Little Eight, Mr. Four immediately ordered his pet sausage dog gun Reizu to fire cannonballs and smoke bombs at the encroaching Little Eight. The cannonballs were mainly meant to hinder Little Eight's movement and inflict damage, while the smoke bombs were for hiding themselves and facilitating escape. In the mouth of the pet Dachshund gun Reizu, a smoke bomb suddenly crashed to the ground, and immediately, white smoke quickly spread, enveloping the severely injured Mr. Four and gun Reizu. Seeing this, Mr. Four was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain from his wounds and desperately tried to escape to the outskirts of the battlefield. Knowing that Mr. Four wanted to flee amidst the obscured vision of the white smoke, Xiaoba's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He pursed his trumpet-shaped mouth tightly and then quickly launched a water cannonball at lightning speed toward the center of the white smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful water cannonball struck the ground, instantly creating a huge pit, and the splashing water and debris exploded outward like shrapnel from a grenade, with several small stones resembling bullets piercing Mr. Four's fat body, causing him even more injury. Damn it, this guy can still hurt me. We need to retreat. Mr. Four complained angrily after being injured again, revealing his teeth in pain, his face contorted in rage, and his eyes filled with anger and hatred, resembling a terrifying demon climbing up from the depths of hell. Do you really think a smoke bomb can hide your movements from me? How ridiculous! Xiaoba laughed mockingly, then casually waved his 6 famous swords, assuming a fighting stance, and released his Kinbunchika haki to sense the movements of Mr. Four and gun Reizu within the smoke. A coward who abandons his companions to escape deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Upon hearing this, Mr. Four's expression changed drastically. He looked fearfully toward the source of the voice and saw a red figure flash past him. Xiaoba, holding a famous sword, appeared right in front of him. In a fit of rage, Xiaoba, with blood-red eyes, shouted to the heavens, his 6 arms spinning rapidly, and the 6 famous swords slashed toward Mr. For like a meat grinder. Seeing that the swordsman Shiaoba was about to take his master's life, Gunrisu would not allow it. He quickly opened his mouth, and several black cannonballs gathered inside, then shot out toward Shiaoba at lightning speed. Sensing the cannonball attack, Shiaoba raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, and casually swung his swords 2 or 3 times, reducing the cannonballs to powder before continuing to attack Mr. Four. A cold gleam flashed, and the sharp blade forcefully cut open Mr. Four's chest, with crimson blood bursting forth like dazzling fireworks, almost taking away half of Mr. Four's life. Blood gushed out, and the overweight Mr. Four collapsed onto the soft desert, his blood flowing like a mountain stream, continuously draining his vitality. Looking at Mr. Four, who resembled a dead dog, Shiaoba spat disdainfully, then summoned more than 30 giant ninja soldiers armed with ropes and chains. Under Xiaoba's command, these ninja soldiers quickly pounced on Mr. Four, swiftly binding him like a zongzi and bringing him back to the Shadow Kingdom, awaiting the orders of the young master. As for the remaining pet, Dachshund Gunrisu, Xiaoba knocked him out with the hilt of his sword and had his shadow soldier ninjas take him to the young master Su Bai. The battle with the 6-sword style Xiaoba ended easily, while the fierce fight between Koby and Mississippi Christmas continued. Mastering the power of Ken Bunchiko Haki, Koby held his breath, closed his eyes, assumed a martial arts stance, and adjusted his breathing rate, focusing on sensing the movements underground. Meanwhile, 50 meters underground, the mole fruit user Mississippi Christmas was digging out a secret chamber in the hard rock layer, panting heavily as she thought about how to deal with Koby, who was poised to attack above ground. This guy's fishman karate is too powerful. If I show my face above ground, I'll definitely be treated like a punching bag. My life will be in danger. Thinking of this, Mississippi Christmas's face turned a bit ugly. She extended her sharp claws, desperately digging in the earth, continuing to tunnel with the intention of luring the giant beast hiding underground to Koby, achieving her goal of using others to kill. 100 meters to the east was the lair of the desert scorpion, 500 meters down was the den of the rattlesnake, and 5 meters from the surface grew giant carnivorous Venus flytraps. If I can lead these monsters to him, it should be able to cause some damage. Without hesitation, Mississippi Christmas excitedly worked hard to dig the tunnel. She first went to the lair of the desert scorpion, waking the sleeping scorpion, then lured the enraged scorpion to attack Koby above ground. Seeing that her plan was likely to succeed, the ugly Mississippi Christmas's green bean-sized eyes sparkled with excitement. She was overjoyed and continued to dig with fervor, enticing the underground monsters to attack Koby on the surface. On the ground, Koby frowned tightly. Just now, his observation Haki clearly sensed several giant monsters rapidly approaching his location from underground. What is going on? These monsters seemed to be extremely aggressive. Realizing the situation was not right, Koby quickly assumed a battle stance. He transformed his left hand from a palm to a fist, and his right hand from a fist to a palm, aiming at the position where the monsters were about to emerge. He then slammed a palm down with a terrifying force that could destroy the world, stunning the desert scorpions underground. The poison scorpion tail shot up from the ground, aiming straight for Koby. As the sharp tail was about to strike him, Koby swiftly used the Soru technique from the 6 forms of the Navy. He pushed off the ground powerfully with his strong legs, leveraging the reaction force to leap into the air, then rapidly descended. With a fishman karate technique, he struck the desert scorpion's body, turning it into mush and sending it back to reincarnation. Next would be the giant lizard and rattlesnake. It seems like there are more creatures causing trouble underground. Anger ignited in Koby's eyes as he retracted his outward observation Haki into his body. He then covered his strong arms with hard, black armament Haki and immediately crouched down. With another powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air again. Aiming at the positions of the desert giant lizard and the desert rattlesnake, he unleashed the power of his devil fruit, swinging a sharp air sickle that tore through the air with a loud sound. 2 areas of the desert were directly blasted, sending dust flying, and soon, red blood seeped through the yellow sand, indicating it was the blood of the underground monsters. Staying in one place would surely attract more monsters, which wasn't a solution. A moment of clarity flashed in Koby's furious eyes as he used the Jeppo technique from the 6 forms of the Navy to fly into the air, then released his observation Haki again to sense Mississippi Christmas's exact location underground. This guy is really cunning, hiding at the roots of a giant carnivorous Venus flytrap. If I want to capture her, I must deal with the giant Venus flytrap first. Sensing the outline of the giant Venus flytrap underground, Koby felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He stepped onto the air above Mississippi Christmas's location using Jeppo, then frantically unleashed the abilities of the sickle fruit. The air sickle struck wildly in the desert, causing all the giant Venus flytraps to emerge, wanting to attack Koby. Sickle, desert scythe. In midair, Koby was multitasking, stepping on the moonwalk to ascend while unleashing the power of the devil fruit. The gravel on the ground gathered into sharp scythe shapes, quickly harvesting the giant Venus flytraps that had emerged. In an instant, hundreds of giant Venus flytraps were sliced into pieces by the sharp desert scythes. Even their roots were dug out and chopped into powder, turning into nutrients in the desert. Deep underground, Mississippi Christmas was greatly alarmed. From the initial desert scorpion to the recently encountered giant Venus flytrap, these monsters she considered powerful couldn't last 3 rounds against Koby, making her, who had been hiding underground, dare not even think of emerging. Since you won't come out on your own, then I'll come to catch you. In midair, Koby quickly descended to the ground, steadied his stance, and unleashed a complete set of flowing fishman karate techniques. Then he struck the ground, and a deafening explosion erupted, creating a large pit in the desert beneath him, bringing him one step closer to Mississippi Christmas underground. Desert side ground spike. Under Koby's control, the desert beneath his feet first transformed into sharp scythe shapes, and then the sand flowed and gathered into hundreds of sharp spikes that emerged from the ground. Due to the continuous compression of the sand and gravel underground, Miss Christmas found her breathing space becoming smaller and smaller. She wanted to use her claws to carve out a secret chamber, but the density of the gravel kept increasing, making it impossible for her claws to create space. If she remained underground any longer, she would definitely die from lack of oxygen. Miss Christmas was forced to choose to burst out from underground, and this move perfectly aligned with Koby's plan. As Miss Christmas's figure appeared, Koby quickly seized the opportunity. He used the technique Shave from the Marine 6 Powers, rapidly arriving behind Miss Christmas, and then executed the fishman karate technique, striking her on the back. After that, he activated the powers of his devil fruit, and the air scythe slashed forcefully across Miss Christmas's chest and back. A painful wail echoed, and the severely injured Miss Christmas collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, with more air going out than coming in. Seeing that she was about to die, Koby quickly summoned shadow ninja soldiers, instructing them to bind Miss Christmas with ropes and iron chains and take her to his master, Subai. Dark figures appeared, and the ninja soldiers obediently bound Miss Christmas tightly before swiftly delivering her to Subai. The leader of the Shadow Army, Subai, looked at Miss Christmas, who was kneeling in front of him along with Mr. Four and the sausage dog, Gun La Su. A hint of joy flashed in his deep purple eyes, and then he extended his fair arm, materializing a devil fruit extraction device, placing Gun La Su inside, and then activating the devil fruit extraction device. A powerful suction force began to devour the devil fruit ability of Gun La Su, who howled in pain within the transparent glass dome, but it was all in vain. As time passed, La Su's devil fruit ability was successfully extracted, and he returned to being an ordinary long-barreled shotgun. The animal type, dog fruit, sausage dog form appeared prominently within the transparent glass dome. Seeing this, Subai of the Shadow Army was overjoyed. He flicked his fingers slightly, and the dog fruit entered the system's package. Next, it was time to extract the mole fruit, completing another side quest. A fierce glint flashed in Subai's eyes as he waved his hand, and the devil fruit extraction device was placed over the head of the mole fruit user. Miss Christmas. As the device was activated, a powerful absorbing force relentlessly tormented Miss Christmas's soul. Chapter 130. Arrest. Quick execution of the devil fruit user, Des Bones. Seeing Miss Christmas, who looked like a dead dog, the leader of the Shadow Army, Subai, showed no trace of pity in his deep purple pupils. The devil fruit extraction device was operating rapidly, and as a dazzling purple light flickered inside the transparent glass dome, the animal type, mole fruit. Originally possessed by the high-ranking officer of Baroque Works, Miss Christmas was gradually solidifying inside the device. As time slowly passed, within the transparent glass dome of the devil fruit extraction device, an animal-type mole fruit, deep purple in color and resembling a mole, covered in spiral patterns, successfully appeared. Looking at the solidified animal-type mole fruit in the transparent glass dome, Subai did not hesitate to take it out and hold it in his palm, examining it carefully. The irregular spiral patterns, deep purple skin, and mole-like shape indicated that this animal-type mole fruit was accurately assessed by the system as a 3-star low-grade fruit, with limited development potential, mainly strong in the ability to dig tunnels. I have successfully obtained the animal type, mole fruit, and animal type. Sausage dog fruit required for the system's side quest. Now, I just need to wait for the system's mechanical voice to sound. With a thought, the animal type, mole fruit, instantly vanished from Su Bai's palm, entering the system's package. Currently, Su Bai's system package contained the superhuman type, steel fruit, superhuman type, suck fruit, natural type, mushroom fruit, animal type, desert lizard fruit, animal type, mole fruit, and animal type, sausage dog fruit. Among these devil fruits, only the suck fruit had a higher star rating. The others were relatively useless. After briefly counting the devil fruits in the system package, Su Bai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, was all smiles. His previously furrowed brows completely relaxed, and a proud smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, with joyful glimmers occasionally flashing in his deep purple eyes. Of the 3 side missions issued by the system, 2 had been completed, leaving only bring the entire Alabasta Kingdom under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom unfinished. Time was of the essence. It was time to eliminate the Baroque works. After clarifying his next target, Su Bai waved his hand and led his senior officers toward the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. Just as Su Bai was about to set off, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing side mission 1. 10,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps are being dispatched. Please check the number in a timely manner. A wave of black smoke entered Su Bai's system package, and exactly 10,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps appeared in the Shadow Kingdom. With a thought, Su Bai summoned these 10,000 ordinary ninja soldiers to his side, creating a dense and dark mass. Looking at the throngs of ordinary ninja soldiers surrounding him, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. With so many subordinates, he felt secure. In the Baroque works, only Mr. 2, Mr. 1, and his partner Pola, along with Mr. 0 and Robin, remained as high-level combatants. Next, they would head directly to the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom to give Crocodile a good beating, while his senior officers could recruit Mr. 2 and Mr. 1 into the Shadow Corps. As for Pola, who possessed the thorn fruit, she would be integrated into the Shadow Kingdom, while Robin would be let go, returning to Luffy. After considering these points, Su Bai commanded Shiaoba and Koby, who had not yet returned, to bring 10,000 ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Corps to completely engulf the port city of Konoha, where they were currently located, into the Shadow Kingdom. As for the other cities in the Alabasta Kingdom, they would be managed by other officers. Alyabarna, the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, was the residence of the royal family. Outside the luxurious palace lay wide streets bustling with countless pedestrians, and the number of merchants and cargo trucks was uncountable. The sounds of shouting, bargaining, and the braying of camels echoed continuously. Behind this apparent prosperity, however, lay the hardships and helplessness of many people. Apart from the capital Alyabarna, other areas of the Alabasta Kingdom had not seen rain in 3 years. Under the deliberate arrangement of the Baroque works, the citizens believed the drought was caused by King Cobra secretly using the rain-inducing agent dancing powder, which sparked a civil war. The rebels rampaged, and many cities fell, forcing the populace to leave their homes and seek a living in the capital. Upon entering the capital Alyabarna, Su Bai and his group noticed they were being observed from the shadows. Undoubtedly, those lurking were likely arranged by Crocodile, and the specific executor was probably Pola, the user of the thorn fruit. Young master, should I go and flush these guys out and quietly deal with them? Hearing the words of Arlong beside him, Su Bai furrowed his brows but shook his head, then casually replied, "No need. Since Crocodile wants to investigate us, let him investigate." Su Bai unleashed his powerful observation haki, which instantly enveloped most of Alyabarna. He carefully sensed the killing intent emanating from everyone, clearly identifying Mr. 1 from the Baroque works, his partner Pola, and the deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, Gaka, who was an animal-type dog fruit user in wolf form. Surprised to find Mr. 1 in Alyabarna, Su Bai thought, "In that case, I won't be polite. I'll recruit him into the Shadow Corps." Mr. 1, the chief general under Crocodile, was executing a mission in Alyabarna when he suddenly felt a chill at his back. He quickly turned around but saw no one. Scratching his head in confusion before grabbing the target's head and preparing to leave Alyabarna quickly. "Want to leave? Those who I've set my sights on cannot escape." A glint flashed in Su Bai's deep eyes as he smirked. Then, with a thought, he shared Mr. 1's location with his senior officers and stated, "Whoever can defeat him and bring him back to me will be granted pure dark power." Chapter 131. Beat down the wind. God Pterodactyl. Balumber feels uneasy. The senior officers of the Shadow Troop present were all excited and flushed after hearing their young master's promise. They rubbed their fists together, eager to immediately find Mr. One. Das Bones from the Baroque works. Leave this Mr. One to me, brothers. I'll go ahead. The power-hungry Aaron's eyes sparkled with intensity as he quickly used the power of his devil fruit to transform into a dragon form. With powerful legs, he kicked off the ground and leaped into the air, hovering before flying towards the location where Mr. One was shared. Seeing Aaron take the lead, Chloe and Akin exchanged glances, then simultaneously activated their devil fruit powers, transforming into white tiger and rhinoceros beetle forms. Chloe, in his white tiger form, let out a roar and dashed towards Mr. One's location at lightning speed. As for Akin, in his rhinoceros beetle form, he spread his transparent wings, flapped them a couple of times, creating a strong whirlwind, and leaped into the air, quickly flying towards Mr. One, watching as his three generals took off one after another. The Shadow Troop's young master, Subai, smiled with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to nearby Yalida, Sweetheart Queen, Dida, and Galdino, and asked, "What's wrong? They've all gone to find Mr. One. Why aren't you going?" Facing their young master's inquiry, Dida and Galdino replied with bitter expressions, "Young master, you know our strength. That Mr. One, who has eaten the quick/fruit, is incredibly powerful. Even if we all rushed in, we might not be his match. It's better to step back early than to hinder Aaron and the others." Looking at the people in front of him, Subai thoughtfully scratched his head, then suddenly had an idea. He released his observation haki to lock onto the position of the vice commander of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, the user of the animal fruit, dog fruit, wolf form, Gaka, and ordered everyone to defeat him and bring him to him. If he could successfully bring Gaka to him, he could also obtain refined dark power as a reward. Hearing their young master's command, everyone was overjoyed and immediately rushed towards the position of Gaka, fearing they would be slower than the others. After watching his senior officers leave, a gleam flashed in Subai's eyes. He used the chicken charm spell to quickly become invisible and flew at high speed towards the port city of Canola Flower. The reason for returning to Canola Flower was that Pin, and Smoker, along with Koby, had already landed here. Since they were here, he couldn't let them return empty-handed. He would also take the opportunity to test the strength of Koby and Barumabur, since the Navy landing in Alabasta was entirely under Subai's command. He wanted to meet Koby and the others openly and honestly. His figure moved like a streak of light, cutting through the air, and then landed steadily on the deck of the Navy warship. Smoker, who was comfortably smoking a cigar on the deck, was taken aback when he saw his young master's figure and hurriedly saluted. However, before he could bend down, a pair of fair-skinned hands helped him up. No need for salutes. Where are Pin and Koby, Barumabur? This time coming to the Alabasta Kingdom should just be your fleet, right? No one else is coming? Listening to his young master's question, Smoker quickly took the cigar out of his mouth and honestly replied, Pin, Koby, and Barumabur are in the gym working on their strength. This time coming to the Alabasta Kingdom is just our fleet, so you can rest assured, young master. Subai nodded in satisfaction, grabbed Smoker, and quickly entered the warship's gym, arriving in front of Pin, Koby, and Barumabur, who were intensely working out. Watching Koby, Barumabur, and Pin training vigorously, Subai smiled slightly, then extended his fair arm, slightly curling his fingers, and four extremely pure dark powers shot into the bodies of the four present. After entering the bodies of Smoker and the others, the dark power seemed like a seed about to sprout, entering their dantian and continuously releasing dark power, enhancing their physical functions. Feeling the changes in their bodies, Pin, Koby, and Barumabur simultaneously stopped training and looked up towards Smoker, only to see their young master Subai's figure. "Young master, why are you here?" The young master of the Shadow Troop, Subai, quickly released the snake charm's power, revealing his hidden aura, which excited everyone present. After not seeing their young master for a long time, now that they saw him, the aura he emanated was even more formidable, clearly a sign of significant strength improvement. "I was in Aruba and quickly came over after hearing about your arrival in the Alabasta Kingdom to check on your recent training levels. Who wants to go first?" Seeing that their young master wanted to check on their recent training, Koby could not wait to unleash his devil fruit power, transforming into his wind god wyvern form. His broad wings flapped out a powerful whirlwind, flying towards Subai. Watching the approaching whirlwind, Subai stood coldly in place, casually waving his hand. A terrifying lightning force descended from the sky, landing on the whirlwind, and the immense destructive power instantly dissipated the whirlwind into nothingness. Seeing his whirlwind easily neutralized by his young master, Koby's eyes flashed with awe. He continued to activate his devil fruit powers. His strong, wyvern legs kicked off the ground. And with the support of his wings, he soared into the air, quickly aiming for Su-Bai's position and shooting towards him like a cannonball. Koby emanated a terrifying killing intent, his intense aura rising sharply. Su-Bai nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Koby had made significant progress in strength since he hadn't seen him for a while. Desert Hell, 3,000 worlds. Facing Koby's full force charge, Su-Bai's left hand rested on the scabbard of his famous sword gravel, and then a cold light flashed. A silver gleam appeared, and the broad back of the sword effortlessly blocked Koby's full force strike. Su-Bai then casually waved a few strikes, and the aggressive Koby was instantly left battered and bloodied. Koby's training was quite good. At this level, he could probably be promoted to the rank of colonel. Barumabur, it's your turn next. Chapter 132. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Hearing his young master's words, Barumabur next to him showed a clear sign of trepidation. He smiled bitterly and unleashed his devil fruit power, transforming into a brilliant streak of light and charging toward Su-Bai. The speed is decent, but still a bit immature. As Barumabur flew towards Su-Bai, Su-Bai remained calm and decisive, activating the snake charm's power to become invisible. This left Barumabur, in his elemental state, momentarily bewildered, forcing him to revert to his physical form. And just as he regained his physical form, a terrifying lightning force erupted from Su-Bai's palm, shooting towards Barumabur at lightning speed. Realizing what was happening, Barumabur quickly reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He was struck by the powerful lightning force, leaving him dazed and unable to move. Is this it? You kid, you still need to train. Just when Su-Bai thought Balumeb had lost the ability to continue fighting, the unyielding Balumeb stood up strongly from the ground, then pulled out two Nepali knives from his waist, glaring fiercely at Su-Bai. Lightning, 1,000 layers of flying birds. Seeing that Balumeb could still stand up, a hint of appreciation flashed in Su-Bai's deep eyes. The previous thunderous attack had limited damage on him, a user of the lightning fruit, so it was no wonder he could quickly recover under the paralysis of the thunder. The defiant Balumeb transformed into a fierce stream of light, which in mid-air changed into hundreds and thousands of birds emitting terrifying electrical currents. These birds had red eyes, twisted faces, and all shrieked as they flew towards Su-Bai. The appreciation in Su-Bai's eyes grew even stronger. Balumeb had clearly put in a lot of hard work to develop the lightning fruit to this level, and that guy Zoro had spared no effort in teaching him. Since it's lightning, then let's use this move. Looking at the sky full of golden birds, Su-Bai held his breath, placing his right hand on the sheath at his waist and gripping the handle of his sword tightly with his left hand. With a fierce pull, the sharp blade suddenly flashed with cold light, instantly piercing through the space in front of him. Following that, countless powers of cutting space surged, transforming the hundreds and thousands of lightning birds into streams of light, gracefully falling from the sky. Seeing his strongest move easily countered by the young master, Balumeb showed a look of surprise, then gritted his teeth and activated the lightning fruit's ability again. He stood in the void, gazing intently in Su-Bai's direction, and then pointed his gun, condensing a dazzling golden beam of light, lightly directing it towards Su-Bai's position, with beams resembling powerful lasers shooting towards him. Laser beams. Watching the sky full of golden rays, a look of astonishment appeared in Su-Bai's deep eyes. This was Kizaru's signature skill. He didn't expect him to teach this move to Balumeb. It seemed that Balumeb's choice to take Kizaru as his master was very clear, and Kizaru wasn't that lazy in teaching his disciples. Balumeb, it seems you've been training very hard during this time. Su-Bai praised with great satisfaction. He then extended his arms, and a terrifying devouring power transformed into a black hole in front of him, capable of swallowing everything. The sky full of laser beams was completely devoured by the black hole. The ability of the mountain demon really is useful. After completely swallowing the laser beams released by Barumab, a glint flashed in Su-Bai's eyes. He stood still, continuing to wait for Barumab to unleash his finishing move. Young master, you are truly too strong. This next move, I haven't fully mastered yet, but its power is incredibly formidable. Hearing this from Barumab, a curious light flickered in Su-Bai's cold and proud eyes. He stood alone above the clouds, looking at Barumab as if signaling him to launch the attack immediately. Young master, have you ever been kicked by light? Fully powered, Barumab emanated a terrifying force of thunder, crackling electricity coursing through his body. Electric snakes and thunder dragons floated in the air, and then a powerful aura continuously surged, ultimately transforming into a gigantic and sharp thunder-heavy sword, thrusting towards Su-Bai. The speed of the heavy sword exceeded the speed of light, nearly overwhelming Subai, who had not yet acquired the rabbit talisman. Not only that, as the heavy sword rushed towards Subai, Barumab transformed into a small current, instantly flashing behind Subai. Following this, a powerful kicking technique covered in armed color hockey struck firmly against Subai's back, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Unexpectedly caught off guard, Subai was forcibly pierced through by the thunder-heavy sword, a drop of crimson blood falling from his wound. He didn't expect that under Huang Yuan's guidance, Barumab could actually cause him to be injured after a long time. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've fought so comfortably. Barumab, you are quite impressive. Subai activated the horse talisman, and his injuries instantly healed. Suddenly, the conqueror's haki surged, followed by the armed color haki enveloping his entire body. The lasers in his eyes were ready to fire, and the dragon blast in his palm was eager to move. His muscles, enhanced by the bull talisman, bulged up, and with a shout of sword come, the famous blade, Shagrit, flew out of its sheath and into his hand. Surrounded by the terrifying thunder power and the devouring magic of the mountain demon, one blue and one black swirling around Shagrit. If you can take this move from me, I will grant you supreme power and appoint you as the captain of the first team of the Shadow Brigade. As soon as Subai finished speaking, an intense pressure erupted from his body, murderous intent surging as a terrifying sword energy swept toward Barumab. Barumab was sufficiently frightened by the domineering aura unleashed by his young master. He quickly transformed into elemental form, trying to block the overwhelming sword energy. But no matter where he escaped, the sword energy followed closely behind. In desperation, Barumab was forced to create a light shield in front of him to block Subai's full power strike. Clang, clang, clang. The overwhelming sword energy descended, instantly shattering the light shield into powder, the intense aftermath causing Barumab to be thrown back hundreds of meters, then uncontrollably plummeting down, crashing into the ground and stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Barumab could not withstand even one round against the fully powered Subai and was instantly defeated. Chapter 133. Various forms of smoke ability, T. Pen versus Subai. The battle ended, and the sky was filled with yellow dust. Severely injured, Barumab groaned in pain, his face pale, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His once formidable aura instantly waned, life force continuously flowing away, as if he was about to breathe his last. Seeing Barumab on the verge of collapse, Subai's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He waved his hand, unleashing the energy of the horse talisman, a light green healing power descending to envelop Barumab, instantly healing all his injuries. Barumab returned to a vigorous state, and admiration showed in Subai's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and a pure dark power condensed into a seed shape, shooting into Barumab's dantian. This dark seed continuously released powerful energy, nourishing and strengthening Barumab's muscles and tendons, significantly enhancing his strength. Barumab also inherited some of Subai's Thunder Demon and Mountain Demon abilities. Barumab, I have high hopes for you. When we return to the Navy headquarters, work hard to get promoted, aiming to reach the rank of Rear Admiral before the Shadow Brigade ship arrives at Sky Island. Hearing his young master's words, Barumab was taken aback, nodding vigorously, then consciously stepped aside, signaling Smoker and T. Pen to step forward and spar with the young master. Having trained for so long, I still don't know your strengths, so let's fight together for a quick resolution. I still need to go capture Crocodile later. Smoker and T. Pen exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth, howling to the sky, weapons in hand, unleashing their devil fruit abilities, rushing towards Subai at lightning speed. Smoker activated the smoke fruit ability, quickly elementalizing and releasing white smoke outward from himself, completely enveloping Subai. He then compressed the oxygen in the air, trying to suffocate him and render him incapable of fighting. Unfortunately, although Smoker's move was strong, it was nothing to Subai, who possessed the undying ability of the dog talisman and the healing ability of the horse talisman. This move is good. It would definitely be a game changer on the battlefield. Does Smoker have any other tricks? Use them all. Seeing his killing move ineffective against Subai, a fierce battle intent erupted in Smoker's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and instantly thousands of troops appeared in the smoke domain, charging toward Subai. Goodness, turning the virtual into reality. This killing move is also impressive. If it were during the Marineford War, it would definitely have slaughtered many pirates or marines. As the smoke form of the thousands of troops emitted overwhelming killing intent toward him, Subai grinned proudly. His eyes shot out lasers, sweeping down and instantly obliterating the thousands of troops. With his killing move destroyed again, fury ignited in Smoker's eyes. His fingers curled, and his arms suddenly turned pitch black. Then a wave of black smoke surged into the smoke domain. Subai, seeing this, was puzzled, but when he caught a whiff of the scent, he realized that this black smoke contained deadly toxins, and inhaling even a little would be fatal. The smoke fruit has really been developed well by you. It seems that Devil Fruit Ability Development skill card was not wasted. Mere toxins could not harm Subai at all. As soon as his body felt injured, the horse talisman activated rapidly, and pure healing power descended, instantly bringing Subai back to peak condition. Next, it's my turn. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, erupted with a chilling sword aura. He slightly bent forward, then swiftly drew his sword, a dazzling silver light cutting through the sky. It then fell rapidly like a bolt of lightning, crashing down on a smoker's smoke domain, the terrifying blade light scattering the smoke field, and the sharp sword energy slicing Smoker, in his smoke form, into countless pieces. After being cut by the sword energy, Smoker's elemental body quickly recovered. In that brief moment, Subai activated the Snake Talisman's ability, making himself invisible on the spot, and then quickly moved. The blade of his famous sword, Shaili, was coated with pitch-black hockey, and with just a few simple strikes, blood splattered from Smoker's chest. A flash of fear crossed Smoker's bright eyes, momentarily visible, but it was captured by Subai. Seeing that Smoker was about to launch an attack, Subai smiled slightly, unleashing his domineering and intense Counterattack, creating a powerful aura that rendered Smoker unable to retaliate, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Looking at Smoker, who was prostrate at his feet, Subai quickly retracted his Conqueror's Haki, then reached out to help him up, brushing off the dust from his body. The healing power of the horse talisman surged, and in an instant, Smoker's injuries were healed. Young master, you're truly too strong. My training is still lacking. Subai meaningfully patted his shoulder. A surge of immense dark power flowed into Smoker's dantian through his shoulder, implanting the terrifying brute force of the Ox Talisman into his body, perfectly compensating for Smoker's shortcomings in physical combat. Feeling the expansion of his muscles, Smoker became excited and stammered. Seeing this, Subai laughed heartily and waved for him to stand aside, allowing Pen to come forward for a spar. Pen, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes in surprise when he heard Subai mention his name, then quickly moved to stand in front of Subai, activating his Devil Fruit ability to unleash intense Nirvana fire, ready to fight at any moment. Looking at the battle-ready Pen, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He stretched out his fair arms, activating the ability of the mountain demon, and a black hole suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, emitting a powerful suction force, attempting to absorb all the Nirvana fire released by Pen. Feeling the suction force from the black hole, Pen furrowed his brows. He temporarily refrained from using his Devil Fruit ability, drew his sword, and executed one of the Navy's 6 styles, Zoro, using top-notch swordsmanship to charge towards Subai's position. In the face of Pen's overwhelming sword technique, Subai equally drew his famous sword, Shaili, coated it with pitch-black hockey, and then moved at high speed, the cold gleam flashing. The two divine weapons quickly collided, producing a deafening sound of violent impact, with dazzling sparks flying. The two immense forces clashed together, and Pen's swordsmanship seemed to slightly surpass Subai's. It seems my swordsmanship needs serious training. Chapter 134, Pen's Defeat and the Arrogant Mr. One. The young master of the Shadow Legion, Subai, wielding the famous sword Shaili, felt his aura continuously rising. The power of thunder and darkness coiled around the sword like 2 roaming dragons, making the already sharp blade emit a dazzling glow. Sword, come, under Subai's control. The famous sword Shaili seemed to have gained a form of intelligence, hovering in midair. Soon after, a tremendous sword intent erupted, instantly changing the colors of the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and black mist rose. Penguin clearly felt himself locked onto by a terrifying killing intent. Nirvana fire, big character explosion. Unwilling to show weakness, Penguin decisively activated the ability of his Devil Fruit, and a flame as intense as burning the sky and boiling the sea appeared in his palm, transforming into the shape of the character and shooting towards Subai's direction. The raging flames, unquenchable and undying, would make even Subai wary of its sharpness. He quickly activated the devouring ability of the mountain demon Bogan, straining to consume the Nirvana fire while swiftly moving closer to Penguin. Seeing his master try to approach him, Penguin naturally would not let him succeed. He slightly curled his fingers, sparks flying, and under his control, the Nirvana fire transformed into a solid protective shield, defending against Subai's attack. Heavenly Punishment, Thunderous Might. The ability of the Thunder Demon was activated. above the 9 heavens. Rolling thunder continuously surged and condensed, eventually transforming into a ferocious giant dragon, rampaging in the sky, ultimately tearing apart the dark clouds and pouncing towards Peng'en. The astonishing power of the Nirvana fire was instantly extinguished like fireworks in the night sky upon encountering the Thunder Dragon, vanishing without a trace. The Thunder Dragon, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, opened its enormous mouth, poised to tear Peng'en apart and swallow him whole. Faced with the fierce Thunder Dragon, Peng'en did not dare to slack off. He exerted all his strength to activate his Devil Fruit ability. The overwhelming blood energy was drained at this moment, while the towering flames, boosted to their peak, surged higher and higher, becoming increasingly powerful. In an instant, they completely devoured the Thunder Dragon released by Subai. The almost 1,000-meter-long Thunder Dragon was insignificant before the towering flames, disappearing without a trace. This left Subai, the young master, astonished. The power of this Nirvana fire fruit was indeed terrifying. He had initially thought its offensive capabilities would be lacking, but that was not the case. Not only was its power astonishing, but it also had a fearsome recovery ability. In that case, I want to hold back next. Subai floated in midair, 9 brilliant beams of light igniting within him, each representing the power of the 9 zodiac charms he mastered. The magic of the 9 zodiac charms erupted at this moment, converging and enhancing Subai's body, greatly boosting his strength. Moreover, the magic of the mountain demon Bogan and the thunder demon in Subai's body erupted to their peak state, further elevating his power by several levels. Peng'en, let us see how you handle this move. With the 3-color hockey erupting, Subai hovered in midair, his black robe billowing in the fierce wind. In his left palm crackled the power of thunder, while his right palm held the power of devouring all things. He radiated a mighty, killing intent and sword intent. With endless dark power behind him, the multiple buffs stacked together made Peng'en tremble with fear, momentarily forgetting to strike. At this moment, Subai resembled a descending deity, his deep eyes igniting with raging flames, and his terrifying momentum continuously rising. Thunder, darkness, devouring sword intent, and the power of charms erupted together, transforming into a colorful glow that surged towards Peng'en. Peng'en was taken aback. He exerted all his strength to wield the power of Nirvana fire, but sadly, in the face of the earth-shattering colorful glow, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly useless. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and Peng'en seemed like a kite with a broken string, rolling on the ground nearly 100 times after being struck by the colorful glow. Before finally coming to a halt, he struggled to rise from the ground, but after barely 2 seconds, his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, completely unable to continue fighting. You guys, one stronger than the other, in a few years. The position of a Navy admiral might fall to you. Subai withdrew all his strength back into his body, then walked over to Peng'en's side. With a wave of his hand, the healing power of the horse charm quickly descended, instantly healing the heavily injured and disheveled Peng'en. He woke from his coma, quickly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, and stood beside the young master with a face full of shame. The recent training results have been quite good. Next, you all head to other cities in the Alabasta Kingdom. After we annihilate the Baroque works, we will arrange for you to capture the criminals. Listening to their young master's orders, the people present nodded in agreement, then voluntarily took their leave, returning to the Navy ranks, leading their soldiers towards other cities in the Alabasta Kingdom. Watching his subordinates leave, Subai, the young master of the Shadow Corps, shot out a glimmer from his deep eyes. He swiftly vanished into the Shadow Kingdom, and then appeared in the royal capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna. In Aruba, Subai can clearly sense the whereabouts of Dasbonus, and may also sense the movements of Akin, Klo, and Aaron. It's uncertain which of these 3 will be the first to deal with Dasbonus. As one of the top warriors in the Baroque works, Dasbonus is the most trusted subordinate of Crocodile. Although they do not know each other's identities, Dasbonus has earned the trust of the higher-up Crocodile due to his excellent performance in carrying out tasks. In the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna, Dasbonus, cloaked in black, was swiftly heading towards the western city of Yuba, carrying a package in his hand. Just as he left the densely populated urban area and entered the sparsely populated desert region, a unicorn beetle-shaped Akin approached him first. You must be Mr. One from the Baroque works, Dasbonus, who has eaten the superhuman-type quick/fruit, right? I am Akin from the Shadow Corps, here to invite you to join our organization. I hope you won't refuse. Hearing Akin's words, Dasbonus unveiled his black cloak, and a disdainful glint flashed in his fierce eyes. He looked down on the olive branch extended by the Shadow Corps, but soon he would pay the price for his arrogance. Chapter 135. The Arrival of the Desert Emperor. Desbonez joins the Shadow Corps. A trace of anger flashed in Akin's eyes. Looking at Desbonez's arrogant demeanor, Akin couldn't help but laugh in anger. He quickly activated his devil fruit powers, and his transparent wings swiftly unfolded, causing him to soar into the air and hover mid-flight. Desbonez, since you were so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Akin's hardened fists were enveloped in domineering haki, and then he spun rapidly, crashing down from the sky. With a thunderous boom, Akin's fist struck Desbonez's face. Desbonez let out a painful scream as Akin's terrifying punch caused blood to spurt from his nose, painting his face red. No wonder the young master specifically wanted to find you. A devil fruit ability is indeed strong. Akin casually wiped the blood from his face and then activated his devil fruit power again, shooting towards Desbonez like a cannonball. Spiral slash. Seeing Akin charging at him, Desbonez didn't dare to let his guard down. He transformed his arms into multiple sharp blades and spun forward at high speed, attempting to forcibly block Akin's terrifying assault. The flash of blades glimmered ominously. During his high-speed movement, Akin saw Desbonez's reaction and quickly pulled out a cane from his waist, blocking it in front of him. Clang! Clang! The cane collided with Desbonez's body, producing a deafening clang, and Desbonez barely managed to block Akin's attack with all his might. Just as Akin and Desbonez were engaged in fierce combat, the Baroque Works dedicated phone bug in Desbonez's arms rang. Hearing the bruise sound from the phone bug, Desbonez swiftly retreated several meters, creating a significant distance from Akin, and then quickly took out the phone bug to answer. This is Mr. One from Baroque Works. What orders do you have, boss? Since it was Crocodile calling, Desbonez didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly moved while answering the call, stating that he was under attack from the Shadow Corps and urgently needed reinforcements. This is Mr. Zero. Mr. One, which position are you in Alyabarna? I'm sending other cadres to reinforce you. Rapidly moving, Desbonez simply told the phone bug the address of his location. After hanging up, Crocodile wanted to send Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas to support Desbonez, but suddenly remembered that these two had already been taken out by the Shadow Corps. After Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas were eliminated by the Shadow Corps, their codenames were left vacant, and no new replacements had been recruited, which troubled Crocodile. After the Baroque Works was attacked by the Shadow Corps, Mr. 5, Mr. 4, Mr. 3, and their partners, these senior cadres, had fallen at the hands of the Shadow Corps. As a result, the Baroque Works was in a state of disarray, making it difficult for the mastermind boss Crocodile, codenamed Mr. Zero, to issue tasks and urgently needing manpower. Currently, there weren't many people available. Miss Sunday, Nico Robin's codename, hadn't recruited new cadres yet. So he decided to go personally to Mr. One's location and test the strength of the Shadow Corps. Inside the Rain Base Palace, Crocodile gazed out at the sky, his expression complex as he crushed the wine glass in his hand, then transformed into a cloud of yellow sand and flew out of the palace towards Alyabarna. Meanwhile, Akin was firmly in control, his fierce punches and violent cane techniques leaving Desbonez battered and powerless to defend himself. Destruction slash, flower petal slash, spiral slash, palm slash, human slash. Even with all his might, Desbonez couldn't withstand Akin's powerful onslaught. He was forced to retreat while hoping to hold out until Crocodile arrived. But Akin's momentum was relentless, growing stronger with each exchange, and Desbonez was utterly powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Akin's massive fist smashed into his face, sending him flying several dozen meters. Desbonez was like a kite with its string cut, uncontrollably spitting blood midair, and then with a loud crash, he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Before Orin and Kuro arrive, let's get this guy to the young master. Akin thought to himself as ordinary ninjas from the Shadow Corps emerged from underground. They each held ropes and sea prism stone chains, binding the heavily injured Desbonez like a dumpling and taking him into the Shadow Kingdom. In an instant, the ninjas of the Shadow Corps escorted the quick slash fruit user, Desbonez, to the presence of the young master, Subai. Looking at Desbonez, who was bound like a dumpling yet remained unyielding, a glimmer of appreciation shone in Subai's deep eyes. Kulme, join our big family of the Shadow Corps and become my most loyal subordinate. Subai extended his fair palm and pressed it firmly on Desbonez's head without any hesitation. Immediately, waves of overwhelming dark power surged, rampaging through Desbonez's body and violently tearing at his soul. As time passed, Desbonez's frail soul was completely devoured, and he became a part of the Shadow Legion, becoming Subai's subordinate. Looking at Desbonez, who had now become one of his own, Subai waved his hand, signaling the ninjas beside him to untie him. Dasboynes, greet the young master. Seeing Dasboynes bowing respectfully to him, Subai was very satisfied. He laughed heartily, and with a wave of his hand, the energy of the talisman instantly healed Dasboynes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 20th talent from the local dimension. The system rewards the host. Chapter 136. The plan to build a force. Subai's terrifying ambitions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 20th talent from the local dimension. The system rewards the host with a skill card for developing the power of the Devil Fruit and the mask of General Bart of the Night Bat Legion. The mechanical voice of the system was very loud, and Subai nodded in satisfaction. The mask of General Bart meant that I could summon the Night Bat ninjas at will, right? Subai thought. And the mask of General Bart from the Night Bat Legion instantly appeared in his hand. Examining the shape of Bart's mask, with its ferocious face, sharp horns, and crimson eyes, he decisively released dark power, merging General Bart's mask into his body. In an instant, in Subai's sea of consciousness, the Bart mask suddenly appeared among it, positioned right below the 9 zodiac talismans and the 2 great demon energies of mountain and thunder. Night Bat ninja soldiers, come forth. The terrifying conquerors Haki and the cold, bone-chilling dark power intertwined and erupted from Subai's body, enveloping this world in a moment of red and black. Countless Night Bat ninja soldiers appeared in midair. In an instant, the originally clear sky was shrouded in darkness. As the overwhelming Night Bat ninja soldiers soared freely in the air, ready to obey Subai's command at any moment. Night Bat Legion, all units, heed my order, immediately. Devour the Alabasta Kingdom. Upon hearing Subai's dispatch, the countless Night Bat ninja soldiers reacted swiftly, roaring as they flapped their wings and flew towards the various cities within the Alabasta Kingdom. With these Night Bat ninja soldiers assisting, I can consume the Alabasta Kingdom in the shortest time possible. The perimeter will be handled by Smoker and the others, cutting off the electromagnetic field and blocking information. The Navy headquarters will absolutely not know about anything that happens today. Subai's ploy of hiding the truth from the world was a success. Consuming the Alabasta Kingdom is merely a matter of time. The urgent task is to eliminate the big boss of Baroque works, Crocodile. As long as Crocodile is dealt with, everything else will be easily resolved. Now, Nefertari Vivi is already a part of the Shadow Kingdom, and her father, Cobra, will also become a member of the Shadow Kingdom. As long as the rebellion within the Alabasta Kingdom is resolved and Cobra is reinstated to govern the country, Subai will become the behind-the-scenes decision-maker of the Alabasta Kingdom. At that time, it will be a simple matter to send his high-ranking officials into the court. In Subai's thoughts, the Alabasta Kingdom, with its vast territory and strong military, is a most suitable place to become the base of the Shadow Army's influence. To dominate this world, no force can do without a strong backing. First, establish a preliminary power, then recruit a large number of soldiers and attract strong individuals for various places. Once the military strength is formidable, they can take the initiative to deploy troops and occupy other kingdoms. As for who to leave in the Alabasta Kingdom to lead the army, Subai already has suitable candidates in mind. As long as Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, becomes a member of the Shadow Army, Subai's senior staff will have enough personnel, allowing him to temporarily leave Arlong, Jean, and Clock to manage the kingdom. With these loyal senior officials governing the kingdom, its military strength will surely increase several levels. At that time, Subai can lead Crocodile to capture other 7 warlords of the sea or high-ranking officials under the 4 emperors, according to the principle that the stronger the recruited officials, the more generous the system's rewards. Subai can capture strong individuals with Crocodile, quickly forming an extremely powerful army, and Subai's own strength will experience a qualitative leap. With a strong army to support the Alabasta Kingdom, dominating the world will be much easier. Currently, Subai faces 3 important issues. First, the Navy's power. Second, the 4 emperors' power. And third, the Revolutionary Army's power. As long as these 3 forces are integrated, the other kingdoms or pirates will not be able to stir up any waves in the face of absolute strength. First, bring Crocodile into the Shadow Army, and then directly go to Skypiea to find Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit. His strength is impressive and completely meets the level of the 7 warlords of the sea, making him eligible to become a cadre of the Shadow Army. In Subai's thoughts, after dealing with the Alabasta Kingdom, the next step would be to head to Sky Island to find Enel, and then to the terrifying 3-masted ship to find Moonlight Moria. Once Moonlight Moria is incorporated into the Shadow Army, there would be 2 members of the 7 warlords of the sea under his command. At that time, Subai's strength would undoubtedly be formidable, easily allowing him to recruit the pirate Empress Boa Hancock from Amazon Lily and then seek out high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew Kuma and Emporio Ivankov, as well as Emu, Lightning. It is crucial to recruit all members of the Seven Warlords of the Sea into the Shadow Army before the Marineford War. While the three from the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista, could be recruited in advance. Just as Subai was contemplating whether to take action against the three captains of the Whitebeard Pirates early, a spark of electricity suddenly shot through his mind. Those vice admirals with bounties of over $1 billion from the big MOM pirates and Kaido's forces also seemed to qualify as members of the Shadow Army. The three sweet commanders under Big M, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie, along with the three disasters under Kaido, Jack, Queen, and King, and Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista under Edward Newgate, with these 9 terrifyingly strong individuals joining. Combined with the members of the Seven Warlords of the Sea and senior officials of the Revolutionary Army, Subai would have an overwhelming advantage, easily crushing the Navy and the 4 emperors involved in the Marineford War. It should be noted that Levelly Prison holds many ruthless strongmen. If Subai manages to infiltrate it, it would certainly be a disaster for the world. A trip to Levelly Prison is a must. Magellan, Shirey, Jinbei, Port Gastiace, Emporio Ivankov, Emu, Lightning, the Red Count Bartholomew Redfield, Douglas Bullet, Gold Lion Shiki, the Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, the giant warship San Juan Wolf, the Drunken Barrel Basscat, the Tyrant Abelo Pizarro, and the World Destroyer Bondywald. All of these are high-level combatants, and even if not recruited, they must be eliminated. Just as Subai was planning his future itinerary, in the southeast sky, a whirlwind of yellow sand was rapidly moving towards the Aruba direction. Unexpectedly, Crocodile had come in person. Chapter 137. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is utterly defeated. In an instant, the yellow sand filled the sky, accompanied by the piercing roar of the hurricane. In midair, the high-speed moving crocodile crossed several cities and arrived in front of Subai. You, the inexperienced little brat, are the leader of the Shadow Army? You must have some skills to defeat my high-ranking officers, but unfortunately, you met me. Lao Sha scoffed with disdain, raising his golden hook, brandishing it in front of Subai, attempting to intimidate him with force. I have long admired your name, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. I am indeed the leader of the Shadow Army, and I have come to the Alabasta Kingdom mainly to become the behind-the-scenes emperor of this kingdom, and also to recruit you into my ranks. Hearing Subai's words, Crocodile laughed incredulously and slowly lit a cigar for himself. As he exhaled smoke, he glared at Subai with a fierce gaze and then asked with a half-smile, "What makes you think you have the ability to take the Alabasta Kingdom from me? To want me to join the Shadow Army and become your subordinate? You really have some guts." Crocodile, with his high and mighty spirit, immediately activated his devil fruit ability upon hearing Subai's intention to recruit him. In an instant, the desert surged, and the rolling yellow sand transformed into a tornado, rushing towards Subai's position. Upon seeing this, Subai remained calm, raising his arm with a calm expression. His palms slowly opened, fingers curled, and a terrifying power of thunder erupted, with lightning swirling around his fingertips. "Thunder God, assist me." The terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, and a rumble of thunder echoed in the clear sky, followed by several purple lightning dragons descending from above. Crocodile was taken aback by this sudden scene, standing there with a dazed expression, watching helplessly as the lightning dragons wreaked havoc, utterly destroying the sandstorm he had created. "Are you a user of the Logia type, lightning fruit?" "Impossible. You don't emit the aura of a devil fruit." Ignoring Crocodile's astonished question, Subai continued his actions. The thunder and lightning transformed into a ferocious tiger, opening its bloody mouth and charging at Crocodile at incredible speed. Realizing the ferocity of the thunder tiger, Crocodile did not dare to underestimate it. He activated his devil fruit ability again, transforming his right arm into a sand blade, striking fiercely at the thunder tiger. Desert Treasure Blade. The yellow sand, under Crocodile's control, instantly solidified into a giant treasure blade, carrying destructive power, and crashed into the massive body of the thunder tiger. Boom! Boom! The clash of sand and thunder erupted with deafening sounds, the aftermath creating powerful shockwaves that rapidly spread in all directions from the center of Crocodile and Subai. To be able to withstand my move, it seems the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea is not just for show. Subai was surprised by Crocodile's strength, and Crocodile also regarded Subai's abilities with newfound respect. The two faced off, testing each other's strength. Crocodile activated his devil fruit ability once more, and an overwhelming sandstorm swept towards Subai at high speed. Magic of the mountain, devouring heaven and earth. Facing the ferocious sandstorm, Subai remained calm. He raised his left hand, pointing at the void in front of him, and a black hole appeared, with a powerful and terrifying suction force continuously pulling at the sandstorm, swallowing it entirely. Crocodile, how about this move? Show me what else you have. Seeing his lethal move easily neutralized, Crocodile's expression changed drastically. He looked at Subai with a complex gaze, then gritted his teeth fiercely, unleashing a powerful killing intent. Sandstorm, world destruction, space, Shikigami. The boundless desert, under Crocodile's control, gathered from all directions to form a sealed space, trapping Subai within. Inside the sandstorm space, fierce winds howled, and flying sand and stones battered Subai, leaving him covered in injuries. Is this the strongest move of Crocodile? Creating a space like this is quite impressive. Subai wandered around the sandstorm space as if taking a leisurely stroll, with a domineering conqueror's haki forming a barrier around his body, blocking all the sharp sand and dust that howled outside. Abyssal thunder, shadow enveloping. On Subai's body, majestic thunder surged, and the cold, bone-chilling dark aura continuously spread outward, with the demonic energy that could devour everything swirling around his arms. At this moment, Subai's momentum was rising continuously, and the terrifying killing intent surged like a towering wave, threatening to overturn the entire world and constantly impacting the sandstorm space. Break for me! Subai roared to the sky, his voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The multiple energies of darkness, thunder, devouring, explosion, and laser intertwined in a brilliant array, incessantly bombarding the sandstorm space. As the ruler of the sandstorm space, Crocodile could clearly feel the strength of Subai. The multiple energies bombarded the space wildly, and before Crocodile could hold on for more than 3 minutes, the sandstorm space cracked and collapsed with a deafening roar. What kind of monster are you, to be able to collapse the sandstorm space? Your power is truly terrifying, Crocodile exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open as he studied Subai with a complex expression, trying to discern something from him. Crocodile, do you choose to join the Shadow Brigade voluntarily, or should I make you join? Hearing Subai's words, Crocodile's face turned extremely ugly. He wanted to activate the power of his devil fruit to transform into sand and escape. I advise you to give up on the idea of escaping. This space has been locked by my thunder and devouring power. If you don't fear death, you can certainly give it a try. The indecisive Crocodile showed a conflicted look in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he resolutely transformed into sand and flew southeast at lightning speed. Crackle, crackle. The sound of thunder roared as Crocodile, transformed into sand, crashed hard against the thunder wall. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, his body went numb, and he collapsed into the desert, losing his ability to move. Crocodile, join our Shadow Brigade. Chapter 138. Subduing Crocodile, the demon curse of the moon appears. Subai's cold eyes shot out a ruthless and playful glint. He decisively used the chicken talisman ability, quickly flying to Crocodile's side and lifting him up from the ground as if he were a chick. You will never make me submit. Crocodile, would rather die here, killed by the Navy outside, than join your Shadow Brigade. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Subai immediately thought of the truth of Fragrant Law. Don't want to join the Shadow Brigade? That is not up to you. Subai's powerful arms were covered with armed color hockey, and then the terrifying thunder power surged at his fist peak. The punch came down like a tiger descending the mountain, sending Crocodile deep into the ground, almost unable to pull him out. After being struck by Subai's heavy punch, Crocodile's consciousness became blurred, and ultimately his eyes rolled back again, spitting out a mouthful of old blood before fainting. Looking at the disheveled Crocodile, Subai smiled and decisively opened his palm, pressing it against Crocodile's sturdy chest. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled across the heavens and earth, and a blood-red, killing intent surged from Subai. On his arms, covered with armed color hockey, a majestic and powerful dark aura manifested, condensing into a ferocious 100-foot-long dragon, swirling around Crocodile's body with a terrifying oppressive force. With a command from Subai, the 100-foot-long dragon, formed from dark aura, opened its gaping maw and swallowed Crocodile's soul, its sharp fangs chewing back and forth, tearing his soul to shreds. Time flew by. Crocodile's soul grew weaker and weaker, eventually being swallowed whole by the terrifying 100-foot-long dragon, completely devoured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 21st talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the demonic energy of the Moon Demon Curse and a skill development card for the Devil Fruit ability. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Subai's eyes widened in excitement. It actually rewarded the demonic energy of the Moon Demon Curse this time. Looking at the moon's demonic energy swirling in the system package, Subai focused his mind and commanded the system to directly infuse the curse's ability into his body. The Moon Demon Curse represents the moon and corresponds to the Kan in the 8 trigrams. Thousands of years ago, Xingu, one of the 8 immortals, sealed the demon Julien in hell, with the divine token being a lotus bud, which can also be referred to as a water lily bud. Julien is the eldest among the 8 great demons, the elder brother of the Holy Lord and the great uncle of the little dragon. He can move freely in any vacuum environment and can use magic to transmit sound in a vacuum, wandering unimpeded through outer space and various planets in the universe. He possesses powerful magic that allows him to change gravity at will. The characteristics of the moon demon Julien include: for arms, blood-red eyes, light blue skin, and hair that is black with a purple hue. His long horse-like face is rectangular, larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, with a long tongue that resembles a snake's flicking out of his mouth. He wears a robe of red and purple, with flowing long hair that is black with a purple tint. He is a tall humanoid demon, dressed in an Eastern style similar to that of ancient people from the Ming Dynasty in China, appearing composed and somewhat arrogant. His Hell Gate is located between the Earth and the Moon, near the space station's orbit. The Black Hand Gang once successfully opened Julien's Hell Gate. Subsequently, he drifted from his spaceship to the Moon, surrounding it with dark purple-black energy, attempting to pull the Moon off its orbit and disrupt the ecological balance of the Earth, transforming it into the environment he desired, but was ultimately sealed back in hell by the lotus bud extracted by Jackie Chan. As the elder among the 8 great demons, his power surpasses that of the other demons. His abilities include freely floating in the air without the influence of planetary gravity, moving, remaining still, causing the moon to explode, enduring sustained levitation, ascending to the moon, surviving in a vacuum, transmitting sound in a vacuum, being pressure-free at high altitudes, controlling gravity, changing gravity, absorbing gravity, and converting gravity into beam attacks. He can manipulate gravitational light waves, universal gravitational energy, create lunar eclipses, erode the moon, change moon phases, produce moon shadows, move stars and the moon, reverse the sun and moon, darken the sun and moon, summon night to devour the moon, create anti-gravity weightlessness, and release the energy of the moon's gravity like purple-black lightning. Gazing at the tall moon demon Julien, a cold, murderous intent flashed through Su Bai's deep purple eyes. Moon demon Julien, submit or die. The choice is yours. Hearing Su Bai's brazen words, Julien flicked his long, snake-like tongue, his crimson eyes filled with disdain. Despicable worm. Do you think you can make me submit? Ridiculous. Seeing that Julien exhibited the same demeanor as Zhong Su and Bo Gang before him, Su Bai shrugged helplessly and, without further ado, launched an attack. Since he refused to submit, then like Zhong Su and Bo Gang, you shall die. Su Bai roared angrily to the sky, his body erupting with overwhelming murderous intent. The thunderous power of Zhong Su and the devouring power of Bo Gang surged at that moment, blue and black, shooting towards Julien's position. In his shadow state, Julien's power was diminished to nearly nothing. He activated gravitational energy, attempting to block the energy waves released by Su Bai. Boom! Boom! The beam attack, transformed from gravity, collided with the thunder released by Su Bai, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. As Julien exerted all his effort to neutralize Su Bai's attack, a trace of contempt flickered in Su Bai's cold eyes. You can withstand Zhong Su's thunderous power and Bo Gang's devouring power. It seems you do have some strength. But as for the next move, I wonder if you can block it. A crooked smile appeared on Su Bai's face, and a powerful dark aura erupted from within him, exuding an overwhelming conqueror's haki. Following this, the dragon explosive and pig laser abilities were unleashed in succession. The renowned sword at his waist was drawn, its cold gleam flashing, and a terrifying pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth emerged, with sharp sword energy sweeping towards Julien's position. Faced with the numerous powerful energy fluctuations, the moon demon Julien exerted all his magical power, attempting to use gravitational force to neutralize all of Su Bai's attacks. If Julien were at his peak strength, he might have been able to contend with the current Su Bai, but unfortunately, he was at a fraction of his power, having already exhausted himself just to block the thunder and devouring attacks, let alone facing so many assaults at once. The colorful and dazzling energy fluctuations crashed into Julien, and his shadowy form instantly transformed into countless stars, falling into Su Bai's body and becoming part of Su Bai's strength. Is this all the power of the moon demon Julien? Chapter 139. The abilities of the moon demon, establishing a kingdom's power. Su Bai closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. He opened his palm, curling his fingers, instantly turning the space within 100 meters into a vacuum area, causing any living beings that require oxygen to suffocate and die. If he can control gravity at will, could he also control changes in the weather? A brilliant light burst forth from Su Bai's deep eyes as he opened his arms, activating the power of the moon demon to control the gravity in the capital region of the Alabasta Kingdom. The thin moisture in the air, under the influence of gravity, continuously condensed and then fell as rain. Torrential rain poured down, revitalizing the parched oasis. The cracked land became soft and fertile after being nourished by the rain, and the dried-up waterways filled with water again. A downpour transformed the entire royal capital, and all the citizens excitedly fell to the ground, continually bowing in gratitude for nature's gift. Perhaps he could summon meteorites from beyond the sky, like Fujitora, for battle. Under Su Bai's control, meteors from outside the atmosphere plummeted rapidly, targeting the direction of the Alabasta Kingdom, crashing down with a thunderous sound. A meteor nearly a kilometer in diameter, if allowed to fall completely, would be a catastrophic blow to this world. Go! After witnessing the strength of the meteor, Su Bai simply flicked his finger, and the rapidly descending meteor quickly changed direction, piercing through the atmosphere and returning to space. The power of the moon's demon curse, Lan, would become one of my major trump cards. Even if Kizaru and Akainu were to arrive in person, I would not be intimidated by them at all. Understanding his own strength, Su Bai raised his hand to summon Crocodile to his side, then swiftly flew with him into the palace of the capital. When King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom saw Su Bai and Crocodile, his face turned pale with fear, and for a moment, he forgot to call for guards to rescue him. To unify the Alabasta Kingdom, your cooperation is essential, Cobra. Join the Holy Shadow Kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, a tremendous dark power erupted from Su Bai. The powers of the three great demons, Mountain, Thunder, and Moon surged. The aura of the three-colored hockey enveloped him, and the power of the talisman flickered, instantly devouring the weak soul of King Cobra. In an instant, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom became a part of the Shadow Kingdom, just like his daughter, Princess Vivi. Your humble servant Cobra has met the young master. Seeing King Cobra's respectful demeanor, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Arlong, Croc, Ajin, you all come back first. I have tasks to assign to you. With a command, all senior officials appeared in the palace, standing in order, ready to heed Su Bai's orders. Let me briefly introduce everyone. This is King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom, who has now officially become a member of our Shadow Kingdom, which means that the Alabasta Kingdom now belongs to our Shadow Kingdom. The purpose of gathering you all here is to hope that you stay in the Alabasta Kingdom to assist Cobra in developing military strength. Then launch wars to annex nearby, small countries and regions, accumulating power for the future to overthrow the world. Listening to Su Bai's words, Arlong, Ajin, and Croc exchanged glances, then very obediently clasped their hands in acknowledgement, stating they would seriously assist Cobra in making the Alabasta Kingdom a world power with military strength. With you all here, I am at ease. Crocodile, come with me to Sky Island. After briefly explaining to Cobra, Kuro, Akin, and Aaron, Su Bai set off towards the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island with Crocodile. Before this, when Su Bai and Crocodile flew over the rebel stronghold city of Kartlia, overlooking the hundreds of thousands of restless rebel troops in the city, Su Bai's cold eyes flashed with a glimmer of cold light. He instructed Crocodile to land in the city, then summoned the thunderous power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, directly using absolute force to intimidate the rebel leader. Kosha, upon learning that the rebels were intimidated by Su Bai, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom immediately led over 100,000 royal soldiers along with General Aaron, Deputy Commander Akin, and Chancellor Crow to Kartlia. Faced with the arrival of the royal army, the rebels became restless again, with ambitious leaders wanting to take advantage of the chaos to launch a coup, but they were forcefully suppressed by Crocodile. Rebel leader Kosha was imprisoned. Other leaders were either dead or fled, and the hundreds of thousands of rebels were left leaderless. Various factions were forced to submit to King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom due to Su Bai's absolute strength. Cobra, how to win the hearts of these rebel soldiers. I shouldn't need to teach you, right? Remember this, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He who gains the people's hearts gains the world. I hope that when I return from Sky Island, I can see a thriving kingdom. King Cobra nodded vigorously, and he and his officials watched as Su Bai and Crocodile flew towards Gaia Island, their figures gradually disappearing into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main Quest 1 issued by the system, successfully destroying the Baroque works. The system rewards the host with one chance for the lucky Big Wheel Lottery, as well as the soul out of the Body Sheep Talisman, one of the 12 Zodiac Talismans from the Jackie Chan Adventures, and 2 treasure map scrolls. After issuing the rewards for main Quest 1, the mechanical voice of the system continued to sound, and the rewards for the side quest arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing side Quest 3 issued by the system, successfully bringing the entire Alabasta Kingdom under the influence of the Shadow Kingdom. The system rewards the host with one chance for the lucky big wheel, with the mechanical voice of the system abruptly stopping. Subai received 2 chances for the lucky big wheel lottery, as well as the sheep talisman and 2 treasure maps. Looking at the various items lying in the system package, Subai directly took out the treasure map and handed it to Crocodile beside him to translate the information on the scroll. As for the sheep talisman, one of the 12 zodiac signs of the master, it was tightly held in Subai's palm. The imprint of the little sheep on the talisman flickered with a bright light, and the power of the talisman activated, causing Subai's soul to instantly exit his body. His soul freely roamed between heaven and earth, occasionally breaking into the dream of the strongest in this world, Whitebeard, provoking him. At other times, he intruded into Robin's dream in the Straw Hat Crew, causing her to have continuous spring dreams. After roughly understanding the abilities of the sheep talisman, the soul entity Subai returned to his body. He placed the sheep talisman between the horse talisman and the monkey talisman and did not move it again. System: I want to use one chance at the lucky spin. Chapter 140. Starting the lucky spin, the plan to go to Sky Island. With Subai's command, the system quickly responded. The database operated, and the lucky spin appeared, dazzling Subai with a variety of items. The 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Lord. He still needed the rat talisman and the rabbit talisman. He wondered if he could complete the zodiac talismans with these 2 chances at the lucky spin. Looking at the various items on the big wheel, Subai decisively issued the command to the system to start the lottery. Ruktaji's dominant scripture, Aurora's eye. General Mani's mass from the Insect Ninja Corps, Xuanwu fruit, life return skill card, advanced swordsmanship skill card, the power of the sky demon Shimu, rabbit talisman, the power of the earth demon Dequai. Among the 8 great demons, he already possessed the powers of thunder, mountain, and moon. He wondered which demon power he would gain next, as the abilities of Dequai and Xiaofeng were quite good. Just as Subai was lost in thought, the lucky spin had already started, spinning rapidly, with the pointer whirling quickly. Watching the fast-moving lucky spin, Subai held his breath, afraid of drawing a useless item and wasting a precious opportunity. Time continued to pass, and the speed of the spinning wheel gradually stabilized, allowing Subai to vaguely see the items in the segments of the wheel. Ding! Does the host choose to pause? The system's cold mechanical voice sounded, and Subai completely ignored the system's warm reminder. Compared to the powers of demons, I would prefer to obtain the rat talisman. With the rat talisman, I could assemble an army of undead and better overturn this world. Looking at the rapidly spinning lucky spin, Subai held his breath and made a simple prediction, then decisively issued the command. System pause. With Subai's command, the system received the information and quickly fed back to the lucky spin. The big wheel shook violently, and then the speed of its rotation gradually slowed down, and the rapidly spinning pointer also decreased in speed, passing over various segment areas. Talisman. Talisman. It must be the rat talisman. If not, give me a mask of the Shadow Legion General, and if that fails, then the demon's ability. The bright red pointer jumped into segment areas of the lucky spin, each jump tightening Subai's heart. Rabbit talisman, Greenbeard pirate's gloves, Daddy's magic monkey hair. The power of the sky demon Shimu. The power of the earth demon Dequai. Life return skill card, purification fruit, demon fruit fusion device, overbearing entanglement skill card. Top tier swordsmanship skill card, the power of the water demon Basha. As time passed, the speed of the pointer on the wheel slowed down more and more, ultimately stopping on the rabbit talisman, one of the 12 zodiac talismans of the Holy Lord. Rabbit talisman description. When used on a person or object, it can amplify speed, and under specific conditions, it can even exceed the speed of light, traveling back to the past. If combined with the chicken talisman, it can achieve high-speed flight. If the rabbit talisman is used in battle, it can increase attack speed and improve evasion to some extent. A beam of light shot out from the segment area of the lucky spin and entered Subai's system bag. With a thought, the rabbit talisman suddenly appeared in his palm. Looking at the rabbit talisman in his palm, Subai squeezed it slightly, and the rabbit's mark on the talisman glowed. Under the intentional control of the host Subai, the abilities of the rabbit talisman and the chicken talisman were activated simultaneously. He flew into the sky and in the blink of an eye, traversed thousands of meters in less than 0.3 seconds. If the ability of the rabbit talisman were to be applied to the Shadow Legion, it could instantly reach the desired destination. In that case, should I first visit Amazon Lily and recruit the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? Thinking of the graceful figure and stunning beauty of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Subai's heart raced. Boa Hancock, I must have you. For now, let me use up all the lottery chances on the lucky wheel first. I wonder what I'll draw next. Subai cleared his mind of distractions and called upon the system again, commanding it to use his last remaining lottery chance. In response to the host command, the The system shuffled all the items on the lucky wheel and replaced some of them with new ones. The lucky wheel is now opening for the second time. Host, please prepare. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Subai's ears, and a glimmer of brilliance emerged in his deep eyes, causing his breathing to quicken. The lottery is purely a gambler's psychology. There are a dazzling array of items, both good and bad. Good items include a devil fruit fusion device, the magic of the Earth Devil King, a mouse talisman, the mask of the Shadow Legion General. Bad items include Dad's magical leg hair, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock's intimate clothing, Robin's sexy black stockings, an empty wine barrel drunk by Whitebeard, and a cherry pie leftover by Blackbeard. I hope this time I get the mouse talisman. That way I can complete the 12 zodiac talismans and see if I can directly inherit the saint's magic. The lucky wheel slowly opened in Subai's thoughts, spinning faster and faster, with the pointer moving so quickly that the items in the grid area were almost invisible. The next plan is to head to Sky Island and capture that Guyanal. As for Crocodile, I'll just keep him with me for now. During the rapid spinning of the lucky big wheel, Subai had already thought about his next specific actions. Currently, the Desert Kingdom of Alabasta is managed by Cobra, all along, Kuro, and Akin, and it won't be long before the kingdom flourishes and undergoes rapid changes. Subai's purpose for going to the Sky Island has two objectives. One is to recruit Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, and the other is to acquire all the gold on the Sky Island as capital for his future endeavors. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. Subai is building a force, and for the Alabasta Kingdom to develop its military power, it will certainly need to invest a large amount of funds into technological research and development. The soldiers, as the machines for expanding the kingdom's territory, must be equipped with the latest and best weapons, and provided with optimal treatment to make them willing to serve wholeheartedly. Therefore, to accumulate a huge amount of wealth in a short time, the gold on the Sky Island is crucial. With this financial investment, the Alabasta Kingdom will develop rapidly, with significant improvements not only in military aspects but also in people's livelihoods, education, healthcare, sanitation, and the environment. It could even attract elite talents from all over the world to come and join the military. Luck big wheel stop. Chapter 141. A new round of main quest. Depart from Magic Valley Town. With a command from Subai, the system quickly responded and relayed the instructions to the Lucky Big Wheel. After receiving the command, the Lucky Big Wheel vibrated slightly, then gradually slowed down, with the frequency of the pointer's movement becoming slower and slower. Mouse Talisman. It has to be the Mouse Talisman this time. Let me complete the 12 Zodiac Talismans of the Holy Master. The leftover orange peels from Nami, the demonic aura of the Earth Demon, the sexy black stockings of Wadaibe, the original underwear of Vinsmoke Reiju, Violet's dress, the demonic aura of the Sky Demon Shimu, the Mouse Talisman, the Devil Fruit Fusion device, Little Suddy's Whip, and the skill card for binding. Time flew by, and the pointer on the Lucky Big will slow down, eventually stabilizing and landing right on the square of General Razzo of the Blade Ninja Corps. A purple streak of light flew into Subai's system package. The mask of General Razzo from the Blade Corps? Although I didn't get the Mouse Talisman, being able to summon the ninjas of the Blade Corps at will is still quite good. Feeling satisfied, Subai focused his thoughts, and General Razzo's mask instantly appeared in his hand. Examining the mask, he saw the protruding fangs, blue curved horns, wrinkled forehead, and crimson eyes. Without any hesitation, he decisively released dark power and merged General Razzo's mask into his own body. In an instant, in Subai's sea of consciousness, General Razzo's mask suddenly appeared, positioned directly beneath the 11 Zodiac Talismans and the 3 great demon energies of Mountain, Thunder, and Moon, to the right of General Bart's mask. Assassin Ninja Soldiers. Nightbat Ninja Soldiers, come forth. The domineering conqueror's haki enveloped Subai's body, a sinister dark aura bursting forth. As a golden light and a purple light intertwined and erupted from within Subai, the golden and purple lights instantly enveloped the surrounding area, and under Subai's summons, countless Nightbat Ninja Soldiers and Assassin Ninja Soldiers emerged. On the ground, Assassin Ninja Soldiers appeared in succession, quickly exceeding 1,000. In the air, tens of thousands of Nightbat Ninja Soldiers flew freely, blocking out the sun. Looking at his mighty army, Subai nodded in satisfaction. System, it's time to issue a mission. Upon hearing the host command, the system's database operated at high speed, and soon a cold mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Mainline mission is being issued. Host, please check. 1. Mainline mission. Vigorously develop technology. Annex the Vinsmoke family, and incorporate the Germa 66 Legion under your command. Task reward. the devilish energy of the demon of heaven, Shimu. 2. Mainline mission. Bring fresh blood into the Shadow Corps by recruiting 3 executives with strength comparable to the Warlords of the Sea. Task reward. The mask of General Nika from the ordinary Ninja Corps. 3. Mainline mission. Incorporate Sky Island into the Shadow Kingdom, and within 3 months, double the territorial influence of the Alabasta Kingdom. Task reward. Devil Fruit Fusion Device. Life Return Skill Card. Looking at the 3 missions issued by the system, Subai's deep eyes were filled with excitement and joy. For him, the 3 missions released by the system were not difficult to complete. The first mission was to annex the Vinsmoke family, as long as Subai could discover the whereabouts of the Germa Kingdom with his thunderous methods. Annexing the Germa 66 Legion and the Vinsmoke family would be as easy as pie. Furthermore, recruiting strong individuals was part of Subai's plan. Future warlords of the sea like Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Moria, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma. All of these would be recruited as executives of the Shadow Corps. Completing the second mission was just a matter of time and posed no concern at all. As for the third mission issued by the system, Subai's next target was to head to Sky Island. Devouring Sky Island was also just a matter of time. To double the territorial influence of the Alabasta Kingdom, the only way was to participate in wars and forcibly annex nearby small countries through warfare. During the turmoil in the Kingdom of Alabastan, neighboring countries not only failed to extend a helping hand, but also profited from the war, taking advantage of the situation by selling weapons and drugs to the rebels at high prices. Now that Subai is in control of Alabastan, none of those countries that once took advantage will escape. They will all face the just sanctions. In wars between kingdoms, the world government can only advocate for peace and cannot intervene to favor either side. Furthermore, with a just cause, support from other major powers can also be garnered internationally, making territorial expansion not a difficult task. The meticulous Subai has already devised a method for expansion. Since these kingdoms enjoy profiting from war so much, he plans to send the top strategist Kuro to sow discord among these kingdoms and incite war, while dispatching capable officials like Akin and Aaron to execute decapitation missions in enemy nations. This will not only eliminate some notorious enemy officials, but also provide a suitable excuse for Alabastan to engage in war. We have a soldier who has gone missing in your kingdom, and we now need to enter your territory to search. The expansion plan of the king of Alabastan will be handled by Cobra, Kuro, Aaron, and Akin, while the urgent task is to take Kuro and Crocodile to Sky Island. After suppressing his conqueror's haki and overwhelming dark aura, Subai waved his hand and summoned a shadow army. He and Crocodile then boarded the ship, utilizing the flying ability of the chicken charm and the speed of the rabbit charm, setting off towards the location of Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island. The journey is long, and Subai and Crocodile travel day and night aboard the Shadow Army ship. In the waters over 1,000 nautical miles away from Magic Valley Town, the two of them discovered more than a dozen supergiant ships escorting the Heavenly Gold. Heavenly Gold refers to the treasures that the member countries of the world government must pay as tribute to the celestial dragons every year. Over 170 member countries deliver treasures to the government navy's escort ships on a regular basis, which then transport the Heavenly Gold to the holy land of Mariehua. Young master, look over there. A pirate ship is heading towards the naval escort fleet at an incredible speed. Following Crocodile's pointed direction, Subai saw a pirate ship making full speed towards the naval escort fleet. Who would be so bold as to hijack the Heavenly Gold Mint for the celestial dragons? Just as Subai was astonished, he suddenly had a flash of realization as he recognized someone on the pirate ship. This guy is Bellamy, the spring fruit user? Chapter 142, The Clam and the Snipe, the Fisherman Benefits. On the pirate ship, not only was Bellamy present, but also family executives of Donquixote Doflamingo, Lao Ji, and Dellinger. Why was Bellamy mingling with the executives of the Doflamingo family? Just as Subai was puzzled, he suddenly saw the pirate ship that Bellamy and the others were on charging straight towards the Navy fleet. The half-fishman boy Dellinger bared his fangs menacingly, stretched his body, and leaped directly into the sea, swimming towards the Navy fleet at an incredible speed. Was the Doflamingo family trying to seize the Sky Gold? Watching the waves kicked up by Dellinger in the sea, Subai suddenly remembered that Doflamingo at this time was still not one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Subai, Doflamingo became a warlord of the sea a few years later, which also indirectly led to Bellamy joining his family earlier. According to the historical trajectory, Doflamingo and his crew would hijack the Sky Gold to threaten the world government. The world government, intimidated by his status as a celestial dragon, would be unable to take action against him and would ultimately be forced to allow him to join the Seven Warlords of the Sea. With this in mind, Subai had a flash of inspiration. Since Doflamingo's family executives were actively appearing to rob the Sky Gold, he could take advantage of the chaos during the battle between the two sides to send in his ninja troops to infiltrate the giant ship carrying the Sky Gold and take all of it away. Then let the Doflamingo family take the blame. If Doflamingo and his crew couldn't produce all the Sky Gold to return to the Celestial Dragons, would the Navy issue a demon-slaying order against them? Whether Doflamingo lived or died had nothing to do with Subai, since they chose to rob the Sky Gold. They must pay the price. Hovering in the sky, a chilling light burst from Subai's deep eyes. With a thought, he summoned thousands of Night Bat ninja soldiers and ordinary ninja soldiers, instructing them to infiltrate the giant ship and transport all the Sky Gold to the Shadow Kingdom. Once the ninja soldiers received the order, they quickly set off, first infiltrating the Shadow Kingdom, and then appearing on the giant ship loaded with the Sky Gold, busily moving billions of treasures. At the same time, on the tumultuous sea, the merman boy D-Linger, with his extraordinary physique, has already submerged beneath a large naval frigate. He assumes an attacking posture in the water and then launches a powerful punch, striking the bottom of the frigate. With a deafening roar, huge waves roll across the sea, and the sea creatures within a 10-mile radius of D-Linger are caught off guard, succumbing to the terrifying shockwaves. The bottom of the gigantic naval frigate is blasted open, with water rushing into the ship's hull. The sudden turn of events leaves the sailors on the frigate unprepared. They quickly react and jump into the sea to save themselves. Just as the naval soldiers leap into the water, a dark figure, like a ghost in the night, circles around them. Trouble, there's a monster below the sea, brothers. Hurry and escape. One soldier spots D-Linger's trace and shouts loudly to warn his nearby comrades. But when he looks up to survey the surroundings, he sees the sea stained red with blood, and the bodies of his comrades floating helplessly on the surface. Oh no, there's still one survivor left. D-Linger's words echo like the summons of the King of Hell in the ears of the surviving naval soldiers. In an instant, blood stains the seawater. Having easily dispatched a large frigate, D-Linger extends his crimson tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, and continues towards another frigate. When the first frigate was destroyed, several nearby fleets simultaneously sounded the alarm. Hundreds of fully armed naval soldiers rushed onto the deck with rifles and cannons, aiming and shooting at the location where D-Linger was. The Daring was swimming freely in the sea at an incredible speed, and ordinary cannons and bullets had no effect on him at all. While all the naval soldiers focused their attention on the Daring, Bellamy, and Lao Ji, aboard the new Vich Bello, charged straight into the Navy's escort fleet. The guy on that ship is the notorious Hyena Bellamy from the North Sea. What's he doing here? Is he trying to hijack the Heavenly Gold? The one responsible for leading the escort fleet to transport the Heavenly Gold to Mary Geos is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Upon seeing the faces of the pirates on the approaching ship, a fierce look of anger shot out from his dark eyes. To rob the Heavenly Gold, you'll have to step over my dead body. As an experienced Vice Admiral of the Navy, Ghost Spider was quite powerful. After discovering Bellamy's whereabouts, he quickly set off and used the Navy's 6 Styles moonwalk to instantly board the new Vich Bello. Is this the pressure of an old Vice Admiral of the Navy? It really is terrifying. Just as Ghost Spider was about to attack Bellamy, who was not far away, he heard Lao Ji's voice behind him, who had already been stretching. Hearing the provocation from behind, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's forehead bulged with veins. His face turned ashen with rage as he drew his sword and contemptuously turned to face Lao Ji. Ghost Spider, your opponent is me. I haven't had a good workout in a long time. I hope you can meet my exercise quota for today. As soon as this was said, in an instant, the furious Vice Admiral Ghost Spider engaged in a fierce battle with Lao Ji, while nearby, Bellamy seized the opportunity to slaughter Navy soldiers, teaming up with Daring in the sea to destroy one Navy giant escort ship after another. As time passed, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was held back by the fully powered Lao Ji and could only watch helplessly as his escort ships were destroyed one by one, unable to do anything about it. Just as the last giant escort ship was destroyed, Ghost Spider, in despair, decisively gave up on continuing the fight and attempted to escape using moonwalk. With the Navy escort fleet reduced to just himself, he had to survive and return to inform Admiral Sengoku about what had happened today. Ghost Spider truly was an experienced Vice Admiral. He had mastered the art of survival. Watching Vice Admiral Ghost Spider fleeing in embarrassment, Lao Ji couldn't help but admire him. Next, it's time for our big harvest. Excited, Bellamy and Daring quickly opened the hatch of the giant ship, but what met their eyes was an empty room. What's going on? Why is it empty here? Bellamy and Daring found it hard to believe the scene before them was real, so they quickly split up to open all the other hatches of the giant ship. But each cabin was also empty. This meant that on this trip, they had robbed a bunch of empty ships? How could that be? Were all the ships empty? Was there a mistake in the intelligence? No way. How could they send an experienced vice admiral like Ghost Spider to escort a bunch of empty ships? Just as Lao Ji and the others were feeling dejected, Su Bai and the others had already taken all the heavenly gold and made their escape. Chapter 143, Navy's Demon-Slaying Order, Donquixote Doflamingo. Just after Su Bai and Crocodile slipped away with a huge amount of heavenly gold, Lao Ji, Daring, and Bellamy, under Doflamingo's command, had no luck finding the heavenly gold and reluctantly set sail towards Magic Valley Town aboard the new Vich Bello. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who was happily drinking in the bar of the Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island, turned pale with fright upon receiving the news of Rao Ji and his team's failure. His previously flushed and tipsy face instantly lost all color, and large drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Rao Ji and his team failed? The Navy Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, was escorting a group of empty ships? How could this be possible? The intelligence couldn't be wrong. Where did all that heavenly gold go? Just as Doflamingo flipped the table in front of him in a fit of rage, he received a call from his informant in the Navy, Virgo. Brew. Distracted and annoyed, Doflamingo coldly took out the transponder snail from his pocket and answered the call for Virgo. Young master, this is Virgo. I have urgent information. The Navy Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's escort of heavenly gold encountered an accident. The Navy's escort ship was completely wiped out except for him. Upon learning this news, Fleet Admiral Sengoku became furious and immediately ordered the Demon Slayer order to be issued, sending Admirals Kizaru and Akainu into action, demanding they recover all the heavenly gold stolen by us in the shortest possible time. Young master, you need to be careful. The Navy is expected to arrive at Magic Valley Town within 3 days. Listening to the information coming from Virgo through the transponder snail, Doflamingo's sharp eyes became dull. All the heavenly gold stolen by us? Didn't T. Rao Ji and Bellamy Dringer say that Ghost Spider was escorting a group of empty ships? Virgo, what does the Navy mean? Didn't they escort a group of empty ships? Why are they widely publicizing the recovery of the stolen heavenly gold? Upon hearing the near-roaring words of the young master, Virgo on the other end of the transponder snail was stunned and stood there in confusion, then timidly replied, Young master, what Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is escorting is definitely not empty ships. I was nearby, supervising when the heavenly gold was being loaded onto the large ship, and I can fully prove that it is not empty ships. Virgo's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Even Doflamingo, whose mentality was as steady as a mountain, couldn't withstand such a blow. He slumped to the ground in despair. The Demon Slayer Order, authorized by the world government. It was established by the Navy headquarters to carry out indiscriminate destructive attacks on the areas that sent out signals, aimed at completely eliminating anything and anyone that posed a threat to the world government's rule in that region. Let me briefly explain the configuration of the Demon Slaughter Order. The Demon Slaughter Order is a ruthless attack that burns everything to ashes, composed of 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite naval forces. The warships executing the Demon Slaughter Order are the most solid and aggressive in the Navy, all built by the Royal Shipyard on Seven Water Island, with unquestionable quality. Dealing with ordinary large sea kings is basically not a problem, with about 1,000 naval soldiers on each warship. The backbone forces are vice admirals from the naval headquarters. This time, Marshal Sengoku sent 5 powerful veteran vice admirals from the Navy to give the world aristocrats an explanation: Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, and Ghost Spider. In addition, Admiral Kizaru and Akainu were dispatched to oversee the situation, ensuring that all the heavenly gold is retrieved, not a single berry less. Toribol, Pika, Diamante. What do you think we should do now? Distraught, Doflamingo couldn't come up with a solution and had to seek help from his 3 trusted subordinates. Just when everyone was at a loss, the door of the bar in Magic Valley Town was suddenly kicked open. Subai and Crocodile walked in side by side, swaggering into the bar, casually arriving at the counter and ordering 2 bottles of whiskey and rum. Who is that guy? Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How did he end up in Magic Valley Town? And who is the person beside him? The renowned Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, suddenly appeared in the bar, shocking all the customers present. When they saw Crocodile humbly toasting Subai, they were nearly speechless. In an instant, Crocodile and Subai became the focus of the bar, and nearby Doflamingo and his group also turned their attention to the 2. Young master, the guy next to Crocodile is the captain of the Shadow Army, quite powerful. If we can recruit both of them, We won't have to worry about the Navy's demon slaughter order. Hearing the suggestion from strategist Toribol, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. To Doflamingo, the suddenly appearing Subai and Crocodile were his saviors. Toribol, Pika, and Diamante exchanged glances and then surrounded Doflamingo to approach Crocodile and Subai, intentionally or unintentionally striking up a conversation over drinks. Subai and his team were already inclined to recruit Doflamingo's group into the Shadow Army, while Doflamingo was also interested in bringing Subai and Crocodile into his fold. The two sides got drunk and quickly hit it off. Doflamingo, if you want us to deal with the Navy's demon slaughter order, it's not impossible, but the condition is that you must join my Shadow Kingdom. Hearing Subai's words, Doflamingo's drunken face flashed with anger. As the chosen one with Conqueror's Haki, how could he bow to someone else? Just as Doflamingo was about to refuse with annoyance, Toribol and Diamante quickly stepped in to persuade him. Young master, if we offend Crocodile and Subai, we will be finished. Hearing the advice from his trusted subordinates, Doflamingo forcibly suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and proactively shook hands with Subai and the others, stating that as long as they could repel the invading Navy, they would definitely join the Shadow Kingdom. The two sides reached a cooperation agreement. Subai quickly released his dark powers and swiftly marked Doflamingo, Toribol, Pika, and Diamante with the exclusive soul mark of the Shadow Kingdom. Crocodile, Doflamingo, you two will handle the 5 vice admirals of the Navy. As for Admirals Kizaru and Akainu, leave them to me. After mastering the powers of the 3 great demons, Thunder, Mountain, and Moon, and the abilities of 11 talismans, Subai's strength soared, and he was more than capable of battling 2 Navy admirals. Of course, against the combined forces of Admirals Kizaru and Akainu, Subai could only manage a 50-50 fight and not achieve a complete, overwhelming victory. Nightbat Army, Blade Army, assemble. Blue Oni Dongli, Red Oni Bragi summon. Chapter 144. Navy Admirals join forces, Subai strikes back. As the ruler of the Shadow Army, Subai issued a command. In an instant, the sky was filled with Nightbat ninja soldiers and countless Blade ninja soldiers. Moreover, the giant warriors with bounties exceeding 100 million, Blue Oni Dongli and Red Oni Bragi, were summoned to the battlefield at the first moment. Arlong, Kuro, Akin, Little 8, Koby, Yerlita, Daida, Sweetheart Queen, Galdino, Michita, Daz Bones, all members of the Shadow Army, appeared. Are they all your summon helpers? Looking at the murderous Shadow Army members in front of him, Doflamingo's sharp eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and then he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't fallen out with Subai. Seeing Doflamingo's shocked expression, Subai sneered inwardly and then unleashed his overwhelming observation haki, enveloping the entire Gaia Island. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Navy's Demon Slaughter Order fleet arrived near Gaia Island as scheduled, and as soon as they entered the area covered by Subai's observation haki, the Shadow Army's Arlong, Akin, Kuro, Desbones, Koby, Daida, along with Doflamingo's family members Rauji, Dringer, Bellamy, Monet, Gladiolus, Baby 5, Senior Pink, and Mahabais. These backbone members acted as the vanguard, launching the first attack against the Navy fleet. In an instant, overwhelming attacks surged towards the Navy's Demon Slaughter Order fleet. In the blink of an eye, 2 warships carrying thousands of elite naval soldiers were destroyed. Veteran Vice Admirals Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, and Ghost Spider, upon discovering the enemy's presence, were furious, each drawing their weapons and using one of the Navy's 6 styles, Moonwalk, to rush towards the Shadow Army and Doflamingo's subordinates. Faced with the aggressive Vice Admirals, Arlong and the others followed young Master Subai's orders, avoiding entanglement and quickly retreating into the Shadow Kingdom. Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Stollerberry, and Ghost Spider, your opponents are us. Just as the Navy Vice Admirals prepared to attack Rauji, Bellamy, 2 beams of light, 1 pink and 1 yellow, flashed in the air. The arrivals were none other than Doflamingo and Crocodile, unleashing their full firepower with the abilities of the Sansan Fruit and the String Fruit. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, are you also going to participate in this battle? If you insist on helping Doflamingo, we will report to Admiral Sengoku after the battle and strip you of your title as a warlord of the sea. You better think it over. Looking at the indifferent expressions of the 5 Navy Vice Admirals, Crocodile disdainfully puffed on a cigar and growled softly. The title of a mere warlord of the sea is not needed. As soon as he finished speaking, Clockter transformed into his elemental form, turning into a swirl of yellow sand, and swiftly flew towards the direction where the Weasel Admiral was located. Doflamingo, unwilling to show weakness, spread his palms, curled his index and ring fingers, activating the powers of the string fruit. In an instant, he controlled both the Burning Mountain and Strawberry. Then, manipulating the Burning Mountain and Strawberry, he launched an attack towards the nearby Ghost Spider and Doberman. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Under the control of Subai, a large number of Nightbat ninja soldiers and Blade Edge ninja soldiers launched a fierce attack on the remaining 8 warships filled with Navy soldiers. The battlefield became incredibly chaotic, with 8,000 Navy soldiers attempting to use the powerful artillery mounted on the warships to crush the invading Shadow Corps ninja soldiers. Unfortunately, as products of dark forces, the Shadow Corps ninja soldiers are essentially immortal. As long as the Shadow Kingdom exists, they can infinitely resurrect, showing no fear of death. Damn it, how can these guys never be killed? Just as the scales of victory tilted towards the Shadow Corps, a blinding golden beam flashed among the Navy warships, followed by a brilliant magma red that caught the eyes of everyone present. The special guests of this demon-slaying order, Admiral Kizaru and Akainu, made their appearance. Crocodile, I hereby strip you of your title as a warlord of the sea in the name of the Navy Admiral. Udam Pirata, D. Admiral Akainu roared angrily towards the sky, half of his body transforming into scorching magma, and then he shot towards Crocodile like a cannonball. Meteor Volcano. The boiling magma dyed the sky red, and countless magma fists descended from the heavens, blocking all of Crocodile's retreat routes. The desert form of Crocodile showed a hint of fear. Facing Akainu's aggressive attack, he decisively activated the powers of the Sansan fruit. In an instant, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and the desert blade appeared out of nowhere, barely blocking the descending magma fists. Crocodile, daring to be distracted in battle. You really are quite bold. A blinding golden beam flashed, and Admiral Kizaru, with unparalleled speed, appeared behind Crocodile. Laser. Kizaru stood in the void, coldly raising his arm. A dazzling golden light shining from his fingertip, and then he shot out an incredibly damaging laser beam. The power and speed of the laser beam were astonishing, instantly piercing through Crocodile's shoulder. Kizaru, what kind of skill is sneak attacking? Fortunately, Crocodile was in his desert form. Otherwise, enduring Kizaru's laser would leave him severely injured if not dead. Is it not normal to sneak attack against you pirates who commit all sorts of crimes? Hearing Kizaru speak so righteously about sneak attacks, Crocodile, furious and embarrassed, signaled nearby Doflamingo to prepare to join forces against the 2 Navy admirals in front of them. Just as Doflamingo and Crocodile were gearing up to take action against Kizaru and Akainu, in the void above, a terrifying dark aura surged, and a domineering conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the entire Gaia Island and the surrounding seas. The soldiers on the 8 Navy Demon Slayer battleships all rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and fainted on the spot. The 5 veteran Navy vice admirals felt immense pressure. They gritted their teeth, struggling to withstand the conqueror's haki released by Subai. After sensing Subai's conqueror's haki, Admiral Kizaru and Akainu felt their own momentum rising, and together, their combined force faintly matched Subai's. As expected of the Navy's top combat power, their strength was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, it was still not enough in front of me. A piercing light shot from Subai's deep cold eyes, and in an instant, thunder rumbled through the heavens. An eclipse phenomenon appeared, and the overwhelming dark aura turned the originally magma-colored sky completely black, directly overpowering the momentum released by Kizaru and Akainu. Chapter 145, The Battle Ends. Capturing 5 veteran Navy vice admirals. Admirals Kizaru and Akainu exchanged glances, unable to believe that the scene before them was real. Seeing the 2 admirals frozen in place. A bloodthirsty gleam shot from Subai's cold eyes. Thunderous strike, billion volts, Thunder Dragon. Subai's satin-black robe rustled in the wind of the conqueror's haki, and purple lightning snakes coiled around his fingertips. With a command, the lightning snakes instantly transformed into a giant dragon over 1,000 feet long, soaring recklessly through the dark clouds. Underworld Dog. 8-span JG. Faced with the roaring thunder dragon descending from the sky, Akainu and Kizaru did not dare to underestimate it. They both unleashed their strongest moves, attempting to destroy the rampaging thunder dragon mid-flight. Akainu's arms transformed into boiling magma, which then morphed into a ferocious, bloodthirsty dog head, resembling a rocket about to launch, shooting towards the thunder dragon at high speed. At the same time, Kizaru activated his devil fruit ability, crossing his arms, his whole body shining with blinding golden light, unleashing countless beams that shot towards Subai like falling meteors. The rampaging 1,000-foot thunder dragon showed no signs of evasion. Facing the underworld dog and the 8-span J.G. head-on. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions rang out as Subai's 1,000-foot Thunder Dragon clashed with the combined might of Admirals Kizaru and Akainu, resulting in a mutual destruction. To be able to block my strongest attack, you two do have some skills. A cold glint flashed in Subai's deep eyes, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Following that, the domineering conqueror's haki erupted, pressing down towards Kizaru and Akainu. As the ruler of the Shadow Kingdom, Subai was in existence above all, constantly empowered by dark forces. The conqueror's haki he released, now, could certainly be withstood by no more than a handful of people of the world. The oppressive force surged towards Kizaru and Akainu. Even though they were Navy's top combat power, they felt dwarfed in the face of Subai's conqueror's haki. Damn it. How could this guy be so strong? Why didn't the headquarters discover his existence sooner? Kizaru and Akainu gritted their teeth, forcibly enduring the pressure released by Subai. Kizaru, Akainu, join us in the Shadow Kingdom. I will grant you supreme power and endless lifespan. Eager for talent, Subai naturally coveted the abilities of Kizaru and Akainu, and he couldn't help but extend an olive branch to them. Unfortunately, Kizaru and Akainu, resolute in their sense of justice, would rather die than join the ranks of pirates. They sharply rejected Subai's invitation, and not only that, they cursed at him, causing Subai's expression to darken and his anger to rise. Since you are so unappreciative, I will have to teach you a lesson. In a fit of rage, Subai's eyes shot out terrifying laser beams, instantly piercing through Akainu's magma body. If Akainu were not in his elemental state at that moment, he would have likely been killed by this sudden attack. After a brief lesson for Akainu, Subai, suspended in midair, had his muscles bulging as the power of the ox talisman manifested. Not only that, but the speed of the rabbit talisman, the explosive force of the dragon talisman, the invisibility of the snake talisman, and the laser beam of the pig talisman, all powers with offensive and supportive characteristics, erupted in an instant. Kizaru and Akainu, unwilling to remain passive, activated their devil fruit powers with all their might, working together to arrive behind Subai at the speed of light, delivering a powerful punch. Amaterasu, Dog Bite Red Lotus. The two close-range attacks slammed into Subai's body. In an instant, the prepared Subai was heavily injured, his chest violently pierced by Kizaru's Amaterasu, followed by half of his body being consumed by Akainu's Dog Bite Red Lotus. Finally, they had dealt with this troublesome guy. Just as Marine Admiral Kizaru and Akainu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to end the battle, something unexpected happened. Subai, who was left with only half of his body and on the brink of death, radiated a strange light as the healing ability of the horse talisman and the immortality of the dog talisman activated at that moment. In the blink of an eye, Subai returned to peak condition. What? How? Is this possible? Could he be a devil fruit user? Just as Kizaru and Akainu were astonished, Subai swiftly moved. The demonic energy of the moon demon was unleashed, causing a change in the phenomena of heaven and earth, altering gravity and weight. Kizaru and Akainu fell to the ground uncontrollably like meteors. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the sky once more. Kizaru and Akainu, covered in blood, struggled to get up from the ground, glaring at Subai in midair with rage. I love that expression of yours. Hating me, but unable to defeat me. Marine Admirals Kizaru and Akainu gritted their teeth in anger at Subai's words, but they truly had no way to respond. They couldn't win a fight, nor could they avoid one. What were they to do? Just as they were in a daze, the battle between Doflamingo, Crocodile, and the 5 veteran Marine Vice Admirals came to an end. Under the control of the String Fruit, Firefist and Stollyberry were forced to raise their weapons and attack their comrades, Spider and Doberman. Crocodile faced off against Vice Admiral Mongoose. And no matter how strong Mongoose was, he was no match for the old schemer Crocodile. The situation, originally 2 against 5, changed to 4 against 3, and after a brief, fierce battle, it ended with the defeat of the 5 veteran Marine Vice Admirals. At this moment, the soldiers on the 10 warships under the Marine Demon Slaughter Order were wiped out, and the 5 core Marine Vice Admirals were captured by Crocodile and Doflamingo, while Admirals Kizaru and Akainu found themselves at a disadvantage against Subai. Watching the situation change, Kizaru and Akainu's eyes erupted with anger as they rushed towards Vice Admiral Mongoose's location with all their might. Unfortunately, with Subai present, their intentions would not come to fruition. Unable to rescue their subordinates, made Kizaru and Akainu feel immense inner torment. Just as they were in deep conflict, the captured Vice Admiral Mongoose roared to the sky. Borsellino, Sakazuki, don't worry about us. quickly return to headquarters and seek help from Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing Mongoose' shout, Kizaru and Akainu's faces changed drastically. After hesitating for a second or two, they quickly turned and retreated toward Marine headquarters. Watching Borsellino and Sakazuki gradually disappear, Tsubai, who had maintained a strong position, relaxed his strength and let out a long breath, then cast a sharp gaze at the 5 captured veteran Marine Vice Admirals. Our Shadow Brigade has gained new members. Chapter 146. The 4 great beasts of chaos, terrors, and catastrophe appear. Observing the captured Marine Vice Admirals Mongoose, Doberman, Fire Fist, Stollyberry, Spider, and the scheming Doflamingo. A glint flashed in Tsubai's cold eyes as he used the speed of the Rabbit Talisman and the invisibility of the Snake Talisman to instantly appear behind Doflamingo. Doflamingo, it's time to fulfill your promise, Tsubai said with a half-smile, placing his hand on Doflamingo's shoulder. At this moment, only Doflamingo knew how terrifying Tsubai's seemingly simple gesture was. An eerie dark aura surrounded Tsubai's body, and the chilling dark power slithered like a small snake, entering Doflamingo's body through the flamingo cloak. Tsubai, what do you want? What has entered my body? Doflamingo, terrified, forced himself to remain calm. He opened his palm, curling his index and ring fingers, attempting to activate the string fruit's power to control Tsubai beside him. However, he should never have thought of doing that to Tsubai. Boom! Clang! Upon noticing that Doflamingo was about to unleash the power of the string fruit, Tsubai quickly moved hundreds of meters away. He decisively activated the power of thunder and the demon of the moon, manipulating gravity and weight to bind Doflamingo's movements. Immediately, a terrifying thunderbolt fell from the heavens. Caught off guard, Doflamingo was struck by the thunder, crying out in pain as his glasses shattered. Doflamingo, welcome to the Shadow Army. Looking at the disheveled and barely conscious Doflamingo lying on the ground, a hint of contempt flickered in Tsubai's indifferent eyes. He smiled, opened his palm without hesitation, and pressed it against Doflamingo's sturdy chest. Boom! As Tsubai's Conqueror's haki and dark aura surged, an incredibly terrifying thunderous roar erupted between heaven and earth, with blood light piercing through the dark clouds, enveloping the sky in infinite terror. The red of the Conqueror's haki intertwined with the black of the dark aura, transforming into a roaring tiger that surged into Doflamingo's body. The weak soul was torn apart and became increasingly fragile. As time passed, Doflamingo's soul grew weaker, ultimately being devoured by the ferocious tiger, completely digested. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 22nd talent of this local dimension. The system rewards the mask of General Samo from the Troll Ninja Corps, as well as 2 skill cards for awakening the Devil Fruit ability. 3 streams of light shot into Tsubai's system bag. The reward turned out to be General Samo's mask from the Troll Ninja Corps, allowing him to freely summon the Troll Ninjas to serve him. Satisfied, Tsubai thought, and the mask of General Samo instantly appeared in his hand. Examining the mask, with its fierce large mouth, sharp yellow teeth, orange sideburns and eyebrows extending like branches, a green face and purple pupils, Tsubai showed no hesitation. He decisively released his dark power, merging General Samo's mask into his body. In the blink of an eye, in Tsubai's sea of consciousness, General Samo of the Troll Ninja Corps appeared prominently, positioned below the 11 zodiac talismans and the 3 major demon auras of Mountain, Thunder, and Moon, to the right of General Bart's mask and General Razzo's mask. Arise, Troll Ninjas! Tsubai's aura soared, with dark energy swirling around his body. From the endless darkness, the large Troll Ninjas marched out in perfect unison. Looking at the imposing Troll Ninjas before him, Tsubai nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, causing all the ninjas to enter the Shadow Kingdom. Currently, he already had 2 subordinates with the strength of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The Demon Fruit ability awakening cards issued by the system were just right for Crocodile and Doflamingo. With a thought, 2 Demon Fruit ability awakening cards transformed into beams of light and entered the bodies of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Next, it's your turn. After allocating the rewards distributed by the system this time, Tsubai turned his attention to the 5 captured Vice Admirals not far away. He wondered if these guys had reached the level of the Warlords of the Sea. If not, then the tasks assigned by the system would have to wait a little longer to be completed. With a cold gaze, Tsubai walked step by step towards the Vice Admirals, his domineering Conqueror's haki continuously released, which put immense pressure on Huashao Shan, Guizhiju, Wushu, Daobo Man, and Stolo Bailey, making them breathe heavily and with great difficulty. You damn pirate, what do you want to do to us? If you have the ability, kill me. Xiao Shan shouted. Subai, don't even think about recruiting me. Xiao Shan, would rather die than join the ranks of pirates. Stolo Bailey Gui Jiju, Wushu, said, I am ashamed to be associated with pirates. We lost to you because we are not strong enough. Just kill us. Looking at the defiant vice admirals in front of him, Su Bai's eyes flashed with a mocking light. He laughed loudly, then spread his arms wide, releasing an endless aura of darkness. The dark aura instantly enveloped the 5 veteran vice admirals present. Want to die? How could 5 Navy powerhouses be easily killed? Welcome to the Shadow Kingdom. The dark aura continuously devoured the souls of Xiao Shan, Gui Jiju, Wushu, Dao Bowman, and Stolo Bailey. As time flew by, Dao Bowman and Stolo Bailey's souls were the first to be consumed by the dark aura, followed by Xiao Shan, then Gui Jiju, and finally Wushu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 23rd talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the Zoan-type mythical beast, Quiliu Fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 24th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the Zoan-type mythical beast, Taodai Fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 25th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the Zoan-type mythical beast, Qiongqi Fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 26th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the Zoan-type mythical beast, Tao Wu Fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 27th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the Zoan-type mythical beast, Chaos Fruit. The system's mechanical voice continued to ring. After reviewing the rewards allocated by the system this time, Subai stood there in a daze. This time, the system was exceptionally generous, rewarding so many powerful devil fruits. The 4 great beasts, Tao Tai, Qiongqi, Tao Wu, and Chaos, all appeared. Chapter 147. Su Bai's scheme and the deal with the Navy. The 5 devil fruits transformed into 5 streams of light and shot into Su Bai's system bag. Looking at the 5 Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits in the system bag, Su Bai couldn't suppress his joy. With these devil fruits, our Shadow Corps will give birth to 5 world-class powerhouses. Just as Su Bai was still immersed in joy, T, Pin, and Smoker, who were ambushed in the Navy headquarters, sent back urgent news. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru returned defeated, and they informed Admiral Sengoku about everything that happened in Magic Valley Town. After hearing the news, Sengoku was furious and immediately ordered the revocation of Crocodile's title as Warlord of the Sea. He also mobilized troops from the 4 seas to prepare to encircle and suppress the Shadow Corps, to rescue the 5 captured vice admirals and reclaim the heavenly gold taken by Doflamingo. Listening to the intelligence reported by the informants, Subai frowned, a look of worry flashing in his deep eyes. Sengoku actually directly immobilized troops from the 4 seas to prepare for war against the Shadow Corps? What a madman. Currently, the Shadow Corps' power was still in a rising stage and was not yet strong enough to confront the world government. Using the 5 captured vice admirals and all the heavenly gold to exchange for a title of Warlord of the Sea, plus a few prisoners from Impel Down's 6th level of Infinite Hell, shouldn't be too much, right? Although the Shadow Corps' strength was not comparable to the world government, they were elusive, making it difficult for the Navy to find Su Bai and their whereabouts. Rather than both sides consuming each other here, it would be better to take a step back and meet each other's needs. After all, Xiao Shan, Gui Jiju, Wushu Dao Bowman, and Stolo Bailey were already members of the Shadow Corps. Letting them return to the Navy wouldn't be a loss. It would also allow for more informants to be planted in the Navy headquarters. As for all the heavenly gold, it was just an external object. Using it to exchange for a few prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down, wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, a shrewd light flashed in Subai's eyes. He playfully walked to Gui Jiju's side, took out a Navy special telephone bug from his arms, and dialed Admiral Sengoku's number. Brew brew, brew brew, moshi moshi, this is Sengoku. Gui Jiju, what is your current situation? I'm already mobilizing elite troops to come to your rescue. Where are you now? Still in Magic Valley Town? Hearing Admiral Sengoku's words, Subai raised his lips in disdain, deliberately snorted coldly, and then replied loudly, Admiral Sengoku, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Subai, the leader of the Shadow Corps. Now I want to discuss a deal with you regarding exchanging the 5 vice admirals and all the heavenly gold for the title of Warlord of the Sea and 3 prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down. I hope you can consider it. I also welcome you to negotiate. Admiral Sengoku, who was dealing with a pile of official duties, turned pale upon hearing Subai's cold voice. He forcefully suppressed his inner rage and growled in a low voice. Subai, on what basis do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us, the Navy? To be honest, the Navy is currently mobilizing elites from all over the world to prepare to encircle your Shadow Corps. It won't be long before we can rescue Gue Jiju, Dao, Bowman, and the others, and regain all the heavenly gold. Hearing Admiral Sengoku's brazen remarks, Subai seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He laughed loudly, then threatened in a low voice. Sengoku, I want to negotiate with you properly. I don't want to be enemies with the world government. If you think our Shadow Corps is a soft persimmon, you might as well give it a try. Within 2 months, if you can find any trace of our Shadow Corps and capture any one of our cadres, then I will admit defeat. All the heavenly gold and the 5 vice admirals will be returned to you, and I, Subai, will personally go to impel down to surrender. But if the Navy cannot accomplish this, then I hope we can continue to sit down and talk. Subai's confident words left Admiral Sengoku on the other end of the telephone bug looking dejected. You, Subai, don't underestimate us, the Navy. Within 2 months, we will definitely bring you to justice. The furious Admiral Sengoku directly hung up the phone. He was so angry with Subai that he immediately snatched the sunbae from Carp's hand and chewed it fiercely. Carp, what do you think of the recent pirate rookie? Subai, the leader of the Shadow Corps? Can he be of use to us? Carp revealed a big white tooth and casually waved his hand, then replied, the leader of the Shadow Legion, Subai, doesn't seem to have done anything particularly bad, right? It's just that he stole some heavenly gold mint for the berths. I think he's a good person. As for the Ghost Spider and the others, since they are still alive, it means that Subai doesn't want to completely tear his relationship with the Navy. Perhaps we can cooperate with him to eliminate more pirates using his hands. Carp's words made perfect sense, and the once furious fleet Admiral Sengoku had now completely calmed down. This guy just mentioned on the phone that he wanted to exchange all the heavenly gold and the 5 Ghost Spiders for the title of Warlord of the Sea, as well as 3 prisoners from Level 6 of Impel Down's Infinite Hell. Upon hearing the phrase Level 6 of Impel Down, Infinite Hell, Vice Admiral Garp's expression changed drastically. As a representative of the Navy's top combat power, he was well aware of the kind of individuals imprisoned in this layer of the prison. The inmates in Level 6 of Impel Down, Infinite Hell, are all extremely powerful or exceptionally vicious criminals. Those here either face the death penalty or life imprisonment. Any one of them could destroy a nation, each one a formidable force. No, the prisoners in Level 6 of Impel Down are all ruthless and vicious thugs, and they absolutely cannot be allowed to regain their freedom, or it would spell disaster for the world. Vice Admiral Garp's words were extremely sharp, causing Admiral Sengoku, who was nearby, to furrow his brow once again. The ability to defeat the combined forces of Akainu and Kizaru shows that this guy, Subai, is not to be underestimated, with an estimated bounty between 91 billion. If someone like him could be utilized by our Navy, it would be a nightmare for the pirates of the world. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku was hesitating whether to engage in this deal with Subai, the leader of the Shadow Corps. Just when he was wavering, Subai once again picked up the phone and made an offer that was hard to refuse. Sengoku, as long as you agree to this deal, I will hand over all 5 of the Zoan-type mythical devil fruits I have for the Navy. The abilities of these 5 Zoan-type mythical devil fruits would not be inferior to Marco's Phoenix fruit from the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Can you really refuse this? Chapter 148. Admiral Sengoku's difficult choice, Barrett or Red Count. It must be said that after hearing what Subai said, Navy Admiral Sengoku was indeed tempted. These are 5 Zoan-type mythical devil fruits. If developed properly, the Navy headquarters would have 5 individuals with power comparable to that of a vice admiral, making it much easier to capture pirates. Subai, how can I be sure that what you say is true? What if you're just using ordinary devil fruits to deceive me? Unless you can prove it, I won't cooperate with you. Seeing that Admiral Sengoku was somewhat swayed, he replied leisurely, Sengoku, does that mean as long as I can prove that these 5 devil fruits are all mythical Zoan types, you will cooperate with me? Sengoku, who had been worried, popped his sunbae into his mouth after hearing Subai's question. He pondered for a moment before replying firmly. Subai, as long as you can prove that these devil fruits are all mythical Zoan types, I will agree to your request. Between the 5 animal-type Zoan devil fruits and the prisoners in the infinite hell of the 6th level of Impel Down, who is more important? Sengoku can tell clearly. They're just vicious prisoners, after all. It's not like they haven't been captured before. Since they can be caught once, they can be caught twice, 3 times, or even more, as long as the Navy headquarters has 5 users of the animal-type Zoan devil fruits. The efficiency of capturing pirates in the future will increase by dozens of times. Recapturing those prisoners from the infinite hell of Impel Down will be a piece of cake. Alright, Sengoku, I will have Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain each consume one animal type Zoan Devil Fruit, and then we will record their transformation using a Den Den Mushi and send the videotape to Marineford via a homing pigeon. I hope that, after watching the video, you will be able to meet my next request. After Subai hung up the phone, he called Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain to his side and then took out the Kuni fruit and the Taodai fruit from his system bag. The two devil fruits appeared in Subai's hands. The Kuni fruit has a horn shape and is black-red in color, while the Taodai fruit is round and purple. Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, each of you choose one devil fruit, eat it, and then feel the energy it brings, trying to transform into your Zoan form. Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider followed Subai's orders, glancing at each other before reaching for the devil fruits in Subai's palm. Fire Mountain chose the Zoan type Taodai fruit, and as soon as he got it, he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of the fruit, forcing down the feeling of nausea as he devoured the Taodai fruit completely. As for Ghost Spider, he chose the Kuni fruit. When he got the Kuni fruit, he didn't eat it right away but examined its patterns first. Then he transformed his hand into a blade and cut the devil fruit into pieces before swallowing them. As time passed, after Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain finished eating the devil fruits, they leaned back to back, closed their eyes, and focused on the terrifying power brought by the devil fruits. Doflamingo, turn on the video Den Den Mushi. Subai instructed simply, and Doflamingo quickly took out the video Den Den Mushi from his pocket, aimed it at Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, and started recording. Let me see how you two transform into your Zoan forms. Ghost Spider's eyes widened, and he let out a roar that echoed like thunder, stirring the heavens and earth, with mist swirling and lightning flashing. In the mist, the figure of the Ghost Spider gradually changed. His stature was heightened, his body became enormous, horns sprouted from his head. He had a single leg, and his face was fierce, filled with fangs. His combat power had increased 5 to 6 times compared to before. Indeed, the Quilliu fruit is truly a high-level fruit, close to 5-star level. Next, it's your turn, Fireburn Mountain. After witnessing the transformation of his colleague, the Fireburn Mountain's eyes seemed to breathe fire, his pupils rapidly constricting into crimson slits. Then, Fireburn Mountain's physique became robust, his body also heightened, resembling a creature with a goat's body and a human face. With eyes under his armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human-like claws, his voice resembling that of a baby, with fangs protruding, sharp horns, and a thick, powerful tail. The transformations of the Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain were fully recorded by the video phone bug. Now that the recording was complete, it was time to tell Sengoku my requests. Subai let out a loud whistle, and the communication pigeon, circling in the air, quickly dove down. After receiving 1,000 berries as payment, it took the tape in its beak and flew rapidly towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford. 3 days passed since the communication pigeon picked up the tape, and Admiral Sengoku personally called Subai. Brew brew, brew brew, moshi moshi, this is Admiral Sengoku. I have watched the tape you sent, and I am very satisfied with the abilities of the Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain with their mythical Zoan Devil Fruit powers. Now, tell me your demands. As long as they are not too excessive, I will do my best to fulfill them. However, the premise of our cooperation is that all the heavenly gold must be returned without a single berry missing. Seeing that this old guy Sengoku was willing to compromise, Subai couldn't help but smile triumphantly. After considering for these days, Subai had made a decision on which 3 prisoners from level 6 of Impel Down he would choose. Sengoku, the title of Warlord of the Sea is a bridge for our future cooperation. Whether you give it or not entirely depends on your decision. As for which 3 prisoners to choose, I have already made up my mind, so I hope you are prepared mentally. First, the first prisoner I choose is Douglas Barrett. The second prisoner I choose is Baroque Works Red Count, Barrelick Leadfield. The third prisoner I choose is Ski. After hearing the 3 names Subai mentioned, Admiral Sengoku on the other end of the phone was stunned into silence, unable to speak for a long time. After about 10 breaths, Sengoku finally regained his composure, albeit with a grim expression. Subai, do you know who these 3 are? Forget about them being a trio. Even if just one of them escapes from Impel Down, it will be a disaster for this world. I cannot agree to your choices. Of course, Subai was fully aware of the strength of the 3 he had chosen. It was normal for Sengoku to be unwilling to give them up, but at the very least, one of them had to be handed over. As for who would be given to him, it depended on Sengoku's decision. Sengoku, I can swap Ski for Emporio Ivankov, but you must give me either the Red Count or Barrett. Otherwise, our cooperation will be terminated, and I will kill the Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain, returning the two incredibly precious, mythical Zoan devil fruits to the sea. Perhaps they will fall into the hands of some ruthless pirate, who would then become a force comparable to Barrett or the Red Count. I hope you think it over and give me a reply in 1 minute. Chapter 149. The Marine High-Level Meeting, the Final Decision. The face of Admiral Sengoku on the other end of the phone turned ashen. He angrily hung up on Tsubai, smashing his desk into pieces and then cursed loudly. This bastard Tsubai actually wants me to choose between Douglas Barrett and Barrick Leadfield. And he also wants me to give him Ivankov. Whether it's Barrett or Leadfield, or even the Okama King Ivankov, these are all incredibly powerful and ruthless pirates. How could I possibly release them easily? Brand new, notify all officers with the rank of Rear Admiral and above to gather in the conference room. The topic of this meeting is how to deal with the newly emerged pirate Tsubai and his Shadow Corps. As the king of meetings in the Marines, Brand New immediately transmitted the information to the Rear Admirals and Admirals at Marine Headquarters upon receiving Admiral Sengoku's order. At the same time, he also sent a message back to the Shadow Kingdom, notifying young Master Tsubai and the others. Sure enough, that guy Sengoku couldn't make a decision alone. A meeting was needed to discuss the plan. Thinking of this, a bright light shot out from Tsubai's deep eyes. He quickly reacted, ordering Balumeb and Koby to indirectly whisper to Kizaru and Garp, and then let Brand New and other informants embedded in the Marines try to push for the proposal of making Tsubai a warlord of the sea as much as possible during the meeting. In Marineford, Admiral Sengoku convened a meeting to discuss how to deal with the newly emerged pirate, Tsubai, and his subordinate force, the Shadow Corps. The participants included Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kazuborsalino, Admiral Akinisazuki, Admiral Kazan, Rear Admiral T. Pigkaji, Rear Admiral Timuk Rabbit Gon, former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Bastille, Vice Admiral Menard, Vice Admiral John Giando, Vice Admiral Gumeyer, Vice Admiral LaCroix, Vice Admiral Longzi, Vice Admiral Jonathan, Vice Admiral Kong Ming, Vice Admiral Kesha, Vice Admiral Steele, and Vice Admiral Dolo. The meeting began. Admiral Sengoku directly informed those present about the events that took place in Magic Valley Town. Upon hearing that the heavenly gold had been plundered, the Demon Slayer fleet had been destroyed, several veteran vice admirals had been captured, and that the two admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, were forced to flee, there was an uproar. Silence. Silence. The room fell silent instantly, and Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression was not good. She quietly contemplated countermeasures while listening to Sengoku provide more information on Tsubai and his Shadow Corps. I just spoke with that kid Tsubai on the phone. He said he wants to use all the heavenly gold, along with the 5 vice admirals and 5 Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits, to exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea, as well as 1 prisoner from level 6 of Impelled Down, either Douglas Bullet or Baroque Works Redfield. One of the two, plus the Okama King, Emporio, Ivankov. What do you think? Do you agree or disagree? My thought is to disagree. After listening to what Marshal Sengoku had to say, everyone present fell into deep thought, unsure of how to make a decision. Just when they were unable to come to a conclusion, Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Naval Staff, raised her hand and suggested, I believe we can agree to Tsubai's request. Currently, our Navy's focus is on the white-beard pirates of the 4 Emperors. If we can bring Tsubai to our side, we might be able to let them fight each other, and when both sides are weakened, we can strike them down together. Furthermore, the heavenly gold in Tsubai's possession, the lives of the 5 vice admirals, and the 5 Zoan-type devil fruits are all urgently needed by us. We cannot afford to lose any of them. The world nobles are pressuring the Navy, and we must quickly return the heavenly gold intact. Additionally, the core fighting strength of a Navy is with the likes of Mongoose, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider. If all 5 of them perish, our Navy will suffer greatly. Lastly, the 5 Zoan-type devil fruits in Tsubai's hands are crucial for the development of the Navy. If we can acquire these devil fruits, we will definitely be able to cultivate 5 officials with strength comparable to that of admirals. At that time, when we go after the pirates, it will be much more efficient. Vice Admiral Crane's analysis resonated with many present, especially some of the powerful vice admirals who were not devil fruit users. They were eager to obtain the Zoan-type devil fruits from Tsubai to break through their current limitations and gain greater strength. In that case, let's vote on it. Those who disagree, please raise your hands. As soon as Marshal Sengoku said this, only a few hands were raised in the meeting room. Just himself, Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Jonathan, Vice Admiral Kong Ming, and Vice Admiral Kesha. Out of nearly 30 people in the meeting room, only 6 raised their hands, which meant the remaining group supported Su by becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Since that's the case, let's discuss whether to release Douglas Barrett or Baroque Works Sledfield. Marshal Sengoku helplessly brought up another topic, and the attendees began to debate. The final decision was to release Douglas Barrett. Barrett? Branu, please notify the Chief Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, to bring Douglas Barrett and Emporio Ivankov to Magic Valley Town. Also, issue a news release announcing that the leader of the Shadow Army, Su Bai, has officially become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After finishing these words, Marshal Zhang sighed with a look of resentment. He pale-faced picked up a few pieces of sunbae, put them in his mouth to chew, but found them tasteless, like chewing wax. Even if he released Douglas Barrett and Emporio Ivankov, what difference would it make? Both of them were proud individuals, and no matter how capable Subai was, it was impossible to successfully subdue them. In the end, these guys would turn the world upside down, and we Navy would still have to step in to arrest them. Magic Valley Town. Subai participated fully in the Navy's meeting through Branu's perspective, and he greatly appreciated the speech of Chief of Staff Vice Admiral He Zhong. As expected of the Navy's think tank, Vice Admiral He Zhong's insight was indeed sharp, clearly understanding that our Shadow Corps, with the support of the 2 powerful figures Barrett and Ivankov, would threaten the 4 Emperors' forces. In the future, the Shadow Corps would inevitably clash with the 4 Emperors, and the Navy's indulgence was likely a preparation to catch them all at once. Chapter 150. The deal with the Navy ends, harvesting the Paramecia Devil Fruit. Hell Fruit. 1 week after the Navy meeting. Gaia Island, near the sea area of Magic Valley Town. 3 giant warships led by the Deputy Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, escorted Douglas Barrett and Emporio Ivankov, officially handing them over to Su Bai, the leader of the Shadow Corps, in the waters of Magic Valley Town. To prevent any heresy, the Navy used sea prism stone to hook the bone of Douglas Barrett and Emporio Ivankov, then bound their hands and feet, imprisoning them in a cage made of sea prism stone. The handover ceremony officially began. First, on Su Bai's side, Crocodile and Donquixote Doflamingo escorted all the sky gold to exchange with the transvestite King Ivankov sent by the Navy. The initial transaction was completed, and the Navy handed over the exclusive plaque of the Warlords of the Sea to Su Bai. Then, Shiryu escorted Barrett, exchanging him for the 5 veteran vice admirals in Su Bai's hands. What about the 5 animal-type phantom beast devil fruits that were promised? During the exchange, Shiryu gripped the knife handle with a malicious gaze, his words full of threats. The remaining 3 animal-type devil fruits were fed to the flying squirrel, Doberman, and Stolo Berry. Listening to Su Bai, Shiryu was furious, his eyes flickering with murderous intent, as if he would draw his sword at any moment. Shiryu, I advise you not to make a move. Even if Akainu and Kizaru teamed up, they wouldn't be my match. Were you? Su Bai said meaningfully. Even if Magellan were here, the 2 of you together wouldn't stand a chance against me. How do you know you can't beat me without trying? I haven't fought in a long time. This knife is almost rusting. Seeing that Shiryu was unwilling to heed his warning and insisted on fighting him, Su Bai helplessly shrugged and said coldly, Shiryu, are you sure you've thought this through? If I win, none of those celestial dragons, including you, will return to Mariehua. Su Bai's words hit Shiryu's sore spot. He had come here on a mission, aiming to safely bring back the Fire Mountain crew and all the celestial dragons to the Navy headquarters. If he truly fought this guy and lost, it would be the end for him. Su Bai, wait for me. An enraged Shiryu left a harsh remark and then set off with his 3 warships towards the Navy headquarters, Mariehua. The naval ships gradually receded into the distance, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. Barrett, Ivankov, welcome to the Shadow Kingdom. Crocodile and Doflamingo accompanied Su Bai to the sea stone prison cage. Looking at the disheveled Ivankov and Barrett inside the cage, a gleam of ecstasy flickered in Su Bai's deep eyes. Creek. The sea stone prison cage of the Okama, King Ivankov, was opened, and Su Bai walked over with a cold gaze, slowly extending his arm to rest on its large head. The hormone fruit is quite a good ability, and combined with the identity of a Revolutionary Army officer and strength comparable to the Warlords of the Sea, not bad. A tremendous dark aura surrounded Ivankov's body and gradually seeped into it, continuously eroding its soul. Although the Okama King Ivankov looked weak and disheveled, its perception was very clear. Upon sensing the anomaly in its body, its soul instinctively resisted the encroachment of the dark aura. As time passed, Ivankov's painful wails gradually weakened. Finally, ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 28th talent from the local dimension. The system rewards the host with 1 Paramecia type, Hell Fruit, and 1 fusion card. Fusion card. Confuse any devil fruit with inanimate objects. For example, confuse natural, paramecia, or zoan-type devil fruits with weapons, allowing the host to manipulate the weapon and unleash the abilities of the devil fruit. Paramecia-type hell fruit. The fruit's abilities are as follows: confinement, space, darkness, ceiling. It can create an 18-layer hell in the consciousness and imprison enemies weaker or of equal strength to the host within hell. Enemies stronger than the host can ignore the confinement of hell and break through its restraints. During the period of imprisonment, the abilities of the enemies will be absorbed by hell and returned to the host. Moreover, enemies in hell are forever in a suppressed state. The more they resist, the greater the pressure they endure from hell. Note, the number and strength of enemies that can be confined are closely related to the host's strength. The stronger the host, the more enemies can be confined, and the stronger the enemies can be confined, making it harder for them to escape hell's imprisonment. 2 streams of light instantly flashed into Su Bai's system inventory. Looking at the hell fruit, which emitted a dark red, brilliant glow in the system inventory, Su Bai's heart was greatly shaken. He had an uncontrollable urge to immediately acquire the abilities of the hell fruit. Ivankov really gave me a good gift. With a thought, the hell fruit in the system inventory appeared in his palm. The hell fruit, entirely dark red, faintly exuded a brilliant light, spherical in shape, covered in spiral patterns, with a strong bloody scent that made one feel nauseous just from smelling it. Looking at the hell fruit in his palm, Su Bai frowned slightly, then pinched his nose and took a big bite. Ugh, just 1 bite was enough to gain the abilities of the devil fruit, but the taste was truly unappetizing. 1,000 times worse than the corpse of an ancient beast that had been rotting for 10,000 years. After initially mastering the abilities of the hell fruit, Su Bai focused his mind, emptied his self-awareness, and then created the 18 layers of hell within his consciousness. First layer, tongue-pulling hell. Second layer, scissor hell. Third layer, iron tree hell. Fourth layer, sin mirror hell. Fifth layer, steamer hell. Sixth layer, copper column hell. Seventh layer, knife mountain hell. Eighth layer, ice mountain hell. Ninth layer, oil pot hell. 10th layer, bull pit hell. 11th layer, stone press hell. 12th layer, mortar hell. 13th layer, blood pool hell. 14th layer, wrongful death hell. 15th layer, Lingqi hell. 16th layer, volcano hell. 17th layer, stone mill hell. 18th layer. Saw how the scenes of hell are too bloody to display here. Please search and view them yourself. Not every powerful being can become a member of the Shadow Kingdom. In the future, when encountering those heinous criminals, they can be directly cast into the 18 layers of hell to suffer and die. Chapter 151, Subduing Douglas Barrett, the Demon Lord of Fire descends. After incorporating the she-male, King Ivankov, into the Shadow Troop, the mechanical sound of the system task completion echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mainline task 2 released by the system, rewarding the host with the mask of General Niga from the Ordinary Ninja Troop. A dark red stream of light flew into Su Bai's system package. With the mask of General Niga from the Ordinary Ninja Troop, I can summon ordinary ninjas that will disserve me. Although they are called ordinary ninjas, their sensitivity is much higher than that of troll ninjas, and their attack power far exceeds that of Nightbat ninjas. This group of ordinary ninjas possesses high combat power, agile movement speed, and a wide variety of weaponry, including sticks, missiles, smoke bombs, grappling hooks, claw ropes, etc. They can also launch shurikens and fly knives from a distance, and have gliding suits that allow them to fly with the wind, making them versatile little brothers. Satisfied, Su Bai focused his thoughts, and the mask of General Niga instantly appeared in his hands. Examining the mask of General Niga, it features a head of thick black messy hair, short yellow horns on top, and a pair of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The gaping mouth is filled with yellowed teeth, combined with a bright red face, making it incredibly creepy and ugly. After examining General Niga's mask, Su Bai did not hesitate for a moment and decisively unleashed his dark powers, merging General Niga's mask into his own body. In an instant, in Su Bai's sea of consciousness, General Niga's mask prominently appeared among the 11 zodiac talismans, directly beneath the 3 major demonic auras of Mountain, Thunder, and Moon, to the far right of General Bart and General Razzo's masks, as well as General Samo's mask. Ninja soldiers, come out. With Su Bai's command, countless troll ninja soldiers, Nightbat ninja soldiers, Blade ninja soldiers, and ordinary ninja soldiers appeared simultaneously, instantly filling Su Bai's field of vision. Looking at his army, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time to complete other tasks. Where would the Germa 66 Corps appear? Based on the current timeline, these guys should still be causing trouble in the North Sea. After figuring out the target, Subai coldly cast his gaze toward another sea stone prison cage. Barrett, a Vice Admiral level existence. Welcome to join our Shadow Kingdom. Considering Douglas Barrett's performance in the movie Frenzy Operation, although he could defeat a group of supernova pirates in the Navy, he ultimately lost to Luffy's rubber-big Monkey King barrage. Comparing the timeline and Luffy's strength, Barrett's power level is finally rated as a Vice Admiral level. If in peak condition and awakened to use the combined fruit ability, he could rival the four emperors. Under normal conditions, he is set at Vice Admiral level. Once again, opening the sea stone prison cage, Subai silently walked up to Barrett. At this moment, Barrett, bound by sea stone, slowly opened his fierce tiger-like eyes, disdainfully sizing up Subai, and then suddenly said, "Kid, you think you can recruit me? Don't get your hopes up." After saying this, Barrett unleashed an astonishing conqueror's haki, attempting to show Subai his power. Trying to give me a show of strength? You're underestimating me. A terrifying rage burst forth from Subai's deep eyes as he unceremoniously released his domineering conqueror's haki, while the demonic auras of moon and thunder erupted simultaneously. In an instant, Barrett's contemptuous gaze was replaced by a reluctant expression. Looking at Barrett's defiant face, Subai snorted coldly, then continued to unleash his conqueror's haki, stepping closer to Barrett, extending his arm enveloped in dark energy towards him. "I admit your physique is very strong, but how will you respond if I attack your soul?" Upon hearing Subai's words, Barrett looked confused, only to feel a bone-deep pain originating from the depths of his soul. The dark energy seemed to be a parasite, constantly gnawing at Barrett's soul. Despite Barrett's immense strength, he ultimately could not withstand Subai's soul-targeting technique. The wails echoed ceaselessly. As time passed, Barrett's cries grew weaker, the dark energy like a gluttonous beast, continuously devouring his soul, ultimately swallowing it whole and digesting it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 29th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards the host with the magic aura of the Fire Demon Lord and a top-tier Conqueror's Haki skill card. 2 streams of light flew into Subai's system bag. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Subai's eyes widened in excitement. The magic aura of the Fire Demon Lord, as well as top-tier Conqueror's Haki? What Barrett dropped was too good. Looking at the top-tier Conqueror's Haki skill card quietly lying and glowing in the system bag, Subai used it without hesitation. A blinding golden light shot out from the skill card, entering Subai's body, and then the skill card, now devoid of energy, turned to ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. After gaining the top-tier Conqueror's Haki ability, Subai involuntarily exuded the pressure of an upper-tier being, a terrifying pressure that even made Barrett nearby feel boundless fear. This kind of Conqueror's Haki, I've only seen it on Captain Roger. The young master's strength is truly terrifying. After easily adapting to the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, Subai let out a long breath, and then turned his gaze towards the demonic energy of the Fire Demon Lord. The Fire Demon Lord represents the scorching flames and corresponds to the Li hexagram in the Bagua. He was sealed in hell thousands of years ago by one of the 8 immortals, El Dongbin, with a sword as his divine token. Among the 8 great demons, he ranks 6th. The Lord is the father of Demon Little Dragon, and Demon Little Dragon is his son. He can manipulate flames, possesses the power of 12 talismans, and utilizes the Ghost Shadow Mask to summon the Ghost Shadow Legion, Ninja Corps, making him the strongest and most powerful demon among the 8 great demons. The Fire Demon Lord's physical characteristics. He resembles a dinosaur and a year beast, previously referred to as a beautiful lion by the statue of Luope. Claims to be a noble dragon and demon wizard, wears only a pair of shorts, has earth yellow-green skin, and is a tall and muscular man. Fire Demon Lord, surrender or death. Think it over and tell me your answer. The Lord's phantom became slightly more solid, glaring with red eyes, cautiously sizing up the human before him who dared to challenge him. Human, why do you possess the power of my zodiac? Even the abilities of the Shadow Legion, as well as the demonic energies of Zhong, Su, and Zhoulon. Chapter 152. The Lord's Surrender and Ascension to Sky Island to find Enel. The Lord can clearly sense the auras of Big Sister Bogan, Big Brother Zhong Su, and 4th Brother Zhoulon on Subai. This made him wary of this seemingly unremarkable human. Lord, to be honest, Bogan, Zhong Su, and Zhoulon did not wish to surrender to me and have already been devoured by me. Hearing Subai say this, the Lord widened his red eyes in disbelief, growling deeply as he asked, "Human, being able to devour those fools, you must have some ability, but I, the Lord, am different from them. For you to make me surrender, your strength must far exceed mine." The Lord thought of stalling for time, temporarily testing Subai's strength first. If Subai's strength was inferior to his, he would quickly devour him. But if Subai was stronger, he would choose to surrender and lie low for the right opportunity. Subai saw through the Lord's thoughts at a glance, raised a meaningful smile, and then stretched out his arms, releasing an eerie, dark aura like an endless abyss. Then, the demonic energies of thunder, mountain, and moon surged forth in succession, followed by the powers of the Zodiac Talismans, the strength of the Ghost Shadow Legion generals, top-tier conquerors Haki, and the power of the Hell Fruit, all appearing. In an instant, the power that Subai unleashed surpassed that of the Lord at his peak by a large margin, causing the Lord's expression to turn very ugly. "Lord, as long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will grant you freedom." The cunning Lord, upon hearing Subai's resounding answer, could no longer contain his restless heart. Having been sealed for countless years, he desperately wanted to regain his freedom, willing to pay any price to achieve it. "I am willing to surrender." A glimmer of cunning flashed in the Lord's red eyes as he humbly bowed his head and offered the fire, demonic energy he controlled to Subai, hoping to exchange it for freedom. Under the control of the Holy Lord, the fiery magic energy surged from its massive body, slowly floating above Subai's head, transforming into a gentle stream of light that entered Subai's body, permanently becoming his strength. After successfully mastering the fire demon Shi, Subai's strength was once again enhanced. He looked at the Holy Master in front of him with satisfaction and slowly said, "If Bagong, Zholan, and Zhongsu could be as perceptive as you, they wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic fate." He continued, "By the way, Holy Master, you are currently in a phantom state. To regain your freedom, you must possess an extremely powerful physical body. Otherwise, an ordinary body cannot support your strong soul, which would result in collapse, damaging both the soul and the body, or even leading to annihilation." The Holy Master, who was desperately yearning for freedom, showed a flicker of panic in its crimson eyes after hearing Subai's words. "Then what should I do? Where can I find a powerful body?" Subai raised a meaningful smile as images from the Marineford War flashed through his mind. The body of the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, will be just the right vessel for the Holy Master's soul. Subai had initially considered bringing Whitebeard into the Shadow Kingdom, but given his overwhelming strength and the difficulty in subduing him, along with his prideful nature of readily taking others as sons, it would be problematic if he retained such habits after becoming part of the Shadow Kingdom. That said, Whitebeard's recognition as the strongest man in the world was not only due to his Tremor fruit and top-tier hockey, but also his terrifying physique, honed through countless trials. The combination of the Holy Master's terrifying soul and Whitebeard's robust physique during his healthy years would surely spark an extraordinary reaction. This prospect was indeed something to look forward to. After clarifying the choice of the strong person's physical body, Subai activated the ability of the Hell Fruit, creating a cage deep in his consciousness. He then gestured for the Holy Master to temporarily stay inside, waiting to be released once they obtained Whitebeard's physical body. The reluctant Holy Master had no choice but to obediently enter the cage created by Subai. After temporarily resolving the issue with the Holy Master, Subai briefly tried to use the fire magic energy. The blazing flames danced back and forth at his fingertips. Feeling the temperature of the flames, Subai realized that the power of this fire magic energy far surpassed Ace's flame fruit. Next, should he head to Sky Island to find Enel, or go straight to the North Sea to search for the Vinsmoke family? Between the Sky Island and the North Sea, Subai ultimately chose the Sky Island. And the reason is simple. It is mainly because the Sky Island has accumulated a large amount of gold, which can be used to expand the treasury of the Alabasta Kingdom. For ordinary people to reach the Sky Island, they generally rely on riding the ascending sea currents to shoot up directly. Although this is the fastest way to reach the Sky Island, the survival rate is extremely low, as a slight misstep can lead to being swallowed by the surging sea. However, for Subai, who has mastered the ability to fly, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters is as easy as eating and drinking, and he can effortlessly land on the White Sea. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Barrett, and Ivankov, come with me to the Sky Island to find our next companion. After hearing the command issued by Subai, everyone present unconsciously displayed their ability to ascend to the sky. Doflamingo activated the power of the string fruit, connecting himself to the clouds and directly suspending himself in the sky. Crocodile transformed into a sandform, using the thrust of the upward sea current to fly towards the height of 10,000 meters. Barrett opened his muscular arms and activated the power of the combine fruit, absorbing the metal within the town of Magic Valley, then forging it into a manned rocket to take the flightless Ivankov, following the steps of Subai, Doflamingo, and Crocodile, heading towards the Sky Island. It must be said that 10,000 meters is indeed quite high. Subai and the others continued to fly upwards for more than 5 hours before successfully arriving at the White Sea, seeing the full view of the Sky Island. Is this the Sky Island? It really is magnificent. Images have been provided. You can check the comments or search for them using your browser. While Subai was filled with emotion, he activated his observation haki, enveloping the entire Sky Island and clearly observing the movements of all the inhabitants. This included Yunin Village, the secret living village of the Shandians, as well as the ancient city of Golden Country Shandora, which perished 800 years ago and was covered in gold. Doflamingo and Ivankov, you two go to Shandora and bring back all the gold and historical texts to the Shadow Kingdom. As for Barrett and Crocodile, you two will follow me to find the current god of the Sky Island, the nature-type Thunderfruit user Enel. Chapter 153. Barrett and Crocodile easily kill the Sky Island priest. Before setting off to find Enel, Subai decided to first bring Gonfur, the former god of the Sky Island, into the Shadow Kingdom. This way, he could more easily control the entire Sky Island. Barrett, Crocodile, you two go deal with the 4 priests under Enel first. I'll join you later. Subai, who had mastered observation haki, quickly located Gonfur, the Knight of the Sky. After giving a brief explanation, he activated the abilities of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman, walking on air towards Angel Island. Angel Island is a floating island in the White Sea, where residents like Cornus live. At this moment, Gonfur was maintaining law and order on the bustling Cute Street while riding Pier, completely unaware that Subai was about to arrive. Pier, originally a unique bird species from the Sky Island, had transformed because of the mame fruit into a form that could freely switch between a Pegasus and a Skypoint bird. Gonvir, should I call you the Knight of the Sky, or the former god of the Sky Island? While attentively maintaining law and order, Gonfur instinctively frowned upon hearing an abrupt voice from behind and slowly turned to look in Subai's direction. You're from the Blue Sea? How did you get to the Sky Island? Just as Gonfur was in disbelief, the shrewd light flickered in Subai's deep eyes. He casually placed his hand on Gonfur's shoulder and said slowly, where I come from doesn't matter. And how I got to the Sky Island isn't the key. The most important thing is that I want to tell you. I came to the Sky Island to defeat Enel and save you all. Upon hearing Subai's words, Gonfur's face changed dramatically in fear. He hurriedly covered Subai's mouth and whispered, how dare you say such things so openly? Are you seeking death? The current god of the Sky Island is Enel, who has eaten the rumble fruit of the natural type. He possesses incredibly powerful strength and even has the ability to hear the voices of everyone on the Sky Island. I advise you to leave the Sky Island quickly, otherwise, it won't be long before his 4 priests come to arrest you. While the priests haven't arrived yet, you still have a chance to sneak away, otherwise, it will be too late. Gonfur, anxious and restless, didn't want to watch the young man from the Blue Sea be executed by Enel's lightning punishment, so he kindly warned him. Listening to Gonfur's sincere advice, Subai smiled warmly and waved his hand nonchalantly. His palm open as flames and thunder powers danced back and forth at his fingertips. I want to see just how strong Enel's thunder really is. Gonfur looked at the flames and thunder jumping at Subai's fingertips in disbelief, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Perhaps this young man really could defeat Enel and save the Sky Island. After a brief conversation with Gonfur, a brilliant light burst forth from Subai's deep eyes. With a smile on his face, he opened his arms, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that instantly enveloped the bewildered Gonfur, drawing him into the kingdom of shadows and making him a part of it. Gonfur, take me to find Enel. The horse-shaped Pierre excitedly snorted, emitting the distinctive neigh of a horse, and then intelligently carried Gonfur as they set off towards the divine island Appiato, where Enel was located, with Subai silently following behind. As Subai and Gonfur made their way to the area of the divine island where Enel was located, Barrett and Crocodile, who had been dispatched ahead, were already engaged in a fierce confrontation with the 4 gods of the sky. The 4 gods of the sky were the Trial of the Swamp, Geta, the Trial of the Ball, Daegu, the Trial of the Rope, Shura, the Trial of Iron. Upon arriving at the divine island Appiato, Barrett and Crocodile first encountered Geta, the god of the Trial of the Swamp, who controlled a survival rate of 50. Faced with the invasion of outsiders, Geta wasted no time and directly attacked Barrett and Crocodile using the wind shell and swamp cloud. Unfortunately, Geta severely underestimated the strength of Barrett and Crocodile. As Geta approached Barrett using the wind shell beneath him, Barrett's expressionless eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. He erupted with an incredibly terrifying killing aura, the muscles in his powerful arms bulging with veins, and immense strength surged forth. In an instant, his fist, as large as a millstone, crashed into Gaeta's face, sending him flying into the swamp cloud he had created, rapidly descending into the blue sea, his life unknown. After easily dealing with Gaeta, the god of the trial of the swamp, Barrett and Crocodile continued onward, encountering Daegu, the god of the trial of the ball, who had come to provide support. Seeing Daegu's round figure, Barrett clenched his fists, ready to strike him down. But just before Barrett could move, Crocodile stepped forward, blocking him and slowly said, "Barrett, leave this round fellow to me." As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, Daegu, with a fierce expression, quickly moved towards him, wielding a stick and attempting to attack Crocodile with an explosive cloud ball. Desert Saber. Faced with Daegu's reckless assault, a spark suddenly flickered in Crocodile's dull eyes. Immediately, endless yellow sand appeared out of nowhere, coalescing into a sharp saber that cut straight towards Daegu. Daegu, moving at high speed, attempted to halt his momentum, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp desert saber drew closer, ultimately falling alongside his two brothers, Vice Commander Nakado and Xiao Wu, their bodies lying lifeless on the spot. Is this the strength of the Sky Island's gods? Truly too weak, not worth a single blow. After easily dispatching Daegu, Crocodile gathered all the scattered yellow sand back, then contemptuously mocked a few words before continuing with Barrett towards the next trial location. Next, there were two more gods, the god of the trial of the rope and the god of the trial of iron, one for each of us. Hearing Crocodile's suggestion, Barrett nodded without hesitation and activated the ability of the Combine Fruit, quickly creating a powerful vessel, racing with Crocodile to the location of the trial of the rope. What a bunch of pathetic gods. Come out and die. Chapter 154. The Fierce Battle of the Sky Island. Facing Enel head-on, Barrett's voice was unusually loud, his curses reaching the ears of Shura, the god of the trial of the rope, who angrily grasped his spear and controlled the rope cloud to come before Barrett and Crocodile. As the god of the trial of the rope, Shura was notoriously proud among the four gods of the sky, having a survival rate of 3. It seems you two have some skill to take down Gaeta and Daegu, but unfortunately, you've met me. Prepare to die. The spear tightly held in Shura's hand transformed into a flaming spear under the enhancement of the heat fruit. This flaming spear seemed powerful, yet Barrett and Crocodile merely smiled disdainfully, seeing it as nothing but a ofthe rope cloud control. While Shura quickly moved, he manipulated the concealed rope cloud in the air, attempting to entangle and bind both Barrett and Crocodile with countless strands of rope cloud. Small tricks. This time, it was Crocodile who struck back. With a frosty expression, a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The ability of the Sand fruit was activated. An endless yellow sand appeared out of nowhere, transforming into incredibly sharp small blades that effortlessly nullified the threat posed by the rope cloud. After eliminating the threat of the rope cloud, the yellow sand gathered together again, transforming into the shape of a desert sword. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light and swiftly struck towards the trial priest, Shura. The priest Shura was taken aback and immediately raised the flame spear in his hand, attempting to forcefully block the attack casually unleashed by Crocodile. Clang! A clear sound of weapon shattering echoed, as the flame spear in Shura's hand was easily severed by the desert sword. Then, the desert sword, with its unstoppable momentum and earth-shattering power, cleaved Shura in half, leaving two cold corpses. After easily dealing with the priest Shura of the rope trial, Barrett and Crocodile exchanged a glance, and then very tacitly boarded the Wyback, heading towards the final iron trial area. The two took about 5 or 6 minutes to reach the iron trial area in the Forest of the Gods. They arrived smoothly at the iron trial area, which was presided over by the priest Ohm, who had a survival rate of 0. As one of the 4 great priests, he possessed immense power and held a knife made of clouds, which he called the Iron Whip. The Iron Whip was incredibly sharp and could be softened in Ohm's hands, greatly enhancing its power and flexibility. Barrett, I'll leave this to you. Barrett nodded silently, activated the ability of his combined fruit, and directly blasted the gate of the iron trial area into dust. He then strode into the trial area, confronting Priest Ohm and declaring war on him. Welcome to the iron trial. I've been waiting here for a long time. Just as Priest Ohm spoke coldly, the gate, which had been turned to dust, mysteriously repaired itself and shut tightly. Immediately, thick clouds gathered and thunder rumbled violently, causing both Crocodile and Barrett to change their expressions dramatically. Unexpectedly, Enel appeared here. It seemed that our defeat of the 3 great priests had made him restless. A powerful bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds, heading straight for Barrett. Facing the oncoming lightning, Barrett didn't dare to take it head-on. He activated his combined fruit ability, instantly gathering ready weapons and metal materials to create a gigantic robot that easily blocked the lightning attack released by Enel. Medium bullet form, the battle robot created by Barrett grew larger and larger. Seeing this, Priest Ohm displayed an awkward expression. He leaped onto the chest of Barrett's robot while holding the iron whip, aiming a powerful slash at its core. Desert Treasure Blade. As Barrett's partner, Crocodile immediately unleashed his ultimate move, aiming to eliminate the priest of the Iron Trial before him. 1 billion volts. Just as the sharp Desert Treasure Blade was about to slice Ohm in half, Enel, who had been hidden within the lightning, revealed himself. He released a terrifying bolt of lightning that neutralized Crocodile's killing move, successfully saving his subordinate Ohm's life. Seeing his attack thwarted, a rare look of seriousness appeared on Crocodile's face as he glanced at Enel with a complex expression. You are the god of Skypea, the Thunder Fruit user Enel, aren't you? Dare to call the name of the gods. Outsider, prepare to die. Without further ado, Enel unleashed his ultimate move. The sky darkened, and thunder roared as multiple bolts of lightning, as thick as ancient trees, fell towards Barrett and Crocodile. Facing the overwhelming divine thunder, Barrett confidently controlled the massive robot, which raised its arms to block most of the divine thunder, and then fired a beam of explosive light from its giant cannon towards Enel. However, so the divine thunder that Barrett couldn't block shot straight towards Crocodile. Facing the impressive divine thunder attack, Crocodile activated his devil fruit ability with a complex expression, causing a whirlwind of yellow sand to surge. The desert barrier appeared out of thin air, effortlessly blocking all of the divine thunder. After blocking the attack of the divine thunder, Crocodile roared to the sky, taking advantage of Enel's defense against Barrett's cannon fire. He conjured sharp desert darts out of thin air, aiming them at the priest of Iron Trial, Ohm, and shot them out. Ohm had no time to dodge and lacked the ability to evade. Thud! A dull sound echoed, blood splattered, and the sharp desert darts pierced directly through Ohm's body. Ohm cried out in agony, his pupils gradually dimming until he finally breathed his last. Seeing his capable subordinate fall, Enel, now isolated, was filled with rage. His eyes turned crimson as he spread his arms. The violent power of thunder surged, and billions of volts shot towards Barrett and Crocodile at lightning speed. Just as the thunder was about to engulf Barrett and Crocodile, Subai, led by Gonfur, arrived just in time for the rescue. Enel, I want to see the power of your rumble fruit. A terrifying gleam shot from Subai's cold eyes as he opened his palm. The magic of thunder and fire intertwined, red and blue merging, erupting with intense light, and shot straight towards the descending thunder. Chapter 155, Subduing Enel. The outbreak of war for the Alabasta Kingdom. A loud rumble erupted between heaven and earth, as the thunder released by Enel clashed with the thunder released by Subai. Both equally matched. Just when everyone thought it would enter a stalemate, the fire demon released by Subai suddenly transformed into a ferocious giant dragon, spreading its wings and flying next to Enel. Enel wanted to divert some of his thunder power to deal with the fire dragon beside him, but as he got distracted, Subai continued to amplify his output, forcing Enel to focus on defense, helplessly watching the fire dragon get closer and closer. Enel, you're no match for me. Give up early. Hearing Subai's words of persuasion, a complex gleam flashed in Enel's eyes. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to increase his thunder output, while simultaneously injuring himself to create a clone to deal with the incoming fire dragon. But what can a clone do? You don't think I only have this much power, do you? Subai snorted coldly, looking up to the sky and roaring, then spreading his arms as the magic of the moon and the magic of the mountain became violent. Two immense forces surged towards Enel, who was caught off guard and struck by the moon and mountain magic. He fell like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood and rolling his eyes, uncontrollably crashing towards the ground, ultimately captured by the Shadow Army's ninja soldiers. Clank! The sea stone shackles locked Enel in place, sealing away his proud thunder power. With a mournful face, he glared resentfully at the one who defeated him. If you have the ability, let me go. I will definitely not lose again. Hearing the defeated Enel still barking like a dog, Subai coldly snorted, then quickly approached the sea stone cage, spreading his arms and releasing a mighty dark aura that enveloped the injured Enel. Under Subai's control, the dark aura enveloped Enel's body like a maggot, continuously seeping into him. At this moment, Enel no longer shouted. His soul was being devoured by the dark aura. The intense pain made him uncontrollably howl to the sky, even repeatedly banging his head against the cage, hoping to alleviate the pain in his soul. Enel, welcome to the Shadow Kingdom. As time passed, the resistance of Enel's soul grew weaker and weaker, ultimately being completely consumed by the dark aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 30th talent from this native realm. This system rewards the host with the mask of General Leisu from the Alien Ninja Corps. An orange-red stream of light flew into Su Bai's system package. Looking at the mask of General Leisu quietly lying in the system package, Su Bai felt great joy, nodding in satisfaction and murmuring to himself. I have now collected the masks of the 9 Shadow Corps generals. The Ninja mask, the Lazo mask, the Leisu mask, the Bait mask, and the Samo mask, corresponding to the ordinary ninja soldiers, Blade ninja soldiers, Alien ninja soldiers, Nightbat ninja soldiers, and Giant Troll ninja soldiers. I still need 3 more masks of the Corps generals and the mask of the Shadow Corps Supreme Leader, Terra. Once I collect all these masks, I will be able to control the Shadow Corps at will, and have them serve me. Once Su Bai collects the remaining 4 masks, it will bring about a terrifying catastrophe for the Pirate King world and mark a turning point for the Shadow Kingdom's rise to power. The current and former gods of Sky Island are under my command, so let them handle the devouring of this region. Next, it's time to head to the North Sea to find the Vinsmoke family and the Germa 66 army. After determining the next goal, Su Bai suddenly released a shocking dark aura that instantly enveloped the entire. Enel and Gonfol obediently carried out the tasks assigned to them by Su Bai, incorporating the into the sphere of influence of the Shadow Kingdom. It was just a matter of time. After simply handling matters on Sky Island, Su Bai led Barrett and Crocodile to the land of Gold Country, Shangdora. The Okama King Ivankov and Donquixote Doflamingo had been waiting in Shangdora for a long time. Young master, all of this is the collected gold. We can provide military assistance to the Alabasta Kingdom at any time. Su Bai was very pleased with Doflamingo and Ivankov's efficiency. Since all the gold had been secured, there was no point in staying on the Sky Island any longer. Cobra, invest all this gold into the military and vigorously develop military and technology. Within 3 months, we must expand the territory of the Alabasta Kingdom by more than 3 times. Otherwise, heads will roll. Alabasta was already one of the powerful military nations, and now, after a long period of stable development, its overall strength had improved further. With the current investment of vast gold wealth, expanding the kingdom's territory by more than 3 times would not be difficult. Far away in the Alabasta Kingdom, Cobra immediately summoned Ministers Orin, Kuro, Little 8, and Crocodile to the palace for an emergency meeting after receiving Su Bai's orders. The meeting mainly discussed launching wars against several nearby small and medium-sized kingdoms. To justify the action, they planned to use the recent internal turmoil in the Alabasta Kingdom, claiming that neighboring kingdoms were taking advantage of the situation and secretly supporting the rebels to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom, thus declaring war on them. We have several soldiers missing in your kingdom, and we now need to send a military force to search for them. As a highly intelligent minister, Kuro's suggestion quickly gained the support of all the ministers. The resolution was then transmitted to the military in the form of a Level 3 classified report. Several soldiers from Alabasta infiltrated the nearby kingdoms overnight to create signs of being harmed. On an auspicious day, the news of the missing soldiers spread throughout the Alabasta Kingdom, and the people were furious, demanding that the neighboring kingdoms provide an explanation. But how could the nearby kingdoms account for the missing Alabasta soldiers? They publicly declared that no Alabasta soldiers had entered their territory. Subsequently, Cobra dispatched a special team to infiltrate the nearby kingdoms to find traces of the missing soldiers and reported the matter to the world government. The world government's response was to let the Alabasta Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms discuss the matter among themselves, stating that the world government and the Navy would not intervene in such incidents. After receiving a response from the world government, the ministers of the Alabasta Kingdom, Crocodile and Koza, secretly manipulated the public opinion within the kingdom. In an instant, tensions between the neighboring kingdoms and the Alabasta Kingdom escalated, and the entire nation harbored intense hatred towards the neighboring kingdoms. King Cobra saw an opportunity to rally the people's support and immediately announced to the world that starting today, he would declare war on the 3 neighboring kingdoms. The Alabasta Kingdom would deploy 3 armies, each consisting of over 1 million soldiers, all equipped with advanced weapons and a large number of powerful devil fruit users. Chapter 156, Departing for the North Sea, subduing one of the supernovas, the Hawkins pirates. The Alabasta Kingdom's declaration of war made headlines instantly. The leaders of the world government and the Navy showed difficulty upon learning of the situation. Since they had already issued a non-interference white paper, they could not interfere excessively in the war between kingdoms, at most advocating for peace proposals to various countries. The war broke out between Alabasta and foreign nations. The three armies quickly advanced into the territories of the three neighboring countries. Due to the lack of prior defensive measures against Alabasta, the territories of these three nations fell within a very short time. Facing the imminent danger of losing their kingdoms if the fighting continued, the three neighboring countries hurriedly sought assistance from the nearby friendly kingdoms. After paying a tremendous price, 5 small and medium-sized kingdoms have been drawn into the war. The Alabasta Kingdom, facing 8 enemies, although it has the advantages of superior numbers and well-equipped troops, as well as the powers of devil fruit users, still seems somewhat weak when confronted with an enemy coalition army of tens of millions. As a result, the war between the Alabasta Kingdom and the 8 enemy nations has reached a stalemate, with both sides experiencing victories and losses, and casualties expanding at a ratio of 1:9. Is the Alabasta Kingdom under siege? If so, Barrett, Crocodile, Ivankov, and Doflamingo, you four should conceal your identities and go assist Cobra. The Sky Island has completely become the territory of the Shadow Kingdom, so Enel, who is now free, should also go to assist Cobra and bring along the Blue Demon, Tontata, and the Red Demon, Brook. As for Gonfall, you should concentrate the resources of Sky Island and send all the offensive and supportive Sky Island shells to the Alabasta Kingdom to support its army. Under the flexible control of Su Bai, all the elite cadres under his command joined the external war of the Alabasta Kingdom. With the powerful pirates such as Barrett, Crocodile, Donquixote Doflamingo, Ivankov, Inaru, Dori, and Bragi joining the war, the originally balanced situation was instantly shattered. The Alabasta Kingdom's army achieved consecutive great victories, capturing 2 small kingdoms and 1 medium-sized kingdom in succession. After conquering the territories of the 3 neighboring countries, the kingdom continued to declare war on 5 newly involved nations, expanding the scale of the war and the kingdom's territory. The foreign war of the Alabasta Kingdom is expected to conclude within 3 months, and with the help of Barrett and others, the Mission 3 released by the system will be completed in no time. As for what comes next, it's time to head to the North Sea to bring the Vinsmoke family and the Germa 66 army under his command. After that, he will visit the terrifying 3-masted ship in 9 Snake Island to bring Moria and the Empress Boa Hancock under his banner. After sending all his subordinates to the Alabasta Kingdom, Su Bai became a lone wolf. From now on, whether heading to the North Sea, the terrifying 3-masted ship, or 9 Snake Island, he will have to do it all by himself. After handling all the affairs of the Kingdom of Alabastan, Su Bai immediately activated the abilities of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman, heading towards the North Sea, with the high-speed movement boost of the Rabbit Talisman. After about half an hour, Su Bai successfully arrived above the North Sea. Looking at the turbulent ocean, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Su Bai's deep eyes. The North Sea, known for its overall strength among the 4 seas, is home to many talented individuals, including the Navy Admiral Kazu Borsellino and Akainu Sakazuki, both of whom hail from this region. Additionally, notorious pirates of the worst generation, such as Trafalgar Law, Basil Hawkins, and X. Drake also originated from the North Sea. Since Su Bai has come to the North Sea, he plans to bring the Vinsmoke family and Germa 66 under his command, while also incorporating these 3 supernova pirates into the Shadow Kingdom to expand its power. The North Sea is vast, so where might the Vinsmoke family and Germa 66 be located? Su Bai furrowed his brows and released a powerful dark aura, summoning the Night Bat ninja soldiers to scout for the whereabouts of the Vinsmoke family and Germa 66. A large number of Night Bat ninja soldiers were dispatched, while Su Bai hovered in the air, activating his observation haki to cover a vast area, quickly moving to search for the traces of the Vinsmoke family and Germa 66. After about half a day, the Night Bat ninja soldiers reported back that they had found the whereabouts of Germa 66 and the Vinsmoke family. Moreover, they inadvertently located the Drake pirates and Hawkins pirates as well. Since Germa 66 will remain within the North Sea, it's best to deal with Basil Hawkins and X. Drake first. After receiving the precise coordinates reported by the Night Bat ninja soldiers, Su Bai immediately activated the abilities of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman, and rushed ahead towards the location of the Straw Fruit ability user, Hawkins. At this moment, the Hawkins pirates were engaged in a fierce battle with a pirate crew that had a bounty of up to 98 million berries. After the crew members eliminated their opponents at a minimal cost, Captain Hawkins, as usual, took out his divination cards to perform a reading for himself. However, the result of the divination left Hawkins shocked and filled with panic and helplessness. The divination results were: successful escape, 0, 09, non-normal death, 1 death after resistance, 100 surrender. 100 what is going on? The divination cannot be wrong. So why does it show death and surrender? Surrender, 100, just as Hawkins tilted his head in confusion. The rapidly moving Subai led a large number of Nightbat ninja soldiers to the vicinity of the Hawkins pirates. The densely packed Nightbat ninja soldiers surrounded the Hawkins pirates. Hawkins, I am Subai, the newly appointed warlord of the Seven Seas. And I specifically came to the North Sea to recruit you. I hope you can recognize the situation. Upon seeing Hawkins, Subai directly stated his purpose for coming, and then unleashed a powerful force of thunder and flames, intensifying the threat. Looking at Subai hovering in midair, the other members of the Hawkins pirates were indignant, all shouting to kill Subai to reinforce Captain Hawkins' authority. I am willing to be recruited by you. Hawkins, firmly believing in the result of the divination, directly bowed his head and submitted to Subai after realizing he could not escape. Seeing Hawkins being so accommodating, Subai was in a great mood and landed on the ship, the Grudge Bearer, releasing an overwhelming dark aura, drawing all members of the Hawkins pirates into the Shadow Kingdom. As one of the future supernova pirates, Hawkins already possesses the strength of a quasi-warlord of the Seven Seas. With a bit more training opportunity, he might reach the level of a warlord of the Seven Seas before the onset of the Marineford War. Chapter 157, Obtaining the Supreme Great Blade, Subduing the Navy Spy X Drake. After bringing the Hawkins pirates under his command, Subai once again heard the mechanical voice of the system prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 31st talent from the local dimension. The system rewards the host with 1 Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card and 1 Supreme Great Knife Purgatory, 2 Beams of Light, 1 gold and 1 red. Intertwined and entered Subai's system package. Looking at the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card and the Supreme Great Knife Purgatory quietly lying in the system package, Subai nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, the Supreme Great Knife and the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card appeared out of thin air. Holding the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card in his palm, Subai unhesitatingly used the card on Hawkins. As a brilliant golden light surged into Hawkins' body, his understanding of the Paramecia-type straw fruit became even more abundant, and a continuous stream of creative inspiration surged forth from his mind. As long as Hawkins can fully digest the inspiration bursting forth in his mind, his future strength will not only reach the level of the warlords of the sea, but it is also possible for him to break through to the level of a quasi-emperor, or even an emperor, and reach the 4 emperors level. After using the Awaken card of the Devil Fruit ability, Subai joyfully caressed the Supreme Great Blade, Purgatory, in his hand. The sharp blade, adorned with blood-red patterns, had an exquisite sheath, a small pommel, a cart mouth, and a reverse eye, all perfectly crafted. The blade was long and narrow, with a slight curve and no fuller, and the shape of the blade pattern was reminiscent of the black sword in the hands of Hawkeye Mihawk. Subai took out one of the good blades of the 50 crafts, sand from the system package for comparison, only to find that it was not even in the same league as the Supreme Great Blade. In terms of aesthetic appeal, sharpness of the blade, and comfort of the handle, it was completely outclassed by sand. This treasured blade has accompanied me for quite some time, and now that I have the Supreme Great Blade, I shall bestow this good blade of the 50 crafts, sand, to my subordinates. With a thought, sand appeared in the Shadow Kingdom, to be taken away by a destined person. What kind of power would the Supreme Great Blade wield? Just as Subai pondered this, the sea near the ship, the Grudge Captain, suddenly erupted with violent waves, and then a Sea King over 300 meters tall emerged, its fierce mouth ready to swallow Subai and the Grudge Captain whole. A Sea King, huh? Just in time to test the power of the Supreme Great Blade. Subai gathered all his strength, then tightly gripped the Supreme Great Blade, Purgatory, aimed at the abyss-like giant mouth of the Sea King, and struck down with a single slash. Whoosh! An invisible and incredibly sharp blade aura shot towards the Sea King, and in just about a second, this terrifying Sea King was sliced in half, its massive head crashing down, and crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, wildly splattering everywhere. After briefly testing the power of the Supreme Great Blade, a terrifying light burst forth from Subai's deep eyes. Perhaps he could seek out the world's #1 swordsman to try his swordsmanship. If he could defeat Mihawk, the Shadow Kingdom would welcome another top-tier world powerhouse. Next, it was time to find X, Drake, and his pirate crew. Subai teleported the Hawkins pirates into the Shadow Kingdom, then ordered them to support the Alabastic Kingdom's army. After briefly explaining, Subai followed the Nightbat ninja troops towards Drake's pirate crew. X, Drake, known as the Fallen Navy, has eaten the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, the Yitlong form, granting him immense power. He was once a Navy rear admiral, but left to establish the Drake Pirates. All of these identities are merely a cover. Drake's true identity is the captain of the Navy's secret special forces, Sword, an undercover agent infiltrating the pirates. I remember that most of the members of this special unit are the young second-generation pillars of the Navy, including Hero Carp's disciple, Koby, and Bellamy. The Paramecia-type glue fruit user Prince Garus, the suspected daughter of Akainu, the Lark, and the granddaughter of Chief Staff Tsu, the whip fruit user Peacock. If I can recruit this guy Drake, I would essentially control the Navy's secret special forces. Without further ado, Tsu used his talisman power and, led by the Nightbat ninja troops, quickly arrived near Drake's pirate crew. Looking at the Drake pirates sailing steadily on the sea, a smile appeared on Tsu's indifferent face as he slowly extended his arm, triggering the explosive power of the dragon talisman. The immense force of the dragon explosion instantly shattered the stern of the Drake pirates' ship, causing chaos among the crew. As the captain of the Drake Pirates, X, Drake immediately activated his devil fruit ability upon encountering this sudden situation, transforming into the Yitlong form. He roared and ran onto the deck, scanning the area for the destroyer. X, Drake, stop searching everywhere. I'm right above you. As soon as Tsu said this, he quickly attracted the attention of all the Drake Pirates members. In an instant, countless cannonballs were fired towards Tsu's location. Watching the barrage of bullets and cannonballs coming at him, Tsu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and overwhelming flames surged forth, easily neutralizing the crisis. Compared to Hawkins, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst forth from Tsu's indifferent eyes as he unleashed the laser of the pig talisman, instantly destroying the Drake pirate ship. All members except X, Drake were buried beneath the laser and the raging sea. Go retrieve that fallen dinosaur. Due to the destruction of the ship, X, Drake had not yet launched an attack before being forced into the sea. Because of the negative state of the devil fruit, he was continuously sinking to the bottom, weak and powerless. If it weren't for the ninja troops saving him, he would have likely perished here. How weak? With this strength, you dare to challenge one of the four emperors, Kaido the Beast? Truly overestimating yourself. Tsu had a strong disdain for X Drake. However, since he had already saved him, he might as well recruit him into the Shadow Kingdom to support the Alabasta Kingdom. Becoming a member of the Shadow Kingdom is quite an honor. A vast, dark aura surged, continuously devouring X, Drake's soul, and as time passed, this notorious supernova successfully became a member of the Shadow Kingdom. Chapter 158, Arriving at the North Sea, engaging in battle with Germa 66. After bringing one of the future supernovae, X, Drake, under his command, Tsu once again heard the system's cold mechanical voice in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 30-second talent from the local dimension. The system rewards the host with 1 Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card, 1 Super God-level Swordsmanship skill card, and an Absolute Defense shield. 3 streams of black, gold, and gray light shot into Tsu's system package at high speed. Looking at the 3 rewards in the system package, Tsu unhesitatingly used the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening card on X Drake. X Drake consumed the Zoan-type Ancient Dragon Fruit, the exceeding dragon form of the Devil Fruit. After receiving the power boost from the Devil Fruit Awakening card, his entire state underwent a tremendous change, with significant enhancements in strength, stamina, recovery, mental power, vitality, attack power, speed, and even his transformed body size. After using the Demon Fruit Ability Awakening card, Tsu turned his attention to the shining golden super god-level swordsmanship skill card. With the Supreme Blade Purgatory in hand, and now mastering super god-level swordsmanship, who in this world could defeat him? A smile appeared on Tsu's lips as he decisively used the super god-level swordsmanship card on himself, then equipped the Absolute Defense shield. This way, he possessed top-tier offense and top-tier defense. With the protection of the Absolute Defense shield, it was as if he'd gained 3 extra lives. The super god-level swordsmanship card transformed into a dazzling golden light and surged into Tsu's body. In an instant, countless swordsmanship insights appeared in Tsu's mind, ranging from the most basic techniques to top-tier swordsmanship experiences, and then to the profound mysteries of super god-level swordsmanship. Within just a few minutes, Tsu's strength underwent a qualitative leap, making him one of the top existences in the world. Even if the 3 admirals of the Navy, along with Fujitora, Akainu, and the 5 generals, joined forces, they would not be his match. Could he directly go and conquer the 4 emperors next? During the Marineford War, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks among the four emperors would all appear in Marineford, and he could take them all out at once. Originally, Subai planned to first recruit a large group of warlords of the sea and vice admiral level talents before challenging the four emperors and gradually swallowing their powers. Now that his strength had significantly increased, he could directly conquer the four emperors' forces without needing such a complicated process. Which of the four emperors should he target first? He could leave the Whitebeard pirates to be swallowed during the Marineford War, and since Shanks and Kaido would also appear, he might as well start by taking over the big MOM pirates' forces. After making plans for the next steps, a trace of arrogance flashed in Subai's deep eyes. First, eliminate the Vinsmoke family and the Germa 66 army. After dispatching Drake to assist in the Alabasta Kingdom, Subai followed closely behind the Nightbat ninja troops, flying towards the Germa Kingdom in the North Sea. The Germa Kingdom is a unique maritime nation without fixed territory, a country of science for generations, backed by advanced technology. Typically, it operates with dozens of ships acting independently, which together form the kingdom. After flying at high speed for 5 or 6 minutes, Subai, high in the sky, saw the moving ships of the Germa 66 Legion through the thick sea fog. Since the target had been spotted, he ordered an all-out attack on the Germa 66 Legion, intending to frighten them first before continuing to consolidate their forces. With Subai's command, the Nightbat Legion launched a fierce assault on the Germa 66 Legion, followed by the Troll Legion and the Alien Legion joining the battlefield. The powerful Blade Legion, with the assistance of the ordinary Ninja Legion, launched a fierce attack on the members of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, Reiju, Niji, Ichiji, and Yanji. The sudden turn of events caught the Germa 66 Legion off guard, resulting in heavy casualties in a short time. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Get all weapons out and counterattack. The leader of the Germa 66 Legion, Vinsmoke Judge, wielded a sharp sword, orderly commanding the clone soldiers under his command to counterattack against the invading Shadow Legion ninjas. During the counterattack, after receiving the order from their father, Judge Reiju, Ichiji, and Niji each unleashed their exclusive skills. In an instant, the pink poison unleashed by Reiju, the crimson electric fire erupted by Ichiji, the deep blue electric shock emitted by Niji, and the green vortex unleashed by Yanji all targeted the position where Subai was and charged towards him. Is that all? As the four powerful attacks approached, a brilliant light flashed in Subai's deep eyes. He snorted coldly, then spread his arms wide, summoning magnificent thunder and terrifying flames, forming a barrier that blocked all attacks effortlessly. Boom! The explosive sounds of the fierce battle erupted, and after witnessing their attacks being neutralized, Reiju, Niji, Ichiji, and Yanji were momentarily at a loss, standing there in shock. At that moment, Subai raised a strange smile. In the towering flames and magnificent thunder he summoned transformed into 2 dazzling beams of light, charging towards Reiju, Niji, Ichiji, and Yanji. The sky was filled with thunder and flames, and everyone was injured and could only helplessly collapse in a pool of blood. Watching as the Shadow Army and Subai destroyed the Germa 66 army. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to destroy the Germa Kingdom? The Germa Kingdom is a member of the world government. If you lay a hand on me, you will surely face devastating retaliation from the world government in the future. I advise you to think carefully. Listening to Vinsmoke Judge's words, Subai coldly snorted with disdain, walking expressionlessly in front of Judge, then said loudly, I am the newly appointed warlord, Subai, and I came to the North Sea specifically to recruit your Germa 66 army to join my forces. Hearing Subai's words, Judge's eyes almost erupted with raging anger. He gritted his teeth, staring at Subai with a twisted expression, then roared, You come to the North Sea to destroy my army, just to recruit me? After killing so many of my clone warriors and destroying many of my ships, do you think I would join your forces? Don't dream. Chapter 159. Resolving the Germa 66 army. The demon of heaven, Semu, descends. Seeing Judge in front of him being so ungrateful, Subai's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, since he refused to drink the wine of friendship. Don't blame me for being impolite. Judge may have sensed the change in Subai's expression, and he hurriedly retreated, commanding a large number of clone warriors to attack Subai. Looking at the clone warriors equipped with high-tech weapons, a brilliant light shot out from Subai's deep eyes. He smiled again, and a terrifying dark aura erupted from his body, instantly engulfing all the clone warriors. In an instant, all the clone warriors in Germa 66 were consumed by the dark aura, turning into part of the Shadow Kingdom. They turned against Judge and aimed their guns and blades at him. Seeing his once loyal clone warriors pointing their weapons at him, Judge was in disbelief. He looked at Subai with astonishment, not knowing what method Subai used to make all the clone warriors turn against him. What is going on? How did you control them? This is impossible. I programmed these clone warriors' genes to be 100 loyal to the Vinsmoke family. Hearing Judge's astonished inquiry, Subai remained silent. He raised his arm coldly and unleashed a terrifying thunder that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, he quickly activated the abilities of the Chicken Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman, instantly appearing next to Judge. Since you are unwilling to actively join my forces, then experience the pain of having your soul devoured by the maggots of the soul. A terrifying dark aura erupted from Subai, and in the blink of an eye, a dark cage enclosed Judge and his children, Reiju, Yanji, Ichiji, and Niji. Judge and the others tried their best to break free from the dark aura wrapping around their bodies, but it was futile. Their souls were being devoured bit by bit, and the piercing pain swept through their bodies. Even though they were modified humans, they could not withstand such pain. Quickly kill me. Hurry and kill me. Yanji and Niji knelt on the ground in pain, suffering from the backlash of the dark aura due to their intense resistance, experiencing even stronger pain than Reiju and Judge. Watching his two sons writhing in agony on the ground, tears welled up in Judge's fierce eyes. He drew his sword from his waist and stepped towards Yanji and Niji. The sword was raised high and then rapidly descended. Clang! Just as the sharp sword was about to slice through Yanji's neck, Subai's blade ninja soldiers moved, instantly appearing in front of Judge and knocking the sword from his hand. Without a weapon, Judge looked at Subai not far away, feeling utterly hopeless, silently enduring the dark aura continuously devouring his soul. As time passed, the dark aura completely consumed the souls of Judge, Niji, Reiju, Ichiji, and Yanji. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 33rd talent in the local dimension, Judge, rewarding the host with the advanced version of the Bloodline Factor Technology book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 34th talent in the local dimension, Reiju, rewarding the host with a 100 toxin immunity skill card. Yanji, Niji, and Ichiji were not included in Subai's Shadow Army cadre, so the system only chimed twice and then stopped. Looking at the now respectful Vinsmoke, Judge, and Reiju, Niji, Yanji, and Ichiji, Subai nodded in satisfaction, then issued orders with great authority, instructing Judge to immediately take all clone warriors and all high-tech weapons of the Germa 66 army to support the war in the Alabasta Kingdom. After receiving the command from Subai, Jiaji and his children immediately took action, starting to gather the remaining clone warriors, then mobilizing their warships towards the Alabasta Kingdom. Just as Subai resolved the issue with the Germa Kingdom, the system's cold mechanical voice sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task 1 issued by the system. Hereby, the host is rewarded with the demonic energy of the heavenly demon Shimu. Please check it promptly. A wisp of gray-black demonic energy surged into Subai's system package. Looking at the sealed demonic energy of the heavenly demon Shimu within the system package, Subai unhesitatingly unsealed it and then inquired expressionlessly whether it was willing to voluntarily offer its power like the Holy Lord. Despicable human. Do you think you can possess all of Lord Shimu's power? How laughable. Hurry and get lost. After hearing Shimu's ungrateful words, Subai sighed helplessly and muttered, "Why do they all seek death?" After a few complaints, Subai released a dark aura that could pierce the heavens. The terrifying dark aura instantly wrapped around Shimu's body, followed by the growth of countless tiny suction tubes that inserted into its body, continuously absorbing its power. When Shimu sensed the reduction of its power, it was taken aback, and then its expression turned ferocious as it attempted to attack Subai. Unfortunately, Shimu's current strength was nearly depleted, even at its peak. It would not be a match for Subai, especially since it was currently in a weakened state. Shimu kept howling, desperately struggling to break free from the entangling dark aura. But the more it resisted, the tighter the dark aura bound it, and the faster its power was absorbed. As time ticked away, Shimu was drained to the point of becoming a mere husk, its withered body devoid of any vitality. And the immense demonic energy of the heavenly demon was completely devoured by Subai. The demonic energy of the heavenly demon. Not bad, not bad. Now I have the powers of the mountain, thunder, moon, fire, and sky demons. Even if the 4 emperors and admirals unite, they are no match for me. A glimmer of joy flashed in Subai's deep and indifferent eyes. From initially being able to summon only 3 ninja soldiers to now becoming a top existence in the world, this journey has been truly challenging. And it was all thanks to the system's help. Completing Task 2 issued by the system was merely a matter of time. Next, he just needed to wait for the German 66 Corps to join the war and unite with the Alabasta Kingdom to annex nearby countries and forcefully expand the territory. Floating in midair, Subai gazed at the direction of the Alabasta Kingdom, his bright eyes filled with determination and certainty. Chapter 160. Task Explosion. Urgent planning before the Summit War. More than a week later, the Alabasta Kingdom, embroiled in war, received powerful support from the German 66 Corps. A large quantity of high-tech weapons and bloodline factor modified clone warriors were the battlefield, directly breaking the stalemate of the war. And the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Alabasta Kingdom. A month and a half later, the alliance army of the Alabasta Kingdom and the German Kingdom annihilated 1 million enemy troops in the key town of Shiaoba, beheading the enemy commander and capturing over 5 million enemy soldiers, returning victorious. After the Battle of Shiaoba, the enemy nations were no longer a match for the Alabasta Kingdom. The defense lines they established were as flimsy as paper, directly destroyed by the powerful strength of the Alabasta Kingdom's allied forces. 2 months later, all countries that had gone to war with the Alabasta Kingdom fell into ruin. The nobles of the kingdoms became prisoners, and their subjects became citizens of the Alabasta Kingdom, receiving treatment as normal citizens. Ding! This system has detected that the territory of the Alabasta Kingdom has expanded nearly 5-fold. The host has exceeded the task requirements and successfully completed Task 3 issued by the system. The system rewards have been sent to the host's package. Please check promptly. 2 beams of brilliant golden light surged into Subai's system package. The Devil Fruit Fusion Device and the Life Restoration Skill Card. Looking at the Devil Fruit Fusion Device and the Life Restoration Skill Card quietly lying in the system package, Subai unhesitatingly used the skill card, enhancing himself. Life Restoration, a skill that appears in one piece, allowing free control over the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as consciousness is infused, any part can be freely controlled. After mastering the ability of Life Restoration, Subai's control over his body became even more powerful, and he could clearly feel the dark aura flowing through every vein in his body. He punched towards the void, producing a sonic boom, and the space cracked in a small area, quickly returning to normal. Witnessing the void being cracked by his punch, Subai retracted his fists with great satisfaction and turned his attention to the Devil Fruit Fusion Device in his package. As the name suggests, the Devil Fruit Fusion Device allows the host to fuse all low-level devil fruits they possess together to create a new high-level devil fruit. The standards for creating devil fruits are as follows. 100 pieces of 1-star devil fruits can be fused into 1 2-star devil fruit. 50 pieces of 2-star devil fruits can be fused into 1 3-star devil fruit. 25 pieces of 3-star devil fruits can be fused into 1 4-star devil fruit. 10 pieces of 4-star devil fruits can be fused into 1 5-star low-grade devil fruit. Then, 5 pieces of 5-star low-grade devil fruits can be fused into 1 5-star mid-grade devil fruit. 3 pieces of 5-star mid-grade devil fruits can be fused into 1 5-star top-grade devil fruit. As for 6-star devil fruits, they are unique, so the Devil Fruit Fusion Device cannot create them. Looking at the many devil fruits quietly lying in the system package, Subai unhesitatingly tossed them all into the fusion device for refinement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Superhuman Series, Purification Fruit during the fusion of the 4-star Devil Fruit. Seeing that a powerful Purification Fruit had been successfully fused, a brilliant light burst from Subai's deep eyes, and he smiled slightly, directly placing the Purification Fruit into his system package. Next, the system should issue new tasks, right? Perhaps hearing Subai's reminder, the system paused for a second or two before emitting its cold mechanical voice. Ding. Mainline task issued. Host, please check. 1. Mainline task. Respond to the Navy summons. Participate in the Summit War. And at the most critical moment of the fierce battle, recruit all remaining Shichibukai under your command. Reward. Demonic energy of the water Demon Basha. 2. Mainline task. Capture the famous and powerful pirates on the 6th level of Impel Down and recruit them all. In addition to capturing the Warden and Vice Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, and Hannibal. Reward. Mouse Talisman, one of the 12 zodiac signs of the Holy Lord. 3. Mainline task. Forcefully rescue Ace from Akainu's Magma Fist and revive Whitebeard, recruiting the Whitebeard Pirates. Reward. Demonic energy of the Earth Demon Diki. 4. Main quest. Use the undercover agents embedded within the Navy to incite members of the Navy forces, and on the battlefield, forcefully bring Carp, Crane, Sengoku, Zephyr, and a kainu under your command at lightning speed. Reward: the demonic aura of the Wind Devil, Howling Wind. 5. Main quest: end the war before the red-haired pirates arrive at Marineford. Gather all forces and annex the red-haired pirates. Reward: the mask of General Minta from the Shadow Legion. 6. Main quest: find a way to involve Kaido of the 100 Beast Pirates in the Marineford War, and take the opportunity to annex the 100 Beast Pirates. Reward: the mask of General Kabo from the Claw Legion. 7. Main quest: annex the Big Mom Pirates and wipe out the Blackbeard Pirates during the Marineford War. Reward: the mask of General Manny from the Mantis Legion. 8. Main quest: dispatch the Shadow Legion army to annex all member countries of the world government and create the largest nation in the world. Reward: the mask of General Ika from the Samurai Legion. 9. Ultimate quest: temporarily unknown. Goodness, this time the system directly issued a bunch of tasks, leaving Tsubai at a loss. These tasks are quite challenging. If all of them are completed, does that mean I will ascend to become the king of this world? With this thought, a purple lightning flashed in Tsubai's deep eyes, and he couldn't contain his excitement, with strands of dark energy swirling around him, as if he could ignite at any moment. If that's the case, then I should continue to expand the ranks of my Shadow Legion, and the territory of the Alabasta Kingdom should be increased several times. In an instant, all the images of the Supernova Pirates and the senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army appeared in Tsubai's mind. Supernovas: Eustace Kid, Monkey D., Luffy, Basil Hawkins, X Drake, Trafalgar Law, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, Rorinoa Zoro, and Urich. Among them, Luffy and Zoro cannot be subdued for now, and Drake and Hawkins are already on our side. The remaining 7 Supernova Pirates will be Tsubai's next targets. In addition, Tsubai also set his sights on the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army: Eastern Army Commander Betty, Western Army Commander Mori, Northern Army Commander Kara's Kuro, and Southern Army Commander Lindbergh. Chapter 161: War Against the Big MOM Pirates. After clarifying the goal, Tsubai focused his thoughts and summoned Crocodile, Doflamingo, Ivankov, Enel, and Barrett to his side, then assigned them tasks. Crocodile and Doflamingo were responsible for heading to the South Sea to capture Eustace Kid, Killer, and Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie. Upon receiving the mission, Crocodile and Doflamingo immediately sprang into action, using their devil fruit abilities to walk through the air and rush towards the South Sea. Ivankov, you are in charge of investigating the specific locations of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Send me any news, and I will personally go to collect them. After assigning Ivankov, Tsubai turned his attention to Barrett and Enel beside him. Looking at Barrett's strong and imposing figure, Tsubai directly entrusted him with an important task, ordering him to capture Trafalgar Law, Skalakimanap, and Capone Beach, these 3 guys. As for Enel, he was mainly responsible for capturing Urki, who was also from Sky Island. After accurately assigning all the tasks, Tsubai stared vacantly at the sea, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since the Marineford War would encounter various Yonko forces, wouldn't it be wise to recruit some talents under the Yonko's command in advance to act as insiders when the war breaks out? Tsubai pondered for a moment, and then made up his mind to first head to Whole Cake Island to recruit the 3 sweet commanders under Charlotte Linlin, and then bring some powerful ministers under his command, such as Charlotte Perispero, Candy Minister, Charlotte Daifuku, Bean Minister, Charlotte Oven, Baking Minister, Charlotte Opera, Whipped Cream Minister, Charlotte Zucchini, Alcohol Minister, Charlotte Nustort, Transport Minister, Charlotte Dasmarch, Tea Minister, and Charlotte Knows It, Finance Minister. There are a total of 34 ministers under Charlotte Linlin, each with considerable strength. If he could recruit all these key elites into the Shadow Kingdom, the power of the Shadow Kingdom would be solidified and reach its peak. Whole Cake Island, and he also has to make a trip to the New World. What a hassle. A hint of displeasure flashed in Tsubai's deep eyes as he complained and unleashed the power of the spells, combined with the demonic energy of the evil demon, Shiki, and set off towards the New World. After flying at supersonic speed for over 3 hours, Tsubai successfully arrived at Cake Island. Cake Island, the stronghold of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, resembles a multi-layered cake. The moment Tsubai set foot on the land of Cake Island, the forces within the island, including the Tart Tower and the Sea Slug, detected his presence and immediately dispatched a large number of elite pirates to capture him. Seeing that his whereabouts were exposed, Tsubai did not flee. Instead, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for the capture by the big Amon pirates. Hiding is not my style. Since I'm here, I will cause a great uproar. After sitting cross-legged for 5 or 6 minutes, A team of over 100 elite pirates appeared before him. The pirate leader, holding sea prism stone handcuffs, approached with a fierce expression, ready to arrest Subai. "Were you to lay your hands on me? Get lost." Just as the pirate leader came within half a meter of Subai, his emotionless voice rang out. And suddenly, a terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, causing all the pirates present to roll their eyes back and faint. Nearby, the sea slugs detected this scene and immediately activated the intruder alarm, raising the danger level several notches. On a nearby island, several ministers who received the danger alert from the sea slugs put down their affairs, armed themselves, and led large troops to provide support. Time flew by, and soon thousands of fierce pirates gathered before Subai. Among them were the butter minister Charlotte Garrett, the cheese minister Charlotte Mondor, and the former sweet commander fried minister Charlotte Snag. Looking at the group of pirates, eyeing him hungrily, a strange smile appeared on Subai's indifferent face as he could clearly sense the energy fluctuations of everyone present. The battle energy emitted by fried minister Charlotte Snag far exceeded that of all those around him, piquing Subai's interest. Formerly one of the sweet commanders, fried minister Charlotte Snag was removed from the ranks after being defeated by Urki. His future is indeed sad, but your current strength is on par with the warlords of the sea. Not bad at all. Subai was very interested in fried minister Charlotte Snag. He instantly unleashed a terrifying dark aura, trapping everyone present in a cage, then activated the hell fruit ability, sending the butter minister Charlotte Garrett, the cheese minister Charlotte Mondor, and the fried minister Charlotte Snag, these three slightly stronger individuals, into hell. Thousands of people vanished into thin air, drawing the high attention of the Tart Tower and sea slugs responsible for monitoring. An emergency alarm was sounded, and the entire Cake Island entered defense mode, with all ministers except Charlotte Linlin rushing towards Subai's location. Subai possessed top-tier observation haki, which had already silently covered the entire island the moment he stepped on a Cake Island. Every move of everyone on the island was under his control. To his surprise, all the ministers and commanders had arrived. In that case, let us take them all down and preemptively annihilate the big MOM pirates, as various forces converged towards his location. A playful glint flashed in Subai's deep eyes. With a thought, he summoned elite members like Arlong, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Barrett, Ivankov, Enel, Dongli, and Broggy to his side. "Those three are my opponents. The rest, I'll leave to you." Subai accurately pointed out the flour minister Charlotte Katakuri, the juice minister Charlotte Smuge, and the biscuit minister Charlotte Cracker among the crowd. With Subai's command, battle was about to erupt. Enel unleashed terrifying thunderous power, transforming into a thunder god, resembling a missile soaring into the crowd, starting a massive skill release. Chapter 162. Defeating the Sweet Three Commanders and Capturing Charlotte Linlin. It must be said that the skills released by Enel had an extremely high area damage effect. Moreover, the thunder also carried a paralysis effect, directly limiting the movements of most people. Enel controlled the battlefield, while Doflamingo and Crocodile blended into the crowd like assassins, using the abilities of the String Fruit and San Fruit to hunt down the stronger ministers. The effect of the String Fruit goes without saying. Anyone ensnared by Doflamingo's strings would become a puppet, controlled at will. As for the yellow sand released by Crocodile, it wrapped around the more powerful ministers in the crowd, binding their movements and sending them into a shadowy hell like quicksand. Barrett, Dongli, Broggy, Arlong, and Akin served as the main fighting force, countering the large number of pirates. Ivankov played the role of a healer on the battlefield. Seeing that his team members were exhausted, he immediately administered an adrenaline boost, reviving them back to full health. If he spotted any opposing minister with strong combat power, he would rush forward to alter their hormones, transforming opponents from strong men into delicate wives, beasts and beauties, stripping them of their ability to fight. Seeing his subordinates efficiently and orderly engage with the members of the big MOM pirates, Subai's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. The three commanders that Charlotte Linlin was proud of had all gathered. A look of disdain appeared in Subai's eyes as he smiled, then spread his arms wide. The magic of thunder, fire, moon, sky, and mountain all swirled around him. He then drew the supreme great knife from his waist and swung it towards one of the three commanders, Charlotte Cracker. The fierce blade aura shattered the biscuit soldiers created by Cracker into pieces, and with a simple, unadorned swipe, he extracted Cracker's body from among the biscuit soldiers and pinned it to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Katakuri and Smuge had no time to react before they saw Cracker lying in a pool of blood, engulfed by a dark aura. Witnessing Cracker, whose strength was not much different from their own, being easily dealt with by this guy, Katakuri and Smudge felt tremendous pressure. They exchanged glances and then, in perfect harmony, unleashed their devil fruit powers. The abilities of the squeeze fruit and the sticky fruit erupted. Katakuri released a large number of rice balls, aiming to control Subai's movements and create opportunities for Smudge's attack. Not bad. Being able to develop the sticky fruit like this shows that you have trained hard. Facing the rice dumpling released by Katakuri, Subai first generously praised it, then activated the power of the moon's evil curse, manipulating gravity to restrict its speed. He then used the fire and lightning magic to burn the rice dumpling black, turning it into a lump of charcoal. Katakuri, who had merged with the rice dumpling, was directly knocked unconscious by the 3 waves of magical energy released by Subai, losing the ability to continue fighting. In just a few minutes, 2 of the sweet commanders had been taken down, leaving only Smoothie, who was unable to approach Subai at all, helplessly watching as the overwhelming dark aura enveloped her, before being imprisoned in hell. After easily dealing with the 3 desert stars, Subai's deep eyes burst forth with a terrifying light. He meaningfully gazed towards the interior of Cake Island. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and he transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot. Just as the Shadow Army and the pirates were engaged in fierce combat, their leader Subai had begun an intense battle with one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Also known as Big MOM, newly appointed warlord of the sea. Subai, I've heard your name. I originally wanted to send Katakuri to recruit you, but I didn't expect you to come to me instead, said Charlotte Linlin. Behind her were her homies, Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus, and on her head was the Horned Hat Napoleon. Without further ado, Charlotte Linlin sent out her 2 powerful homies, ordering Prometheus and Zeus to test Subai's strength. Then she removed the Horned Hat Napoleon from her head, switching to battle mode. As a massive and sharp blade emerged from inside the hat, transforming into a great sword that she held in her hand. At this moment, facing the probing attack from Zeus and Prometheus, Subai revealed a playful smile on his indifferent face. He unleashed the powers of the Fire Devil and the Thunder Demon, attacking Prometheus and Zeus respectively, allowing Zeus to taste the flames and Prometheus to experience the thunder. Boom! With a series of intense explosions, Prometheus was forcefully crushed by the thunder unleashed by Subai, turning into ashes, and Zeus met a similar fate, being consumed by the endless flames, letting out a couple of wails before dying completely. Seeing her 2 powerful homies easily defeated by Subai, Charlotte Linlin was furious. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she roared to the sky, then raised Napoleon high, slashing towards Subai. Facing Charlotte Linlin's fierce strike, Subai stood expressionless in place. He snorted coldly, then opened his palm, activating the powers of the Hell Fruit, forcibly imprisoning Charlotte Linlin in the 18th layer of Hell. Within Hell, Charlotte Linlin's temperament became increasingly volatile. She frantically hacked at the barriers of the hellish prison, trying to escape from this unfamiliar place. Don't attack that barrier. It will absorb your power, Mama. Just as Charlotte Linlin was attacking wildly, she heard the voice of the explosive minister, Charlotte Snag. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she stopped her bombardment of the hellish barrier and turned to look at Snag. Snag, what do you mean by that? This barrier will absorb my power? Charlotte Linlin asked, confused. She put away Napoleon and began to check her body's changes, only to discover that her strength had decreased by nearly 1/3. Moreover, her observation hockey, armament hockey, and even the power of the unique Giant Skill King's discourse had significantly diminished. Chapter 163, Devouring the Big MOM Pirates. After sensing the loss of power, Charlotte Linlin was directly scared into a cold sweat. Her face turned a bit awkward as she looked at the hellish barrier, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. What should she do? Was she really going to be trapped in this place forever? In the space created by the Hell Fruit, specifically the 18th layer of Hell, the landscape is filled with bare red rocks of varying sizes, with boiling magma bubbling up, resembling a hellish purgatory. Moreover, this 18th layer is known as the Saw Hell, where sharp blades and saws are scattered across every visible rock. And a moment of carelessness could result in being shredded into meat paste by the constantly rolling saws. Just when Charlotte Linlin and Snag were at their wits' end, Subai suddenly released Snag from Hell first, and after about 10 minutes, he also freed Charlotte Linlin. Once freed, Charlotte Linlin looked at Subai with a wary expression. Just as she was about to summon all her children to retreat, she found that Katakuri, Snag, Smoothie, and Cracker were completely unresponsive to her words. even casting indifferent glances at her. Seeing her unfamiliar children, Charlotte Linlin was completely panicked. She glared at Subai in anger, then activated the power of the Soul Fruit to create a large number of Mihawk, sending the Mihawk army to deal with Subai while she attempted to escape. Subai saw through Charlotte Linlin's intentions at a glance. A slight smile appeared on his indifferent face as he opened his arms, fingers curling, releasing enough thunderous power to annihilate the Mihawk army in an instant. Charlotte Linlin, who was preparing to escape, was utterly shocked by the scene before her. She couldn't believe that Subai possessed such immense power. With just a few simple moves, he had wiped out the entire Mihawk army. It is worth noting that the Mihawk army was Charlotte Linlin's last trump card. Even the other emperors like Kaido of the Beasts or Whitebeard could not make her feel as helpless as she did now. How could you have such powerful strength? Damn it, even if I have to risk my life, I will drag you down with me. Furious, Charlotte Linlin took off her horn hat, Napoleon, and, driven mad by her anger, entered a frenzied state. As the symptoms of her hunger pangs began to manifest, her power surged several times over. All of you, turn into Mihawk. Charlotte Linlin roared to the sky, her deafening roar shaking the entire Cake Island. Following that, countless souls of living beings on the island were extracted by the power of the Soul Fruit, creating one Mihawk after another, each comparable in strength to Prometheus and Zeus. Seeing the countless Mihawk army, a hint of apprehension appeared in Subai's deep eyes. Even as strong as he was, he did not dare to confront 1,000,000 Mihawks with strength comparable to that of a vice admiral head-on. Just the right opportunity to test my newly practiced swordsmanship. Facing the ravenous Mihawks, Subai showed no signs of panic. He calmly drew the supreme great knife, Inferno, from his waist, took a stance to swing the knife, and prepared to unleash a shocking strike. The seemingly light strike, however, swept through like a force of nature, annihilating large numbers of Mihawks, even inflicting significant damage on the frenzied Charlotte Linlin. Seeing that his casual strike had such incredible power, Subai nodded in satisfaction. A smile appeared on his face as he gripped the knife handle tightly, gathering strength, with thunder and fire rising from his body, enveloping the blade of Inferno. With a whoosh, Subai swung the knife again. This time the strike far surpassed the previous one, directly cutting through countless Mihawks with a world-destroying force, and then striking Charlotte Linlin squarely. Even though Charlotte Linlin possessed the formidable physique of the giant race and top-tier armament hockey, she was still no match for Subai's all-out strike, enhanced by multiple buffs. After enduring Subai's strike, the tall Charlotte Linlin was sent flying uncontrollably backward, crashing through dozens of cake buildings before finally managing to steady herself, trembling as she waved her Napoleon, preparing to continue her confrontation with Subai. Seeing Charlotte Linlin in such a disheveled state, a glimmer of pity flashed in Subai's deep eyes as he expressionlessly said, "There's no need to continue. You've already lost. Join my kingdom. Meals are included." Subai's words seemed to possess a magical power, temporarily calming Charlotte Linlin in her gluttonous state. She looked at Subai with a puzzled expression and slowly lowered her Napoleon, expressing her willingness to submit to Subai, not wanting to make things difficult for her. Subai immediately released a dark aura, enveloping her without a second thought. As time passed, one of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, completely became a member of the Shadow Kingdom. Moreover, her children also gradually joined the Shadow Kingdom during the outbreak of the Cake Island War. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3,549 talent from the local dimension. Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, Mondor, Snack, Daifuku, Oven, Perispero, BR, Bryn, Bobbin, Baron Tamago, Pudding, Chiffon. This system rewards the host with Devil Fruit Ability Awakening Skill Cards 15, Homie's Manufacturing Production Line, Health Limit Cake 99, Stamina Limit Tart 99, Endurance Limit Drink 99, Speed Limit Chocolate 99. As the cold mechanical voice of the system abruptly stopped, a large number of beams of light surged into Subai's system package. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, excitement flickered in Subai's eyes, and he unhesitatingly distributed the Devil Fruit Ability Awakening cards to his capable subordinates. He then used the Homies Manufacturing Production Line to mass-produce powerful homies, preparing adequately for the imminent Marineford War. After that, as Subai gazed at the array of desserts in the package, a thought arose in his mind. Since these desserts could permanently enhance the physical qualities of the users, which members of the Shadow Army deserve to receive these resources? According to the survival law of the fittest, It was time to rank the members of the Shadow Army based on their combat power and overall strength. Chapter 164. Internal Martial Arts Competition of the Shadow Army. Thinking about the varying strengths of the members in the Shadow Army, Subai furrowed his brows and contemplated for a moment, then returned to the Alabasta Kingdom to discuss with Crocodile, Akinu, Dragon, Doflamingo, and others to plan an internal martial arts competition for the Legion. First, the rules for the competition were established, featuring preliminary rounds, quarterfinals, semifinals, and revival matches as the main events. The preliminary round aimed to select 50 top-tier, strong individuals from the entire army, who would qualify for the quarterfinals through a defending arena format. As the name suggests, this competition would set up 50 arenas, each of which could be seized and defended by one person. The remaining contestants without an arena could challenge the arena holders in a bid to take control. The victor would become the arena holder, while the loser would lose their qualification, requiring them to challenge other arena holders to participate in the subsequent quarterfinals. This method would scientifically select 50 strong subordinates based on their overall strength. The quarterfinals would consist of a first-level competition of 25v25, a second-level competition of 12v12, and a third-level competition of 6v6. Each match would be conducted in a 1v1 format, with the winners reserving a spot in the next round, while the losers could participate in revival matches to continue competing until they could no longer defeat any advancing competitors, at which point the following matches would begin. As for the final match, it would determine the champion, runner-up, third place, and fourth place, with reward for the top four, while those ranked 5th to 13th would receive resource inclinations and honorary rewards just below those of the top four. After the competition rules were initially established, Subai arranged for his subordinates to build a dedicated arena for the competition in the capital of the Alabastan Kingdom, Albana. With the joint efforts of the Hormai's army, the Shadow Corps Ninja Unit, the Millennium Dragon Transport Unit, and the Alabasta National Army, the arena was finally completed. A week later, the internal martial arts competition of the Shadow Corps commenced. Those who ranked high would receive a substantial tilt in resources, so everyone was encouraged to seize the opportunity and work hard to improve their strength during this week. As the news of the competition's start spread throughout the Shadow Kingdom, all the cadres in the Legion felt a heavy pressure, and they unanimously began to enter seclusion for training, striving to enhance their overall strength in this week. Time flew by, and soon a week had passed. The martial arts competition officially began. First, there was the preliminary round, which set up 50 platforms. Those who first climbed onto the platform became the challengers, while those who did not climb up became the defenders. Intense battles quickly broke out, with the most notable participants being Charlotte Linlin, Barrett, Enel Kukri, Smoker, Arlong, Akin, Crocodile, Dory, Broggy, Kazu, Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Ivankov, all powerful competitors. Subsequently, 50 individuals who stood undefeated on the platforms were successfully filtered out from hundreds of Legion members. Those who could not hold their platforms could only receive a minimal amount of resources for assistance. Next, the competition entered the semi-final stage, with the first match being 25v25. Officially starting, the matches that attracted audience attention included Platform 3, Charlotte Linlin versus Douglas Barrett. Platform 10, Doflamingo versus Crocodile. Platform 13, Enel versus Ivankov. Platform 17, Arlong versus Snag. Platform 19, Akin versus Katakuri. Platform 23, Kuro versus Kizaru. Platform 25, Dory versus Broggy. As the matches began, fierce battles erupted on each platform, with various skills and techniques unfolding, and the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. As time passed, some platforms had already concluded their battles, and among the platforms attracting audience attention, the stable qualifiers included Charlotte Linlin, Crocodile, Enel, Arlong, Kukri, Kuro, and Dory. The remaining temporarily eliminated contestants then entered the revival stage, striving for a final revival to challenge the platform masters of the 25 platforms. Among them, Douglas Barrett, Doflamingo, Broggy, Ivankov, Akin, and Snag successfully took control of the platforms and advanced to the next round of the 12v12 round 1 second-level competition. After the contestants had a sufficient break, they returned to the arena. With a deafening whistle, the second-level competition officially began. This round would eliminate the vast majority of strong competitors. Although the competition was brutal, it indirectly enhanced the cadre's inner motivation and fighting spirit. In the second-level competition, through a draw, Charlotte Linlin received a direct qualification for advancement, while the remaining 24 contestants needed to engage in fierce battles to earn their advancement. The competition resumed, and the platforms that attracted audience attention in this round included Platform 1, Long Bread vs. Douglas Barrett. Platform 2, Snag vs. Katakuri. Platform 3, Smoker vs. Kizuru. Platform 4, Arlong vs. Doflamingo. Platform 5, Akin vs. Crocodile. Platform 6, Dori vs. Ivankov. Platform 7, Broggy vs. Enel. Platform 8, Perispero vs. Owen. Platform 9, Dafu vs. Gaji. Platform 10, Baron Egg vs. Drake. Platform 11, Hawkins vs. Mondor. Platform 12, Bobin vs. Daz Bones. The fierce battles were about to begin, and both the defenders and challengers on the platforms used all their skills, unleashing a variety of devil fruit abilities, with explosions ringing out continuously. The competitors in this round were all strong, leading to battles that lasted 2 to 3 days before concluding. In the second-level competition, the successful qualifiers included Barrett, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Katakuri, Smoker, Enel, Ivankov, Kazu, Perispero, Arlong, Akin, and Dafu. After a long period of accumulation, with the help of the Devil Fruit Awakening skill cards, both Arlong and Akin experienced a qualitative leap in strength. If a bounty was assigned based on their strength, Arlong could reach a level of 580 million berries, while Akin would be at 530 million. After a brief rest, the arena welcomed the third-level competition. This competition was held in a 6v6 round format, and before the match began, a draw was held, resulting in Arlong receiving qualification for the finals. Chapter 165. The martial arts competition ends, declaring war on the Revolutionary Army. After the draw ended, the third-level competition officially kicked off. There are fewer contestants in this match, but each one is a formidable opponent, so every arena is closely watched. Arena 1, Charlotte Lingling vs. Katakuri. Arena 2, Cracker vs. Enel. Arena 3, Ivankov vs. Crocodile. Arena 4, Barrett vs. Donquixote Doflamingo. Arena 5, Akin vs. Daifuku. Arena 6, Smoker vs. Perispero. After the opponents were randomly assigned, with the sound echoing, the entire Beast Arena was set for an intense battle. In the first arena, Charlotte Lingling crushed Katakuri with absolute strength and easily secured victory. In the second arena, Cracker's true form hid among a group of biscuit soldiers, but Enel, possessing top-tier observation hockey, easily found Cracker among them and unleashed a thunderbolt, sending Cracker away. In the third arena, facing the Logia-type Crocodile, Ivankov had no means of defense and was forced to lose. In the fourth arena, it was no surprise that Barrett emerged victorious. In the fifth arena, the Heracles form of Akin battled against the user of the Vapor Fruit. Akin, using agile movements, repeatedly dodged the lethal blows from the Big Mom, and then delivered a powerful palm strike from above, sending Big Mom away. In the sixth arena, facing Perispero, the user of the Lick Lick Fruit, Smoker unapologetically activated his Smoke Fruit ability and won easily. After 6 arena battles, the stage shifted to the revival matches. Unwilling to accept defeat, Donquixote Doflamingo actively sought out Smoker, and with his String Fruit ability, he successfully took Smoker's arena. Following that, Ivankov challenged Akin but narrowly lost. Cracker challenged Akin and fought fiercely, leaving Akin battered and bruised, but at the last moment, Akin's fruit ability awakened, allowing him to turn the tables and send Cracker away. Katakuri then actively sought out Enel, the user of the Rumble Fruit. Both possessed top-tier observation hockey, and in terms of fruit abilities, the Machi fruit had a significant resistance to lightning. After the thunderous lesson released by Subai, Katakuri's mastery of the Machi fruit's abilities became even more proficient. When facing Enel, he withstood the terrifying pressure of thunder while wielding a trident and engaged in close combat with Enel. In the end, Katakuri defeated Enel and successfully advanced. Thus, the final winners of the third-level competition were Charlotte Lingling, Barrett, Donquixote Doflamingo, Akin, Katakuri, and Crocodile. The semifinals ended. The remaining 7 entered the finals. This final was conducted in a round-robin format, meaning that each participant had to face all the other contestants present once, and then rankings would be determined based on their strengths. The first to compete in the finals was one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling, whose strength was unquestionable as she directly defeated everyone present and claimed the championship. Following that, Barrett, who had the strength of a quasi-4 emperor, awakened his fruit abilities on the battlefield and directly defeated strong opponents Katakuri, Crocodile, and Doflamingo, successfully becoming the runner-up of the match. Watching the championship and runner-up positions slip away from them, The remaining contestants were extremely tense, each ready for a showdown, filled with a strong sense of competition. In the battle for third place, Katakuri defeated Akin. Doflamingo narrowly won against Katakuri, and then Crocodile swiftly eliminated Doflamingo, stepping over Arlong to claim the third-place throne. In the battle for fourth place, Arlong awakened his fruit abilities and defeated Akin, but then lost to Katakuri, who was subsequently defeated by Doflamingo, allowing Doflamingo to ascend to the fourth-place position. After that, Arlong, Akin, and Katakuri also settled their rankings. Katakuri finished in 5th place, Arlong in 6th place, and Akin in 7th place. Thus, the first martial arts competition within the Shadow Corps officially came to a close. The champions, runners-up, 3rd place, and 4th place winners received substantial resource allocations from within the Corps, significantly enhancing their strength once again. Following this, Katakuri, Arlong, Akin, and others received resource rewards based on their rankings. This martial arts competition greatly benefited everyone, as they not only gained a large amount of resources, but also experienced significant improvements in battle. After resolving the resource allocation issues within Shadow Legion, Tsubai gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Where should he lead the Shadow Legion next? Should he directly attack Kaido in Wano? Or should he infiltrate Fishman Island and engage in a preemptive battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Alternatively, should he seek out the red-haired pirates and deliver a fatal blow? After much contemplation, Tsubai felt that none of these options were appropriate. The remaining 3 emperors could be dealt with during the Marineford War. There was no need to confront them prematurely. Why should the Revolutionary Army stay out of the storm, yet remain untouched? I will drag you into the sea. Tsubai decided that his next target would be the Revolutionary Army, with the primary goal of subduing the 4 army commanders within it. After that, he would take things one step at a time. If he could wipe out the Revolutionary Army, that would be best. If not, there was no need to cling to them stubbornly. To gather intelligence on the Revolutionary Army's commanders, Tsubai dispatched Ivankov to continue mingling within the Revolutionary Army and search for information about the 4 commanders and other strong figures within the organization. He recalled that one of the commanders had the ability of the encouragement fruit, which could be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. If used well, it could increase the strength of the encouraged by 1 to 3 times. With this in mind, Tsubai envisioned the figure of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern commander, Bello Betty. Here is a brief description for optional reading. Bello Betty is a stunning woman with fiery curves, sporting short purple hair and a bob with bangs. She wears a red top hat with goggles, which has long tassels at the back, and dark red sunglasses. On her upper body, she wears a red long-sleeve vest with Bello written on the back, no bra, and her shirt open. She has a red tie around her neck, yellow leather gloves, and a long tail skirt on her lower body, along with red boots and red and white striped thigh-high stockings. A cigarette dangles from her mouth as she holds a large flag. A specific image is posted in the comment section as follows. Betty's ability would greatly assist the Shadow Legion, so let's start with her. Since she is from the EastSea and the Eastern Commander of the Revolutionary Army, she is most likely active in the EastSea region. Chapter 166. The Godfather of the West Sea, Capone Beej, a user of the Stronghold Fruit. EastSea. Under the leadership of the Nightbat Legion, Tsubai successfully arrived at the military base secretly established by the Revolutionary Army in the EastSea. The moment Tsubai set foot on land, he unleashed his observation haki, enveloping the entire island. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary town, but in reality, large air raid shelters were built underground in the town, which explains why the Revolutionary Army was able to repeatedly evade capture by the Navy. After clearly inquiring about the specific location of the Revolutionary Army's base, Tsubai triumphantly raised the corners of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of troll ninja soldiers and alien ninja soldiers, instructing them to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army's base and wait for the right moment to act. The thousands of ninja soldiers instantly vanished from their original positions, transforming into dark phantoms, hiding within the Revolutionary Army's base, ready to launch an attack at Tsubai's command. Where could Bello Betty be? As the commander of the Eastern Army, she shouldn't easily abandon her post. Tsubai used his observation haki to search the entire island freely. But unfortunately, he had checked every corner and had not found any trace of Bello Betty. Just as he was puzzled, a Nightbat ninja soldier responsible for reconnaissance suddenly descended from the sky and urgently relayed the news. The flame tank pirate crew had been spotted in the nearby sea, and the Revolutionary Army, led by Bello Betty, was in conflict with them, with both sides engaged in fierce battle. Hearing the intelligence returned by his Nightbat ninja soldiers, a terrifying gleam shot from Tsubai's deep eyes. He raised a playful smile and then laughed loudly. The flame tank pirate crew from the West Sea has actually come to the East Sea. This is just the opportunity to bring them under my command as well. After clearly inquiring about the location of the flame tank pirates, Subai immediately called Katakuri, Doflamingo, and Smoker, sending them along with the Nightbat Ninja Corps to deal with the flame tank pirates. As for the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, Subai would personally handle that. Several streams of light flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Subai, Katakuri, Doflamingo, and Smoker arrived on the battlefield. The moment Captain Capone Beej of the Flame Tank Pirates, who was engaged in fierce battle with the Revolutionary Army, caught sight of Subai, his eyes widened in fear, causing him to instinctively halt his assault. When Bello Betty noticed Capone Beej's unusual reaction, she glanced towards Subai's direction, and to her shock, she realized that the purple-eyed youth was none other than Subai, the leader of the Shadow Corps and one of the infamous Shichibukai on the seas. During the time in Magic Valley Town, Subai single-handedly withstood 2 admirals of the Navy without being defeated and in front of everyone. He forcefully destroyed the demon-slaying fleet equipped with top-tier Navy assets, capturing 5 veteran rear admirals from the Navy with his Shadow Legion officers. Furthermore, according to intelligence gathered secretly by the Revolutionary Army, the reason why the Alabasta Kingdom has been winning consecutively in the war is that Subai suddenly appeared in the East Sea. What could be his intentions? Just as Bello Betty was filled with confusion, she suddenly heard a deafening explosion nearby. Following the direction of the sound, she saw Katakuri, a user of the Machi Machi fruit, wielding a trident, engaged in battle with the army under Capone Beej. At the moment Capone Bechi spotted Subai, he activated the ability of the Stronghold fruit, releasing all the troops hidden within his body to block the oncoming Katakuri, Doflamingo, and Smoker. Capone Bechi himself quickly ended the battle with Bello Betty, and under the protection of the fighters Killer Gotti and Monster Gun Vito, he swiftly escaped back to the Nostra Castro, preparing to slip away before Subai could regain his composure. Did I let you go? A strange cry echoed in the air, and the source of the voice was Doflamingo, one of Subai's capable subordinates. He noticed Capone Bechi trying to sneak away amidst the chaos, so he decisively activated the ability of the string fruit, controlling the 2 fighters Vito and Gotti beside Capone Bechi. Gotti and Vito, now uncontrollable, attacked Capone Bechi, catching him off guard and causing him severe injuries. Doflamingo looked down at the disheveled Capone Bechi and, with another eerie laugh, coldly replied, "Don't take yourself too seriously. What is the fire tank pirate crew? If it weren't for the young master's orders to spare your lives, you guys would have already become my souls in the underworld." After hearing Doflamingo's words, Capone Bechi's expression was unpredictable. He felt anger because Doflamingo didn't take the fire tank pirate crew seriously, and relief because the crew was not in immediate danger of death. Leader of the underground forces in the West Sea, Capone Gangster Bechi, I need your strength. Welcome to join my kingdom. Just as Capone Bechi was poised to unleash his strongest move, Subai suddenly appeared before him, his top-tier conqueror's hockey surging like a tidal wave, the terrifying pressure overwhelming Capone Bechi, making him dare not act recklessly. The pressure from the higher-up made Capone Bechi feel an urge to kneel in submission. He looked at Subai with a complicated expression, observing Subai's meaningful smile, and then glancing at the indifferent Katakuri and Doflamingo nearby. I am willing to lead the fire tank pirate crew and join your kingdom." Seeing Capone Bechi being so pragmatic, Subai was very satisfied. He slowly extended his arm, and the dark aura surged at that moment. As his palm pressed down, large amounts of dark energy surged into Capone Bechi's body. Don't resist, or you'll die of pain. Feeling his body being constantly eroded by the dark aura, Capone Bechi furrowed his brow, an uncomfortable sensation sweeping over him, making him want to resist. Just as he was about to activate his devil fruit ability to counter the dark energy, Subai's sudden words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, instantly extinguishing his restless thoughts. Capone Bechi fell silent, enduring the discomfort brought by the flowing dark energy, and as time passed, his soul was devoured by the dark power. Thus, this godfather of the underground forces in the West Sea completely became a part of the Shadow Legion. Chapter 167, Demon Shell, Second Avatar. Encouragement amplification buff. After bringing the flame tank pirates under his command, Subai finally heard the mechanical voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 50th talent from the local dimension. This system rewards you with the demon body. A dark golden beam shot into Subai's system package like lightning. Looking at the demon body in the system package that looked exactly like him, A glimmer of excitement flashed in Subai's deep eyes. He paused for a moment, then calmly inquired about the functions of the demon body. The demon body is a clone specially crafted for the host by this system, using extraordinary means to harness the energy of the underworld. This clone possesses all the abilities of the host except for the power of the devil fruit, and its strength can increase as the host's strength grows. Note: please rest assured, the clone is utterly loyal to the host and will never rebel or attempt to seize the host's body, so the host can use it with confidence. Seeing the explanation provided by the system, Subai's eyes gleamed with joy. He immediately summoned the demon body. According to the system, the clone possesses all the abilities of the host except for the devil fruit power. So could he potentially master another type of devil fruit power? With this thought, a terrifying light burst forth from Subai's eyes. He extended his arm, beckoned the clone to his side with a curl of his finger, and then instructed, "You possess almost all of my abilities. Now we share a common goal, to lead the Shadow Legion to the pinnacle of this world. Before that, I need you to help me recruit the other supernova pirates and the 4 army leaders of the Revolutionary Army into the Shadow Legion. You don't need me to teach you how to threaten and entice them." Subai's clone coldly nodded, donned a black robe, and quickly slipped into the Shadow Kingdom. Then, he promptly led the ninja soldiers to start investigating the whereabouts of the Northern Army leader, Southern Army leader, and Western Army leader of the Revolutionary Army. After watching his clone leave, Subai came back to his senses and turned his gaze towards the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Bello Betty, not far away. Looking at the surging waves of Bello Betty, a smile appeared on Subai's cold face. He activated the abilities of the Rabbit Charm and Chicken Charm, instantly teleporting behind Bello Betty, and then said ominously, "Commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, I need your abilities. Welcome to join the Shadow Corps." Upon hearing Subai's commanding words, a hint of displeasure flashed across Bello Betty's seductive face. She then decisively activated the ability of the encouragement fruit, empowering herself, and clenched her fists tightly, preparing to strike at Subai. Seeing that Bello Betty was about to launch an attack against him, Subai revealed a playful smile on his cold face. He smirked slightly and then unleashed all of his conqueror's haki. Boom! A wave of light, red, terrifying aura swept towards Bello Betty, and the top-level pressure from the world's strongest directly stunned her, causing her to roll her eyes and faint. It would have been better to join the Shadow Corps, honestly. Why endure all this suffering? Subai quickly moved to Bello Betty's side, caught her, and then a continuous stream of dark power surged forth, invading her body like maggots, constantly devouring her weak soul. The dark aura flowed recklessly within Bello Betty's delicate body, and as time passed, the soul of the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Bello Betty, was completely devoured, and she thoroughly became a part of the Shadow Corps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 51st talent from the local dimension, and the system rewards the host with the ability of encouragement amplification buff. Hearing what the system said, Subai was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. This time, the reward of encouragement amplification buff was crucial for the Shadow Corps. If the normal combat power of the Shadow Corps is 10, with the addition of the encouragement amplification buff, the core combat power will rise to a level of 15. Furthermore, with the enhancement of Bello Betty's encouragement fruit ability, the core combat power will directly increase to a level of 18 to 20. This is still without Bello Betty awakening her fruit ability. It is hard to imagine what kind of rewards the commanders of the Revolutionary Army's North, South, and West armies will bring me next. Thinking of this, Subai's heart grew restless, and he couldn't help but smile. He then summoned formidable figures such as Donquixote Doflamingo, Charlotte Linlin, Douglas Bullet, Crocodile, Katakuri, and Cracker to his side. In an instant, all the high-ranking officers who received the summon appeared beside Subai, ready to obey his orders. Glancing at the powerful individuals around him, a proud light flickered in Subai's deep eyes. He first issued orders for Barrett, Doflamingo, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoker, Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven to follow his clone Subai to capture the remaining supernova pirates, ensuring that within half a month, these supernova pirates would become part of the Shadow Corps. After that, Subai took Crocodile, Ivankov, Charlotte Linlin, Mondor, Snack, Arlong, Kuro Dori, and Broggy to search for the other 3 commanders of the Revolutionary Army. The Shadow Corps is on the move in the West Sea. Subai used his top-level observation haki ability to easily locate the exact position of the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, Mori, and his subordinates. Background introduction. Mori, commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, is a paramecia-type push-push fruit user. He is a new human giant who was once a fierce pirate and was imprisoned in the underwater prison Impel down 100 years ago, later successfully escaping using the push-push fruit ability. He is the creator of the space in level 5. 5 New World Paradise and later joined the Revolutionary Army due to an incident, becoming the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army. During the World Conference, he infiltrated Mariewa with his Revolutionary Army comrades, successfully rescued Bartholomew Kuma, and declared war on the Celestial Dragons, with a bounty of 293 million berries. After clearly identifying the location of the target, Subai did not take action himself this time. He dispatched his senior officers Crocodile, Ivankov, Arlong, Kuro, Dongli, and Bloki to deal with the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, Mori. After dispatching his subordinates, Subai set off towards the South China Sea with Charlotte Lingling and other senior officials. With the blessing of the rabbit and chicken talismans, Subai easily arrived in the South China Sea. Looking at the turbulent sea surface, there was no expression on Subai's cold face. As always, he released his top-level observation Haki and then flew around, carpet searching for the leader of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, Lindbergh. Chapter 168. The Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. Subai led the Shadow Army, bustling around the South China Sea, and finally discovered the traces of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army in an inconspicuous small town. After discovering the target, a terrifying light burst forth from Subai's deep eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled upwards. He then arranged for Charlotte Lingling to lead the Homai's army to secretly capture the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, Lindbergh. After assigning the task, Subai set off towards Beihai without any hesitation. Under the multiple abilities bestowed by the power of talismans and the demonic aura of the moon and the sky, Subai, with his top-tier observation Haki activated, the Haki radiated outwards from Subai, quickly enveloping a vast area of the sea. Leading his Shadow Legion subordinates, Subai searched throughout the North Sea and finally discovered the whereabouts of Raven, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, near a small kingdom. Additionally, Subai unexpectedly found Trafalgar Law. Why was Trafalgar Law with Raven, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army? What was their relationship? Although Subai was unclear about the connection between Raven and Law, it did not prevent him from recruiting the two into the Shadow Legion. Since Law was also present, they should all join the Shadow Legion. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Subai's deep eyes as he quickly set off, transforming into a faint blue lightning bolt radiating terrifying power, rushing towards the location of the small kingdom. In an instant, the lightning descended upon the small kingdom of Cambladis, and Subai's body slowly emerged from the lightning, gazing at the Revolutionary Army base not far away, his cold eyes half squinted, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. Just moments ago, Charlotte Linlin and Ivankov had simultaneously transmitted messages, informing him that they had already dealt with Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, and Morley, the commander of the Western Army, and were now in the assimilation phase. As long as the dark aura eroded their souls, these two Revolutionary Army commanders would become part of the Shadow Legion. Subai was very satisfied with the performance of Ivankov, Charlotte Linlin, and the others. He also knew he needed to accelerate things here. Once he dealt with all the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, it would be time to overthrow the Navy's influence. With that in mind, he decided to launch a few dragon explosions at the Revolutionary Army base, followed by a few waves of thunder to see how strong Raven and Trafalgar Law were. In an instant, Subai appeared several hundred meters above the Revolutionary Army base, extending his arm and opening his palm, aiming at the central area of the Revolutionary Army base, the power of the dragon explosions building up. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded as 3 beams of dragon explosions shot out from Subai's palm, directly crashing towards the Revolutionary Army base with overwhelming force. Room Slaughterhouse. Just as the Revolutionary Army base was about to be reduced to ruins, a semicircular faint blue barrier suddenly appeared, followed by 2 pitch-black figures teleporting in front of Subai. It was none other than Raven and Trafalgar Law. Subai observed them both meaningfully, then flicked his fingers, and several powerful lightning bolts shot down from the overcast sky, seemingly targeting the positions of Raven and Trafalgar Law, exploding towards them. Faced with the terrifying lightning released by Subai, Trafalgar Law's expression turned somewhat grim. He wanted to use room again to evade the lightning bombardment, but just as he was about to move his fingers, he was stopped in time by Raven. Law, don't waste your energy, watch me. Each time Law used room, it consumed a significant amount of stamina and energy. If he forced himself to use room when his stamina was depleted, it would cause irreversible damage to his lifespan. For this reason, his ally Raven prevented him from continuing to use room. Hearing Raven's words, Law decisively stopped his spell. Obelisk Coal. Raven quickly activated his Devil Fruit ability. The natural system, Coal Fruit, instantly transforming into a mass of pitch-black coal ash, moving at lightning speed to Subai's back. Then the coal ash transformed into several sharp, giant swords, lunging fiercely towards Subai from behind. Raven's soul. Knowing that simple attacks wouldn't cause much damage to such a powerful opponent like Subai, Raven transformed back into coal ash after launching the giant swords and created several red-eyed crows to bombard Subai. The intense explosion sounded again, with coal ash flying everywhere, enveloping the entire battlefield. Raven and Law were anxious, their eyes wide open, hoping that their previous attack would defeat Subai, but unfortunately, the result disappointed them both. As the coal ash slowly settled, Subai, unscathed, floated in mid-air with his hands behind his back, coldly staring at Raven and Law. His eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Is this the level of the famous commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army? It seems the overall strength of the Revolutionary Army isn't that impressive. Upon hearing Subai's words, Raven and Law's expressions turned bitter. Their bounties exceeded 100 million, and their strengths were remarkable in the New World. But facing a monster like Subai, even using all their strength could not stir up any significant waves. Seeing Raven and Law's morale shatter, a shrewd light flickered in Subai's deep purple eyes. He flicked his fingers, activating the Hell Fruit's ability to confine a space, and then imprisoned Raven and Law in the 18th layer of Hell, using dark powers to slowly erode their souls. The scorching, ghostly flames in Hell repeatedly burned Law and Raven's bodies, causing them immense pain, while the dark power gnawed at their souls like maggots, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted, unable to resist. As their stamina was completely depleted, Law and Raven collapsed in Hell like corpses, internally no longer resisting the erosion of the dark power, even feeling relieved from the intense suffering. Under Subai's control, the power of the ghostly flames also weakened significantly. As time passed, the dark power surged wildly, and Trafalgar Law and Raven's souls were completely devoured. Thus, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, Raven, and one of the supernovas, the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, became part of the Shadow Legion. At the moment when Kuro and Trafalgar Law became members of the Shadow Legion, the system's cold mechanical voice sounded once again. Chapter 169. The Colosseum of Dressrosa, where various forces are in turmoil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the local dimension. Talents ranked 52 to 60, Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Ultai, Maury Lindbergh Crow. This system rewards the host with 1 pirate coliseum and 1 artificial devil fruit factory. As the system's cold mechanical voice abruptly stopped, 2 dark golden beams of light surged into Subai's system package. Looking at the pirate coliseum in the system package, a glimmer of doubt flashed in Subai's deep eyes. What is the use of this coliseum rewarded by the system? Ding! The pirate coliseum has 3 main functions: competition, breeding, and betting. Competition function: set high prizes to select among all participants through various cruel struggles, ultimately choosing the strongest to absorb into the Shadow Legion or form a subordinate group under the Shadow Legion. Breeding function: invest a large amount of funds to cultivate potential supernova-level powerhouses. When a cultivator's strength reaches the level of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, they can be absorbed into the Shadow Legion, becoming fresh blood for the Shadow Legion. Betting function: place bets on the events within the Pirate Coliseum, with the winners sharing all the accumulated prizes in the prize pool, mainly aimed at making money and expanding influence to attract more strong participants. Listening to the system's explanation, Subai finally understood the role of the Pirate Coliseum. Once this Coliseum is completed, it will become a pillar supporting the growth of the Shadow Legion's power in the future. After thinking it over, Subai decided to set up the Pirate Coliseum in the capital city of Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna. This way, the economy of Alabasta Kingdom will experience unprecedented development. Additionally, he would arrange for some officials to maintain public order in Alyabarna, preventing those pirates coming to participate from causing trouble and ensuring that incidents like Dressrosa do not occur. After completing the layout of the pirate arena, Subai turned his attention to the artificial devil fruit factory in the system's package. Produced by the system, it is definitely a top-quality product. This artificial devil fruit factory has a total of 13 assembly lines, each capable of cultivating 2 artificial devil fruits per day, which means the factory can produce 26 artificial devil fruits daily. Moreover, the cultivated artificial devil fruits are all at least 2 stars, with the lowest being 3-star inferior quality. In addition, the artificial devil fruits produced by the factory have no other drawbacks. Their functions, powers, effects, and weaknesses are the same as those of normal devil fruits. With this artificial devil fruit factory, I will be able to continuously gain abilities and expand the influence of the Shadow Legion. Looking at the artificial devil fruit factory floating in the systems package, Subai thought for a moment and decided to place the factory on Sky Island. The altitude of Sky Island is 10,000 meters, and it is fully covered by Enel's Heart Network. If an intruder sneaks into Sky Island, the Heart Network can detect it immediately and send an observer to deal with the potential threat. After that, Subai called for Donquixote Doflamingo and instructed him to bring family members to Sky Island to guard the artificial devil fruit factory, preventing any small-time criminals from damaging the factory's equipment. Placing the artificial devil fruit factory on Sky Island serves as the first layer of protection, while Doflamingo and his family guarding the factory is the second layer of protection. For added security, Subai also stationed the Millennium Dragon Legion and Douglas Bullet as the final layer of protection in the core area of the factory. The cultivation of devil fruits requires someone to be responsible for it. Who will be the best choice? Just as Subai was pondering this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind about the Donquixote clan from Dressrosa. The Donquixote clan has considerable overall strength, and within the clan are the healing fruit user Mancheri and the sowing fruit user Leo. Aside from the fact that the small people are good at cultivating plants, just the abilities of these 2 individuals make it worthwhile for Subai to visit the Donquixote clan. Perhaps a competitive event could be set up in Dressrosa to attract various forces to participate, which could then be wiped out by the Shadow Legion. Currently, the arena in the Alabasta Kingdom is still under repair and cannot be used, which is why Subai chose to hold the competitive event in Dressrosa. Dressrosa has a ready-made coliseum that can be put to immediate use, but to attract the world's powerful people to gather in Dressrosa for the competition, there must be a top-tier treasure as a reward. After much consideration, Subai ultimately decided to temporarily use the 4-star devil fruit he obtained through fusion, the Paramecia-type purification fruit, as the reward for the winner. The purification fruit is a 4-star support-type fruit with healing and purification abilities. As the name suggests, healing refers to the ability to heal any difficult ailments, diseases, or even serious injuries. As long as there is a breath left, it can be saved. But the cost is high, at the expense of physical strength, energy, and even lifespan. Purification refers to immunity to any dark attribute attacks and helping others eliminate the encroachment of dark nature, such as purifying toxins, purifying the mind, and purifying filth, ineffective against the dark powers of the Shadow Legion. The healing ability of the purification fruit is even stronger than Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit ability, and its purification capability far exceeds that of Vice Admiral Tsuru's wash fruit. Once the purification fruit is revealed, the entire world will surely be in an uproar. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, is currently afflicted by a disease, and his power is not what it used to be. His loyal sons will definitely rush to the Colosseum to compete for this purification fruit. Other 4 emperor forces, even the warlords of the sea, the navy, the world government, as well as many large countries and some hidden forces, will spare no effort to participate in the competition, fighting to the death for the purification fruit. It is worth noting that in the storyline of Dressrosa, Doflamingo set the flame fruit as the prize for the champion of the arena. And just one flame fruit attracted many powerful pirates to compete. The value of the purification fruit is far higher than that of the flame fruit. The gap in status between these 2 devil fruits is immense, with one purification fruit being worth the total of 50 flame fruits. This shows that once Subai makes the purification fruit public, Dressrosa will undoubtedly erupt in a bloody storm that will go down in history. I really look forward to this unparalleled game. Chapter 170, Shocking the World, the Bloody Bullfighting Arena. Dressrosa, Subai, leading the Shadow Legion under his command, forcefully entered the Dressrosa Kingdom. Upon entering the kingdom, he immediately activated his top-tier observation haki, which quickly covered the entire kingdom. He then took Crocodile and Donquixote Doflamingo, along with other trusted officers, and stormed into the royal palace of Dressrosa, absorbing King Riku Dole III, his 2 stunningly beautiful daughters, Violet and Scarlet, as well as his son-in-law, Corazon, and granddaughter Rebecca into the Shadow Kingdom. After the overthrow of the Dressrosa Kingdom's regime, King Crocodile III of Dressrosa became a puppet, while Donquixote Doflamingo was the mastermind behind the scenes, controlling the operation of the kingdom. Under the control of Subai, the bullfighting arena within the kingdom was renovated, and laws related to the competitions were enacted. For example, contestants could choose their required equipment in the preparation room, but if the equipment exceeded a specific weight, the management would advise the contestants to remove the excess gear until it met the stipulated standards. If a participant violated the competition rules, such as engaging in a brawl due to personal grievances before the match or making inflammatory remarks, the management would disqualify them and forcibly remove them from the arena. Once on the arena, life and death were at stake, and regardless of how bloody or brutal the battles were, they were permitted within the arena. With the renovation of the bullfighting arena in the Dressrosa Kingdom complete, Subai began promoting the arena. He arranged for Donquixote Doflamingo to contact Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, one of the kings of the underground world. Morgans was initially reluctant to advertise in the newspaper, but Doflamingo offered too much. Enough for him to design an entire page filled with promotions for the Dressrosa bullfighting arena. As countless newsbirds flew across the world, it wasn't long before the entire world learned about the bullfighting arena in the Dressrosa Kingdom. The arena's fame skyrocketed, attracting countless pirates, bounty hunters, rangers, bandits, bullies, and even newly appointed naval officers and revolutionaries, as well as powerful figures from hidden factions, all flocking to it. Of course, this was just the beginning. To make the whole world go crazy, Subai operated from behind the scenes, using the name of King Crocodile III of the Dressrosa Kingdom, offering the incredibly precious purification fruit as a reward for the inaugural bullfighting competition. After extensive promotion by Morgans, the entire world was shaken. The purification fruit? Our father's ailments have hope for healing. Brothers, set sail towards the Dressrosa Kingdom, said a bird devil fruit user engulfed in blue flames. Kaido, do me a favor and don't compete for this purification fruit, said a red-haired man. This time, Dressrosa will unprecedentedly gather all the powerful pirates in the world. The Navy must uphold justice and eliminate these damned pirates, said a Navy admiral who exuded molten lava. This purification fruit must be mine because I am too beautiful, said an exceptionally beautiful female pirate. Green Pepper, Old Kai. Abu, come with me to Dressrosa, said the creator of the Flower Country's 8 Treasures Navy. I wonder where my strength ranks in the world. Set sail, lads, said the captain of the Sword Continent Pirates. Dressrosa, huh? I haven't moved in a while. It's time to get active, said the emperor of the Hidden Empire. This world has been silent for too long. Let me ignite the flames of romance and war, said a bounty hunter suspected of having the war fruit ability. The purification fruit tugged at the heartstrings of everyone in the world, and countless thieves attempted to infiltrate the bullfighting arena in the Dressrosa Kingdom to steal this coveted devil fruit. But when they stepped into the arena, they encountered a terrifying moment they would never forget as countless hideous red-eyed creatures surged forth, instantly claiming their lives. The purification fruit was placed under a glass dome, which was openly situated in the center of the main platform of the bullfighting arena, seemingly without protective measures. However, countless thieves who died due to negligence were uncounted. Doflamingo, go tell Morgans that the first grand competition of the bullfighting arena will be held in a month. Any faction that does not register according to the specified time and conditions will be disqualified. Only those who register according to the time and conditions can participate. This seemingly ordinary regulation hides profound secrets. In Subai's plan, there will be millions of contestants participating in this event, among which there are many weak competitors trying to take advantage of the situation. To eliminate most of the weak competitors, Subai specifically ordered his subordinates to work overtime to produce 20,000 competition tickets, each containing a dark aura as a security feature. After manufacturing the competition tickets, Subai sold them at exorbitant prices to the underground forces of the emperors in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Originally, a ticket only cost 10,000 berries. But under the manipulation of these unscrupulous underground forces, the price of the tickets skyrocketed, eventually settling at 1,000 berries each. The tickets not only became extremely expensive, but they were also hard to come by. Ordinary pirates had no means to buy them. As a result, countless battles erupted in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, with the main purpose of these conflicts being to compete for the competition tickets. Forces that possessed tickets needed to protect their tickets from being lost, while those without tickets frantically attacked those that had them. attempting to seize the tickets for the Dressrosa Kingdom's bullfighting arena. Of course, certain forces received special treatment. Before selling the tickets, Subai sent his subordinates to the Navy headquarters, the four emperors, the seven warlords of the sea, the Flower Country, the Revolutionary Army, and Wano Country, to deliver a limited number of exclusive competition tickets to many major forces. This move earned Subai the goodwill of most factions. Although some ungrateful forces attempted to use force to coerce the Shadow Corps subordinates into giving them more tickets, after these ungrateful forces were brutally wiped out, no one dared to approach the Shadow Corps subordinates for tickets again. In this vast world, dark currents surged, and countless regions were engulfed in flames of war, with tickets bearing anti-counterfeiting marks of dark aura gradually becoming synonymous with bloodshed. Chapter 171. New contestants at the bullfighting arena, Shadow Corps Reserve Cadres. Kids for the tickets. Kill all these troublesome peasants. In the kingdom of Provoking, a fierce and ruthless pirate captain is leading his crew of pirates in a rampant slaughter of innocent civilians, burning, killing, and looting to collect treasure, all to purchase a ticket for the Dressrosa bullfighting arena in the underground black market. How much more do we need, boys? Captain, we currently have 9,999,000 berry. We just need 1,000 more to buy the ticket for the bullfighting arena in the black market. Yo-ho-ho. Hearing the report from his crew, the wicked pirate captain threw back his head and laughed evilly, then took out an old map from his pocket, unfolded it, and randomly pointed to a village that was neither too big nor too small, preparing to lead his pirates to plunder another village to gather a total of 1 million berry. Boys, we should set sail, off to the next village. Just as the wicked pirate crew set sail, a kingdom-class large ship slowly emerged from the port at the vast harbor, coincidentally encountering this group of pirates. Dagama, take your men and eliminate these guys. Don't disturb my warm-up. Understood. Your Majesty King Elizabeth II, I assure you they will not disturb your warm-up. The strategist Dagama politely bowed to King Elizabeth II, then drew 2 long swords from his waist, took a group of strong elite soldiers, and steered a smaller ship towards the wicked pirate crew. At that moment, the pirates of the wicked crew were still immersed in the joy of having just plundered a village and acquired a large amount of treasure, completely unaware of the approaching ship. Fire! With Dagama's command, countless dark cannons aimed at the wicked pirate ship, followed by a series of explosions. The wicked pirate crew was annihilated in a haze of cannon fire. Quickly approach and salvage these pirates' treasures. The soldiers swiftly maneuvered their ship closer to the wreckage of the wicked pirate crew and began the salvage operation. As the salvage work continued, Dagama grew increasingly shocked. This small pirate crew actually possessed more than 9 million berry. How many villages in the kingdom of Provoking had they slaughtered, and how many innocent civilians had they killed? Tragic events like this happening in the kingdom of Provoking are occurring all over the world, where innocent civilians are brutally plundered by pirates, directly leading to economic decline in various kingdoms. The kings of various nations united to pressure the world government, which felt overwhelmed and under immense pressure from the collective demands of member nations. This indirectly led to an extraordinary increase in the workload of the Navy, with thousands of pirates being sent to impel down every day. As the time for the bullfighting arena competition approached, many pirates who had not obtained tickets went mad, leading their crews to slaughter innocent civilians and even actively seeking out other pirate crews for plunder. In Rog Town, a man with a grass-green chicken comb on his head, an eye tattoo under his right eye, wearing a nose ring, with a face like a demon, a chest tattooed with black wing-like half-rings, dressed in a purple coat with a skull pattern on the back and plaid pants, and a short knife at his waist, excitedly announced that he was going to participate in the bullfighting arena competition, claiming he would give the purification fruit, which only the champion deserves, to his most respected person. Monkey D. Luffy. Boss Bart, the ticket for the Dressrosa bullfighting arena is 1 million berries each. We don't have that much money to buy tickets. Hearing his subordinate's words, Bartolomeo's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He didn't know how to obtain a large fortune in a short time. So he activated the transponder snail, preparing to listen to Granny's advice. Brew, brew, brew. Hello, is that little Bart? What is the urgent matter in calling Granny? Hearing Granny's kind voice, Bartolomeo's heart warmed. He eagerly explained that he wanted to go to the Dressrosa bullfighting arena to compete, but he currently had no money to buy a ticket. So that's how it is, little Bart. Granny recently saw in a newspaper that the bounties for pirates are quite high. With your ability, as long as you capture a few pirates and hand them over to the Navy, you can easily earn enough for the tickets. Listening to Granny's suggestion, Bartolomeo was suddenly enlightened. He excitedly kissed Granny through the transponder snail, then hung up the phone and called his subordinates to set sail towards Dressrosa. Bartolomeo knew very well that the closer they got to Dressrosa, the more pirates they would encounter, the stronger the pirates would be, and the higher the bounty would be. That way, he could earn a lot of money. Gambia, how much longer until we reach the vicinity of Dressrosa? Boss Bart at the current speed. It will take about a week to reach Dressrosa. Just as Bartolomeo was talking to Gambia, 3 naval ships were slowly approaching from behind the Going Merry, led by LaCroix, John Giando, and Longs. The 3 giant Navy vice admirals were primarily dispatched to capture the pirates heading to Dressrosa. Report to Vice Admiral Longs. We've spotted the Bart Club pirate crew ahead. Should we continue to approach? Vice Admiral Longs took out a specially made large telescope and looked in the direction of the Bart Club pirate crew. Seeing Bartolomeo giving him the middle finger, he was immediately furious and quickly contacted LaCroix and John Giando, instructing them to cooperate and together capture Bartolomeo, the captain of the Bart Club, the cannibal. All hands, continue to approach the Bart Club pirate crew and be ready to fire at any moment. Just as Longs gave the order to fire, Bartolomeo, the captain of the Bart Club pirate crew, coldly activated his barrier fruit ability, creating a spherical barrier that enveloped the Going Merry, then provocatively made a face at Longs. Damn, that cursed Bartolomeo, I must personally send him to impel down. Longs, furious and humiliated, immediately ordered the warships to approach the Bart Club pirate crew, preparing to board and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the pirates. Gambia, close in on the Navy. I, Bartolomeo, have never feared close combat. Chapter 172. The 3 giant Navy vice admirals attack Bartolomeo. The Bart Club pirate crew, led by Gambia, continued to approach the naval warships. With a loud bang, the pirate ship collided with the naval ship, and a fierce battle erupted between the 2 forces. The Navy, already prepared for battle, leaped over the ship's railings like tigers and wolves, landing on the deck of the Bart Club pirate ship to engage the pirates. Bartolomeo, stop looking around. Your opponent is me. The giant Navy Vice Admiral Longs, wielding a giant sword and smoking a cigar, looked down contemptuously at the small Bartolomeo, as if he could crush the cannibal Bartolomeo with just a lift of his foot. Seeing the giant Navy Vice Admiral in front of him, who was dozens of times larger than himself, Bartolomeo showed disdain. He walked straight up to Longs, pulled down his pants, and urinated on Longs' shoes, shaking it off afterward. Longs was infuriated by the scene before him, roaring in rage as he raised the giant sword, preparing to slash at Bartolomeo. Damn pirate, die for me. Defense barrier. Bartolomeo calmly made the common's fingers gesture, opening a transparent square protective barrier in front of himself to defend against Vice Admiral Longs' attack. Longs' arm muscles bulged like rock as he gathered all his strength in his arm, then swiftly swung the giant sword down with a terrifying momentum aimed at Bartolomeo. Clang! Longs thought his powerful strike would successfully kill Bartolomeo, but unexpectedly, the sharp blade collided with the hard barrier. The barrier was so strong that the sword blade merely created a notch, and spiderweb-like patterns emerged from a notch. The entire giant sword instantly shattered into countless fragments, falling onto the deck. Vice Admiral Longs couldn't believe what had just happened, staring blankly at the remaining sword hilt in his hand. Once he came to his senses, he angrily threw it away and, with bare hands, swung his fist with all his might at Bartolomeo's barrier. Seeing Longs so stubborn, Bartolomeo sneered and continued to make the common's fingers gesture, responding to Longs' fists with his sturdy barrier. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds rang out, and the barrier remained intact. In contrast, Longs' fists were broken and bleeding, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain in his hands while looking at the cannibal Bartolomeo with a complicated expression. Longs, now it's my turn to strike. At this moment, Bartolomeo stuck out his crimson tongue, showing a playful smile while maliciously eyeing Longs, as if considering which part to attack first. How about starting with the left hand? Barrier charging bull. A curved barrier appeared in front of Bartolomeo, resembling a giant bulldozer, pushing forward at a high speed, trampling everything in its path and charging forward like a herd of frenzied buffalo, unafraid of death, as if it aimed to crush all enemies in front into pieces. Seeing the barrier rushing towards him, Vice Admiral Longs showed a look of fear on his face. He knew the barrier had extremely high defense, and ordinary attacks could not break through it. If he went head-to-head, he would undoubtedly be the one to fail. Damn, how can this barrier be so hard? I can't break through its defense at all. Ronzi strode back to the deck of the naval warship, thinking that everything would be fine now that he was back on the ship. However, When he turned to look back at Bartolomeo, he saw the bulldozer-like barrier charging towards him, smashing through all the steel fences along the way. Fire! Blast this barrier to pieces. Don't let it come any closer. With a command from Rear Admiral Rongzi, countless shells were fired towards the barrier created by Bartolomeo. Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed. Smoke filled the air, and the naval officers looked anxiously at the barrier amidst the smoke. Look, the barrier has stopped moving. Our attack is working. Just as all the naval officers were celebrating excitedly, the cannibal Bartolomeo curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, crossing his arms and transforming the bulldozer-like barrier into a sharp bayonet, continuing to charge towards Rear Admiral Rongzi. Thud! The bayonet barrier moved at an incredible speed, and many naval officers didn't even have time to dodge before being pierced through, turning into horrifying corpses. Watching his soldiers being slaughtered by the barrier released by Bartolomeo, Rear Admiral Rongzi was filled with rage, his eyes almost bursting with fury. He activated his haki, enveloping his entire body in armament haki, then steadied his stance and prepared to face the incoming barrier head-on. Rongzi, we are here to help you. Just as Rongzi was ready to risk his life to confront Bartolomeo, two other naval generals, LaCroix and John Giando, arrived just in time to assist him. LaCroix stood beside Rongzi, holding an incredibly sharp, large machete, radiating an aura of authority as if he were a towering war god. His gaze fixed resolutely on the barrier not far away. A mere barrier, watch me slice it apart. The dark, glossy armament haki instantly covered LaCroix and his machete, his momentum rising sharply as the machete seemed like a monstrous beast sealed in the abyss, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as if yearning to break free and engage in a fierce battle. Barrage! Facing Bartolomeo's barrier, LaCroix unleashed a unique technique of the giant race, striking the weapon to create a powerful shockwave that surged towards the barrier like a nuclear bomb. In an instant, numerous small cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. Meanwhile, on the other side of the naval warship, Rear Admiral John Giando drew his heavy sword and struck towards the unprotected cannibal Bartolomeo with tremendous force. Pirate, go to hell! The cold light flashed, and the sword's aura surged like a bamboo being split, heading straight towards Bartolomeo. Seeing this, Bartolomeo snorted coldly and mocked. How ridiculous. Do you really think this little trick can hurt me? Chapter 173, Bartolomeo's Belief. Protective Barrier. Flowing Barrier. Racket. Facing the powerful attack from Rear Admiral John Giando, cannibal Bartolomeo remained unafraid. He maintained the common's finger's gesture with his left hand, forming a transparent barrier around his body for defense. Meanwhile, he swung his free right arm vigorously, bending his thumb in the process to control another barrier, transforming it into a flowing state for a shape change, which then extended into a transparent racket aimed at the naval giant Rear Admiral John Giabarn. Boom! 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 The barrier racket collided with the barrage that exuded a terrifying aura, creating an explosive sound like a meteor bombarding the earth, with a deafening roar that split the sky in two. As the gray smoke dissipated under the divided sky, Bartolomeo maintained the common's finger's gesture, standing calmly in place with a provocative smirk, disdainfully surveying the three giant naval admirals across from him. Is this all you've got? If you can break my barrier, I'll surrender without a fight. Bartolomeo's seemingly light words struck the hearts of the three giant naval admirals like a sharp steel knife, thoroughly angering them. Furious, Rear Admiral Rongzi and Rear Admiral John Giando raised their heads and roared to the sky, exchanging glances before stamping their feet fiercely. The dark armament haki enveloped their legs, which seemed to have springs installed, rapidly stomping dozens of times in an instant. Then, using the recoil, they shot towards Bartolomeo like cannonballs. The rapidly moving Rear Admiral Rongzi appeared as a black light, while Rear Admiral John Giando resembled a white light, both charging towards the barrier created by Bartolomeo. During the high-speed movement, John Giando drew his heavy sword from his waist and held it in front of him, preparing to cleave through the barrier. If it doesn't work the first time, then try again. Dominant slash! John Giando once again unleashed the unique skill of the giant race, his massive body instantly covered in the released armed haki, the dark haki resembling several small snakes, spreading over the heavy sword, wrapping it layer by layer. Following that, the overwhelming energy of the dominance was bestowed upon the heavy sword, enough to take down an ordinary pirate with a bounty of up to 300 million berries in a single strike. Boom, boom. In the sky above, a strange phenomenon occurred. With thunder and lightning, dark clouds gradually enveloping the entire sky, and in the dim high altitude, it seemed as if thousands of bat-like figures appeared. Just a mere barrier. Break for me. The sharp, heavy sword struck the hard barrier with a terrifying momentum that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Crack! As a crisp explosion sound rang out, all the Navy on the battlefield showed joy, their eyes fixed on the direction where John Giando's heavy slash fell. Although their vision was obscured by smoke, and they could see nothing clearly, they were certain that Bartolomeo's barrier had been shattered. At this moment, John Giando wore a proud expression, thinking that the crisp and loud cracking sound must mean that the barrier created by Bartolomeo had been smashed to pieces. As expected of Rear Admiral John Giando, that pirate's barrier was simply no match for him. Enough! Enough! Stop talking nonsense. Quickly bring out the sea tower stone handcuffs and leg shackles, and prepare to arrest the cannibal Bartolomeo, with Rear Admiral John Giando taking action. What kind of worthless pirate can't be caught? That Doflamingo bullfighting match in Dressrosa? Just cancel it. Attracting so many ruthless pirates has made our workload so heavy. Everyone present believed that the barrier created by Bartolomeo had been shattered, but as the lingering smoke gradually cleared, the true reality unfolded before them. The barrier made by Bartolomeo showed not even a scratch, while the heavy sword in the hands of Rear Admiral John Jander had a deep notch on its blade, with a spiderweb-like pattern extending from the sword body to the hilt. John Jander was taken aback, and in disbelief, he reached out to touch the heavy sword. As soon as he lightly touched it, the sword shattered into pieces, falling to the ground like gravel. The entire place fell silent. Hey, ha 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 ha, how's that? My barrier isn't bad, right? Bartolomeo laughed arrogantly, looking at the silent Navy personnel in front of him. He touched the ring on his nose and then coldly snorted. You bunch of Navies, just go die. Hey, ha. Death barrier spikes. Bartolomeo spread his arms wide as if to embrace the world. Then he posed the common's fingers gesture again, and a large transparent barrier enveloped all the Navy personnel, similar to the birdcage used by Donquixote Doflamingo. The barrier continuously shrank inward, forcing the originally scattered Navy personnel to gather towards the center, and as the space within the barrier shrank more and more, the crowd became increasingly cramped, just as Bartolomeo was about to strike hard and annihilate all the Navy soldiers in one blow. Bartolomeo, spare them! A loud cry rang out. In the dim air, a figure flickering with lightning slowly descended in front of Bartolomeo. Nice to meet you. I am Enel. Hearing Enel's words, Bartolomeo looked incredulous. He stopped his killing rhythm and examined Enel with a surprised gaze, fearing that the person in front of him was someone else in disguise. Hello, my name is Bartolomeo. I am a barrier fruit user, capable of creating incredibly hard barriers at will for defense and offense. Bartolomeo, I know you. I have come here on the orders of my lord to invite you to join the Shadow Corps. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo's eyes widened, and he excitedly covered his mouth, tentatively asking, Can I really join the Shadow Corps? Is this for real? In Bartolomeo's heart, if Monkey D. Luffy is his idol, then the mastermind behind the Shadow Legion, Su Bai, is his lifelong belief. If he had to choose between Luffy and Su Bai, Bartolomeo would unhesitatingly choose Su Bai. Being able to join the Shadow Legion is the honor of my life. Let these Navy officers be considered my declaration of loyalty to Su Bai. Chapter 174, Enel, the protector of the cub. Seeing that Bartolomeo was so perceptive, Enel let out a sigh of relief. He came to select and recruit powerful pirates to join the Shadow Legion on Su Bai's orders. Bartolomeo is the user of the barrier berry, having mastered the barrier ability to perfection, and is a talent that Su Bai specifically wanted to recruit. Enel was initially worried that he might be unwilling to join the Shadow Legion, but now he no longer needed to worry. Listening to Bartolomeo's words, Enel looked in the direction Bartolomeo pointed and saw 3 towering giant naval officers watching him with vigilance. How could Rear Admiral Longs, Rear Admiral John Jando, and Rear Admiral Lacrova be here? Su Bai is a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and he has close ties with the Navy. Enel, being Su Bai's trusted general, often goes to the Navy for sign-ins and errands, so over time he naturally became acquainted with many naval officials. Enel, Bartolomeo is our key target for capture, and we were the first to discover his whereabouts. According to the treaty between the Navy and the 7 Warlords of the Sea, it should be our people who take him away, so you should give up on recruiting him and choose someone else. Hearing what Rear Admiral Long said, Enel squinted his eyes and asked with a half-smile, Rear Admiral Longs, I remember the treaty clearly states that whoever captures or recruits first gets the claim, right? If you captured Bartolomeo before I arrived, I would turn around and leave without a word, But you haven't captured him yet, have you? He doesn't even have sea stone handcuffs on. So he will come with me. Bartolomeo, follow me. We're going back. Seeing that Enel wanted to protect him, Bartolomeo felt ecstatic. He provocatively raised his middle finger to salute Rear Admiral Longs and the others, then deactivated his barrier mode and happily ran to Enel's side. You rascal, Enel. I won't allow you to take Bartolomeo away. I must take him today. Furious, Rear Admiral Lakrova tore off his Navy Justice cloak and activated the giant's special technique, Dominance. His muscles tensing up, arms bulging with power, and his giant hands gripping a sharp, glimmering cleaver, charging toward Bartolomeo behind Enel. As Rear Admiral Longs charged at him, Bartolomeo's eyes flashed with a hint of apprehension. He raised his hand to make the common's fingers gesture, but was stopped by Enel beside him. Bartolomeo, from now on, you are a member of our Shadow Legion. Your personal safety will be protected by the Legion, so there's no need to worry about the Navy's attacks. I will take action. Enel said these words calmly, and then he was enveloped in terrifying purple lightning, a bolt that reached the sky, causing a phenomenon, with dark clouds gathering instantly, and numerous lightning dragons and snakes rolling in the clouds. Rear Admiral Lakrova, you should know better than I what the consequences will be for violating the agreement between the Navy and the Seven Warlords of the Sea. At Enel's warning, a flicker of apprehension crossed Lakrova's eyes, filled with murderous intent. But this flicker was quickly swallowed by rage. Ignoring the possibility of violating the treaty, he charged forward with his cleaver at lightning speed. So you insist on violating the agreement, huh? You don't take our Shadow Legion seriously, but you'll pay a painful price for it. After uttering this phrase, Enel instantly transformed into his thunder giant form, towering at a height of 100 feet. Resembling a purple Susanoo, wielding a gigantic lightning spear aimed at the tiny Lakulova, thrusting forward fiercely. Faced with Enel's overwhelming assault, Lakulova's eyes were filled with fear and regret. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped himself in armament hockey, forcibly withdrew his large sword, and tried to block Enel's lightning spear. Bang, 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 bang. The giant spear clashed with the sword, erupting in a deafening explosion. In an instant, dazzling lightning surged forth like a nuclear bomb, radiating outwards and creating a strong gale. The blinding white light enveloping the entire battlefield, rendering everyone except Enel and Lakulova unable to see or comprehend the situation at the center of the conflict. As the white light and smoke slowly dissipated, in the very center of the battlefield, the Thunder Giant stood proudly, while the Navy Giant Vice Admiral Lakulova lay tragically in a pool of blood, half-lidded eyes gazing desperately at the Thunder Giant, regret and sorrow flooding his heart. I lost. Defeated by a pirate's hand. Go ahead and kill me. Listening to Lakulova's last words, Enel snorted coldly. He walked into the pool of blood with Bartolomeo, both stepping on the sticky red plasma as they approached Lakulova's side. Bartolomeo, this guy violated the ironclad rules between the Navy and the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and normally, he wouldn't be worth mourning. However, before killing him, I want to see how you choose. Will you kill him, or what? Bartolomeo lowered his head, looking coldly at Vice Admiral Lakulova in the pool of blood, then raised his head to glance at Vice Admirals Longs and John Jander not far away. Enel, my idea is to pull all these guys into the Shadow Corps, making them combat members of our Shadow Corps. From a moment, Bartolomeo chose to join the Shadow Corps. He was marked by Enel with the exclusive symbol of the Shadow Corps members. At the moment Bartolomeo was branded, countless images of the abilities and attributes of the Shadow Legion members flashed in his mind, making it clear that he could forcibly erode the souls of others through dark energy and compel them to become part of the Shadow Legion. Listening to Bartolomeo's proposal, Enel's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought Bartolomeo would have no hesitation in killing Admiral LaCroix, but unexpectedly he wanted to recruit LaCroix, Longs, and John Gando into the Shadow Legion. It's not impossible, but it would require capturing Admiral Longs and Admiral John Gando, which might be a bit troublesome, mainly because he feared they would tip off the Navy headquarters, and that would be disastrous. Big Brother Enel, that is simple. I will create a barrier to bind them. You control the electromagnetic interference of the snail communication, then we can resolve it quickly and take all the Navy officers into the Shadow Legion as members. Chapter 175, Danger. Hawkeye Mihawk appears. After listening to Bartolomeo's suggestion, Enel thought for a moment and deemed it feasible. His gaze instantly turned fierce, and his arms spread wide, palms facing upward. Blue and white lightning erupted from his palms. Countless thunder dragons, lightning snakes, and thunderbirds soared into the sky, then transformed into a thunderstorm. Controlling the magnetic field changes while binding all Navy movements. Seeing this, Admiral Longs and Admiral John Gando were taken aback. They quickly reacted, first issuing orders to their Navy officers to attack the pirates, then pulling out their snails and other communication devices, attempting to send a distress message to Navy headquarters. Don't struggle in vain. The magnetic field in this area is already under my control, and your messages cannot be sent, Enel said coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. He suddenly clenched his fist, causing the magnetic field in the area to vanish, which made Admiral John Gando's snail roll its eyes back, foaming at the mouth, completely losing its communication capability. Seeing his snail malfunction completely, Admiral John Gando's face turned bitter. He glanced at Admiral Longs beside him, seeking help, but Longs could only smile wryly, indicating he was powerless. His snail was also out of order. With all communication devices malfunctioning, the only way to escape now was to fight their way out. Otherwise, they would all suffer. Hearing Admiral John Gando's words, Admiral Longs glanced at Admiral LaCroix lying in a pool of blood with a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, if we are captured by the pirates, it will be the greatest shame of my life. With that, Admiral Longs snatched a giant axe from a soldier beside him and charged towards Enel's direction. The other Navy soldiers, seeing this, also picked up their weapons and followed suit. Little tricks. Watching the charging Navy soldiers, Enel sneered disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning shot from his hand, transforming into thunder dragons that charged at the Navy soldiers. Facing Enel's attack, Admiral Long showed no fear. He quickly activated his haki, covering his body and axe with it, then swung the giant axe violently, as if it were a powerful hurricane, directly knocking away the thunder dragons released by Enel. Then, he leaped high, attempting to cleave Enel in half with a powerful chop. Seeing this, Enel's expression darkened slightly. He snorted coldly, and his arms spread wide again, activating his devil fruit ability. A purple lightning bolt suddenly surged down from the sky, seemingly with a mind of its own, heading straight for Admiral Longs. As the purple lightning approached, Admiral Longs immediately moved to dodge, but unfortunately, this bolt of lightning was like a homing missile, relentlessly pursuing him no matter where he went. Realizing he couldn't avoid the purple lightning's pursuit, Admiral Long's anger surged. He roared into the sky, then his giant axe transformed into a beam of cold light, meeting the lightning head-on, trying to block Enel's powerful attack. However, just as the purple lightning was about to make contact with the giant axe in Admiral Long's hand, it changed direction mid-air, slamming into Admiral Long's chest instead. Thud! The raging purple lightning struck Admiral Long's chest, causing him to let out a painful howl. And then he was sent flying like an arrow shot from a bow by the immense impact, landing unceremoniously next to Admiral LaCroix, Admiral Long's brother. Upon seeing Admiral Long's injured, Admiral John Gando and all the Navy soldiers cried out in despair, wanting to rush over to save him. But they were blocked by Bartolomeo's hard barrier wall. Admiral Longs, Admiral John Gando, you have completely lost. Surrender. Hearing Bartolomeo's words, Admiral John Gando's eyes burned with hatred. He gritted his teeth and growled, Enel Bartolomeo, don't get cocky. We will never surrender. We would rather die than give up. Seeing Admiral John Gando unwilling to surrender, Enel laughed wildly, then said coldly, not surrendering? Then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the words left his mouth, Enel waved his hand again, and the overcast sky was suddenly filled with countless bolts of lightning, changing into thunderbirds, thunder dragons, and lightning snakes, striking down at the Navy. The Navy officers raised their haki or weapons, trying to fend off the terrifying lightning. Unfortunately, they were merely wasting their efforts. Enel's lightning was far too powerful. Even the strong Admirals Longs and LaCroix couldn't withstand Enel's thunder, let alone these lowly soldiers. A series of heart-wrenching screams echoed as many Navy officers were struck by lightning, convulsing on the deck, then collapsing, foaming at the mouth and unable to rise again. Admiral John Gando, feeling a slight numbness in his body, was heartbroken upon witnessing this scene. With a fierce look in his eyes, he glared at Enel and Bartolomeo, then shouted loudly, everyone, fall back immediately. I will hold them off. Hearing Admiral John Gando's command, the remaining Navy soldiers began to retreat, but Enel and Bartolomeo had no intention of letting them go. One controlled the lightning, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Navy soldiers, while the other controlled the barriers, continuously compressing and blocking the escaping Navy soldiers. Just as the scales of victory completely tipped in favor of Enel and Bartolomeo, A powerful sword aura suddenly appeared, splitting the overcast sky in half. And the thunderstorm dissipated at that moment. Who is it? Enel was startled and quickly turned to look back. He saw a small sailboat slowly approaching from afar, on which stood a man with a black sword on his back. This man had piercing eyes. Even without doing anything, just standing there made people feel fear. Hawkeye Mihawk. Bartolomeo and Enel exclaimed in shock. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His sudden appearance made Enel feel immense pressure. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, what are you doing here? At this moment, Enel was sweating profusely, and he asked Eagle-Eye Mihawk with a calm, yet respectful demeanor about the purpose of his visit. Eagle-Eye Mihawk glanced at him coldly and said in an icy tone, I came to find you. Chapter 176. Defeated Enel. Eagle-Eye Mihawk shows his strength. Listening to Eagle-Eye Mihawk, Enel appeared puzzled and tentatively asked, Find me? For what? That's right, I'm looking for you. The cold-faced Eagle-Eye Mihawk continued. I heard you were a natural-type devil fruit user and quite powerful. So, I want to spar with you and see if this black blade in my hand can injure an elemental devil fruit user without using haki. Enel was greatly shocked upon hearing Eagle-Eye Mihawk's words. He did not expect that the world's #1 swordsman would seek him out for a spar. But he was also curious whether Eagle-Eye Mihawk really had the ability to injure an elemental devil fruit user without using haki. Looking at the battle-ready Eagle-Eye Mihawk in front of him, Enel hesitated for a moment, then replied firmly, All right, I agree to spar with you. However, I have one condition. What condition? Before we spar, let me take away this group of Navy soldiers. Deal. The two reached an agreement, and then Enel unleashed a storm of thunder, instantly covering all the Navy officers present. These Navy soldiers could not withstand it and had no way to escape. After being bathed in the thunder, they all fainted, completely losing the ability to continue fighting, and were then imprisoned by Bartolomeo using a screen cage and taken onto Enel's Arc Maxim. After dealing with all the naval officers, Enel confronted Dracula Mihawk. Enel controlled thunder with both hands, conjuring a thunder god's hammer that emanated a powerful aura. Thunder dragons and thunder pythons circled around him, while a thunderbird soared above his head. In front of Enel, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, stood expressionless, gripping his black sword tightly, his sharp gaze revealing confidence and determination. Let's begin. Enel launched the first attack, raising his thunder god's hammer high and then smashing it down onto the ground. With a deafening explosion, a massive bolt of lightning was released from the hammer, racing towards Mihawk's position. Seeing this, Mihawk swiftly swung his black sword, effortlessly slicing the lightning in half. Enel was surprised to see his attack neutralized. He hadn't expected Mihawk's reaction speed to be so fast. Is this the true strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Indeed impressive. You're strong, but I'm not weak either. Although his first strike didn't hit Mihawk, Enel didn't give up and continued his assault. He threw the thunder god's hammer into the air, then quickly formed seals with his hands to cast a powerful lightning magic. Bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, surrounding Mihawk. Facing the overwhelming lightning attack, Mihawk remained calm, standing still as he swiftly waved his black sword, cutting through the descending lightning with fluidity and precision. Without any pause or hesitation, Enel was shocked to see his attack neutralized again, his expression turning grim as he realized he was facing a very powerful opponent. No wonder he is the world's greatest swordsman. Unwilling to back down, Enel roared in anger, quickly forming seals with his hands again to unleash an even more powerful lightning magic. The sky that had been split in half began to converge at a visible speed, and then out of the dark clouds emerged a massive purple lightning dragon, which descended from the sky, charging straight at Mihawk. Mihawk's expression changed slightly, his aura surged, his observation haki reaching its maximum as he tightly gripped his black sword and swung it forward with force. A razor-sharp black sword energy was released from sword, meeting the lightning dragon head-on. In an instant, the sword energy and the lightning dragon collided, creating a deafening roar. The purple lightning dragon unleashed by Enel was sliced in half by Mihawk's sword energy, but instead of disappearing, it transformed into two giant serpents, continuing to attack Mihawk. Mihawk swiftly dodged the attacks of the lightning serpents, then wielded his black sword again, cutting down the serpents with 2 strikes. The sword energy then transformed into a vibrant tiger, roaring as it pounced towards Enel. Enel, seeing Mihawk attacking once more, was taken aback. He quickly expanded his arms, gathering the thunder into a protective shield. A blue light barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Mihawk's powerful strike. Relieved that the thunder shield had blocked Mihawk's attack, Enel let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he saw the shield being torn apart by Mihawk's powerful attack, the gap widening until the entire shield shattered into dust. Realizing the situation, Enel quickly activated the powers of the Devil Fruit, turning into an elemental form and teleporting away from Mihawk's attack. He stood at a distance, watching Mihawk, feeling hesitant. He had not expected Mihawk's strength to be so formidable. Even his full-powered lightning attack had been easily neutralized. Seeing that Enel had evaded his attack, Mihawk did not pursue but chose to stand his ground. His sharp eyes fixed on Enel, then slowly said, "Your strength is impressive, but your attack methods are too singular. If you cannot find a better way to attack, you will never defeat me." Enel felt a bit indignant at Mihawk's words, but could not refute them, as he knew his attack methods were indeed somewhat limited. Yet he had no better options. While Enel was pondering, Mihawk suddenly moved. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Enel. Then, a black light appeared, the sharp black sword slicing through the air towards Enel. Enel was startled and quickly used his Devil Fruit ability, turning into an elemental form to dodge Mihawk's lethal strike. This time Enel was not so fortunate. Just as he became elemental, the black sword's slash left a shallow wound on his body. Enel looked down at the wound on his arm in disbelief, shocked as if a volcano had erupted within him. He hadn't expected Mihawk's attack to be so fast that he couldn't evade, even in his elemental form. Chapter 177. The Battle Ends. Subai descends. This shallow wound felt like a resounding slap to Enel's face, knocking him off his self-righteous pedestal. Enel's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Mihawk. His gaze filled with an unprecedented seriousness. You actually managed to hurt me?" Enel's trembling voice carried a hint of shock and confusion. Seeing Enel's flustered expression, Mihawk smiled faintly, sheathing his black sword, his gaze still sharp and cold, as if looking at an insignificant opponent. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but you rely too much on the abilities of the Devil Fruit." Mihawk removed his killing intent, expressionless, and coldly said, "Do you think being elemental can help you evade all attacks? You are mistaken. In front of true power, any weakness will be fully exposed." Hearing these words, Enel's expression darkened. He knew Mihawk was right. Ever since he gained the power of the Thunder Fruit, he had focused entirely on developing its potential, overly relying on the fruit's power while neglecting his own training. In Enel's mind, he originally thought that with the power of lightning, he could dominate the world. However, he never expected that in front of the world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk, he would be so easily defeated. "I will show you that the power of lightning is not as simple as you think." A fire of anger ignited within Enel, and he decided to use his own strength to let Mihawk witness the true power of lightning. With that, Enel took a deep breath and began to unleash his Devil Fruit powers with all his might. His body was surrounded by dazzling lightning, and the currents, under his control, moved like agile and vicious snakes, charging towards Mihawk. Facing Enel's fierce attack, Mihawk remained standing in place, his gaze calm as water, the black sword in his hand gleaming coldly. He chose not to evade, but to meet the attack head-on. The crashing sound of electric currents clashing with the black sword echoed loudly, and in that instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, with a powerful shockwave spreading outwards. However, as the dust slowly settled, everyone present was astonished to find that Mihawk stood there like a green pine, unharmed, the black sword still shining coldly in his hand. How is this possible? Seeing that his full-force lightning attack caused no damage to Mihawk, Enel's face showed an expression of disbelief. "Your attack is too slow for me. In my eyes, your movements are as clear as slow motion." Hearing Mihawk's words, a sense of defeat surged in Enel's heart. He had originally thought his strength was already considerable, but he never expected to be so easily defeated in front of a true powerhouse. The gap between him and Mihawk was too vast, like heaven and earth. I have completely lost." Enel's trembling voice was filled with bitterness and reluctance. Mihawk calmly gazed at Enel, showing no hint of pity or sympathy in his eyes. "Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you are too arrogant and have been living in your own world. If you want to become stronger, you must let go of all your pride, cultivate a humble heart, and continuously improve yourself. Only then can you become a true powerhouse." Mihawk's words enlightened Enel, and he finally understood a truth. In front of true strength, any weakness would be fully exposed. At the same time, he realized he had relied too much on the power of the Rumble Fruit and neglected his own training. Although this battle ended with Enel admitting defeat, he gained a lot from it. He began to reflect on his past and decided to reassess his strengths and weaknesses. Dracula Mihawk, you are strong. Thank you for your guidance today. I have understood. Enel cupped his fists in gratitude towards Mihawk, who smiled with satisfaction, a glint of brilliance flashing in his sharp eyes as he slowly sheathed his black sword. Realizing your shortcomings is progress. The path of cultivation is endless. Only by continually honing yourself and surpassing yourself can you become a stronger person. Enel, I look forward to our next battle. Hearing Mihawk's words, Enel's eyes sparkled with tears, and he trembled with excitement as he shouted, I will remember your words. Next time we meet, I will definitely not lose again. Mihawk smiled slightly, seeing the determination and resolve in Enel's eyes. In that case, let our battle end here today. I hope that when we meet next time, you can bring me even greater surprises. With that, Mihawk turned to leave, stepping onto his coffin ship and sailing away. Watching Mihawk's figure fade into the distance, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in Enel's eyes. He silently vowed that the next time he encountered Mihawk, he would make him take notice. So, who is stronger, Enel or Mihawk? Bartolomeo stood beside Enel, his eyes burning with excitement as he watched Mihawk's retreating figure. Looking at Mihawk's back, he felt a bit lost, unsure if his barrier could withstand the black sword of the world's greatest swordsman. Enel turned to Bartolomeo, his expression unchanged, and said coldly, although Mihawk and our young master are both warlords of the sea, the young master's strength is far beyond even that of the four emperors. In my estimation, even if Beast Kaido, Red-Haired Shanks, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate teamed up, they would not be a match for our young master. Listening to Enel's analysis, Bartolomeo's eyes gradually turned red, and he breathed heavily with excitement, his admiration for Sue by bordering on madness. Brother Enel, let's go back. I can't wait to see the young master. What's the rush? The young master said he would come over later. Let's first recruit those 3 Marine Vice Admirals into the Shadow Army. Just as Enel finished speaking, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly lit up the overcast sky, and Su Bai's figure slowly appeared before everyone. Chapter 178. The Heavyweights of the Bullfighting Arena. Enel, how did the battle with Mihawk go? Hearing the young master's inquiry, Enel replied with a bitter smile, Young master, Mihawk is just too strong. I'm not his opponent right now. Subai had long anticipated this outcome. He walked directly to Enel, then reached out and meaningfully patted Enel's shoulder, encouragingly saying, although there's a certain gap between you and Mihawk right now, that gap can be closed. As long as you train with all your heart, you will surely surpass Mihawk in the future. With that, a warm current emerged from Subai's palm, flowing down from Enel's shoulder, eventually entering his dantian. From there, it radiated outwards to his torso and limbs. As long as you can fully digest this power, I guarantee your physical martial arts level will be comparable to Marine Vice Admiral Garp. The warm current that Subai had released was the energy of the Ox Talisman, which he had compressed into liquid form and stored in Enel's dantian. This way, the energy of the Ox Talisman would nourish Enel's meridians, muscles, and bones at all times. Even if Enel did not actively train his physical martial arts, his physical strength would gradually increase. With the enhancement of the Ox Talisman energy, Enel would find training his strength and physical martial arts much more efficient in the future. It would only be a matter of time before he surpassed Mihawk. Thank you for the young master's gift. Receiving the power bestowed by the young master was an immense honor, and Enel was filled with excitement. He immediately knelt on the ground to show his loyalty to Subai through his actions. Enel, no need for such courtesy. Get up and take me to see those 3 Marine Vice Admirals. Listening to the words of the young master, Enel quickly stood up and brought Subai and Bartolomeo to the cell where the 3 giant Marine Admirals, Longs, John Giant, and LaCroix, were imprisoned. Looking at the disheveled faces of the 3 admirals in the cell, Subai, with a cold expression and narrowed eyes, extended his arms and opened his palms, releasing a continuous stream of dark energy that enveloped Longs, John Giant, and LaCroix. Time flew by, and the dark power continued to erode the souls of Longs, LaCroix, and John Giant. Even though their giant bloodlines were different from ordinary people and their soul power was several times greater than that of ordinary individuals, they could not withstand the terrifying dark energy for long. Moments later, the faces of Longs, John Giant, and LaCroix showed signs of pain. They felt as if their heads were about to explode, with various dark, fearful, and desperate emotions flooding into their minds, constantly assaulting their sanity. Finally, John Giant could not bear the mental pressure any longer and let out a piercing scream, after which he rolled his eyes back and fainted completely. On the other side, Longs and LaCroix also could not hold on for much longer. After struggling for a few minutes, they too lost consciousness and fell into a stupor. Seeing this, Subai thought for a moment and withdrew the dark energy. He turned to Enel and Bartolomeo behind him and said, "Take them out and take good care of them. When they wake up, send them back to the Marine base in Marineford." "Yes, young master." Enel and Bartolomeo responded respectfully. Then each took one of Long's 3 bodies using their devil fruit abilities and carried them out. Watching Enel and Bartolomeo leave, a fierce battle intent ignited in Subai's cold eyes. He had come this time to have a showdown with Dracula Mihawk, but unexpectedly, after defeating Enel, Mihawk had left. Since Mihawk had already left, it was no big deal. He would seek him out for a sword duel next time. Subai comforted himself briefly and then strode out of the cell. Outside, the sun was already setting, and the entire sky seemed to be painted with a layer of golden color. Looking at the colorful clouds on the horizon, Subai took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the breath of the sea, and his battle intent gradually calmed down. He wondered how the Colosseum in Dressrosa was doing. The registration was about to close, and those who had not obtained tickets for the competition would probably resort to looting the wealth of civilians. Although Subai felt a bit regretful for not being able to spar with Mihawk, he knew that the strong recovery plan deployed in Dressrosa still needed to be implemented. It was time to return to Dressrosa. He didn't know which officers the Navy and the other 3 emperors would send to participate in the competition at the Colosseum. With that thought, Subai's figure suddenly flashed, transforming into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from his spot. A few minutes later, in the territory of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Subai's figure slowly appeared inside the royal palace. Seeing Subai's figure, King Riku and Cyrus, who were busy handling state affairs, quickly set aside their tasks and rushed to Subai to pay their respects. "Your humble servant has arrived, young master." Subai waved his hand, signaling King Riku and Cyrus to rise, and then asked loudly, "My 2 ministers, how is the progress at the Colosseum? Have the strengths of the participants been analyzed?" Upon hearing this, King Riku quickly stood up and respectfully replied, reporting to the young master, "The registration at the Colosseum is still ongoing. According to the recent information from the participants, there are quite a few strong individuals who qualify to join our Shadow Army. Among them, the participants from the Whitebeard Edward Newgate's faction are 1st Division Captain Phoenix Marco, 2nd Division Captain Fire Fistace, 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu, 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Bista, 8th Division Captain Namor, 11th Division Captain Kineman, 16th Division Captain Izo, and 15th Division Captain Fossa. The participants from Beast Kaido's faction include the Calamity of Flames, Ember, and the Calamity of Drought, Jack, as well as members of the Flying Six, Page 1, Black Maria, and Ultai. The participants from Red Hair Chang's faction are Jesus Burgess, Ben Beckman, and Yasop. As for the Warlords of the Sea and the Navy, the participants include Swordsman Jinbi, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Moonlight Moria, Tamagon, T-Pig Kaji, Dragon Slayer Bastille, Chaser Maynard, Smoker, Koby, The Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Bellamy. Chapter 179. The competition officially begins. Elimination process underway. In addition to the prominent capabilities of the participants from these major factions, there are also some contestants whose strengths should not be underestimated, such as Demon Sheriff Lafitte, Soundwave Van Augur, Champion Giza's Bages, Reaper Q, Bounty Hunter Wong Hao, Fishman Karate Master Haku, Captain of the Sword Island Pirates, Chu Feng, Captain of the Handsome Pirates, Cavendish, Bounty Hunter Abdullah, and Bounty Hunter Jet. Additionally, there are the Emperor of the Frost Empire, Dongfang Yi, professional assassins Kelly Vanku and Bobby Vanku, founder of the 8 Treasures Navy, Fu Chan Jianzhai, Demon Goddess Miko, King Elizabello II of the Prodane's Kingdom, and his strategist Dagma, and Destruction Canonetti. They are all top masters from their respective seas, and the competition in this event will be exceptionally fierce. Cyrus continued, "Moreover, according to the intelligence we have recently gathered, the Navy headquarters and the other 3 emperors seem to be mobilizing troops on a large scale. Their aim is likely Dressrosa. With so many powerful individuals gathering in Dressrosa, I suspect the Navy's large-scale mobilization is to capture these vicious pirates in one fell swoop, and on the other hand, to recruit the highly ranked participants from the Colosseum into the Navy to strengthen their forces. The other 3 emperors probably have similar intentions, mobilizing troops to attract more powerful individuals to join their factions." Subai nodded slightly, contemplating internally. This competition at the Colosseum was not merely a martial arts contest, but also a game of power among various factions. He had to respond cautiously to ensure that his plans could proceed smoothly. Very well. You have done exceptionally well. Continue to strengthen intelligence, gathering, and closely monitor the movements of the participants. Additionally, arrange the security for the competition to ensure its fairness and safety. I hope this competition can become a grand celebration for our Shadow Kingdom, while also laying a solid foundation for our strong recovery plan. King Riku and Cyrus replied in unison, "Yes, young master. We will do our utmost to ensure the smooth progress of the competition." Subai nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the palace. This competition was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Once the strong recovery plan was successfully completed, he would lead his Black Shadow Corps to become the strongest ruler in this world. Whether it was the Navy, the other 3 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, the Warlords of the Sea, or the Hidden Empire, they would all be completely at the feet of the Black Shadow Kingdom, becoming its subjects. As time flew by, the registration deadline approached, and pirates without enough funds to buy tickets went madly robbing innocent civilians. However, when they could no longer squeeze money from the civilians, they chose to take risks and rob the military bases set up by the Navy in various kingdoms or seas. With only 3 hours left until registration closed, how many tickets had been recovered so far? Subai initially issued 20,000 competition tickets, but he found that 20,000 was still too few and not enough for all the strong individuals in the world. So he dispatched his Black Shadow soldiers to work overnight and produced an additional 80,000 tickets, bringing the total to 100,000 competition tickets issued. In the 3 hours leading up to the registration deadline, 15 or 16 tickets remained unreturned. By checking the dark aura left on the tickets, it was clear that they were constantly changing hands, seemingly being snatched away by countless people. As time ticked away, in the final minutes before registration closed, several figures rushed in from all directions. They dragged their exhausted bodies and threw the competition tickets onto the registration desk, then completed their personal information registration. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered the lounge to rest. 99,998 tickets, 99,999 tickets, 100,000 tickets. All tickets were recovered, and the long-sealed bullfighting arena officially opened. As the last competition ticket was collected, the entire Dressrosa kingdom erupted in excitement, with both participants and spectators full of anticipation for the upcoming bullfighting arena competition. On the eve of the official start of the competition, the streets and alleys of Dressrosa were filled with excited discussions among the people. The participants were nervously preparing in their respective inns, fully aware that this competition was not just a contest of skills, but a life-and-death showdown. Subai stood atop the palace of Dressrosa, overlooking the entire city. His bright and determined eyes were filled with confidence, for he knew that this competition would be an important step towards realizing his ambitions. 100,000 participants was still too many. Let us eliminate 90,000 in the first round. During the upcoming preparation period, the contestants have all received exclusive badges issued by the official arena. Each contestant's badge, from number 0 to 99999, retains a dark aura for anti-counterfeiting and marking purposes. The first round of the competition is conducted through a badge elimination system, which means that each contestant has their own exclusive badge, with each badge representing 1 point. Contestants must accumulate 10 points within the specified time to ensure they are not eliminated and can smoothly advance to the second round of the competition. If a contestant fails to accumulate 10 points within the specified time, they will be ruthlessly eliminated. Points can be obtained through various means, including but not limited to seizing, deception, trickery, theft, trading, and exchanging. As the preparation time for the contestants comes to an end, the first match in the bullfighting arena officially begins. On the day the competition officially begins, sunlight pours over the arena of Dressrosa, where hundreds of thousands of spectators crowd the venue, coming from all corners of the world. Some have traveled thousands of miles just to witness this grand event, while others are here to support their favorite competitors. Hello, audience friends. I am Gaz, the commentator for this match, and I will be providing the commentary for the upcoming battles. Without further ado, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the contestants to the stage. Gaz's loud and powerful voice echoed throughout the arena, and the audience responded enthusiastically with thunderous applause. Amidst the roaring cheers, the fully armed contestants began to make their entrances. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn our attention to the A-Zone battlefield, where the first contestant to appear is none other than the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco. Chapter 180, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates versus the 3 Disasters. The flying six, the iron gate of the bullfighting arena in Zone A slowly rises. And a phoenix engulfed in blue flames suddenly flies out, soaring high in the air and circling several times before letting out a deafening cry that resonates throughout the arena, as if announcing its arrival. The appearance of Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, instantly ignited the excitement of the audience, with thousands of male spectators cheering loudly, while thousands of female spectators gazed at him with hearts in their eyes, exclaiming that they wanted to marry Marco. Marco thoroughly enjoyed the audience's adoration, gracefully flying to the center of the ring and bowing to the 4 cardinal directions to express his gratitude to the audience. This guy Marco is indeed well liked. Just as Marco was bowing, several other division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates made their way out from the player passage in Zone A. Diamond Jozo muttered enviously, "So what if he can fly and has some blue flames? What's so impressive about that? I'm made of diamonds. I'm not any less popular than that bird Marco." Hearing this, Ace burst out laughing, throwing an arm around Jozu's neck and jokingly saying, "If you keep talking like that, I might just have to tell Marco." Startled by Ace's words, Jozu hurriedly grabbed Ace's arm and forced a smile. "Say no, I was just joking. Please don't tell Marco what I just said." All right. I want to tell Marco you were talking bad about him behind his back." Ace's voice, rising and falling, perfectly reached Marco's ears. When Marco heard someone speaking ill of him, he immediately spread his wings and flew over to Jozu and Ace, wrapping his arms around them and asking, "Ace, what did you just say? Someone is talking bad about me. Tell me who that person is, and I'll go over and knock him out so hard even his dad won't recognize him." Hearing Marco's furious words, Jozu was too scared to speak up. He gestured to Ace not to reveal him, but unfortunately, Ace didn't see his signals and boldly stated, "Actually, it's nothing much. Just when you were bowing, Jozu said you're just a stupid bird with blue flames, not worth mentioning compared to his diamonds." As soon as Ace said this, Jozu's heart sank. He knew he was about to face Marco's wrath. Crane Claw, Diamond Shield. Enraged, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, his sharp claws like steel blades, directly targeting Jozu. Prepared, Jozu quickly activated his Devil Fruit ability, turning into Diamond, and easily blocked Marco's regular attack. "Marco, are you really coming at me?" Although Jozu's body was very hard, he had still received a kick from Marco earlier, leaving some scratches that made him very angry. Thus, he manifested a heavy diamond hammer and swung it toward Marco. As Marco and Diamond Jozu were locked in fierce combat, the other division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered together, laughing and snacking on sunflower seeds and watermelon, sitting cross-legged on the ground while watching the battle between Jozu and Marco. Go. Marco, hit harder. Jozu, stop just dodging. Can we go head-to-head? Stop acting like you're surrendering. The division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were clearly not concerned about the situation. They continued to fan the flames, laughing heartily at Jozu and Marco's antics. Then, just as Marco and Diamond Jozu were engaged in a fierce battle, another group of people emerged from the exit of the A-Zone player passage. This group consisted of King of Beast Gado's Calamity Ash and Drought-Jack, along with members of the Flying Six, Fuzz, Black Maria, Page 1, and Sasaki. "Ash, I'll take care of Jozu. You handle Marco," said Drought-Jack, who, upon exiting the player passage, was drawn to the fierce battle between Marco and Jozu and immediately felt the urge to fight. Calamity Ash nodded in agreement without saying much. Hearing the commotion, Marco turned to look back and, seeing the newcomers were not friendly, loudly warned Jozu, "Jozu, be careful. Kaido's Calamity and Drought have arrived. Their strength should not be underestimated." While blocking Marco's attacks, Jozu responded, "Got it. You be careful too." Just as they spoke, Ash suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of Marco, landing a heavy punch that sent Marco flying. In his phoenix form, Marco quickly transformed back to human form midair, preparing to counterattack when he suddenly saw another figure flash by, Drought-Jack. Jack, wielding a giant sword, swung it down toward Marco. Marco quickly transformed into phoenix form once more, easily dodging the attack. How despicable! What kind of skill is sneak attacking? An enraged Marco cursed, then spread his wings and rapidly flew into the sky, attempting to gain aerial dominance to strike down Drought-Jack. Calamity Ash snorted coldly and quickly activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a pterodactyl form, then flapped his powerful wings to fly up into the sky as well. The phoenix form of Marco and the pterodactyl form of Ash engaged in an intense aerial battle, their wings flapping vigorously, creating strong currents that swept across the entire arena. The audience looked up, nervously watching this aerial duel. Meanwhile, on the ground, Diamond, Jozu, and Drought Jack were also in the midst of an intense battle. Jozu, fully diamondized, swung his massive diamond arms, clashing with Jack's giant sword, producing deep, resounding impacts. Their fighting styles were both extremely ferocious, with each attack carrying immense power, leaving the spectators in awe. On the other side, several other captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Six of the Beast pirates were not idle. Black Maria unleashed black flames, shrouding the entire arena in darkness, while Faz Fuzz transformed into a saber-toothed tiger and engaged in a sword duel with the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sorvista. Page 1 and Sasaki faced off against the 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace and the 8th Division Captain Yamato of the Whitebeard pirates, respectively. Their fighting styles were distinctive, with some excelling in strength, others in speed, and some in technique, leaving the audience dazzled and calling it thrilling. Chapter 181. The Emperor of the Frost-Cold Empire. A hidden strongman emerges. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides using all their strength to defeat each other. However, just as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were locked in a fierce battle with the Calamities and Flying Six of the Beast pirates, a mysterious figure suddenly flew out from the A-Zone contestant passage and appeared above the arena. This figure emanated a powerful aura that made everyone present feel a sense of oppression. Who's this guy? His presence is so strong. You don't even know who he is? He is the Emperor of the Frost-Cold Empire from the Eastern Continent, Dongfang Yi. The appearance of Dongfang Yi plunged the entire arena into silence as he floated quietly in the air, watching the battle below. Stop fighting. It's pointless to exhaust yourselves in the first round. If you have the ability, fight it out to the end. His voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing his words, Marco and Jin stopped fighting, as did Diamond, Jozu, and Jack the Drought, while the others also ceased their attacks. Marco looked at Dongfang Yi and said with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Dongfang Yi, what are you doing here instead of guarding the Frost-Cold Empire? I'll tell you, the purification fruit belongs to our Whitebeard pirates. No one else can have it." Hearing Marco's words, a flash of anger crossed Dongfang Yi's deep eyes as he replied expressionlessly, "I came here just to end this boring farce. You guys are all powerful pirates, fighting to the death over a devil fruit. Is it interesting?" Jack the Drought looked up at Dongfang Yi in the sky with an unconvinced expression and said, "Ridiculous. Who do you think you're to say it ends just like that?" Seeing Jack the Drought's audacity, Dongfang Yi coldly looked down at him, then unleashed a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. This condensed Conqueror's Haki surged like a raging tide, continuously crashing toward Jack. Originally arrogant, Jack's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly upon feeling the intense pressure of Dongfang Yi's Conqueror's Haki, as if his incessant chatter had been forcefully silenced, leaving him unable to speak. After a simple lesson for Drought Jack, Dongfang Yi shifted his gaze away from him and coldly addressed the crowd present. "Who among you still refuses to submit?" Dongfang Yi's voice was icy, carrying an unparalleled authority that echoed throughout the arena. At that moment, Dongfang Yi resembled a deity descending to the mortal realm, exuding a domineering aura that made everyone present feel unprecedented pressure. Some weaker pirates were even rendered immobile by this overwhelming presence. However, all those present were powerful figures in the pirate world, and they naturally would not easily yield to Dongfang Yi's pressure. Drought Jack's eyes were filled with provocation, and being stubborn, he was the first to speak. "You're just an emperor from the Eastern Continent. What right do you have to dictate to us here? If you want the purification fruit, you must first get past me. Is that so?" Dongfang Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Since you refuse to submit, let me experience your strength." With that, Dongfang Yi drew his sword from his waist and dove down from the air, charging at Drought Jack. Drought Jack, not to be outdone, swung his massive sword to meet Dongfang Yi. The two clashed instantly, and amidst the flashes of blades, dazzling sparks erupted. Dongfang Yi's strength was clearly superior to that of Drought Jack, and his attacks were like a torrential storm, leaving Drought Jack struggling to keep up. Damn it! Drought Jack gritted his teeth, not expecting Dongfang Yi to be so powerful. Even in his mammoth form, he found himself unable to retaliate against Dongfang Yi. Just then, Dongfang Yi seized a flaw in Drought Jack's defense and delivered a punch to his chest. Drought Jack immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his massive body involuntarily staggered backward. Dongfang Yi looked at Drought Jack and asked lightly, "Stupid elephant, do you want to continue?" Drought Jack covered his chest, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but he still forced himself to say, "Don't get cocky. I haven't lost yet. Is that so?" Seeing Drought Jack stubbornly holding on, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Dongfang Ye's deep eyes, and he struck again, this time even faster and stronger. Drought Jack couldn't react in time and was sent flying by Dongfang Ye's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Your badge is quite nice, pretty new. I'll take it. Drought Jack's massive body fell onto the arena floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Dongfang Ye's figure flickered through the dust, and he picked up Jack's exclusive badge, examining it as if it were a work of art before putting it away. After collecting the tokens, Dongfang Ye casually walked over to Jack's side and said from high vantage point, so how about it? Do you yield now? The defeated Jack, gasping heavily on the ground, knew he had lost, but still unwillingly replied, I won't lose to you. Seeing that this guy still refused to admit defeat, Dongfang Ye smiled, said nothing, and sheathed his sharp sword. Then, with a powerful voice, he stated, all right, I'm waiting for you to challenge me. I hope next time your strength can make a qualitative leap. As Dongfang Ye's words fell, the entire arena fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by his immense power. They all knew that this emperor from the eastern continent could easily defeat Drought Jack, the vice-emperor under the 4 Emperor Kaido, so he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He might even be a terrifying existence that could rival or surpass Kaido. I still need 8 tokens. Let's just pick a few people. As soon as this was said, Dongfang Ye instantly transformed into an afterimage, weaving through the many contestants in the arena, effortlessly killing 8 of them and obtaining their tokens, thus securing his qualification for the second round of the competition. After obtaining the qualification for promotion, Dongfang Ye swaggered to the edge of the arena, quietly sat down in a meditative position, and watched the fierce battles among the crowd with an expectant gaze. You all continue, don't mind me. I won't intervene anymore. After hearing the words from Dongfang Ye, the contestants in area, Marco, Jean, Chaozi, Ace, Bista, Fuzzfur, Black Maria, Peggy Wan, Sasaki, Nimra, Jingu Duo, Izong, Foza, Gizes Beijis, Shunping, Benki Binji, and Mengshida, all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 182. The Alliance of the Strong, the brutal battle situation in Area A. After the Eastern Knight announced that it would no longer intervene, the competitors in Area A breathed a sigh of relief, but the atmosphere on the field became even tenser. As everyone knew that to survive in this brutal competition, they had to show their full strength. Marco, Jin, Jaz, Ace, and others began to reassess their opponents, realizing that the previous battles were merely warm-ups, and the real challenges lay ahead. If they did not give their all now, they risked being eliminated in the first round of the competition. At this moment, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 15th Division, Fasa, and one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Knight of the Sea Jinbei, exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw unwavering determination. These 2 warriors from different factions, who had once been adversaries, had to temporarily set aside their past grievances to face powerful enemies together in this competition. Flame Calamity Jin first pulled the fallen Drought Jack up from the ground, then snatched a pirate's tag and handed it to Jack. After that, he silently adjusted his breathing, feeling the immense power of blood and energy surging within him. After witnessing the battle between Drought Jack and Eastern Knight, Flame Disaster Jean was very aware that he had to be cautious in dealing with every opponent in the upcoming fights, without a trace of carelessness. However, as Flame Disaster Jean reflected on the battle that had just occurred, not far from him, Jaws, who had already entered diamond form, was tightly gripping the large hammer in his hand, ready to ambush. On the other side of the venue, Black Maria and Page One were also secretly observing the other competitors. They both knew that their strength was not outstanding among the many contestants, but they had their own survival strategies. Black Maria was skilled at using the environment for cover, while Page One relied on his agility and quick reflexes to dodge enemy attacks. Together, they easily collected the number plates needed to advance to the second round of the competition. Meanwhile, Bista, Ace, Marco, Aizu, Nami, Jinbi, Gil Tesoro, Gizes Beijis, Sanji Bankbinge, and other contestants were actively preparing their battle strategies. They all understood that to win this competition, they had to leverage their strengths while also exploiting their opponent's weaknesses to quickly eliminate enemies. Otherwise, they risked being defeated and surrounded by foes. At this moment, in the A-Zone combat area, the number of contestants who had their number plates taken or were killed surged. As time kept passing, the end of the first round of the competition was drawing near, and there were still over 20,000 contestants remaining in the arena where brutal battles continued. Among these 20,000 contestants, over 8,000 had their number plates stolen, and about 10,000 had plates but had not gathered the required 10. The vast majority of these contestants had their number plates taken by the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and other powerful individuals. Their main goal was to reduce the number of people advancing to the second round and clear obstacles for future matches. The actions of these strong individuals thoroughly enraged those contestants without number plates or without the required 10 plates. As the end of the competition drew closer and it became clear they could not defeat powerful contestants like Marco, Jin, and Jinbi, they decided to band together in groups, forming a massive alliance and crazily charged at the group of strong contenders, attempting to use overwhelming numbers and a war of attrition to take down those with a large number of plates. This was bad. We have incurred the wrath of the masses, and with so many coming at us, the next battle would not be easy. Facing the oncoming contestants, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, coldly raised the corner of his mouth. He immediately activated the power of his devil fruit, transforming into his phoenix form, and quickly flew high into the sky. He teamed up with the Beast Pirates Calamity Jin to attack from above, launching an assault on the sea of contestants below. Seeing Marco take action, Calamity Jin was not to be outdone. He soared into the sky, transforming into a massive, toothless dragon, and then spread his wings, each feather ablaze with fierce flames. He plunged into the crowd of contestants like a falling meteor, where flames erupted, turning enemies to ashes. At the same time, Marco was enveloped in blue flames, soaring through the air like a phoenix. His wings, blazing with blue fire, created fiery storms that swept up the enemies below. Moreover, Marco could utilize the Phoenix's revivability for regeneration, making any attack against him ineffective, which made him even more fearless in battle. Under the combined attack of Marco and Ash, the joint army of the competitors began to waver. However, they did not give up. Instead, they charged forward even more frantically, trying to overwhelm the strong group with their numerical advantage. At this point, the battle on the ground had also entered a heated phase. Other members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the officials of the Beast Pirates engaged in fierce confrontations with numerous competitors. Diamond Jaws wielded his massive diamond arm, knocking down one enemy after another, while Thatch, armed with dual pistols, kept shooting, with each bullet accurately hitting the enemy's vital points. Meanwhile, the giant Mew transformed into a massive whale, using his great strength and size to send enemies flying. On the other side, Black Maria and Page 1 also showcased their formidable power. Black Maria excelled at using illusions and silk threads to attack, plunging enemies into chaos and fear. While Page 1 was a powerful close combat warrior, dealing tremendous damage with each of her strikes. In the fierce battle, some weaker contestants began to realize the gap between themselves and the strong. They started to change their strategies, no longer confronting the strong head-on, but instead seeking other opportunities to obtain tokens. As the joint army formed by the contestants experienced internal strife, the offensive from the group of strong contestants became even more intense. Marco and Ember were responsible for aerial strikes, while Drought Jack, Fire Fist Ace, Diamond Jaws, and Flower Sword Vista were in charge of ground attacks. The group fought together, reducing the number of surviving contestants in the arena to over 7,000. The battle was still ongoing, and with a significant decrease in the number of contestants, those who could ultimately survive were all formidable strong fighters. With fewer and fewer contestants left, the remaining group was quite powerful. We could no longer continue fighting. Once our stamina was exhausted, it was highly likely that guy Dongfang Yi would reap the benefits. Chapter 183. Zone B Competition. The founder of the 8 Treasure Water Army makes an appearance. Listening to Marco, the strong fighters present all expressed agreement. Indeed, let's all stop and hold on until the end of the competition time. After saying this, Ember exchanged a meaningful glance with Marco beside him, and then both of them simultaneously launched powerful attacks, forcing back the enemies approaching them. Other strong fighters followed suit, unleashing their own special moves, and in an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with various powerful attacks, pushing the survivors of the joint army back repeatedly. Watching the competition timer on the arena's big screen showing the last 20 minutes, the contestants who had not yet gathered 10 tokens fell into a state of madness, fighting like vengeful spirits in hell, indiscriminately battling friend and foe alike, all to gain the qualification for promotion in the last moments. 20 minutes, long or short. It was a matter of perspective. In the final moments, the number of survivors in arena drastically decreased from over 7,000 to just over 3,000. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. With a loud whistle echoing across the battlefield, the first round of competition in Arena 8 came to an end, with the final number of surviving contestants eligible for promotion being 2,981. It's finally over. These tokens are no longer useful, right? Contestants with a large number of tokens breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the end whistle. After handing over the 10 tokens needed for promotion to the venue staff, the remaining tens of thousands of tokens became a pile of trash, discarded into the fish fighting pool by the promoted contestants, or set ablaze by those with fire abilities. After sending off all the qualifiers from Area A, the staff quickly repaired and cleaned the arena in preparation for the upcoming matches of the contestants in Area B. At this moment, in the waiting room for the contestants in Area B, experts from all over the world had gathered. Their lineup was no less impressive than that of Area A. Among them were powerful and renowned fighters such as Hyena Bellamy, Cannibal Bartolomeo, the Preacher Gambia, King of War Elizabeth II, Strategist Dagama, Bounty Hunters Abdra and Jet, Martial Artist Doug the Leg, Fishman Haku, Maynard, Taiga Lepanti, Reaper Poison Q, founder of the 8 Treasure Water Army Fuchinjian Jai, Demon Goddess Mayo, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Moonlight Moria, and Jesus Boo. All these strong fighters were waiting in the waiting room, and although there were many of them, no one spoke, which created a strange silence in the large waiting room. As time passed, the staff finished repairing the venue, and the contestants from Area B gradually entered the arena, marking the official start of their first round of matches. The first to appear was Haku, the fishman karate master and friend of Sea Hero Jinbe. He wore a pure white karate uniform with a striking black belt, and as he stepped out of the contestant passage, he received enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Haku, 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 fishman karate master Haku, take down those pirates. Haku politely bowed to the audience, but just as he was about to stand up, a dark figure suddenly flashed behind him and launched an attack. Reacting instantly, Haku sidestepped the thrust of Abdra's fork, then decisively steadied himself, adopting a horse stance and assuming the posture of fishman karate, with hard fists covered in dark hockey. He unleashed a powerful punch for Thousand Fist of Justice. All of Haku's strength converged at the tip of his fist, and with a loud crack, the punch shot out like an army charging forward towards Abdra. Faced with Haku's full force strike, Abdra did not choose to confront it head-on. He didn't dare to do so. Instead, he quickly dodged, grabbing a pirate beside him and using him as a shield to block Haku's full force strike. In an instant, the innocent pirate, who had been pulled over by Abdra to act as a meat shield, didn't even have time to react before Haku's fist pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. You, Abdra, you despicable guy, actually using someone else as a shield. I will not let you off. Haku's face darkened with rage. He pulled his bloodied fist out of the innocent pirate's chest, quickly wiped the blood from his fist, and then placed his right fist on his waist while striking a martial arts pose, his whole demeanor like a peerless master standing proudly on a mountain peak. As torrents of water appeared before him, Fishman Judo Water Cutting Blade. The water instantly transformed into a giant demon shark, opening its massive jaws as if to swallow Abdra whole. Seeing this, Abdra was taken aback and immediately raised his fork, stabbing fiercely at the demon shark in an attempt to deflect Haku's attack. Abdra, with that fork of yours, do you think you can break my water flow? That's just wishful thinking, Dai. Just as the water-flowed demon shark was about to knock away Abdra's fork and charge at him, in a moment of desperation, Abdra's partner Jet suddenly emerged from a corner, thrusting a small dagger directly into Haku's lower back, forcefully interrupting Haku's spell and severely injuring him. Cough, damn it. You two despicable guys. The injured Haku's strength plummeted, and he painfully clutched his lower back, hoping to stop the blood that was gushing out. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the bleeding. Just as Haku was about to collapse from excessive blood loss, a person suddenly supported his swaying body, and then a warm current filled with healing energy entered his body. In just a few breaths, Haku was completely healed. When Haku looked back, he saw a man in a simple black robe smiling at him. Thank you for saving me. I am very grateful. Just as Haku was about to bow in gratitude, Fuchinjian Jai waved his hand with great ease and replied, "It's just a small act. No need for thanks." Hearing Fuchinjian Jai's words, a glimmer of gratitude and respect flashed in Haku's eyes. Being able to heal his injuries in such a short time, this person's strength was definitely formidable. Hey, you two. Do you think too little of us? We are in the midst of battle, and you dare to be distracted. Then you can all die. Just as Haku and Fuchinjian Jai were talking, Abdra and Jet charged toward them, weapons in hand, with fierce momentum. Chapter 184, Gas Fruit User Versus. The follower of the evil god seeing Abdra and Jet rushing towards him, Fuchinjian Jai's cold eyes flickered with disdain. He snorted in annoyance and then stretched out his arms, activating the ability of the Paramecia-type gas fruit. Materialization Spirit Chi Glaive. In an instant, a thick black mist emerged from Fuchenjian Jai's hands, condensing into a square halberd. Holding the square halberd, Fuchenjian Jai looked heroic, like the greatest warrior of the three kingdoms. Elbu, you two despicable little men, not worth mourning, go die. As Jet and Abdra swung their weapons towards him, Fuchenjian Jai's cold eyes sparkled with mocking amusement. He suddenly pushed off the ground, darting towards Jet and Abdra like an arrow released from a bow. The black square halberd drew an arc in the air, accompanied by a fierce wind. Slicing towards the two, Jet and Abdra, seeing this, quickly raised their weapons to defend. With a loud clang, their weapons collided in midair, sending sparks flying. Fuchenjian Jai exerted force in his arms, pressing the square halberd down towards Jet and Abdra. They felt Fuchenjian Jai's strength, their expressions changing slightly, and they exerted all their strength to push the halberd away. But Fuchenjian Jai's power was clearly superior. He slightly curled his lips and increased the force in his hands. Break for me, Fuchenjian Jai shouted, and the square halberd instantly broke through Jet and Abdra's defenses, stabbing towards their chests. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jet and Abdra, grabbing the square halberd with both hands and forcefully blocking it. Who is it? Fuchenjian Jai frowned. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared, Demon Goddess Mio coldly said, I am their friend, here to help them. Friend? Ha ha ha. Fuchenjian Jai seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He laughed loudly and then sharply mocked. You pirates actually have friends? That's really laughable. Hearing Fuchenjian Jai's words, the Demon Goddess Mio became somewhat angry, her face slightly flushed, and she coldly replied, Pirates are also human and have their own friends. Besides, you're not a good person either, so why do you mock us? In the midst of the floating dust, Jai's expression instantly darkened. He hated it most when others said he was not a good person. He glared fiercely at the evil goddess, Mio, and threatened. Do you dare say I'm not a good person? Do you know who I am? I don't need to know who you are. I only know that you are my enemy now, the evil goddess Mio said fearlessly. Upon hearing this, Jai's anger intensified. He raised his halberd and pointed it at the evil goddess Mio, shouting, Fine, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. D. With that, Jai swung his halberd and lunged at the evil goddess Mio. Seeing this, Mio was not willing to back down. She clenched her hands, and a black flame surged from her palms, transforming into two black fireballs that she hurled at Jai. When Jai saw the two black fireballs, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he did not retreat. Instead, he swung his halberd down at the two fireballs. With a loud bang, the two fireballs were split apart by Jai's strike, scattering into countless sparks. After successfully breaking through the fireball attack, Fuchenjian Jai looked at the evil goddess Mio, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Not bad. You have some skills, but that's not enough. Take this. Saying so, Fuchenjian Jai swung his halberd again, attacking the evil goddess Mio. The evil goddess Mio sidestepped Fuchenjian Jai's attack. At the same time, a black long whip appeared in her hand, striking fiercely towards Fuchenjian Jai. Seeing this, Fuchenjian Jai quickly blocked the whip's attack with his halberd, and with a strong pull, he brought the evil goddess Mio in front of him. Looking at the evil goddess Mio, Fuchenjian Jai's lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil smile. Hee, little girl, you're still too inexperienced. As he said this, Fuchenjian Jai reached out with his left hand, aiming to grab the evil goddess Mio's chest, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The evil goddess Mio's expression changed, wanting to sidestep, but it was too late. Fuchenjian Jai's hand had already touched her chest. At that moment, a white light suddenly shot out from the evil goddess Mio's chest, deflecting Fuchenjian Jai's hand. Fuchenjian Jai was knocked back by this light, involuntarily taking a few steps back. He looked at his hand, only to see a deep wound appearing on the back of his hand, blood continuously oozing out. What is this? Fuchenjian Jai looked at his hand in surprise, filled with confusion. The evil goddess Mio took the opportunity to distance herself from Fuchenjian Jai, looking at him coldly as she said, This is my guardian spirit. No one can touch it. Hearing this, Fuchenjian Jai was even more astonished. He did not expect this little girl to have a guardian spirit protecting her. Oof. So what if you have a guardian spirit? I will definitely kill you today. Although Fuchenjian Jai was surprised, he did not back down. He swung his halberd again, attacking the evil goddess Mio. Seeing Fuchenjian Jai attacking again, The evil goddess Mio's eyes flashed with determination. She knew she could no longer be passive and had to take the initiative. Thus, the evil goddess Mio gripped the long whip tightly with both hands, swinging it hard, turning the whip into a bolt of black lightning, striking fiercely at Fu Chunjianjai. Fu Chunjianjai was startled by this black lightning and quickly used his halberd to defend. With a loud clang, the whip collided with the halberd, sending sparks flying. Fu Chunjianjai felt a powerful force coming from the whip, his arm went numb, and the halberd nearly slipped from his grasp. Such strong power. Fu Chunjianjai was secretly shocked. He did not expect this little girl to possess such immense strength. However, Fu Chunjianjai was ultimately a top powerhouse in the pirate world, and he quickly adjusted, swinging his halberd again, attacking the evil goddess Mio. The two exchanged blows fiercely, neither side giving way. Just then, Fu Chunjianjai suddenly unleashed a sweeping attack, the halberd cutting through the air with a sharp wind, sweeping towards the evil goddess Mio. The evil goddess Mio was startled by this move. It was too late to dodge, and she could only block with her whip. With another loud clang, the whip and halberd collided again, creating dazzling sparks and a deafening explosion. After barely resisting the powerful assault from Floating Dust Hall, Mio's inner fury intensified. Her lively, beautiful eyes turned pitch black as she gained the power of the evil god. The black whip in her hand moved like a nimble, venomous snake, striking towards Floating Dust Hall's face. Seeing this, Floating Dust Hall quickly raised his Fong Tianhua halberd to block the attack from the evil goddess Mio. However, Mio's attack was exceptionally cunning. The moment her whip made contact with the halberd, it suddenly twisted in an odd manner, bypassing the halberd and stabbing towards Floating Dust Hall's chest. Caught off guard, Floating Dust Hall was shocked. By the time he reacted and tried to dodge, it was already too late. In that critical moment, he gritted his teeth and used his left arm to block the whip strike. With a loud thud, the whip broke through Floating Dust Hall's imposing shield and pierced into his left arm, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Enduring the excruciating pain, Floating Dust Hall raised his right hand and thrust the Fong Tianhua halberd towards Mio's chest. Mio did not expect Floating Dust Hall to use his own body to block her attack, momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, Floating Dust Hall's halberd had already reached her. Realizing the halberd was right in front of her, Mio wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She could only instinctively raise her hands to block the attack from the halberd. With a clang, the halberd struck her arm, as if hitting hard metal, making a crisp ringing sound and sending a series of dazzling sparks flying. Mio felt an immense power surge through her. Her arm ached painfully, and the whip fell from her hand. Seizing the opportunity, Floating Dust Hall forcefully swept her away, causing Mio to crash heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the fallen Mio, Floating Dust Hall was filled with pride and walked towards her step by step, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, a black light suddenly erupted from within Mio, enveloping Floating Dust Hall. He felt a powerful force binding him tightly, rendering him unable to move. The sudden turn of events shocked Floating Dust Hall, and he struggled with all his might, but found he could not break free from his power's restraint. What is happening? Floating Dust Hall looked at the evil goddess Mio in terror, seeing her slowly rise from the ground, radiating a strong aura of evil. "Who are you?" he asked, fear evident in his voice. Mio opened her pitch-black beautiful eyes and coldly stared at Floating Dust Hall, a hint of disdain flickering across her beautiful, icy face. "I am a servant of the gods, a deity who governs darkness and evil. You are merely a mortal, daring to challenge my authority. Truly delusional." After saying this, the evil goddess Mio raised her hands, black light gathering into a sphere in her palms, and hurled it towards Floating Dust Hall. Floating Dust Hall felt a powerful force rushing towards him. He wanted to evade, but discovered he could not move at all, helplessly watching the black sphere crash towards him. "Bartolomeo, don't let that Floating Dust Hall die. Block Mio's attack for him." Suddenly, Subai's command echoed in Bartolomeo's mind. He quickly reacted, turning into a blur and appearing in front of Floating Dust Hall, conjuring a barrier out of thin air to block all the dark energy released by Mio. Seeing himself spared from disaster, Floating Dust Hall cast a grateful glance at Bartolomeo, who calmly replied, "My young master ordered me to spare your life. This woman is strange. Let's work together to defeat her." Listening to Bartolomeo, Floating Dust Hall nodded. He then used the power of his devil fruit, causing the Fong Tianhua halberd to float in midair, transforming into 99 unmatched flying swords, shooting towards Mio from all angles. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo maintained his common's fingers gesture, forming a transparent barrier around himself and floating dust hall for defense. Bartolomeo, are you the new pyre from the sea? Your devil fruit ability might appeal to the evil god. A hint of flush appeared on Mio's cold face as she instantly transformed into a fierce visage, exuding a chilling, eerie aura. She slowly floated into the air, 6 wings sprouting from her back, resembling a 6-winged fallen angel descending to the mortal realm. Observing this scene from the shadows, Subai smirked and murmured to himself, "It seems there are many unknown secrets in the world of One Piece." Just as Subai contemplated whether to absorb Mio into the Shadow Army, floating Dust Hall and Bartolomeo had already engaged in intense combat with Mio on the battlefield. The 6-winged fallen angel Mio radiated a terrifying dark aura, which seemed corrosive. Nearby pirates who inadvertently inhaled it cried out in pain, struggling as they melted into pools of blood. Mio's 6 wings gently flapped, creating a whirlwind that scattered the flying swords. She looked down at floating Dust Hall and Bartolomeo, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. "You think you can challenge the power of the evil god? Truly overestimating yourselves." Hearing this, Bartolomeo and floating Dust Hall exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. They knew that since they had completely offended Mio and the evil god behind her, there was no turning back in this battle. Their only way to survive was to kill Mio. Floating Dust Hall took a deep breath. The 99 flying sword suspended in the air transformed back into the Fong Tianhua halberd, returning to his hands. Gripping the halberd tightly, he swung it forward with force, sending a golden halberd energy slicing towards Mio. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo did not back down. He clasped his hands together and unleashed his ultimate move, Barrier, absolute defense, enveloping himself and floating Dust Hall in a transparent shield. Mio coldly smiled at this sight, extending one hand and lightly squeezing, crushing the fierce halberd energy released by floating Dust Hall into powder. Then, she swiftly appeared in front of Bartolomeo's barrier and threw a punch. With a loud bang, Bartolomeo's proud barrier shattered, and both he and floating Dust Hall were violently thrown back by the immense force. Chapter 186, The Pirates' Alliance, King Elizabello II's King Punch. After being blasted away by the shockwave, the 2 men, battered and bruised, helped each other up from the ground with great difficulty. Seeing that the 2 still had the strength to stand, Mio felt somewhat incredulous. Her beautiful eyes filled with frost as she spoke sarcastically, "You can still stand? In that case, Jet and Abdur, you 2 can deal with them." Hearing Mio's command, Jet and Abdur immediately displayed sly, triumphant smiles, each holding a trident and a saber, advancing step by step towards Bartolomeo and floating Dust Hall. Seeing Jet and Abdur approaching, the injured Bartolomeo and floating Dust Hall gritted their teeth in anger, muttering, "Damn it, you 2 lackeys. If Mio hadn't intervened, you would have been thrown out of the arena long ago to feed the fish." Just as Jet and Abdullah were attacking Bartolomeo and floating Dust, at a critical moment, the Fishman Karate Master Haku arrived just in time to provide support. With a set of fluid martial arts moves, he summoned a stream of water that enveloped Jet and Abdullah, then slammed them heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 Jet and Abdullah were thrown into disarray and were unable to get up from the ground for a while. Seeing that these 2 had temporarily lost their ability to continue fighting, Haku let out a slight sigh of relief, then turned to Bartolomeo and floating Dust with concern, asking, "Are you 2 okay?" After speaking, Haku took out a bottle of medicine from his karate uniform, removed the stopper, and evenly applied the liquid to the wounds of Bartolomeo and floating Dust. The medicine worked remarkably well, and, in no time, the wounds on Bartolomeo and floating Dust were completely healed. Feeling the improvement in their physical condition, Bartolomeo and floating Dust were greatly astonished. They bowed gratefully to Haku and then said with strong determination, "Haku, thank you for the medicine. Leave the next battle to us." Bartolomeo made the common's fingers gesture, creating an even harder barrier that completely protected him, floating Dust, and Haku. Meanwhile, floating Dust activated the power of the gas fruit, using observation haki to try to see through the weaknesses of Mio. "Stop wasting your efforts. The evil god has no weaknesses." Hearing Mio's arrogant words, floating Dust frowned slightly, continuing to use his fruit's ability to analyze the power of the evil god. Oddly, it seemed that the evil god's power came from beyond the universe. Why? Despite the great distance, could it still transmit power to Mio? Was there a way to sever the connection between them? With this thought, floating Dust fell into a brief contemplation. He approached Bartolomeo and whispered, "You create a spherical barrier to trap Mio inside, and I'll use the energy of heaven and earth to form another barrier around the outside. Let's see if we can cut off the connection between the evil god and Mio." Hearing Floating Dust's plan, Bartolomeo's eyes widened in surprise. Although he didn't believe this method would work, since Floating Dust was determined to try, they might as well give it a shot. If they succeeded, it would be a great joy. But if they failed, there would be nothing to be done. Barrier's strongest prison seal. Suddenly, a net-like barrier appeared in midair, rapidly wrapping Mio within it, then transforming into a spherical cage, temporarily imprisoning her. Seeing that Bartolomeo had bound Mio with the barrier, Floating Dust quickly responded. He activated the power of the gas fruit, drawing on a massive amount of energy accumulated within him, and then unleashed it toward Mio. The overwhelming energy that Floating Dust summoned surged like a torrential flood, instantly engulfing Mio. However, Mio's body emitted a mysterious force that repelled the energy, leaving her unaffected. Bartolomeo and Floating Dust were astonished by this scene. They had originally thought their plan would work, but it seemed they had underestimated Mio's strength, or rather, the strength of the evil god. Floating Dust bit his lip and said angrily, "What should we do? Are we going to be eliminated in the first round? I refuse to accept this." Just as he and Bartolomeo were at a loss, Subai, who had been keeping an eye on the match, spoke up. He quietly transmitted a message to Bartolomeo, saying that to defeat Mio, they must first sever her connection with the evil god. And the only way to do that was to continuously drain her. You shouldn't be on the defensive. You should attack instead. As long as Mio keeps getting hurt, she will keep seeking help from the evil god. It's quite exhausting for the evil god to transmit energy from beyond the universe. And if too much energy is sent, it will be detected by the world consciousness of our realm, which could retaliate against the evil god. Hearing his lord's guidance, Bartolomeo felt enlightened. He quietly shared the information with Floating Dust, and then, in the name of the Bartle Club, joined forces with many capable pirates to launch an offensive against Mio. Floating Dust, let's change our strategy. You focus on range attacks while I defend against Mio's attacks with barriers. Then, King Elizabello II will continue to warm up, and Hyena Bellamy, Haku, Gambia, and Dagama will lead the pirate alliance to launch a group attack on Mio. The allies cooperating with Bartolomeo, including King Elizabello II, Hyena Bellamy, and Dagama, nodded and quickly began to act. First, the pirate alliance led by Hyena Bellamy and Dagama launched a fierce offensive against Mio. In just a moment, the sounds of gunfire and clashing swords echoed, with a variety of attacks being unleashed. Although they seemed fierce, they failed to inflict any substantial damage on Mio. "Is this all you've got? You can't even give me a tickle." Mio, imprisoned by the barrier, scoffed coldly. She once again borrowed power from the evil god beyond the heavens, forcefully breaking through the barrier created by Bartolomeo, then punched out, easily claiming the lives of hundreds of pirates. Seeing this, Bartolomeo was shocked. He exerted more effort to activate the barrier fruit's ability, protecting all the pirates in his camp with barriers, and then created an even harder barrier to trap Mio once more. Chapter 187. The Will of the Pirate World Strikes, heavily injuring the evil god from beyond. Elizabello II, it's your turn now. The fierce battle between everyone and Mio continued for over an hour, with only 30 seconds remaining until Elizabello II finished charging up. As long as they could hold out for those brief seconds, he would be able to unleash the King S punch, said to be capable of defeating the four emperors. Brothers, hold on, just 30 more seconds. Bartolomeo's face turned pale. Continuously activating the barrier fruit's ability was draining his stamina. As he saw Elizabello II about to complete the final charge, he gritted his teeth and persevered, still holding on when death is imminent. "Bartolomeo, why not join my side and become a follower of the evil god along with me? I believe your devil fruit ability will surely please the evil god, and you will receive his blessings just like I did." Mio tried to persuade Bartolomeo to join her, but Bartolomeo was already a member of the Shadow Army and would not easily betray them to join the evil god cult. Bartolomeo's gaze turned cold. He smirked and said mockingly to Mio, "What nonsense about the evil god? I don't care for that at all. If you wanted to join your evil god cult, it's not impossible. Just have that guy kneel and knock his head 3 times, and I might consider it." Seeing Bartolomeo dare to insult the great evil god in front of her, Mio was enraged. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold, and a ball of dark magic energy suddenly appeared in her palm, swirling and churning like liquid. "Daring to insult the great evil god. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Let you experience the power of dark magic, 10,000 erosion of the soul. The dark magic energy shot out from Mio's palm like a Katyusha rocket, flying in extremely fast speed and with highly precise direction toward Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo dared not be careless for a moment. He immediately raised a barrier in an attempt to withstand the attack of this dark magic energy. However, the power of this dark magic energy exceeded his imagination, easily penetrating the barrier and striking Bartolomeo directly. Severely injured by the dark magic energy, Bartolomeo let out a painful scream, feeling as if his soul was being eroded by the dark magic energy. The pain was unbearable. His body began to tremble. His face turned pale, and his eyes became hollow. At this critical moment, a holy light descended from the sky, completely dispersing the dark magic energy. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Bartolomeo. It was Su-hei, the second avatar created by Su by using a demon shell, the bounty hunter of the sea. Su-hei coldly cast the ability of the talisman spell, healing all the pirates on his side to their original state. Then he turned his gaze toward Mio, who was not far away. Are you the only apostle of the outer evil god in this world? Interesting. I wonder what your strength is like. I hope you can surprise me. Su-hei's voice was calm and deep, carrying an inexplicable pressure. Mio looked at the suddenly appearing Su-hei, feeling slightly startled, but she did not show any signs of fear. As an apostle of the outer evil god, she possessed powers and abilities beyond ordinary people and would naturally not be overwhelmed by Su-hei's aura. Who are you? Why are you interfering in our battle? Mio's voice was cold and sharp, tinged with displeasure. Su-hei smiled slightly, not answering Mio's question, but directly taking action. His body instantly transformed into a phantom, quickly rushing toward Mio, with a black spear appearing in his hand, glimmering with a chilling light. Mio reacted extremely quickly, instantly releasing dark magic energy to form a solid defensive barrier. At the same time, a black magic wand appeared in her hand, ready to unleash a powerful magical attack. In an instant, the two collided violently, triggering a fierce energy explosion that twisted the surrounding space, and a powerful shockwave forced the other pirates to retreat far away. The battle between Su-hei and Mio was exceptionally intense, with both sides showcasing their unique skills, neither giving way. Their attack methods were both extraordinarily bizarre and powerful, leaving the participating contestants and spectators dazzled. During the intense battle, Su-hei gradually gained the upper hand. His strength seemed to surpass that of Ling, exceeding her in both speed and power. Ling's expression grew increasingly gloomy as she realized that she might not be able to defeat this mysterious enemy in front of her. Damn it! Great evil god, grant me even greater power. Just as Ling called out to the evil god from a distance, asking for more powerful strength, Su-hei suddenly launched a powerful attack, directly breaking through Ling's defensive barrier and forcefully interrupting her spellcasting, sending her flying uncontrollably. Ling's body crashed heavily against the distant wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Ling struggled to stand up, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Su-hei looked at her, maintaining a cold expression. Your strength is not bad, but it's still lacking compared to mine. If you're willing to surrender, I might consider sparing you, Su-hei said. Ling gritted her teeth and did not answer Su-hei. She knew she had no way out. If she did not defeat the enemy before her, only death awaited her. I will not surrender. I am the apostle of the great evil god, and I will fight for him until the last moment, Ling shouted. Seeing that Ling remained stubborn, Su-hei shook his head slightly, seemingly helpless about her persistence. Since you are unwilling to surrender, then don't blame me for being rude. As Su-hei said this, he moved again. Ling refused to back down. Dragging her injured body, she summoned the power of black magic within her, transforming into a beam of black light and charging towards Su-hei. In an instant, the two clashed once more, and their battle became extremely fierce, quickly reaching a boiling point. Still hoping for the evil god to transmit power to you? Ha, don't dream. Su-bai, who was closely monitoring the situation in the arena, sneered as he saw Ling attempting to call for help from the evil god. He waved his hand, activating the power of shadows, instantly cutting off the connection between Ling and the evil god. The evil god, who was originally transmitting energy to Ling, suddenly found himself losing his target. His power flailed around like a headless fly in the pirate world, attracting the attention of the world will. Following the route of the evil god's power transmission, the world will retaliated with a heavy blow against the evil god. Caught off guard, the extraterrestrial evil god was severely injured by the world will of the Haze world, nearly facing annihilation. After suffering a heavy blow, the evil god dared not to continue meddling in the pirate world, and thus withdrew all of its powers, leaving Mio, who was in the midst of a fierce battle in the arena, as a pawn, ruthlessly abandoned by the evil god. Chapter 188. The Sea Zone Competition. The clash between the Navy and the pirates. After being abandoned by the evil god, Mio's strength drastically diminished, and she was no longer a match for Suhei and the others. Suhei opened his palm and activated the Dragon Talisman ability, delivering a powerful dragon explosion that sent Mio flying dozens of meters away. Without the power of the evil god, is your strength this weak? Hearing Suhei's words, Mio's beautiful eyes dimmed. She bit her lip and said angrily, "You wait. One day, I will make you pay for this." After saying that, Mio tore off her badge and threw it to Suhei in front of her. Then she used dark magic to transform back into her six-winged fallen angel form, leaping into the air and abandoning her qualification to advance, leaving the arena in full view of the crowd. After Mio left the bullfighting arena, the temporary alliance formed by a group of pirates in Zone B immediately collapsed as they fought in small groups, trying to eliminate some opponents before the time ran out. Just as everyone was on edge, the War King Elizabello II, fully charged, unleashed a thunderous King's fist with the help of his strategist, Dagama. With this punch, the entire B zone shook, and countless pirates were instantly killed. Some unfortunate pirates were knocked unconscious or sent flying into the fighting fish pool, becoming prey for the fish. The number of people in the arena instantly dropped to 3,982, but the competition time had not yet expired, and the battle continued. Dagama, you are responsible for protecting me. I will continue to charge up and unleash the little King's fist. After receiving the order from Elizabello II, strategist Dagama quickly reacted, first recruiting a group of strong fighters for money with high bounties, and then actively sought out the likes of Floating Dust, Bartolomeo, and Suhei, hoping to collaborate with them. Without any hesitation, Floating Dust and Bartolomeo accepted Dagama's proposal for cooperation, while Suhei looked down on such alliances among weaklings and did not agree. Instead, he sat down alone in a corner, quietly watching the carnage in the arena. Dagama, wary of Suhei's strength, felt some anger after Suhei rejected his alliance request, but did not seek trouble with him. After simply assembling a pirate alliance of over 500 members, core members like Dagama guard the central figure, Elizabello II, who is continuously warming up and storing energy. Their alliance resembles a war machine, constantly reaping the lives of the weak. Countdown to the match, 28 minutes. At this moment, there are only 28 minutes left until the end of the match. The entire bullfighting arena is filled with a tense atmosphere, as the participants realize that time is running out and they must seize every moment to fight for survival and victory. King of War Elizabello II, under the protection of strategist Dagama and others, continues to store energy for his powerful skill, Little King's Fist. This ultimate move is a lower-tier version of the King's Fist. Although the explosive power is greatly reduced, the charging time is also significantly shorter, allowing him to unleash it 3 more times in the remaining 28 minutes. Meanwhile, other participants are making their final push for victory. Some choose to unite against powerful enemies, while others opt to hide and wait for the right moment to strike a fatal blow. Time flies, and the number of participants in the arena decreases rapidly, dropping from 3,982 to below 2,000. Leaving only 1859. Countdown to the match. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a whistle echoing throughout the arena. The match in Zone B officially ends, with 12-13 participants surviving and qualifying for promotion. It's finally over, Dagama. Let us go. King of War Elizabello II takes the towel handed to him by strategist Dagama to wipe off his sweat, and then leaves the arena with a large group of subordinates. At the same time, other strong participants from Zone B also exit, leaving only the staff swiftly cleaning and repairing the venue. Katakuri and Kuro. Who do you think among the participants in Zone B is worth recruiting? Hearing the inquiry from the young master, Tsubai, Katakuri slightly loosened the scarf around his neck, exposing his fierce mouth, and said loudly, "Young master, I think the participant who teamed up with Bartolomeo, Fuchenjian Jai, has decent strength and is worth recruiting. As for the others, they're strong ones, but I'm not particularly fond of them." Kuro beside Katakuri adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "Based on my observations, besides Fuchenjian Jai, Elizabello II and his strategist Dagama, as well as fishman karate master Haku, leg fighter Brukari, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Moonlight Moria, and Jesus Burgess under red-haired Shanks. All have quite good strength and could become members of our Shadow Corps. Hearing what Katakuri and Kuro said, Subai nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. Do you remember that sickly guy riding a horse? His name is Poison Q, and he is a user of the disease fruit. His strength is also quite good. You should pay attention to him, and if there is an opportunity, recruit him into our Shadow Corps. Upon hearing Subai mention Poison Q, Kuro and Katakuri came to their senses. They had indeed been keeping an eye on this sickly guy. When he first entered the arena, Katakuri thought he would be the first participant eliminated, but unexpectedly, he managed to persist until the end and successfully advanced. A user of the disease fruit? No wonder he looks so sickly. Just as Kuro and Katakuri were analyzing Poison Q's strength, a large-scale brawl broke out in the candidate area for participants in Zone C. The two sides of the brawl were mainly composed of Navy members led by Peach Rabbit Gon, T Pig Cake, Dragon Slayer Bastille, Chaser Maynard, Smoker, Koby Weasel, Fire Mountain, Bulameb, and others. On the other side were mainly pirate members. Captain Chufeng of the Jianzhou Pirates, Captain Cavendish of the Handsome Pirates, Demon Sheriff Lafitte, Soundless Van Augur, Destruction Cannonetio, and Rocksta. With 10 minutes left before the official start of the match in Zone C, the Navy, unable to withstand the provocation from the pirates, took the initiative to start the battle, attempting to eliminate a group of them first. Chapter 189. The duel between the Navy and the Pirate Alliance, two major factions. In the preparation zone, known as the Dragon Slayer, Major General Bastille wielded his mighty sword and charged towards the pirate Captain Chufeng of the Jianzhou pirate group with lightning speed. Seeing Bastille swinging his sharp blade towards him, Chufeng showed no fear. He let out a cold laugh and drew the giant's sword from his back. Blocking in front of him, clang! Bastille's sword struck Chufeng's giant sword like a meteor hitting the ground, causing sparks to fly as the two weapons collided, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed throughout the preparation zone. Major General Bastille, did you choose me as your opponent because you think I'm an easy target? With a slight exertion of force from his arm holding the giant sword, Chufeng caused Bastille to feel a tremendous power emanating from the slashing blade, causing his expression to change drastically as he looked at Chufeng with a complex gaze. In his heart, he secretly exclaimed, "Oh no, I've kicked a steel plate." Just as Bastille was fully engaged in a struggle with Chufeng, a playful glint flashed in Chufeng's bright eyes as he activated the ability of the gravity fruit, continuously applying pressure on Bastille. What is happening? Why does my body feel heavier and heavier? I can't hold on much longer. Menard, Smoker, Koby, come help me. Feeling the threat of death, Bastille fearfully called for assistance from his colleagues nearby. Upon hearing his plea, Smoker, Menard, and Koby rushed towards Chufeng, using numbers to overpower the few. This really aligns with the Navy's style. The handsome pirate Captain Cavendish, from the pirate side, saw the Navy's lack of honor in using numbers to bully the few, and he drew his sword, stepping forward to intervene. Cavendish, I advise you not to meddle, or you'll be killed too. Menard attempted to warn Cavendish not to get involved in the battle, but unexpectedly, his words triggered Cavendish's second personality. Ha, you Navy scum, die. After saying this, the second personality of Cavendish transformed into a shadow, darting towards Menard at an almost imperceptible speed. At the same time, the destroyer cannon Eddie also stepped forward, standing resolutely in front of Koby, trying to block him from aiding Bastille. What a lively scene. It's almost time to enter the arena. What is the point of fighting here? The one who said this was the demon Sheriff Lafitte, who held a light purple hand cannon, looking helplessly at the ongoing battle in the arena. Just as Lafitte adopted an indifferent attitude, the Navy camp across noticed him for quite some time. Long before Subai distributed the competition tickets, he had informed Barumabur, Koby, the Weasel, Fire Mountain, Smoker, and others about the characteristics of Bagus, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Van Oka, instructing them to pay close attention to these individuals, and, if they couldn't subdue them, to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Since the young master values these guys so much, they must have some skills. It's just the right time to test my current strength. Barumabur's lips curled slightly as he locked his gaze on Lafitte, not far away. Sensitive Lafitte quickly sensed Barumabur's stare and smiled meaningfully, then slowly said, "Oh, how interesting. Someone has set their sights on me. It seems I have to make a move too. Otherwise, being seen as a soft target would be good." Just as Lafitte and Barumabur were at a standoff, the match in Zone C officially began. The iron gate of the preparation zone opened, and all competitors were required to enter the arena for the duel. Upon seeing the iron gate open, The Navy and pirates in the preparation zone simultaneously laid down their weapons, glaring at each other before sprinting towards the arena. In no time, the arena was filled with people, and the elimination battle was about to erupt. The atmosphere in the arena was tense to the extreme. The participants dared not let their guard down, each moving to find suitable opponents or forming alliances with acquaintances. On the Navy side, the Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Smoker quickly formed a team, utilizing their mutual understanding to gain an advantage in battle. The pirates, not to be outdone, formed a larger group of powerful pirates led by Eddie and Rocksta, Chu Feng and Cavendish, banding together with the primary goal of eliminating the annoying Navy in front of them. The destroyer Cannon Eddie and Rocksta were elected as the vanguard, leading a large group of pirates from the strong pirate army towards the Navy squad, their momentum overwhelming, determined to give the Navy a hard lesson. However, the Navy was also unyielding. The Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Smoker quickly set up a defensive formation, preparing to face the pirates' onslaught. The two sides clashed in the arena, engaging in a fierce melee. The Weasel's swordsmanship was as swift as lightning, each swing accurately striking the enemy's vital points. And with the ability of the mythical Zoan, Xiongqi Fruit, he could single-handedly withstand thousands. Fire Mountain excelled in using the Taotai Fruit's ability, transforming into the fierce beast Taotai to rampage through the pirates. Smoker utilized the Smoke Fruit to create thick fog, providing cover for his teammates. In the Pirate Power Legion, Destruction Cannon Eddie demonstrated his formidable physical combat abilities. Each of his attacks contained immense power, causing explosions to erupt continuously on the battlefield, resulting in increasing casualties among the Navy ranks. Rocksta excelled in swordsmanship, his swordplay resembling a fierce storm, making it difficult for the Navy to defend themselves. Additionally, Chu Feng and Cavendish also joined the battle, coordinating with each other. One used gravity to restrict the enemy's movements while the other executed a cycle of drawing and swinging his sword. The number of fallen Navy and rival pirates at their hands continued to rise. The battle situation was extremely intense, with numbers drastically dwindling. Those scattered small pirate groups were almost completely wiped out by the Navy and the Pirate Legion, with only a few powerful individuals remaining unharmed. Next, it was time to confront the Navy. Cavendish, can you handle it? If not, stand behind me. Seeing Chu Feng look down on him, Cavendish immediately replied, "What's there to fear from the Navy? I'm more worried about you holding me back later. If you can't handle those Navy guys, remember to say something." Chapter 190, Retreating Navy, Notable Chu Feng. Amidst their banter, Cavendish and Chu Feng tacitly charged towards Navy Rear Admiral Baschu. Earlier in the preparation area, they had clashed with Baschu, and now that the match had officially begun, a large number of minor enemies had been cleared away. It was time to reap those arrogant Navy Rear Admirals. However, just as Chu Feng and Cavendish teamed up to attack Baschu, Navy Rear Admiral Maynard intervened. Armed to the teeth, he stood beside Baschu with his sword, seemingly ready to fight alongside him. "Cavendish, deal with Baschu. I'll handle that guy next to him." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Cavendish nodded in agreement. Chu Feng activated his gravity fruit ability, an invisible force of gravity instantly enveloping Maynard. Maynard let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth and defiantly raising his head to glare at Chu Feng. You can still lift your head? Looks like you have some strength." Seeing Maynard able to hold his head up, Chu Feng smirked wickedly, waving his hand to remove the gravity from Maynard, deciding not to use his devil fruit abilities and to defeat him purely with physical prowess and swordsmanship. "Come on." After feeling the heavy pressure on him disappear, Maynard shot a complex glance at Chu Feng, then roared to the sky, raising his heavy sword and swiftly charging forward. Chu Feng stood his ground, like a centuries-old sturdy pine on the peak of Mount Tai, unyieldingly overlooking all. A hint of a smile appeared on his cold and handsome face. Heavy slash, star, flowing clouds. With a movement, Chu Feng seemed to turn into a phantom, instantly appearing behind Rear Admiral Maynard. His heavy sword descended with a terrifying momentum capable of annihilating everything. Caught off guard, Maynard had no time to defend. By the time he realized Chu Feng was behind him, it was too late to counter or block. Boom! Boom! The heavy sword struck Maynard's back with a terrifying force that immediately sent him crashing into the ground. If it weren't for the absurd vitality of everyone in the Pirate King world, Maynard would have likely already met his end at Chu Feng's hands. After easily dealing with the annoying General Maynard, Chu Feng coldly curled his lips. He glanced at Maynard, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog in a pool of blood, and chose not to deliver a finishing blow, instead opting to let him go. After all, he had the strength to kill him in one hit I didn't need to worry about Maynard affecting him in the future. Cavendish, are you done over there? If not, I can help you out. Stop dawdling. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Cavendish, who was in a fierce battle with General Bastille, instantly exploded with rage, transforming into his second personality, and his sword danced like flowers, forcing Bastille to retreat repeatedly. General Cheyenne, if this continues, we will be completely wiped out. Hearing the words of the Navy lieutenant beside her while she was engaged in a heated battle with the pirates, General Mamoru Cheyenne frowned slightly, her bright and clear eyes widening as she surveyed the specific situation on the battlefield. Seeing Major General Maynard gravely injured, Major General Bastille covered in wounds, and the others like the Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Smoker, and Bellamy caught in fierce battles, Cheyenne's face turned a bit pale. She looked towards Shibuya Kaki, not far away, hoping he could provide a solution to cope with the current situation. Kaki, there's simply too many pirates. Moreover, that Chu Feng and Cavendish are quite powerful. If we continue to fight like this, we might very well be eliminated in this round. Kaki paused, then continued, Cheyenne, being eliminated is one thing. But we cannot let the pirates obtain the purification fruit. That would be a big problem. The Marshal has given strict orders for us to bring it back. If we fail the mission, I fear. Hearing Kaki's words, a flash of panic crossed Cheyenne's face. As a candidate for admiral and the highest leader of this operation, she has the authority to command everyone in battle. After clarifying the ultimate goal of this mission, Tao Rabbit Shurjin swung his sword and defeated the pirate in front of him with a bounty of 80 million berries. He then raised his famous sword, Kinpira, and commanded, "All soldiers, obey my orders. Immediately abandon the engagement with the current enemy and gather towards my position to form a defensive formation as quickly as possible." As soon as Shurjin said this, the Navy soldiers who were fighting desperately against the pirates felt a sigh of relief in their hearts. They fought with all their might to push back the enemy in front of them, and then retreated while fighting towards Shurgin's position. Chu Feng, who was joyfully battling, noticed something unusual on the battlefield. Seeing the Navy slowly retreating, a hint of disdain flashed in his bright eyes. Gravity, 90,000 pressure. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng instantly activated the power of the gravity fruit. The Navy soldiers who were slowly retreating were caught off guard and were directly pinned to the ground by the sudden gravity, subsequently killed by the pursuing pirates. Chu Feng's actions immediately caused the Navy camp to lose over 300 key forces. The candidate generals Shurjin and Kaji, upon discovering that the culprit was Chu Feng, were filled with furious rage. They immediately entered a state of fury, their bodies covered in armament hockey, resembling cannonballs fired from a cannon, propelled by gunpowder. They charged towards Chu Feng with thunderous speed. Interesting, the two candidate generals have come. Seeing Kaji and Shurjin rushing towards him, Chu Feng remained unperturbed. He calmly activated the power of the gravity fruit, releasing gravity from his position to create a gravitational area. The moment Shurjin and Kaji stepped into this gravitational area, their figures paused, clearly feeling the effect of gravity on themselves. "Curse you, pirate! I will definitely kill you." With a face full of unwillingness, Shurjin, holding Kinpira, pressed forward step by step towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng smirked coldly at this and said mercilessly, "Want to kill me? How laughable. There are only 10 minutes left until the end of the match. If you really have the ability to kill me, then come on, let me experience it." Seeing Chu Feng's arrogance, the unwilling Shurjin and Kaji exchanged glances. Infuriated, they exerted all their strength to resist the pressure of gravity, wielding their extraordinary weapons, and unleashed their strongest ultimate techniques towards Chu Feng's position. Chapter 191. The Battle in Area D, the Terror of the War Fruit. Facing the strongest ultimate techniques released by Shurjin and Kaji, Chu Feng remained calm and collected. He looked at the two of them, then spread his arms, releasing a shield formed by gravity. This shield was entirely dark green, and when it came into contact with the ultimate techniques unleashed by Shurjin and Kaji, a shocking roar echoed throughout the battlefield. The roar lasted for about 3 seconds before abruptly stopping. Behind the shield, Chu Feng stood unharmed in place, even casting a provocative glance at the tall and voluptuous chest of Shigeama. "Dare you? You're looking for death," Shigeama shouted angrily, feeling extremely uncomfortable under Chu Feng's gaze. I'm going to gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Seeing his goddess insulted, Shibuya Kaki immediately fell into a rage, unleashing his observation hockey and armament hockey, charging towards Chu Feng like a war weapon. Faced with Chibuda's attack, Chu Feng smirked, quickly stepped back, and shouted 3, 2, 1, beep, beep, beep. A loud whistle rang out, signaling the official end of the match in Zone C. Quick, stop Kaki for me. Don't let him break the rules. A shout from the distance reminded Shigeama. After realizing what was happening, Shigeama's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Kaki, stopping him in time. Seeing Kaki being stopped by Shigeama, Chu Feng muttered dejectedly, what a pity. You should have been eliminated by the judges for maliciously injuring someone after the match. But unfortunately, you were stopped. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, then wrapped his arm around Cavendish's shoulder, and the two of them swaggered out of the arena side by side. The match in Zone C has officially concluded. Next, it will be the final round of this elimination tournament, a match filled with powerful contenders. In the D-Zone's preparation area, the individuals regarded as C players by the Shadow Brigade include Takazuki Carter, Obito, Wang Hao, Kelly Van Q, Bobby Van Q. It seems that many hidden characters have emerged in this competition. Interesting. Subai, who was closely monitoring the situation in the D-Zone, raised the corner of his mouth with a playful expression, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on a bounty hunter in the arena. This bounty hunter is named Wang Hao, and according to information gathered by the Shadow Brigade, this guy is a devil fruit user who has consumed the war fruit. What is war? War is the culprit that stirs up blood and gore. Whenever war descends, it means turmoil in the world and suffering for all living beings. The war fruit, huh? I wonder who would be superior compared to Barrett's combined fruit. I hope it can impress me. Beep, 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 beep. As the crisp and bright whistle echoed throughout the arena, the D-Zone competition officially began. The iron gate of the preparation area slowly opened, the sharp creaking sound particularly jarring. The rusty iron door resembled a hellish gate still sealed in dust. Once opened, countless vengeful spirits rushed out madly. Countless ruthless pirates pushed and shoved as they crazily surged out from the cramped preparation area. A great opportunity. Just as everyone focused on exiting, in a dark corner of the preparation area, the bounty hunter Wang Hao lowered his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Let this world fall into the art of war and destruction. Snap! Wang Hao snapped his fingers, and a purple light, invisible to the naked eye, erupted from his body, radiating outward from him and ultimately enveloping the entire D-Zone arena. In the D-Zone arena, the competitors, shrouded in purple light, revealed a bloodthirsty desire in their eyes. No matter who they were. Die for me. A pirate's roar sounded like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As the muscular man swung his giant axe into the shoulder of the person in front of him, the blood that spattered up was particularly glaring. Upon seeing the blood, everyone's inner desire to kill could no longer be restrained. Kill. I want to kill everything. Let them all die. I've long found you displeasing. Shouts of anger, cries of despair, and pleas for mercy echoed endlessly. The D-Zone arena became extremely chaotic. Unlike the previous 3 matches where there was some cooperation, this final match resembled an endless slaughter. Severed limbs, muddy flesh, and grotesque bones were everywhere. And the instigator of all this, Wang Hao, recklessly moved through the chaotic crowd. He cackled maniacally while swinging his magic flame giant axe, wantonly slaughtering the pirates in the arena. Ha ha ha! War, what a magnificent artwork! I want everyone to be engulfed in the frenzy of war. Wang Hao continued to unleash the purple light of war. Wherever he went, the competitors in that area fell into madness, their vacant eyes filled with dullness, their dark pupils brimming with anger and slaughter. Just as Wang Hao was enjoying everything he had created, someone in the vast D-Zone battlefield was immune to his devil fruit ability. What's going on? Why is that guy unharmed? This is impossible. Wang Hao looked up ahead and saw a man in a white mask and a deep blue robe, holding a folding fan, wandering aimlessly. Perhaps sensing Wang Hao's gaze, Obito looked up and locked eyes with him from a distance. Why is this person immune to my war fruit ability? Before Wang Hao could finish his thought, he saw Obito's originally normal eyes suddenly turn blood red, then transform into the form of a single Tomo Sharingan, and then the blood-red eyes continued to change, eventually settling into the form of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. What was happening with his eyes? Just as Wang Hao was shocked, he watched as Obito's Sharingan began to slowly rotate, and his consciousness uncontrollably sank into Obito's eyes. Kamui! In an instant, Wang Hao's figure vanished from the spot, and all the spectators felt a sudden daze. When they regained their senses, they found themselves surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After Obito temporarily imprisoned Wang Hao in the otherworldly space, the contestants of Area D once again plunged into chaotic battles. Just as everyone was fighting with all their might, in the central part of the battlefield. A small mountain of flesh and blood was piled on the ground. What is this thing? A curious pirate tentatively approached the mountain of flesh and raised his large knife to chop at it. Chapter 192. The End of the D Area Competition. The Cruel Elimination Rate. Whoosh! Just as the large knife was a mere millimeter away from the mountain of flesh, an unexpected change occurred. A bloodied hand suddenly stretched out from within the mountain and swallowed the pirate whole. Less than half a minute later, the mountain of flesh split open with a crack over half a meter long, and the bones of the devoured pirate were spat out. Such a terrifying scene shocked all the contestants present, as well as the audience outside the arena, as everyone was filled with fear and shock. The mountain of flesh began to move. The grotesque mass trembled continuously, compressing and solidifying, ultimately taking on the shape of a man. Seeing the mountain of flesh transform into a human, all the contestants and spectators were once again stunned. How could there be so many people in the arena? I alone am enough for Area D. The rest can go die. Listening to the arrogant words of the bloodfruit user, Takiyu Cutter, all the contestants in the arena became furious. Hey, where did this little brat come from? Daring to speak so recklessly here? This is simply courting death. I can't tolerate this. No matter if you're a devil fruit user or not, you all can die. Many angry contestants brandished their weapons and charged frantically towards Takiyu Cutter. Facing the oncoming crowd, Takiyu Cutter showed no fear at all. He coldly gazed at everyone, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and then he waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, a blood-red phantom suddenly appeared. And then this phantom continuously condensed, transforming into a solid shape. This is truly bizarre. Just as the audience was filled with astonishment and terror, the giant flesh and blood tank formed from the phantom crashed down onto the arena. Liu Katlar entered the flesh tank with a blank expression, easily maneuvering it to ruthlessly crush and slaughter the contestants attempting to kill him. The bloody and brutal scene sent chills down the spines of everyone in the bullfighting arena. Those pirates who had originally wanted to cause him trouble were now terrified, having no time to escape, let alone attack him. Seeing the pirates before him scatter in fear, Liu Katlar's flesh tank paused for 3 to 5 seconds, before suddenly turning towards the direction of the crowd and charging forward. The crowd crumbled like paper, turning into a puddle of mud after being crushed by the flesh tank. The tank mercilessly rolled over the mush, and suddenly, countless tiny hair-like tendrils resembling straws extended from the bottom of the tank, sucking up every last drop of flesh. Wherever the tank went, there were corpses everywhere. This can't go on. We will all die. Within the pirate group, someone clearly noticed this, and everyone huddled together to prepare for a strategy of overwhelming numbers to kill the flesh fruit user, Takiyu Cutter. Just as Takiyu Cutter was wandering around his flesh tank, he inadvertently caught sight of Obito, who was aimlessly scattering in the dense crowd. This guy's aura was so chaotic that it made me feel a sense of unease. What was going on? Unable to figure out the reason, Takiyu Cutter decided to launch an attack on Obito. Only in battle could he uncover the truth and truly surpass himself. Flesh 1000 Giant Cannon. The towering flesh tank transformed into a mobile giant cannon under Takiyu Cutter's control, with a 3-meter diameter cannon mouth aimed at Obito. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon mouth flashed with a dazzling blood-red light, and with a burst of red light, the flesh-crafted cannonball shot towards Obito. The killing intent vanished. Obito, who had been wandering around, suddenly turned to look in the direction of Takiyu Cutter, and as he sensed the cannonball rushing towards him, his eyes changed once again. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. In an instant, the flesh cannonball vanished without a trace, leaving Takiyu Cutter wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. What a strange ability. What was going on? Just as Takiyu Cutter was puzzled, Obito moved. He suddenly flashed and appeared behind the flesh giant cannon, followed by a series of smooth whip kicks that struck the flesh giant cannon like rapid-fire cannonballs. Bang! 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 After being heavily struck, the flesh giant cannon began to crack and break apart, bits of flesh falling away. Seeing this, Takiyu Cutter could no longer sit still. He quickly activated the ability of the flesh fruit, and the giant cannon transformed into a motorcycle man. I don't care what abilities you have, die already. The flesh motorcycle man, under Takiyu Cutter's control, engaged in a fierce battle with Obito, while the other pirates in the arena snapped back to reality from their fight. With less than half an hour left in the match, everyone in the arena fell into a frenzy and endless slaughter began. Thus, the D-Zone competition entered its climax stage. Watching the battle, Kuro adjusted his glasses and asked Katakuri beside him, with only 3 minutes left. Who do you think will win between Obito and Takeyu Carter? Looking at Obito and Takeyu Carter fighting intensely in the arena, Katakuri tugged at the scarf around his neck and replied leisurely. Obito's eye technique is somewhat strange. I think he has a greater chance of winning. Just as Katakuri and Kuro were conversing, an unexpected event occurred in the arena. The Warfruit user, Wang Hao, who had been imprisoned in another space, suddenly appeared in the arena. The moment he escaped, he immediately turned and ran, trying his best to distance himself from Obito. Being able to break free from Obito's alternate space, it seems this guy named Wang Hao has some hidden skills. Watching Wang Hao's fleeing figure, Subai smiled with satisfaction. The battle in D-Zone was also nearing its end. I hope the upcoming elimination round will see these seed players eliminate more useless contestants. As soon as Subai finished speaking, the whistle signaling the end of the match sounded, and the battle in D-Zone officially concluded. Originally, there were tens of thousands of contestants, but now less than 1,000 remained, highlighting the cruelty of the elimination. The first round of the elimination-style competition ended, and only 743 contestants managed to advance to the second round. Among them, the A-Zone had the most advance with 981 people. The D-Zone had the least with 985 people, while the B-Zone and C-Zone had 215 and 564 respectively. In total, there were only about 10,000 contestants qualified for the second round of elimination, which exceeded Subai's initial plan. Chapter 193, Great Chaos, Shadow Troop versus Seed Contestants. After the first round of the knockout stage, the official organization of the bullfighting arena granted all qualified participants a 1-week recovery period. During this week, Subai ordered all the senior members of the Shadow Corps to return to the Dressrosa Kingdom and engaged in intense discussions regarding the second round of elimination matches. Master, I think we can directly implement an elimination system based on the number of participants, leaving only 100 spots for advancement and eliminating everyone else. This suggestion was made by Kuro, the strategist of the Shadow Corps, and it brightened Subai's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Subai slowly said, Kuro's proposal makes sense. I believe we can adopt this method, keeping the number of participants at 100 or less, and then directly enter the final match. Subai continued, the number of participants advancing from the first round is still too many. Next, I plan to have all of you enter the field and selectively eliminate the riffraff who made it through by luck. What do you all think? Master, we have no objections. Subai nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Arlong, Crocodile Doflamingo, Barrett, Enel, Dongli, Broggy Crocodile. You are all mainly responsible for leading the Shadow Corps to eliminate the contestants from the front. Additionally, Muskrat, Fire Mountain, Smoker, Koby, Bellamy, Bartolomeo. You will hide among the contestants, looking for opportunities to trip them up and assist Arlong and the others without being detected. After assigning everyone's tasks, Subai waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. In the coming week, the leaders of the Shadow Corps were actively preparing for the second round of eliminations. They carefully studied the profiles of the participants and formulated detailed elimination strategies based on their strengths and weaknesses. As time flew by, the day of the competition finally arrived, and the bullfighting arena became lively once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited competition officially begins. Let's wait and see who can advance to the top 100. As the host's words fell, countless colorful fireworks were launched from the high walls surrounding the arena, and at that moment, the cheers of the audience reached their peak. Streamers and sequins slowly fell, and soon the large gate in the waiting area was slowly opened, with over 9,000 contestants surging out like a tidal wave, quickly scattering and entering battle mode. The competition has begun. With a command from the host, over 9,000 contestants immediately set off. However, just as everyone was on edge, the leaders of the Shadow Corps slowly emerged from another preparation area. Leading the way was Crocodile. Alongside him walked Doflamingo and his family members. Old Sand, how about you take care of the West? I'm actually quite curious about who is stronger between you and that floating dust Jien, Doflamingo joked. Hearing Doflamingo's playful words, Old Sand disdainfully lit his cigar and slowly replied. That guy was specifically chosen by the young master. If I defeat him, it wouldn't be good, right? But I can test his strength. Crocodile then said, then I'll take care of the West. Where will you go? How about you go and test your skills against that Takeyu Carter in the East? I want to see if your string fruit ability can slice through his flesh and blood tank. The two hit it off and immediately led the soldiers of the Shadow Corps and their family members towards the eastern and western areas. With people on both the east and west sides, I'll go play with the Navy. Barrett tore off his clothes, revealing his strong bronze muscles. swaggering towards the north of the arena, aiming for the frost-cold Empire's king, Dongfang. Seeing that the east, west, and north sides were all occupied, Enel turned speechless and looked back at the blue demon Dongli, the red demon Broggy, Crocodile, and Arlong behind him. Let's head south. There are also strong contenders there, including Jinbi, Jin, Jack, Marco, and Jaws. Understood. The four replied in unison. After getting a response, Enel quickly led them south. On the way, they encountered a large group of weak contestants attacking. Faced with their assault, Enel delivered a divine punishment, telling them to behave. These people were not very strong. They were probably just there to make up the numbers. Watching as Enel easily dealt with over 100 people with a single strike of lightning, Crocodile adjusted his glasses and said disdainfully, "Don't be careless. This is the arena. Anything can happen." Enel reminded. Just as they were speaking, a figure rushed towards them. The blue demon Dongli exclaimed, "That guy is Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Jaws and Flower Sword Vista are also here, along with Fire Fist Ace." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly entered battle mode. Seeing the immortal bird form of Marco flying towards them, Enel smirked and said, "Leave Marco to me." After saying that, Enel, brimming with fighting spirit and clad in thunder battle armor, brandished the spear of the Thunder God, soaring into the air to clash with Marco. Seeing that Enel had already started fighting, Crocodile and Arlong exchanged glances and began to look for their opponents. Crocodile transformed into a white tiger and actively sought out Flower Sword Vista. Arlong transformed into a flood dragon and approached Diamond Jaws. "I want to see just how strong your flower sword skills are. Can they compare to the young master's swordsmanship?" After speaking, the white tiger let out a furious roar, and a layer of dazzling golden light enveloped it. With the enhancement of the golden spear's power, Crocodile's strength surged, and he pounced towards Vista with the momentum of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His sharp tiger claws clashed with Vista's flower sword, producing a piercing metallic sound. Meanwhile, as Crocodile and Vista were engaged in a fierce battle, Arlong and Diamond Jaws' fight was equally thrilling. Facing Arlong's dragon claw assault in dragon form, Jaws transformed directly into diamond form, becoming incredibly hard. "Interesting. I don't believe you can maintain your diamond form without taking the initiative to attack." Jaws had also attempted to attack, but due to his heavy diamond form, he was limited in speed, and every attack was easily dodged by Arlong. Even when he managed to land a hit on Arlong, he couldn't break through the surface dragon scales of the Flood Dragon. Chapter 194. The Seed Contestants Getting Fatally Beaten. Helpless, Jaws could only passively take hits while looking for an opportunity to severely injure and defeat Arlong. At the same moment, when Kuro and Aaron were fiercely battling Vista and Jaws, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Brokey were entangled by Fire Fist Ace and others. Nami, Jinbei Ikoku, and Fasa coordinated with Ace to launch a series of attacks on Dory and Brokey. Faced with the onslaught from everyone, Dory and Brokey became enraged. They immediately picked up their weapons and unleashed the giant race's unique skill, Dominion, easily sending the four of them flying except for Ace with a single blow. After easily dealing with the four of them, Miao Air, Jingwa Duo, Eat Song, and Fo Sa, Dong Li and Bu Luo Ji tacitly swung their weapons and unleashed the Overlord technique again, striking towards Ace with lightning speed. Ace dared not resist head-on and quickly used the ability of the Flame Fruit, try to elementalize to evade Dong Li and Bu Luo Ji's assault. Unfortunately, Dong Li and Bu Luo Ji had learned Haki, and they were just a step away from mastering the Bound Haki. When facing Ace in his elemental form, a layer of pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered both of their weapons, and then the two weapons shot forward like missiles, crashing into Ace with an incredibly domineering momentum. Bang, bang, bang. After being heavily hit, Ace was uncontrollably sent flying, and only managed to stabilize himself after knocking over a dozen pirates. "You actually managed to hit my elemental form. That's simply incredible." Just as Ace was astonished, Dory and Broggy rushed in again, sandwiching Ace between them. Following that, their giant axe and heavy sword slashed towards Ace in unison. Seeing this, Ace dared not resist head-on. He knew he was no match for these two veteran pirates, so he quickly transformed into his flame form and slipped out from between them. As Ace made his escape, Dory and Broggy did not pursue, but instead swung their giant axe and heavy sword, starting an indiscriminate attack on the nearby spectators. The battle in the South Zone was extremely intense, while in the West Zone, Crocodile, who was engaged in fierce combat with the Chi fruit user, was having a much easier time. Facing the Qigong attacks from a Chi fruit user, Crocodile showed no fear, standing his ground as he was repeatedly dispersed and then reformed. Aside from Qi Gong and physical techniques, do you have any other abilities? Show them all, or it will be too boring. Seeing Crocodile mock him like this, the Chi fruit user became infuriated, veins popping on his temples, his entire being resembling a ferocious lion ready to pounce. Since he said that, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chi fruit user donned a hard Chi armor, which was then covered in armament hockey, making him look like a walking armored vehicle, with blades and spears all covered in armament hockey. Crocodile, take this. Boom. The Chi fruit user pushed off the ground with his legs, shooting out like a cannonball. Crocodile, seeing this, did not dare to be careless and immediately summoned his desert sword, slashing towards the direction of the Chi fruit user. Bang bang. The desert sword collided with the Chi fruit user, producing a violent roar that stirred up rolling yellow sand. Just as Crocodile frowned, thinking that the Chi fruit user had been dealt with, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the sand. It was the Chi fruit user. Crocodile praised with admiration. Good. To withstand my desert sword, your strength is indeed impressive. Hearing Crocodile's praise, the Chi fruit user remained indifferent, continuing to use all his skills in an attempt to defeat Crocodile, and the two became locked in a stalemate. At the same time that Crocodile and the Chi fruit user were in a melee, a victor had already emerged at Doflamingo's side in the west of the arena. The Bloodflesh fruit user, Cater, immediately activated the powers of his Bloodflesh fruit upon facing Doflamingo, combining into a Bloodflesh tank, using his flesh as cannonballs aimed at Doflamingo and his family members for a continuous barrage. Faced with the sudden cannon fire, Doflamingo was initially startled, then smirked disdainfully. He opened his palm, curling his ring and index fingers, causing sharp and sturdy threads to appear out of thin air, effortlessly slicing all the blood-flesh cannonballs into pieces. After easily resolving the crisis, Doflamingo activated the birdcage, trapping himself and Takeo Carter inside for a one-on-one duel. I hope you can give it your all. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Takeo Carter frowned, his eyes glinting with ferocity, and he immediately used the ability of his blood-flesh fruit, transforming into a grotesque beast with a hideous appearance, charging madly towards Doflamingo. Seeing the grotesque beast rushing at him, Doflamingo showed no fear. He ripped off his flamingo cloak and tossed it into the air. Just as the cloak was about to fall, he activated the line fruit ability, sending countless sharp cutting lines towards Takeo Carter. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the grotesque beast's massive body was sliced into hundreds of pieces by the sharp lines. Takeo Carter was forced to reveal himself, looking at Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor. He gritted his teeth in anger and unleashed all his power, transforming into a towering behemoth, raising his massive paw to crush Doflamingo. As the paw drew closer, a shadow completely enveloped Doflamingo, but he remained unfazed, maintaining his trademark smile. He raised his hand, bending his index and ring fingers, releasing countless sharp cutting lines to attack the behemoth's paw. In an instant, the paw was pierced, and the cutting lines attacked the behemoth's ankle, completely severing its paw from its leg. Run. Don't let that giant paw crush you, or it's all over. The extra pirate characters in the arena scattered like birds, desperately fleeing in all directions. At this moment, Doflamingo stood firmly in place like an old dog, took off his glasses, breathed on the lenses, and casually wiped them with his clothes, seemingly unconcerned about the giant paw that was about to fall. Just as everyone watched in terror as the giant paw was about to smash Doflamingo, Takeo Carter reluctantly activated his devil fruit ability, reclaiming the essence of the severed paw, then transformed back into human form and quickly fled, not wanting to engage with Doflamingo any longer. Crisis averted. Chapter 195. Buried at death's door, Subai arrives. Seeing Takeo Carter escape, Doflamingo didn't care much. He looked around and set his sights on the war fruit user, Wang Hao, as he was quite interested in the ability of the war fruit. I wonder who is stronger, that brute Barrett or Dongfangyi. Let's deal with Wang Hao first, and then watch the battle. Just as Doflamingo rushed towards Wang Hao, Barrett, with a typical villain's face, walked slowly to Dongfangyi. He looked down at Dongfangyi from above and arrogantly said, "A match, huh?" Dongfangyi glanced up at Barrett and then smiled slightly, slowly saying, "You have some guts to come looking for trouble. You want a match? Of course, I hope you can impress me." After saying that, Dongfangyi's figure flickered and transformed into a phantom, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Barrett, delivering a powerful whip kick that struck Barrett's back like a cannonball, creating a deep imprint on his back. Not bad. but unfortunately not enough. If this is your level, then there's no need to continue. You are definitely not my opponent. Barrett twisted his somewhat stiff shoulders, and then a layer of pitch-black armed color hockey covered his towering body. The combined fruit ability activated, and all the war weapons he had prepared flew into the air, assembling into a giant war machine. Barrett sat at the core of the war machine, controlling it to attack Dongfang. Big Bomb, the ultimate destruction machine. The colossal mechanical fist, capable of devastating the heavens and the earth, fell at a very high speed. Seeing this, Dongfang frowned, waved his hand, and the strange ability of Ice Insight suddenly activated, instantly freezing the mechanical fist, even causing the frost to spread to the war machine's giant arm. Feeling the bone-chilling cold from the arm and fist, Barrett gritted his teeth and continued to let his fist fall like a planet crashing into the earth, smashing directly onto Dongfang, forcing him into the ground. The arena floor could not withstand Barrett's powerful punch. As it struck, the ground cracked instantly, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. While at the very center of the explosion, Dongfang was completely unharmed, brushing off the dust from his body. Barrett, your strength is considerable, but unfortunately, pure brute force is ineffective against me. Dongfang waved his hand, and the ice and snow barrier around him turned into falling snow, extraordinarily beautiful and pure. Seeing that his full-force punch had failed to harm Dongfang, Barrett put away his disdainful attitude. The war machine he controlled underwent a transformation, changing mode, and the giant machine continuously shrank, ultimately forming a weapon resembling a masked rider. Come and fight! Barrett roared skyward. Then his strong mechanical leg slammed down onto the ground, causing an instant explosion. The powerful recoil propelled him into the air, and then flames erupted from the back of the mech, propelling him to a new position. This was repeated hundreds of times, with Barrett using inertia to accumulate enough terrifying power to destroy the entire arena. Facing Dongfang, who stood still, Barrett seemed to already envision Dongfang being crushed by him, which was incredibly exciting. Super Destruction Planet. Surpassing the speed of sound, Barrett now seemed to transform into a high-speed missile filled with terrifying destructive power, as if a slight touch would cause an explosion, leveling the entire world. Dongfang, let's see how you handle this move. Dongfang's expression turned serious and grim, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes, a bone-chilling cold erupting from his body, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Some contestants with slightly weaker abilities actually rolled their eyes back and fainted. This is Conqueror's Hockey. Barrett, since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant it to you. Dongfang's words held no emotion. After hearing this, Barrett felt as if he had entered an ice cave, a strange fear enveloping him. And at that moment, he wanted to give up the fight with Dongfang, but he could no longer control his plummeting body. Boom, boom, boom. Barrett's massive body crashed onto the arena, shaking the entire platform. A portion of innocent pirates was caught in the fallout, instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a drop of blood. Cough, 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 damn it. This guy should have been taken care of, right? Barrett crawled out from the rubble, bloodied and exhausted, but his eyes were still bright, scanning the area for Dongfang. Ha 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 ha. That kid Dongfang, you must have died in the rubble. He probably didn't leave a trace. Just as Barrett was laughing wildly, a shadow suddenly flashed behind him, and an ice spear shot out, instantly piercing through Barrett's back. Barrett suddenly sensed a hint of danger, and his battle instincts controlled his body to retreat. But he still couldn't dodge in time, resulting in his back being pierced by the ice spear of Dongfang. You coughed, unexpectedly appearing. Dongfang coldly withdrew the ice spear from his hand, and Barrett, who had been pierced through the heart, felt all his strength dissipating. His towering body collapsed to the ground, lying in a pool of blood, his consciousness gradually becoming blurry. Just as Barrett's life force was about to fade, Subai's figure appeared. Barrett, underestimating the enemy comes with a price. Subai waved his hand, and the immortal power of the dog talisman forcibly suspended Barrett's life. Immediately after, the super healing power of the horse talisman began to continuously repair Barrett's shattered heart. So you're Dongfang, right? Not bad. Your power is strong enough to qualify for my Shadow Legion. Hearing Subai's words, a hint of mockery flashed in Dongfang's cold eyes as he scoffed. I am the Emperor of the Frost-Cold Empire. How could I become your subordinate? If you are willing to lead the entire Shadow Legion to join my side, I will make you the general of the army. How about that? Listening to Dongfang's words, Subai burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. You're the first person to dare to speak to me like this. Just as Subai was laughing, Barrett's injuries had healed, and he stood behind Subai like a little wife, glaring at Dongfang Yi with eyes as big as copper bells. Chapter 196. Where should the Frost-Cold Empire go? Since persuasion was fruitless, Subai decided not to waste any more time. A dark flame rose from his purple eyes, and the flame transformed into a laser, shooting straight at Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi was startled by this strange power, but despite his shock, his reaction was still quick. The moment the dark laser shot toward him, he swiftly dodged away from the spot. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The venue made of incredibly hard white steel rock emitted thick black smoke after being hit by the dark laser. When the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared in the struck area. It was unimaginable how much damage this would cause if it hit a person. Seeing that his laser had missed Dongfang Yi, Subai coldly smiled and unleashed the magic power of the Moon Demon, which instantly locked onto Dongfang Yi. Immediately after, a powerful gravitational force slammed down on Dongfang Yi, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Damn, how many abilities does this guy have? Dongfang Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure on him. A hint of determination and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. As the Emperor of the Frost-Cold Empire, a being above thousands, he would not allow himself to fall. He desperately mobilized the power within him, attempting to break free from the strong gravitational restraint. Meanwhile, seeing that Dongfang Yi could still hold on, Subai became even more playful, continuing to manipulate the magic of the moon, constantly applying pressure on Dongfang Yi. The weight of 1 meteorite, the weight of 10 meteorites, the weight of 100 meteorites, the weight of an entire moon. Eventually, the gravity stacked up to the weight of 10 moons, but still could not crush Dongfang Yi. A hint of appreciation flashed in Subai's eyes as he slowly released the restraint on Dongfang Yi, then applauded and said, "Being able to withstand the gravity of 10 moons, you really are strong. I'll ask one last time. Are you willing to join my legion?" Relieved, Dongfang Yi looked at Subai with a complex expression. He was unsure of what other abilities Subai possessed, but just this one ability of gravity was almost suffocating him. Before Dongfang Yi could answer, Subai continued, "I have already sent someone to scout the exact location of the Frost-Cold Empire. I must say, to become the emperor of this eastern great nation, you have sacrificed a lot." Hearing Subai's words, Dongfang Yi raised his head in panic, looking at Subai with astonishment, fearing that Subai would target the citizens of the Frost-Cold Empire. Looking at Subai's seemingly amused face, a strong sense of unease surged in Dongfang Yi's heart. He stared intensely at Subai, his voice low as he said, "If you dare harm my people, I will do everything in my power to stop you." Subai smiled and said, "You misunderstand. I do not intend to harm them. I admire your talent and your empire. I hope you can lead your country to join my legion, and together we can reshape this world, eliminating war and evil, allowing everyone to live happily and joyfully." Dongfang Yi fell silent, his heart in turmoil. He knew very well that Subai's strength was unfathomable. If he opposed him, the Frost-Cold Empire would likely face disaster. But he was also unwilling to bow down and submit. At that moment, it seems Subai noticed Dongfang Yi's hesitation. He slowly approached Dongfang Yi and said, "You should understand, this is an opportunity, a chance for you and your empire to rise to a higher level. By cooperating with me, you will have endless power and countless resources." Dongfang Yi's eyes still flickered with complex emotions. He bit his lip, the internal struggle showing no signs of easing. Subai quietly observed Dongfang Yi, a faint smile on his face, as if he had already anticipated Dongfang Yi's reaction. "Dongfang Yi, you are a responsible emperor. You should understand that relying solely on your own strength cannot change the current state of the world." Subai's voice was calm and firm. "Cooperate with me, and your people will no longer suffer the hardships of war. Your empire will also welcome unprecedented opportunities for development." Dongfang Yi's frown deepened. He knew that Subai's words were not false. However, to give up his nation's sovereignty so easily was something he found incredibly difficult to do. With a worried expression, Dongfang Yi said, "Give me some time to think about it." Seeing that Dongfang Yi's heart was beginning to waver, Subai nodded and said, "I can give you time, but you must know that this world does not wait for anyone. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again." After saying this, Subai turned and left, leaving Dongfang Yi alone to fall into deeper contemplation. Dongfang Yi stood there, brows furrowed, his inner turmoil growing stronger. He recalled the various wars and sufferings his empire had experienced and thought of the citizens longing for peace and happiness. Dongfang Yi was deeply conflicted. He asked himself, can I really trust him? Will joining his legion truly bring a better future for the Frost-Cold Empire? As time passed, he still had no answer. Is it too dictatorial for me to decide such a significant matter concerning the future of the country? Perhaps it should be decided by the people. In the end, Dongfang Yi decided to inform the people of his kingdom about whether to ally with the Shadow Legion. If the people disagreed with joining Su Bai's Shadow Legion, then even if it cost him his last drop of blood, he would not submit. But if the people chose the Shadow Legion, then he, as their emperor, would no longer need to continue fighting. The news from Dongfang Yi quickly reached the Frost-Cold Empire, and senior officials within the empire rapidly initiated a voting activity, allowing the citizens to cast their crucial votes on whether to join the Shadow Legion. From the time the news returned to the Frost-Cold Empire, to the initiation of the voting activity, and then to the counting and final decision phases, it took a total of 1 month. During this period, Su Bai did not make things difficult for Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi was given a moment to catch his breath. He continued to participate in the competition, using all his strength to defeat many formidable opponents. While proving his own strength, he was also indirectly showcasing his abilities to Su Bai. It was only with such formidable power that he could earn Su Bai's trust, thus elevating the status of the Frost-Cold Empire under his command. The competition was in full swing, with a large number of contestants being defeated and eliminated. In the first round of the knockout stage, there were about 7,000 to 8,000 participants who advanced. However, in this second round of elimination, only 100 contestants would ultimately advance, including members of the Shadow Corps hidden within the Navy, such as the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. Synopsis: Su Bai traverses into the world of One Piece and unexpectedly becomes the young master of the Shadow Corps, with ninja soldiers coming to pledge their loyalty right from the start. I heard your name is Arlong. You barely qualify to join my Shadow Corps, so you could be a minor officer. Are the Seven Warlords of the Sea really that impressive? Crocodile, sir, Crocodile, Hawkeye Mihawk, Empress Boa Hancock, Donquixote Doflamingo, they are all my subordinates. You think the Navy will hunt me down?